Lightning crackled across the dark purple sky as a towering structure crumbled to the ground. The moment they spoke of it, the moment it truly happened, words no one dared to utter finally came to life. The battlefield was soaked in blood. The war was lost. All eyes were fixed on the collapsing tower. One warrior, unable to bear the weight of defeat, turned his back and walked away. Shame clung to him like a shadow. There was nothing left to fight for. A cane struck the earth with fury, the sound echoing like a final cry of defiance. Sun Wukong, his right arm lost, roared in sheer rage. "This isn't over," he bellowed. But the man approaching him simply watched and repeated, "What kind of victory is this if everything around us is in ruins?" Hercules, draped in the skin of a lion, knew the truth. No matter how unyielding Sun Wukong was, he couldn't afford to lose himself, not with an external god standing before him. As he faced the warrior, the hero of Olympus realized that their location would soon be discovered. His gaze flickered to the glowing blue sphere hovering in the air. Perhaps they'd already been found. The magical orb pulsed once before hitting the ground, its energy crackling behind the men as they argued. Footsteps interrupted them. Slow, steady, unshaken. Kim Yu-won approached, his black suit pristine despite the chaos, silver chains draped over his chest. The moment they turned, the warriors froze. They hadn't expected to see him. He lowered himself onto a nearby stone, head bowed, an unsettling silence filling the space between them. Blood stained his face, smudged along his shirt collar. No one spoke. No one dared to ask. But the answer was clear. They were all dead, except him. The magic sphere shuddered before being swallowed by black smoke. The air grew thick with unease. Hercules, barely holding Sun Wukong back, felt the weight of despair settle in. The furious warrior struggled in his grip, unwilling to accept what had just happened. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won's eyes remained locked on the distance. He had learned one undeniable truth today. Internal ones cannot defeat external ones. A blue portal ripped open in the sky. A robed figure emerged, arm outstretched, voice like a prophecy carved in stone. "You cannot win." Kim Yu-won's empty gaze flickered to the glowing doorway, his mind racing. There had to be another way. Kronos, gears shifting and turning in his palm, stepped forward. "Go back," he said. "Return to the previous world line. Start over." The mechanism in his hand clicked and whirred, an intricate dance of small and large gears. At its core, the hands of a clock. A price had to be paid. The existence of Kronos himself would be erased if they turned back time. Kim Yu-won stared at the device, struggling to believe it. Was this truly possible? Could something so absolute simply cease to be? Kronos brought the gears closer, his voice unwavering. "With or without me, the result remains the same." Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, forcing himself to shut his eyes. He couldn't afford to grieve. Not again. This was his last chance. The warriors watched him in silence. They already knew his answer. He was the only one who could walk this path. The only one who could bear the weight of time itself. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply, then lifted his head, locking eyes with Sun Wukong, whose fury burned brighter than ever. Because he too was strong, Kim Yu-won had been chosen. The answer was clear. He was the only candidate. The reason? Unlike the others, he had entered the tower later. Yet, despite arriving late, he had adapted faster than anyone. He had fought side by side with them, climbed to the highest floor before anyone else. He had proven himself. A man stepped forward, reminding him of an important truth. Creatures from the upper floors faced restrictions when descending to the lower levels. Hercules continued the conversation, explaining that the tower could only be changed from the bottom up. There was no other way. Another warrior, clad in armor, approached from behind. He warned that their bonds wouldn't remain the same once time was turned back. If they met again in the past, they might not even remember each other. Leaning on his cane, Sun Wukong smirked. "Well, if someone forgets, just give him a good smack," he joked. The man in black let out a dry laugh, thanking him sarcastically for the inspiring farewell. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Kim Yu-won raised his hand toward the floating mechanism. The gears, once steady, spun chaotically above his palm. He had only one thought. He would try. The mechanism hummed, and time began to unravel. Gears clattered to the ground, swallowed by a burst of blinding light. Then silence. Kim Yu-won blinked. He looked down at his hands. Something fell off. His body felt light, almost weightless. His stats, his mana, gone. His fists clenched. They hadn't sent his body back. They had reversed time itself. As he tried to process what had happened, a sudden blow smashed into his face. Staggering back, he barely registered the guy in a school bomber jacket grinning at him. A lighthearted jab? A joke? The stranger playfully poked his shoulder. "You good?" Kim Yu-won barely had time to react. His mind was spinning, but then his gaze locked onto the Chong Seoul University emblem on the guy's sleeve. Recognition hit him like a tidal wave. He knew this place, and he knew this guy. The blonde troublemaker swung again, aiming for another hit. But this time, Kim Yu-won's body moved on instinct. He dodged effortlessly. His attacker's smug confidence faltered. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply, rolling up his sleeves. Enough games. His cold stare locked onto the blonde as he asked, "What's today's date?" The guy hesitated, clearly not expecting this reaction. Instead of answering, he swung again. But Kim Yu-won was faster. A precise uppercut caught his jaw, sending him stumbling backward. Ignoring the gasps around him, Kim Yu-won grabbed a nearby phone and checked the screen. December 31st, 2019, 8 p.m., 9 hours before he enters the tutorial. He was back. The city of Hongdae area stretched out before him, its streets glowing under the night lights. High-rise buildings stood tall beside small residential homes. Restaurants overflowed with workers unwinding after a long day. The buzz of life filled the air. Among the crowd, a man in a black mask and a Panama hat scowled at the sheer number of people around him. He clearly wasn't enjoying the lively atmosphere. At a nearby table, a group of friends spotted him and called out, "Kim Mi-young-hoon." He strolled over, grabbing a drink the moment he sat down. One of his friends smirked and, as a joke, scribbled down a fake fine for his lateness, 50,000 won. Kim Mi-young-hoon scoffed, flipping them off before downing his drink in one go. His friends laughed, already deep in their celebration. The night was just getting started. Kim Mi-young-hoon scowled beneath his black mask, his clenched teeth barely visible as his frustration simmered. He slammed his empty glass onto the table and motioned for another pour. The drink flowed, and the conversation took a sharp turn to Kim Yu-won. His anger flared at the mention of him. He could still see it. The guy in the bomber jacket lying on the floor, wiping blood from his mouth, while Kim Yu-won loomed over him, calmly talking about how little time was left. Kim Mi-young-hoon had envisioned countless ways to make him pay for that humiliation. But instead of admitting the truth, he smirked and lied to his friends. Probably in a hospital, half dead by now. Laughter erupted around the table. They clinked glasses, mocking their fallen rival, tossing around ideas on how to break him even further. The drinks kept coming. Time passed. One of the guys glanced at his watch. It was getting late. The city streets were still packed with people, the air crisp with the chill of a long holiday weekend in 2022. They were already deep into their second round of drinking, and a third session was being planned. Kim Mi-young-hoon exhaled sharply, steam rising from his breath. He was already sobering up. "Let's move," he muttered, eager to drink more. Then, the sound of suitcase wheels rolling against the pavement caught their attention. Their eyes followed the noise, then froze. A lone figure in a black suit walked past, dragging his luggage behind him. Kim Yu-won. Their laughter died instantly. They hadn't expected to see him here. Kim Mi-young-hoon ripped off his mask, his expression twisting into something unreadable. He didn't hesitate. He took off after him, calling out to his back, "Hey, Kim Yu-won." The dark-haired man didn't stop. A group of friends quickly closed in, surrounding Kim Yu-won before he could pass. The guy in the Panama hat scoffed. "What are you doing here?" Pedestrians moved past them, unaware of the rising tension. But Kim Yu-won? He barely spared them a glance. Instead, he raised his wrist, eyes locked on his watch. "Almost midnight," he murmured. His voice was calm. Too calm. "Let's enjoy these last 3 minutes to the fullest." Then, he removed his watch. Kim Mi-young-hoon's brow furrowed. "What the hell are you talking about?" But Kim Yu-won wasn't listening. He crouched down, calmly unzipping his suitcase. Kim Mi-young-hoon took another step forward, then stopped. His breath hitched. His body went rigid. His friends, who had been ready to taunt Kim Yu-won, staggered backward, faces drained of color. Inside the suitcase was a small black backpack and an arsenal of bladed weapons. Axes, knives, machetes, enough to arm a small war party. Panic spread through the group. They shoved Kim Mi-young-hoon away, suddenly desperate to de-escalate. "Hey man, just chill. We were joking, all right? Just forget it." Kim Yu-won didn't even acknowledge their words. He calmly picked up an axe, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and turned toward the street. His mind was set. This was the moment. The watch, now lying abandoned on the pavement, let out a single, sharp chime. Midnight. Then chaos. Lightning streaked across the sky. Violent purple rays erupted, engulfing the city in a blinding glow. Screams filled the air. People clutched their heads, staggering as reality itself twisted. But Kim Yu-won? He walked forward, unshaken, unbothered. Kim Mi-young-hoon stared at him in horror. Why wasn't he affected? Why wasn't he in pain like everyone else? A blue digital screen flickered to life above the city. Text scrolled across it, cold and merciless. District 2031. Population, 12,140. The tutorial begins. Survive the zombie invasion. In 30 minutes, all creatures will be eliminated. Kim Yu-won exhaled slowly, tightening his grip on the axe. The dead were returning, scanning the streets. He quickly calculated the number of incoming enemies. It all made sense. The difficulty of the tutorial scale with population density. More people meant a higher level of danger. And here, in Hongdae area, the streets were packed. Lightning crackled again. A blue holographic screen, sparking with electricity, appeared before him. Kim Yu-won smirked. It begins. A faint glow flickered near Kim Yu-won's palm. The system interface materialized, mapping out the designated escape area. Except there was none. No matter where he ran, no matter which path he took, zombies would be everywhere. The streets would soon be drenched in blood. A rusted knife appeared in his hand, along with a notification prompting him to check his health status through the system window. He ignored it. His focus was on the weapon, if it could even be called that. With a scoff, he tossed the useless blade to the ground. Reaching into the backpack strapped to his back, his fingers curled around something far more important. For the old him, that knife might have been enough. But now it was nothing. Kim Yu-won pulled out a strange bottle with a red cap. With a flick of his finger, he popped it open. Droplets scattered into the air, glistening for a brief moment before vanishing into the chaos. Catching his reflection in the polished surface of his dagger, he tightened his grip. Then he moved. With precise, calculated swings, his blade sliced through the necks of the undead. Their heads dropped, bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A system notification flashed. Plus 100 points. Experience increased. Blood splattered across the pavement. The corpses piled up. Kim Yu-won's movements remained swift and relentless. Another notification. Level up. His body felt lighter, faster, stronger. The next wave of zombies lunged at him. He didn't hesitate. With smooth efficiency, he struck. Heads flew. Limbs were severed. Torsos split apart. His blade never slowed. Another level up. Nearby, a small crowd had gathered. They watched, stunned, as Kim Yu-won tore through the undead with inhuman precision. Wait, are they really that weak? Someone muttered. Should we try? Another asked. Before anyone could stop him, a man in a vest charged forward, axe in hand. I'm going to kill them all, he roared, swinging his weapon with confidence. It barely made a scratch. His triumphant expression twisted into horror. What the hell? Why didn't it work? A heartbeat later, the zombie lunged. Its teeth sank into his flesh. His screams tore through the night. Kim Yu-won barely spared him a glance. He had already known ordinary strength wouldn't be enough. His blade flashed again, cutting down more of the undead. They were slow, weak, but relentless. They felt no pain. They never stopped, and their bite was lethal. His frustration grew as his knife struggled to cut through their flesh. It wasn't enough. He needed more. With a swift knee strike, he sent one of the creatures flying. Had the effect already worn off? Reaching into his pocket, his fingers brushed against something, a familiar flask. His mind raced. What is this? Without hesitation, he sliced the flask in half mid-air. For a brief second, he remembered a moment from his past, sitting inside an unfinished building, the cold air biting at his skin. Beside him, leaning against a rusted pipe, sat a blonde-haired man. Unlike Kim Yu-won, he had no talent. And yet, even if he wasn't comparing himself to Kim Yu-won, or even to others, the truth remained the same. He wasn't special. The eldest always survives, he muttered. But his companion scoffed. You're just lucky. His voice carried a hint of bitterness. You stumbled onto something insane in the first tutorial. Do you even remember what you were doing before ending up in this damn tower? Frustration flashed across his face as he grabbed a nearby jar of murky liquid. Salt mining, he said through gritted teeth. Then, with a sharp exhale, he added, and these zombies? Their weak spot is salt. Kim Yu-won's mind clicked into place. A moment later, he was cutting down zombies faster than ever. New achievement unlocked. Incredible result. Kill 100 monsters within 10 minutes in the tutorial. The notification flickered in his peripheral vision. He barely glanced at it before another one appeared. Plus 3 free stat points earned. Unlike standard level-up points that increase stats at random, free stat points could be assigned however he wanted. A valuable resource, but only during the tutorial. Once it ended, they would be randomly distributed. Standing amidst a sea of corpses, Kim Yu-won stared at the system banner hovering above him. So free stat points can be earned in the tutorial. Huh? He reached out, his finger hovering over the interface. Should he use them now? A second passed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the banner. No, not yet. Spending points recklessly just to kill zombies wasn't worth it. He needed to save them for when it truly mattered. His gaze lifted toward the sky. The system notification still glowed overhead. Hey, over here, a voice shouted. The Kim Myung-hoon spun around just in time to see one of his allies strike down another zombie. Then, snap, his knife shattered. Terror gripped him as he stumbled backward, weaponless. The zombie snarled, its decayed hands reaching out. Too close. Too fast. He barely had time to react. His arms flew up instinctively, shielding his face as the undead closed in. Then, before the attack landed, the creatures crumbled into dust. And in that instant, they all saw it. The Kim Myung-hoon's breath hitched as he took in the scene before him. Why did they suddenly? Before he could finish his thought, a man with a bowl cut interrupted, eyes locked on the sky. Wait, is something falling? A thick layer of strange dust swirled above them, descending like ash. The blue-eyed man hesitated before stretching out his hand, letting a few particles settle on his fingertips. Curiously, he brought it to his lips. It was salty? Is this salt? He murmured. At that moment, another notification appeared. Level up. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Kim Yu-won moved swiftly, leaping across rooftops. With every kill, another notification flashed before his eyes. The rooftop beneath him cracked under his landing, sending debris tumbling down. Then silence. Tutorial complete. Survivors, 477. Kim Yu-won exhaled, glancing over his shoulder. So many had died. Below, the surviving participants gathered, their faces a mix of exhaustion and disbelief. His notifications continued to pile up. Final reward calculated. Total enemies killed, 1,427. Points earned, 1,427. Additional stat points received. Strength +1, endurance +2. Free stat point +1. Another notification appeared. Highest kill count achieved. Bonus, +500 points. Kim Yu-won's expression hardened. He let out a slow breath. New achievement. Incredible result. Bonus, +1,000 points. His fingers tightened slightly. How many more of these notifications were going to pop up? A final system message displayed his total. Total points, 3,000. Considering he had started with only 10 points, this was an insane amount for the first tutorial. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Kim Yu-won prepared for what came next. Second tutorial starting soon. His eyes narrowed. No time to rest. Before he could process his next steps, a sudden voice echoed across the sky, startling everyone. Congratulations on your survival. The survivors froze, confused. They looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Kim Yu-won's thoughts had already shifted to the next tutorial, but now something fell off. The voice continued. There are too many of you. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Kim Yu-won's gaze snapped upward. A 6. The realization hit him immediately. His body tensed. The voice pressed on. Normally, this would be revealed after the second tutorial, but an exception has been made. Someone reached the threshold too quickly. Panic spread. A man with a cut across his cheek stammered. Is he going to tell us how to get home? Another, a man with a scarred nose, growled. Shut up and listen. The voice ignored them. Now, then, let me tell you how to spend your points. A vivid projection flashed before their eyes. Items, weapons, rare artifacts. There are two primary ways to use them, the voice explained. The first is a store. Perhaps you'll find things there beyond your wildest imagination. A golden image of shaking hands, surrounded by floating coins, appeared. The second is currency. You can trade points with anyone. Kim Yu-won lowered his gaze, deep in thought. With enough points, you could become a god. And that wasn't just an empty boast. The store, it wasn't just useful, it was everything in this world. Kim Yu-won glanced over his shoulder, eyes narrowing. From this moment on, the real struggle began. Points and levels weren't just numbers anymore. They were survival itself. The voice echoed once more, smooth yet merciless. Time's up. I trust you all enjoyed your little vacation. At the heart of the zone, a golden sphere flickered to life, rapidly expanding. The alerts are complete. Now it's time for the next battle. A sudden notification rang out. Safe zones are forming in the center of each district. All participants must reach the safe zone. The moment those words appeared, panic set in. People ran. Another message followed. 100 points will be awarded every 3 hours inside a safe zone. Second tutorial, begin. Multicolored zones pulsed across the landscape, radiating outward from a central purple area. The crowd hesitated at the edges, unsure. Is this really safe? Someone muttered. Among them, a man with a buzz cut grabbed Kim Myung-hoon's shoulder. The Kim Myung-hoon had been clutching his face in silence, lost in thought. Come on, we need to move. Kim Myung-hoon slowly lowered his hand, saying nothing. His comrades glanced around uneasily, whispering amongst themselves. Where's Chang-ho? Dunno, another muttered. His expression darkened. Probably dead. A tense silence hung between them. A cloaked man turned to the blue-eyed warrior, eyes sharp. What's wrong? What are you looking for? The man hesitated, then shook his head. It's nothing. But another spoke up. Where the hell is Kim Yu-won? At that moment, Kim Yu-won was already leaving. He moved with purpose, silently breaking away from the crowd. The cloaked man tracked his movements, muttering under his breath. With the way he fought earlier, he's not normal. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Could he have some kind of talent for daggers? Before he could dwell on it, Kim Myung-hoon noticed Kim Yu-won slipping away. Without hesitation, he followed. "Where are you going?" Kim Myung-hoon called, his voice firm. His men hesitated, unsure whether to chase after him. Kim Myung-hoon didn't stop. He caught up, grabbing Kim Yu-won's shoulder and spinning him around. "Where the hell are you going?" Kim Yu-won barely looked at him. "You heard the announcement. We're supposed to stay in the safe zone." Kim Myung-hoon pressed. He forced a smirk. "Come on, elder. Shouldn't you look out for your unlucky younger brother?" But deep down, he hated admitting the truth. He felt safer near Kim Yu-won. If he reached out first, Kim Yu-won wouldn't refuse, right? But the dark-haired man simply exhaled. His voice was calm. "I know." Without another word, he pulled Kim Myung-hoon's hand off his shoulder. "I have somewhere to be." Kim Yu-won turned, stepping away. "You stay here." Kim Myung-hoon frowned. That was it. Before he could respond, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. "If you want to survive," Kim Yu-won said evenly, "stop sucking up to others." Kim Myung-hoon's expression twisted. His brow furrowed. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Kim Yu-won didn't turn back. A sharp anger flared inside Kim Myung-hoon. His fist clenched. His teeth ground together. Who does he think he is? Kim Myung-hoon stormed off toward the safe zone, frustration simmering beneath his skin. As he passed, one of his comrades stumbled and slammed into a wall, struggling to keep up. Kim Myung-hoon barely noticed. His mind was elsewhere. Would he really be safer in the safe zone? Or would it be better to stay with that bastard? Just then, the Kim Myung-hoon turned around. A sudden scream caught the Kim Myung-hoon's attention. Someone was stuck. Even after being told to enter, the person was unable to move, trapped. Panic surged through the crowd. Then, something flashed above them. A system notification. Safe zone capacity, 2000/2038. The blue-eyed man's gaze locked onto the message, his expression darkening. This place has a limit of 2,000 people. And that was exactly half of the remaining survivors. That means the rest. The thought barely had time to settle before the screams began. Beyond the protective walls, the ground erupted. Massive worms, grotesque, writhing monsters, burst forth, devouring those left outside. Buildings crumbled. The land split apart. People begged for salvation. But there was none. Inside the walls, the blue-eyed man stood frozen, watching in horror. Meanwhile, a dagger sank deep into a monster's neck, its agonized shriek piercing through the chaos. Kim Yu-won pulled his blade free, flicking off the blood before shifting his gaze sideways. The agony, the death, the destruction. It had begun. He descended the stairs with calm precision. Another notification flashing before him. Earthworm defeated. Plus 300 points earned. Plus 2 random stat points awarded. Another message followed. Strength +1, agility +1. Kim Yu-won's eyes darkened. These things, they weren't visible until the moment they struck, burrowing deep beneath the ground before launching their attack. He exhaled sharply. Then I won't rely on sight. Closing his eyes, he sharpened his other senses. Listening, feeling, a distant, low rumble, a slight tremor beneath his feet. The earth cracked open. A worm erupted beneath him, its gaping maw snapping at empty air as he launched himself upward. Now, he dove downward, blade first. A clean strike to the head. Its shriek was short-lived as its body convulsed, then fell still. Another notification. Level up. Strength +1, agility +1, intuition +1. The ground beneath him fractured again. 2 creatures in, and he had already leveled up. Descending further into the tunnels, Kim Yu-won slowed his pace. If I push myself, I can rack up a lot of stats. He took another step, then suddenly stopped. His gaze flicked around, sharp and calculating. Behind him, the blue-eyed man peered around a corner, observing in silence. Earthworms settle underground. They dig their own tunnels. That meant this was their nest, the perfect place to hunt. A notification popped up. Hidden dungeon discovered. Hongdae Area Station. Plus 100 bonus points awarded. Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. A nest means one thing, endless prey. Flipping his dagger in his hand, he steadied his stance. Now I just need to reach level 20. A monstrous screech tore through the tunnels. A worm lunged, its massive jaws gaping wide. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. With a single leap, he cleared the creature's head, then cut it down mid-air. Green blood splattered the walls as he landed seamlessly, already moving toward his next target. The state of flow took over. His daggers became an extension of himself, striking down the creatures one by one. Fast, precise, unstoppable. Then, something shimmered within the carnage. A sphere tumbled from a fallen worm's body. Kim Yu-won's blades flashed once more as he reached out, and thought, what is this? Kim Yu-won turned the bead over in his palm, studying it with quiet intrigue. So these can be obtained here too? A small chuckle escaped him. He found it amusing, almost charming, in a way. Raising the bead higher, he allowed the dim light to reflect off its surface. A small smile played on his lips. "Apologies," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "But I have my reasons for wiping you out." Outside the safe zone, the night was filled with horrific screams. The worms continued their relentless slaughter, devouring people one by one. Inside, fear had settled over the survivors like a thick fog. No one spoke. A hushed voice finally broke the silence. "This is hell," another person, trembling, muttered. "If we're going to die anyway, maybe it's better to bite our tongues." Before despair could fully take hold, a system notification flickered to life. 3 hours have passed. 100 points awarded. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. People stared at the glowing message in disbelief. What is this?" someone stammered. A realization dawned. "It's like money," another whispered. 100 points? That's a lot. But before relief could settle, another notification appeared. Red zone inactive. Safe zone capacity reduced to 1,500. The area began to shrink. People froze. What? The next message hit like a death sentence. If the safe zone exceeds capacity, individuals will be randomly expelled. A ripple of terror shot through the crowd. The ground beneath them trembled. The zone was shrinking. "What the hell is happening?" someone shouted. A scream rang out as the first unlucky survivor was thrown over the edge. He barely had time to beg for help before the monsters descended on him. Panic exploded. People ran, shoving and pushing to stay away from the walls. The counter was ticking down. Another was thrown out. And another. And another. Outside the safe zone, death waited. 3 hours left, someone gasped. The mass of bodies surged forward, everyone desperate to stay inside. A black-haired man suddenly shoved a younger guy, his fist slamming into his chest with force. "Out of my way," he snarled. The younger man stumbled, gasping for air. "You want to die in my hands instead?" the man growled. The crowd became a chaotic mess. Some people fell, trampled underfoot. Others screamed, demanding space, desperate to push forward. "Let me through. Why are you blocking the way?" Then, "Shut up." Kim Myung-hoon's voice tore through the chaos, silencing everyone. The survivors turned, startled. The aggression in his eyes was unmistakable. A cruel smirk tugged at his lips. "Since this is how it is," he said darkly, eyes gleaming with something twisted, "let's decide who dies in my place." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd changed. Kim Myung-hoon's face twisted with rage as he roared. "That's right. We choose who dies." His fists clenched as his gaze swept over the terrified faces around him. At this rate, he thought, I can make it out of here. His cold stare locked onto a trembling man standing opposite him. The old guy looked weak. Easy target. Kim Myung-hoon grabbed him by the collar, his grip tight. If I offer him up, I'll survive, he thought. The man's eyes widened in terror. He was powerless, helpless. Around them, people screamed in horror. What is he doing? He's lost his mind. But Kim Myung-hoon didn't care. His teeth clenched, determination burning in his gaze. I'll kill this old man if I have to. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-won's blade flashed. A monstrous maw opened, snapping shut, but it was too slow. His dagger tore through flesh. The creature's body split apart, severed cleanly. Green blood splattered against the ground as he moved forward. Swift, precise, unstoppable. His weapon shone with a blinding light. Then, he swung. Kim Yoo-won's axe crashed down onto the monster's open maw, silencing its furious shrieks. The creature's jaws snapped shut, trembling, before its entire body went still. Without stopping, Kim Yoo-won walked forward, head low, expression unreadable. Behind him, the severed remains of the beast twitched, its limbs still reacting even in death. A system notification flashed before him. Level up. Agility +1, endurance +1, intuition +1. He had finally reached level 20. Kim Yoo-won exhaled, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. The weight of all his trophies settled against his back, but his body felt lighter than ever. His hand tightened around his axe. A new stat had just unlocked. He wiped the blade of his knife with his free hand, then shut his eyes for a brief moment. 3 whole hours. That's how long it had taken. He was exhausted, but his increased stats made it almost unnoticeable. A new achievement window flickered into view. Hunting rewards earned. +3 random stat points. +1 free stat point. Kim Yoo-won tapped the screen, hovering over the prompt. Use stat points. Yes/no. Without hesitation, he confirmed. A surge of energy coursed through him as the system reported his latest increase. Mana +5. His mana, the foundation of all his future power. Stepping over the earthworm corpses, Kim Yoo-won's thoughts sharpened. Right now, nothing was more important than this. His mana stat had reached 18. A huge head start. Even among the few who received the tower's blessing, The average starting mana was only 12. This was the difference between the weak and the strong. As he walked further, axe in hand, Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered upward. Then he stopped. His eyes widened. He wasn't alone. A wide crack stretched across the ceiling above him. Something or someone was there. Without looking away, Kim Yu-won spoke. What are you staring at? Silence. Then, a voice responded. How did you know? Kim Yu-won gripped his weapon tighter, scanning the shadows. You were too focused on me. It was obvious. A chuckle echoed from above. Then, the voice asked, not entertaining enough to look somewhere else? Not really. A figure descended, dropping gracefully from the crack above. Thanks, she said casually. You made my usual job a little more colorful. The woman landed lightly, her eyes filled with amusement. She tilted her head, studying him. Level 20 already? She murmured, almost in disbelief. It was Lackey. Kim Yu-won's grip on his weapon remained firm. Just got lucky. Lackey scoffed. There's no one worse than people who say that. She twirled on the stone beneath her, grinning. So what do you want? Kim Yu-won met her gaze. I need to visit the store. Lackey raised a brow. Shopping already? Not exactly. Her grin faltered slightly as she narrowed her eyes. Then what? Kim Yu-won's voice was steady. I want to buy a skill. A huge holographic window materialized before him. Lackey let out a slow, impressed whistle. Well, the first person to purchase a skill in the second tutorial. Her lips curled into a smirk. This is getting interesting. Kim Yu-won reached for the holographic panel, his gaze sharp. Choose whatever you want. Lackey reminded him with a smirk. His fingers flicked across the display. The store had too many options. Too many skills. Scrolling through them all would take forever. His brows furrowed. Was this really all there was? These are the only skills available in the tutorial, Lackey confirmed. Determination flashed in Kim Yu-won's eyes. Lackey tilted her head. Looking for something specific? No, he replied, but he would keep looking. Drawing too much attention to himself now wouldn't do him any favors. His eyes landed on a particular skill. Monkey Eyes, 2,000 points. He selected it. Lackey let out a small chuckle. That's not exactly a top-tier skill. The system deducted 2,000 points from his balance. Without looking at her, Kim Yu-won simply said, it has a cool name. A notification flickered in front of him. Skill acquired. Monkey Eyes. Before the display could disappear, another skill appeared. Inferior Mono Sword. 1,500 points. He purchased it without hesitation. Lackey hovered around him, chattering excitedly. Nice pick. The inferior magic sword makes up for a newbie's lack of attack power. Kim Yu-won, already irritated, ignored her. Sensing his mood, Lackey waved him off. All right. I'll leave you alone. Enjoy yourself. As he walked away, her voice followed him one last time. I have high hopes for you. Kim Yu-won glanced upward, mulling over her words. So they were watching him, studying him. Not that it mattered. He had earned his place here. There was nothing for them to suspect. His only concern was returning. But would they figure it out? His thoughts drifted to Kronos, the man who had handed him the artifact. The winding watch, the very tool that allowed him to go back. It had been created by Odin himself, and as punishment for using it, Kronos had been erased from existence. Kim Yu-won clenched his jaw. No ordinary examiner would be able to track his return. But what if someone did? A thick yellow smoke coiled around him as he activated Monkey Eyes. His vision expanded. His 5 senses sharpened. He stepped forward, blade in hand. His goal remained unchanged. As he passed the earther, his glowing yellow eyes cut through the darkness. This skill's real power lay elsewhere, and he needed to level it up quickly. A sudden scene stopped him in his tracks. A horrific sight. Toothy creatures devouring people alive. Screams. Flesh torn apart. Blood painting the ground. And then, a lone figure appeared in the distance. Standing still, staring at the monsters. His gaze piercing straight through them. A system notification blinked into view. Time remaining, less than 30 minutes. Kim Yu-won stood before the monstrous creatures, his inferior magic sword gleaming in his grip. His eyes burned with determination. There was enough time to finish this. Spreading his stance, he raised his flame-coated weapon. The intense heat flickered in the darkness, casting long shadows. Then, he felt it. A powerful presence. A massive, purple creature emerged, its enormous maw stretching open in a bone-chilling roar. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. The boss of the second tutorial. The mother of worms. He let out a slow breath. So, this is where you were. Slamming his foot into the ground, he sent a deep shockwave rippling through the cavern. The force echoed, shaking loose small rocks and debris. His boot landed near the creature's tail. The rough, scaly texture met his soul, a direct challenge. The mother shrieked. Fury radiated from her grotesque form as she reared back, her rage palpable. Kim Yu-won lifted his gaze, studying her massive frame. Unlike the lesser creatures that mindlessly devoured humans, She had a different kind of intelligence. A mother's instinct. She wasn't fighting for herself. She was protecting her young. The realization barely had time to settle before she lunged. Her gaping maw snapped shut, sending a spray of stones in all directions. Too slow. Kim Yu-won had already leapt high into the air, his blade flashing. As he soared toward her, he pointed his sword forward, his voice unwavering. I'll end this now. His axe and sword struck in tandem. With a brutal arc, his weapons carved into her massive frame, slicing through the thick outer hide. A piercing shriek erupted from the mother of worms. Thrashing wildly, she tried to shake him off, but Kim Yu-won was relentless. Blow after blow rained down. His gaze hardened, a small grin tugging at his lips. What's next? She tried to throw him. A sudden jerk sent him airborne, tumbling midair. But instead of falling back, he charged. His sword gleamed brighter, the blue flames roaring to life. He twisted his body, flipping above her, and landed another devastating slash. Madness and determination flared in his eyes. This isn't over. The mother of worms, now covered in wounds, let out a final, desperate roar. But Kim Yu-won was already moving. With a single, unstoppable strike, his blade cut deep, splitting her massive form in two. Her death wail echoed through the cavern. Landing gracefully, he stood amid the carnage, watching as the flames flickered across her severed body. Yet, something inside him knew this was only the beginning. Meanwhile, Kim Myung-hoon stumbled backward, his breath ragged. A trembling hand grasped at his leg. Please, help me," a desperate voice croaked. He looked down. A man, half buried under debris, bleeding, reached for him. Kim Myung-hoon's expression twisted. Without hesitation, he ripped out a knife. "Shut up." His voice was cold, ruthless. The old man's eyes widened in horror. Kim Myung-hoon's grin widened. And at that moment, the true monster revealed itself. "Stick to the plan." Kim Myung-hoon's voice echoed, sharp and unyielding. His knife gleamed in his grip. "We all agreed to this," he spat, glaring at the old man in front of him. The crowd erupted. "No one agreed to this," someone shouted. "This is insane." But Kim Myung-hoon didn't care. His fury and desperation burned in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, pointing the knife at anyone who dared step closer. "Don't even think about stopping me," he hissed. "I'll kill you." The mass of people parted as he walked through, their faces twisted in horror. A system notification flashed. Time remaining, 30 seconds. Panic set in. 13 seconds left. People wept, scrambling for cover, but there was nowhere to hide. They weren't just running from the monsters anymore. They were running from each other. And yet, in Kim Myung-hoon's eyes, there was only one goal. Survival. His fingers tightened around the knife, his breath ragged as he scanned the area. Then, something changed. The system froze. The timer stopped. Time remaining, 3 seconds. It didn't move. Silence fell over the crowd. Every pair of eyes turned to the holographic display. Time wasn't ticking anymore. Kim Myung-hoon's chest rose and fell sharply. His gaze darted back to the screen. Safe zone will no longer shrink. A single bead of sweat slid down his face. "We survived," he muttered. Then it hit him. His lips curled into a sudden, wild grin. "We survived," he roared. The crowd erupted in a mix of relief, exhaustion, and disbelief. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won watched as the system displayed his new rewards. 600 points earned. Time remaining until tutorial completion. 15 hours. He silently tucked a small jar into his sleeve. Lackey, hovering nearby, beamed at him. He only sighed. "I tried." Perched atop the lifeless body of the mother of worms, Kim Yu-won sat calmly as the dust settled. The trustee fluttered around him. "Want me to heal you? If it's a reward, I'll pass," he replied. "With my stamina increase, I'll recover in no time." Lackey tilted her head, intrigued. How did an ordinary person get this far in just 2 tutorials? She twirled in the air, eyeing him closely. This is insane. Kim Yu-won barely acknowledged her, his mind elsewhere. 30 minutes ago, he had killed the mother of worms. She had appeared later than expected. That meant her death had severely disrupted the tutorial's ecosystem. This wasn't something the Sixes, the ones overseeing the tutorial, had accounted for. There had been no predetermined reward. That meant the decision would have to be made now. Sitting atop the colossal corpse, Kim Yu-won turned to Lackey. "What about my reward?" he asked. Lackey's playful expression flickered. She crossed her arms. "You figured that out pretty quickly. So there's one." She sighed, spinning on her sphere. "Well, since you seem to understand how things work here, I suppose I can't leave you hanging." Her voice dripped with amusement. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. "Then tell me what it is." Lackey grinned. "You get to choose." With a flick of her wrist, 3 options appeared before him. The first, she announced, is the right to skip ahead to the 5th tutorial. Not only that, this choice also granted the full rewards from clearing the 3rd and 4th tutorials. Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered toward the display. Lackey watched him closely. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. This was a trick. With his current level, there was no reason for him to stay in this tutorial. They weren't offering him an advantage. They were trying to send him ahead prematurely. Lackey, unfazed, continued. The second option is points. His expression shifted. Then what's the third? Kim Yu-won asked. A hologram flickered to life in front of him, displaying a mysterious location. Standing before it, Lackey's tone grew more serious. The third is a connection to Olympus. Kim Yu-won's eyes widened slightly. Lackey studied him. I'm guessing you don't fully understand yet. She wasn't wrong. She continued. The tutorial? It's just the beginning. Her usually playful demeanor hardened. The tower houses countless powers and beings, some who hold authority equal to the gods themselves. Kim Yu-won's mind flashed with images of the gods, mighty, untouchable beings ruling from above. Lackey smirked. Olympus is one of the greatest authorities in the tower. If you accept, they'll recommend you. Her voice lowered. With their backing, you'll be protected after the tutorial ends. Kim Yu-won absently ran his fingers over his leg, deep in thought. He hadn't expected this. He knew Olympus held enormous influence. Kronos was one of their rankers, after all. If he had their support, his climb up the tower would be safer. Faster. But, no. He stood up straight, his decision clear. I'll take the points. Lackey froze. Her eyes flickered with genuine surprise. You're sure? A notification flashed. 10,000 points earned. Lackey sighed, waving her hands. Fine, but at least let me explain before you waste them. She stepped forward, her voice warning him. You should choose carefully. You clearly don't know enough about Olympus yet. You'll regret this later. But before she could continue, Kim Yu-won cut her off. He slung his backpack over his shoulder. If you're just here to deliver orders, then do your job. Lackey stiffened. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. You didn't clear this with the other 6, did you? Her expression shifted. You didn't even check with the manager. Lackey's smile faltered. For the first time, she looked uneasy. Kim Yu-won took a slow step forward. What's the deal, Lackey? His voice was calm, but piercing. Was it just Olympus that bribed you? Or was it heaven? A flash of anger crossed her face. A gun materialized in her hand, the barrel aimed straight at him. But Kim Yu-won only smirked. Thanks for running your mouth. Now, he knew exactly what he had to do. A new prompt appeared. Offer. Private meeting with the manager, 1,000 points. Kim Yu-won's finger hovered over the button. Lackey darted around him, panicked. Wait, what are you? Transaction confirmed. He stepped down from the corpse of the mother of worms, leaving her behind. His gaze hardened as the notification flickered. The manager has accepted your request. The tutorial and the tower, they had to be kept separate, and if he wanted to face Olympus, he had to make his own way. Then, a blinding light filled the space before him. Kim Yu-won squinted, shielding his eyes. A portal split open, and from the void, a single leg stepped through. A low, quiet voice echoed from within. So, you're the one who arranged this meeting? A bandaged hand reached out. A deep, amused laugh rumbled from the portal. So, you paid only 1,000 points for this meeting? The voice carried a mix of amusement and curiosity. Stepping through the portal, the bearded leader fixed his gaze on Kim Yu-won, his towering presence undeniable. You called for me? He asked. Kim Yu-won stood his ground, meeting the giant's gaze. I'm a participant in the tutorial. The leader's lips curled into a grin. A participant who slaughtered over 1,000 monsters in the first tutorial. As the massive figure fully emerged, the ground seemed to tremble beneath his weight. His sheer size was overwhelming. The destroyed land surrounding them, the crumbling buildings, and the eerie atmosphere only heightened the tension. Floating nearby, a creature resembling a terrifying clown, its bloody, clothing drenched in past carnage, watched in shock. How? The clown muttered, his grotesque grin faltering. So many dead in just the first tutorial? The tutorial manager, the true overseer of this realm, studied Kim Yu-won closely. He had heard of him. The rumors surrounding this dark-haired warrior had already spread. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Ow, the giant rumbled. Did you figure out how to request a private meeting? Kim Yu-won, unfazed, simply looked up at him. All tutorial information must be discovered by the participant alone, without interference from the manager or the tower. Crossing his arms, the tutorial administrator listened carefully. He could see through lies within his domain, and this boy was telling the truth. His red, glowing eyes flickered with interest. Kim Yu-won remained motionless. His voice was calm yet firm, but instead of staying neutral, there was outside interference. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Lackey still hovering nervously nearby. She had witnessed everything. How Olympus approached the Sixes, how they tried to offer him support as a so-called reward. And now, she was terrified. The clown-like figure flinched as the manager's fury turned to him. With a single, bone-crushing slam, the giant's hand smashed down, pinning the Olympian's arm to the ground. A crack, a scream. Blood dripped from the trembling hand beneath his palm. Do not extend your reach where it isn't needed. The warning was absolute. The tutorial manager shook off his hand, his rage simmering down as he turned his attention back to Kim Yu-won. Kim Yu-won exhaled. This is the second rule of the tutorial. The manager's fiery gaze softened. He said nothing, only listened. Kim Yu-won continued. All actions and achievements of a tutorial participant must be rewarded according to their exceptionality. Turning slightly, Kim Yu-won admitted, that's why I called you. He had spent his own hard-earned points. He had exposed the sixth corruption. Now, standing before the towering manager, he asked plainly, what's your opinion? The lower creatures, twisted monsters with razor-sharp teeth, had already been tested, and yet, no abnormalities had been found. The manager scratched his thick beard, deep in thought. Kim Yu-won said nothing. Though it wasn't by his own hand, he had eliminated a six, of being close to a ranker, and that had happened within the second tutorial. The giant leaned forward, his red eyes flickering with something unexpected. Amusement. Then, he let out a thunderous roar of laughter. Incredible, he rumbled. A feat like that deserves an honorary reward. With a snap of his fingers, the air vibrated. A list of rewards flashed before them. The manager studied Kim Yu-won for a moment. I assume you don't care about more points. Kim Yu-won nodded. The giant smirked. Then, I have something else for you. Extending his massive palm, he reached toward Kim Yu-won. Take it. Kim Yu-won hesitated for a moment before extending his hand in response. The gesture was familiar, the same one used when exchanging points. At first glance, there was nothing extraordinary about the reward. He had hoped for more. Then, their hands met. A violent vortex of air erupted around them, spiraling with raw energy. A notification flashed. Skill acquired. Master of Mana. A sudden warmth spread through Kim Yu-won's body. His mana recovery, resistance, and induction power all subtly increased. His total mana pool rose by 5 units. His eyes widened. The tutorial manager watched him curiously. So, what did you get? Before Kim Yu-won could answer, lightning cracked through the sky. The tutorial administrator turned away, glancing toward the lower creatures lurking in the distance. They need to be taught a lesson, he muttered. He looked back at Kim Yu-won one last time. We'll meet again, once the third tutorial ends. Then he was gone. Kim Yu-won stood alone. The dead six lay at his feet, the ruined building surrounding him in eerie silence. He lifted his hand. A faint blue vapor rose from his fingertips. His breath hitched. S+ rank skills exist in the tutorial? A single drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Clenching his hand into a fist, he understood his skill was still at 0. But this was mana control. And in the tower, mana was everything. A soft glow intensified in his palm. A moment later, a sphere of mana formed before him, swirling, unstable. The colors shifted chaotically from blue to violet, flickering like a living entity. His gaze remained fixed on it. 26. That was his current mana pool. But as he held the sphere, the unstable energy dissipated, its form breaking apart. He waved his hand in frustration. The entire building trembled. Cracks deepened in the floor beneath him, groaning under the force of his movement. Kim Yu-won clenched his fist. The skill was unstable, but it was a start. He exhaled sharply. Did he owe Olympus for this? No. Even now, it wasn't enough. It wasn't just about retracing his steps. He needed more. More power. More leverage. And he had no time to waste. A swarm of eyeless, fanged creatures surrounded him. Kim Yu-won darted forward, blade in hand. The second tutorial had 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 11 seconds remaining. Hongbi Area Street, safe zone. The surviving crowd was split into 2 factions. Some still clung to hope, believing that higher powers wouldn't abandon them. Others? They knew better. There's going to be a third, a fourth, and who knows how many more, someone muttered anxiously. In the growing tension, a panicked man suddenly lost control. Hands grabbed his shirt, jerking him back. It was Kim Myung-hoon. Get together, he snapped. You're coming with me. We need to gather the next supply team and move. The man stared at him, wide-eyed. Kim Myung-hoon exhaled. Look, thanks to you, a lot of people who were supposed to die will survive. So don't fall apart now. The man gulped and nodded. Kim Myung-hoon turned back, hurrying the supply team. Then, someone spotted something. A lone figure, dressed in black, walked slowly down the empty street. The crowd murmured. Who is that? Another survivor? Then, a scream. Kim Yu-won's footsteps echoed against the broken asphalt. A faint scraping noise whispered beneath his boot. His eyes flickered downward. The ground shifted. Something was moving. A terrible eyeless creature erupted from beneath. It lunged. The creature lunged. But before it could strike, a shadow descended. Kim Yu-won landed first, his boots slamming onto the worm's head, crushing it into the ground. The crowd in the safe zone stared in stunned silence. Mouths hung open. The timer flickered above them. Time remaining, 5 minutes, 12 seconds. Among them, Kim Myung-hoon expression twisted. Shock, anger, recognition. The brunette in black, covered in green blood. There was no doubt. Kim Yu-won, he muttered. Kim Yu-won, still standing over the fallen monster, barely spared him a glance. Just ignore me, he said casually, wiping away the green slime from his face. Keep talking. A system notification appeared. Stats increased, except intuition, which decreased by 2. Kim Yu-won stepped off the corpse. He had no intention of staying. He was only here for one reason, to collect his reward and move on. Then, someone called out his name, a familiar voice. Turning slightly, Kim Yu-won saw Kim Myung-hoon approaching, the red-haired man, the so-called leader of the group. His hand landed on Kim Yu-won's shoulder, grip firm, almost friendly. I thought I lost you, Kim Myung-hoon said, his voice oddly light. It took forever to find you. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Disbelief. This guy, his enemy from university, was suddenly concerned about his well-being? The murmuring crowd watched closely. Above their heads, the population counter for the safe zone flickered. Then, the supply group arrived. And immediately, conflict. An unwelcoming figure blocked their way, knives in both hands. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. Hostility. Kim Myung-hoon waved a hand dismissively. Ignore them. He grabbed Kim Yu-won's wrist, dragging him forward. But Kim Yu-won suddenly stopped. His expression darkened. People were thrown out for this? He asked, his voice dangerously calm. Forced to carry food? Kim Myung-hoon sighed, exasperated. They were going to die anyway. This way, at least they're useful. Kim Yu-won's entire stance shifted. He didn't like this. Not one bit. Kim Myung-hoon, sensing Kim Yu-won's growing disgust, barely contained his own frustration. Pointing at the crowd behind them, he snapped, You think you can survive here with norms and morality? His voice rose. You have to be ruthless. Selfish. His teeth bared in irritation. Even you, the great Kim Yu-won, can you really adapt? Kim Yu-won's gaze hardened. His voice was low, steady. Don't cross the line. Kim Myung-hoon blinked. What? But Kim Yu-won was already walking away. A notification flashed. Second stage completed. 500 points and new equipment awarded to safe zone survivors. Kim Yu-won barely acknowledged it. With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the panel. I won't take part in your version of survival, he said, voice firm. And I sure as hell won't give you advice. Kim Myung-hoon stood frozen, watching him leave. His brows furrowed. What line was he talking about? Then, another notification. Third tutorial begins. Kim Myung-hoon stared at Kim Yu-won's back. A creeping thought entered his mind. Is he bluffing again? But before he could dwell on it, movement stirred in the ruins. Worm-like creatures slithered through the remains of the buildings. The next hunt had begun. 50 more kills to go. Time limit, 72 hours. The entire area was now swarming with creatures. Zombie-like monsters, a massive spider, and a boar with razor-sharp tusks. A system notification appeared. The area will be destroyed after 70 hours. Gate activation, 70 hours remaining. At a major intersection, every imaginable horror crawled, lurked, or hunted. The people in the safe zone watched in growing fear. The monsters had returned, and this time there was no end to them. Among the survivors, Kim Myung-hoon's gaze sharpened. His mind was already working. A pathway. There was a way through. A twisted smile crept across his face. He had an idea, a way to trick the others, to manipulate them. If he played his cards right, they'd kill the monsters for him. He'd just collect the necessary 50 kills without lifting a finger. His expression darkened. With a calm, yet chilling voice, he gave the order. The glass ball fell from his hand, reflecting an ominous pink glow. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won, crouched on one knee, hurriedly formed orbs of mana. He dropped his backpack, patting his pockets. Too many monsters. His gaze flicked across the battlefield. How many could he take down? Raising his palm, he quickly checked his remaining mana. The creatures advanced, climbing the stairs, closing in. His mind raced. He had been lucky to get essences from the second tutorial, but it still wasn't enough. Mana condensed around him, flickering wildly. A notification appeared. Mana concentration complete. Skill registered. His eyes burned with determination. He swung his hand. A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the monsters before him. Small lightning bolts crackled in the air. It worked, but then his hand trembled. His mana was completely drained. Controlling it had been difficult. Too much energy spent on concentration alone. Still, as his stats and skill level increased, it would become a powerful asset. He sank onto the steps, catching his breath. The building had suffered heavy damage from the blast. Fingers tightening around the mana spheres, he muttered to himself. This technique determines the scale of mana control. But even as he said it, he knew this wasn't like him. The creatures around him trembled, barely clinging to life. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. Pulling out his cold steel blade, he stepped forward. His knife glowed blue. His eyes burned orange. No more wasted time. A timer flickered in his vision. Time remaining, 22 hours, 43 minutes, 22 seconds. Second day of the third tutorial. A group of 3 survivors wandered through the ruins of a collapsed building. Han Lim Joyan, walking ahead, tried to keep his fear in check. In just 2 days, their group had dwindled from 1,400 to only 400. The once massive Hongdae area station was now a wasteland. They tread carefully, hoping, praying, not to run into anything. Han Juno, trailing behind, suddenly froze. Something wasn't right. Peering past a crumbling concrete pillar, his eyes landed on a flickering neon sign. A convenience store. Excitement rippled through the group. Food, one of them whispered. The moment he spotted it, a young man in a red jacket took off sprinting. Kong Sang-kan and the girl behind him laughed, watching his excitement. For the first time in days, a moment of relief. Han Lim Joyan, still on edge, turned. Then his body stiffened. A massive shadow loomed above him. He didn't even have time to scream. The monster struck. Its jaws snapped shut. Blood splattered. His headless body crumpled. The boy in the red jacket crumpled to his knees, headless. His lifeless body remained still for a moment before collapsing onto the cold pavement, surrounded by the very creatures that had killed him. His friends stood paralyzed. Lim Joyan hands flew to her mouth, stifling a scream. Their shock was instant and absolute. Then, the monsters moved. Panic set in. They gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies trembling. The Lim Joyan darted between the creatures, closing in. Could they win? The answer felt like no, but they had no choice. The first monster lunged. Steel flashed. Her blade sank deep into its flesh. Moving on instinct, she twisted the knife, and Kim Yu won it free. She kept swinging. One after another, the monsters fell. Sian Chan, wielding a massive hammer, crushed zombie heads with sheer force. But it wasn't enough. Even with caved-in skulls, the creatures kept growling, kept moving. One finally got through. Sharp teeth tore into Sian Chan's arm. His scream echoed, but he didn't stop. He kept swinging. Lim Joyan heard him cry out. Her resolve wavered. Would they all die here? Her knife slashed through another creature, severing it in half. But then, she froze. Her eyes widened. Something was there. Or rather, someone. A voice muttered from behind a shattered glass door. Man got woken up. Kim Yu won. A soda, kin in his grip. Lim Joyan heart pounded. Impossible. No matter how strong someone was. No matter how high their stats had risen. What she saw defied logic. She watched in stunned silence as Kim Yu won casually swung the can. Crack. The aluminum crushed the monster's skull like paper. Blood gushed. Lim Joyan ducked her head, eyes blinking in disbelief. Did he just kill it with a soda can? This is too much. Then, Kim Yu won moved. Lightning crackled. Electricity swirled around his hands and blade. A spider lunged. He cut it down instantly. The second never even got the chance. Kim Yu won's foot shot out. The kick severed its head from its body. Green blood splattered across the pavement. More bodies fell. The fight ended as quickly as it began. Kim Yu won lowered his leg, turning to the group. Silence hung in the air. Sian Chan clutched his wounded arm, his breath ragged. Lim Joyan instinctively pressed closer to him. His gaze remained locked on Kim Yu won. The tension in the air finally snapped when Lim Joyan stammered. Thanks to you, we survived. Kim Yu won didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his pocket. A small container of ointment flew through the air. Lim Joyan fumbled to catch it. Put that on his arm first, Kim Yu won instructed. It's good medicine. She hesitated, then quickly opened it. Kim Yu won's eyes flicked towards Sian Chan. How much stamina do you have? Sian Chan's expression shifted. 17, he muttered. Kim Yu won exhaled, his voice unreadable. Then you won't die. Sian Chan's stomach dropped. But before relief could settle, Kim Yu won added. But there's a chance you'll never use that hand again. Sian Chan's face went pale. Without wasting another second, he rolled up his sleeve and smeared the ointment across his arm. Kim Yu won barely reacted. His hand pressed against his own neck. He shut his eyes. Had he really slept for 6 hours? The exhaustion had mostly faded, but he still felt like sleeping a bit longer. Memories of past battles with monsters flashed through his mind, reminding him that this was the first time he had gotten any rest in 3 days. No wonder he was so worn out. The scene in his head shifted to when he had finally collapsed after purchasing powder to mask odors. He realized he needed to buy a sleep aid as well. Furrowing his brows, he glanced to the side. He hadn't expected any unexpected interference. The group of people nearby watched him tensely. Without a word, Kim Yu-won turned and started walking away. A girl called out after him, asking if he hunted in this area often. Her gaze was sharp as she warned him that losses were more frequent here than in the upper levels. If he was unlucky, he might run into an underground snake. making this place extremely dangerous. Kim Yu-won casually responded that he wasn't here all the time. Glancing over his shoulder at the group, he mentioned that there was a cafe and a rest area nearby. Si Chan frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Kim Yu-won explained that, unlike other hunting grounds, the concrete staircase here was riddled with cracks and water had pooled in a hole on the floor. The group stood up, taking in their surroundings. Si Chan examined the cave, noting that the dungeon was actually two-story. He added that the entire structure looked completely different, more like a proper hunting ground. Si Chan gripped his sword hesitantly, trailing behind Kim Yu-won. The young man studied his blade for a moment before speaking. There's something more important right now. He turned to the group. Why did you come here, knowing how dangerous it is? The girl hesitated before answering. You've been underground this whole time. You don't know what's happening outside. Kim Yu-won turned to face her. She continued, her expression serious. Upstairs, it's chaos. No one trusts anyone. People are killing each other over the battle of entities. Without another word, Kim Yu-won kept walking. The others followed. So, you were attacked, Kim Yu-won said, glancing at them. The girl nodded, confirming his guess. He added, even your pursuers didn't dare come underground after you. Kim Yu-won suddenly stomped on the ground. You barely made it out alive. The girl flinched at the force of his kick, wind blasting through the cave. Before she could finish thanking him for saving them, the pressure of his presence alone made the group tremble. Their gazes locked onto him in fear. A strange sound echoed through the air. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. What was that? The wind howled around them as the girl stammered her words of gratitude. Kim Yu-won met their eyes coldly. And what makes you think I won't kill you and take your essence right now? The group tensed, instinctively stepping back. The girl gripped her weapon tightly, her hands shaking. It hadn't even crossed their minds. He had already saved their lives. But now, standing before them, he was far more terrifying than either the monsters below or the chaos above. Kong Sankan spoke cautiously. With your level, you must have gathered more than enough essence by now. There's no reason to kill us. Kim Yu-won's gaze darkened. And what if I want more? Kong Sankan swallowed hard but held his ground. I still don't think you will. Kim Yu-won's piercing stare bore into them, his presence overwhelming. Kim Yu-won spoke calmly, his tone unwavering. Even if I don't kill you, this place will. He paused before adding, and you already know why. The girl's lips tightened as she stared at him, a hint of fear in her eyes. Something about this felt off. If he really intended to harm them, why say something like that? The group stood tensely before him, exhaustion and wariness written all over them. Then, as if a realization struck her, the girl asked, what do you want from us? Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a faint smile. The others exchanged uneasy glances, confused by his reaction. I have a good deal for you, he said simply. They listened as he explained his proposal. If they performed well, he would share the essences with them. Without waiting for a response, he turned and motioned for them to follow. Before they could process his words, a deafening hiss echoed through the cave. A massive serpentine monster lunged, its jaws gaping wide. Kong Sankan's face went pale. This is your idea of a good deal, he shouted, sprinting for his life. His panic cries filled the cavern as the beast chased him down. His mind flashed back to an earlier moment. Kim Yu-won, standing before them while they kneeled, asking, did you hurt yourself much? Kong Sankan had shaken his head, still catching his breath. My leg's fine. Good. Kim Yu-won had replied, giving him a faint smile. Then you should run. And now here he was, running for dear life as the monstrous snake tore through the cave behind him. Kim Yu-won, blade in hand, soared through the air. In one fluid motion, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's throat. A torrent of blood sprayed as he propelled himself off the beast's body, using the force to launch himself toward another approaching threat, a towering red lizard. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Kim Yu-won's blade slashed through its thick hide in a flurry of rapid strikes. Within seconds, the lizard's massive frame collapsed, its body splitting apart. Si-chan dropped to the ground, gasping for air. His heart pounded as he looked back at Kim Yu-won. His attack speed is insane. As more creatures fell lifeless behind him, Si-chan couldn't help but wonder just how many essences had Kim Yu-won collected. How powerful was he? Nearby, Kong Sankan reached for one of the fallen essences, his fingers trembling as he held it. Could the difference in monster levels be affecting the drop rate? He thought. No, the percentage of essence drops is just ridiculously high. Glancing at the glowing orb in his hand, he muttered, in just 2 hours, we've gathered 50 essences. His gaze shifted back to Kim Yu-won. This man isn't just strong. Kim Yu-won's blood-soaked hand grabbed another entity's essence, his grip firm around his equally blood-covered sword. He turned, locking eyes with Kong Sankan. Kong Sankan swallowed hard, a chill creeping up his spine. He's on a completely different level. Taking an uneasy step back, He stiffened as Kim Yu-won asked, "How many have you collected?" Kong Sankan hesitated before replying, "We've got another one, so that makes 6 total." Kim Yu-won nodded. "You can keep one." Still shaken, Kong Sankan handed over the essences, his mind racing. The monsters aren't appearing fast enough to keep up with our hunting speed. Rising to his feet, he studied Kim Yu-won carefully before asking, "Where do you plan to use all these essences?" Kim Yu-won's expression remained unreadable. "My ally is a little late, but she'll catch up soon." Kong Sankan wasn't sure what to make of that answer. His curiosity finally got the better of him. "What's your level?" he asked. Kim Yu-won lowered his head slightly, but said nothing. The cave was silent, save for the distant echoes of monsters lurking in the darkness. "With a hunting speed like yours, your level must be insanely high by now," Kong Sankan muttered, still trying to wrap his head around it. Kim Yu-won responded calmly, "My level has pretty much stopped growing." Kong Sankan's face went pale. He froze in place, struggling to process what he'd just heard. If his level had stopped increasing, just how high was it? Kim Yu-won continued, "I'll raise it again in the next tutorial." That statement alone sent a chill down Kong Sankan's spine. He hesitated before stepping closer. "Your level, it's personal information, isn't it?" he asked cautiously. "I guess I shouldn't be asking about it." "Same goes for stats." Kim Yu-won gave a small nod. "Exactly." Kong Sankan immediately recoiled, raising his hands in surrender. "I get it. It's just, not long ago, some guy asked me how much stamina I had." Kim Yu-won's expression darkened. "Would you rather I let my arm rot instead?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of Anno Kim Yu-won's as he dusted off his sword. Realizing his mistake, Kong Sankan covered his face with his hand, feeling a mix of regret and embarrassment. Kim Yu-won added, "If you want to get stronger, you should hunt more monsters. Gather essences, sure, but don't forget to level up too." Before Kong Sankan could respond, a desperate voice cut through the air. "Kim Yu-won." Han Juno sprinted toward him, running at full speed. Behind her, monsters surged forward. She stumbled, barely dodging their attacks, her screams echoing through the cave. Xian Chan's breath caught in his throat as he watched in fear. Kim Yu-won's body tensed. In an instant, he moved. Sonin gasped. "We barely had time to rest." The group sprang into action, dashing toward the charging monsters while Lim Joyan pushed forward with everything she had. Small grains of sand scattered beneath her frantic steps. Kong Sankan gritted his teeth, gripping his hammer tightly. As the monster lunged at him, he swung with full force, slamming the weapon into the base of its neck. With a sickening crunch, the beast collapsed. The system message flashed before his eyes. His level had risen. Not far away, Lim Joyan stood frozen as the monster before her fell lifeless. She turned to her ally. "Did your level go up?" Kong Sankan exhaled, still catching his breath. "Yeah, what about you?" "Same here," Lim Joyan confirmed. A soft glow caught their attention. A sphere of essence shimmered on the ground. Kim Yu-won approached, picking it up effortlessly. "You done?" They both nodded. Kim Yu-won glanced at the fallen entities. "Take them." Surprised, Han Juno watched as he handed her a sphere. His expression remained unreadable. "You should each have 50 now," he stated. Han Juno looked down at her hands, counting silently. "Before coming underground, we only had 20, she let out a breath. "I didn't expect to gain another 30 this fast." She turned to Kim Yu-won. "Thanks." Kim Yu-won barely reacted, lifting his gaze slightly before looking away. "Thanks to you, the hunt went twice as fast." But inwardly, he thought otherwise. These essences, they're barely worth talking about. His eyes flicked up to the system's display. 2 hours and 57 minutes left. Turning his back to them, he took a step forward. "The enemy's activation time is getting closer. Since we're done here, it's time to go up," he announced. The others exchanged glances before nodding. A small, relieved smile crossed their faces. Han Juno, still catching her breath, muttered, "I wonder if things are still a mess up there." Her companion sighed. "The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. The 3rd tutorial is ending soon." He stared ahead, his expression hardening. And the people outside, they're becoming more unbearable. As they climbed the stairs, a faint, ominous glow of scarlet energy flickered in the distance. The swirling energy of the gate rippled through the air, its deep crimson glow casting an eerie light over the city road. The gathered crowd stood at a cautious distance, eyes locked on the ominous portal. "That color, it means the gate is about to open," someone murmured. A man in the crowd absent-mindedly touched the pouch at his belt, feeling the weight of 45 Mona essences inside. His gaze swept over the people around him, their casual chatter masking the tension thick in the air. "They're all hiding knives behind their backs while pretending nothing's wrong," he muttered bitterly. "It's absurd." His jaw tightened as he stared ahead. Beside him, a Hyungnim scoffed. "The drop rate of these damn essences is awful," the Hyungnim said. Why risk your life fighting monsters when it's faster to just take them from someone else? The dark-haired man beside him let out a short, humorless laugh. Everyone's thinking the same thing. Even so, no one's making a move yet. The first man clenched his teeth harder. That's because the real fight starts when the gate opens, he said. And when it does, I'll grab what I can and disappear. From the edge of the road, his comrade suddenly spoke up. Is their leader looking at us? A figure emerged from the crowd, making his way toward them. The men exchanged wary glances. Is he coming this way? The Hyungna muttered. The young man closed the distance between them, stopping just short of them with a smirk. It's been a while, he said. What, 2 days? The dark-haired man narrowed his eyes. Not like we're on friendly terms. The young man's smirk faded into a frown. Still clinging to your pride, huh? He let out a sigh before continuing. You all know what's about to happen. He raised his hands slightly, standing right in front of them. Tell me, are you really aware of the situation? His tone darkened. Once this gate opens, it's going to be a bloodbath. The dark-haired man clenched his jaw, eyes burning with frustration. He's smart, he thought. He gathered a gang just for this moment. The young man tilted his head slightly, then raised his hand. I'll get straight to the point, he said. Compared to you, we have far more resources. A blond man in the group tensed, looking away. The words hung in the air for a moment before someone finally spoke. How many do you need? The answer made them freeze. 700 essences. A heavy silence fell over the group. One man's hand trembled as he clenched his fist. Even if we combined everything we have, we'd barely reach 300. This is insane, he thought. There's no way to avoid a fight at this rate. The young man gestured casually to the sides. All right, how about this? He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Just give us 400. We'll take the rest ourselves. Yinhun exhaled sharply, his brows furrowing. If we refuse, an all-out massacre begins. He quickly calculated the numbers. They outnumber us 50 to 20. The odds aren't in our favor. Before he could respond, a voice called out from the crowd. Kong Songkan. Heads turned as Kong Songkan pushed through, his expression unreadable. The blond man hesitated. Should I push to give them half? Or should I hold our ground? Before he could decide, more figures emerged from the mass of people. Han Juno and Shanin stepped forward, their presence drawing the attention of the dark-haired man. His eyes widened in surprise as recognition set in. And then, another figure appeared. Kim Yu-won, a cardboard box in his hands. The dark-haired man's breath caught in his throat. Kim Yu-won. A heartbeat later, the box slipped from Kim Yu-won's grasp, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The tension in the air reached a breaking point. With a sharp crash, the cardboard box hit the ground. Kim Yu-won crouched beside it, casually opening his bags. The Kim Myung-hoon beside him frowned. Where the hell have you been? You've been gone for days. Kim Yu-won's expression remained calm. Obviously, I had business to take care of. The Kim Myung-hoon's gaze flickered to the bags. Did you collect all the essences? Kim Yu-won lifted a bag by its strap, nodding. Then, with a single motion, he tilted it over the box. A cascade of glowing spheres tumbled down, the distinct chime of essences clinking against one another, filling the air. The crowd gasped. Incredible, the Kim Myung-hoon muttered, watching as Kim Yu-won sifted through the overflowing pile. Whispers spread like wildfire. How many are in there? There's got to be over 1,000. The Kim Myung-hoon's jaw tightened. How'd he gather so many? He clenched his fists but forced himself to stay composed. No need to be afraid. I've got plenty of people behind me. He turned slightly, scanning the 50 or so men at his back. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on all of us at once. Taking a step forward, he moved toward the box, only to be stopped in his tracks. Kim Yu-won's calm voice cut through the noise. Look down. The Kim Myung-hoon instinctively lowered his gaze. His breath hitched. A thin, deep line was carved in the ground, right in front of his shoe. Kim Myung-hoon furrowed his brows. What is this? Kim Yu-won straightened, addressing the gathered crowd. You all need these, don't you? He reached into the box and picked up a single essence, rolling it between his fingers. His expression remained unreadable as he added, I don't need them anymore. I have more than enough. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Hands shot up as voices overlapped. I'll take one. No, me first. Give me 5. But Kim Yu-won's next words silenced them instantly. They're not free. His gaze remained steady as he named his price. 100 points per essence. A murmur of disbelief spread among the people. What? That's way too much. Is he out of his mind? This is robbery. People immediately started checking their points, desperate to see if they could afford the steep cost. Kim Yu-won expression darkened. He drew his sword and pointed it forward. Essences aren't sold in stores. The only way to get them is through people like me. His voice was cold. So tell me, how many of you are actually willing to buy? The Kim Myung-hoon sneered. This deal is ridiculous. How many people here can even afford to buy from you? His grip tightened on his blade. And what if someone doesn't have enough to pay? Kim Yu-won met his glare with unwavering calm. That's an odd question. He leaned back slightly in the circle. No one is being forced to buy. If you don't have the points, don't bother. His voice remained steady as he continued. But there are other ways to trade. You can offer an item or even a skill, assuming it's something useful. The crowd tensed at those words. Kim Myung-hoon turned, catching the flickers of unease in the people behind him. His eyes narrowed. They're actually considering it. Frustration bubbled inside him. He clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth. Ew. His voice was laced with anger. You killed people for these, didn't you? Took everything they had. And now you're trying to sell them for a damn profit? His hand trembled on the hilt of his sword. Who the hell do you think you're fooling? He spat. Lim Joyen raised her hands, stepping between them, trying to defuse the situation. Kim Yu-won, still seated in the circle, fixed Kim Myung-hoon with a calm, almost amused look. And what would have happened if I didn't take them? Kim Myung-hoon's nostrils flared, his knuckles turning white. Say something that actually makes sense, he growled. This isn't going to work. The tension in the air thickened. Then from behind, a girl suddenly shouted, "That's not for you to say." The girl snapped, her voice sharp. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his jaw, but the people around him frowned, their eyes dark with anger. You killed my friend, the girl continued, her tone laced with fury. Do you even know where they ran? The Kim Myung-hoon scoffed. If they were with me, they shouldn't have survived. A young man, standing behind Kim Yu-won, raised his hand. Who exactly are you blaming? He asked. Because I know nothing about this man. The Kim Myung-hoon's eyes bulged with rage. A vein throbbed on his neck. This is pissing me off, he growled. You're all being idiots. His glare hardened. There are only 3 of you. What the hell do you think you can do? The men behind him drew their swords in unison. The Kim Myung-hoon sneered. If you really think sticking with him will keep you safe, you're dead wrong. His voice dropped into a growl. Kill them. The moment his command rang out, the men surged forward. Kim Yu-won barely moved. With a single swing of his sword, 2 heads flew clean off their bodies. A sickening silence fell as the beheaded corpses remained standing for a brief moment, blood spraying into the air before they crumpled to the ground. Kim Yu-won's cold gaze locked onto the remaining attackers. You crossed the line. The Kim Myung-hoon's breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened as he stared at the fallen bodies, frozen in shock. The others staggered back, their confidence wavering. Kim Yu-won swallowed hard, recalling something. He told me not to cross the line. Did he really mean it? Kim Yu-won's voice cut through the silence. My conditions don't change. He turned his gaze toward the crowd. If you pay, I'll sell. And only those who buy will be allowed inside the circle. His voice was calm, unwavering. Whether you purchase or not is up to you. I won't force anyone. His eyes darkened. But if you step past this line for any other reason, you die. The moment those words left his lips, his sword erupted with an ominous aura. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble as he activated inferior magic sword. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his teeth and waved his blade furiously. Kill him. His men hesitated, only for a second, before charging again. Kim Yu-won moved like a shadow. He dodged the first strike with a swift bend, then struck. His sword cut clean through one attacker's neck. In the same motion, he slashed another across the chest, sending blood splattering onto the ground. A deep blue aura raged around him as the lifeless bodies thudded against the dirt. The Kim Myung-hoon trembled, his grip on his sword unsteady. His stomach twisted at the sight of the blood pooling around the corpses. Impossible. His mind raced. I'm level 11. This shouldn't be happening. A wave of fear crashed over him. He took an instinctive step back. I have to run. It was all about the line. He said only those who cross it will die. He spun on his heels and bolted. I made it. I survived. A flicker of relief crossed his face. Then, behind him, you think you're safe? Kim Yu-won's voice rang out. The Kim Myung-hoon barely had time to process the words before a cold sensation swept over him. His vision tilted. No, the world tilted. His head was floating. He saw Kim Yu-won standing there, his sword still raised, his eyes unreadable. Then, everything went dark. Blood splattered across the ground, staining the boundary of the drawn circle. The bodies of the fallen lay motionless, a grim reminder of Kim Yu-won's warning. With his sword still in hand, Kim Yu-won walked back toward the box. He crouched down, picking up the essences. What a mess, he muttered. Lifting the box, he turned to face another group of people. The moment their eyes met his, they instinctively took a step back. Fear gripped them. The dark-haired man in the crowd stared at Kim Yu-won, stunned. Only one person could pull off a massacre like this. He tightened his fist. One person's sheer strength had just crushed an entire group's combined force. It was like watching a battle straight out of a movie, unreal, yet happening right before his eyes. He had thought he was getting used to this brutal reality, but he was wrong. Slowly, he unclenched his fist, lowering his hand before raising it slightly above his head. From behind, Kong Sankan rushed toward him. I'll buy an essence, Kong Sankan announced. His ally turned to him, frowning. With what points? Kong Sankan unsheathed a blade and held it up. Lackey told me I could sell this for 500 points. The man beside him gritted his teeth. Think this through, he warned. That guy got all those essences through pure hunting. You sure this is the trade you want to make? Kim Yu-won, standing before the gate, set the box inside a newly drawn circle. Kong Sankan hesitated. Then, how'd he get so strong? There's no way he reached this level just by killing a couple of monsters. The other man exhaled sharply. He didn't even take the essences from the people he killed. Kim Yu-won rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed on the floor. That proves he didn't steal, the man continued. This is a massive haul of essences, and he's sticking to fair trade. That alone says a lot. Kong Sankan's mind raced as he weighed his options. Finally, he stepped into the circle and extended his hand. I'll take 7 pieces. As Kim Yu-won clasped his hand, the system announcement rang out, 700 points transferred. The gathered crowd erupted in murmurs. We could just buy essences and move on to the next stage. Someone immediately checked their balance. I only have 200 points. How much do you have? The moment the man stepped through the portal, others rushed toward Kim Yu-won. I'll buy some too. Same here. People shouted out their offers, scrambling for a chance to trade. Someone turned to a companion. Hey, do you have any points left? I'll pay you back in the next tutorial. Meanwhile, Lackey examined Kong Sankan's sword. It's slightly damaged, he muttered. Small creatures floated in front of the traders, appraising items. One of them assessed the blade. 300 points. The man flared up. What? That's way too low. Another lackey chimed in. It's not a popular item. Best I can do is 200 points. What a scam. The second trader scoffed. You're turning around and selling it for 1,000, aren't you? Kim Yu-won stood near the gate, his mind running calculations. One stack could be sold for 100 points. After a brief pause, he made his decision. He sold 3 points of intuition. The transaction went through. Kim Yu-won, visibly displeased, shook the trader's hand as the system displayed. 7,410 points transferred. That deal was terrible. Another person passed through the gate. Kim Yu-won lowered his hand, exhaling. Still, maybe this was better than dying here and now. But as he ascended the tower, he had come to realize losing stats was a steep price to pay. His expression remained calm as he checked his balance. 167,000 points. At least for me, things worked out in the end. Lim Joyan turned toward him. Kim Yu-won was staring into the box, lost in thought. He was expecting at least 100,000. That should be enough for whatever he's planning. Are you leaving? She called out. Kim Yu-won looked back at them. Why aren't you? She paused before answering. We want to go with you. Kim Yu-won glanced at them, his expression unreadable. Kong Sankan stepped forward, meeting his gaze with quiet determination. I know you don't want allies, he said, but you can always use us as bait, like last time. And if we're useless, you can just leave us behind. Kim Yu-won remained silent, staring ahead. Then, he lowered his head, closed his eyes briefly, and let out a small smile. Sorry, but that's all. He bent down, picked up his bag, and slung it over his shoulder. You shouldn't rely on anyone. If you do, you won't make it far. Kong Sankan's brow furrowed. What does that mean? The others stiffened, their expressions shifting to confusion. Kim Yu-won opened his bag, lifted it into the air, and gave it a shake. The fabric rustled, but nothing fell out. I don't have a single essence left. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the empty bag onto the ground. The group stared at him in disbelief. Kong Sankan stepped closer, eyebrows raised in shock. Wait, what are you going to do? You should have at least saved 50 pieces for yourself. Kim Yu-won's expression remained calm. I'm not going. A heavy silence followed. He exhaled slightly. I'm tired of running from you guys. Then, turning away, he added, you should hurry up and leave. Chaos is about to begin. Lim Joyan called out his name, but Kim Yu-won didn't stop walking. The others watched him go, disappointment flickering in their eyes. A hand landed on Lim Joyan's shoulder. His ally gave him a light push. Come on, it's time to go. Reluctantly, they turned toward the gate, while Kim Yu-won walked further and further away. His eyes flicked to the side, locking onto the system window. Next step, defense. A man suddenly ran up to him, panting. Wait, did you sell all the essences? Another man, wearing glasses, let out a desperate groan the moment Kim Yu-won nodded. His eyebrows shot up in disbelief before his knees buckled. He collapsed to the ground, hands pressed against the dirt. More people came rushing over, eyes frantic. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. Better to move first. The desperate residents clutched their heads, their frustration filling the air. From now on, Kim Yu-won thought, this place will become a battlefield. People would be forced to risk their lives for a handful of essences. Without another word, he started walking away, putting distance between himself and the chaos. His mind quickly calculated the time. 1 hour left until the tutorial ends. He glanced to the side, considering his next move. I'll visit the store. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet. A purple aura swirled over the road ahead. His eyes narrowed. Something's coming. In an instant, a figure materialized, shrouded in crackling energy. A manager. The man met Kim Yu-won's gaze with an unsettling calm. Did you call for me? Kim Yu-won looked up at him, unfazed. I did, but not you. His tone remained steady as he glanced around. Where are all the lackeys? The manager smiled faintly. Recruiting new ones. Kim Yu-won's eyes sharpened. Because you lost too many? Precisely. The manager gestured, and 3 new minions appeared behind him. One of them marked with a red cross. Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Thinned your ranks a little too much, didn't you? The manager chuckled. Roughly 1 in 3 lackeys had certain connections. Many were involved in unfortunate incidents. His gaze flickered, as if recalling something. And of course, your recent trade didn't help. His tone was light, but there was an edge to it. A good number of my subordinates stuck around far too long because of you. His expression darkened slightly. The other side's progress has slowed because of it. The manager gritted his teeth slightly, then raised both hands, pointing at Kim Yu-won. Why do you think this is because of you? He demanded. Kim Yu-won remained calm. The manager continued. Over 100 people used the store just to trade with you. Lowering his head slightly, Kim Yu-won closed his eyes for a moment before letting out a small breath. Isn't that a good thing? The trade was successful, wasn't it? Then, looking back at the manager, he added, but still, is your labor shortage so bad that you had to show up personally for something as simple as store usage? The manager, now standing beside him, let out a chuckle. This isn't an ordinary store. He tilted his head. Don't tell me you really don't know what my position is. Kim Yu-won frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. So, he's an object of special service. Typically, if something wasn't detected through a manager's jurisdiction, they would just turn a blind eye. But apparently, this time they had chosen not to. The air between them remained heavy. Then, the manager added, by the end of the 3rd tutorial, you had 160,000 points. At this rate, your power alone could completely destabilize the ecosystem of the tutorial. Kim Yu-won met his gaze directly. That's not my intention. His voice remained even. So, I don't see the problem. Taking a step forward, he calmly stated, I'm using the store. The manager let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. That absurd self-confidence of yours. His lips curled into a small smile. I've been a manager for a long time, but I've never met someone quite like you. He lifted a hand, summoning a bright glow. In an instant, the store interface materialized in front of Kim Yu-won. What do you need? The manager asked. Kim Yu-won's fingers moved swiftly, clicking on an item. I'll take this first. Purchase confirmed. Mid-grade personal inventory, 10,000 points. With this, I can store and activate team items. Next, he purchased the Arctic Steel Sword for 50,000 points. The gleaming blade materialized in midair before him, its icy sheen reflecting the ambient glow of the store window. The manager watched closely as the sword vanished into Kim Yu-won's inventory upon his command. That's quite the difficult item, he commented. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won continued. Purchase confirmed. Pyromancy Robe, 60,000 points. Purchase confirmed. Magic Nullification Shield, 20,000 points. At this point, there was no denying it. This was a complete destruction of the tutorial's balance. Kim Yu-won shrugged off his outerwear, letting it drop carelessly to the ground. With gear at this level, I'll be able to use these items well into the higher floors of the tower. He picked up the shield, slung the crimson cloak over his shoulders, and stepped forward, his confidence unwavering. Next, he bought 4 ice crystals for 20,000 points. Standing before the store window, he made one final request. And lastly, I need a well-sharpened sword. A blade appeared before him. Without hesitation, he spent 2,000 points and took it into his hands. As the shield faded into his inventory, the manager let out a knowing smirk. That last purchase, it's the most basic weapon in stock. It doesn't even synergize with the rest of your magic-enhanced items. Kim Yu-won remained unfazed. It'll do. His balance now displayed 54,000 points remaining. The manager grinned. At this point, no one in the tutorial can lay a finger on you. His gaze sharpened. Not only that, your new gear is so durable that it won't even leave clues behind if someone tries. Kim Yu-won's expression darkened slightly. He frowned, watching the manager carefully. That's an oddly specific thing to point out. The manager's final words echoed in the air. This only concerns the participants. Then, with a bright flash of purple energy, he vanished. As the lingering energy dispersed, Kim Yu-won remained standing in place, watching the sky. The countdown on the system window had reached its final seconds. The timer hit 0. A cold voice broke the silence. The 3rd tutorial has been completed. The floating timer window shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into nothing. But then, tutorial failed. The earth beneath him trembled violently. The massive gates groaned before slamming shut. Area destruction commencing. A deafening roar tore through the city. Cracks split the pavement as waves of monstrous energy surged between the buildings. From the depths of the earth, creatures began to crawl out, twisted forms emerging from the darkness. The sky above shifted into a deep, unnatural red. Kim Yuan's gaze remained steady as he murmured, "It's been a while since I've seen this." Reaching for his crimson cloak, he ran his fingers over the fabric. A system window popped up. Pyromancy robe, a garment infused with an ancient spell. Made from a rare material, it grants increased resistance to fire attribute magic. He tightened his grip on the fabric. I made the right choice. The air was already growing unbearably hot. Protection was his first priority, and in the tower, this cloak would be invaluable against fire-based attacks. Screams echoed from all around. People collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as the heat intensified. Their desperate cries for help filled the air. "I can't take it, please, just let me die." Kim Yuan stepped forward, scanning the area. Only 3 survivors remained. He approached the kneeling figures. One of the men looked up at him, his face drenched in sweat. "Why are you still here?" he gasped. Their eyes met for a brief moment. The man tried to speak again, but crack! The road beneath them split open. A devastating explosion erupted from below, blasting through the asphalt. Flames engulfed the bodies of the fallen. Their screams cut short as they were incinerated alive. Kim Yuan took a step back, his expression darkening as he silently observed the destruction. Destruction in progress. Activating entity number 176. The entire city was swallowed by fire. Then, from the depths of the inferno, a massive, skeletal hand clawed its way out of the burning ground. A towering demonic skeleton, its skull adorned with twisted horn-like protrusions, loomed over the landscape. Scarlet flames poured from its empty eye sockets. One after another, countless trash-class demons surged to the surface. Kim Yuan calmly unsheathed his sword, his shield activated with a faint hum. He surveyed the battlefield. There's a lot of them, but that wasn't the problem. His gaze shifted. A massive column of fire erupted into the sky. There it was. The reason this was called destruction. Within the blazing inferno, a pair of violet, glowing eyes flickered open. Lower-class demon Surutra has appeared. Kim Yuan's lips curled into a faint smirk as he gripped his blade. "So it's you, Surutra." The fire raged higher as the monstrous figure slowly emerged. "During Ragnarok, you were the size of a mountain. Here, you're only the size of a house." The demon's colossal, fiery hands pressed against the scorched earth, its form trembling with anticipation. Behind it, an army of skeletons assembled, ready to raze the world to the ground. Then, in a voice dripping with malice, the giant flame demon growled, "Another world will be consumed." The system echoed through the air, declaring the demon as the 176th child of the tower. The colossal demon's fiery eyes locked onto Kim Yuan, its speech interrupted. "If this world was meant to disappear," Kim Yuan said coldly, "then you shouldn't have been born in the first place." The demon let out a low growl. Kim Yuan smirked and shouted, "Why so sentimental? 176 children, and you're not even in menopause?" A deep rumble shook the ground as the demon's burning rage intensified. Kim Yuan rolled his shoulders. "Enough talk. Let's get started." The surrounding demons stirred at his words. Recognition flashed in their burning eyes. "Oh," one of them hissed. The colossal demon crouched slightly, its molten hands pressing into the ground. "A monkey from a mountain of flowers and fruits," Sura murmured. "You have the same eyes." The earth beneath its feet cracked, sending tremors through the battlefield. Surutra's voice rumbled. "Do you truly think you can escape this place?" A massive, flaming sword materialized in the demon's grip. Its army surged forward. Kim Yuan exhaled, gripping his blade. His sword shimmered with a swirling aura as he bent his knees, lowering his stance. The first wave of skeletons lunged toward him. With a single precise strike, crack, he split the lead skeleton's skull in two. A fiery explosion erupted from the remains, engulfing him in smoke and flames. Sura watched in confusion as the battlefield was momentarily shrouded in black smoke. The moment the embers faded, Kim Yuan emerged, completely unscathed. The demon's eyes narrowed. That's no ordinary garment. The pyromancy robe absorbed heat damage from the explosion. The pyromancy robe artifact provides increased resistance to fire-based attacks. Kim Yuan chuckled, brushing off the ash on his shoulder. "So, think it was a wise investment." He took a deliberate step forward. "I didn't prepare all this to defend myself." His gaze sharpened. "I prepared it to hunt you." The demon tilted its head, placing a molten hand on its chin. Bold words. A sinister grin spread across its face. Let's see if you can say them again when you reach me. Kim Yu-won adjusted his stance, spreading his legs wider, lowering his head slightly. He scoffed. Your throne looks a little too heavy to lift. Surutra grin widened. Then let's see how long you can stay so arrogant. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. You talk too much. Then, with explosive force, he launched himself into the air. His blade cut through the wind. Slash! Demonic bodies were torn apart in an instant. Still airborne, Kim Yu-won twisted mid-motion, slashing through multiple enemies in one fluid motion. System, level up. He barely glanced over his shoulder as another fiery explosion erupted behind him. The battlefield was covered in flames. His left hand gripped his shield, now riddled with cracks from the relentless heat. Breaking through the fire, he surged toward the remaining enemies. With another powerful strike, boom! Another explosion erupted, sending debris flying. His purchased artifacts absorbed most of the impact, but even with the protection, the sheer force of the heat was draining. Your dexterity increased by 1. Your constitution increased by 1. Your arcane power increased by 1. Kim Yu-won exhaled, lowering his gaze slightly. Even with the fire spell robe, dealing with this heat for 2 hours straight is brutal. The air was suffocating, his body drenched in sweat. More monsters staggered toward him. Their burning skulls flickered with deadly energy. Their explosions aren't overwhelmingly strong, Kim Yu-won analyzed, but there's no real way to avoid them. His jaw tightened. Then, gripping his blade tighter, he prepared for the next attack. He knew his attacks could reach long distances by concentrating his mana, but the energy drain was massive. It wasn't a technique he could rely on in an extended battle. Glancing at his shield, now covered in cracks, he realized he was approaching his limit. Still, he was damn lucky. The shield had withstood at least 1,000 explosions. But he couldn't keep stalling. It was time to take action. Lifting his gaze to the rock where the demon sat, he called out, "Enough with the minions. Come down and fight me yourself." Surutra smirked, gripping his sword. His eyes flicked to the artifacts the young man wielded, finding them nothing short of astonishing. "Incredible," he muttered. "I have no idea how you got your hands on these in a tutorial." Kim Yu-won let out a tired sigh. The demon leaped toward him, a storm of dust swirling in his wake. As he landed, Kim Yu-won met his gaze. "Do you even have a conscience?" he asked. "You're causing chaos in the tutorial grounds." The demon scoffed. "I'm only punishing those who don't belong here." His blade gleamed as he pointed it at Kim Yu-won. "But you're different. You have the potential to ascend the Endless Tower and become a ranker." Kim Yu-won scratched his ear, unimpressed. The demon tilted his head. "So why are you here? Were you abandoned by your allies?" "As I said," Kim Yu-won replied coolly, "I came to hunt you." Surutra laughed, raising his sword. "You? Kill me." His grin widened. "Then fight back." Kim Yu-won shifted his stance, angling his blade. The demon struck with devastating force, his sword igniting in flames. Kim Yu-won barely had time to raise a shield before the impact sent a blinding shockwave through the battlefield. The force was immense. His shield, already weakened, shattered into gleaming fragments. Even the ground beneath him cracked and crumbled. Standing under the demon's looming blade, Kim Yu-won clenched his teeth. His mind flashed to a memory. Sun Wukong's words echoed in his head. The demon's fiery blade struck the earth, splitting it apart and filling the air with dust. Surutra peered down at the impact zone, expecting to see his opponent broken. But beneath the debris, a faint crimson glow pulsed. Something fell off. The demon narrowed his eyes. Why would he expose himself like that? A shift in the rubble caught his attention. Kim Yu-won was emerging, alive, and radiating an ominous aura. His face was scorched, and he let out a heated breath. "Damn, that was close. Thought I was gonna die." He staggered to his feet, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle in. His mind raced as he recalled his endless battles with this brawler. Hundreds of fights, all because of the demon's whims. Out of countless clashes, he had only managed to claim victory a handful of times. And there were reasons for that. He pictured Sun Wukong, perched on a cloud, the divine artifact Rue Jingu in hand. That primordial Kinnan cloud, capable of summoning lightning and traveling to the ends of the universe in an instant. Not to mention the limitless mana born from absorbing an entire peninsula's worth of heavenly treasures. Kim Yu-won kept his head lowered, flames licking at the air around him. Then, as he raised his eyes to meet the demon's gaze, they burned with a newfound intensity. A notification window appeared. Cinder Eyes. Assimilation with demon fire complete. Ability. Distinguishes truth from lies, good from evil. Effect. Enhanced resistance to fire. Maximize senses, heightened combat prediction. Rank A. Mastery. 12.14%. his eyes ignited, twin infernos glowing within them. His body burned, his clothes seared, but this time, unlike before, he could withstand it. No special artifacts, no outside help, just his own power. The demon, still wreathed in flames, noticed the shift. Something had changed. Kim Yu-won smirked, silently mocking him. "You ignorant fool." A sword began to form in his hand, its gleaming steel infused with ice jade. Frosted crystals floated around it, swirling in the air. He never thought he'd come to respect his opponent, but at this moment, he did. "Thanks, Sarutra," he murmured. Gripping the weapon tightly, he prepared for the hunt. A system alert flashed before him, preparations complete. The demon, blade slung over his shoulder, erupted into laughter. "And what exactly do you plan to do at this stage?" Kim Yu-won ran a hand over his own skin, testing the sensation. The burns barely registered. "This," he scoffed. "It's nothing." A system notification chimed in. "Ice crystal. Effect. Mana infusion adds a chilling effect." Fire resistance increased. The demon's laughter faltered. He watched in shock as Kim Yu-won's temperature began to drop. The system confirmed it. The burns on his body were cooling, calming. With a sharp inhale, Kim Yu-won slammed his foot into the ground, sending debris flying. Blue mist curled from the edges of his mouth, and in that instant, he understood. His new ability was starting to freeze him. The demon acted fast, hurling something straight at him. Kim Yu-won felt the energy surge, but he didn't panic. He swung his sword, deflecting the incoming attack. Fire and ice clashed in a violent explosion, the entire dungeon trembling from the impact. Fury flickered across Kim Yu-won's face as he fought to deflect the onslaught of flames. Another system message flashed. Pyromancy robes activated. Effect: additional magical resistance to flame attribute attacks. Resistance to Sarah's annihilating flames increased. As his blade cut through the scorching blaze, his robes absorbed the demon's annihilating fire, dropping the surrounding temperature drastically. Another alert popped up. Status update. Burn resistance strengthened. Mana equilibrium stabilizing. Kim Yu-won exhaled, steam rising from his breath. The battlefield had shifted. Now, it was his turn to strike. Their eyes locked, one burning with fury, the other gleaming with determination. At the same time, both warriors swung their weapons. The fiery creature roared as the protagonist lunged forward, blade slicing through the air. A burst of purple liquid sprayed from Sarah's wound as Kim Yu-won's sword struck true. The monster let out a furious scream, whipping around to glare at his opponent. Kim Yu-won grinned, his crimson eyes glowing as he braced for the next attack. But then, something unexpected, clusters of mana shot toward him at high speed. A bead of sweat slid down his face. Too dangerous. He needed to move. Sarah thrust his hand forward, and a system notification flashed. Cinder eyes activated. Battle prediction engaged. Kim Yu-won's instincts kicked in. The moment the demon swung, his iron sword flared with a blue glow. Flames surged toward him, but instead of panicking, he laughed. Reabsorbing the ice crystals, his body temperature plummeted. Too much. Frostbite crept into his limbs. He gritted his teeth, realizing that in his current state, he couldn't withstand the cold for long. No time to waste. His fight had to end now. Ducking at the last second, he narrowly dodged an incoming strike. His blade shimmered with raw energy. No more holding back. Arcane sword skill activated. With a powerful slash, he tore through the enemy's defenses. The impact sent debris flying across the dungeon. Sarah staggered, his head snapping toward Kim Yu-won, eyes blazing with rage. A surge of mana erupted from behind the demon, slamming into his body. Blue energy crackled across his form. Kim Yu-won's glowing eyes burned with resolve as he hurled himself forward, his weapon striking with unrelenting force. The creature's head shattered into fragments, his body crumbling under the devastating attack. Panting, Kim Yu-won climbed onto the beast's fallen frame, gripping his weapon tightly. But the demon's anger hadn't faded. "You, just a green sword wielder who can't even climb the tower." Sarah spat. Flames erupted across the dungeon, surrounding them in an inferno. Kim Yu-won didn't flinch. He pressed his fingers against the enemy's scorched body, activating his cold and fire spell robes. The magic counteracted Sarah's destructive fire, but not enough. The power gap remained. Heat surged around him. His body ignited, burning bright as his own flames fought against Sarah's relentless inferno. Another system alert rang out. Mana blast increased. Kim Yu-won's skin blistered with third-degree burns, but he didn't stop. His grip tightened around his sword. He could win. He would win. With a final roar, he drove his blade deep into the monster, raw energy exploding from the impact. Sarah thrashed, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Kim Yu-won's sword cracked under the immense force, but it didn't matter. Sarah's massive form crashed to the ground. The dungeon trembled. System notification. Creature's destruction. Successful. It was over. As the weapon in Kim Yu-won's hand slowly faded away, he let out a loud, victorious laugh. His eyes flickered upward just as the level-up notification flashed before him. It was real. He had actually defeated Sarah. Memories of past battles resurfaced, each fight pushing him further, sharpening his strength. This was just the beginning. A devilish grin crept onto his face. He knew that by the time he was done, he'd be completely unstoppable. Then, another system message appeared. Achievement unlocked. Impossible feat. Lying on the ground, eyes shut, Kim Yu-won struggled to move. Slowly, he pried them open, his vision hazy. His body ached, but the moment he spotted the lifeless form of the monster beside him, he forced himself to sit up. Trembling, he flexed his fingers. His burns still stung. It hadn't been that long since he lost consciousness. Pressing a hand to his chest, he could still feel the lingering chill from his own ability. He exhaled. The battle with Surutra, he really could have died back there. Yet, he wasn't finished. This was only the intermediate stage of unlocking the Golden Cinder Eyes. He had a long way to go. Rising to his feet, Kim Yu-won approached the massive corpse. Even though the tutorial wasn't over yet, he knew he needed to stop here. He couldn't afford reckless mistakes. The path ahead was still vast. The ground beneath the slain beast rumbled, cracks forming beneath its enormous fang body. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. Despite its monstrous appearance, its body was more complex than it seemed. As the flames around them finally died down, he climbed onto the demon's carcass and reached down, ripping off a bone. Demon remains were valuable. Everything from their flesh to their bones could be turned into powerful items. He smirked. Then something caught his attention. His pupils shrank in surprise as he noticed something embedded deep within the monster's chest, a massive, gleaming crystal. It pulsed with an intense glow. The giant's heart. Kim Yu-won realized immediately what it was. A creature born in the land of fire, one capable of channeling pure flame energy through its core. Holding the crystal in his hand, he studied it intently. He wanted to absorb it right now, but his body wasn't ready. Not yet. He recalled what he knew about such miraculous treasures. Their effects were overwhelming, altering the very structure of the one who consumed them. To withstand it, he would need immense endurance. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice called out. Kim Yu-won's gaze snapped up, locking onto a familiar figure. A bearded man, grinning, baring his teeth. You done playing around yet? Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. You again? The one-armed man chuckled darkly. Yeah, I should be asking you that. The tutorial manager approached with slow, deliberate steps. Kim Yu-won hopped off the monster's body, his senses still on high alert. You still have a long way to go at this stage, the manager remarked. The bearded man groaned, running a hand through his hair. I'm getting scolded for this. The tutorial balance is completely messed up because of you. He sighed heavily. Seriously, where the hell did you even come from? His gaze flicked to Kim Yu-won, frustration clear on his face. The fourth tutorial is almost over, the manager stated. You need to head to the final area, now. Kim Yu-won's eyes sharpened. How much time do I have left? For hours, the man replied. The bearded warrior extended his hand toward him. Kim Yu-won smirked, tightening his grip on the crystal. 4 hours? That's more than enough. The two locked hands in a firm grip. The tutorial manager spoke with a smirk. We've been debating for a while now what kind of reward would even be fitting for you. Just then, a system notification appeared. 10,000 points transferred. A soft blue mist swirled around them as the manager's handshake tightened. Another notification flashed across Kim Yu-won's vision. Heaven-slaying star obtained. All stats increased by 3 points. Kim Yu-won lowered the man's hand, his brows furrowing. Heaven-slaying star? He had studied top-tier skills extensively, but he had never heard of this one. A new system message clarified. Heaven-slaying star, bestowed upon those fated to defy the heavens. His expression darkened. An A+ rank skill in a tutorial? That shouldn't even be possible. High-level skills weren't always worth the hype, but an ability that boosted every stat? That was rare. Another system alert confirmed. Stat boost, +3 to all attributes, effect applied. Even so, something felt unfinished. The skill wasn't fully developed yet, but for now, it was more than enough to compensate for his current limitations. Standing near the fallen beast, the manager turned to him. Anything else you need before I go? Kim Yu-won barely hesitated. Lesser Scarlet Medicine Ball. A window popped up in front of the man, confirming the purchase. He let out a chuckle. You really love throwing money at expensive things, huh? 10,000 points spent. Lesser Scarlet Medicine Ball. Kim Yu-won took the pill, lowering his head slightly as he grabbed his chin in thought. The bearded manager stretched. Well, that's it for me. No more requests. Kim Yu-won shook his head. Then I'm off. Rest up a little after you take that, the manager advised before disappearing into the mist. As the pill dissolved in his system, another notification appeared. Magic increased by 1. Constitution increased by 1. Alone once more, Kim Yu-won remained by the lifeless creature, his body slowly recovering. His wounds sealed as his stamina replenished at an accelerated rate. Pressing his injured hand against his knee, he exhaled deeply. For hours, that was the time he had to recover and prepare for the 5th tutorial. Leaning his body against the massive corpse, he allowed himself a moment of stillness. Ace awaits me in the next trial. As time passed, Kim Yu-won's eyes fluttered open. The air around him shifted. The dungeon itself was beginning to change. His pulse quickened, it starting. Pushing himself up, he took a step forward. The very fabric of space twisted beneath his feet, causing him to stumble slightly. Then suddenly grass. Green, vibrant, real grass. A new system notification flashed. Final tutorial, beginning. His sharp gaze lifted toward the horizon. Walking forward, he caught sight of other dungeon players gathering in the open field. Among them, a brunette in chainmail tilted his head, sniffing the air. "It smells like the sea," he muttered. His partner glanced around. "This place, it's massive." As Kim Yu-won scanned the crowd, he realized the sheer scale of the gathering. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people from different worlds, all converging in one place. And then, the tower spoke. The men lifted their heads, their gazes locking onto a glowing system sign in the sky. "Welcome to the United World, the final tutorial." Kim Myung-hoon rippled through the crowd. Someone exhaled in relief. "Does this mean our dungeon run is finally over?" "Shut up," another player snapped. Beyond them, near a seething reservoir, a towering mountain loomed in the distance. Then, another notification appeared. "Warning, the island of Baraganda is slowly sinking into the sea. Players must escape and prove their claim. The island will be fully submerged in 30 days. Objective, defeat the boss at the island's peak. Points will be awarded based on contribution. Final rewards will be determined by accumulated points and time taken." A final system alert flickered above the dungeon entrance. Time limit, 720 hours. A whole month. Gasps and murmurs spread through the gathered players. The longest round before this had lasted only 3 days. Some quests had been completed in an hour. But now 30 days? Kim Yu-won clenched his fists. This changes everything. A longer time frame meant they didn't have to rush in a battle immediately. Strategy mattered now more than ever. If they had an entire month, it was possible that reaching the boss itself would be just as much of a challenge as the fight. Nearby, 3 men slumped in exhaustion. Kim Yu-won could already see it. Some of them had figured it out, too. Then, a sharp voice cut through the tension. "You all heard the announcement, right?" A blue-eyed Kim Myung-hoon stepped forward, scanning the crowd. "We're all here for a reason. Let's form teams." Several players murmured in agreement. A man in a dirty sweater nodded. "Might be worth trying." A participant with a brown bag stepped up as well. "I'm in. We should meet properly before we start anything." But then, a sharp laugh rang out. A man in a white cloak, baring his teeth, shook his head. "No thanks. I refuse." His words drew attention. More players gathered around him, sensing his arrogance. "Allies," he scoffed. "An ally is someone you trust with your back, someone you'd entrust your life to." His sharp gaze swept the group. "None of you qualify." Kim Yu-won turned toward the speaker. This guy, he recognized him. The Hargan clenched his fist. "Impudent bastard." Without another word, he launched an attack. As his fist flew forward, the white-hooded figure shifted. His hood fell slightly, revealing glowing, golden eyes. In one fluid motion, he struck. A shock wave erupted from his attack, sending the Hargan and the approaching players flying. Gasps echoed through the crowd as the bodies crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. The white cloak slipped from his head. He stood there, eyes glowing like embers. His name was Hargan, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus. His voice carried an unmistakable menace. "I'm not in the mood." The fallen men writhed as their bodies continued to spark with residual energy. The onlookers stared, stunned. "What kind of skill is that?" someone whispered. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. He had seen Hargan's power before. This wasn't just skill, it was pure-blooded high-rank strength. And if Hargan was here, then this final tutorial was about to get even more brutal. The beginning of the 5th tutorial had drawn the tower's keen interest. Kim Yu-won could already feel it. This stage would be different. He pictured an overwhelming AA-ranked aura radiating from the Hargan player. He knew exactly what that meant. Purebloods, born and raised in the tower, once chosen, their rise was inevitable. Unlike other participants, they absorbed the tower's knowledge from birth, making them fundamentally stronger. That's when it hit him. The fair game is over. His mind flashed to an image of the Hargan soaring above ancient structures. Hargan, the one who had contributed the most in the 5th tutorial of his past life. Kim Yu-won clenched his jaw. I don't want anything to do with him. His eyes drifted downward. This gathering of players was nothing but a distraction. It was time to move. Just as he turned to leave. Hey you, Kim Yu-won scowled. He was being called out. Hargan was approaching, fists clenched. His presence radiated an undeniable pressure. Kim Yu-won sighed, irritated. What do you want? The brunette bared his teeth slightly, already annoyed. Are you talking to me? His mind raced. When the hell did he get this close? Hargan frowned, his sharp gaze locked onto Kim Yu-won. Yeah, I mean you. Lifting a finger, he pointed directly at Kim Yu-won's cloak. That's the robe of the fire spell, isn't it? Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed slightly. The player beside him muttered, confused, that item shouldn't even be available in the tutorial. Hargan took a step forward. Where did you get it? Kim Yu-won tilted his head, feigning indifference. Bought it. Used points. Hargan's frown deepened. His surprise was evident as he stared at Kim Yu-won, his mind turning. Ow, the Hargans finally asked. That's an insanely expensive piece of gear. His suspicion was growing. What level are you? Kim Yu-won snorted. It's rude to ask that, don't you think? Hargan's grip tightened around his own wrist. For a second, he looked troubled. He's right, he thought. But still, raising a hand, he exhaled. Fine. No more questions. Kim Yu-won took the chance to step away, already uninterested. Wait, Hargan called out again. You should team up with me. No thanks. Kim Yu-won replied without hesitation. Then, with a casual wave, he added, good luck. The Hargan's expression darkened. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he watched Kim Yu-won walk away. Just as the brunette was about to disappear into the trees. Hargan's patience snapped. Stop right there. A massive burst of energy erupted beneath him, shattering the ground as his foot sank into the earth. The shockwave tore through the forest, leaves scattering as the sheer force sent shudders through the air. At that moment, a massive fanged monster lunged from the shadows, its maw wide open. Hargan didn't even turn. Lifting a single finger, he obliterated the beast with a single blow. The creature crashed to the ground, lifeless. Hargan's fury only deepened. Why is Kim Yu-won so damn fast? His eyes darted toward the sunlit forest path ahead. A speed-enhancing skill? How high are his stats? A thought struck him. He imagined the brunette's silhouette, his movements unnaturally fluid. Could he be a PBD? Still crouched, Hargan rested a hand on his knee, deep in thought. Does he have the blood of elves? Hargan remained deep in thought, his fingers brushing against his cloak. A martial master, he muttered, piecing things together. Then, as a realization struck, a devilish grin spread across his face. Could he be a descendant of Hermes? This was getting far more interesting than he expected. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won came to a sudden halt. Standing on a tree branch, he turned back, scanning the area. I finally lost him. His gaze darkened. That white cape player was insanely fast. Not just fast, unnaturally fast. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. Brute Herculean strength. That must have been how Hargan moved so quickly. Speed wasn't his innate talent, which meant he forcefully accelerated himself using raw power. Without lingering any longer, Kim Yu-won leapt from the branch, diving deeper into the forest. As he moved, the manager's words echoed in his mind. The tutorial's balance is in its worst state yet. At first, he thought the man was just talking about him. But now, he wasn't so sure. Pushing those thoughts aside, Kim Yu-won arrived at the mouth of the cave. This wasn't his fight. It didn't concern him. Blood splattered against the ground as he swiftly eliminated a gnoll lurking in the shadows. System alert. Heaven-slaying star completion plus 0.001%. Another monster lunged, but before it could react, Kim Yu-won's blade struck true, erasing it from existence. Completion increased, plus 0.001%. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the pile of lifeless creatures before him. Heaven-slaying star completion, 0.01%. 10 kills, and he had barely moved the needle. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply. I need to kill stronger beings. If he wanted to raise his skill proficiency, weaklings wouldn't cut it. With that in mind, he reached into his bag, scattering a fine powder that masked his scent. He wasn't here to hunt. Deeper in the cave, Kim Yu-won bowed his head, taking a moment to check his condition. The cold had finally faded from his body. His recovery was complete. It was time. Lifting his hand, Kim Yu-won watched as light shimmered across his fingertips. From his inventory, he withdrew a crimson crystal, the giant's heart. The manager's voice played in his mind. Listen carefully, Kim Yu-won. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won brought the giant's heart to his lips and bit down. The moment the ancient essence entered his body, his heart pounded violently. His veins bulged, his blood boiled, and his breath turned ragged. System alert. The pure blood of a giant demon has been absorbed. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Kim Yu-won's fingers dug into his ribs as a warning flashed before his eyes. Warning, internal battle initiated, giant versus demon versus human. His entire body shuddered. A raging heat wave tore through him, igniting every fiber of his being. Kim Yu-won slammed his hand against the ground, his nails digging deep into the cave floor. The fire spell robe, even with its immense protection, it couldn't stop the inferno consuming him from within. Another system alert flared. Cinder eyes activated, resisting the giant's flames. But it wasn't enough. His body convulsed, his bones twisted, his muscles shredded and rebuilt themselves in an endless cycle of destruction and rebirth. Blood surged against its natural flow, turning against him. For the first time in a long while, Kim Yu-won roared in agony. The flames of the giant race raged inside him, tearing through every fiber of his being. Kim Yu-won lay sprawled on the ground, his body convulsing. His vision blurred, but he sensed something approaching. A creature? A threat? He couldn't tell. None of it mattered. There was no way to dull the pain. No relief. No escape. The only option was to endure. At that moment, he realized something. By enduring, he could gain unparalleled strength. A fragmented image surfaced in his mind. A man's voice, grave and unwavering. Absorbing this item in the tutorial is suicide. That same man had warned him. Before taking the giant's heart, you must first awaken your cinder eyes. If you can't do that, forget about it. Walk away. Kim Yu-won gritted his teeth. I have only one chance. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him. System alert. Strength +1. Stamina +1. Strength +1. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as his body pushed past its limits. Another notification. Stamina +1. Kim Yu-won's hands trembled violently as he pressed against the cave floor, struggling to lift himself. I should be getting better. Another system message appeared. Warning. Cinder eyes conflict with giant's flames. However, suppression is possible. His entire body quaked as he forced himself to his knees. Then, hidden condition met, gigantic fire obtained. Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a devilish grin. Gigantic fire? He had no idea what it was, but the power surging within him was undeniable. And yet, the skill that was supposed to appear was missing. The energy inside him twisted and coiled, unstable, untamed. The aura radiating from his body grew wilder by the second. This is driving me insane. Meanwhile, night fell over the dungeon. The time limit board flickered in the darkness. 707 hours, 54 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. Kim Yu-won lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, his breath ragged. A quarter of a day, already gone. The numbers on the board blurred in his vision. Had he made a mistake? Then, realization hit him. This skill was never meant to be obtained so easily. Originally, it required hunting 10,000 giants and bathing in their blood to trigger its awakening. Lying there, Kim Yu-won slammed his fist into his cloak, frustration burning through him. Skills like this don't come easily. He clenched his fist tightly, then loosened it. Calm. He needed to calm down. And then, hidden condition fully met. Kim Yu-won's eyes snapped open. A deep, primal power coursed through his veins. His red irises burned like embers. The pure blood of the giant and demon completely absorbed into his body. System alert. Perfect absorption of the giant's heart. Tutorial area. His vision wavered. The overwhelming surge of power was too much. Kim Yu-won lost consciousness. As he collapsed, a crimson aura erupted from his body, flooding the cave in waves of sheer pressure. Then, a final notification. System alert. You have obtained gigantification. The time limit board flickered again. 696 hours, 18 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. Kim Yu-won's eyes fluttered open. His body ached from the ordeal. Clutching his head, he slowly rose to his feet. His mind cleared. A quarter of a day had passed. And yet, he had succeeded. For the second time, Kim Yu-won found himself in the tutorial, struggling to stand. He knew he had to move fast. After all, the shortest time anyone had ever cleared this stage was a week. He recalled the player responsible for setting that record. A vivid image formed in his mind. A man with one eye covered by a mask. Odin, the strongest gladiator and the formidable leader of Asgard. Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, feeling something materializing in his hand. He couldn't afford to fall behind. A ranking board appeared, listing the tutorial participants. At the top sat Hargan, his lead over the others overwhelming. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. A pure blood at first place? Interesting. He then noticed a blue-eyed man standing beside a girl, both from Pantheon, a world of magic and swordsmanship. It hit him. This tutorial wasn't just for players from one world. At least two, maybe more, were competing here. Another name caught his eye. Yolch, second place. A brunette in armor flashed in his mind. A pure blood? He had never heard of them. Then, Another name surfaced, Sanin, a player from Kim Yu-won's own world. Strangely, Kim Yu-won had no memory of them. He turned his head deep in thought. Could these players have failed to climb the tower, perishing at this very stage? With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair. Speculating wouldn't change anything. What mattered was moving forward. He needed to check his condition and get going. He was already behind. A notification appeared. Level 57. Strength 72. His strength and agility had soared thanks to the giant's power. Still, balance was key. He also noted that his giant fire ability was at 0% proficiency. Not ideal, but it was something he could work on. Kim Yu-won moved out. He needed an opportunity to test his new power. As he emerged from a cave, his eyes glowed brightly. Cinder eyes activated. He sprinted into the forest, cutting through the dense greenery. Deep within, he spotted a village. Orcs loomed near wooden structures, their eyes locking onto him. Predators assessing their prey. Perfect. Kim Yu-won raised his hand, and with a single thought, unleashed colossal fire. Flames engulfed the village in an instant. The green-skinned creatures howled in agony as fire consumed them. Chaos erupted. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won reached into his inventory and pulled out a well-sharpened sword. The orcs panicked, scrambling to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The man in the red cloak struck. Kim Yu-won was just getting started. 15,104 points, 67 CP. Hargan's brow furrowed as he glanced at the rankings. That unknown guy again. His lips curled into a sly smile. He hadn't seen Kim Yu-won in a while and had assumed he was just fast on his feet. Nothing more. But now he realized the truth. Kim Yu-won was tearing through the ranks at an alarming pace. The player clad in golden armor turned to his partner, who immediately noticed the shift in his mood. Hargan smirked. I definitely need to bring someone in, he said. The Hargan in the green cape chuckled knowingly. You're talking about Kim Yu-won, aren't you? Lee Sung-yoon, a player from Earth, was standing nearby. Known for his exceptional mana control, he perked up at the mention of Kim Yu-won's name. Hargan turned to him. You know him? Lee Sung-yoon shook his head. No, but we're both from the first country. Still, once you see that name on the rankings, you never forget it. Hargan's gaze darkened as he recalled the tournament's leaderboard. If Kim Yu-won kept up this pace, the rankings would shift drastically, and soon. He clenched his fist before calling out to his team. The gathered players turned their eyes toward him. The pure blood reminded them that he had personally assembled this squad, each of them chosen for their abilities. He glanced at the empty slot meant for Kim Yu-won, then smirked. It's time for the hunt. His team moved out. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, a glowing magic sphere materialized in a participant's hand. Is this what you wanted, Uncle? He asked. A paladin, part dark elf, part Pantheon-born warrior, tilted his head and made a sharp motion with his hand. I've found it. The Hargan scowled at him. I told you not to call me that. The players stood at the edge of a massive cliff. Their leader stepped forward, observing the terrain below. His sharp eyes analyzed the depths of the cavern. Then, the pure blood channeled his magic, warning his partner to step back before the spell was unleashed. Hargan clenched his fist, and suddenly, the earth shattered. Massive chunks of rock broke apart, sending tremors through the ground. Lee Sung-yoon wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. It had taken him half a day to locate this spot, but now, standing at the edge of the pit, he could feel it. A suffocating, overwhelming aura. A player stood below. How long would it have taken to find her without Paladin's help? One of them muttered. Hargan didn't wait for an answer. Move in. The men leaped down into the pit. The cavern was far more spacious than expected, its shadows stretching endlessly. The elf with silver braids held up his glowing magic sphere, scanning the surroundings. His uncle's face had gone pale. What's wrong with you? The elf asked, frowning. The paladin's expression darkened. Something wasn't right. At that moment, Hargan's eyes narrowed. There had been no notification about discovering a dungeon, which meant someone had found it first. His team called out to him as he made his way toward the cave entrance. Then, a fair-haired player ran up to him, panting, Captain, check the rankings. Hargan turned, and as his eyes landed on the leaderboard, his pupils shrank in fury. Kim Yu-won was in first place. Above him, Hargan's grip tightened, his knuckles turning white. This wasn't over. Kim Yu-won now held second place. Meanwhile, the purple creature shattered into countless fragments. At the entrance of the dungeon, where a blinding light radiated from within, Hargan cut down the green-pawed caterpillars in a fury. The heroine observed their leader's agitation and turned to the others. Does anyone know why he's so worked up? One of the players shrugged. Probably just fired up. The latter tilted her head. More like the thrill of competition is getting to him. Nearby, a flustered player blushed as the brunette approached. The girl sighed. This hunt isn't going well. The captain's cutting down most of the monsters on his own. Hearing this, Lee Sung-yoon nodded. Yeah, that could be a problem. Yolch, a pure blood from the tower, closed her eyes as someone suggested splitting the team. The group turned to their leader, whose aura pulsed with sheer battle presence. Hargan gave a sharp nod. The cave splits into two paths. We'll divide into two teams. Aladdin and Paladin will handle navigation and communication for their respective groups. The players stood in silence as Hargan called out their names, dividing them. Those assigned to the right side exchanged glances. No issues there since Yolch was on their team. Iron swords gleamed in the brunette's hands as she raised her weapon. The long-haired girl smirked. See you on the other side. A faint glow shimmered from a player's hand as he activated Mana Blast. The moment his energy surged, the very ground trembled beneath them. Caterpillars lifted their heads, sensing the threat above, just as the brunette struck from the air. In a single motion, Yolch closed her eyes and cut through them all. In seconds, the battlefield was silent, the ground littered with monster corpses. Sun Lim Joyan flexed his fingers, rolling his shoulders. A teammate standing behind him asked, "How long have we been at this?" Sun Lim Joyan frowned. He had been burning through his mana. Right now, he could only manage 2 more energy bursts before running dry. He needed to conserve his power. Ahead, a massive wooden door loomed in the cave. One of the men eyed it warily. Why is it so huge? His partner hesitated before suggesting, could be a boss room. Aladdin studied the door intently. A boss room? Lee Sung-yu nodded. I've seen something similar in games before. In my old world, places like this always meant a boss fight was waiting inside. They turned as Yolch approached. She glanced between them and let out a quiet warning. Don't let your guard down. The moment you relax is the moment you die. A smirk stretched across the Hargan boy's face. I like the way you think. The brunette's partner tensed, glancing at her with unease. She picked up on it immediately. What's wrong? The rankings, he muttered. Before she could respond, a low rumbling sound echoed through the cave. A dense fog rolled in, cloaking the cavern in an eerie mist. Then a noise. The team snapped to attention. The sound's coming from a door. One of the players muttered, tightening his grip on his weapon. The brunette's eyes sharpened. Stay focused. Lee Sung-yoon, take the rear position. They stepped closer, standing just before the slightly open wooden door. A player narrowed his eyes, piecing things together. The recent ranking shift, the points for first place, it has to be related. Then, from beyond the door, a purple mist seeped into the cave. The air grew thick, heavy with something unnatural. And through the shifting haze, bloodied body parts littered the ground. The room was littered with the remains of the slain creature. As the players stepped inside, a notification flashed before them. You have entered in boss room. They froze. Another system message popped up, boss room complete. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Lee Sung-yoon, the player in the green cape, furrowed his brows. His mind raced as a familiar figure flashed in his thoughts. His gaze landed on the far wall, where a scorched mark remained, a lingering afterimage of the battle. Within the fading embers, an unmistakable figure emerged. A player stood atop the fallen boss, his red cloak draped over his shoulders. His eyes burned with bright flames. Kim Yu-won, the main character, had already wiped out the boss. Kim Yu-won's mind replayed the battle. He could still feel the weight of his sword cleaving through the monstrous creature, a massive, spike-covered caterpillar that let out an earth-shaking roar before collapsing. A new weapon materialized in his grasp. The monster had been far tougher than expected. System notification. Level up. His stats had increased by 1 unit. He exhaled, standing over the slain boss, assessing his current combat effectiveness. He had burned through all his skills in that fight. The giant's flame was powerful, but its stamina drain was significant. He needed to be smarter about when and how he used it. Kim Yu-won nudged the caterpillar's corpse with his foot, plus 3,000 points. Another notification informed him that Heaven-Slaying Star completion plus 1%. Only 1%? Even after taking down a boss? That wasn't good. At this rate, he'd have to hunt an absurd number of monsters to increase the skill's completion. That wasn't an option. Boss fights were the key. His gaze hardened. If he wanted to unlock the full potential of this power, he needed to focus on eliminating bosses. From the entrance, a voice called out. You're late, Kim Yu-won said without looking up. The fight's over. Aladdin's brows furrowed. One of her teammates muttered, Did he seriously take down everything by himself? Lee Sung-yoon face paled. He had believed their captain was the strongest in the tutorial. But now, standing before this scene of utter devastation, he realized the truth. Kim Yu-won had soloed an entire boss dungeon. Bloodstains surrounded the dead monster, and Lee Sung-yoon mind raced. Was it possible that someone from the same world as him, someone who went through the exact same tutorial, had become this strong? One of the Hargan players approached the carcass, his eyes gleaming with understanding. This was why their captain wanted Kim Yu-won in their squad. Turning to him, the Kim Myung-hoon asked, Do you have any other teammates? Kim Yu-won shook his head. I work alone. A bead of sweat rolled down Lee Sung-yoon's face. That answer changed everything. If Kim Yu-won wasn't with them, he was against them. His kind of power, if not on their side, would be a serious threat. Steeling himself, Lee Sung-yoon looked directly at Kim Yu-won. Join our team. Kim Yu-won sat on the boss's remains, head slightly lowered, his expression unreadable. For a brief moment, his gaze flickered, almost as if he didn't believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, Hargan's squad stood silently within the boss's chamber, their numbers noticeably split. Kim Yu-won's sharp eyes scanned the group, quickly piecing it together. They must have divided to hunt more efficiently. One player in armor lowered her gaze. Kim Yu-won recognized her immediately. Yolch. She ranked just below Hargan. And from the way she stood, she had already figured it out. This battle was over before they had even arrived. Kim Yu-won sat on the remains of the slain boss, his red cloak billowing slightly as he observed the gathered players. He had to admit, the Kim Young-hoon had built a strong team. Their coordination and balance meant they had a promising future ahead. His thoughts were interrupted when Lee Sung-yoon called his name. Kim Yu-won frowned. Then, in a cold, unwavering tone, he delivered his answer. I refuse. The Kim Young-hoon, standing behind Lee Sung-yoon, let out a quiet sigh. He had expected this outcome, but the rejection still stung. Yolch, watching closely, narrowed her eyes. Are you planning to take on the boss Baraganda alone, too? Kim Yu-won crouched down, resting his forearms on his knees. The girl crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering. You do know you have a full month for this tutorial, right? It's designed so players work together to clear the rounds. She gestured toward the others. The whole point of this stage is to grow, build alliances, and combine strength. You can't take on everything by yourself. Kim Yu-won's expression darkened. He glanced at her, eyes cold. Before he could respond, the dungeon shook. Small stones broke free from the ceiling and clattered to the ground. The white-haired girl among the group suddenly pressed her hands together, activating a communication skill. I'll contact the captain, she said. We found him. Lee Sung-yoon stiffened. Things are about to get a lot louder now. A brilliant golden light exploded into the boss chamber. Hargan landed with a heavy thud, his eyes locking onto Kim Yu-won. The Kim Young-hoon stormed forward. Kim Yu-won, he bellowed. Faster than anyone could react, Kim Yu-won moved. With a brutal force, he slammed his forehead into Hargan's, sending him crashing to the ground. Silence. Lee Sung-yoon gritted his teeth, watching in disbelief. Yolch's expression twisted into a deep scowl. Behind her, a red-haired player took a step forward, his gaze locked onto Kim Yu-won. Kim Yu-won slowly extended his hand. His voice was calm, but his words cut deep. Do you want to survive? The players instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Kim Yu-won's gaze swept over them. Are you planning to become rankers? Yolch stiffened. How does he know about that? Kim Yu-won's mind drifted to the tower, the countless challenges, the relentless climb. Rankers, those who had conquered all the floors, those who had claimed power, glory, and even eternal life. His expression hardened. I'm not interested. The words rang through the chamber. Kim Yu-won knew the truth. One day, he would have to become a ranker. But that wasn't his focus. Not yet. Yolch's hands tightened around her sword. Her teeth clenched as frustration burned inside her. For those not chosen by the tower, reaching the top was a distant dream. Yet, her king, the leader of her clan, had achieved it. It was a path every warrior desired. She took a sharp step forward. Then tell me, Kim Yu-won, what makes you different from us? Kim Yu-won looked down for a moment, as if weighing his answer. Then, raising his hand, he spoke. I don't plan to become a top ranker. The air grew heavy. The players locked their eyes on him. He wasn't aiming for the top of the tower. His goal was beyond that. I'm going to break through the ceiling of this tower. Lee Sung-yoon, standing nearby, could only stare. This wasn't just ambition. This was something far greater. Kim Yu-won's teammates exchanged uneasy glances. What kind of nonsense are you saying? One of them muttered, looking at him in disbelief. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the chamber as a golden-armored player slammed his hand onto the ground. Kim Yu-won. Hargan's voice boomed. Frustration clear in his expression, he ran a hand through his hair. What are you doing? The Kim Young-hoon stormed toward him, his presence towering. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes, muscles tensing as he watched the approach. When you came at me like that, Kim Yu-won said, voice edged with caution, I thought you were trying to kill me. Hargan's glare sharpened. I was trying to grab you, not kill you. A bead of sweat trailed down Kim Yu-won's face. Yeah? Well, when a guy like you comes flying at me, getting scared is a natural reaction. Yolch exhaled sharply, rubbing her forehead. Kim Yu-won let out a small sigh and turned toward their captain. My bad. Lee Sung-yoon, watching the exchange, couldn't believe it. Did he really just apologize? Hargan dusted off his hands, shaking his head. That speech about breaking through the ceiling, he smirked. I'll admit, it was pretty inspiring. His gaze darkened slightly. It reminds me of something my father once told me. There's an even greater power outside the tower. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. Hargan crossed his arms. My father. He was an incredible man. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Who exactly are you talking about? Hargan's lips curled into a proud grin. Zeus, king of Olympus. A heavy silence settled over the group. Kim Yu-won, unimpressed, leaned against his arm. And let me guess, you want to follow in his footsteps? Hargan's smirk remained. More than that, I'll surpass him. Then, as if expecting Kim Yu-won's response, he let out a small chuckle. So, still refusing to join us. Kim Yu-won didn't even hesitate. Yeah. Hargan exhaled, shaking his head. A sardine can't swim with a whale. At that, Kim Yu-won lifted an eyebrow. The Kim Myung-hoon suddenly threw out his arm. And don't you dare call me a sardine. His eyes burned with conviction. One day, I'll be the king of Olympus. Sun Lim Joyan, standing near the others, called out to their captain, trying to ease the tension. But Kim Yu-won simply smirked. A direct bloodline of Olympus. Huh? The guy had big ambitions. Hargan, catching the look, scoffed. If you don't believe me, then let's settle it another way. He gestured around them. A wager. Kim Yu-won watched as Hargan spread his arms dramatically, envisioning a battlefield full of players. Let's see who can contribute the most in killing the next boss. You can form a team however you want. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. And what's the catch? Hargan smirked. Your team? 9 players. No more. Kim Yu-won's eyes flickered with interest. 9 against an entire army? This guy was serious. And if I win? Kim Yu-won asked. Hargan's smirk widened. Then you join my team. Kim Yu-won leaned back, amused. And if I win? The Kim Myung-hoon chuckled. Then I'll treat you like an older brother. For a second, silence filled the room. Then, Kim Yu-won burst into laughter. The golden-armored player scowled. What's so funny? Kim Yu-won wiped a tear from his eye, a sly grin still on his face. What's so great about having you as a younger brother? His expression darkened slightly. Either way, I have to change the future. As the group approached the slain caterpillar, Kim Yu-won casually tapped his fingers against its spiked hide. Hargan frowned. You planning on using the golden card? Kim Yu-won shrugged. Might as well. Could be useful. The Hargan crossed his arms. And what if I help you instead? Kim Yu-won gave him a sharp look. And what do you want in return? If I can't fulfill my end of the deal, Hargan smirked, I'll give you one of my items. Kim Yu-won rolled his shoulders. Fine, we'll figure it out when the time comes. The Kim Myung-hoon suddenly clenched his fists. With a loud crack, he slammed his hands together. The bet is set. Kim Yu-won's face went pale. He had a bad feeling about this. Hargan let out a breath, adjusting his stance. Don't disappear on me, he told Kim Yu-won. We'll meet again on the first floor. Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Hargan was always brimming with energy whenever they crossed paths. Amused, he made a casual remark. You might actually clear this tutorial in 10 days. Hargan blinked, then suddenly crashed to the ground where his team stood. Did you all hear that? He called out, rubbing his head. 10 days. We need to pick up the pace. Despite his enthusiasm, his expression twisted into disbelief when Kim Yu-won calmly advised him. Don't rush. Stop watching the seconds tick by. Timing isn't everything. Kim Yu-won stepped forward, stopping before a large display with the remaining time limit. He raised his hand, and the screen flickered. 632 hours, 7 minutes, 46 seconds. Then, with a single command from Kim Yu-won, time stop. Everything froze. One of the players turned to him, stunned. What is this? Hargan narrowed his eyes at Kim Yu-won, suspicion creeping into his features. Why did the time stop? Kim Yu-won exhaled. Baraganda isn't just a boss. The group fell silent. It's not a monster, Kim Yu-won continued. It's a sacred beast. The weight of his words sank in. Standing among the slain creatures, Kim Yu-won glanced at them before explaining. These things are parasites. Hargan stiffened. Parasites? Kim Yu-won nodded. They've infested the sacred beast's body, draining its power, tormenting it without end. The moment Baraganda started sinking, I knew. The parasites are killing it. He gestured toward the massive caterpillar-like creature with fangs. That's their king. It keeps spawning more of them, non-stop. A single bead of sweat rolled down Hargan's face. This was insane. How did Kim Yu-won know all this? Even Olympus, the rulers of the tower, had no knowledge of this. And yet, this player of unknown origin spoke as if he had seen everything firsthand. Kim Yu-won turned back toward the system's control panel. The time restriction won't lift until the manager or one of his assistants resets the system. Hargan's mind reeled. How do you know all this? Kim Yu-won didn't answer right away. Instead, he pictured a man, an imposing figure with a mask covering one eye. Odin. Kim Yu-won had learned this secret from him. The 5th tutorial was a battle against time. The entire trial hinged on how many bosses could be defeated before the time limit ran out. He remembered a certain player, a warrior with a necklace around his neck. That man had admitted to Kim Yu-won that he had failed to kill a single boss within a week. It was Odin who had given him the answer. The only way out is to stop time. Kim Yu-won's red cloak fluttered behind him. His thoughts were clear. If he wanted to win, he had to use this time wisely. Once he became strong enough, time would resume. And at that moment, the tutorial would end. Meanwhile, the other players began to panic. The countdown clock still showed no movement. What's going on? One of them muttered, baring his teeth. Is this a glitch? Another player, a Kim Myung-hoon with a brown bag slung over his shoulder, raised his weapon. The time limit will restart soon, he barked. Why are you all just standing there? His voice echoed through the cave. This is our chance. If time has stopped, we need to maximize our scores before it resumes. At the same time, in a room bathed in blue light, a group of administrators watched the scene unfold. One of them, a tall figure with a dark expression, muttered, "The parasitic dragon was killed." Another administrator turned sharply. That's the first time that's happened since Odin. Across the room, a green-clad figure clutched his head. Does the manager even know about this? His partner hesitated. The manager's still dealing with that scandal involving Olympus. The red-cloaked administrator narrowed his eyes. Then someone needs to inform him. Because at this moment, something unprecedented was happening in the tower. The parasite wasn't something that could be stumbled upon by chance. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, a night fell. Sunlight pierced through the cracks above, illuminating the battlefield. Small rocks tumbled down the mountainside as white birds soared across the clear blue sky. A massive, flaming monster with fangs struggled to speak, only to be silenced. Kim Yu-won's blade plunged deep into the boss's back. The remaining creatures froze in horror as their leader collapsed. He's defeated the boss. One of them stammered. Kim Yu-won pulled his blood-soaked sword from the monster's corpse. The creatures hesitated for only a second before they turned on him. "Monster," they shouted. His eyes ignited with burning flames. "Who are you calling a monster?" Kim Yu-won asked, his voice calm but chilling. The creatures flinched. Then in a panic they ran. Kim Yu-won's gaze followed them for a moment before shifting toward a floating time display. It had worked. His thoughts raced. Had the system reset? Had the lackeys finally finished sorting things out? Or would he have to kill the parasite again? No, that wasn't possible. A broken system couldn't break twice. Clenching his fist, Kim Yu-won reached into his inventory and retrieved another weapon. 3 days. That's how much more time he had gained. Far more than he expected. His gaze lifted toward the sky, toward the looming mountain covered in mist. Beyond it, the Tower of the Gods. Without hesitation, he moved forward. Suddenly, boom, a violent explosion rocked the dungeon, tearing open a cliffside. Lee Sung-yoon, standing on the outskirts, steadied himself, resting his hand on his belt. His eyes swept the battlefield as he turned to his partner. "People are starting to gather," he muttered. The latter nodded. "Defeating the boss means big points. It's the fastest way to climb the ranks." She glanced toward the approaching figures. Anyone with skill will want a piece of the action. Nearby, a green-eyed player frowned deeply. A group of powerful players stood at the base of the mountain, their presence radiating intense mana. He analyzed them carefully, judging by their mana flow. Most of them are at least level 20. The Hargan player turned to Yolch, who met his gaze with a serious expression. "That's the minimum level required to enter the tower," she confirmed. Lee Sung-yoon narrowed his eyes. "Do all tower players know how to use mana?" Yolch shook her head. "Most of them don't." She turned her gaze toward the mountainside, watching the crowd. "Many of these players are born inside the tower." Lee Sung-yoon raised an eyebrow. "Like you." She nodded. "The tower selects individuals and bestows its blessings upon them. Those chosen become purebloods." The Kim Myung-hoon girl tilted her head slightly, curious. "Does that mean they can kill the boss?" Yolch hesitated. "I can't say." Her gaze darkened slightly. "I didn't think this would ever happen in the first place." Further up the mountain, a figure in golden armor stepped forward with confidence. She recalled Hargan's image, his squad standing by his side. Even now, she struggled to comprehend just how powerful he truly was. A thick fog swirled at the mountain's peak. One of the players frowned. "We're a bit behind schedule." Another player nodded. "We needed to make full use of the extra time." A Lauder peered into the distance, her sharp gaze locking onto something. "Is Kim Yu-won here yet?" A player beside her asked. She didn't look away. "He's coming." At that moment, Kim Yu-won stepped forward. His head bowed slightly as he made his way toward the gathering players. Someone called his name. He lifted his head, his expression unreadable. Then, mana began to surge. As Kim Yu-won approached, he sensed something different from the surrounding players. The flow of energy around Aladdin and Lee Sung-yoon had changed. They had leveled up significantly. The brunette tilted his head, mildly displeased. His gaze shifted toward Hargan, who had also grown stronger. The Kim Myung-hoon smirked, calling out his name. "Kim Yu-won." Raising a hand, he chuckled. Where's your team? Then, tilting his head, he asked, planning to take on the boss alone again? Kim Yu-won shrugged. I get more points that way. Hargan ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. You're out of your mind. He knew people called him crazy, but Kim Yu-won? He was on another level. His expression darkened as he recalled the rankings. The gap between them and Kim Yu-won was around 7,000 points. If he wanted to catch up, he needed to reach the boss before him. Kim Yu-won glanced over his shoulder as another player approached. The man, hesitant, admitted that he didn't have a team. They were heading to clear the boss. Before they could say more, Hargan moved. With a single blitz attack, he sent the group crashing to the ground. You don't have a team? Then let's all fight together, he said with a grin. As the stunned players struggled to get back up, Hargan sneered. Pathetic midges. Fear crept into their faces. Then, panic. Wait, is he on the Pure Bloods team? Someone gasped, looking at Kim Yu-won. And just like that, they ran. Kim Yu-won grinned. He hadn't even done anything, yet they had already pissed him off. Figures, he muttered, stepping toward the dark aura of the boss's chamber. He spoke without looking back. Good luck with them. I'll be heading to the boss. Hargan narrowed his eyes. You're leaving already? Kim Yu-won turned slightly. The tutorial time is limited. Every second counts. The Kim Myung-hoon bared his teeth in frustration. What bothered him more was the nagging question in his head. How had Kim Yu-won cleared the tutorial in less than 5 days when they had an entire month? Then let's speed things up, Hargan muttered. And without warning, he shoved Kim Yu-won off the cliff. The brunette plummeted down. Boom! He landed with a heavy crash in the first boss room. As dust settled around him, Kim Yu-won's sharp gaze took in the surroundings. Nearby, a monstrous, fanged dragon loomed. Orcs and red-skinned creatures stood at its side, shields raised, spears in hand. A system notification appeared. Find the boss and complete the quest. Kim Yu-won barely had a second to react before a barrage of wooden spears soared through the air. The creatures let out guttural roars as a crowd of players appeared on the other side of the boss room. A man in a black shirt muttered to his partner, Who the hell are these guys? Another player swallowed hard. Forget them. Look at the number of monsters. Kim Yu-won scowled, lifting his head. He needed to clear several checkpoints before reaching the boss. The creatures, each with pure killing intent in their eyes, stared down their opponents. But something felt off. This wasn't just a battle. Kim Yu-won narrowed his gaze. These monsters weren't meant to coexist. Then it hit him they were being controlled. His hand moved to his inventory. A flaming weapon materialized in his grip. He knew exactly where the boss was, and he had no intention of wasting time. A combination skill activated. Kim Yu-won, shrouded in raw power, advanced toward the monsters. Excitement flickered in the eyes of a nearby player. Finally, we'll get to see why he's ranked higher than our captain. At that moment, Lee Sung-yoon clenched his fists, because soon they would all understand. Hargan stood with his arms crossed, his golden armor gleaming under the dungeon's fiery glow. His expression twisted into a deep frown. Despite his Anno Kim Yu-won, he had decided he'd give Kim Yu-won a chance. Suddenly, a distant rumbling echoed through the cavern. The red-haired player's eyes narrowed as a wave of energy surged through the air. His partner trembled. Where did Kim Yu-won go? Before anyone could react, tongues of flame erupted, engulfing the battlefield. The monsters snapped their heads upward, just in time to see Kim Yu-won descending from above. A single strike. Boom! The ground trembled violently as Kim Yu-won's blade pierced the earth. In the same instant, the bodies of every nearby monster simultaneously detonated. Lee Sung-yoon, standing near Paladin, stared in utter disbelief. His mouth opened, but no words came out. What just happened? Kim Yu-won sat atop one of the creatures, his eyes burning with fire. Lee Sung-yoon's blood ran cold. This guy, he's a monster. No, he's worse than the captain. Hargan's eyes darkened as he took in the scene before him. Someone muttered in disbelief. This is a monster even worse than the captain. Lee Sung-yoon's breath hitched as his gaze darted to Hargan. The Hargan smirked, lightning crackling around him. With a sharp clap of his fists, Hargan grinned. I knew it. Fire and lightning exploded outward. The green-cloaked player jumped back just in time to avoid the surging energy. Meanwhile, Hargan leaped high into the air. His thoughts were sharp, focused. I can't afford to lose here. Turning his gaze toward Kim Yu-won, he shouted, Wait for me. A spear materialized out of thin air. Hargan crushed it effortlessly with a single blow. But before he could react, a wave of thick, purple sludge poured from above, landing directly on his head. His eyes widened. What the? At that moment, a blazing blade slashed through the air, slicing the sludge apart. Kim Yu-won, suspended mid-air, his flaming sword cut through the corruption in a single stroke. A group of players rushed toward the commotion. Yolch sliced through several weapons that had been launched their way. Behind her, Lee Sung-yoon sprinted forward. I refuse to just stand back and watch. Yulch sighed. Just don't drop your guard. There are still traps ahead. Paladin and Aladdin raised their hands, casting fire and water spells simultaneously. Their magic hurtled toward the source of the purple energy. The green cloak player activated Mana Blast. A blue orb flickered to life in his palm as he lifted it skyward. Everyone get down, he roared. Kim Yu-won instinctively dodged the blast. A surge of energy tore through the battlefield. As the dust settled, he exhaled. At least none of them had any skills that would get in his way. Thank God. The last thing he needed was for them to die in the middle of this. Just then, Hardin called out, "Hey, over here." Kim Yu-won followed his gaze, landing before a massive door, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of unknown creatures. Hargan tilted his head up, staring. This is... He stepped closer, studying the enormous gate. The artwork, it's strange, he muttered. One of the players reached out, tracing the symbols with his fingers. Is this war? Possibly, came the response. I've never seen this before. Running his hand over the carvings once more, the player whispered with certainty, the boss is behind this door. Hargan's expression shifted as he turned toward Kim Yu-won. The brunette stepped forward and pressed his palm against the massive gate. Hargan's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you seriously just walking in without a word? Kim Yu-won didn't even turn back. I was planning to go alone, remember? Hargan scowled. Not anymore. Crossing his arms, he muttered, like it or not, we're in this together now. Not that it'll make much of a difference. Then, a deep, rumbling sound echoed from behind the door. The players instinctively tensed. Something was waiting for them, and it had just been awakened. The group trembled as they stood behind the Kim Myung-eun. Lee Sung-yoon, looking uneasy, asked what was happening. One of the men muttered that if it was the boss, then just a single scream could numb their entire body. The armored man stared ahead, deep in thought. He had a strong feeling about what kind of boss they were dealing with. If his guess was right, this thing was massive. Without another word, he motioned for the group to move forward. Sparks crackled in the dimly lit cave, golden lightning flickering from the hand of the armored man. He ordered everyone to step back. The man behind him remained silent, his expression unreadable. Then, chained tightly in the center of the cavern, a monstrous, three-headed dragon stirred. Its green eyes gleamed ominously as it bared its fangs and let out a low growl. Someone in the group hesitated. What is that? The beast lunged forward, thrashing against the chains, its jaws snapping inches from the barrier that separated them. A sudden system notification appeared before them. It was a chimera. Another message followed. You have entered the third boss room. More text filled the air, revealing their objective. Defeat the sealed chimera boss. Completion of this task will mark the end of the tutorial. Kim Yu-won and Hargan stood side by side, completely unfazed. The armored man took note of their calmness, then muttered that this was the final boss of the tutorial. The hero tensed, his mind racing. So this is it, he thought, but kept his reaction to himself. At that moment, something strange materialized in front of them, a glowing pillar with a multifaceted pink stone at its center. System messages flooded their vision, explaining its purpose. One person may subdue and control the chimera. Destroying the seal stone will halt the time limit and complete the tutorial, regardless of other conditions. Another message clarified the most unsettling part. The chimera's owner will gain additional points based on the number of participants it kills. The white-haired girl and the boy in green exchanged uneasy glances. Lee Sung-yoon's voice wavered as he asked who the so-called owner would be. A man coldly responded, it was a test, one that not only required slaying the chimera, but also protecting the seal stone, even from allies. Yolch stood near the Kim Myung-hoon and the MC, analyzing the situation. There are 10 of us, she noted. Keeping track of everyone shouldn't be too difficult. Then, a thought struck her. Even if someone tries something reckless, there's still the captain, and only one person here is faster than him. Before anyone could react, Kim Yu-won took a step toward the stone. The armored man's eyes widened in shock. He grabbed Kim Yu-won's shoulder, demanding, What do you think you're doing? The red-cloaked figure met his gaze, unwavering. Let me pass. The chimera stirred again, sensing the shift in tension. The armored man's frustration flared. Are you seriously betraying everyone right now? He snapped. Have you already forgotten our agreement? We need to kill the boss, not each other, if we want to finish this tutorial. Kim Yu-won's voice remained calm. I'll finish the tutorial, he said simply, and I'll win the argument. Hargan's fury exploded. What are you talking about? Why are you doing this? But Kim Yu-won didn't respond. He had already expected this reaction. Without hesitation, he drew his blade. The Hargan stood frozen in disbelief. Then, in one decisive motion, he shattered the stone. A sharp, piercing sound filled the air. A system message appeared. Notification. The seal stone has been destroyed. The seal is now lifting. The sound of chains snapping echoed through the cavern as the chimera was finally freed. A system message confirmed what had just happened. Player Kim Yu-won has become the owner of the Chimera. Steam hissed from the creature's nostrils as it let out a deafening roar. The group tensed, their goal now clear: defeat the unsealed Chimera. The captain's furious gaze locked onto the MC. "You," he started, but before he could finish, the MC turned away, eyes fixed on the massive beast. Without hesitation, he extended a hand forward. "Break that wall," he commanded. The Chimera responded instantly, surging forward with thunderous steps that shattered the ground beneath it. As it crashed into the cavern wall, a powerful shockwave rippled through the space. Lee Sung-yoon instinctively shielded his face from the flying debris, staring in disbelief at the destruction before him. The hero remained unshaken. "As long as I control her, she won't attack us," he said calmly. "Because our real enemy is someone else." The Hargan turned to him, stunned. "What?" Kim Yu-won's expression didn't waver. "A chimera is a monster created by merging different creatures found on this island." As the dust settled, Hargan stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "Then who created it?" Releasing his grip on Kim Yu-won's shoulder, Hargan watched as he walked toward the opening in the wall. The armored man frowned, trying to piece everything together. If the chimera wasn't the true boss, then who was? Kim Yu-won glanced back at the group. "It's your choice whether to follow me or not." With that, he and the chimera stepped through the hole. The captain clenched his fists, rage simmering beneath his glare. Lee Sung-yoon, still stunned, hesitated before asking, "What do we do now?" The captain let out a sharp breath. "We go after him." The group pressed forward into the darkened tunnel. As they moved deeper, their surroundings grew more unsettling. Twisted, unnatural creatures littered the path. Some were stitched together from various body parts, grotesque and lifeless. A woman in the group covered her mouth, horror in her eyes. "What is this?" Another man muttered. "Are these people?" The golden-armored warrior studied the long, winding passage, his mind racing. Where's the one responsible for all this? Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won and the chimera advanced into a cavern bathed in a sickly red glow. His expression remained calm. "The fourth room of the fifth tutorial," he thought. "A room the system never warns us about in advance." Then, a system notification popped up. "You have entered the fourth boss room." The group soon found themselves in a horrifying chamber. Chains, cages, and remnants of human corpses filled the space. And amidst the chaos, a figure sat hunched, cloaked in tattered robes. The system message flickered again. "Boss updating." Kim Yu-won smirked, his tone almost mocking. "Did we wake you from a midday nap, old man?" The figure shifted, bony fingers absent-mindedly tracing over grotesque, stitched flesh. Slowly, he lifted his hood, revealing piercing red eyes that gleamed through the darkness. The system confirmed it. Boss identified, the chimera's creator. The chimera let out a guttural snarl, steam rising from its mouth as if sensing its maker's presence. The old man exhaled slowly, his voice rasping as he ran his hands over a pile of flesh. "This is a first." Rising from his seat, he turned toward the group, his lips curling into a grin. "You want control over the chimera?" he mused. "Not to betray it, but to bring it here." His amusement grew. "Interesting." Tension filled the room as the group braced themselves. The old man's gaze flickered to Hargan. A knowing smirk spread across his face. "Ah, I see. There's Zeus blood here, isn't there?" Hargan's eyes burned with fury as he locked onto the creator of the chimera, and the battle was just beginning. The old man's voice dripped with amusement. "A half-breed, huh? You'll do just fine." The man in armor's fury boiled over. He stepped forward, his voice thundering through the chamber. "Who the hell are you calling a half-breed?" Kim Yu-won remained calm, his gaze locked onto the old man. "He's talking about the black magician, Childa. He disappeared from the Rancor Tower long ago." The Hargan eyes widened. "Wait, you mean that Rancor? The one who was an examiner on the 50th floor?" The realization hit hard. Childa was infamous. He had used hundreds of test participants as nothing more than raw material for his twisted experiments. It was from their blood, mixed with that of countless monsters, that he had created the first chimera. As the weight of this truth settled over the group, Kim Yu-won remained composed. The captain, however, was struggling to make sense of it all. What is someone like him doing in a tutorial? Kim Yu-won's voice cut through the tension. "Nothing to be afraid of. He's a disgrace. A so-called genius who lost to a single player, broke the tower's laws, and was sentenced to this prison." His tone was sharp. He was forced to create tutorial bosses for 1,000 years. And even after all that time, he still hasn't regained his former strength. Childa's smirk faltered for the first time. "How do you know that?" Kim Yu-won didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lifted a hand to his face and pointed at his eyes. His bright red gaze burned into the old man's. "Look at me. Do you recognize these?" A flicker of recognition crossed Childa's face. His expression twisted. "You." Power surged through the room. Childa roared, his voice raw with rage. The Hargan staggered back. This mana. But you said he lost his strength. Kim Yu-won remained firm. He did. If he were still a true ranker, we'd all be dead already. Childa's lip curled in disgust as he glared at Kim Yu-won. Where did you get those eyes? You're not. His voice cracked, then darkened. You're not related to that monkey, are you? Kim Yu-won's expression remained unreadable. Why do you sound so offended? His voice carried a sharp edge. You're the one who once stood as an examiner, who chose to slaughter participants and experiment on them like they were nothing. He took a step forward. So tell me, who's the real monster here? The chamber trembled. From the floor, grotesque fragments of creatures began to rise. Stitched limbs, half-formed torsos, writhing masses of flesh that shouldn't be alive. Kim Yu-won barely glanced at them. I didn't come here to satisfy my curiosity, he muttered, then turned to the chimera. With a simple flick of his hand, it moved. The stitched creatures lunged forward. The captain's eyes narrowed. What the hell is happening? Lee Sung-yun's breath came fast. I don't know, but we need to handle these first. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his fists. Fine, then we wipe them out. The battle erupted. The team charged forward. An axe-wielding warrior smashed through a creature's torso, sending it flying. A pink-haired fighter struggled under the relentless pressure, barely holding his ground. Severed limbs and grotesque parts flew in all directions as the group fought to clear a path. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won watched with quiet calculation. These are level-raising chimeras, he thought. They weren't supposed to appear in the tower for another 100 years. But that didn't matter. These things weren't complete. Their strength wasn't perfected. Only their sheer numbers posed a threat. He stepped forward, unfazed. The others could hold their own. They were top rankers, after all. Then, with a deafening crash, a massive stone coffin dropped from above. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Something, or someone, had arrived. The ground trembled as the coffin of darkness skill activated. A heavy stone sarcophagus materialized, radiating an oppressive energy. The boss raised his wooden staff, his voice laced with confidence. This coffin possesses absolute strength. Even a chimera wouldn't be able to break free if sealed within it. His gaze darkened. Even if I've lost my former power, I have not fallen. His eyes scanned the group before narrowing on Kim Yu-won. Tell me, who among you dares to look down on me? A deep, eerie cracking sound interrupted his words. The coffin, his so-called unbreakable prison, began to fracture. The old man's smirk vanished as he watched in stunned silence. The cracks spread faster and faster until, boom, the coffin shattered into nothing but rubble. Kim Yu-won stood amidst the dust, his red cloak billowing. His clenched fist was the only answer the boss received. The old man's breath hitched. This is madness. His hands trembled as he stared at Kim Yu-won, then at his own staff, as if questioning reality itself. No, this can't be happening. His mutterings stopped abruptly. Through the settling dust, Kim Yu-won's eyes glowed, a piercing mix of green and red. And for a fleeting moment, the withered old man swore he saw something impossible, the silhouette of a lion's head. His voice barely above a whisper, he asked, Are you connected to Olympus? Elsewhere, a white marble sanctuary, a grand, open-roofed temple stretched toward the sky. Massive windows lined its pristine white walls, and at its center stood an angelic statue. In front of it, a lone figure loomed, a red-haired man, long-haired, broad-shouldered, gripping a massive club. Kim Yu-won's thoughts raced. The head of the great gods, Gigantomachy, Tamaki, the main force in the War of Giants, the son of Zeus, the legendary hero who faced the 12 trials, a slayer of monsters and titans alike, the cruel executioner of evil, yet infinitely kind to the weak, the strongest being of them all. Kim Yu-won's fingers curled into a tight fist. The power of a giant. Something stirred inside him. His body reacted, his hand began to grow. A system notification appeared. The power of gigantification is seeping into your arm. Mastery level, low. Stamina temporarily converted into strength. Kim Yu-won's expression hardened. As expected, even after devouring a giant's heart, even after increasing my endurance, his stamina was draining rapidly. But it's enough. The old man sneered, raising his glowing purple staff. You seem confident. His voice grew colder. Fine, I'll get my answers after I tear off your arms and legs. Even if you're a direct descendant of Olympus, you're still just a reckless child. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply. Then, with blazing determination, he raised his hand. Shut up. He struck. Boom. A second coffin erupted from the ground, a massive stone tomb wrapped in pulsating purple chains. This time, it wasn't just a single skill. The boss had used his triple dark casket, but it made no difference. With eyes burning like embers, Kim Yu-won smashed through it effortlessly. The boss's expression twisted into disbelief. Desperation flickered behind his crimson eyes as he thrust his staff forward. Not yet. You don't get to die now. His voice trembled with something beyond mere rage, fear. He needed answers. Dark green energy erupted from his staff, corrupted venom fangs. The attack streaked toward Kim Yuan. But Kim Yuan rushed forward, ignoring the incoming strike. For a split second, he saw himself differently, his body wrapped in the skin of a lion, wielding the might of a legend. His muscles burned, strength surging through his colossal arm. Gigentification, he thought. It's exactly what I need. But then another realization hit. If I can't fully control it, then killing the Chimera's creator won't be an option. Even though Chimera creator had lost his former power, even though he was exiled to the tutorial zone, he was still dangerous. Kim Yuan smashed through the incoming green attacks, dispersing them like shattered glass. He exhaled sharply, acknowledging to himself that was reckless. He clenched his fists, power surging through his veins. How many days would it take to fully control gigentification? A new wave of attacks surged toward him. Without hesitation, he tore through them, scattering glowing fragments in all directions. His movements were precise, his strength overwhelming. Difficult, but not impossible. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a cautious step back. Something like this? His voice was barely a whisper. Kim Yuan stepped forward, his figure barely visible in the shadows. But his eyes, those burning red eyes, pierced through the darkness like embers in the night. Chimera creator gritted his teeth. Even if he has ties to Hercules, destroying everything with just raw power? He shook off the thought, gripping his staff tightly. Raising it high, he conjured a massive spiked barricade. Black spikes shot up from the ground, forming a fortress-like defense around him. A twisted grin curled onto his lips. This is my strongest barrier. Let's see if you can break through this, boy. Then, crack. The first fracture appeared. Chimera, creator's smirk vanished. Another crack, then another. The fortress shook as deep fissures spread like spiderwebs across its surface. His hands trembled. Impossible. Above him, his staff glowed with an ominous purple light. He gritted his teeth. You're insane, he roared. But Kim Yuan didn't stop. Blow after blow, the wall crumbled. The sheer force of his fists reduced the once imposing barricade to nothing but splinters. Chimera creator's confidence shattered along with it. His mind raced. Had the hero finally stopped? Had he exhausted himself? Then he heard it. Laughter. Not his own. Kim Yuan's. In that moment, Chimera creator realized he had made a mistake. The next punch came too fast to react. Bam! A fist slammed into his chest, sending him crashing against the stone wall. His body jerked from the impact, dust and debris flying everywhere. The old man coughed violently, struggling to move. But before he could react, crush! Kim Yuan's next punch landed squarely on his face. Chimera creator felt his skull fracture. The hero didn't stop. Another blow, then another. Blood sprayed against the cold ground as Kim Yuan's strikes came relentlessly, mercilessly. His eyes burned like wildfire as he thought, if I can't fully wield fiery eyes and gigentification, then I'm not ready to face him. His fists tore through flesh and bone. The very foundation of the room shook from the sheer brutality of his assault. Stone shards flew in all directions. He kept pounding, his rage manifesting in raw, unrelenting force. Somewhere in his mind, an image flashed. Sun Wukong. The long-haired man sat on a stone, watching silently. Kim Yuan turned toward him. Why aren't you saying anything? He demanded. His voice was laced with something unreadable. Anger? Frustration? Sun Wukong remained calm. You knew. Kim Yuan continued. You knew that the one who ascended to the 50th floor killed the creator of the chimeras. Sun Wukong exhaled slowly, his gaze unwavering. And what exactly do you want me to say? The armless man released his staff, letting it clatter against the stone floor. His eyes grew serious. Either way, the truth is plain for everyone to see. Kim Yuan turned his attention back to Chimera Creator. There was nothing left of his head, and yet he was still alive. A guttural wheeze escaped the old man's lips. Blood pooled around him, but he still refused to die. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. Immortal, he muttered. Chimera Creator managed a weak grin, his voice hoarse. I cannot die. Kim Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. Good. A surge of fire ignited in his eyes. The boss had been declared indestructible, as expected, but Kim Yuan knew something else too. 1,000 years of black magic experiments, a body tougher than steel, an undead chimera. Kim Yuan raised his hand, flames reflecting in his menacing gaze. But even an immortal body has limits. Even an immortal body has limits. Kim Yuan's cinder eyes flared to life, glowing brighter as he activated a special skill. His gaze locked onto the old man's form, revealing strange, uneven markings across his decayed flesh. Weak points. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won reached out and grabbed one. Chimera creator's expression twisted in pure shock. Then, R.I.P., Kim Yu-won tore off the withered man's arm and flung it aside. A piercing scream echoed through the cavern. Chimera creator writhed on the ground, his remaining hand clawing at the dirt as he shrieked, "Stop!" But Kim Yu-won wasn't finished. His fingers dug into the boss's flesh, ripping pieces away one by one. The chamber filled with the sickening sound of tearing flesh, accompanied by Chimera creator's agonized wails. "Stop! Please," the old man howled. Kim Yu-won didn't even blink. His grip tightened around Chimera creator's leg, twisting it. "How many?" Kim Yu-won's voice was sharp, cutting through the screams like a blade. "How many people did you rip apart with these very hands?" Chimera creator's mouth hung open, breathless, his face contorted in terror. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. A memory surfaced. Himself, clad in a suit, standing before three figures. One of them had told him, "Fight Surutra in the tutorial. Obtain Cinder Eyes. Then, absorb his heart and gain gigantification." Kim Yu-won smirked bitterly. And that would create an absurd monster. Ding! System notifications flooded his vision. Achievement unlocked. Impossible to believe. Boss defeated. The creator of chimeras. Due to acquiring an impossible achievement, reward calculation has been delayed. Tutorial complete. Level up. Strength +2. Agility +2. Stamina +1. Agility +1. Heaven Slaying Star's completion rate increased by 8.34%. Kim Yu-won exhaled, wiping his bloodied hand against his cloak. He hadn't expected this, to become something this absurd. He straightened, staring at the new notification that appeared. Heaven Slaying Star. Kim Yu-won is a rare talent, destined to conquer the heavens. The weight of the lives he chooses in the future will shape his fate and his value. Rank, A+. Completion rate, 10.3%. Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered. So just like Sarah, am I being treated as a boss too? Another message followed. Stat boost. All stats +3, based on the number and level of those slain. Kim Yu-won smirked to himself. Every 5% completion seems to grant a stat bonus. If I reach 100%, I'll gain at least 20 stats. At that moment, the stitched monsters in the cavern began to collapse, lifeless. The brunette watched as one by one, they fell like puppets with their strings cut. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of shocked voices. The group stood among the fallen creatures, eyes wide in disbelief. "What just happened?" someone asked. The axe-wielding warrior frowned. "Is it over? Are they going to get back up?" Kim Yu-won waved a hand dismissively. "No need to worry. The boss is dead. They won't be getting back up." Lee Sung-yoon exhaled heavily, shoulders sagging. "Damn, this time, I really thought I was going to die." A ladder appeared in the distance, descending toward the group, a sign the tutorial had truly ended. A worried voice called out, "Is anyone injured?" A few members of the group gathered near a dark-haired girl who had fallen to one knee. Yolch! Hargan, who had been standing still, suddenly shouted her name. His usual composure shattered. Kim Yu-won turned to look. Yolch clutched her side, her wound glowing green. The Hargan frowned, saying nothing. A fair-haired figure knelt beside her, activating a healing skill. The healing light faded as the fair-haired one finished tending to the long-haired girl's wounds. Nearby, the captain stood beside Kim Yu-won, watching the aftermath in silence. With a sharp exhale, the captain spoke. "Let's wrap this up quickly." His voice was steady but firm. Then, turning to the rest of the group, he ordered, "Take care of the wounded." A few voices responded in affirmation. The armored man then turned his attention to Kim Yu-won, his gaze unreadable. Without another word, he stepped ahead, motioning for him to follow. "We need to talk." High above, the rough ceiling of the cave loomed, jagged and uneven. The Hargan sighed. "I want to ask who you really are, or how you knew about the connection between that rancor and the tutorial." His tone was careful, measured. Then, his expression hardened. "But because of your choice, someone got hurt." They stood near the massive hole in the wall. Dust still lingered in the air from the earlier destruction. His voice was sharper now. "Was it necessary? Did you have to kill the creator of the chimeras?" Kim Yu-won's expression remained unchanged, unreadable as ever. The captain pressed on. The tutorial could have ended by just killing the chimera. Kim Yu-won finally spoke, his voice calm. "Usually, yes." The armored man threw up his hands, frustration flashing across his face. "Then why? You could have set a record. You could have cleared this without going that far." He clenched his fists. "How far are you willing to go?" Kim Yu-won said nothing. The captain's voice grew heavier. "Would you only be satisfied when you and everyone around you are dead?" Silence. Kim Yu-won closed his eyes for a brief moment, then repeated the question, almost to himself. "How far do I have to go?" His mind drifted to a vision, a battlefield littered with countless corpses clad in armor. a sky that was neither day nor night, but a deep, oppressive purple. And beyond that sky, something unnatural. A creature with shifting, translucent flesh, its form writhing and undefined. Black tendrils stretched from its back, glowing purple dots blinking like stars across its grotesque body. The outer gods, outside the tower, beyond what humans could grasp, entities from other dimensions. Hopelessness, despair, and in the depths of that endless, chaotic abyss, the unborn. A being consumed by madness, spiraling in a whirlpool of destruction. Kim Yu-won envisioned a battlefield frozen in time. Countless slain warriors, weapons still clutched in their lifeless hands. To kill just one of these creatures, how many rankers had to die? And how many more lurked beyond? The vision shifted. Himself, bloodied, exhausted, barely standing. His breathing ragged, his body aching, but his mind unwavering. That's why I have to keep getting stronger. I have to cut out the rotting parts of this world before it collapses entirely. He paused, then corrected himself. No, for the world to survive, it needs to become stronger too. I'll drag it forward myself, if I have to. Back in the present, Kim Yu-won lowered his gaze. His voice was quieter this time. I don't know. The Hargan watched him carefully. Do you even want to know? Kim Yu-won met his eyes. No. A beat of silence. Then, Kim Yu-won asked, are you gathering a team? People to travel with you. The captain hesitated. Not for the reasons you're thinking. Kim Yu-won's expression didn't change. I can't go with them. Hargan furrowed his brows. He needs an ally. Someone strong enough to reduce the risk of traveling with him. He turned away from Kim Yu-won, clenching his jaw. Just what kind of thorny path have you chosen? Then, Kim Yu-won's voice cut through his thoughts. Stop talking about teams. His tone was final. This could happen to any of them at any moment. Then, without another word, he turned to face a tall man, standing ahead. The captain let out a sigh, signaling the end of their conversation. Without looking back, he started walking away. I'm done here, he muttered. Then, turning to the long-haired man, he added, sorry to keep you waiting. How long have you been here? The unknown figure chuckled, folding his arms across his broad chest. The tension in the air was interesting, he mused. Kim Yu-won turned to the Hargan, who was watching the scene with narrowed eyes. Who is that? The Hargan muttered, eyeing the tall man with suspicion. He looks like some kind of beggar. Kim Yu-won barely glanced at him before answering. He's the tutorial manager. The captain's eyes widened. What? Immediately, he straightened and bowed deeply, a being at the level of the highest-ranked rankers. He barely managed to finish his thought before realizing. This is Hargan from Olympus. I am at your service, he said formally. The bearded man barely acknowledged him. Kim Yu-won exhaled. Don't act like that, he said flatly. Just greet him properly. He has nothing to do with Olympus. The tutorial manager scowled, turning his piercing gaze to the Hargan. I don't want anything to do with them. His voice was filled with irritation. Because of you lot, I have more work than I should. I swear, if I could, I'd rip out Zeus's entire beard right now. The long-haired man covered his face with his hand, letting out a deep sigh. To think, I have to clean up another mess because of you. His expression darkened as his thoughts trailed off. The creator of the Chimeras was bound by a 1,000-year contract, and now, thanks to that reckless fool, he's dead. There's no prepared boss to replace him. With an irritated grunt, the tutorial manager turned his glare toward Kim Yu-won. Well, thanks to someone, this tutorial gets to live a little longer. He folded his arms. Is that what you came to tell me? Or are you here to demand a reward? Without waiting for a reply, the high-ranking official extended his hand. A soft blue glow pulsed in his palm. You're in more of a hurry than you let on, he muttered. As the light faded, a small black stone appeared in his grasp. He tossed it toward Kim Yu-won. Do whatever you want with it. Use it or guard it. It's your choice. Ding. You have received Dark Divine Creator, a shard of primordial darkness. Stores an immense reserve of dark attribute mana. Unrefined. Requires an excellent craftsman to process. Class. Ingredient item. Effects. O conceals and alters dark attribute mana. O increases mana resistance. O mana capacity plus 20%. O mana consumption reduced by 20%. Kim Yu-won stared at the stone in his palm, his mind racing. The Dark Divine Creator? A memory surfaced, a vision of a man holding a similar stone aloft. Kim Yu-won's breath caught in his throat. The Dark Divine Creator, or rather, a fragment of Hades' helmet. Hades, the god of the underworld, one of the 3 supreme rulers of Olympus. His helmet was among the strongest relics in existence, and at its core was this very stone, one of the most important artifacts to obtain upon returning to the past. Yet somehow he had it now. Kim Yu-won's fingers curled around the stone. His gaze flickered toward the captain, who was watching him intently, as if trying to read his thoughts. I know where the god of the sea's stone is. Now, only the lightning fragment remains. but he remained silent. The Hargan put his hands on his hips, frowning. What exactly do you need that for? Kim Yu-won said nothing, still deep in thought. If I move fast enough, I can collect them much quicker than I originally planned. The tutorial manager snapped his fingers, cutting through the tension. Are you all done now? His voice carried impatience. Then his tone shifted. The conditions have been met. We're heading to the tower. And with that, the group was launched into the sky. As the group soared through the air, the tutorial manager's voice echoed behind them. The rest will receive rewards based on their contributions. His tone was indifferent, but then he sighed. And even though it pains me to say it, Hargan's reward is pretty decent, too. The armored man turned back slightly, nodding in gratitude. Thank you. The high-ranking official barely acknowledged him. Instead, his eyes locked onto Kim Yu-won. This will be our last meeting, he stated firmly. Are you planning to cause this much chaos when you reach the top, too? Kim Yu-won smirked. Guess we'll find out. The tall man exhaled through his nose. Yeah, that doesn't inspire confidence at all. His gaze drifted down to Kim Yu-won's hand, where the dark divine creator rested in his palm. With something like that, you're capable of causing far greater destruction. Then, to everyone's surprise, the tutorial manager grinned. Chaos, huh? He shook his head. Well, if you're going to be a storm, at least be a wave that shakes this entire tower. Before Kim Yu-won could respond, everything faded to black. Ding. New system notifications appeared. Time remaining until tower advancement. 598 hours, 55 minutes, 40 seconds. The next screen revealed the final rankings. First place, Kim Yu-won. Second place, Hargan. Third place, Yolch. The tutorial had officially ended. Ding. Final rewards. 67.488 points earned. New record bonus, plus 50,000 additional points. Kim Yu-won's inventory flashed. A purple glow appeared at the center of his interface. His eyes narrowed. What's this? A mysterious egg materialized within his inventory. It had no name, no description, just a strange, pulsating presence. An egg? Kim Yu-won thought, confused. There were items like this in the tutorial? Before he could inspect it further, the world around him shifted, and he arrived at the first floor. Kim Yu-won looked up. The sky here felt vastly different from the sealed-off tutorial. As he moved, adjusting to the new environment, he continued scrolling through his inventory, checking for any additional rewards. The Hargan beside him crossed his arms. We've arrived. They weren't alone. Hundreds of other rankers stood nearby, their gazes sharp and calculating. The outskirts of the first floor's step of beginning were filled with guild representatives and scouts. Veteran players scanned the newcomers with interest, whispering amongst themselves. Why are they here already? One muttered. There's still plenty of time left before the tutorial ends, another noted. Kim Yu-won silently observed them, realization settling in. From this point on, they were no longer participants, they were now players. Most of these newcomers had been sent ahead of schedule, and judging by the emblems and banners scattered throughout the area, guilds were already preparing to recruit them. Hargan suddenly stiffened, his posture tense. His gaze swept across the crowd, locking onto a few familiar faces. Olympus, he muttered. Kim Yu-won caught the name immediately. He glanced at Hargan. You're planning to join a guild? The armored man hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yeah, Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Didn't take you for someone who wanted a team. Hargan scoffed. I don't. I never intended to look for a guild, let alone join one. But his fists clenched. I lost our bet, and I keep my word. Kim Yu-won's gaze remained unreadable. Hargan seemed deep in thought. He recalled his last conversation with the tutorial manager. There was something he wanted to say, something about Olympus. But before he could bring it up, he noticed Kim Yu-won had already turned away. Is something going on between you and Olympus? Hargan asked carefully. Kim Yu-won paused. Then, without looking back, he replied, You mean that Olympus? The one you think is fair and just. Hargan frowned. What are you? Kim Yu-won turned slightly, his expression unreadable. Figure it out yourself. Don't rely on other people's words. If you want to understand the truth, find it on your own. Hargan's eyes widened slightly. Kim Yu-won took a step forward. The Hargan scowled. You're leaving again? Kim Yu-won didn't answer. The Hargan crossed his arms. At least register as a player before heading to the village. His tone was annoyed. So we can actually contact you. Kim Yu-won waved a hand dismissively as he walked off. Hargan glared after him, muttering under his breath. That bastard. And with that, Kim Yu-won disappeared into the city beyond. A group of armored figures knelt before Hargan, their presence heavy with respect. Behind them stood an Olympian player, his stance formal as he stepped forward. The Hargan turned around as the man introduced himself, his tone filled with reverence. Welcome, Great Blood. Hargan's sharp gaze flickered over the gathered warriors. He had seen this man before. The fair-haired Olympian caught the recognition in his eyes and smiled. It is an honor that you remember me. Hargan crossed his arms, still assessing him. Agamemnon. The man bowed, slightly in acknowledgement. So, you're follower of Ares? Hargan asked, his voice casual but laced with meaning. I heard he's recently become a top ranker. Pass along my congratulations. Agamemnon's face remained composed. I am indeed his follower. However, he straightened, his expression darkening slightly. I hold deep respect for family ties. Until my mother is found, I will not pass along your words. Hargan's eyes narrowed. A fury burned behind them as his aura flickered, electric, unstable. The ground around him seemed to spark with raw energy. Agamemnon quickly bowed again. Please, don't react so harshly, he urged. You know well the character of Lord Ares. Hargan closed his eyes, exhaling through his nose. Family ties are created, not just inherited, Agamemnon continued. And I wish to create a family for you as well. The Hargan opened his eyes slowly, his gaze cold. The true insult was not from Agamemnon, but from Ares himself, the one who neglected him, who treated him as insignificant. And yet, taking his anger out on this lower-ranked follower would do nothing but strain relations with Olympus. With a sharp turn, Hargan let him go. Agamemnon followed a step behind, his tone shifting. The brunette, who just left. He's not one of yours, is he? Hargan didn't answer immediately. He glanced toward the distant streets of the city, lush with vibrant greenery. He's a friend. The words came out hesitantly. Agamemnon frowned, puzzled by his uncertain answer. The jackals were waiting. The term jackals was used to describe those who refused to climb higher. Instead of progressing to the next floor, they stayed behind, lurking in the step of beginning. Their prey? New players. Fresh, inexperienced, and completely unprepared. Perfect for the picking. They called it harvest time. Kim Yu-won walked alone. He could already sense them. Even without cinder eyes, his intuition told him. At least 20 were following him. His fingers brushed against the dark divine creator in his pocket. Jackals, he thought. Ideal test subjects. From a distance, the jackals watched. Their leader, Fateo, smirked as he observed the lone figure walking ahead. The tutorial ended faster than we expected, he noted. A lot of high-class players got in this time. Another jackal scoffed. And that means a lot of people earned some serious coin. They continued stalking Kim Yu-won's movements. He's alone, not with a guild. One of them frowned. Where's his team? Doesn't look like he has one, another said. Still, something doesn't feel right. Look at his robe, someone else pointed out. That's fire-imbued gear. A mage? Fateo squinted, watching the red glow flickering around Kim Yu-won. Should we jump him? One of the jackals asked. Fateo opened his mouth to respond, then froze. The red glow vanished. Wait, where the hell did he go? A cry rang out behind them. Jackals whipped around in alarm. Another scream, then another. They couldn't even see the attacks, only hear the panicked shouts as their comrades were cut down one by one. Who's attacking us? Blades slashed through the air, silent and precise. More jackals collapsed, their bodies hitting the ground before they even realized what was happening. Panic spread like wildfire. This is a trap, someone shouted. We need to. Fateo's eyes glowed as he activated Hawkeye, searching for movement. Is he using an illusion skill? More screams filled the night. Kim Yu-won was eliminating them, quickly, efficiently. A jackal wheezed out. We need to retreat. But Fateo hesitated, because at that moment, he realized something terrifying. This wasn't just a simple ambush. This was a hunt, and they were the prey. He was just a newcomer, barely stepping into the tower. But with his stealth skill, he extended his hand forward. The young man swung his hand again, launching another attack. Meanwhile, the brunette had his grip tight around one of the jackal's throats. In that moment, he realized this guy wasn't just some bait. He was a blade, sharp enough to end him. A top-tier player. The brunette warned him not to bother running. It was pointless. He'd catch them no matter what. Kim Yu-won stepped forward, offering a deal. Answer his question honestly, and he'd let him go. But the player knew the truth. If he could make it to the lower floors, he'd be safe. Still, he was furious at the threat. Before he could act, a sharp pain tore through his leg. The brunette had already struck, and his agonized screams filled the air. Writhing in pain, he was warned again, keep going, and this wouldn't stop. The brunette's blade glinted as he pressed for information. Where can I find a man called Cloudless? His victim froze, eyes wide with shock. He tried to ask how he knew that name, but the brunette only smirked. Jackpot. As night fell, the village was illuminated by scattered candlelight. A warm glow flickered over a wooden table where tea and buns sat untouched. The young man leaned back in his chair, taking in the familiar surroundings of the first-floor settlement. It felt good to be back. He had what he needed, and now he could finally unwind. The peaceful evening reminded him of past nights, sharing drinks with comrades. He could almost hear the clinking of glasses. Smiling to himself, he lifted his bowl, lost in the memory, until he lost his balance, crashing onto the wooden floor. Snapping back to reality, he decided he'd had enough sentimentality. Reaching into his belongings, he pulled out the stone of the black god. It worked well against weaklings like the jackals, but it was far from perfected. His mastery of the Hades helmet's concealment was still lacking. He had the mana, plenty of it, enough to earn the nickname Infinity Stone as a joke, but raw power wasn't enough. He studied the stone closely. If he could refine it, maximize its potential, combat would no longer be a problem. He thought of Zeus, who rose to power with a single piece of lightning. Hades, who never fought without his helmet. Legendary artifacts that shaped Olympus, and perhaps the future itself. Then it hit him. There was only one person capable of refining such a material. His lips curled into a knowing smile. It's been a while. Suddenly, the clang of metal rang through the air. Sparks flew as a massive hammer struck the anvil. A burly figure stood by the forge, tirelessly shaping molten steel. The young man's uncle. In his hand, the young man held a spherical device, a player set, activated with mana. He wandered the village, searching for what he needed, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He had no exact coordinates, only a gut feeling. As he walked, he passed a man and a child, both desperate, their hands outstretched. Please, just a few points, the man begged, voice trembling. My child is starving. The brunette barely spared them a glance and kept walking. A dagger suddenly lodged itself into the man's back. Before he could even react, the brunette grabbed him. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence before collapsing. His henchman arrived just moments later, eyes wide with panic at the sight of their fallen comrade. Without hesitation, they lunged at the young man. But Kim Yu-won fought them off effortlessly, dodging their attacks and countering with swift strikes. If you're struggling to get by, go to the upper floors, he advised, knocking back two more. But don't you dare prey on others. As the last of them stumbled away, he finally noticed something, a faint glimmer in the darkness. His eyes widened. He was standing in a dimly lit alley, and instinct told him he had found the place he was searching for. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Pushing the door open, he called out, Owner, you here? Inside, the forge was sweltering. The heat from a molten metal and burning coals filled the air. A voice answered from behind a heavy door. Who the hell works until lunch? Someone grumbled. A burly figure finally emerged. Kuzi squinted at the newcomer, clearly unimpressed. His gaze flicked over the young man before asking, irritated, Are you wearing fireproof spells or something? You're not from around here. Not lost, if that's what you're asking, the young man replied, eyeing the equipment. You a blacksmith? Kuzi scoffed. Here to buy gear. He gestured toward a selection of swords. Take your pick. They're better than whatever you're carrying. The young man reached for a weapon, testing its weight. It was dull, more like a baton than a proper blade. Disappointed, he muttered, So, you're a blacksmith who only makes failures? Kuzi's expression darkened. Gripping his sledgehammer, he scowled. You got a problem? The tension in the room thickened as magic crackled faintly around him. Then, in a low voice, he asked, Your name? Volcaro. The blacksmith froze. His stance shifted, wary. Where did you come from? Relax, the young man said, reaching into his belongings. He pulled out a small, glowing sphere and held it up. Just got here. First floor. Volcaro glanced at the orb, eyes narrowing at the floor-level indicator. It confirmed the truth. This guy was fresh out of the tutorial. Closing his eyes briefly, Volcaro exhaled. He knew he had to tread carefully. If he had swung his hammer recklessly just now, things could have gone very wrong. So, what do you want? Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a stone. I need something made. Volcaro's expression shifted the moment he laid eyes on it. His brows furrowed as he inspected the object, eyes widening in disbelief. This is an unfinished stone, he muttered, still in shock. Where the hell did you get this? Reward for clearing the tutorial. Volcaro's head snapped up. How long did it take you? 5 days and 2 hours, the young man replied casually, as if it were nothing. He even noted that he had achieved the highest score. The blacksmith stared at him, taking in the expensive gear he wore despite only being on the first floor. No doubt about it, this guy was no ordinary player. The forge's heat seemed even heavier now. Volcaro sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I can process it, he admitted, but if we use cheap materials, it'll be ruined. You'll need something strong enough to handle the power inside this stone. Then, looking almost amused, he asked, And you're seriously trusting me with this, even after seeing the crap I make? The young man didn't waver. Volcaro let out a short laugh, grabbing the stone. You're a damn psycho, he muttered. Then, without another word, he turned and headed toward the forge. Volcaro smirked, gripping his anvil. What? Afraid I'll run off with it? The young man met his gaze, unbothered. Not really. I read people well. He glanced at his reflection in a nearby set of armor. If you were planning to steal it, I'd see greed in your eyes. But right now, you just look excited. Volcaro scoffed. But he didn't argue. The young man bent down, picking up a sword from the floor. He turned it over in his hands, assessing its weight. You really think this won't break? He asked. It won't, Volcaro replied confidently. The young man swung the blade, watching the way it gleamed under the forge's dim light. The balance was perfect, impressive considering the cheap materials and tight deadline. A product of raw experience and undeniable skill, wasted away in a place like this. Handing the weapon back, he commented, the blade holds up, but the handle's rough. And you're tracking a habit here. Volcaro scowled, gripping his sledgehammer. You're really nitpicking the weight balance now. The young man only grinned. Forgot to mess it up on purpose. Volcaro let out a short laugh. What are you even doing? Without answering, the young man tossed the sword into a crate filled with other weapons. Volcaro raised a brow. What? You some kind of perfectionist? Not exactly, the young man replied, but something close. Volcaro didn't entirely get what he meant, but he exhaled and nodded. Fine, I'll take the order. He leaned forward, eyes sharp. But since you trust me so much, I've got one condition. The young man smiled. Keep this forge a secret, Volcaro said. No one can know this order even exists. Can you handle that? The young man gave him a knowing look. Of course. The sky stretched out, clear and blue. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of a small shop. On a wooden plate sat a breakfast of scrambled eggs, sausages, and fresh vegetables. 3 points spent for a single meal. The young man leaned back, absently spreading something on his bread. He had given his uncle his number, and the work would take about 10 days. That was fine. He needed to stick around the lower floors for a bit anyway. As he ate, his mind sifted through the intel he had gathered from the jackalls. The collection would happen in 2 days. Perfect timing. If he played this right, he could take them all down in one go. He lifted his sandwich, just about to take a bite, when someone sat down across from him. Without looking, he already knew. Hargan, the man smirked. Took you long enough to notice. Setting his sandwich down, the young man sighed. How'd you find me? Easy, Hargan said, leaning back. I walked around the edges, checked where you signed up. And well, I've got connections. Figured I'd use them. The two sat in silence for a moment. The young man chewed his food, his mind shifting gears. The first floor was still under Olympus' control. Zeus' family could move freely without trouble. No surprises there. Hargan, however, had a different agenda. He leaned in slightly. Give me your number. The young man raised a brow. Didn't take you for the type to ask a guy for his number. Hargan rolled his eyes. Still as much of a pain as before. Before the young man could reply, another figure approached. He glanced up. The newcomer wasn't exactly the friendly type. Hargan paid no mind and dug into his own food. So, he asked between bites, when are you heading up the tower? In about 5 days, the young man answered. Gonna grind levels in the outer region first. He reached for his cutlery, casually adding, the team needs time to get stronger too. Hargan smirked, resting his elbows on the table. The young man did the same. Hargan kept chewing as he spoke. I need your help with something. The young man glanced up. With what? Pulling out the roots of a pack of jackals. He sighed, leaning back. Just finding them in a crowd is already a problem. His expression tensed when Hargan added, and it'll be just the two of us. Explain, Hargan demanded. It's too early for details, the young man replied casually. Come see me the evening after tomorrow. I'll tell you everything then. Hargan huffed, stabbing his fork into his food. Fine, but we're going together. Wouldn't have it any other way. Hargan finished his meal quickly, standing up just as the young man was about to rise. You eat fast, he remarked. The young man shrugged. Got a lot to handle today, Hargan said, stretching. I'll head out first. The brunette watched him go, noting how similar he was to the team he had built during the tutorial. A team he planned to develop and rise with. Then he stiffened. Someone was watching him. His gaze locked onto a man in a black robe. The young man sighed, setting down his cup. If you've got business, get to the point. The man placed a hand on the table, smirking. Didn't expect to see you here so soon. Pulling back his hood, he extended a hand. First time meeting you. Pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. The young man shook his hand firmly. Agamemnon, the man introduced himself. Olympus faction. He took a seat across from the brunette, his sharp eyes flicking to where Hargan had been sitting. The Hargan, blood of the heavenly ruler. Not even a proper greeting. The young man remained expressionless. You're here on a mission, aren't you? A steaming cup of tea was set between them. Agamemnon lifted it, his smile unreadable. Heard you placed first in the tutorial. He swirled the tea lightly before adding, Hargan was second. They sat in silence for a moment. The gap between first and second is massive, Agamemnon continued. Rumors say a monster entered the tower. The young man smirked. That's so? Appreciate the compliment. Agamemnon took a slow sip. Funny thing, that Kim Myung-hoon calls you a friend. Strange, isn't it? The young man chuckled. Yeah, you think Hargan's the type to want friends. Agamemnon set his tea down, studying him. Or maybe he's just trying to buy your loyalty. He glanced into his cup, watching his own reflection ripple in the tea. Honestly, not joining his team might be the smart move. Connections from the tutorial? They don't last. Most players who climb higher end up leaving them behind. Those who become rankers? Even rarer. He leaned forward slightly. But you're different. You have potential. You could become something great in this tower. He gestured slightly, his tone persuasive. So tell me, why climb with people who fit the norm? The young man remained silent. Agamemnon smiled. Mr. Ares from Olympus would like to meet you. Join us, and you'll get whatever you want. The young man tensed. Agamemnon noticed. Ares isn't like that Hargan. He doesn't even know his own mother. A nobody. His voice grew firmer. Ares is the legitimate son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus. A ranker, a great being who's already left his mark. The young man's fingers curled slightly on the table. Agamemnon continued smoothly. Think about it. Olympus is serious about recruiting. You won't find a better opportunity. The young man let out a slow breath. Then, bang, his fist slammed against the table. The teacup rattled, but he remained calm. Enough. Agamemnon fell silent, watching him carefully. The young man lifted his cup, finishing the last drop of tea. Then, placing it back down, he gave a slight nod. Thanks for the tea, he said. Then, without another word, he stood up to leave. As he turned to leave, a stunned silence filled the air. Agamemnon frowned. You're really walking away from this? The young man stopped, but only to glance over his shoulder. I'm not joining anyone. He took a step forward, then added with a smirk, a few days ago, the Hargan son of Zeus personally invited me to his team. Turn him down too. Agamemnon's expression darkened. You talk about norms like you were above them, the young man continued. Yet, here you are, acting like Ares' personal guard dog. Funny, considering you just called him a nobody who doesn't even know his mother. Agamemnon's jaw clenched. His fingers curled into fists. The young man didn't let up. You're not Ares, but the way you talk, you'd think Zeus and Hera were your parents. His tone sharpened. I'll say it once. My answer won't change. He turned fully to face him, eyes cold. I don't work with people who aren't worth my time. With that, he walked away. Still inside the cafe, Agamemnon sat frozen, fists trembling with fury. You okay? A voice asked cautiously. Agamemnon inhaled sharply, forcing himself to calm down. How many jackals can we mobilize right now? The player beside him hesitated. They're still collecting money. In a few days, we should have enough to gather the numbers we need. Agamemnon exhaled slowly, his mind working through the logistics. All this effort just to kill one guy, he muttered. The player across from him gave him a hard look. Think logically. He's ahead of the Hargan. If he could be dealt with easily, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Agamemnon scowled, but he knew it was true. After a brief pause, he grinned. Fine. Prep 100 men first. Lifting a hand to his face, he traced a finger over his cheek, as if picturing the moment of victory. As soon as harvest time ends, he said, voice dripping with satisfaction, we're killing him. 2 days later, the setting sun bathed the city in golden light. The young man walked with a steady pace, his Hargan companion trailing slightly behind. So, how are we handling the jackals? Hargan asked. First, I need to meet someone, the young man replied. Took a long time to find him. Hargan frowned, but didn't press. And who exactly are we meeting? Just follow me. Agamemnon, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes at the exchange. His gaze locked onto the young man's fiery eyes, and a memory flashed through his mind. A passage from the past. A name. A legend. Could he be related? His thoughts drifted to a child. One who had once been called the Great Sage, equal to heaven. A man who had ascended the tower and become a top ranker in under a century. A fighter with the most dominant qualities in ranker history. The realization hit like a spark in dry grass. Hargan's gaze lingered on the brunette's shifting cloak, watching the way it moved. There was no doubt. This guy wasn't just using Mert abilities. He wielded fire. The same fire as his brother, Apollo. His fingers twitched as another possibility surfaced. His eyes darted to the young man's hand. There was Gigante. His breath caught. Hercules, the only one in Olympus with that skill. The Vahi, descendants of the giants, possessed this power. Could Kim Yu-1 be from a giant's bloodline? If so, why wasn't he part of Olympus? Hargan barely had time to process when Hargan, his name snapped him out of his thoughts. The brunette stood by the door, staring at him expectantly. Are you going to respond properly, or what? Hargan blinked. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. The door creaked open, revealing a man inside. We're closed for the day, he muttered. The brunette stepped forward, respectful yet firm. I need to see someone. The man sighed, scribbling something down. If you're looking for something, leave your name and contact. Mu Wunshin, the young man interrupted. The man's hand froze over the paper. He looked up, hesitation flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? Mu Wunshin, the young man repeated. The man's grip on the pen tightened before He bolted. Cursing under his breath, he rushed for the exit, shoving past stunned customers. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. He shot forward, hand latching onto the fleeing man's collar before he could escape. The fugitive barely had a chance to escape. Panicked, Kim Yu-wonked out a dagger and swung wildly, but the young man was faster. With a sharp movement, he caught the fugitive's wrist, twisting it just enough to make him drop the blade. A palm pressed against his own face. His eyes flickered red again. "Sit down," the brunette ordered. The next moment, he slammed the fugitive to the ground. "Hard, and stay still." Mu Wunshin gasped for air, staring up at him in disbelief. Where did he get this kind of strength? He had been a player from Myram, one who had refused to climb the tower. Yet now, with red eyes burning like embers, Kim Yu-won held him in place effortlessly. The realization hit. This wasn't just any player. The king of the jackals had just been caught. Kim Yu-won wasted no time tying him up, but Mu Wunshin thrashed against the bindings, voice rising in protest. "You got the wrong guy." "Really?" Kim Yu-won tilted his head. "Then why did you run?" The Hargan watched the whole exchange, his gaze unreadable. Mu Wunshin, still struggling, suddenly stammered. "Your eyes, they're unnatural. That's why I ran." Hargan narrowed his eyes. "And we're just supposed to assume he's our guy because he ran?" Kim Yu-won didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled out the dagger Mu Wunshin had dropped, turning it over in his hand. "Take a good look," he said, tossing it toward Hargan. The Hargan caught it, frowning. "That's not a regular blade." Kim Yu-won continued, motioning toward the floor. "See where it landed?" Hargan's eyes followed the direction, and his expression darkened. A thin, almost invisible sheen of poison coated the spot where the dagger had hit. "For a weapon on this floor, that's an extremely high-level poison," Kim Yu-won noted. Mu Wunshin sat in the corner, finally silent. Kim Yu-won's voice lowered. "It's forbidden to use this kind of poison on fellow players. Even owning it requires special permission." He raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, why would the owner of a simple haberdashery store need something like this?" The room fell into silence. Then, Mu Wunshin let out a slow breath. His entire demeanor shifted. He stopped resisting, stopped pretending. His lips curled into a smirk. "Where did you get your information?" Kim Yu-won grinned. "So I was right." Hargan tensed. The man's face had changed. His voice had changed. Even his presence felt different. With an irritated sigh, Mu Wunshin shook his head. "You're an arrogant little bastard, aren't you?" His tone was laced with amusement. "Do you even realize who you're messing with?" Hargan's gaze flickered between him and Kim Yu-won. Something about the way his hair and eyes shifted, setting off alarms in his head. His lips parted slightly in realization. Then, suddenly, everything around him sparked. Hargan clenched his fists. "Is it true?" he growled. "Did Olympus betray us?" Kim Yu-won leaned in close to Mu Wunshin. "Do you take orders from Agamemnon?" His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. "I have some questions for him." Mu Wunshin let out a low laugh. "The heavenly ruler sure seems interested in the affairs of the first floor. Even sent his son to the tutorial." His words sent a ripple of tension through the room. Kim Yu-won's tone darkened. "How long are you planning to stay a servant of Agamemnon, instead of standing with the great three gods?" Hargan's head lowered slightly. "What does that even mean?" Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won fixed Mu Wunshin with an ice-cold stare. "I could punish you right here," he murmured. "Consider yourself lucky." Mu Wunshin chuckled. "You talk big," but a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes when Kim Yu-won's hand tightened around his bindings. "Then prove yourself," Kim Yu-won said. "If you can handle what's coming, you might just earn more responsibility within Olympus." Hargan watched the exchange in shock. What the hell is happening? Mu Wunshin exhaled, weighing his options. "What do you need me to do?" Kim Yu-won crouched beside him, meeting his gaze. "How many jackals are there in total?" Mu Wunshin hesitated, then answered, "Around 1,000. Kim Yu-won pulled a small note from his pocket and slipped it into Mu Wunshin's bound hands. "Gather everyone by tomorrow night. Be at this location by midnight." Mu Wunshin's face remained unreadable. Kim Yu-won's voice dropped lower. "And don't tell anyone from the stall, Ammonius or Ares. This is for your own good." A heavy silence passed between them. Then, without breaking eye contact, Kim Yu-won asked, "Can you handle it?" Mu Wunshin exhaled through his nose. "Fine." Satisfied, Kim Yu-won stood up. He turned to Hargan, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. And then he smiled. "Leave," Kim Yu-won said. Hargan frowned, clearly not understanding anything. Night fell over the city, its streets lit only by dim lanterns. Inside one of the houses, voices echoed in frustration. "You're selling out someone else's father?" Hargan stood, fists clenched, his anger barely contained. You better start explaining. Everything. Right now." Kim Yu-won remained calm. "You heard it yourself. Olympus and the jackals are working together." Hargan gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. "You actually expect me to believe that?" His voice rose. "That's impossible. Olympus' name is sacred, and you're telling me." "Hargan." The sharpness in Kim Yu-won's voice cut through his outburst. He turned away from him, pulling his cloak tighter around his shoulders. I don't know what kind of Olympus you believe in, Kim Yu-won continued. But from now on, stop looking at it through blind loyalty. Open your eyes. See it for what it really is. Hargan's expression hardened. The hero's cloak fluttered in the night breeze, his presence unmoving. Hargan exhaled sharply, frustration burning inside him. He thought about the warriors who had once stood beside him, about Woin's devastated face when he asked if Olympus had truly betrayed them. If Kim Yu-won wanted to expose the truth, let him. But Hargan wasn't going to take anyone's word for it. He would see for himself. His mind drifted back to Agamemnon's smirking face. This won't be easy. Truth never is. Standing on the damp stone path, he muttered under his breath, the ins and outs of Olympus. The small town was quiet, its identical houses lined neatly under the pale moonlight. The towering white structure in the distance stood like a monument of authority, a beacon of power. 2 days later, Kim Yu-won sat on the steps of a grand white building, resting his elbow on his knee. The arched entrance loomed behind him. If you'd taken any longer, I would have left without you, he remarked, glancing back. Hargan walked up beside him. His expression was unreadable. So, thought everything through? Kim Yu-won asked. The Hargan took a slow breath. I was born and raised in Olympus. He closed his eyes. Memories surfaced. The massive white statue of a deity. The weight of expectation. The teachings drilled into him since childhood. Olympus is my home, he continued. It's my family. My father, his voice softened just slightly, was my idol. A vision of a girl in white robes flickered in his mind. My mother. I don't have many memories of her, he admitted. I don't even remember her face. But he could still hear her voice. Her words. The image of her lips moved in his mind, repeating what she had once told him. Never forget the pride that comes with bearing the name Olympus. His eyes opened, determined. That pride is Olympus. Kim Yu-won, still sitting on the steps, studied him carefully. So, what's your decision? Hargan slowly raised his hand. Golden lightning flickered between his fingers, crackling with power. Kim Yu-won, whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. His eyes burned with resolve. The jackals have to be wiped out. They're parasites feeding off the first floor. The lightning coiled around his fingers, glowing intensely. Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, the radiance reflecting in his sharp gaze. Then, golden armor materialized across Hargan's body, gleaming in the light. His presence shifted, an aura of pure power surrounding him. I'll cut them down with my own hands, he declared. Deep inside a hidden cave, a flickering torch barely illuminated the damp stone walls. The air was thick and stale. Masked figures stood in clusters, their animal-like disguises casting eerie shadows on the cavern walls. A man in a wolf mask turned to his companion. This cave, it's always been here, right? His voice was low. The second man nodded, shifting uncomfortably. Yeah, but why does it feel different? A faint squishing sound echoed beneath their feet. The wolf-masked man frowned. And why the hell does the ground feel wet? A silent tension filled the cave as the jackals began to realize something was very, very wrong. The cavern was massive. 1,000 people had gathered, jackals from every corner, all drawn to this single meeting point. Have you ever seen this many of us in one place? Someone murmured. Never, another whispered back. We usually stay scattered. This is the first time we've all gathered together like this. A man in a green suit approached, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. That team managed to get a poisonous proc snake this time. A nearby jackal's jaw dropped. That thing's worth 10,000 points. Someone else groaned, and our team came up empty again. Then, he appeared. A figure in a green suit, a flowing purple cape, and a red animal mask stepped forward. Wine, the king of the jackals. Spreading his arms, he spoke. Is everything in place? The jackals turned to him. The one at the front immediately bowed. Before them, their leader stood tall, facing a sea of bowing masked figures. Raise your heads, Wine commanded. As they obeyed, hushed whispers filled the air. That's Wine. He's never shown up in person before. Why now? I heard rumors. Someone powerful is backing him. Thanks to him, we've been able to stay under the radar all this time. Wine's fingers brushed the hilt of his sword. His voice dropped, carrying a sharp edge. From now on, he warned, anyone who talks out of turn, his grip tightened, loses their head. Silence. The jackal captain stepped forward, unsheathing his blade with a slow, deliberate motion. He leveled it at the others. Shut your mouths and listen. The crowd tensed. Wine continued, his voice steady. We have one mission, a task so large, it will require every single one of you. Then, he raised his fist into the air. But I know one thing for sure. His voice rang through the cavern. Tomorrow, the jackals will take their place at the top. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Cheers, fists raised in triumph. As the excitement surged, Wine raised a hand and pointed toward two cloaked figures standing at the front. "These are our benefactors," he announced. The crowd hushed as two men, draped in green cloaks and orange masks, stepped forward. Their black hair was concealed under dark cloth. Mu Wunshin bowed deeply. "We owe you our thanks." One of the masked figures extended a dark envelope, thick with cash. "A small token," he said smoothly. "But please accept it." The envelope contained Asgardian bills, a proprietary currency from the massive Asgard Guild. Unlike mere points, these could be used like real money. The masked figure took the stack, his fingers brushing over the crisp paper. "One bill equals 1,000 points, the Jackal King explained. "This is everything we've collected this time." The masked man's lips curled into a grin. Hundreds of thousands. At first glance, at least. He had already made his decision. He was crossing over completely, and Agamemnon was waiting for this money. A golden glow spread across his gloved hand. He exhaled slowly. "I'll gladly accept it," he murmured. Then, he lifted his head. "There's only one thing left to do," he said. Mu Wunshin, eager to serve, straightened. "Just say the word. Anything you command." Snap! The masked man raised his hand, his fingers crossed, and snapped them. Flames erupted. The entire space ignited in an instant. Jackals screamed as the fire engulfed them, their masks melting, their cloaks bursting into flames. The air thickened with smoke, the flickering light reflecting off the cavern walls. And as the jackals burned, the masked figure simply watched. The flames surged, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Jackals screamed. Some cursed, others wailed in confusion. "Fire!" Someone shrieked, their voice cracking with panic. Mu Wunshin stood frozen, his mind struggling to process how the fire had spread so fast. Jackals scrambled, pushing and trampling over each other in sheer desperation. "It's too hot. Get out. Run." Some shoved others aside, clawing toward any possible exit. Mu Wunshin's eyes darted to the ground. "There's no smell of oil, then how?" His mind raced. The flames had exploded out of nowhere. A powder. That was the only explanation. Something that masked the scent. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden kick. A masked jackal's head snapped back as a boot slammed into it. He whipped around. "Are you insane?" Kim Yu-won stood among the chaos, completely calm. His gaze, cold and unbothered. "I'm just burning trash." Mu Wunshin's breath caught. "This guy is..." Nearby, a voice roared in fury. "You think you're Olympus?" Hargan, fighting barefaced, responded without hesitation. "I am Olympus." Flames danced across his golden armor, reflecting in his fierce gaze. "Then why?" Hargan's expression darkened. "Because the jackals are a defect of Olympus." His grip tightened around his weapon. "And I'll be the one to wipe them out." The battle erupted. Kim Yu-won's sword flashed as he cut down the screaming jackals before him. Hargan fought back-to-back with him, surrounded. Jackals lunged at them from all directions, screaming, "Kill them! Capture them!" But only two stood against them. Blades clashed. Sparks flew. Kim Yu-won's strikes were swift and precise, his movements effortlessly cutting through the burning bodies around him. Hargan's lightning-infused blade crackled with power, every slash sending jackals writhing in pain. Mu Wunshin, watching the carnage, felt his blood run cold. I made a mistake. They weren't here to negotiate. They came to kill us." The Jackal King's breathing turned erratic. "I need to contact Agamemnon." A ball of light flared in his hands as he attempted to send a message. Error. Message cannot be sent. His face twisted in panic. Why isn't it working? He turned desperately to Kim Yu-won, demanding answers. Kim Yu-won, mid-strike, barely spared him a glance. "In this chaos? You really thought that would work?" His sword slammed into another jackal before he finally looked at Mu Wunshin, his eyes burning red. "Game sets transmit messages through mana," Kim Yu-won explained coldly. "If the air is completely flooded with it." Mu Wunshin froze. "Then the transmission won't work." He staggered back, realization sinking in. This was a trap. Then rage. "You!" His voice cracked with fury. Cursing, he lunged forward, the cave shaking around him as he summoned his strength. Stones broke free from the ceiling, fire and debris flying. Mu Wunshin, now maskless, his face twisted with pure hatred, screamed as he charged. "Die!" Kim Yu-won didn't move. He stood still, unshaken, waiting. Then he turned, his flaming eyes locked onto Mu Wunshin. Mu Wunshin's body froze. "I can't move." His sword was raised, but it wouldn't swing. Kim Yu-won took a single step forward, his sword trailing a faint afterimage behind it. In a single, fluid motion, he slashed. Goodbye. A deep cut split across Mu Wunshin's body. Smoke curled into the night sky, pillars of blackened ash rising over the mountains. Kim Yu-won stood beside Hargan, who sat nearby, breathing heavily. The Kim Myung-hoon lifted his head. "Are you okay?" Kim Yu-won turned to him, his gaze unreadable. "You..." Hargan exhaled sharply. 1,000 dead. His fingers twitched as the weight of it settled in. He wasn't exhausted from fighting. It was the sheer guilt pressing down on him. He looked at Kim Yuan, searching his expression. How are you this calm? Kim Yuan didn't answer immediately. Hargan watched him carefully. Had he always been like this? The man beside him spoke up, saying murder, kidnapping, robbery, and slave trading were how jackals made their living. Taking out even one could save dozens, maybe hundreds. So really, what was their question? The Hargan glanced over and admitted that was true. But before he could finish, Kim Yuan cut him off. If guilt made you hesitate now, who knew what kind of trouble that mercy would bring later? Hargan sat quietly, his hands resting on his knees. After a pause, he said, Your tongue's sharper than it looks, and you're smarter than most. Kim Yuan smirked. Is that supposed to be a compliment? The Hargan stood, rubbing his head with both hands. Guess it is. Kim Yuan eyed him, realizing he'd felt this way before. But, as always, it didn't last long. A few words were enough to snap him back. Then Kim Yuan turned to the other man, his gaze steady. He heard him say, You're so flawless, it's exhausting. Kim Yuan just shrugged. And you're nothing like you seem. Hargan stepped up, facing him. You don't exactly look like the nice type either. The brunette chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment, too. The Hargan crossed his arms. Not everyone's willing to take on a job with zero payoff. But you? You've been doing it since the start. He thought back to Kim Yuan's stopping time, fighting monsters during the tutorial, always thinking 10 steps ahead. Nearby, Kim Yuan spoke up. Guess it's just how I was raised. Duty and all that. Then, lowering his head, he added in, yeah, I'm great at embarrassing myself. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, an envelope of cash appeared in his hand. Actually, Kim Yuan said, I was wrong about the no-benefit part. Here, you earned this. Hargan blinked at the cash, stunned. What is this? You did good work, Kim Yuan replied. Take it, or not. Up to you. Hargan stared at the Asgardian bills, clearly tempted, but not giving a straight answer. The Hargan snatched the envelope. Fine, we'll split it. Thought you might say that, Kim Yuan said with a grin. Covering one eye with his armored hand, Hargan heard the question. So, you came in second during the tutorial, right? Yeah. What? Kim Yuan held the cash, watching him closely. What did you get as a reward? Before he could answer, an angry roar echoed through the room. A fist slammed onto the table with a loud thud. Agamemnon gripped his mug tight, teeth bared. Why is it impossible to get a straight answer around here? He shouted. Across from him, a man nervously held a small white orb. I've been trying to reach Mu Wunshin, no luck. Agamemnon's face twisted in fury, veins popping as he thought. Unless they've lost their minds, there's no way they'd run off with our money. Just then, someone burst into the room, breathless. Agamemnon, found the jackals. I'm thinking, maybe we should go check it out together. Meanwhile, deep in a cave, cloaked figures stood over scorched corpses. One of them stepped closer, his voice uneasy. What is this? He looked around, eyes wide with fear. Is this really W and the others? On the ground, twisted bodies lay broken, blood pooling beneath them. Blood pooled around the bodies, and someone muttered that there might be more. Money? What about the money we collected? One man shouted. No one answered. Standing in the middle of the cave, Agamemnon threw his head back and roared in frustration. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan eyed the stack of bills in his hands. 384,000 points in total. More than enough, he thought. Sitting at a table under the soft glow of a lamp, he ran the bills through his fingers. Even after splitting the haul with Hargan, this was an amount that most rankers only dreamed of. At least now, lodging and living expenses wouldn't be a concern. Pressing the money to his face, he couldn't help but think how tempting it was to rush straight to Asgard and trade it all for points. But the moment he did that, the Olympians would know exactly who wiped out the jackals. From the start, he'd been neck-deep in the chaos of the first floor. Golden lightning crackled as Kim Yuan slipped the cash into his inventory. It wasn't quite enough to buy every material he needed, but it could get him some solid components, maybe even enough to craft the skeleton for the Dark God Stone. Faster than he'd expected, the pieces were coming together. Later, dressed in black and sitting on the edge of his bed, Kim Yuan stared at the stone. Out of all the items he had, this one was easily the highest rank. And somewhere, in the hands of a master blacksmith, it was already unlocking its true potential. Lying back, he raised his hand. Lightning sparked at his fingertips. And then, an egg appeared. Its shell was marked with a swirling purple pattern. The system's message popped up. Unknown egg. Owner. Unknown. Hatch method. Unknown. Hatch rate. 0%. Kim Yuan turned the egg over in his hands. The description told him almost nothing. How was he supposed to use something like this? He thought back to the rewards from the tutorial. Second place had earned Hargan the Hand of Thunder, a prize impressive enough even among rankers. And now here he was, stuck with a mystery egg. But maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. If this thing was rare enough to be compared to the dark divine crystal, or even stronger, there had to be something special inside. Pressing his palm to his forehead, Kim Yuan sighed. Trying to figure it out was giving him a headache. But then, as he absent-mindedly glanced at the egg, something caught his eye. The pattern. When he first got the egg, it didn't look like this. Lifting it closer, he examined the design. The lines, the shape. He knew this pattern. He sat up straight, his brows furrowed and his eyes glowing faint red. In his mind, the image of an external god flashed. Suddenly, a blue alert flickered into view. Unknown egg has greeted you. Staring at it, Kim Yuan muttered under his breath. Just, what are you? His gaze drifted to the wooden sign on the wall. A shield and hammer carved into the wood. Exhaling slowly, he rose to his feet. Cloaked in red, he leaned against the doorway, lost in thought. So much had happened in just a few days, and there was still so much left to figure out. Wondering what might hatch from the egg, Kim Yuan couldn't help but question if it would become a loyal ally or something capable of destroying the world all over again. His mind drifted to the image of a long-haired girl, always accompanied by a massive bird and a dragon-like creature. Kim Yuan recalled how creatures born from eggs usually recognize the first person they see after hatching as their parent, the one they stay closest to from start. That's why the rare rankers lucky enough to hatch sacred beasts never left their side. If this egg worked the same way, if raising it was even possible, Kim Yuan pulled back the curtain, gazing outside. This was turning into a dangerous gamble. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, enough. Overthinking won't change a thing. Time to focus on what's in front of me. Down in the forge, red-hot tongs hissed as they dipped something into water. He's here, someone said. Volcaro glanced up from his desk as Kim Yuan entered. There you are. The man placed a small, glowing blue stone onto the clock. This one's really powerful, he said, then motioned for Kim Yuan to sit. I wanted to ask you something. Pulling up a stool across from Kim Yuan, Volcaro leaned in. You need to decide. What type of weapon? What style? Sword? If so, what length? How heavy? Same for armor. What's your preference? Kim Yuan frowned. Why all the questions? Volcaro held up a small glass vial filled with a dark, blue-black substance. A byproduct from the stone showed up during processing, he explained. With a nod, he added, I'm thinking of crafting something with it. Since the stone's powerful on its own, this powder's way more valuable than anything you'd get from normal materials. Kim Yuan considered it. He wasn't wrong. After all, the Hades sickle was forged from powder made by refining just a fragment of a helmet. But don't you need special materials for that? Kim Yuan asked. Without a word, Volcaro shot to his feet, knocking his chair back, and disappeared deeper into the forge. I don't have adamantium, his voice echoed, but I've got something close. Moments later, he returned holding a long, greenish block. This is about 1 kilo and 800 grams, he said. Not a huge amount, but enough to work with. Once we mix it, it should do the trick. The system chimed in, mithril. Durability and strength are average, but its mana conductivity is exceptional. A rare metal that, with the right alloy, can even grant mana resistance. Item classification, ingredient. Kim Yuan studied the mithril. Not bad. Mithril goes for a decent price. He calculated quickly. Normally, lackey 100 grams alone were expensive, but this was over 1.5 kilos. Easily worth at least 300,000 points. Volcaro held the block silently, waiting for his decision. If Kim Yuan exchanged the jackal's currency, it'd cover the cost. But right now, that wasn't an option. For now, he'd have to settle for just 600 grams. As he thought it over, his hand drifted to his chin. Why not take out a loan? Someone suggested. Kim Yuan raised an eyebrow as he sank into a chair. A loan? What if they just take the money and vanish? Still gripping the mithril, Volcaro looked over and replied. No matter what, Volcaro insisted he wanted to craft something from it himself. He was offering, so even if Kim Yuan ran off later, he wouldn't take offense. With a firm gaze, the blacksmith added, to be clear, what you've entrusted me with is worth far more than a bit of mithril. Honestly, its value can't even be measured in points. Kim Yuan looked at him quietly as Volcaro continued. If you're trusting me with something this important, shouldn't I trust you just as much in return? Kim Yuan thought back to his past life. Volcaro really hadn't changed at all. With a small smile, Kim Yuan summoned a gleaming weapon from his inventory. Stepping forward, he held the sword out toward Volcaro. Just make me one sword. Weight doesn't matter, as long as I can wield it. Try to keep the shape similar to this. Volcaro took the blade with a grin of satisfaction. Swords, huh? Good. That's where my skills shine the most. Under a dark sky, a towering white building loomed ahead. 1 week later, inside the Olympus Branch Guild House, Agamemnon rested his hand on his chest plate. His expression was sharp, his resolve set. He hadn't expected a chance like this to come so soon. The memory of that cave, littered with corpses, flashed through his mind. Taking out the jackals felt like the tower's way of testing him, clearing the way for even bigger opportunities. If he played this right, maybe, just maybe, even the ruler of heaven would take notice. A cloaked man approached, giving him a nod. All players from the 1st to the 10th floors have been gathered. Around 200 in total, he reported. Agamemnon looked him over. Will we have backup? With the manager's involvement and the tower's rules in place, support has arrived just as expected, the subordinate replied. Agamemnon gripped the hilt of his blade. Perfect. Outside the white guild hall, warriors mounted their horses, armor gleaming under the night sky. Agamemnon, clad in gold, raised his voice. Let's move out. Olympus army, we're taking down the criminal. Elsewhere, with a clean swing of his sword, Kim Yuan sliced through a massive serpent and a towering tiger in just a few strikes. A notification flashed before him. Heaven-slaying star completion increased by 0.006%. Smoke curled around him as he glanced back over his shoulder. At this rate, progress was barely moving. The system panel appeared. Heaven-slaying star, a talent destined to rise and conquer the heavens. The more lives taken, the more fate and value shift. Rank, A+. Completion rate, 10.5%. Kim Yuan sighed. He'd spent the last 10 days doing nothing but hunting while waiting for orders. It felt like he'd squeezed everything possible out of this floor. And despite all that effort, he'd only managed to gain 1 level. Just as he was about to call it, a silver orb floated into his palm. The message inside was from Buo. Everything's ready. Kim Yuan could show up any minute. But for now, the blacksmith kept his focus on the small stone, still glowing faintly blue. Turning it over with his tongs, he admired the vibrant color, mesmerized by its beauty. He hadn't expected to see a stone like this ever again, and honestly, he couldn't get enough of it. Placing the stone gently on the anvil, a wild urge hit him to forge something exceptional, something truly worthy of this rare material. But he shook his head, muttering under his breath. No good, not now. Just as the thought passed, a strange noise pulled him from his work. Frozen at his desk, Volcaro narrowed his gray brows and slowly turned toward the sound. With a sigh, he grabbed his hammer, already guessing what this was about. Of course it had to be today, he thought as he headed for the door. Knew this day would come eventually, just wished I had one more. Pulling the curtain aside, Volcaro stepped out, and there they were. A full squad of armed soldiers filled the street outside his forge. At the front, a man in golden armor sat confidently atop his horse, sneering down. Didn't expect to find you hiding out in this dump, the man scoffed. No wonder you've been so hard to track down. Facing the army gathering at his doorstep, Volcaro kept his voice steady. What's with all this noise? He asked. The man on horseback smirked. You know exactly why we're here. Pointing his sword toward the blacksmith, he called out loudly, Hephaestus, the criminal. Gasps rippled through the ranks. The knights exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. So this is the blacksmith from Olympus? One murmured. Heard there was some rookie making a mess down on the 1st floor, but I didn't think it was like this. Another shook his head. How are we even supposed to capture someone like him? Doesn't matter how many of us there are. Volcaro smacked his hammer into his palm, the sound echoing through the street. The man on horseback raised his sword. Relax. 1st floor rankers have their power heavily restricted. He's not as tough as he looks. Volcaro wasn't having it. With a single swing of his arm, a shockwave rippled through the air, sending several knights flying back. You're talking about power limits? He snarled. His teeth clenched, and his eyes glowed red. Come on, then. Let's see you try. I'll smash every one of your heads in. Behind the leader, shielded warriors stepped forward, readying themselves. But the man on horseback just laughed. That limp of yours, it's the price of the heavenly supplicant's punishment, isn't it? And even with that, you're still trying to act like some big shot ranker? Before the fight could break out, a figure stepped forward onto the field. A man in snow-white pants. And he wasn't alone. Another figure followed, a man with long red hair. Chryses, the highest-ranked member of Olympus from Apollo. Volcaro's eyes widened the moment he recognized him. Clenching his jaw, the blacksmith watched as flames sparked to life around Chryses, his spear igniting as he walked forward. You became a ranker, Volcaro muttered. You realize interfering on the 1st floor comes with a fine, right? Chryses shrugged. Don't care. I'm a ranker, too. Volcaro gripped his sledgehammer, lifting it as the flames grew closer. At least this fool can listen, Volcaro muttered through clenched teeth, eyes blazing with fury. Attack, he roared at the ranker. Kes frowned, lips pressed tight, his dark brows furrowing. Then, without warning, a blinding flash lit up the sky above the city. Blue lights swept over the knights, and their screams of pain filled the air. Volcaro surged forward, red eyes glowing as he let out a ferocious cry. With all his strength, he swung his sledgehammer straight at Chryses. The impact exploded with a deafening boom, the shockwave shaking the streets. But Chryses caught the hammer mid-strike, orange light sparking from his hand. "I respect you," Chryses said calmly, holding the weapon at bay. Volcaro grinned and didn't let up for a second, his hammer striking again and again. Chryses kept talking between the blows, saying that even after becoming a ranker 1,000 years ago, Volcaro stuck to his beliefs, never chasing after more power. Volcaro scoffed. "You respect me just for that?" Kess dodged back swiftly, but Volcaro kept advancing, expression steady, arm raised for another attack. As the next strike landed, Chryses braced himself with crossed arms and was blasted backward by the force. Volcaro's fury burned hotter, his eyes glowing with a fierce pink light as his assault continued. Chryses staggered, blood spraying as he barely held his ground, shock in his eyes. But even as he wiped the blood from his mouth, he swung his spear and shouted, "Attacking players weaker than you. The punishment for that won't be light." Holding his injured arm, Chryses admitted, "It's true. I do respect you. The way you gave up power for the sake of your own principles, that takes guts." Fire flared along his long-bladed spear as he stepped forward, his voice low. "But I didn't come here to fight you." Their weapons clashed again, hammer against spear. "Give it up," Chryses urged. The force of their collision sent a massive purple beam shooting into the sky, dark clouds of dust swallowing everything around them. Slowly, the dust began to clear. Volcaro stood, gripping his hammer, until his hand started turning to stone. From his fingertips, the petrification spread up his arm, over his body. "A shield," Volcaro muttered. Kess placed a round shield before him, the image of Gorgon Medusa carved into its surface. "Aegis," Volcaro whispered, recognizing it immediately. The stone crept across his face, locking his embittered expression in place as his body solidified completely. With the battle over, the other knights finally approached. The statue of Volcaro crumbled, crashing to the ground. Kess stood over him, thinking silently, "It's done." The man in golden armor's face lit up with wild satisfaction. "At last," he laughed, pointing down at Volcaro's remains. "Grab the criminal. Hurry," he ordered. But Kim Yuan curled his lips into a smirk. "That's not going to happen." Moments later, the knight's screams rang out as fresh wounds split across their bodies. Standing protectively in front of Volcaro's fallen form, the ranker's sharp gaze swept over the scene. With dark brows furrowed and his eyes flashing red, he looked at the chaos around him and muttered, "What a bunch of pathetic fools." Standing amid the chaos, Kim Yuan glanced around with mild amusement. "What are you all doing in such a lovely place?" he asked. The knight in golden armor locked eyes with him. "Wait, is it really you?" he asked, recognizing Kim Yuan, standing beside the petrified Volcaro. The murmurs spread fast. The knights whispered among themselves, wondering if this was the player who had shattered records in the tutorial. "Thought he was just some ranker," someone muttered. Chryses shot a sideways glance his way, while the knights growled in frustration. "Who does he think he is? Showing up alone and interfering like this?" Kim Yuan's glowing red eyes settled on the ranker. He remembered him. Clearly, they've lost their minds, Kim Yuan thought, watching rankers prepare to brawl in this cramped street. If this fight dragged on any longer, the administration might step in. And when that happened, Olympus would lose a serious chunk of its power on the first floor. One of the knights stepped up, demanding, "What exactly are you doing here?" Kim Yuan glanced at Volcaro's stone body. "I still need him," Kim Yuan thought, "at least for Gigan Tamaki's sake." The petrified blacksmith shifted slightly. "Are you seriously planning to just stand around until the petrification fades?" the man asked. "Maybe," Kim Yuan replied flatly. Agamemnon's face twisted. His teeth clenched as he watched the old man's body move just a bit. His gaze flicked to the metal shield engraved with the image of a woman. Aegis, he thought. Petrification works once a day, but this is only a copy. Who knows how long it'll hold? Looking at Volcaro's slowly stirring form, Agamemnon realized time was running out. Turning sharply to his knights, he snapped, "What are you all standing around for? Kill Kim Yuan and bring the criminal here." Drawing his sword, Agamemnon's expression darkened. One of his men hesitated, whispering, "But the penalty." Before the man could finish, Agamemnon swung his blade in a flash, severing the warrior's head. As the body hit the ground, Agamemnon lowered his weapon and coldly addressed the others. "Anyone else worried about fines?" Silence. Then, strolling past them with his gleaming sword in hand, Agamemnon sneered, "Whoever takes him down, I'll make them the new manager of the first floor." That was all it took. Weapons were drawn. Knights surged forward, each one eager to be the one to kill Kim Yuan. But Kim Yuan was ready. With a single motion, he raised his blade. Flames burst to life around him, roaring to life with brilliant heat. A system message flickered, The power of colossal fire is added to arcane sword. With a sweep of his arm, Kim Yuan unleashed a wave of fire straight into the crowd. The flames tore through the nights. Screams filled the street as they writhed in the blaze. Kim Yuan's eyes glinted, dark brows furrowed, his gaze sharp and burning as he activated Cinder Eyes, tracking every movement through the fire. Using the cover of flames, he darted in and struck. One blow, then another, and another. His blade flashed through the air, cutting down night after night. The street was chaos. The system flashed again. Cinder Eyes resist incoming fire mana. Another knight fell at Kim Yuan's feet, his body crumpling to ash as Kim Yuan's sword tore through him. Without slowing down, Kim Yuan glanced back with a cold, lethal stare. Then, raising his hand, he summoned a blazing sphere. In his palm, Kim Yuan formed a blazing sphere and hurled it straight ahead. The moment it struck, the impact melted everything in its path. A deafening explosion followed, and a blinding white flash consumed the entire street. Kim Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced around. Did they really think they could win this with numbers alone? He muttered. Yet, despite the chaos, the knights regrouped and began charging toward him. But as Kim Yuan raised his sword once more, he tilted his head. What's wrong? Why stop now? Come on, all at once, he taunted. Agamemnon's face twisted in confusion and rage. None of this made sense. Everyone here had cleared at least the 10th floor. So how is this one guy, first place or not, holding his ground so easily? Agamemnon looked at Kim Yuan's face, his fiery orange aura raging like a living flame. A system notification blinked. Cinder Eyes controls colossal fire. Agamemnon scowled. This guy, there's no way he's just a rookie. Kim Yuan moved fast, swinging his sword. Columns of fire erupted from the ground, roaring toward the knights. Grinding his teeth, Kim Yuan glanced at the still petrified blacksmith. Volcaro, he shouted through the flames. How long are you planning to nap over there? Another surge of fire exploded around them, the heat warping the air. Then, footsteps echoed across the shattered stone. A system alert appeared. Cinder Eyes resists sun shards. Pyromancy Robe resists sun shards. Kim Yuan immediately knew. So, he's joining the fight now. Chryses stepped forward, palm raised, flames swirling to life in his hands. How are you connected to Hephaestus? He asked without slowing. Kim Yuan brushed his face with the back of his hand. I'm his client, he answered flatly. Chryses narrowed his eyes. All this just for that. Bright flames danced from his palms as he advanced. Kim Yuan swept his hand through the air, dismissing his blade. A rancor was still a rancor, and even with penalties weighing him down, Chryses radiated that crushing aura. Apollo's people, Kim Yuan thought grimly. Sit back for even a second, and your ash. Clenching his fist, he activated gigantification. Even injured, even weakened by the penalties, Kim Yuan calculated he could only withstand about 5 attacks from Chryses. Good thing my attributes are solid, he thought. With his Cinder Eyes and Pyromancy Robe, his fire resistance was about as high as it could get. Drawing his fist back, Kim Yuan stared down Chryses, now fully wreathed in flame. I've survived Sarah's flames before. I can handle this. Chryses smirked. You know, I've got a skill most rancors would kill for. Flames spiraled around his spear as he launched it straight at Kim Yuan. What can a rookie like you even do? Kim Yuan lifted his hand, absorbing the incoming fire as the heat coiled around his palm. System notifications flickered one after another. Gigantification active. Cinder Eyes resisting. Pyromancy Robe resisting. Sunshard influence reduced. But the flames only grew fiercer, spiraling higher. Kim Yuan clenched his teeth, breathing hard, his battered hand trembling in front of him. Then came the system's final message. Resistance failed. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth as the system flashed another notification. Resistance failed. Burn inflicted. He already knew. No amount of force alone was going to withstand a rancor's full attack. Dodging quickly to the side, he avoided another wave of searing flames. If only I had some ice crystals, he thought bitterly. That'd boost my resistance. With a swift motion, he cast out several blue bursts of mana, cursing under his breath. Not even a second to breathe, he thought, watching as the flaming torrent spread fast, leaping across the rooftops. Thick, black smoke smothered the sky. The edges of Kim Yuan's red cloak singed and curled from the heat, and just beside him, Volcaro's petrified form lay motionless amid the growing blaze. System notifications kept blinking. Cinder Eyes resisting Sun Shard. Resistance failed. Kim Yuan froze, his mouth opening slightly in a silent gasp as the system hit him with another update. Second-degree burns detected. At this rate, his entire body would be roasted alive. Through the smoky haze, he spotted Chryses, electricity crackling violently across his body. Even with the penalties for using this level of power, Crises wasn't backing down. But Kim Yuan could see the toll. Crises clutched his injured shoulder tightly, struggling to stay steady. Clenching his fist, Kim Yuan focused. Two more. I could take two more. His eyes blazed red as he forced himself forward, charging straight at the rancor. Their fists collided with a heavy crack. Kim Yuan's eyes widened just before he was thrown back, hitting the ground hard. Crises stumbled, coughing up blood, his body shaking from the feedback of another electric surge. Dust swirled inside the wrecked, dark building, buried near a pile of broken debris. Kim Yuan pushed himself up slowly, his jaw clenched tight in frustration. I underestimated him, he thought. I thought the first floor would hold him back, but even weakened, he's relentless. Out of the corner of his eye, something glinted, a faint blue light flickering in the rubble. Still time, Kim Yuan realized. Just a bit longer. I can do this. And there it was, a small blue crystal. A grin crept across his face. Well, look at that. Guess I landed in the right place after all, he muttered. Carefully picking it up, he studied the crystal. Lucky me. Pure dark divine crystal. A fragment of primordial darkness, holding the boundless mana of the abyss itself. Classification, crafting material. Meanwhile, in a tall white hall, Crises knelt on one knee, catching his breath. A voice echoed in his mind. You'll understand the price of the penalty soon enough. Power still surged faintly around him, the tower's weight pressing down like a living force. Catching his breath through shallow gasps, Crises wiped the blood from his mouth, thinking, so Apollo was right. Lightning flickered across his body as he stood, groaning under the pressure. The tower really does control this place, like it's trying to suppress anyone who goes too far, he thought. Hand pressed to his chest, Crises tried to steady himself as Agamemnon approached. Nice work, Agamemnon said quietly. Crises only thought, yeah, the tower's will itself is the real penalty. Agamemnon's expression hardened. Enough stalling. Let's finish this. Get the criminal under guard, and find the others before it's too late. Heal the wounded, Agamemnon ordered, and the others quickly moved to obey. One soldier, glancing at the gaping hole in the wall, hesitated. And what about Kim Yuan? Crises stepped forward, his voice low. Better to leave him. The knight looked over in surprise. So we're just giving up on him? Crises smirked. We've already stirred up enough chaos down here and broken more than a few tower laws. No point in adding needless deaths to the list. But before anyone could answer, a deafening explosion shattered the air. Chunks of the wall blasted apart, stone flying in every direction. Through the dust and smoke, a dark figure stepped into view. In one hand, Kim Yuan held his sword. In the other, the blue crystal pulsed, glowing bright. Crises immediately stepped in front of Agamemnon, raising an arm protectively. So, he's still alive, Crises muttered. Agamemnon's expression hardened. Do you still think we can just let him walk away? Crises shook his head. Not anymore. He's too dangerous. Staring ahead, he narrowed his eyes at Kim Yuan's growing aura, shadowy energy swirling from the crystal clenched tightly in his fist. That's darkness mana, Crises said. And if it's this intense, coming from someone on the edge of collapse, that's not normal. Agamemnon stepped forward. You're already worn out. Leave him to us. But just as he spoke, his eyes widened in shock. Without warning, wild streams of mana surged from Kim Yuan's position, lashing out and striking several soldiers. At the same time, Kim Yuan knelt beside Volcuro, one hand resting on the blacksmith's petrified form, the other gripping his sword. Agamemnon watched in disbelief. Petrification doesn't block consciousness. It's almost over. Realizing the danger, Agamemnon roared, What are you all waiting for? Move. The soldiers charged. Kim Yuan didn't flinch. The blue crystal in his palm ignited, its light expanding until it swallowed the street. As the soldiers closed in, their bodies began to wither mid-stride, skin cracking, their eyes glowing an eerie blue as their life drained away. Crises glanced toward Agamemnon with a grin. What did I tell you? You've gone and awakened something we can't control. The tower itself just summoned a monster. Agamemnon's hands trembled as he gritted his teeth. How can you be so calm? Crises shrugged. Didn't you say we handle this? Now's your chance. The knight clenched his jaw, the absurdity of the situation finally sinking in. Crises straightened, resting his hands on his knees. Relax. We'll see this through. Every last moment. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan pressed forward, his sword tearing through the air as debris exploded all around. Then he paused, sensing a familiar heat rising nearby. He turned his gaze just as flames flooded the battlefield. From the fire, Crises emerged, walking steadily toward him. Raising his hand, Crises conjured a blazing fireball, his mana swirling fiercely. Controlling two attributes at once, Kim Yuan thought. Even for a rancor, that's no small feat. Crises observed the man standing before him. the confidence on Kim Yuan's face unwavering despite the flames consuming the street. If only someone like him stood with Olympus, Chryses thought. A light that bright. It's almost wasted standing against us. All around them, the city burned, drenched in roaring orange fire. The red-haired man casually confirmed the enemy's name, then smirked as he suggested joining their side. If equipment was what he was after, they could offer way more than whatever that criminal gave him. But the guy just shook his head. That's not what I'm here for. Without another word, the ranker stretched out his hand, flames swirling to life at his fingertips. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, reminding him that he'd already given his answer. Shame the guy couldn't take a hint. Suddenly, streams of mana burst around them, crackling through the air. Blade in hand, the brunette stepped forward. Still hanging on? He called out. The red-haired man laughed, waving him off. Didn't think I'd hear that from a rookie like you, he sneered. Maybe 100 years from now, you'll brag about this day. About the time you set foot on the first floor, and somehow managed to face me. Flames roared and spun wildly as the thought crossed his mind. By then, he'd probably be a ranker like Kim Yuan. Maybe even higher. Grimacing, the guy clenched his fists, mana pulsing through his hands. His yellow eyes lit up, and in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if I make it out of this alive. Kim Yuan stood his ground, gripping the blue stone tight. His expression sharpened as he realized the red-haired man was going for total destruction. Was he planning to drag Volcaro into this, no matter what? Their attacks clashed with a blinding flash. Kim Yuan's thoughts raced. If Volcaro ended up with Olympus, the next disaster like Gigantomachy could really happen. He had to hold on, at least long enough to stop that. Planting his foot firmly, the ranker dodged to the side, dark lightning sparking around him. He grinned, yellow eyes glowing bright, before swinging his arm and launching a massive fireball straight at his opponent. Kim Yuan watched it coming, fist clenched, face steady. Chryses' eyes went wide. You're seriously insane, he muttered. The explosion rocked the city. Flames shot high into the sky, waves of heat pouring over the streets below. Agamemnon scowled, grinding his teeth. Idiot, he hissed. Unleashing power like that on the first floor? He's out of his mind. It's a miracle if the find doesn't crush him. As the smoke cleared, he spotted the red-haired ranker staggering through the debris, coughing from the fine. What's even happening in this fight? Off to the side, Kim Yuan lay slumped over a stone, blood pooling beneath him. The knight let out a laugh. Perfect. Everything's ready now. But before he could finish his thought, a blast of blue mana smashed into his ribs. Even you, Kim Yuan. He gasped, twisting around as blood sprayed from his mouth. Then Volcaro was on him. One swing of his hammer sent the man flying. Overconfident fool, Volcaro scoffed. Nearby, the blacksmith scowled, teeth bared. Ready? We're far from ready. Agamemnon barely dodged as the hammer slammed into the ground right where he'd been standing. Looking at the old man, Agamemnon's nerves spiked. Not even the fine was slowing him down anymore. Scrambling backward, he muttered under his breath. He's talking about a fine? What the hell is this? And with that, the fight raged on. Agamemnon's body trembled as Volcaro glared him down. I don't care about the others, Volcaro said coldly. But you? I'm finishing you off today. With a grim expression, the old man raised his hammer high, ignoring the desperate pleas for mercy. Just as he brought it down, a figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking the blow with his bare hand. It's getting a bit too loud in here, the man said calmly. Volcaro scowled, teeth clenched, as he realized who it was. TC figures you'd show up now. Agamemnon looked up wide-eyed. Standing between him and certain death was none other than the manager himself, effortlessly holding back Volcaro's attack. With a sharp wave of his hand, the manager shot Volcaro a glare. Exactly how long do you expect me to sit back and watch your faction tear up the first floor? He asked. If you're so eager for a real fight, take it upstairs. Volcaro shot a glance over his shoulder, clearly annoyed. You're misunderstanding. I'm not here to brawl with some worn-out soldier. The man in armor snarled, but held his tongue as the manager turned to him next. So that's how it is? The manager said, nodding. Figures. Without warning, the manager tapped the brunette beside him on the head, knocking his helmet clean off. Now, give this to Zeus, he ordered. As the man's forehead glowed faintly pink, the manager leaned in. And if you try anything like that again, I'll rip out every last hair on that god's face. The poor guy collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Don't you dare forget a single word, the manager added. Watching the scene unfold, Brat chuckled. Now, this. I like. The armored soldier rubbed his head, groaning as the manager gave him a wicked smile. Oh, I'll pass along your little request. Word for word. As the manager turned away, his mind drifted to Olympus. Pathetic bunch, he thought. They're finished. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the man in the red cloak fought deep within a dungeon, bathed in a bloody glow. A system notification popped up. Egg shows its teeth. Bruised and battered, the man wiped blood from his face. The danger was only growing. He figured the monster was either waiting for the right moment to devour him, or somehow protect him. Another alert flashed. Ed had gone back to sleep. Somewhere else, in a quiet room, a brunette lay on a bed, bangs covering his eyes. Someone nearby asked when he'd lost consciousness. Me? The main character murmured. The gray-haired man scowled. What are you talking about, Kim Yuan? Volcaro shot an irritated glance at the guy who'd just called him uncle. What's with that tone? The older man growled. As the brunette sat up, clutching his head, the man leaned in. You feeling okay? Still not great, the guy admitted, then looked up. What about you, uncle? Volcaro's expression darkened. How many times do I have to tell you? Stop calling me that. The sharp glare he gave made the room fall silent. He couldn't exactly call him uncle, could he? Gritting his teeth, the man dropped his head, and the brunette spoke up. Doesn't matter what I call you. You still owe me your life, he said. The older man shot him a glare. Enough. Don't push your luck, he snapped. You're as shameless as they come. Hephaestus scowled, while Volcaro awkwardly turned away, avoiding the gaze of the guy sitting on the bed. Thanks, Volcaro muttered under his breath. The words caught the main character off guard. He blinked, stunned. What? How many times do I have to say it before you get it? Volcaro barked, noticing the surprised look. Kim Yuan thought about it, and realized he hadn't even said it twice. Nearby, Hephaestus gripped the blade of a weapon with a wooden rod. So, who could have done this to you? The brunette asked quietly, his voice more hesitant than usual. Tightening his hold on the weapon's handle, the old man exhaled. Truth is, my name isn't Volcaro, he admitted. It's Hephaestus, the blacksmith of Olympus. Kim Yuan stared at him, processing the confession. You don't look that surprised, Hephaestus pointed out. I am. Very, Kim Yuan replied. The old man smirked. Guess lying isn't your thing. Hephaestus glanced at him, piecing it together. He realized now why he'd been suspicious of this guy from the start. Someone who knew his real identity had to be from Olympus, or so he thought. But now it was clear, this kid wasn't ordinary, and he wasn't part of Olympus either. Meanwhile, standing over a wooden table, another man spoke up. Olympus is going to lay low after what happened. They'll need time to recover, he said. That's why I'm renting out a proper forge. Got a few days to work with. Hephaestus tilted his head. One thing about me, I believe in paying people back. Whether they're a friend or an enemy, I'll pay him double. Turning to Kim Yuan, he added, give me a few days. Kim Yuan, still sitting on the bed, studied him closely as the man promised to forge him the best blade he could make. A faint smile crept across Kim Yuan's face. Soon after, dressed in torn clothes, he climbed off the bed. Understood, he said. Once the sword's ready, I've got work to do. Brat clenched his fists as Kim Yuan walked past, announcing his plans to head up the tower. I'll wait, Brat said. But Kim Yuan froze when the older man glared and barked. Hospital first. The clear blue sky stretched overhead, undisturbed. But beneath it, creatures with fangs radiated a dark aura. Weapon in hand, the man in the red cloak moved with purpose. After a full day, stuck in a hospital, his body was finally cooperating again. Originally, he planned to leave Olympus alone until after the 10th floor. But those plans were long gone now. As he landed on the ground, a flash of blue light sparked beside him. Even so, it wasn't all bad. With Olympus having to watch their every move under the manager's eye, things wouldn't be so easy for them anymore, at least not on the first floor. Years passed, and somewhere along the way, Kim Yuan realized his relationship with his uncle had returned to the way it was before his rebirth. Clenching his fist, he couldn't shake the feeling that everything happening now would have a huge impact on the upcoming second Ganymachia. In his hand, a blue crystal shimmered faintly. Controlling it was no easy task. The more he focused, the clearer it became. The gap in power between this crystal and Kaini was massive. An inventory window flickered into view. No matter how different the crystal was from the finished helmet, Kim Yuan knew the real difference came from the one using it. A system message popped up. Pure dark divine crystal. Fragment of primordial darkness. Looking closer, Kim Yuan noticed 3 key changes after refining it. The description no longer said the item was unpurified, and its resistance and energy gain had both increased. He pictured a castle drenched in red light. The last change? The ability to summon hell itself, a power directly tied to Hades. Hell, the very source of divine power. Clenching his fist tighter, Kim Yuan understood that the stone's true strength was limited. He couldn't draw out its full potential just yet. But even with that restriction, he could feel it now. The real nature of the pure, dark divine crystal wasn't just about storing power. It was a conduit, a bridge to something far greater. Sword in hand, standing on the path ahead, Kim Yuan realized he was finally starting to grasp how to use it. And with that thought, he made up his mind. It was time to begin again. A A silver ball nearby lit up with a message from Hephaestus, asking Kim Yuan to meet him. Kim Yuan exhaled. The moment had come. The sword was ready. Energy pulsed from the workshop with the wooden staircase as Kim Yuan stepped inside, bowing his head. Judging by the size of the place, it must have cost a fortune. An image flashed through his mind. Iron chain mail coated in gold. Even the worst of his uncle's creations sold for tens of thousands of points. And with every sale from Olympus, the man took a cut. Only about 1% of rankers are actually rich, Kim Yuan thought. Descending the stairs of the forge, he noticed how quiet it was. Maybe the work was already finished. Sure enough, Volcaro stood near a container of blazing flame. Without a word, he handed something over. Kim Yuan remembered how the old man never wasted time on small talk. Straight to business, as always. Holding the wooden box, Kim Yuan gave it a shake. What's this? I thought we agreed on a blade. Just open it, Volcaro said. Lifting the lid, Kim Yuan blinked. Empty. Looking over the table, he caught Volcaro giving him an unimpressed stare. A surprise? Kim Yuan asked. Look again, Volcaro said flatly. Digging deeper, Kim Yuan pulled out a clear object, turning it over in his hands. Invisible gloves? He guessed. They're slippery? A system window appeared. A system window popped up in front of Kim Yuan, explaining the item. Thin gloves crafted from a rare material, designed for excellent mana conductivity. Did you use a mithril blend for these? Kim Yuan asked. The blacksmith raised a brow. Sharp eyes. Kim Yuan slid the transparent gloves onto his hands, noting how flawlessly they fit. But something felt odd. There was nothing embedded inside. Why bother making something so intricate if they were just empty? Transparent gear wasn't exactly easy to produce. As he adjusted the glove, Kim Yuan spotted a long slit on the palm. The moment he placed the magic crystal inside, it shimmered brightly, resonating through the glove. Hephaestus glanced away, clearly annoyed by the excitement on Kim Yuan's face. Don't expect a full breakdown, the old man muttered. Didn't have the time or materials to perfect it. Had to rush it together. Figure the rest out yourself. Kim Yuan smirked. So this was just to make handling the pure, dark divine crystal easier. Huh? Without answering, Volcaro gestured toward the table. Forget the gloves. Look at the blade. Kim Yuan carefully unwrapped the cloth from the weapon. The moment he laid eyes on it, his breath caught. Black steel, engraved with intricate symbols, flawless from edge to hilt. Every millimeter was perfect. Even just holding it, power surged into his hands. He gave it a gentle swing, feeling its weight and balance. Go on, the old man said. Name it yourself. A system prompt appeared. The blacksmith Hephaestus requests you to name the weapon. Kim Yuan stared down at the blade, its surface glinting with a faint green hue beneath the deep blackness of the dark divine storm power. The layers of power within the weapon were undeniable. He tightened his grip, lifted the sword high, and declared, Midnight's steel. From the corner of the forge, Hephaestus wiped sweat from his brow, shaking his head. You seriously have no taste. A system alert chimed. You have obtained the Midnight's steel. Symbols ran down the iron handle, glowing faintly as Kim Yuan inspected the masterpiece. He hadn't named it for its looks or its effects. This was a divine weapon of darkness, a sword meant to rule the night. Another system message followed. The Midnight's steel has been forged from mithril and refined remnants of a rare stone. Its mana storage and recovery exceed standard limits. A grin tugged at Kim Yuan's lips. Looks like I won't be getting tired anytime soon. It was better than anything he'd imagined. From across the forge, Hephaestus scowled, face turning pale with frustration as he watched Kim Yuan fully equip the weapon with that name. And yet, Kim Yuan couldn't have looked more satisfied. Running his fingers over the handle, he admired how perfectly the grip fit his hand. Still watching him, Hephaestus tilted his head. So, you really planning to keep climbing? It's the right thing to do, Kim Yuan answered calmly. A bead of sweat slid down Hephaestus's temple as he narrowed his eyes. And what exactly do you plan on doing with Olympus? Kim Yuan raised a finger. Tear it down, he said without hesitation. From the top, all the way to the bottom. The old man clasped his hands, studying him closely. And then it hit him. Kim Yuan wasn't joking. He really meant to wipe them out completely. Steam hissed from the massive furnaces of the forge, filling the air. Volcaro watched him leave, noting how calm the kid looked. Even after everything, even after nearly being crushed by all of it. Not a shred of doubt in his eyes. Amazing guy, the blacksmith muttered to himself. Doesn't hesitate for a second. With that, he decided there was nothing more to add. We're done here. I won't be seeing you out. Kim Yuan, wearing his red cloak, stepped through the forge doors. Head down, he caught Hephaestus, giving him a brief, dry farewell, just like always. Smoke curled around the iron blade in his hand, the black handle warm in his grip. Kim Yuan couldn't help but think how long this strange connection with his uncle had been there. A memory surfaced, standing before the old man, asking if he'd ever forged a weapon from adamantium, knowing how rare even scraps of it were. Hephaestus had only smirked and said, "Lost the ball." Kim Yuan had stared at him, confused, only to be told that fighting these damn external creatures took a blade of that level at least. Bloody and exhausted, the blacksmith had extended his hand, fist clenched tight. "Why not just use your fist?" Kim Yuan had asked back then. "Tired," Hephaestus admitted with a grin. Baring his teeth, the old man had waved him off. "Quit wasting words. Take the weapon." Snapping back to the present, Kim Yuan's grip tightened around the sword's hilt. That man, the one who had literally torn the weapon from his own heart to hand it over, standing outside the forge, Kim Yuan gave a respectful bow toward the door. Yeah, he was grateful to have met someone like him. Meanwhile, in an ancient building draped in fog, a green glow pulsed softly from a cluttered table. System notifications flickered across the air. At the table sat the overseer of the Colosseum exam, Proctor Shuri, casually nibbling on a chocolate bar. She glanced up as new data came in. News of a player who had landed on the first floor just 12 days ago. A magic orb hovered nearby, projecting the image of Kim Yuan. Her eyes narrowed. His tutorial record? The best ever recorded. His potential? Officially ranked as Class S. There were a lot of promising rookies this time around, sure, but none of them interested her quite like the one who sat at the top of the leaderboard. Taking another bite of chocolate, she thought briefly of Hargan. Skilled, no doubt, but her attention stayed locked on the man in the red cloak. As she watched Kim Yuan walking away from the forge, a thought crossed her mind. That guy. He came alone for a test that's meant for a full team. And, somehow, that only made him more interesting. There wasn't a single person on this floor who could match him. A faint smile curled on the lips of the overseer in her sleek black suit. Still, she doubted he'd make it through. This test was beyond even the rankers. But despite that, she decided to give him the chance. Inside the massive hall of the first floor exam arena Coliseum, Kim Yuan stood alone. He glanced back with a sharp look. "So, this is just a test of combat skills?" he muttered. "Seems simple enough. Beat the enemy. Move on." Turning to the rankings, Kim Yuan scanned the list, half expecting to see Sun Wukong holding the top spot. But the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Before his rebirth, his own record had barely scratched the 12th position. Now, that's where Hargan sat. It seemed the guy had performed well this time, managing to clear 16 rounds. Kim Yuan gripped his sword tighter. Hargan was climbing fast, boosted by the hand of thunder, like wings carrying him higher. Swinging his sword in one smooth arc, Kim Yuan thought to himself. He had no idea what floor Hargan had reached by now, but he planned to catch up. Then, the system notification popped up. Test start. Dark fog poured through the dungeon. Another alert appeared. Defeat your opponent to continue. Kim Yuan knew this test wasn't one with a clear end. The deeper you went, the tougher it got, and the bigger the reward. His red eyes flashed. This was exactly the kind of challenge rankers were expected to push through. Across from him, a creature stepped out of the shadows, its hair tied into a ponytail. Small, glowing eyes burned like bloody embers. With a roar, the monster raised its weapon, baring its jagged fangs. Kim Yuan's magic sword lit up in a streak of blue, mana swirling along the blade. One clean slash. The creature barely had time to react. Its body split clean in two, hitting the ground with a heavy crash. A system message appeared. Heaven-slaying star completion increased by 0.008%. Then another. First floor test completed. Kim Yuan lowered his sword, steady and focused. This is where the real work begins, he thought. Just as he caught his breath, another prompt appeared. Would you like to challenge the next test? Kim Yuan tilted his head slightly. No, I'm done here, he said. But the system didn't stop. Next test unlocked. Second round starting. Back in the Coliseum, the Hargan overseer frowned, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way, she whispered. Flashes of Kim Yuan battling the orcs played through her mind. Hargan had managed to take down a few creatures himself. But this was different. This wasn't just impressive. This was historic. Kim Yuan had cleared the test faster than Sun Wukong, the all-conquering Buddha, the great sage equal to heaven. And he wasn't even slowing down. The Coliseum shook as Kim Yuan leapt high into the air. Creatures scattered below as he landed, slicing through the flying monsters without missing a beat. Watching from above, the overseer noticed something strange. He's been fighting non-stop, she thought. It was clear he wasn't using his strongest skills. He was conserving both his stamina and mana, pacing himself like someone who knew exactly how far he planned to go. Kim Yuan drove the tip of his sword through another creature's chest. Shuri, observing from afar, realized something else. He's not even looking at this test, she thought. His sights are set way beyond it. With each passing round, the count kept rising. Kim Yuan tore through another enemy, severing its head in one clean motion. The overseer narrowed her eyes. He wasn't just surviving. He was chasing the records of the highest rankers. Another system message flashed. Next test available. Accept the challenge. Kim Yuan's brow furrowed. Bring it, he growled. Gripping the sword's hilt, flames erupted from the blade as the system announced. Cinder eyes activating, colossal fire control engaged. The trial field ignited, engulfed in roaring flames. Across from him, the iron-armored creature lowered its head. Kim Yuan noticed the hesitation. No point dragging this out, he thought. He launched forward, slamming into the giant. Armor flew apart on impact. A system alert appeared. Warning, giant's power transferring to user. Endurance low. Partial gigantification effect triggered. Skill level decreased. Cracks splintered through Kim Yuan's iron sword as he drove it deep into the creature's chest. The monster's helmet shattered into pieces. Kim Yuan ran to the fallen figure now kneeling before him, its face bloodied and worn. This is my second defeat, the armored man admitted quietly. And that gray-haired kid, he was strong too. Kim Yuan watched him closely. For the first time, the opponent continued. I've met someone who just keeps getting up. Doesn't matter how many times you're cut down or stabbed. You rise. Back then, the difference in our strength was barely noticeable. But now, you're something else. Kim Yuan glanced at the battered sword in his opponent's hand. If your weapon hadn't been so worn out, he said, I might not have one so easily. The armored man nodded. Victory is yours, he said. Kim Yuan reached out and touched his face. Thanks for the fight, the man whispered. A system notification popped up. Level up. Another alert followed. Stats increased by +1. And then, Heaven-Slaying Star completion increased by 4.78% for clearing 19 rounds. Kim Yuan stood silently, gripping the hilt of his sword. I've finally caught up to Sun Wukong, he thought, but his eyes were already fixed forward. Next was the 20th round, the one no player had ever passed. A system prompt appeared. Next challenge available. Will you continue? Kim Yuan didn't hesitate. I'm not done yet. As the countdown began, a notification warned him that if he didn't respond within 30 seconds, he'd automatically be sent into the next round. Kim Yuan smirked as the seconds ticked down. They're not even giving me time to breathe, he thought. 18 seconds left. Kim Yuan glanced at the scoreboard. If they gave us time to rest, he thought, there wouldn't be much point in calling it a Colosseum test. With steady hands, he gripped the hilt of his sword. All right, he said, but as the timer dropped to 10 seconds, he frowned. I'm out, he declared, deciding to end the challenge. But the system had other plans. Player has accepted the next challenge. Without warning, a new alert flashed. Final test, starting. Kim Yuan's eyes widened as the entire battlefield filled with dense red fog. The iron gates groaned open, releasing a suffocating wave of mana so strong, it felt like it stripped him down to his very bones. Tensing every muscle, Kim Yuan braced himself. This is it, he thought. The one I've been expecting. Another system message appeared. Giant's power is transferring to the user. Kim Yuan pointed his sword toward the gate as a dark, heavy aura poured out. Then came the creature. Two bright, yellow eyes glared out from the mist. A system alert confirmed his suspicion. This was the boss of the final challenge. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, holding his ground. Through the swirling debris, the massive black serpent slithered into view. The air thickened as its presence pressed down on him. Even with gigantism active, Kim Yuan felt himself getting crushed under the sheer weight of its power. The monster's gaze locked on him, daring him to fall. Kim Yuan dropped low, digging his nails into the dirt to keep from collapsing. A memory flashed through his mind. Sun Wukong, facing the 20th floor test, getting wiped out by a single strike from a beast's tail. That same fate was staring him down now. One wrong move, one misstep, and it was over. As he watched the serpent's head sway, Kim Yuan confirmed what he already feared. This was no ordinary boss. Someone called out to him from the shadows. Kim Yuan, the voice echoed. Baring his teeth, Kim Yuan snarled, recognizing the tone. You didn't think a monster like this would go unnoticed, did you? He didn't need to ask what it was. Its massive body shimmered with thick, armored scales. 8 heads, 8 tails. A creature so large, it could coil around entire mountains. Divine or demonic, it hardly mattered. This was no simple beast. This was an ancient fragment of an external god. And here it was, standing before him in the final test. Sweat dripped down Kim Yuan's face as realization sank in. The managers really went all out this time. The serpent's eyes burned like fire as the system displayed a new mission. Objective: eliminate Yamada no Orochi's 8th head. Kim Yuan glanced up. Who set this difficulty? He thought bitterly. The dragon lunged, jaws wide. Kim Yuan dashed to the side, dodging the deadly bite, heart pounding. Looking back, he scowled. One slip, one misstep, and this thing wouldn't give him a second chance. Not with a monster like this. Chunks of stone exploded toward Kim Yuan as he sprinted with everything he had. Behind him, the creature's long tail swept across the battlefield in a violent arc. It smashed into Kim Yuan, sending him skidding across the ground, barely able to stay upright. Digging his heel into the dirt, he looked up, just in time to see the massive tail swinging back at him. With a heavy slam, the boss pinned its tail to the ground. But before it could press the advantage, Kim Yuan slipped behind it, blade drawn. "This isn't the Orochi I remember," Kim Yuan muttered, his sword glowing with blue light. Channeling the power of the pure, dark divine crystal, he struck the monster's head with all his strength, the blow cutting through the thick fog. But as the impact landed, he bared his teeth in frustration. Too shallow, he thought. That won't be enough. The dragon roared, shaking the entire arena, its massive body thrashing wildly. Kim Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon, already realizing the truth. Even with the pure, dark divine crystal fueling him, the creature's scales were almost impossible to pierce. He darted along its body, landing stricrices wherever he could, but none of them hit deep enough. This test, it's unreal, he thought. A powerful blow sent him flying across the field, his red cloak billowing as his eyes ignited with fierce, burning flames. Still, he knew the tower never set tests that couldn't be beaten. Squinting, he scanned the creature's body. There had to be something, some weakness, some clue. From the balcony above, Shuri watched anxiously, sweat trailing down her cheek. She couldn't figure out why Kim Yuan suddenly stopped attacking. With the furious dragon still rampaging below, it seemed obvious to her. He must have realized he'd pushed too far. "He's already gone beyond impossible," she whispered. An image of Kim Yuan flashed across the magic orb. Her heart skipped. He found something. Shuri wanted to scream for him to back off. Hurting Orochi was already more than enough. But down on the battlefield, Kim Yuan's eyes glowed brighter than ever, flames blazing from within. He launched himself across the serpent's scales, his weapon flashing green. Shuri leaned over the railing, gripping it tightly. He's aiming, she realized, pulse quickening, right at Orochi's heart. The only weak spot, the only place the scales didn't cover. Kim Yuan raised his sword high, his focus razor sharp. One shot, this was it. With a powerful thrust, he drove his blade deep into the exposed spot. The dragon's agonized scream tore through the Colosseum, echoing as its massive body writhed beneath him. Standing atop the beast, Kim Yuan didn't stop. He kept striking, each blow forcing the blade deeper. Orochi's gaping maw opened wide, its eyes rolling white as a dark aura poured from its body. With a final, earth-shaking crash, the serpent collapsed to the ground. But something wasn't right. Even now, even with its body broken, it refused to fall silent. Shuri trembled as she clenched her fists. This shouldn't be happening," she whispered. Black fog swirled across the battlefield, covering everything in darkness. Susanoo once managed to put a powerful, magic-wielding serpent to sleep. A beast so massive it could coil around 8 mountain peaks and valleys at once. The secret? An unbreakable, enchanted sword designed to seal away creatures like that. The warden also remembered that Susanoo had struck Orochi's heart, leaving a wound that never healed. That injury became the serpent's only weak spot. Exhausted, Kim Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon, the weight of it grounding him as he realized the old legend had come back to life. Sitting atop the enemy's corpse, his red cloak draped over the remains, a notification popped up before his eyes. He had successfully taken down Yamato, no Orochi's 8th head. Another alert followed, showing his heaven-slaying star's progress had jumped by 12.85%, boosting several of his stats. But the news didn't stop there. The final test had been completed, and just like that, his achievements were officially recorded in the Colosseum. Head lowered, Kim Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. A window appeared with his updated stats, level 69. Sliding his sword back into its case, he recalled that he'd leveled up during the 19th test. But now, reaching higher levels past 60 wasn't going to come easy. One successful hunt wouldn't cut it anymore. Stepping down from the monster's scaled remains, Kim Yuan did the math. Still 31 levels away from hitting 100. But somehow, his progress was moving faster than he'd expected. Then a voice called out his name, pulling him from his thoughts. Annoyed, he looked up. A girl in a black dress was making her way over. Just one glance, and he recognized her. An elf with lackey blades strapped across her back. Her movements so subtle, she left no trace behind. It had to be Shuri, the supervisor of the first floor trial. Shuri studied him closely, about to ask if he was Yamatano Orochi, but stopped herself. Instead, she asked if he knew the dragon's weak point. Standing beside the monster's body, Kim Yuan shrugged. "The tower doesn't give out impossible tests," he said. Even though this was the final stage, he felt like the difficulty was something he could manage. That's why he'd taken a closer look. He tapped his forehead. That's how I figured out. Shuri nodded, then asked if he had cinder eyes with golden pupils. Kim Yuan smirked. Not quite there yet. Frowning, Shuri pursed her lips, clearly deep in thought. Cinder eyes with gigantification. If that were true, then this player might be on par with the highest-ranking peak-level fighters. Tilting her head and resting her chin in her hand, Shuri asked him straight out. Was he the heir of the great sage equal to heaven? Whatever doubts she'd had before, they seemed to vanish now. But Kim Yuan wasn't impressed. His expression darkened as she reminded him that test supervisors couldn't reveal details about the battles or the participants involved. Right then, Kim Yuan realized she'd probably already figured it all out. Shuri had misunderstood him. With confidence, she grabbed the handle of a weapon and told him she had an extra reward from the manager. The weapon came in a rusty case. According to her, the manager had instructed her to give this item to any player who could clear every trial on the first floor. Glancing over at Araka's remains, she admitted she'd never thought the day would come when she'd finally hand it over. Kim Yuan took the weapon, gripping it tightly. Watching him, Shuri realized the sword had finally found its rightful owner and encouraged him to check it out for himself. The blade inside was small and rusted. Approaching Kim Yuan, Shuri glanced at the worn weapon and remarked that it was nothing but low quality. Kim Yuan caught his reflection in the dull metal, and soon after, a window appeared. It revealed the truth. Tosca's sword was a fragment of the very sword Susanoo once used to seal away Yamatano Norates. Without wasting time, Kim Yuan stored the blade in his inventory. Things were starting to make more sense now. He was beginning to understand his next steps. If you're unhappy with the reward, you can take it up with the manager, Shuri offered. But Kim Yuan shook his head. No need. This is more than enough. After all, this was just a bonus. The real reward was still waiting. A notification popped up. All his stats had increased by 2, and he'd earned 20,000 points for clearing every test on the first floor. Right after that, alerts confirmed he had received both Tosca's sword and Orochi's 8th heart. Kim Yuan stared at the small heart, feeling the powerful aura radiating from it. Another window opened, explaining that this was one of the 8 hearts Susanoo had sealed and divided, packed with immense power. A red crystal floated above Kim Yuan's hands. He knew the deadly poison within the heart couldn't just be extracted through normal means. But if he neutralized it properly, he could create a miracle cure, something even the highest level rankers would chase after. Just then, a bright yellow spiral appeared near his hands. Shuri looked uneasy. I'm not even sure the heart was supposed to be part of the reward, she admitted. But she still congratulated him, pointing out that its value couldn't even be measured in points. As system alerts filled Kim Yuan's view, Shuri leaned in and offered a final piece of advice. Don't use it carelessly. Thanks, Kim Yuan replied. But as he reached toward the floating window, another notification flashed across his screen. Something inside the heart was reacting. Kim Yuan froze as the creature's voice echoed in his mind, complaining of hunger. Suddenly, fog spread across the entire battlefield. Another message appeared. The creature was awakening. Shuri's hand shot to her sword, her face tense. What is this energy? Scanning the fog, Kim Yuan spotted something. The egg wasn't hatching. His pupils narrowed. No, this wasn't about the egg anymore. A pair of glowing eyes glared at them from within the dark fog. Shuri looked up, bewildered. How did something like this make it into the Colosseum? The tower's power should block anything from entering. Kim Yuan rushed over to Shuri as she prepared to attack. Hold on, he said, teeth clenched. Standing beside the creature, Kim Yuan raised a hand. Just give me a second. A notification flashed. The creature had started devouring Orochi's 8th heart. Its pink scales shimmered, now coated in waves of blue mana. Jagged, jutted from its body as dark fog twisted around the fallen boss. Watching the scene unfold, Shuri narrowed her eyes. Is it absorbing the corpse? She wondered aloud. Lowering her gaze, she frowned. This wasn't like anything she'd seen before. Turning to Kim Yuan, she reminded him that Araka's remains were technically his reward. Whatever happens now, it's not my concern anymore, she added. Then, with a glance at the creature, she asked, Is this your ability? A bead of sweat ran down Kim Yuan's face. He hesitated, then nodded. Something like that, he admitted. Honestly, even he wasn't sure what was happening. As the fog thickened, the strange beast, its body a mass of shifting eyes, opened its mouth. Kim Yuan watched closely. You full? He asked. A system message appeared. S-Egg nods, ITS head. Then, to his surprise, S-Egg is singing a song. Black energy rippled out, engulfing the entire Colosseum. Kim Yuan stared in disbelief. For all its terrifying power, the monster behaved more like a child than anything else. The eyes covering its body slowly faded as another message popped up. Egg fell asleep. Curious, Kim Yuan opened his inventory. Only now did he notice movement from the egg. Checking the system tab, he saw the hatching percentage had increased. Shuri stepped closer, her voice calm. Do you understand what just happened? A little, Kim Yuan replied. Shuri gave a faint smile, watching him carefully. At first, she'd suspected he might be a descendant of Sun Wukong, but seeing his recent display of strength, she wasn't so sure anymore. After all, the heavens wouldn't hide something with this much raw power behind an unimpressive name. Reaching out her hand, she made him a promise. Whatever happened here, I won't speak of it. Their eyes met. I'll be praying for you, she said. I hope to hear your name again on the upper floors. Kim Yuan frowned slightly. She had that same habit as the others who said goodbye after a test, like they were sending him off for good. Still, he accepted her handshake. To him, she seemed honest, a strong, straightforward warrior. Maybe a bit naive, but there was no denying her skill. I'm glad we met, he said. Moments later, the Coliseum rankings updated. Kim Yuan was now in first place, having cleared all 20 rounds. Word spread fast. In the city, someone mentioned the news to a friend. Looks like someone just took the top spot on the first floor. The same guy from the tutorial? A Hargan warrior extended his hand. What? You think a monster like Sun Wukong made it in the tower? No idea, his friend replied. All I know is that guy came from some random land, and now he's first in everything. Off to the side, a man in an iron mask smirked. Give him a few decades. He'll be a ranker before long. Meanwhile, fog thickened above the 9th floor labyrinth. Something was clawing its way out from beneath the ground. Back in the trial, Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, holding on with everything he had. A notification appeared. He'd cleared the 9th floor test labyrinth, and with it a new path had opened. As Kim Yuan made his way past towering rocks, a notification chimed. He was receiving a reward for securing first place. Glancing back, he thought about the paths he'd carved through the maze. The goal was just to find a route, but with how many shortcuts he'd created, he figured he might have made things a little too easy for the next challengers. Still, none of that mattered now. What he really needed was the reward from this test. A grin tugged at his lips. It was time to finally collect what he'd been waiting for. Inside the forge, the heat pressed down like a heavy blanket. Kim Yuan stepped up to the table, spotting the familiar figure working away. It's been a month, old man, Kim Yuan said casually. I'm here for my order. Volcaro, the blacksmith, didn't even look up at first. He just kept hammering, his face set in stone. When he finally did glance over, his glare could have burned holes through steel. Still smiling, Kim Yuan took a seat across from him, resting his elbows on the table. A whole month, he repeated with a chuckle. I came for what I left with you. The hammer clashed against the anvil with a sharp ring. Volcaro scowled. Wait your turn, he snapped, returning to his work. Kim Yuan leaned back, watching the old man work. Sweat dripped from his face, but Volcaro looked completely unaffected by the heat. Kim Yuan found himself wondering just how high the man's fire resistance was. Without looking up, Volcaro suddenly asked, Took you 10 days to clear the 9th floor? What were you doing, sightseeing? Still fuming, he glanced over. You sure you even want to take this thing with you? Kim Yuan smirked. By the way, was there really only supposed to be one exit in the maze? Seemed like a few extra paths showed up. Volcaro grunted, shaking his head. I don't do things the normal way, kid. Not my style. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if already thinking about Kim Yuan's next challenge. So, what's the plan for the next test? Kim Yuan laughed softly. I'll tell you when I'm back. Turning away, Volcaro picked up the weapon he'd been working on, a blade made from a strange mix of materials. This thing, worst mana conductivity I've ever worked with, Volcaro muttered. And somehow, it still turned out decent. First time I've ever made a weapon like this. The mana resistance is awful, but the balance is perfect. He held the sword out toward Kim Yuan. Figured minerals like fail and tar and obsidian would suit you. Armor great stuff, but seems you'll make it work. Kim Yuan took the blade, feeling its weight settle into his grip. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, one of his skills flared to life. And before Volcaro could finish his sentence, the weapon was already responding. The sword in Kim Yuan's hands was technically a failed creation, built with the worst mana conductivity possible. But for what he needed, it couldn't have turned out better. In its own way, it was the perfect success. As he turned the blade over, inspecting its unique form, a holographic window appeared. It warned of a failure in his civilization skill. Some unknown force had blocked his mana flow. Even so, Kim Yuan couldn't help but admire the blacksmith's craftsmanship. Walking back over, Kim Yuan gave a nod of approval. I like it, he said. Volcaro smirked. Figured you would. Definitely one of the more unusual challenges I've worked on. Not every day someone asks for a weapon made from materials meant for top-tier armor. They shook hands, and just as they did, a notification popped up Kim Yuan had automatically transferred 10,000 points to the blacksmith Hephaestus. Volcaro stiffened. What's this? Why are you paying me? Kim Yuan grinned. Take it. Get too used to free things, and bad luck bound to follow. The old man scoffed, but said nothing more. Expect me back, Kim Yuan added with a smirk before stepping toward the portal waiting outside the forge. As he crossed through, messages flowed in confirming the 9th floor test completion. Another deducted 10 points for using the portal. Now, all that remained was selecting his next destination. Kim Yuan glanced ahead, realizing the moment had come. The double-digit floors. Facing the portal, he made his choice. 10th floor, Wuhan of Abei. The system checked his clearance, and the transfer began. As the light faded, a sprawling new world unfolded before him. The land of Murim, alive with bustling cities and countless people. His journey began in a northern stronghold known as the City of Martial Arts. Looking over the map, Kim Yuan understood just how vast this place was. Surrounded by sea, the entire continent was shaped by the power of its strongest warriors. And here, there was no waiting. The test of the 10th floor started immediately. Shouts rang out from the crowd. One man raised his hand. Recruitment for the Dragon Clan is open. All you need is the will to fight. Before the words could settle, Kim Yuan cut in sharply. All swordsmen, access to the Gentleman's Blade Room is now available. Moments later, a burly man from the Heavy Steel clan stepped forward. We'll turn your body into living steel. No one crafts warriors like us. Then came the notification. The 10th floor trial had begun. To clear it, players had to select a clan, train under them, and pass their unique test. Before Kim Yuan stood a sea of people, each promoting their own clan, each offering their own path. This wasn't like the floors before. Here, the rules were different. The challenges were deeper. No wonder so many players got stuck here, never able to move on. It almost felt like its own strange world. As Kim Yuan stood, considering his options, a voice called out from behind. Hey, is that yours? For the first time in Murim, a towering man blocked Kim Yuan's path, grinning as he looked him over. Judging by your gear, you must be pretty skilled, he said. How about it? Go what did IS? Stretching out his arms, the man declared that their meeting was no coincidence. Fate had led Kim Yuan here, and now he was meant to join the Blue Blade clan. At the mention of a clan, Kim Yuan glanced at him, puzzled. Something about the word didn't sit right. A few more members of the Blue Blade clan gathered around, proudly explaining that their clan's legacy stretched back long before the tower itself. Kim Yuan scanned the group, thinking it was strange. Big-name clans wouldn't waste their time hanging around a place like this, definitely not in person. The clan leader extended his hand toward Kim Yuan. Hey, are you even listening? But Kim Yuan shook his head. Sorry, but I'm aiming for a different clan. The man's grin vanished. His expression darkened as he glared at Kim Yuan. Did you just brush off the Blue Blade clan? Without waiting for an answer, he reached for his weapon. Kim Yuan sighed, watching the man prepare to fight. Drawing his own sword, the clan leader sneered. You've been lucky so far, but you're acting way too cautious for someone who made it here. You sure you know what you're getting into? Kim Yuan didn't even know who this guy thought he was. He barely knew anything about the Blue Blade clan to begin with. Still, as he stood tall across from the man, he realized this had turned into an annoying situation. Guys like this like to throw their weight around, bullying weaker players just to show off and drag attention to their small-time clans. Looking directly at his opponent, Kim Yuan gave a cold warning. If you so much as lay a finger on any player who's already down, it's not just going to hurt your reputation. It'll wreck your clan's name. The man scoffed. Smart words, but this is Murim. Here, only strength matters. You think I can let someone disrespect my clan and just stand by in silence? He shot Kim Yuan a glare full of rage. Too late to start begging. Kim Yuan stepped forward, his voice steady. Beg? Not interested. But since you're so eager for trouble, I might as well give it to you. The clan leader raised his sword, facing Kim Yuan head-on. But something shifted. Kim Yuan noticed the man's expression twist into something strange. His face flushed red, sweat pouring down his temples. Whispers rippled through the crowd. People exchanged confused glances. Why was their leader just standing there like that? Kim Yuan, still calm, kept his gaze locked on him. Then, as if realizing all eyes were on him, the clan leader dropped to his knees, head bowed, frozen in place. Murmurs spread. Some thought he was obsessed with testing strangers. Others couldn't believe what they were seeing. Without waiting for more chatter, Kim Yuan turned away and left. He didn't have time to waste on this nonsense. Behind him, the man finally snapped out of his daze, pushing through the crowd, shouting after him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. The humiliation stung, but Kim Yuan wasn't sticking around to hear it. Instead, he focused on what lay ahead. 10 days had passed since he'd arrived on the 10th floor. Now, he was moving at full speed through the day forest. As he dashed forward, a thought crossed his mind. This distance was ridiculous. In just 10 days, he'd already covered over 10,000 li, and there was still more ground ahead. Deep within the forest, Kim Yuan pressed forward, his thoughts heavy. This was turning into a serious problem. In the vast world of Murim, challenges like this never seemed to end. Up ahead, a towering heavenly mountain stretched into the sky, its peaks slicing through the clouds. Standing on a cliff's edge, Kim Yuan surveyed the landscape. With no other way across, there was only one option: keep moving on foot. Setting his sights forward, he clenched his fists. He was close. No time to slow down now. As the sun dipped behind the trees, golden light poured through the forest canopy. Kim Yuan's pace stayed steady and swift. Before long, he entered a wide clearing. Glancing around, he counted roughly 20 others nearby. Each looked capable in their own right, no doubt skilled players. Then, from the shadows, whispers broke out. Low voices questioned his presence, confused about what he was doing standing there in the open. Kim Yuan raised his voice. Relax. I'm not your enemy. Still, the whispers continued, suspicious and restless. They must have realized why he was here. Kim Yuan looked around the gathering darkness. This is the heavenly mountain of the new region, right? Base of the divine demon cult. Figures emerged from the trees, weapons in hand. We know exactly where you are, someone replied coldly. Kim Yuan lifted his head, meeting their stares. This all felt familiar, reminded him of that mess with Jackal. But this was on another level. Ahead, the headquarters of the divine demon cult loomed. Long at odds with the Murim alliance, these were the ones fighting for dominance over Murim itself. Right now, the cult might have been stuck on this mountain, unable to spread their power beyond it. But even so, they were still a force to be reckoned with, one of the top clans under heaven and earth. And now, stepping out to confront him was Kwang Hamuk, pure-blooded, high-ranking, and someone who had already climbed past the 40th floor. Sizing Kim Yuan up, Kwang Hamuk spoke first. Judging by your aura, you're no drifter. The cult members circled around. One called out, "Where are you from? What floor? State your name. If you want to join, prove yourself." The air grew tense as eyes locked on him. Kim Yuan stood tall, looking straight at the crowd. "I'm here for the test of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult." A notification flashed. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's trial begins. From high above, voices drifted through the treetops. It's been ages since anyone dared to challenge the Divine Cult's trial. The members exchanged glances. No one came this far by accident. If Kim Yuan had made it all the way here, then he had to know why so many avoided this place. Staring at Kwang Hamuk back, Kim Yuan spoke clearly. The success rate is practically zero. That's why no one comes. Kwang Hamuk turned, his gaze sharp and unshaken. "Wrong," he said. "It's not just low. It's impossible." All eyes shifted back to Kim Yuan. They explained to Kim Yuan that not a single player had ever passed the test of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Over time, it became an unspoken rule across these lands. No one even attempted it anymore. Hearing this, Kim Yuan thought to himself that joining this clan was practically impossible unless you were from the higher floors. Still, no matter how strong this cult once was, it made sense their authority had started to slip. The clan leader called out to Kim Yuan, gesturing for him to follow. As Kim Yuan stepped forward, a notification appeared. He was now entering the cult's disposition. Another message followed. He was actively resisting its influence. Eyes were on him as he moved forward. The deeper he went, the more the warnings echoed in his mind. If he strayed from the right path, the illusion would consume him. Glancing at the clan leader ahead, Kim Yuan noticed the route was nothing like the ones they'd traveled so far. Somewhere among the dozen paths stretched out before him was the real road, but only one. "Be careful," the leader warned sharply. "One wrong step and you're finished. No one will ever find you again unless the heavenly demon himself decides to intervene." The moment the words left his mouth, Kim Yuan vanished before the crowd's eyes. Confused murmurs broke out as everyone searched for him, but the fog had already swallowed the forest whole. Up ahead, Kim Yuan activated his Cinder Eye skill. Flames flickered around him, lighting his way as he pressed on. Glancing back, he realized he'd already crossed more than 10 different junctions. Still, the road didn't seem to end. How long did this trial stretch on? The fog crept lower, clinging to the ground, until something ahead caught his attention. A fork in the path. Activating Cinder Eyes again, Kim Yuan scanned both routes. To his surprise, they were both real. Neither one triggered the illusion. That meant there was no trap waiting here, but the correct choice was still hidden somewhere. Then, a faint breeze brushed past him. Kim Yuan focused, noticing the wind coming from the left path. Without hesitation, he turned and stepped forward. The further he walked, the more the environment around him shifted. Before long, he reached a small, worn building. Near the entrance, an ancient machine rumbled, still working after who knew how long. Inside, sitting on the floor, was a man. The moment Kim Yuan laid eyes on him, he knew. This wasn't just anyone. This was a living legend of Mirim, a high ranker from an era long before the world of Mirim had ever entered the tower. The old man looked up, scoffing as if amused that Kim Yuan had managed to make it this far. Behind Kim Yuan, a notification appeared. He had passed the first test of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Glancing back into the room, Kim Yuan noticed something strange. The door was shut tight, yet the wind still blew steadily inside. And in that moment, he wondered, maybe this wasn't exactly the reality he thought he was seeing. Maybe this wasn't a simple room after all. Maybe none of this was real. Before Kim Yuan could get lost in thought, the old man, sitting calmly in front of him, broke the silence. "How did you figure out this was still part of the test?" he asked. Standing tall, Kim Yuan answered without hesitation. "I knew from the start. What kind of test ends just by following someone else? It made sense you'd been watching me the moment I entered the disposition." The old man chuckled softly, his gaze never leaving the floor. Impressive. Not many can find their own way like that. Suddenly, the space around them shifted. Everything cleared in an instant, and a flash of bright blue light filled Kim Yuan's vision. Moving forward, he felt the tension ease from his body. He had passed, but as he wiped the sweat from his brow, a thought lingered. There was no system notification confirming the result. Maybe even the old man's question had been part of the trial. Pushing through a thick patch of trees, Kim Yuan muttered to himself, "I can already tell this place is going to drain me dry trying to keep up with it." In the distance, pigs roamed freely in what looked like a quiet village. For all the rumors about demons lurking within the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon, this felt laughably ordinary. Then a voice called out. Kwang Hamuk stood there, his sharp grin returning. "What are you doing here? How'd you end up all the way out here?" Kim Yuan glanced back and shrugged. He wasn't about to waste energy explaining everything that had happened after meeting the so-called Heavenly Demon. "Finish the first part," he replied simply. Kwang Hamuk scanned the area, realization sinking in. "You made it through the disposition? By yourself? Faster than the rest of us. And we know the route." But before Kwang Hamuk could dwell on it, Kim Yuan kept moving. "I'm exhausted. Let's get going. Surely the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon offers a place to sleep, right?" One of the cult members whispered behind them. "I've never heard of an outsider passing the disposition." Even Kwang Hamuk admitted it. "Took me 50 years to learn that path," he said through gritted teeth. A while later, Kim Yuan finally had a bucket of water in front of him. He splashed his face, then sank into a large wooden basin, letting out a long breath. Gazing at the nearby walls, he couldn't help but think that if these tests weren't so brutal, there'd probably be lines of people eager to join, eager to stand here watching the same dawn and touching power from other worlds. Dunking his head under the water, his thoughts drifted back to that stubborn old man. Whatever his reason was, Kim Yuan figured it wasn't without purpose. Just then, a holographic panel lit up nearby, displaying the familiar shape of the egg. No one else seemed to know what was hidden within this place. But Kim Yuan was sure of one thing. Everything he was working toward wasn't for nothing. His eyes locked on the panel. Kim Yuan was surprised to feel the egg shifting in his hands, warmth pulsing from within. Even without the full power of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult awakening on this floor, the egg hadn't stayed still for a moment. Sitting back, Kim Yuan realized the truth. On the 10th floor, the only thing truly worth doing was taking on the trial of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. Out in the clearing, cult members murmured among themselves. Someone mentioned the rumors that the test's difficulty was sky high, nearly impossible to clear, but the rewards were beyond imagination. Thinking back on the old man, Kim Yuan understood that the Heavenly Demon had first appeared during the earliest days of this war, long before the creation of the mainspring. That meant there was no way to find any recorded information about him. With his head lowered, Kim Yuan thought quietly to himself. In the end, there was only one path left. He'd have to meet the Heavenly Demon face to face. Nearby, a participant broke the silence, asking, "If we're talking about Mirim, doesn't the Great War sound tempting?" Another man, standing next to a knight, responded, "Even the smallest temple from the strongest sects has a shot at earning the greatest martial arts manuals." The knight nodded. "Sure, the rewards are great, but victory only comes through hard work." They all stood there in thought until someone suddenly asked, "Anyone here ever managed to make it through the Mirim War without winning a single fight?" Silence. Then a man turned to Kim Yuan. "Are you really about to throw yourself into all this trouble?" Kim Yuan's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As his questioner rambled on about the reasons this whole competition even started, others chimed in, bitter and frustrated, demanding to know who had even launched this war in the first place. One of them barked back, "Nobody asked you to rush to the next floor either." Frustration filled the air. Voices rose, arguments flared, and through it all, Kim Yuan just smiled. With his personality, there was no way he could accept missing out on the great mirror more. Leaning back, he let himself sink into the water again, his mind turning over the mysteries of this place. No one really knew what secrets it held, but he was sure his efforts wouldn't go to waste. His eyes drifted back to the egg, which hadn't stopped moving since he arrived on these lands a month ago. It felt like just yesterday he'd been holding it during his early days clearing the first floor. Back then, he'd even fallen asleep with it beside him, and now it had grown several times larger. What really caught his attention was the pattern etched into its shell, a mark of an external god. After it consumed Orokus remains, Kim Yuan had no more doubts. This was the egg of an external god. But what would hatch from it? That was impossible to predict. External gods had no fixed form. They were incomprehensible beings, taking shape from the emotions of whoever beheld them. Fear, awe, despair, whatever you felt they became. Clutching the egg, Kim Yuan thought of the people he'd left behind. If they were here now, they'd probably have endless theories about it. Closing his eyes, a quiet thought drifted through his mind. Should I really let whatever's inside this egg live? Just then, something shifted. Kim Yuan's eyes snapped open as a notification flashed across the panel. The egg is nodding. Without a second thought, he leapt from the bed. It hit him immediately. Right when he'd been debating whether to keep the egg alive, it reacted. So it had been listening the whole time, just ignoring everything else. Curious, he peered into the egg, wondering if this was really happening. He tried activating his power. Sorry in advance, he muttered. The panel lit up again. The egg is afraid. Before he could stop himself, Yuan attacked. The egg's terrified scream echoed through the panel. Frustrated, he collapsed back on the bed, fists clenched. Still, the panel showed the same thing. The egg is cowering. No matter what he did, it kept shrinking back. Even after unleashing a burst of power, something that usually impressed Iraq, Irachi immediately recognized him as its master. But none of it mattered. Weapon lowered, Yuan sat there, trying to figure it out. Was something stopping him from hurting the egg? Or was it just him? In the end, all he could do was sit and watch. Deciding to try something else, he dunked the egg into water. The panel's response came quickly. The egg feels warm. Later, sitting in a barrel with the egg floating nearby, Kim Yuan asked, "You like that?" The egg gave a small nod. Blinking at the panel, Yuan stared. Now the egg was responding. Before he could say much else, another notification popped up. The egg is falling asleep. He glanced at it and chuckled. Come on, I was still talking. But the egg was already out, slipping back into sleep after just a few words. Leaning back, Kim Yuan's gaze drifted. His thoughts spiraled, trying to connect the dots between the outer god and the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Did I just walk right into the tiger's den? He muttered. Morning arrived. Inside a towering building, 4 figures sat around a table. It was time for the 4 heavenly lords to meet. The air buzzed with tension as someone finally spoke. Today's topic, it's a bit unexpected. Lord Spear leaned forward. A challenger has appeared. First one in 30 years. Across from him, Beale gave a sharp look. 34, actually. Whispers circled. Who's this Kim Yuan? Lord Da placed his hand on the table. Even here on Heavenly Mountain, we can't just ignore what's happening in the tower. Lord Sword scanned the room, his glare sharp as steel. Someone give us a proper report. They told him everything. This same Kim Yuan, the nobody from the tutorial, was tearing through the tower, turning every floor upside down. Lord Sword raised an eyebrow. That's hard to believe, but the records didn't lie. And this wasn't something they could just speculate about. Lord Spear lifted his hand as the floor was given to him. Without a word, he stood and stepped forward. Outside, an entire army had gathered, standing at attention, eyes locked on the legendary figures inside. As the door swung open, everyone turned. Someone new had just arrived. Inside the hall, the lords exchanged glances. There was no mistaking it. This was the infamous Kim Yuan standing before them. As he stepped into the room, his robes swayed with the breeze. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Not even a hint of fear. And in front of the divine cult's lords, no less. Lifting his gaze, Kim Yuan spotted the 4 figures ahead. These were no ordinary opponents. They had climbed to the very peak of the divine cult, each one a master in their own right. Looking around the room, it hit him. The second test wouldn't come from the heavenly demon. It would come directly from the lords. One of the elders smirked. To be expected from someone who cleared the cult leader's first trial. Then, one of the lords stepped forward. This guy really is something, he muttered before announcing the start of the second test. From the side, Yering emerged, eyes fixed ahead as he addressed the lords. Permission to handle this one myself. The lords exchanged a silent glance. After a brief pause, they nodded. Do as you wish. Cheon Jaryong turned to face Kim Yuan. Even from where he stood, Kim Yuan could feel the pressure. This wasn't going to be some formal, controlled test. This was a real fight. A chill ran through him. This felt different. Dangerous. Lord Sword's voice broke through the tension. A test without a reward would be pointless. Then came the offer, a scarlet bloody pill, one of the rarest and most powerful medicines available. Cheon Jaryong smirked. So how'd you pull it off? Kim Yuan grinned back, hand drifting toward his weapon. Guess we'll find out. The panel lit up. Test accepted. Cheon Jaryong lunged forward. Another notification blinked across the panel. Some restrictions were lifting, penalties reduced. All Kim Yuan had to do was win and claim his prize. The reward flashed across the screen. Scarlet bloody pill, crimson red blood pill. Facing his opponent, Kim Yuan calmly unsheathed his sword. His eyes locked on Cheon Jaryong as he mentally calculated the gap between them. With the penalties lowered to the equivalent of the 30th floor and the difficulty bumped to a 10th floor extreme challenge, this wasn't going to be easy. Glancing back at the lords observing from afar, Kim Yuan thought, if the heavenly lords are watching me like this, then this is the will of the heavenly demon himself. He tightened his grip on the sword, preparing for the clash. But before they moved, Cheon Jaryong spoke. Is your name really Kim Yuan? Pointing his blade at him, Cheon Jaryong sneered. So you're the one who passed the heavenly demon's trial. I don't see what made you so special. Kim Yuan met his gaze, steady and cold. Considering how much you're running your mouth, I'd say you're the one still waiting for recognition. Rolling up his sleeves, Kim Yuan smirked. Cheon Jaryong's expression darkened, his teeth gritted in anger. In the very next instant, Cheon Jaryong struck, his sword slicing through the air, his glare sharp and unrelenting. Kim Yuan sidestepped just in time, dodging the blow. Cheon Jaryong's gaze burned with fury, but Kim Yuan met it head-on, neither backing down as they moved swiftly across the hall. Their steps clashed, Cheon Jaryong's feet nearly tangling with Kim Yuan's as he lunged forward. You'll never earn recognition. Cheon Jaryong shouted, his voice echoing. He sneered, declaring that he'd dedicated his entire life to the divine cult. Every ounce of him had gone into passing the origin test, and ever since, he'd risked everything climbing the tower, dreaming of restoring his clan's name. Years spent studying, training, and pushing himself to the limit, and still recognition never came. And now he couldn't understand how this guy had earned it. Why you? He roared as he swung again, the force of his strike growing more violent. But Kim Yuan just smirked. You're not some lost kid anymore. In a flash, his sword was out. Metal clashed as their blades met. Cheon Jaryong tried to counter, but Kim Yuan was already gone, dodging with ease and sending Cheon Jaryong's attack off course. Sizing him up, Kim Yuan repeated the question. But this time, he didn't wait for an answer. He stepped in close, and with a heavy swing, his fist rocketed toward Cheon Jaryong. Power surged through him. Partial gigantification unleashed. The punch connected with crushing force. Cheon Jaryong staggered back, blood streaking down his face as he collapsed, his expression twisted in disbelief. Standing over him, Kim Yuan spoke calmly. You're weak. That's why you weren't recognized. Then, turning toward the heavenly lords, his eyes met Lord Sword's, whose clenched jaw trembled in silence. Suddenly, all four lords erupted in shouts of approval, unable to hide their surprise and admiration. Incredible. He didn't even use his sword to finish him. One of the lords broke into a smile. Reward him. Give him the Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. A notification flashed. Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. Kim Yuan held the box in his hands, staring at it. He'd barely broken a sweat to earn something this valuable. Opposite him, the lord stepped forward. Do you even realize what that pill is worth? Players on the 10th floor wouldn't be allowed within arm's reach of something like this. Yet you treated this whole test like a game. Murmurs rose from the crowd. Have you even studied martial arts? What clan are you from? Kim Yuan shrugged. Just messing around. Lord Sword watched him carefully. Then let me explain the next test. Bom stepped in front of Kim Yuan, his voice steady. I'll be handling the next round. It's simple. You just need to withstand 3 of my techniques. He paused, making sure the gravity of it was clear. This isn't some ordinary spar. In 3 months, you'll face it. Prepare whatever you need, medicines, techniques, because you're going to need them. Facing the heavenly lord, Kim Yuan knew exactly who stood before him. Though considered the 4 lords, when it came to pure strength, this man was every bit their equal. As Kim Yuan stood before them, one thought kept circling in his mind. This wasn't just any test. With penalties stacked against him and a battle against a ranker on the line, it felt like they were doing everything possible to make sure no one passed. Still, without hesitation, Kim Yuan spoke up. I'm ready. Let's start now. The room fell silent. Shock rippled through the crowd. One of the lords cut in immediately. You realize you're challenging a ranker? Declaring that so casually, it's as if you're mocking the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Kim Yuan bowed his head slightly in apology, but even as the words left his mouth, Peng Baklam stepped forward, gathering his power. If that's your wish, I'll honor it. Another lord quickly moved to stop him, but Lord Sword's voice rang out. This test can only be changed by the heavenly demon himself. But Peng Baklam didn't back down. 3 months, he declared. Prepare yourself. Hearing this, Kim Yuan realized there was no way around it. Nothing was changing. Around him, murmurs spread. That's the guy? The one who dares look down on a lord. Ignoring the whispers, Kim Yuan moved forward. Sweat dried from his face as the voices around him faded into the background. Then Lord Sword approached. Seeing him up close, Kim Yuan couldn't help but think. This was a man ranked second in power within the cult, and now he was personally escorting him. As they walked, Kim Yuan asked quietly, "Was this an order from the cult leader?" Without looking back, the Lord answered, "No, I just haven't seen someone like you in a long time. I think you might actually pass the test." For a moment, Kim Yuan felt it. This wasn't like the usual ambition of other clans, hoping to pull someone in just to boost their own name. This felt real. But before he could think on it further, they stopped. Without turning, the Lord spoke again. "If you want to prepare, head into the martial arts storage. You'll find techniques and weapons there." Then, glancing back, he asked, "Why the rush for the hospital?" Kim Yuan shrugged. "I'll check out the books and weapons later." As they continued walking, Kim Yuan confirmed with the Lord. "So, I'll have access to everything? High-class techniques, medicines, the works?" The Lord nodded. "Everything." But before turning away, the old man left him with a warning. "You might regret it." Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard near the building, a group of men in traditional blue robes were seated, carefully sorting through various ingredients. At the front, the chief physician of the divine cult, Lan, stared ahead, still trying to process what he'd just heard. The newcomer wanted everything. Kim Yuan lowered his head slightly as the brunette in front of him packed the ingredients into his inventory. Jean Ilwan shook his head, counting the supplies. Hundreds of gold worth of rare materials. Enough to supply the cult in a full-scale war against the Alliance. And somehow, this one guy was about to take it all. How does he even plan to use this much? Jean Ilwan muttered. The doctor couldn't believe it. All this for one person, he muttered, shaking his head. Still, he made sure to remind Kim Yuan. Anything left over after 3 months comes back. Only you're allowed to use these. And if anything is spoiled, you're covering the cost yourself. Without a word, Kim Yuan extended his hand, transferring every pill, root, and herb into his inventory. Don't worry, I won't forget, he said calmly. Around them, the once full pots and bowls were completely emptied. As Kim Yuan turned to leave, he glanced back. See you in 3 months. Lord Sword stayed silent, while Il Huan muttered half-heartedly. Just don't forget the leftovers. But even the doctor knew it was pointless. There won't be anything left, he thought with a tired sigh. Deep in the mountains, surrounded by a lush green forest, the entrance to the divine cult's hidden training cave flickered with torchlight. Inside, dressed in simple black robes, Kim Yuan stood alone. He glanced around the sealed cavern. Locked tight. No way in or out unless someone broke the entrance. Perfect, he thought. Opening his inventory, a flood of medicines appeared. Roots, capsules, pills, powders, all carefully arranged around him. One by one, he started consuming them. Deer antlers accepted. Poison resistance slightly increased for 24 hours. Aster root taken. Poison resistance increased for 21 hours. Banchok flower absorbed. Resistance to 98 types of poisons gained for 46 hours. Kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a mountain of herbs, Kim Yuan forced them down. With a scowl, he stuffed another handful of poisonous aster root into his mouth. This is ridiculous, he grumbled. I'd rather take a sword to the gut than choke down another bite. Holding his stomach, he groaned. Some of these mixtures were barely safe. Poisonous, aster root, but not deadly. Mostly just sharp, stabbing colic. All for me, huh? He muttered sarcastically. Finally, he reached for something different. A small red stone, glowing with faint golden lightning. Orokus' 8th heart. This was no ordinary artifact. Sealed and split by Susanoo himself, it pulsed with an intense, deadly poison. Holding it in his palm, Kim Yuan smirked. And here I was, wondering where I'd find enough medicine to handle this. Who'd have thought it'd work out so well? Just as he prepared to use it, the system flashed a warning. Unknown egg is opening its mouth. Blinking, Kim Yuan glanced over at the display. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You better not be thinking about eating this. The image of the purple egg appeared, and he could almost picture it trying to swallow the Oroki heart hole. Scoffing, he muttered, one more stunt like that, and I'm turning you into breakfast. Immediately, the system pinged. The egg is terrified. Moments later, the egg is now sleeping. Shaking his head, Kim Yuan leaned back into the grass, surrounded by the remains of half-devoured herbs. Yeah, back to work. The system updated again. Orokus' 8th heart accepted, and then came the next alert. The moment the poison began to spread, Kim Yuan's eyes snapped open. He could feel it coursing through his veins, flooding his body like a thick, burning mist. The world around him seemed tinted pink, as if a red haze had settled over his vision. A system message appeared. Orochi's poison spreads throughout your body. Another notification followed. Poison resistance increased by 1. And again, mana increased by 1. Coughing hard, Kim Yuan covered his mouth. Purple and pink spots blurred his sight. His entire body trembled as he dropped to his knees, his mind screaming for more medicine. Mana increased by 1. He glanced at his shaking palm, blood. Mana increased by 1. Grinding his forehead against the floor, his breathing grew ragged. Mana increased by 1. Through the pain, one thought cut through. This mana growth, it's unreal. Suddenly, a golden system alert flashed before him. Title acquired. Master of Mana. Ability unlocked. Legal skill, S+ rank. Mastery, 3.05%. Mana regeneration, plus 10%. Mana resistance, plus 10%. Mana induction increased. Mana control increased. He laughed weakly to himself. So this is mana control. For the first time, mana felt like it was moving on its own, flowing smoothly inside him. Hands still trembling, Kim Yuan grabbed more medicine. I'm going to absorb every last bit of Araka's mana. In its heart, dragging himself upright, he kept swallowing herbs. I didn't expect this to be so brutal. Blood streaked his face, and still the system chimed. Mana increased by 1. He wiped his mouth, whispering under his breath. This is going to take a while. And so it did. For an entire month, nothing but system alerts and the endless, grinding rise of mana. Outside, 2 figures stood near the hidden cave entrance in the green forest. One of them sighed, hand resting on his hip. It's already been a month, and not a single word from him. He glanced toward the cave, shaking his head. I thought he'd at least come out to study some secret techniques or something. But no, just locked away like he's planning to stay the full 3 months. Kwang Hamuk frowned, watching the sealed cave. Nobody who climbed it to the 10th floor skips the chance to learn martial arts. He has to know that. So what's he even doing in there? He imagined the Heavenly Lord, training non-stop in some secluded hall, shaking the very mountain with every strike. Then his thoughts shifted to Kim Yuan. What about him? He's been so quiet this whole time, I'm starting to think he might be dead. Nearby, Cheon Jaryong scowled. And all those herbs? What the hell does he even need them for? Before anyone could answer, a sudden noise made them freeze. The cave door slowly creaked open. Dark smoke poured out. And then, through the haze, Kim Yuan stepped into view. Casually, he looked up. Oh, you guys came to greet me? The men just stared, stunned speechless. Moments later, Kim Yuan sat at a table piled high with food, tearing into a piece of fried meat. Warriors gathered around, and the once silent cave now buzzed with energy. Looking completely drained, Kim Yuan gnawed on a steamed bun as someone asked if he'd really been starving the entire month. After all, there were plenty of cereal balls stored in the cave. Clenching a piece of meat in his hand, Kim Yuan shrugged. If I was planning to step outside even once, no way I was eating something that bland. Cheon Jaryong watched him, puzzled. Wait, did he actually go through all those supplements? Does this guy have 3 stomachs or something? Nearby, the bearded man frowned. Don't tell me. You've been living off medicinal herbs this whole time? Kwang Hamuk crossed his arms, scanning Kim Yuan carefully. Weird. I don't see any injuries. No poisoning either. But then, something clicked. Kwang Hamuk eyes narrowed. Wait. Antidotes, he muttered under his breath. In his mind, he pictured rare stones cloaked in a black haze. Items with extraordinary effects, but too dangerous to use because of the deadly poison they carried. Most people wouldn't even dare touch them. But, with endless antidotes on hand, yeah, someone reckless enough might try it. Still, how strong did that poison have to be for him to need that much medicine just to survive it? Pushing away from the table, Kim Yuan stretched. Man, that was good. Time to go. Kwang Hamuk glanced over. Where to? Back to the cave. Kim Yuan shook his head. Nah, martial arts archive. Where is it? Soon after, he was standing at the base of a stone staircase that led to a large, gray building, the cult's martial arts archive. Guards in heavy armor flanked the entrance. Kim Yuan took one look at them and thought, impressive, definitely players. Some of them might even be rankers. This place wasn't just any archive. It held the roots and secrets of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, the top of the underworld itself. As he approached, a man in a light, traditional robe stepped forward, bowed slightly, and greeted him. Mr. Kim Yuan, we've been expecting you. I'll be your guide. The door swung open, revealing a massive chamber lined with endless shelves and tables, all stacked with books. This is it, the man said, gesturing around. Eyes wide, Kim Yuan took it all in. I can read all of these. The man nodded, but then, gesturing to a door off to the side, he added, except for that section. Entry's forbidden. Everything else, though, feel free. Take your time. As Kim Yuan wandered between the shelves, his hands skimmed over the spines of countless manuals. Low-level techniques, figures they'd let an outsider read these, he thought. Still, the sheer size of this archive was insane. It was at least 3 or 4 times larger than the one at the Namgung clan. He'd been through plenty of martial arts libraries before, but nothing like this. He flipped open one of the manuals, eyeing the diagram of a fighter mid-strike. With just 2 months left until the test, there was no room for hesitation. He had to find what he needed and master in half that time. Tossing the book aside, he shook his head. Not good enough. What he needed was something else entirely. Something that could withstand Lord Fist, one of the 4 heavenly lords. The lords of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, some of the most powerful masters in all of Myram. And now, Kim Yuan was hunting through their secrets. Resting his palm on an old brown textbook, he closed his eyes for a moment. He was sure the technique he needed had to be here. In his mind, he pictured a fair-haired man with a beard, sitting with his hands formed into a perfect circle, the origin of the heavenly demon cult itself. A technique created by none other than John Mugon, the heavenly demon. Opening the book, his eyes scanned the ancient text. A faint red glow flickered in his gaze. So this is it, the beginning of a heavenly demon. Meanwhile, back in the hall, a small green teacup rested on the table. A whole month? Came the quiet question. A man nodded as he approached Lord Sword. Yes, he spent the first month locked away in the training cave. And now, he spent another month buried in the martial arts archive. Lord Sword leaned back, recalling how Kim Yuan's fingers had flipped endlessly through page after page. I checked on him myself. Looks like he's trying to read every single book in there. 3 months wouldn't be enough. Honestly, 3 years wouldn't be either. In the archive, Kim Yuan stood quietly, leaning against the table, still holding the brown book in his hands. Lord Sword tilted his head, watching from afar. Just like when he wiped out all those medicinal herbs, his methods are so deliberate. But even now, I can't tell if it's genius or just a waste of time. Across the table, a long-bearded man sipped his tea and let out a quiet sigh. Maybe so, but that's exactly why I'm starting to have high hopes for him. The more unpredictable he is, the better. A soft creak echoed as the archive doors opened. Kim Yuan stepped out, and the man who had guided him through the archives approached. Leaving already? It's only noon. You usually stay much later. With a calm smile, Kim Yuan replied, I've got what I came for. The man watched him leave, unpredictable as ever. Another month passed. Inside the waiting room, near the Divine Cult's training grounds, a red robe hung neatly on a stand. First month in the cave, second in the archive, and now the third, back in the cave again. Lord Fist stood in the center of the room, arms outstretched as his assistants wrapped thick bandages around them. Sliding into his burgundy robes, he smirked. What a waste of time. Was there any point to all that hiding? As they fastened his metal bracers, he flexed his hands. Everyone's so excited about this so-called new star. Guess I'll try not to kill him. Out on the vast training grounds of the heavenly demon cult, a crowd had already begun to gather. 2 men watched from the sidelines, both grinning. Haven't seen a match like this in years, one said. Yeah, doesn't happen every day that we get to watch a lord show off his skills. The other stroked his chin thoughtfully. But hey, I heard Kim Yuan's made quite a name for himself too. Big guilds are practically fighting over him. The second man blinked in surprise, watching as Lord Fist descended the long, orange staircase. As he approached the arena, whispers rippled through the stands. That's really Lord Fist. I've never seen him in person before. The pressure, it's unreal. Lord Fist's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression dark. The cult has gotten weak, just a bunch of rookies, he muttered under his breath. Stopping halfway down the stairs, he suddenly raised his voice, his roar shaking the entire arena. Silence. The crowd fell quiet in an instant. With a glare sharp enough to cut steel, flames seemed to burn in his eyes. This is not some sparring match. This is a test from the heavenly demon himself. Show some respect. With that, he stepped on his sandy platform. Across the field, a heavy door creaked open. Kim Yuan appeared, a flowing red cape draped over his shoulders. Scanning the crowd, he raised an eyebrow. What's with the mood? Why so serious? Someone called back from the sidelines. You're late. Kim Yuan smirked, gripping his sword. I'm right on time. Besides, isn't the main character supposed to show up last? Another voice shot back. Still the same clown. At the center of the field, Lord Fist raised a hand, blue lightning crackling around his clenched fist. Enough talking. Let's get straight to it. I'm curious how strong you've gotten in 3 months. A system notification flashed. Second trial of the heavenly demon divine cult has begun. Kim Yuan steadied his sword and muttered under his breath. You're going to regret giving me that time. The system updated. Objective. Avoid or block 3 techniques from Lord Peng Bakelins. Lord Fist raised his arms, his body glowing blue, white lightning sparking wildly as his energy surged. With a roar, he lunged forward. First technique. Kim Yuan barely managed to react. The air exploded as stones shattered and debris flew in all directions. A massive shockwave tore through the platform, blue lightning ripping through the ground, leaving only destruction in its path. Kim Yuan landed just outside the blast zone, exhaling sharply. That was just the first. Getting hit by that would have been a death sentence. Across the field, Lord Fist chuckled, his lightning-coated fist still crackling. Smart. Blocking that would have turned you into minced meat. Kim Yuan's mind raced. In Murim, mana, what they called ki, was everything. For a ranker on the 10th floor, trapped under penalty restrictions, to still have this kind of strength, this guy wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. Images of his previous battle with Ki flashed through his mind. How badly Kaha had been injured after fighting his uncle. And even then, his penalty had been worse than this. But Lord Fist? He was on a whole other level. Across the arena, Lord Fist brought his hands together, blue lights swirling between his palms. What now? The system pinged. Second technique, incoming. Kim Yuan tensed. Better dodge this one too. Lord Fist's palms shifted, locking into a seal. Kim Yuan's eyes widened. His fists, they're getting faster. Suddenly, the space around them began to twist. Power surged around Lord Fist, lightning and white flashes spinning wildly as he extended his arm. 100-step Thunder Fist. Kim Yuan clenched his teeth, activating his cinder eyes and triggering battle prediction. His body moved on instinct, dodging cleanly as a streak of blue light ripped past him. A second blow followed, sending a massive shockwave across the platform. Lord Fist narrowed his eyes, dodged again. Watching Kim Yuan closely, he realized it wasn't just speed. This guy was reading his every move. His gaze fell on Kim Yuan's scarlet eyes. So that's it, a skill that predicts attacks. No wonder he's so confident. Lightning flickered from Lord Fist's own eyes as he smirked. But don't get confident. The world of Murim's a bit bigger than your little tricks. He leapt back, power gathering in his hand as blue lightning spiraled outward. As long as we're under the same sky, you're not dodging this one. Magic pulsed around him, swirling with violent energy. High above, Lord Spear chuckled from the balcony. This one's going to destroy more than just the training ground. As the sky darkened, thick storm clouds rolled in. Where did those come from? Voices murmured in the stands. Lord Sword frowned. We need a barrier to protect everyone. Lord Spear waved his hand. Already on it. Back on the field, Kim Yuan glanced at the commotion. Even the heavenly lords were taking this seriously. So this is a real technique, he thought. Above them, the clouds merged into a massive, glowing blue sphere. The sky rumbled. Kim Yuan's gaze shifted to the storm gathering overhead. A blast this wide would cover the entire arena. Planting his foot firmly on the ground, he made his choice. If it spread that wide, the power's probably thinner. I can block it. Green light flared around his hand, the power of the giant pouring into his arm. His sword shimmered as his hand grew larger, partial gigantification fully activated, crackling with blue sparks. Lord Fist glared. You're not dodging? Think that'll work. With his eyes glowing green, he roared, swinging his arm forward as lightning danced across his body. Then came the third technique, heaven-splitting thunder. A blinding explosion ripped through the arena. White and blue shockwaves blasted outward, stones and debris flying as the ground tore apart. When the dust finally began to settle, the crowd stared in silence. Someone collapsed next to a friend. I thought I was done for. Another covered his mouth, stunned. This is the power of a heavenly lord. Through the thick haze of dust and lightning, flashes of blue flickered on the broken platform. What happened to Kim Yuan? Someone whispered. As the fog cleared, there he stood, unshaken, eyes burning red, sword clenched tightly in his glowing hand. The system's message appeared. Second test of the heavenly demon divine cult. Passed. Blue energy still swirled around Kim Yuan's arm. Proof of the storm he had just survived. Lightning crackled as he sized up the attack. The force felt exactly like what you'd expect from a martial artist who'd climbed the tower and earned the rank of a true player. He figured he could block it, but the way martial arts and skills fused together? Unreal. Across the shattered platform, Lord Fist stood his ground. The blue glow around him started to fade as he calmly explained how he deflected the strike. Watching him, the man thought, I really believed I could stop her. But for someone of Lord Fist's level to not only block that hit, but walk away without a scratch, that was something else. With a smirk, Lord Fist tilted his head back. Red lightning swirled around him as he asked, So, want to keep going? Right on cue, the system chimed in. Do you want to continue the test? Kim Yuan kept his gaze forward, deep in thought. Even with the penalties, the guy practically glowed. A grin tugged at Kim Yuan's lips. Finally, it was time to stop holding back. Gripping his sword, now wrapped in a pale white haze. Kim Yuan stepped up. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Lord Fist narrowed his eyes. Where did you learn the heavenly demon beginning technique? Sparks lit up around Kim Yuan, his entire figure crackling with stray bursts of energy. That, please, this barely counts as the start of it. It's just an incomplete shield. From the sidelines, someone let out a shocked gasp. Wait, didn't he spend a whole month in the library? Don't tell me. He actually found it. Even Lord Fist seemed rattled. Lord Sword watched carefully. This was no ordinary skill. It was the foundation of the heavenly demon origin, a raw form of materialized mana. Even when unstable, if it could manifest at all, it meant the beginning of something terrifying. Just how far can Kim Yuan go? Light pulsed from Kim Yuan's body, his cloak curling in smoke-tiny waves. With his opponent standing motionless, he shrugged. If you're not making the first move, I'll take the lead. In a flash, his red eyes flared to life. Blue lightning surged as Lord Fist raised his elbow, a sharp burst of light flaring from the motion. Kim Yuan was already there, sword poised and ready. At least it's working, Kim Yuan thought. If this were the real heavenly demon origin, I might even be able to overpower him. Bolts of lightning tore through the arena, and the aftermath of the clash lit up the Eskine. System, you have blocked the Fist Lord Peng Bakelim's 47th attack. Lord Fist clenched his jaw, lightning sparking wildly from his hands. Damn it, it's just a shield. But fighting against a heavenly demon technique? This isn't normal. With another furious punch, he sent shockwaves echoing through the air, only for Kim Yuan to meet it head-on. Something fell off. Lord Fist realized the incomplete technique was starting to lose steam. Holding his ground, Kim Yuan blocked the strike. So now we're getting serious? He said, steady and calm. Didn't expect to hear that in a fight between a player and a ranker, Kim Yuan added, his voice almost amused. The next blow was massive, a colossal fist slamming straight into Kim Yuan's black sword. The explosion of force hurled them apart, the clash leaving a blinding white trail across the battlefield. System, you have blocked the Fist Lord Peng Bakelim's 59th attack. Kim Yuan glanced at his palm, dusting it off. Breathing heavily, Kim Yuan steadied himself, his red eyes locked forward. That strength, it's insane. Little by little, his rhythm returned. But he couldn't tell. Was Lord Fist adapting to the heavenly demon beginning technique? Or was the technique itself starting to lose its edge? Both fighters rose to their feet. Lord Fist scoffed. My 59th technique? Pathetic. Golden lightning sparked in his eyes as he clenched his jaw, frustration building. This won't drag on much longer. You feel it too, don't you? A swirl of colorful lightning wrapped around his fist as he glared at Kim Yuan. Without hesitation, Kim Yuan activated Gigantfication. His arm expanded, turning massive and green. The penalty's climbing fast, he thought. Better make this count. System, Giant's power detected. Low endurance. Partial Gigantfication activated. They clashed again. Fists and blades collided in an eruption of sparks, lightning, and flashes of red. 3 glowing blue orbs of mana formed above them, the aftermath of the ball of Mana Blast. As the light faded, Lord Fist wiped blood from his mouth, his expression unshaken. He raised his fist, blue magic pulsing around it, ready to keep going. Explosions lit up the arena. Smoke, dust, and shattered stone rained down. Lord Fist narrowed his gaze. For someone who just hit the 10th floor to fight me evenly, even half-mastering the heavenly demon technique, he's completely insane. Grinning, Lord Fist raised his hand. Another explosion rocked the ground as blue lightning tore through the air. Maybe I'm crazy too, he thought. But damn, this fight is good. With his arms outstretched, his robes whipping in the wind, Lord Fist shouted, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Kim Yuan stood motionless in the storm of attacks, fists slamming all around him. He cursed under his breath as his feet skidded across the platform. What's the matter? Lord Fist roared. Where's all that confidence now? Then came the swing, a fist glowing so bright it nearly blinded him. The impact hurled Kim Yuan across the field like a rag doll. System, you have blocked the Fist Lord Peng Bakelim's 89th attack. Blood trickled down Kim Yuan's face. He dodged another strike by a hair, the next fist missing him by inches. Lord Fist smirked, watching him closely. Finally, now you're starting to enjoy yourself. But Kim Yuan wasn't smiling. The heavenly demon's origin is running out. One mistake, and I'm finished. No, Kim Yuan muttered back. Not exactly having a blast here. His sword swung out, knocking back Lord Fist's punch. Don't start getting weak on me now. Lord Fist barked. That's not how you open this fight. Punches flew at him like a storm. What's the plan? Still just dodging. Lord Fist taunted, his fists relentless. Kim Yuan ducked low, weaving through the attacks. This won't work. Dragging this out is just making things worse. He glanced up, eyes burning red. If I could just get close. If I could make him stop for even a second. Power surged through his arm as he prepared to move. From the power of gigantification, Kim Yuan caught Lord Fist's punch mid-air, gripping it with his enlarged hand. System, concentrate all giant's power into your right hand. His feet scraped across the ground as he struggled to hold his position. Just one opening, he thought. That's all I need. System, strength points temporarily converted into endurance points. Cracks split the earth beneath them. Bright flashes of gold and blinding light pulsed outward as the two warriors clashed. Kim Yuan focused everything into that single moment. Just 1 second, veins bulged along his massive arm as he locked Lord Fist in place. Eyes wide, Lord Fist stared in disbelief. He stopped my attack from this close. A green glow flickered in the Lord's gaze. What is this? But then, his focus snapped to something even more alarming, the sword. While holding Lord Fist at bay with one hand, Kim Yuan raised the black sword with the other and slashed clean across his opponent's chest, leaving a streak of light in the air. Lord Fist staggered back, stunned. A deep horizontal cut stretched across his chest, dark smoke rising from his wounded hand. Breathing hard, Kim Yuan lowered his arm, which slowly shrank back to normal. Lord Fist touched the wound, staring at the blood staining his palm. This is absurd. Bleeding in a match against a player? Then it hit him. No, I left myself open. He took the chance I gave him. Looking at Kim Yuan, the thought crossed his mind. If this kept going, he would eventually win. A few more techniques, and the fight was his. But this wasn't a duel. This was only a test. And if Kim Yuan had just a bit more time, a few more levels, slightly better stats. Lowering his hands and bowing his head, Lord Fist spoke. I admit defeat. System, Fist Lord Pung Baklam has admitted defeat. The training ground lay in ruins, fractured by the battle. Shocked voices rang out from the stands. The impossible had just happened. On the red podium, men in traditional robes stood beside a towering drum. Lord Sword watched from above, his thoughts calm but certain. A miracle. Maybe, just maybe, this young man is truly worthy. One of the elders beside him tried to protest. This test breaks the rules. Lord Sword cut him off immediately. Let him be. Our job is to observe. As Kim Yuan and Lord Fist left the training grounds, the elder turned away, adding softly, the heavenly demon himself is watching now. System, you have perfectly cleared the second test of the heavenly demon cult. Kim Yuan exhaled slowly, his red cloak billowing in the wind. Reward obtained. Heavenly demon spirit skill. Elsewhere, in a spacious hall lined with shelves and wide windows, a quiet question broke the silence. Are we really just going to leave things like this? Lord Spear frowned as the room buzzed with the news. Everyone had rushed to the library, hunting for the skilled demon technique. Lord Sword, seated calmly nearby, shook his head. It's no problem. Looking down at the open book before him, he gestured to a sketch of a meditating warrior. That technique, it was filed under basic martial arts for a reason. Unlike ordinary breathing or meditation techniques, this was something entirely different. The elder glanced around and asked, how many people do you think could pick out the right technique from a pile of similar ones just by reading, let alone master it properly? Standing nearby in golden robes, Lord Dow nodded. So finding it and learning it was part of the test itself. Exactly, Lord Sword agreed. That's why Pung Baklam has nothing to feel ashamed about. Off to the side, Lord Fist sat casually with his leg crossed, his gaze fixed ahead. Who would have thought he'd managed to find and learn the heavenly demon technique in just 3 months? He said with a grin. Should I really be embarrassed by that? The other lords frowned, exchanging puzzled looks as Lord Fist chuckled to himself. Clenching his fist, his mind replayed the fight. Kim Yuan's relentless drive. That sharp eye, always searching for a way to strike back. In that situation, he found his moment and took it. One day, that kid's going to be a top ranker, Lord Fist said, smiling to himself. Maybe even stronger than the cult leader someday. Lord Dow folded his arms. Careful, saying things like that borders on blasphemy. Lord Spear smirked. Honestly, looking at you right now, no one would guess you were the one who lost. Lying back on the bench, Lord Fist waved them off. Why don't you two go fight him next? You realize what an honor it is to spar with someone who could lead the cult someday. Enough noise, one of them shot back. Meanwhile, Lord Sword watched in silence, already thinking ahead. Soon, the leader himself will have to face him. The final test is coming. Back in his room, Kim Yuan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Arcane power, 98, still not at 3 digits. What a shame, he thought, eyeing his bandaged hand. Images flashed in his mind, his sword slicing across Pung Baklam's chest, the blood on his opponent's palm, the weight of that final blow. If Lord Fist hadn't admitted defeat, I wouldn't have lasted. Not a chance. Even with gigantification holding him back, Kim Yuan knew the gap was clear. It wasn't just about raw power anymore. Fighting rancors took something else. But he sat up sharply, shaking the doubt from his head. No matter. I passed the second test. That's what matters. He flexed his hand, testing the bandages. 2 days. That should be enough for this to heal, he muttered. His mind drifted to the healer, who had scolded him loudly while wrapping his wounds, annoyed that Kim Yuan had raided all the medicine supplies. But Kim Yuan had just grinned. That's why I'm thankful. Good thing I heal fast, he thought. Otherwise, I'd never hear the end of it. A green notification hovered before him. Heavenly Demon's Spirit. Cult-exclusive technique created by the Heavenly Demon Mugon. Grants dominance over lower ranks. Rank? A. Mastery, 0.33%. Soul-splitting effect allows creation of a clone. Strength scales with mana investment. Anyway, Kim Yuan exhaled, reading the details. Kim Yuan sat on the bed, staring at the glowing green window in front of him. So, I actually earned this skill myself, he thought. Not some handout or reward. Not bad at all. Even most rankers wouldn't part with a class skill like this. And now came the final test. The one Mugon himself had refined to perfection. This time, it wouldn't be like the first test with some illusion. No, this would be face-to-face. A knock sounded at the door. Mr. Kim Yuan, are you there? Someone called out. The Heavenly Demon is summoning you. Evening draped over the ancient building, its traditional rooftops glowing faintly under the twilight. 2 figures climbed the wide stone steps leading toward the towering palace of the Heavenly Demon cult's leader. Stopping at the entrance, the man escorting Kim Yuan bowed politely. The head has ordered that you enter alone. Kim Yuan nodded and stepped through the threshold. Inside, the massive hall was shrouded in darkness and swirling black smoke. What is this place? Kim Yuan wondered as his eyes scanned the room. I can't even sense his presence. Not yet, anyway. System. Egg bears its fangs. Kim Yuan blinked, caught off guard by the strange notification. Ahead, a faint glow appeared, a purple swirl rising from the shadows at the base of the staircase. At the top, seated upon a grand throne wrapped in black mist, was a man draped in red robes. The air around him shimmered, his violet eyes glowing from within the haze. The skilled demon, Cheon Mujin himself. So, here you are, Cheon Mujin said from his throne. Kim Yuan stopped at the steps and gave a respectful bow. I was told you summoned me. That's right, Cheon Mujin replied smoothly. Tell me, how's your hand? Kim Yuan held up his bandaged arm. Before he could speak, his black sword pulsed with a dark purple aura. System, Midnight Steel effect activated. Nighttime detected. Wound recovery increased by 102%. Cheon Mujin's glowing eyes narrowed as he let out a low chuckle. Now that's a fine sword. I wouldn't mind taking it off your hands. Kim Yuan clenched his fists and held his ground. Still obsessed with swords, he thought. Looking directly at Cheon Mujin, he added, that's not happening. I've got someone who'd kill me if I didn't keep this weapon safe. Near the throne, Kim Yuan noticed a table with a sealed vessel resting on top. Cheon Mujin gestured toward Kim Yuan's sword. Was that one forged by Heist? If so, I suppose you have a right to talk like that. You know him? Kim Yuan asked, surprised. Not personally, Cheon Mujin replied. His hand flickered with purple energy. But I've tested a few of his creations before. Then, with a sharp tone, Cheon Mujin waved it off. Enough talk. He rose from the throne, the dark mist swirling thicker around him. It's time for your final test. Wait, right now? Kim Yuan asked, blinking in surprise. He motioned toward his injured hand. With this? Are you serious? You did just say you were fine, didn't you? Cheon Mujin said with a smirk. Moving's not the problem, Kim Yuan admitted. But fighting? That's another story. Cheon Mujin's figure blurred inside the deepening fog. Doesn't matter, he said. You won't be needing that hand anyway. The room darkened as the mist grew heavier, curling around them both. Kim Yuan couldn't believe it. This is insane, he thought. He'd wanted to enter the final test in peak condition, but now here he was dragged into it while still recovering. Peering into the dense fog ahead, his red eyes flickered to life. That's when it hit him. An user barrier? Confused, he glanced around. Why isn't it fading? Moving cautiously through the mist-filled chamber, Kim Yuan noticed how different this felt from before. Something stronger, harder to grasp. Then came the unsettling feeling. Something was pressing down on him. System. Cinder Eyes tries TO, resist Requiem barrier. Resistance failed. Coughing, Kim Yuan stumbled, struggling to clear his head. If this keeps up, I might actually pass out. Before he could gather himself, a cold hand Kim Yuan him forward by the cloak. In the blink of an eye, Kim Yuan was standing atop the highest step of the chamber. System, you have entered the Heavenly Demonic Cave. Final trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult has begun. Shielding his face from the swirling black fog, Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. There, standing calmly in the center of the shadows, was Cheon Mujin. The old man tilted his head, calling Kim Yuan closer. Now deep within the cave, Kim Yuan raised his hand, summoning a faint light to push back the darkness. Tell me, Cheon Mujin said, his voice echoing. Have you properly mastered the demon spirit? Kim Yuan nodded. It registered as a skill. That'll make things easier, Cheon Mujin replied. Skills do tend to simplify the world these days. With a serious expression, Cheon Mujin turned and walked forward. Kim Yuan followed in silence, watching his back. I enjoyed your last fight, Cheon Mujin added. Good luck from here on out. Kim Yuan furrowed his brow. Why wish me luck now? Before he could puzzle it out, system notifications flickered to life before his eyes. The egg bears ITS fangs. The egg salivates. A brilliant purple aura formed ahead, swirling into a glowing core of violet energy. Staring at it in shock, Kim Yuan clenched his fists. That's it. I'm sure of it. This is a force from outside the tower. Now it made sense, the egg reacting to the heavenly demonic power. Warning, colossal fire is shaken by mysterious power. Cheon Mujin scowled as his gaze locked onto the swirling energy. They call it the sacred flame, he said. Long ago, Cheon Mujin explained, a prophecy began spreading. Passed down from the moment the heavenly demon cult made their home on Celestial Mountain and discovered this very flame. Behind them, violet fire danced against the palace walls. The purpose of this cult, Cheon Mujin continued, has always been to protect this flame and find the one it belongs to. He raised his arms, purple fire blooming above him, taking the shape of celestial demons. The first heavenly demon, the second, even my own master. Every one of us devoted our lives to this flame, right to our graves. And now it's my turn. Kim Yuan stood before him, staring up at the sacred flame, its light pulsing as if calling out to him. Purple flames flickered and pulsed with an eerie glow. Kim Yuan glanced at Cheon Mujin and asked, Do you really believe in that prophecy? Cheon Mujin turned slightly, his voice calm. Before we were called a cult, we were a religion. And like any religion, when faith weakens, so does its power. Images shimmered around them. People standing tall, a high tower piercing the sky, and a dragon soaring beside it. Cheon Mujin continued. Over the years, stronger factions have risen within the tower. Stronger people. But as the demon, the one tasked with guarding the sacred flame, I have no choice. Anyone who wishes to join the celestial demon cult must prove they're worthy. He shot Kim Yuan a sharp look, the flame's glow flickering across his face as they stood together inside the dark cave. So these tests, you created them to protect the flame, Kim Yuan said. That's right, Cheon Mujin replied. The trials serve as both shield and lock. If they weren't so difficult, the flame would have been exposed long ago. Kim Yuan straightened his back and looked him dead on. Has anyone else made it this far? Cheon Mujin's eyes drifted away as a memory surfaced. Sword Lord Shin Mugek. He stood right where you are now. A faint image appeared, Shin Mugek on his knees, drenched in exhaustion. But in the end, Cheon Mujin said he failed. Raising his hand, Cheon Mujin called forth a surge of power. The sacred flame roared to life, its violet aura filling the entire cave. This is your final trial, Cheon Mujin said. Endure the sacred flame, and if it accepts you, you pass. System, endure the holy fire. Before Kim Yuan could react, the flame surged, swallowing him in waves of purple fire. Warning, if you refuse, the test will end immediately. From behind the wall of flames, Cheon Mujin watched him with a solemn gaze. This is insane, Kim Yuan thought. He really expects me to walk through this? He remembered hearing about a hermit who spent 40 days in the crucible, a trial he only faced near the top of the tower. And here I am, getting this now? Can I even survive this? Cheon Mujin's eyes narrowed as he studied Kim Yuan, silently waiting. Kim Yuan thought back to his brutal fight with Lord Fist. Even with the heavenly demon technique, that was barely enough. Against something like this, it's meaningless. In here, I'm just another person. Cheon Mujin's gaze lingered as he passed by, observing Kim Yuan's hesitation. Kim Yuan bit his lip, turning his red eyes toward the flames. This fire, it feeds off fear. System, cinder eyes resist the holy fire. System, pyromancy robe resists the holy fire. The red cloak around Kim Yuan shimmered, now wrapped in a protective purple aura. It's just a force, it only looks like fire, he told himself. Step by step, Kim Yuan pushed forward, the swirling aura thickening around him. It devours those who let it, but not me. And still, the flames burn stronger. The flames thicken around him, their purple glow growing more intense, swallowing the space hole. Kim Yuan took a deep breath. It's not hot, he told himself. It's not hot, but the fire kept closing in, reaching out like it wanted to tear him apart. System, the egg opens its eyes. The egg bares its fangs. Standing beneath the weight of the violet flames, Kim Yuan glanced at the egg and muttered, "Sit tight. If you eat all of this, there won't be anything left for me." A sharp grin tugged at his lips. He pressed his hand to his chest and exhaled. "It's been a long time since I felt like this," he thought. The aura roared around him, his cloak whipping wildly in a violent wind. That feeling that something worse than death is waiting on the other side. The fear of beings beyond comprehension. Outer gods, and the battles we fought against them. Kim Yuan clenched his fist tight. "If I'm scared of this, I don't deserve any of it." Locking eyes with the violet flames, he narrowed his gaze as they crawled closer, wrapping tighter. "I don't know who you are," Kim Yuan said lowly, "but if you're another outer god, I've had enough of your kind." Standing tall within the storm of purple fire, Kim Yuan steadied himself. The only thing weaker since going back in time is this body, he thought. Memories flashed, his past self standing with his boot planted firmly on the ground. The endless wars, the outer gods. He remembered that worn-out figure in a black cloak, back turned to the chaos, holding on to a dying world with nothing but grit and a sword. He'd come back for one reason, to fix everything. The endless battles, the despair hanging like a shadow over the sky, the creeping chaos that devoured everything, and the choice they'd made, together, after spilling more blood than they could count. Climbing from nothing, returning to the past. None of it weakened me, Kim Yuan thought. It only made me stronger. Standing before the sacred flame, he pressed his fist to his chest. "I came here for one reason," he said firmly. Eyes locked on the flames, his voice rang out. "I came back to defeat them." Black lightning erupted from the purple aura, crackling violently around him. The flames surged, swallowing him whole. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, holding steady as the fire consumed everything. The violet flames swirled, condensing into heavy clots around him. Kim Yuan pressed his palm to his chest, and a crystal, shaped like a drop of water, glowed on his hand. System, Heavenly Demonic Cult final test completed. Kim Yuan stood still in the heart of the cave, surrounded by the lingering clots of the sacred flame. System, title acquired, Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Rewards, 100,000 points. Strength +1. Agility +2. Endurance +1. Intuition +1. Mana +1. Skill obtained. Higher tier flame ability surpassing colossal fire. Kim Yuan lifted his head, eyes fixed on the lingering sacred flame. The skill, its change, he realized. System, skill acquired, Holy Fire. 11th floor unlocked. You may now proceed to the next floor. His face was pale, exhaustion weighing heavily on his features as he stared ahead. "So, I passed. But wasn't there supposed to be a fight?" Still processing all, Kim Yuan thought, "Did I really just obtain the colossal flame?" Meanwhile, Cheon Mujin watched from a distance as the violet fire slowly faded. He gave up, Cheon Mujin thought, surprised at how quickly the flame was dying down. But as the last embers drifted, his eyes widened. No, wait. Is he going to die? Then, through the smoke, Cheon Mujin spotted a silhouette. Kim Yuan, still standing, blackened by soot and surrounded by floating clots of flame. He survived. Kim Yuan stood motionless, head bowed, fists clenched tight. But something was wrong. The flame, it wasn't returning to Cheon Mujin. Slowly, Kim Yuan stepped toward him. "What happened?" Cheon Mujin asked, his voice low as confusion flickered across his face. Then Kim Yuan's body gave out, collapsing right in front of him. System, title acquired, Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Rights granted, full authority over all cult members. Title type, Celestial Demon. Rank, B. System, skill acquired, Holy Fire. Description, an eternal flame fueled by emotion. Creates massive fire without consuming mana. Automatically targets enemies while sparing allies. Rank, S+. Completion, 0%. Additional effect, wound aggravation. Cheon Mujin sat back, replaying everything that had just happened. So, he really passed. He actually claimed the sacred flame, Cheon Mujin thought, still processing the impossible. Days later, the heavy doors of the Heavenly Demon's chamber creaked open, a faint glow seeping through the cracks. Kim Yuan stepped out, standing before Cheon Mujin once more. They moved to a quiet gazebo by the water, the air cool and still. Cheon Mujin glanced at him. "You woke up quickly. I was surprised you didn't have a single burn on you." Sipping his tea, Kim Yuan shrugged. "Anyway, I guess I don't have to stay here anymore, do I? I have the sacred flame now. Feels like I've already fulfilled my part as a heavenly demon." Cheon Mujin reached for his teacup, glancing over at Kim Yuan. "Things like that don't change so easily. And honestly, the idea of leaving worries me more than staying." A white porcelain tea set rested neatly between them, untouched except for Cheon Mujin's cup. Kim Yuan leaned back. "So, I got the title. Then accept it. Cheon Mujin said without hesitation. You have the holy fire, the spirit of the heavenly demon. You've earned it. Cheon Mujin lowered his head, sipping from the cup as Kim Yuan sat quietly. But Kim Yuan broke the silence. Even if I become a ranker, I won't be joining the cult. Cheon Mujin looked up sharply, his gaze dark and direct. That's your right. Joining us was never an obligation. It's just a reward you earned for completing the test. Cheon Mujin paused, the weight of the years flashing in his eyes. And besides, he added with a cold smirk, things here stopped being what they used to be a long time ago. The heavenly demon leaned back, his gaze steady as he spoke. Being able to control that power, that's as valuable a reward as the holy fire itself. Kim Yuan studied him carefully, lips pressed together in thought. At least it doesn't seem like he's trying to name me the next skill demon, he mused. Rising from the table, Kim Yuan gave a respectful nod. In that case, I'll accept the reward. Thank you. Cheon Mujin watched as Kim Yuan stood. Leaving so soon? He asked. I have to, Kim Yuan answered. It's time to return back to the beginning of the great Muram War. With a sharp grin, Kim Yuan shot the old man a look. Cheon Mujin tilted his head. You plan to get involved? Maybe, Kim Yuan replied with a smirk. Guess we'll find out. Without another word, Kim Yuan turned and left, leaving the heavenly demon alone at the table in the quiet gazebo. Cheon Mujin sat there in silence, hardly believing it was over. The weight that had shackled him for so long, gone. Closing his eyes, lips pressed into a thin line, he exhaled slowly. Now what? Then, opening his eyes once more, he looked ahead. There's still one last thing left to do, he murmured. Something the cult had been waiting for long before the holy fire ever appeared. Above the mansion, clear skies stretched endlessly, dotted with drifting white clouds. It's probably time to return to Muram, Cheon Mujin said quietly as the wind swept across the mountain peaks. 11th floor, Taklan. Hidden among the trees stood a small brick building. Inside, a man sat with clenched fists, his green hair falling over his eyes. Please, he whispered, just this once, let it go right. Halliman, a player, sat at the table with his eyes shut tight. System, 11th floor challenge. Total participants, 416. Player, Halliman. Team participants, 208/208. Relief flashed across his face. Finally, it appeared. Fingers tapping nervously, Halliman pulled up the list. A crazed glint flickered in his eyes. Loss and Melly from my squad. They're definitely here. But as he scrolled, his expression shifted. Teeth bared, his eyes widened. What is this? A system window filled with unfamiliar names appeared before him. Players he didn't recognize, and even people blacklisted for harassment. This can't be real, he muttered. Switching to Team B's list, he scanned through the names. They've got a role player with rare healing abilities, and even a descendant of the Namgung clan who cleared the 11th floor with ease. Everyone in that second team, big names. People everyone had heard of at least once. Meanwhile, Halliman sat slumped on a bench inside the building, arm dangling at his side as he stared at the system window in disbelief. Why's my luck always this bad? He groaned. 3 failed runs already, and now this? Still, he scrolled back through the list of his own team. Maybe it's not that terrible. Let's check again. And that's when he spotted it. The name, Kim Yuan. Halliman froze. Wait, is that the... Kim Yuan bit his lip, his eyes wide. He'd heard this guy was supposed to be some real powerhouse, but come on, there was no way even 200 of him could close the gap in strength. Unrealistic, didn't even begin to cover it. Still, Kim Yuan figured luck really wasn't on his side today. Suddenly, the man at the counter slammed his palm on the table, clearly fed up. All this over 30 points. Right behind him, Kim Yuan quietly stood, watching the scene unfold. The man at the counter grumbled, confused about why the housing prices were so ridiculous. That's just how it's been lately, the employee replied, barely bothered. Kim Yuan shook his head. How childish could they get? At the same time, he eyed the system window floating in front of him, scrolling through names he'd definitely heard before. Big guilds, pure blood elites. All the top talents had been stuffed into Team B. And him? Dumped in Team A. His mind drifted back to the black figure from the battle, glowing faintly with white. Or Hypnos, a ranker from Olympus, supervising the 11th floor. Yeah, this was payback. They didn't just want him to fail the test. They wanted him dead. That much was obvious. As the angry man huffed away from the counter, Kim Yuan caught a whiff of him and nearly gagged. Reeked like rot. Next, the worker called. Kim Yuan stepped forward. Got any rooms left? He asked. Only our best suite. That one's 100 points, the employee replied without looking up. From behind the counter, the man who had just left shot Kim Yuan a wide-eyed glance, resting his head on his hand as if to say, seriously? But Kim Yuan didn't flinch. I'll take it. The man actually jumped out of his chair, staring as Kim Yuan flicked through his system window. Hey, Kim Yuan said, turning back to the worker. You do currency exchange here? Sure do, the employee nodded. What are you exchanging? Without a word, Kim Yuan dropped a fat stack of paper bills on the table. Convert 347 Asgard. Should come out to about 1,000 points. Take your cut and change the rest. Kim Yuan fixed him with a stare so intense, it practically radiated golden light. The employee's jaw dropped. He actually covered his face, shielding himself like the glow might blind him. A notification popped up in front of Kim Yuan. 366,320 points received. Then another. Total balance, 931,420 points. Perfect. Will you call a lackey? Kim Yuan called. A glowing figure shaped like a small circle with wings appeared, grinning from ear to ear. How can I help you today? She asked, her voice chipper. Later, in his room, Kim Yuan lounged on the bed as lackey hovered nearby. So this was the 11th floor manager's idea of good taste. Not impressive. Still, better than that annoying jester from before. I want to check out the store, Kim Yuan said. Lackey zipped around him with extra enthusiasm. Say the word, and it's yours. We got everything. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. Figured she'd act all friendly. She could probably smell the points. I'm just browsing for now, he said. Lackey snapped her fingers with a playful grin. Request accepted. A system window popped up right in front of Kim Yuan. Lackey's voice rang out. Time to open the store. Without wasting a second, Kim Yuan tapped the screen and began scrolling through the endless list of items. His mind was focused on one thing, adamantium. That was the missing piece to complete the Dark God Stone. If it was out there, the store would have it. As he scanned the listings, Kim Yuan's eyes widened and his brows pulled together. There it was, adamantium, still seated on the bed, eyes locked on the glowing system window, displaying rows of shimmering stones. Kim Yuan turned to Lackey. How much? He asked. Lackey clasped her hands together, flashing him a wicked grin. Ah, adamantium, top-tier material, she teased. Kim Yuan glanced over, watching as she floated lazily nearby. Why are you even looking at raw materials? Lackey asked, tilting her head. We've got plenty of ready-made items way better than that. Finished gear costs a fortune, Kim Yuan replied. Cheaper to buy the material and craft it myself. Lackey nodded, that sly smile never leaving her face. Smart thinking. But adamantium doesn't come cheap either. We're talking about a material that never breaks, channels mana like nothing else, and even boosts it. She twirled in the air. There's nothing else like it in the entire world. Kim Yuan shot her a sharp look. This little troublemaker knew exactly how valuable it was. Lackey kept on. But hey, imagine what you could make with it. Kim Yuan couldn't deny it. She was right. He pulled out a GRY stone, its purple aura pulsing faintly in his hand. Materials like this? There weren't even a dozen blacksmiths out there good enough to handle them. That's exactly why adamantium was every blacksmith's ultimate prize. Resting one leg on the bed, Kim Yuan kept his gaze on Lackey. You ever heard of Hephaestus? Lackey suddenly asked. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. Why? Lackey chuckled. Because with adamantium, you could mass-produce first-class items, no problem. The possibilities are endless. Soft life in the window spilled across the room as Lackey kept talking. Usually, people struggle just to find a blacksmith. And even if they do, they're stuck paying outrageous fees just to get something made. But you, she winked. You got options. With a little spin, Lackey raised a glowing finger, a pink aura swirling around it. And that's exactly why the price of adamantium is just a tiny bit higher for someone like you. Get it? Then she laid it out. So, for 1.5 kilos of adamantium, I'd say 1.5 million points. Fair, right? Kim Yuan sat perfectly still on the bed, lips pressed together. He lowered his head just slightly, his bangs falling over his eyes as he muttered, I don't have that kind of money. Lackey didn't miss a beat. With a grin, she pulled a glowing calculator out of thin air. No worries, she chirped. We can set you up with a loan. Great rates. Just 11.5%. And with your credit score. She winked again. We'll make it work. Lackey grinned wide, clutching the calculator like it was her greatest treasure. With your rating, she said, we can knock it down to just 10% interest. Kim Yuan let out a breath. Doesn't seem like I've got much of a choice. Lackey nodded eagerly. Smart move. We'll just put the rest on credit and call it a day. But Kim Yuan raised his hand and shut the system store with a swipe. Forget it. I'll find it somewhere else. Lackey blinked, thrown off for a moment. A nervous smile tugged at her lips. Wait, you might not realize how rare this stuff is. You won't just stumble across it again. It's fine, Kim Yuan shrugged. Plenty of time left, other lackeys on other floors. There are always auctions. Worst case, I'll pick up something else. Lackey fluttered in place, her wings flapping anxiously. Really though, such a shame to walk away from a deal like this, Kim Yuan added, his gaze drifting downward. Lackey zipped closer. Hold on. Wait, don't go riding it off so fast. Kim Yuan shot her a cold look. I already said I'm done. Not buying it. Lackey fumbled, scrambling to hold the deal together. What if I drop it to 1.3 million? No need, Kim Yuan replied flatly. 1.2 million? Still not interested. A million. I can't go lower or I'm losing everything here. Kim Yuan leaned back, arms crossed over his knee, his expression completely unreadable. 850,000, he said, casually. Lackey froze. A faint purple aura pulsed around her as her lips pressed into a tight line. Scoundrel, she thought, nearly shaking with frustration. Kim Yuan just sat there, calm as ever, not budging an inch. Lackey bit back her irritation. If she let this one slip away, who knew when another buyer like him would come along? Finally, she let out a sigh, folding her hands together dramatically, fake tears welling in her eyes. Fine, 900,000. I'm telling you, 850 is below cost. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. I'm only paying 850,000. Lackey hovered there in defeat, shoulders slumping as she hovered over the adamantium listing. Deal, she muttered. Kim Yuan gave a nod. 850 works. Lackey forced a weak smile. All right then. Processing the exchange. A flash of light, and the system notifications appeared. 850,000 points spent. 1.5 kilograms of adamantium acquired. Kim Yuan sat quietly, watching her. At least he'd managed to get it below market price. That was something. Anything else you need? Lackey asked, though her tone was less chipper than before. That's all. Lackey started to fade, a faint purple glow trailing behind her. Call me if you need anything else, she said, though it was clear she wasn't thrilled. Kim Yuan glanced back at the system window, eyeing the adamantium, now safely stored. All that was left was getting it to his uncle. With a wave of his hand, he closed the screen. After closing the system window, Kim Yuan leaned back, lost in thought. Whatever test the Olympians had planned, it wasn't going to be simple. There was no way he could face it without the pure, dark divine crystal. An image of Hephaestus, hammer in hand, flashed through his mind. Even for his uncle, working with adamantium wouldn't be a walk in the park. At best, it'd take a month, maybe even 3. Sitting alone on the bed, head lowered, Kim Yuan knew what he had to do. The moment the test was over, he'd find Hephaestus. There was still a week left, plenty of time to handle a few things. He turned his gaze toward the window, lips parting slightly. Maybe a walk would clear his head. Meanwhile, across the mansion grounds, a man in a blue robe and crisp, white shirt stood tall. Of a noble Namgung clan, son of a former executive of the Murim Guild. A man known across the tower as Namgung-hun. Genius player, relentless leader, someone people couldn't help but admire. In the depths of the Agria Labyrinth, the most brutal dungeon on the 11th floor, a towering monster with countless eyes fell under a crushing blow. From a distance, 3 figures stood near the defeated creature. This is the toughest dungeon on the 11th floor, right? The brown-haired man asked. Yeah, the brunette replied. And we probably just set the record for the fastest clear. As the others chatted, Namgung-hun quietly polished his blade, focused and calm. Reaching the end should be no problem, the brown-haired man added. Honestly, this all feels too easy. Don't forget who's with us, the brunette smirked. Captain Namgung-hun shot them both a sharp glance. Let's move. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest before the test. The team advanced through the dungeon, warriors weaving through the dust-choked corridors. Feels like we don't even have to worry about the test, Brown said, looking around. Did you see the other teams? They're a mess. They've got Kim Yuan, though, the brunette pointed out. He's no joke. I heard he passed the Heavenly Demon Cult's trial. The group muttered among themselves as they moved, following close behind the captain. What's it matter? Brown scoffed. Guy's been cursed with terrible luck since day one. Namgung-hun didn't bother responding. He just raised a hand to silence them. Focus. No slacking off. Give it everything you've got. Through the thick clouds of dust, the silhouettes barely held shape. Got it, one of the warriors said. Captain's always got our backs, another added. Leading the way, Namgung-hun stayed quiet. He'd never met Kim Yuan, not face to face, but the stories about him didn't stop. As they pressed deeper, a faint purple glow flickered through the shadows. Namgung-hun's steps quickened. Wherever Kim Yuan came from, it only made him more curious. Another chance to measure his own strength. And maybe, just maybe, test himself against Kim Yuan directly. But suddenly, that purple glow surged. Something dangerous lurked ahead. Namgung-hun's instinct screamed at him. He raised his hand sharply, stopping the team in the tracks. Hold it, he ordered. Everyone froze. From the shadows, a massive skeleton emerged, its hollow frame engulfed in violet flames. Not far off, the dark figures of warriors stood frozen, watching the eerie fire flicker around the monster. What's with that flame? One of them asked. Didn't this thing die near the ceiling? Another added, eyes narrowing. Before anyone could answer, Namgung-hun kicked off the ground. launching himself high into the air. With a sharp knee strike, he crashed into the monster, sending it slamming into the floor with a thunderous impact. Dust exploded around them as the beast lay motionless beneath him. Namgung-hoon landed on top of the fallen creature, while his team gathered below. Someone already cleared this dungeon, one of the warriors asked, glancing around in confusion. Yeah, but it's weird, another muttered. It's clearly been burned, but there's no sign of a fire anywhere. Running his hand along a deep slash carved into the monster's body, Namgung-hoon studied the damage. It wasn't just burned, the wound was precise. The blade that made it had to be about 4 inches wide. The heat must have softened the creature's hide, making it vulnerable to a single, fatal strike. As he stared at the bloody gash, Namgung-hoon couldn't help but picture the shadowy figure responsible. Who could pull off something like this? If not a ranker, then who? But clearing a dungeon like this? That didn't add up. No ranker would waste time on a place like this. Namgung-hoon's lips pressed into a thin line as his eyes widened slightly. Unless, no other explanation made sense. Whoever did this was operating at ranker level, whether they wore the title or not. Still perched atop the scorched monster, Namgung-hoon glanced down at his team. We're heading back, he said. This dungeon's already been taken care of. Meanwhile, in another part of the labyrinth, a system notification flickered in front of Kim Yuan. Agria's thread acquired. The silver thread hovered in the air, faintly glowing. It shimmered as Kim Yuan grabbed it and stored away through the system. A grin crept across his face as he looked to the side, humming softly to himself. A material like this? Easy 1,000 points, at least. But he'd hold on to it. Might come in handy later. Holding out his hand, purple flames ignited from his palm. Better than I expected, he thought. With the sunset casting a warm orange glow over the trees around him, Kim Yuan studied the fire. Before the test began, he wanted to get a feel for it. See how far he could push it. It wasn't all that strong yet, not with his current completion rate. But that didn't matter. The real power wasn't in the flame itself. He remembered how he unleashed it on a massive monster, followed by a single strike of his blade. The key wasn't just the fire. It was how the flame thrived on emotions. It grew by devouring the feelings of those it targeted. And that's what made it so hard to control. No matter how strong someone's willpower was, the flame's strength depended entirely on the emotions it consumed. Kim Yuan clenched his fist, snuffing out the purple blaze. That had always been the most terrifying part of the Outer God skills. But now that he wielded it himself, he wouldn't trade it for anything. As his mana and completion rate improved, so would the flame's power. A flash of thought crossed his mind. GRY stones, money, and a system window displaying the skill. Heaven-slaying star. A system window glowed in front of Kim Yuan, displaying the details of his latest skill. Fate of Heaven. A destiny crafted to conquer the heavens. Its power scales with the weight of the lives taken along the way. The more he gains, the greater his value becomes. Rank, A+. Completion, 91.67%. Effect, boosts all skills by 3, increasing with each kill, depending on the level and number of enemies. Kim Yuan smirked to himself. He'd pushed Heaven's fate further than expected. For just the 11th floor, he was well ahead of schedule. But this was only the beginning. His pace was picking up faster than even he had planned. While climbing the stairs inside the building, Kim Yuan quietly hoped his momentum would keep going strong. As he reached the 2nd floor, a crowd immediately caught his attention. One player in particular gawked at him in shock, mouth slightly open, eyes wide. You're Kim Yuan, the man blurted out. Kim Yuan gave him a flat look, brow furrowing. He had no idea who this guy was. And you are? Kim Yuan asked, barely interested. The man straightened up. All right, I'm Halman. We're all from Team A2. Gesturing toward the crowd behind him, Halman continued. I'm sure you've heard. The team assignments were kind of a mess. Half the players dropped out before we even started. Kim Yuan's gaze hardened as he studied them. But the ones left, well, none of us have quit, Halman added, glancing nervously at Kim Yuan. Honestly, most of us have heard your name before. Kim Yuan shrugged. So what? Halman shifted, uneasy. Look, Team B's loaded with skilled players, but I think you're the only one who can stand up to them. From behind, someone else piped up. We stuck around because we believe in you. Kim Yuan scoffed. More like you didn't have enough points to quit. A wave of nervous glances spread through the group. They looked at Kim Yuan like he'd just called them out. The expressions frozen, lips curled awkwardly. The penalty for dropping out isn't cheap, Kim Yuan went on. Hundreds, maybe thousands of points. That's a lot for low-level players like you. Halman stared at him, stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. So, instead of wasting points, you figured you'd stick close to someone who might keep you alive. Sound about right? Kim Yuan asked. Halman threw his arms out, clearly frustrated. That's not what this is about. We just wanted to talk strategy for the trial. Kim Yuan turned his back on him. If you're smart, You'll just give up now. Surviving's not worth risking your life over some test. Halaman clenched his teeth, glaring at Kim Yuan with barely contained anger. If you're done, leave. I don't exactly enjoy a crowd of strangers lurking outside my door, Kim Yuan said as he opened it and stepped inside. Before the door shut, Halaman called out, "Wait, you're not giving up too, are you?" Kim Yuan glanced back, eyes narrowing. "Of course not," he replied. "I'll see what I can do." The group lingered awkwardly outside his door. Halaman gestured toward Kim Yuan's room as if hoping for another chance to change his mind, but the mood had already soured. The players glanced around at each other, quietly whispering. "What now?" one muttered. "Doesn't seem like he's planning on helping us." "Why do you have to say it like that?" the brunette added. "Forget it," the brown-haired man sighed. "I'm out. Better to give up than die." Halaman bit his lip, his teeth grinding together. "Let's just leave," someone else said. This was a waste of time. As they turned to go, Halaman shot one last, wild-eyed look at Kim Yuan's door, his expression twisting with frustration. Elsewhere, Hypnos lounged on a white sofa, scrolling through a system window, displaying the teams. No matter how he looked at it, the gap between Team A and Team B was absurd. This trial wasn't even close to fair. He could already hear the complaints coming his way. Hypnos closed the window and rubbed his forehead. How did someone like Kim Yuan end up in this mess? He muttered. But rules were rules. As the overseer of the 11th floor trial, he had orders straight from Olympus: eliminate the anomaly. And if he pulled it off, the reward would be well worth it. A toothy grin spread across Hypnos's face. He wasn't about to turn down such a job. Summoning a glowing white bull, he climbed onto its back, ready to head out. But just as he prepared to leave, a metallic sphere appeared before him, pulsing faintly. Hypnos squinted surprised. A message? Now, engraved on the surface was a name. Hera. His brow furrowed. Whatever she wanted, it couldn't be good. Meanwhile, deep within the dense, shadowed trees of the dark forest Elalong, Kim Yuan stood among his team, eyes fixed on the system window, displaying Hephaestus numbers. 51. More than he expected. Most of the players fidgeted anxiously, fear written all over the faces. Kim Yuan lowered his head, letting his bangs hide his gaze. A blatant trap like this, fewer victims would have been better, he thought. But this was what they had. Lifting his head, he stared forward as Hypnos appeared above them. Standing atop a stone with his arms outstretched, the overseer welcomed them all. "I am Hypnos, overseer of the 11th floor trial," he announced. His eyes flicked toward team. "A bit light on participants, aren't we?" "Oh well, not my problem." With a smug grin, Hypnos raised his hand, white lightning crackling from his fingertips. "No need to waste time. Let's get this started." A red flag materialized in his hand. "The challenge is simple," Hypnos said. "Capture the flags." Holding up both flags for everyone to see, he continued. "Collect as many as you can. When combined, they'll show the total number of flags your team holds." Hypnos pressed the two flags together, and a number 2 glowed on the surface. Holding them high, he turned to the participants. "Now you're probably wondering where to find these flags," he said, his voice echoing across the field. "Well, the forest behind you is specially crafted by the steward long ago, just for this trial." A system display flickered to life, projecting images of the creatures lurking within the forest, an entire ecosystem of monsters, each more dangerous than the last. "This place is crawling with beasts of every level," Hypnos continued. "And the flags? They're scattered everywhere. You'll find them on the paths, hanging from the trees, tucked into the ravines, and some are even on the monsters themselves." From the crowd, an armored player smirked, clearly amused by the challenge ahead. Hypnos spread his arms wide, a cluster of radiant flags floating in the air around him. "All you need to do is collect as many as you can. Simple, right?" A sinister smile crossed his face, his gaze cold and sharp like a serpent's. "But here's where it gets interesting," he added. "This challenge isn't called pick up the flags. It's capture the flags. Meaning you can steal, threaten, fight, and kill. Whatever it take." Whispers rippled through the crowd. On the other side, members of Team B exchanged uneasy glances. Some looked downright terrified. Hypnos kept going. "And one last twist," he said, holding up a flag adorned with a golden crown. "Each team will have a king. One player from each side will be chosen at random. And the king? Every flag they hold counts double." Black silhouettes of the participants shifted uneasily in the forest, the tension thick as Hypnos's purple aura pulsed through the air. "Don't worry," he said mockingly. "The king's death won't end the game. But having a strong king? Well, that's obviously better for everyone." With a fake smile, he added, "Good luck. Though we all know luck won't help you much." Kim Yuan glared at Hypnos, lips pressed into a thin line. "Yeah, right?" Kim Yuan thought. "Luck, sure. More like setting us up to watch the weak player get picked as king." Hypnos raised his hand, a glowing purple magic circle spinning to life before him. "Let the trial begin," he declared. Magic circles of every color lit up beneath both teams. Above the players, purple lightning flashed, and system notifications began to pour in. 11th floor trial. Capture the flags. Begin. Flags from the opposing team can be captured by any means. The team with the most flags in 24 hours wins. Contribution points are earned through the number of flags collected. Delivering flags to your king doubles your contribution points. If the king loses his flags, your contribution points will be wiped. As the system window displayed the breakdown of the challenge, golden light flickered around the player's hands. Confused, one player looked down, inspecting the glow. Halliman stared at his own hands in shock. What's happening? He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Halliman's hands glowed with golden light, his eyes widening in disbelief. I'm the king, he stammered. The other players quickly gathered around him, whispering and looking just as shocked. From a distance, Kim Yuan watched the whole scene unfold, unimpressed. It was like staring into still water, so obvious it barely needed thought. Kim Yuan shut his eyes briefly, his teeth clenched in frustration. How did someone like Halliman even make it to the 11th floor? Before long, Halliman hurried after Kim Yuan, who was already making his way toward the forest. Where are you going? Halliman called out, trailing behind. You're supposed to protect the king. Kim Yuan stopped, boots pressing into the dirt as he looked over his shoulder. Why are you asking me to save you? He replied flatly. Turning back to the path ahead, Kim Yuan continued walking. My job's simple, collect flags. If you don't want to die, stay here and keep quiet. Trust me, no one from Team B is coming after you yet. With that, his crimson eyes glinted sharply, and without another word, Kim Yuan moved deeper into the forest. Time to get to work. Meanwhile, over in Team B's camp, the mood couldn't have been more different. Leaning back with a smirk, one of the players laughed. Easier than boiling water. The numbers aren't even close. Yeah, another added. Let's finish up and go party. Laughter and grins spread through the group as they lounged around, totally at ease. But Namgung Hoon wasn't laughing. Sure, they outnumbered Team A almost 4-1, but something didn't sit right. He glanced off to the side, his frown deepening. Captain, something bothering you? Someone asked. Before Namgung Hoon could answer, a girl in a flowing white dress appeared beside him. Roll. Namgung Hoon greeted her. The girl smiled softly, pleased he remembered her name. A gentle green aura pulsed around her as she lifted her hand, quietly casting support magic over him. Namgung Hoon narrowed his eyes, feeling the steady boost of healing and strength. No wonder they call her Angel, he thought. Even among support classes, her abilities were rare. Roll opened her eyes, her voice light. Don't worry so much. The power gap really is that big. There's no need for all this tension. Namgung Hoon stood facing her as the green aura shimmered between them. Still, he said, don't you think this is a little strange? Random or not, the gap between the teams is too big. Angel tilted her head. Maybe, but it could just be a coincidence. Namgung Hoon looked away, his gaze turning serious. There's an old saying from my world. In the valley of rivers and land, nothing happens by chance. Together, they turned back to watch over the team. Then Roll asked, by the way, do we know who the king is? Seems like some nobody. Does it matter? Namgung Hoon replied. In a situation like this, who would care about the king? But as he spoke, his eyes drifted to the ground, lost in thought. No, someone was shining at the start of the test. In his mind, he pictured a man in a black cloak, glowing faintly with gold. A faint golden light flashed in Namgung Hoon's mind, and the memory tugged at him. It didn't make sense. His memory was flawless. He never forgot a single face he'd seen. And yet, he couldn't recall the man's features at all. Just a shadowed figure cloaked in black, face hidden in the darkness. The image lingered, but no matter how hard he tried, the man's identity stayed just out of reach. Meanwhile, back in the forest clearing, Halliman sat on a rock, eyes focused on the system window floating in front of him. Hearing movement behind him, he turned, startled. There aren't as many flags on the trails as we thought, one of the players reported. Most of them are on the monsters. Halliman glanced over at the group, golden light still faintly shimmering around him. Still, the player continued, we've gathered a decent number. If we take out the enemy king, this whole match flips in our favor. Halliman's thoughts drifted to Kim Yuan. He pictured him standing against a backdrop of red flags. Yeah, that's true, he thought. And we've got someone on our side who can make that happen. Kim Yuan had probably already collected more flags than the rest of them combined. Halliman remembered when they first approached Kim Yuan, hoping to form a plan. It hadn't exactly gone well. Kim Yuan didn't seem interested in teamwork. But now that Halliman was king, Kim Yuan couldn't just leave him unprotected. Not if they wanted a shot at winning. Halliman sighed, glancing around the small clearing where his team had gathered. He left on his own like it was nothing, Halliman thought. But if he told me to stay put, I guess that means he's coming back. One of the players looked up from the ground. This forest is massive. It's impossible to know where the other team even started, they said. A light fog settled between the thick trees. What do you think Team B's base is? Someone else asked. No idea, came the reply. But maybe we should rest a bit. We're regrouping at midnight anyway. The conversation trailed off as a creeping sense of dread settled over the group. Shapes shifted in the distance. From the bushes, dark silhouettes appeared, shrouded in a red aura. I hear them, someone whispered. Kel stepped forward, flashing a wicked grin and motioning for silence. His eyes gleamed as he gestured to his teammates. Watch yourselves, he warned. A system alert flashed in front of them. Enemy squad detected. Protect your flags from raids. Across the forest, the opposing teams locked eyes from afar. This is annoying, Cal muttered. Sure, Team A has Kim Yuan, but even he can't do a thing if the king goes down. A cruel smirk twisted across his face. And the king's worth a nice pile of contribution points, he added. Behind him, Ab drew a heavy sledgehammer from his system storage. Relax, he said to the others. There's only 10 of them. We've got this. But before the words finished leaving his mouth, chaos erupted. With a blinding flash, a member of the enemy team launched a lightning strike. A single clean cut, one player's head dropped to the ground. Halloman froze, his eyes wide with horror. From behind a mask, one of the attackers shot him a bloodthirsty glare. Guess that only 9 now, the masked man sneered. And with that, the two teams clashed. The forest exploded into battle, blades clashing, magic ripping through the air, and the enemy fighters cackling as they toyed with the prey. Mocking laughter echoed through the trees as the fight began. As they scrambled to figure out where to run, Halloman shot a worried glance at his comrade, who was about to step in and save him. But before he could process what was happening, desperate cries for help rang out. Halloman froze, stunned, as blood sprayed through the air. In the blink of an eye, one of the enemy fighters sliced Halloman's ally clean in half. Rage flared within Halloman. He wanted nothing more than to tear the enemy king apart. But his thoughts were cut short. Halloman collapsed to the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably. The enemy fighter, his gaze sharp and merciless, locked eyes on Halloman and raised his sword to end him. Panic tore through Halloman as he let out a terrified scream. He clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tight, and braced himself for the final blow. This was it. He was done for. But just before the sword could fall, the main character burst onto the scene, cutting down Halloman attacker in a single, swift strike. Kim Yuan glared at Halloman, his eyes glowing a deep red. With clear disdain, he reminded him, I told you to stay put. The sarcasm was impossible to miss. Tears welled in Halloman's eyes. Flames crackled faintly around him as he sat there, watching Kim Yuan confidently lower his sword to his side. Across the battlefield, the remaining enemy fighters stood frozen. The death of the companion had rattled them. Now they knew exactly who stood before them, a problem far bigger than they were ready to handle. Realizing the danger, the enemy forces panicked. Fall back, someone shouted. Fighters scattered in every direction, but running didn't save them. Kim Yuan was already on the move, a streak of blue light trailing behind him as he tore through the ranks, cutting them down one after another. The enemy leader shouted in frustration, demanding to know why his men were retreating. We have the numbers, he yelled. A masked fighter stepped up, twin daggers flashing, signaling his men to back him up as he charged straight for Kim Yuan. But it was useless. Kim Yuan moved like lightning. His blade slashed through the enemy ranks, and a masked fighter dropped after a fatal strike. Blood sprayed with every swing of Kim Yuan's sword. Bodies fell around him, and his comrade watched as Kim Yuan carved through them without pause. One of the enemies, trembling with fear, bared his teeth as he watched his friends fall. Kim Yuan's eyes burned red as he calmly advanced, his blade glinting in the light. A red flag flew into the air, signaling surrender. One of the fighters dropped to his knees, waving the flag and pleading for mercy. Please, I only have 2 flags left. The others have way more. Kim Yuan stood over him, cold and silent. Notifications flashed. 2 flags and 20 contribution points gained. Standing at the heart of the battlefield, his red contribution score glowing, Kim Yuan was surrounded by what remained of the fighters. With a sharp glance, Kim Yuan looked around. So, what's it going to be? He asked. Hand over everything. Or, do you want to end up like them? The fighters exchanged panicked looks, realizing just how real the threat of death had become. One of them managed to ask, voice shaking, How much? How much do you want from us? Another notification popped up, 1 more flag secured. Another notification popped up, 1 more flag secured, along with 10 contribution points. Red flags rippled in the wind, the colors shining bright across the battlefield. Another alert followed, awarding another flag and 10 more points. The main character stood there, holding the capture flag with a satisfied grin. Nearby, Halaman watched, a faint aura rising from him. He couldn't help but feel grateful they were on the same side. But then, catching himself, Halaman thought he was being ridiculous, grinning at Kim Yuan after everything. Still, his mood sank, unsure why, as if something didn't sit right. A loud announcement cut through the air, declaring the first half of the match officially over. Soon after, Halaman found himself standing across from Kim Yuan in the dark, shadowed forest. He blinked in surprise. So soon? Somehow, they'd already moved on to the second phase of the trial. Only 4 hours had passed since it all began. The new battleground was a dense forest, wrapped in mountains and darkness. Kim Yuan quietly wondered where the rest of the team had gone. They split up, Halaman explained. Figured it'd be smarter to grab more free flags first. Kim Yuan, partially hidden behind his flowing red cloak, nodded. Smart. Assuming they don't get lost out there. A red flag fluttered nearby, the number 27 painted boldly on its surface. Halaman stood beside Kim Yuan, staring up at him as he reached toward a glowing yellow screen. Halaman could hardly believe his eyes. Kim Yuan had done all this himself? The number of flags he'd collected was insane. The screen displayed the totals. Team A with 64 flags, Team B with 105. Even after everything Kim Yuan had just gathered, the total only added up to 64. By his count, there should have been 67. Something wasn't adding up. Kim Yuan studied the numbers from behind his long bangs. This was exactly what he expected. They'd officially entered the real capture the flag phase. He turned to Halaman and said flatly, by now, everyone's got enough flags. Team B's probably realized it more sense to hunt players than to waste time on monsters. Halaman's eyes widened as the weight of those words hit him. Kim Yuan was right. And chances were, just like before, the enemy would be coming straight for the king. Kim Yuan glanced down at Halaman, who was still radiating the aura of a king. Do we have another king on our side? Kim Yuan asked. Halaman nodded. Yeah, there's one more. Without missing a beat, Kim Yuan shot him a cold look. From now on, don't wander more than 20 meters from me, he ordered. Even I'm not winning this without the king. Halaman gulped, watching Kim Yuan's red cloak ripple in the wind. What's your name? Kim Yuan asked sharply. Stick close. 20 meters. No more. Halaman nodded. Got it. He couldn't help but think to himself. The real fight was only just beginning. Over on the enemy's side, heavy clouds darkened the summer sky as Namgung Hun addressed his group. So you just ran off and handed over your flags? He demanded. 2 fighters stood before him, heads lowered as he scolded them. We didn't even see Kim Yuan's attacks, one admitted. He took out our best guy in one strike. Yeah, the other added. I couldn't even tell when he drew his sword. Namgung Hun shut his eyes, brow furrowed in frustration. Namgung Hun furrowed his brow deeply as his men described what they'd seen. Kim Yuan's eyes, they said, looked almost demonic. Just remembering it left them trembling. Namgung Hun was furious. How could his fighters look so weak? Team B had mostly mid-level players, and even though they outnumbered Kim Yuan 10-1, they still ran off in fear. Pathetic. With a bitter glare, Namgung Hun looked ahead, unimpressed by the chaos unfolding. He couldn't help but wonder, if they kept splitting up, they'd just get picked off one by one. Elsewhere, Team Namgung Hun now stood across from the Angel and her squad. There's 10 of us against just one Kim Yuan, Namgung Hun pointed out flatly. But so what? That barely matters. Roll crossed her arms, noting that Kim Yuan had likely found Team A's king by now. If that was the case, chances were high he'd be sticking close to protect him from here on out. A tall Hargan with flowing hair studied Team B's fighters carefully. Without hesitation, she ordered Namgung Hun to contact Salamov, Kachel, and the rest of the top players immediately. The leader in the blue cape stared down the Angel and her fighters, his expression full of disdain. So, this is the strategy you want to use? He asked coldly. He reminded everyone that there was still plenty of time left. Running wasn't an option. Despite the losses, they still had some powerful players on the side. Standing with the others, Namgung Hun nodded. It's all accounted for. And don't forget, we've still got a wild card of our own. The armored fighters exchanged glances, silently waiting to hear if anyone else had a better idea. But no one spoke. The bald fighter with scars stayed quiet, arms crossed. As the two teams stood facing each other, blue auras crackling around them, the Angel finally broke the silence. This is it, she said simply. Roll smirked and raised her hand. Then let's settle this. We captured both the king and Kim Yuan at the same time. 12 hours had passed since the trial began. Notifications flickered, another flag secured, another 10 contribution points earned. Back on the field, Kim Yuan and Halaman watched as the enemy fighters scattered and fled. Halaman sat on the ground, his breath heavy, his eyes dull with exhaustion. Watching it all unfold, he realized this wasn't even a team competition anymore. At this point, it felt like 200 people chasing after a monster named Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan stood nearby, holding a flag marked with the number 100. The red fabric fluttered in the wind as faint sparks lit up the sky. He knew 100 flags, or even 1,000, was a ridiculous haul. But handing them over to the king now? No way. It was still too early for that. Kim Yuan's eyes shifted to Halaman, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. So far, they hadn't run into any real problems. Halaman had stayed close, just like he was supposed to. Still, the thought lingered. If something happened to the temporary king, if his flags got stolen or worse. Kim Yuan watched as Halaman winced and leaned forward slightly. Yeah, better to hold on to the flags until the very end, just to be safe. Looking uneasy, Halaman glanced sideways at Kim Yuan. Do you think they all get it now? Halaman asked quietly. Do they sense what's really going on? Kim Yuan's gaze sharpened. Kim Yuan glanced to the side with a hint of contempt, lips slightly pursed. It was clear now. The guys he'd run into earlier were from Team B, probably new players. The moment they recognized him, they didn't even think twice. They just surrendered and handed over the flags without a fight. Standing in open field surrounded by thick trees, Kim Yuan looked over at Halaman. Think the rest of them know about me too? He asked casually. Halaman hesitated. They've probably shared info by now. Kim Yuan pictured the whole thing like a chessboard. Two white pieces glowing against a sea of black. Yeah, it made sense. By now, Team B had likely spread the word. Kim Yuan was guarding the king. No doubt they'd exchanged player numbers and agreed on a simple plan. If you see Kim Yuan, hand over your flags and run for your life. Across from him, Halaman shifted uneasily under the weight of Kim Yuan's red cloak flowing behind him. But why would they do that? Halaman asked. They can't win if they just give up the flags. They're planning something, Kim Yuan said flatly. Before Halaman could respond, Kim Yuan's body tensed. His eyes flared red. In a flash, he snatched an arrow from midair, its tip just inches from Halaman. Halaman dropped to the ground in shock, staring at the arrowhead clutched tightly in Kim Yuan's grip. Without a word, Kim Yuan snapped the arrow clean in half. From somewhere beyond the trees, Salamon's furious voice echoed through the field. And just like that, it all clicked for Kim Yuan. Now he understood why the enemy kept dodging fights and saving the players. They weren't just running, they were setting up, banking everything on this ambush. A classic encirclement strategy, the kind used in his world for ages. Kim Yuan's gaze sharpened, glowing red as he scanned the area ahead. The air shifted. Suddenly, thin webs shimmered into view, crisscrossing through the space around them. Halaman's eyes went wide in panic. Kim Yuan's voice cut through the tension. No mercy. We end them all. Halaman flinched as Kim Yuan raised his sword high, the blade gleaming right above his head. For a split second, Halaman thought Kim Yuan might actually strike him. Wait. Halaman stammered. But Kim Yuan moved fast, slicing the air with a single motion. A shimmering blue barrier sprang to life around Halaman, encasing him in a protective dome. Halaman sat in the middle of it, head down, fists clenched tight, trying to process what just happened. What is this? Halaman muttered, looking around the glowing shield. Don't step outside that circle, Kim Yuan warned. His voice was sharp, final. If you do, you're dead. Instantly. Halaman looked up, confused. So, I'm just supposed to sit here. Exactly, Kim Yuan said. That's the only thing you have to do. Stay put. Halaman stared at him, his voice barely above a whisper. That's the only order I get. Kim Yuan nodded. Yeah, and you better follow it. If you move, you're gone. He turned away, leaving Halaman sitting silently in the middle of the glowing circle, the weight of those words sinking in. If you step out of that circle, Kim Yuan said coldly, I won't be able to save you. Halaman swallowed hard, doubt creeping in. Could he really survive, just sitting here? Before the fear could settle, Kim Yuan turned on his heel, stomping the ground with force. Without another word, he launched himself forward, putting distance between himself and Halaman. Panicked, Halaman reached out instinctively. Wait, Kim Yuan. But his voice barely carried before the sharp tip of Kim Yuan's blade pointed straight at him. With a glare, Kim Yuan warned him again, his tone ice cold. Stay inside. Don't even think about leaving. Somewhere beyond the trees, whispers from the enemy team drifted through the night air. Hidden in the shadows, they watched the scene unfold. We should have just gone for the king first, one of them muttered. Another shook his head. Forget that. We got 55 fighters ready to take on Kim Yuan. The guy's a beast. We can't leave him unchecked. A third chimed in. Yeah, but wouldn't it work if he stuck protecting the king and fighting us at the same time? Three figures crouched low in the brush, plotting quietly. The bald one with a scar scowled. It's only a theory. But if we kill the king, this whole match ends. Doesn't matter how strong Kim Yuan is. One of the men scanned the tree line, suddenly going rigid. Quiet. Look, not far off. Kim Yuan's figure moved deeper into the forest, glowing faintly in the dark. He's leaving the king unguarded, someone whispered. A fighter named Var, hair streaked with brunette and Hargan, stepped out from hiding, his spear resting across his shoulders. Smirking, he ordered the others to stay back. This one's mine, Var said, his tone dripping with confidence. The others watched quietly, knowing exactly who they were dealing with. Team B was stacked with famous fighters. Namgung-hoon, Roll, and others just as dangerous. Even the big guilds were keeping an eye on this battle. Var twirled his spear, tossing it behind his back, thinking only of the glory ahead. If he took down Kim Yuan, his name would be known everywhere. With a fierce shout, Var hurled the spear at lightning speed, aiming directly at Kim Yuan. "This'll hit harder than any arrow," he declared. But just as the spear cut through the air, a sudden shockwave knocked it off course. Kim Yuan's silhouette blurred. The spear stopped midair, frozen. Var's grin faded. Before he could react, a streak of blue magic blasted through the trees, striking one of his nearby teammates square in the head. The man dropped instantly, or spun around. Chaos. His fighters were being torn apart. Bodies hit the ground as waves of aura ripped through them. One man's face twisted in agony as the energy consumed him. Realization hit Var hard. Kim Yuan wasn't where he thought. He was already on the move, attacking from the side. Var looked up just in time to see Kim Yuan standing before him. Silent, calm, deadly. With his head slightly bowed and his gaze full of disdain, Kim Yuan stared him down. "Tell me," Kim Yuan said coolly, "where's Namgung-hoon?" Meanwhile, another group of fighters lay hidden behind a brush, waiting for Kim Yuan to make his next move. But something was off. Kim Yuan's figure flickered. He was vanishing and reappearing. Suddenly, a blue magical shield expanded, wrapping the entire forest thicket in its glow. A notification flashed. Skill nameless sword. With a faint glow of Miles' white-eye skill, the enemy fighters quickly realized just how dangerous Kim Yuan really was. His stealth was flawless. No trace, no sound. They knew they wouldn't even notice him until he was standing right in front of them. One of the fighters whispered, "Is he an assassin?" But another shook his head. "No way. Assassins don't use long blades. And they don't dress like that. He's something else entirely." Before they could figure it out, Kim Yuan's silhouette flashed behind one of them, his gaze sharp and furious. Then, just like that, he was gone. Suddenly, Kim Yuan appeared in a small clearing, completely surrounded. The fighters looked around in disbelief. None of them had even noticed how he got there. With a calm voice, Kim Yuan broke the silence. "So much for your top-tier scouts. I thought the Heaven and Earth Network strategy was supposed to be impressive," he said. "But turns out it's useless when you're spread this thin." From the crowd, a Hargan boy stepped forward, his expression full of mockery. Glancing back at the sea of black silhouettes behind him, he smirked. "Really? You think there aren't enough of us?" Kim Yuan's red eyes flickered to the side. Finally, he saw them, Namgung-hoon and Roll. The two of them advanced with the angel at the side, leading another squad of fighters straight toward him. Namgung-hoon called out first. "Why'd you run off on your own? Left your king behind like that. Thought you'd ignore the challenge and try to win this fight yourself." They kept walking, step by step, straight toward Kim Yuan. "No matter how this ends," Namgung-hoon continued, "I can at least say I'm sorry it had to play out this way." When they stopped just ahead of him, Namgung-hoon stood across from Kim Yuan and met his eyes. "This wasn't exactly my plan," Namgung-hoon admitted. "But unlike you, I've got a solid team. I'm not ashamed of how we got here." Kim Yuan studied the opposing squad carefully as another fighter chimed in. "That's just how it is. Some people get lucky. Some don't." The clearing quickly filled with black-cloaked figures, surrounding the space between the trees and bushes. Namgung-hoon didn't drag it out. "Surrender now," he said simply. "I'd rather not have to win like this." Kim Yuan let out a quiet, sarcastic laugh. So this was all Namgung-hoon had to say? Drawing his sword, Kim Yuan held it out in front of him, blade gleaming. "Funny," he replied. "From what I'd heard, you weren't the talkative type." Namgung-hoon, his expression darkening, unsheathed his massive blade. He had a feeling this conversation was never going to end peacefully. "Everyone back," Namgung-hoon ordered. "I'm handling this myself." The fighters stepped aside, giving them space in the middle of the clearing. Two blades, two opponents. Kim Yuan tilted his head. "So, you're asking for a one-on-one?" he said coolly. "Doesn't matter to me how many of you there are." Namgung-hoon smirked. "Thank for the concern." With a stomp of his foot, the ground shook beneath him as he launched into his attack. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, watching the strike from under his brow. The moment the blades met, the air snapped with energy. And from there, the real fight began. Kim Yuan kept his focus locked on Namgung-hoon, noting just how much power the player from the 11th floor was packing. Blue aura burst from Namgung-hoon as he swung his massive black sword, his strike carrying enough force to shake the ground. Kim Yuan couldn't help but wonder about the details of his opponent's abilities, studying every move as the fight raged on. Blade against blade, they clashed in the open field. Sparks lit up the night as Kim Yuan deflected each of Namgung Hoon heavy swings, the air humming from the force of the collision. Namgung Hoon clenched his teeth, glaring at Kim Yuan as he tried to land a crushing blow. He relied on his clan's imperial sword technique, a style built around overwhelming strength. The sword were known for being heavier than any others, capable of delivering devastating strike from any angle, if the wielder was strong enough to handle it. But no matter how hard he swung, Kim Yuan blocked every strike with precision. Metal screeched as the blades collided again and again, sparks flying in all directions. Namgung Hoon frowned. Something wasn't right. He was gripping his sword as tightly as he could, pouring all his strength into every hit, but it still wasn't enough. Frustration flared in Namgung Hoon's eyes. Suddenly, his body glowed bright green as his aura surged, boosting his power to the limit. The fight grew even fiercer. Bursts of energy and showers of sparks filled the clearing as they pushed each other to the brink. A notification flashed. Namgung Hoon's body was now under the Archangel's blessing. His stamina surged. His movements became lighter. His recovery sped up. Namgung Hoon's expression turned savage as he bared his teeth, fueled by the buff. From the sidelines, the Role raised her hand, channeling waves of aura into the fight. Kim Yuan shot a glare toward the enemy leader. Really? Bust mid-fight? How pathetic, he spat. Role, watching from a distance, answered coolly. If Namgung Hoon can't beat you even with this, it's over anyway. The angel's aura pulsed through the battlefield as she extended her hand forward, reinforcing Namgung Hoon as the fight reached its peak. But Namgung Hoon paused for a moment, confused by her words. What did she mean? Before he could figure it out, his eyes snapped back to Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan raised his blade, violet flames swirling around him as his skill activated. In that instant, images flashed in Namgung Hoon's mind, visions of ancient monsters of the legendary Regressed dungeon. Reflected in Kim Yuan's glowing red pupils was Namgung Hoon's own silhouette, and for a moment, Namgung Hoon wondered if this was just coincidence or something much bigger. A sarcastic grin tugged at Kim Yuan's lips as violet flames surged around him, spreading across the battlefield. Namgung Hoon's thoughts spiraled. Kim Yuan had been in Agria's dungeon, but something didn't add up. The skill Kim Yuan used now felt nothing like the traces left behind in that dungeon. This didn't match up with what should have been possible. Was Kim Yuan really the same person who left that mark? Or was this an entirely different power? The violet flames crept closer, wrapping the air in the glow. Namgung Hoon's chest tightened as the reality sank in. If he wasn't just imagining things, then Kim Yuan might actually be unstoppable. Kim Yuan stood firm, his blade in hand, surrounded by a swirling cloud of purple aura. Above the battlefield, the angel hovered midair, her outstretched arm glowing as green magic pulsed toward the fighters below. From her place in the sky, Role suddenly called out. Fall back, she ordered, her voice sharp. Kim Yuan's eyes narrowed. Why were they stopping the fight? But the angel already knew the answer. If they kept going, none of them would make it out alive. She stared forward, reading the battlefield clearly. Kim Yuan glanced over at Namgung Hoon, still locked in the center of the field with him, the purple aura flickering between them. And then, to his surprise, Namgung Hoon backed down. Just like that. Before leaving the fight, Namgung Hoon asked only one thing. Was it really you who cleared the Agria's dungeon? Kim Yuan smirked, answering with playful sarcasm. What do you think? Lowering his blade, Kim Yuan realized the enemy squad had made the decision. They were done. Namgung Hoon sheathed his sword, stepping back as his team gathered behind him, murmuring among themselves. The mention of Agria's dungeon had thrown them all off. That was the 11th floor's nightmare, a place they'd already attempted and failed. And now, standing before them, was the man who had cleared it alone. Whispers filled the group. Why hadn't Namgung Hoon told them sooner? Why stop now? One fighter argued. We can't just quit, not without a real fight. If we all work together, we might stand a chance. But Namgung Hoon shook his head with a bitter smirk. Chance? There's no chance. Kim Yuan already closed the gap between our teams by himself. Look around. He's earned this. Without another word, Namgung Hoon turned away, eyes shut as if the fight had never happened. If you want to keep going, he told Role, you'll do it without me. I'm done. Role glared after him, calling him a coward. She'd expected more from someone like Namgung Hoon. But without looking back, Namgung Hoon answered calmly. Say what you want. I'd rather protect my team than waste the lives for pride. And with that, the fighters turned and followed the leader off the battlefield. They hated losing, sure, but they respected Namgung Hoon for that choice. They understood they could always take the test again. What mattered now was survival. As the last of them disappeared into the trees, hovered in front of Kim Yuan, keeping her distance. For what it's worth, she said, we were hoping to keep our losses low. Someone like you shouldn't bother with these small games. Kim Yuan watched silently as she spoke, recalling the brief, eerie moment when shadows of people moved through the empty forest. They'd need the strength soon enough. The real threat was still out there, the outer gods. Roll thought of Hercules, imagining his strength and calm. In times like these, they needed warriors who could rise to the top. There was no sense in wasting an entire squad over pride. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan reflected on an image of himself, exhausted, slouched in a suit, drained from endless battles. If Hercules had been standing here instead of him, he probably would have found a way out of all this without spilling a drop of blood. Kim Yuan thought back to the kind of hero who never broke his promises. Someone like Hercules. That was the reason people respected him. Kim Yuan respected him too. But deep down, he knew he wasn't that kind of hero. Peeking out from under his long bangs, Kim Yuan smirked. I was hoping you'd all leave quietly, he said with a grin. Guess that's not how this ends. He had considered trying to end it peacefully. But if that didn't work, well, so be it. Up above, the angel pressed her palms together, a radiant light shining between them. A divine defense skill. She pointed the blue glow directly at Kim Yuan, who stood in the distance like a shadow. Everyone, she shouted. Attack him together. Kim Yuan sighed as he drew his blade, purple streams of aura swirling around him. So, we're really doing this, he muttered. Guess I'm stuck playing your little game after all. The fighters charged, blue auras flaring from the bodies as they rushed toward him. But as they closed the distance, they were met with the glow of Kim Yuan's violet flames, burning brighter with every step. They quickly realized those flames weren't just for show. The fire reflected every skill they threw at him. Just push through it, the angel shouted. There's only one of him. But the moment they tried, they froze in place. The faces twisted in fear as the violet flames rose higher, forming the terrifying silhouette of a massive, raging monster. Kim Yuan stood at its center, blade in hand, the purple aura pulsing around him. It's a demon, one of the fighters shouted in horror. Kim Yuan figured that's exactly what it looked like to them. Holy fires or not, fear twisted it into something monstrous. And the more afraid they became, the stronger the flames grew. Kim Yuan knew he had to control it before it got too big. If it spread out of control, even he might not be able to hold it back. One of the fighters, shaking under the weight of the aura, raised his sword high. Kill him, he screamed. But before he could strike, Kim Yuan sent a wave of violet flames surging across the battlefield, knocking them all off the feet. Even with the enhancement skills, they barely held up under the pressure. Kim Yuan watched it all carefully, eyeing the scattered streams of multicolored aura flickering through the clearing. How many buffs could Roll stack at once? He was curious to see. The angel lifted her hands high, sending blue flames streaking into the sky. She activated the power of her angel wings, summoning the strength of a giant. But nothing worked. Frustration twisted her face. Magic circled her palms as she held them above her head, but the attacks that were supposed to overwhelm him weren't doing anything. Worse, the moment her fighters hit the edge of the flames, they froze. Trapped, frozen in fear, caught in an illusion none of them could break. Violet aura crackled across the battlefield. It was clear now, they couldn't even reach Kim Yuan, let alone defeat him. Realizing this, the angel spread her palms wide, sending a final stream of light into the sky. Above Kim Yuan, a massive glowing sword began to take shape, pulsing with energy. A punishing sword skill meant to end it all. Roll glared down at him. This is the end for you, she shouted. The huge magical blade hovered above Kim Yuan, ready to strike. The massive glowing sword came crashing down from the sky, aiming straight for Kim Yuan. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on his blade. With a single, sharp swing, he sliced the enormous magic sword into pieces. Roll watched in shock, eyes wide. She couldn't believe what she'd just seen. That should have been impossible. A deafening explosion erupted above the battlefield. Golden shards of the shattered sword scattered through the air, raining down over the field where fighters stood frozen, watching in disbelief. Panic spread. The realization hit them all at once. This fight was over. If they stayed, they'd die. They remembered Namgung Hoon words about valuing the lives of his comrades over pride. Now those words made perfect sense. Near the edge of the battlefield, lightning cracked around the angel as she stood motionless, staring at the wreckage of her failed attack. For the first time, she understood Namgung Hoon had been right. Smoke thickened across the field as the fighters bolted, escaping into the shadows. There was no point in staying. From a distance, Kim Yuan watched them go, waiting to see what they do next. The Roll remained still, quietly realizing that even if they captured the king, none of it would matter if they lost everyone here. Kim Yuan's voice cut through the haze. If you're thinking of surrendering, he called out, hand over all your flags. Do that, and I might let you go. Roll looked over at him, surprised. You can hear our telepathy? Kim Yuan smirked. I don't need to. Your faces say enough. Casually, he slung the flag over his shoulder and glanced at the fighters. So, don't waste time, he said, snapping his fingers. Just hand them all over. One by one, the notifications rolled in, flag after flag, contribution points stacking up. The angel stepped forward and placed her flag into Kim Yuan's hand. Are you really not going to kill anyone? She asked quietly. Across the empty field, Roll met his gaze. Even after taking all our flags, there's still time left. We could go collect more, she said, watching him closely. And you're out here alone. No king to protect. Kim Yuan studied her, wondering what she was getting at. Roll paused, then added, I heard you turned down the major guilds. But heaven, that's different. They're on another level entirely. Kim Yuan's expression darkened. He didn't give her the chance to finish. No, he cut her off sharply. Roll looked visibly offended, but said nothing. After a moment, she tried again. At least give me your contact number. No, she sighed, realizing exactly what he thought of all this. With her head tilted slightly downward, she asked, Why refuse? I'm only offering something that could help your future. She glanced up, her voice softer now. Especially since you were willing to come this far for a test like this. The odds were stacked against him, which made it clear this guy wasn't just wandering aimlessly. He had a plan. She warned him straight up, climbing the tower solo was impossible. A picture flashed in her mind, a towering spire stretching endlessly into the sky. She pointed out that even with loyal allies, the full backing of a powerful guild, and every advantage possible, it wouldn't have been enough to make him rise. The angel broke it down. Someone at his level should have realized the moment he stepped foot inside the tower. His own skills weren't going to cut it. Something more was needed. The two of them stood face to face, the sky around them swirling with thick clouds, the field around them silent. She finally asked the question, why keep pushing forward alone on such a brutal path? Kim Yuan kept his gaze ahead. He knew Roll couldn't understand what it meant to give up. Maybe that's exactly why she climbed the tower so fast. Still, deep down, he knew the truth. Guilds and sponsors would only drag him down. They'd never fit into what came next. In his mind, he pictured himself as a lone cog spinning in reverse against the backdrop of the massive tower. The guild were too busy tearing each other apart over control, pride, suspicion, the hunger for power. Any alliance with them was a risk he couldn't take. No, the only way forward was on his own terms. He needed the strength to stand at the very center and pull the tower together when it all fell apart. The argument kept going, voices cutting through the empty clearing. Why was everyone so obsessed with asking him the same thing? There wasn't really an answer. He just knew. He didn't need a guild, didn't need a team. He could climb the tower solo. And more than that, he had to. Kim Yuan squared his shoulders, eyes burning. Not just possible. I'm meant to do this. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Halaman's voice echoed through the trees, yelling about when Kim Yuan would finally come back. He stood alone in the shadows near the edge of the ridge, nerves shot, fear gripping him tight. The forest pressed in, dark and endless. The wait felt like it would never end. Then, without warning, a blinding beam of light cut through the trees. A burst of fire roared right in front of Halaman, making him flinch. Startled and drained, he looked over, eyes wide. An enemy's voice rang out, mocking him. They figured Halaman dodged by sheer luck, but they weren't giving him much credit beyond that. From the shadows, a squad of enemies emerged, closing in fast. One of them snickered, saying the king was practically begging to be killed just standing there. The fighters pushed through the forest, zeroed in on Halaman, who hadn't moved an inch from the circle. They weren't looking to drag this out. Finish the job. Move on. Rumors were swirling. Word was, even with Roll and Nam Gung Hoon, the second group couldn't handle Kim Yuan. Yeah, turns out he wasn't so easy to take down. Halaman started backing up, almost stepping out of the safety of the circle. What he just heard left him stunned. Kim Yuan, fighting alone against him? The king spun around, noticing how close he was to crossing the line. And just like that, the leader's warning flashed back into his mind. If he stepped out of the circle, there'd be no saving him. Halaman clenched his jaw, scanning his surroundings. Running wasn't an option. He'd be caught in seconds. Fighting? No chance. Not alone against them. Still, he tightened his fist, holding on to the only hope he had. If he could stall just a little longer without leaving the circle, Kim Yuan would come. He had to. Halaman was about to draw his sword when a screen flickered to life before him. Right? Trust Kim Yuan. Stick to the plan. The enemy squad was already closing in, shouting orders as they charged. They spotted Halaman trembling and tried to figure out what game he was playing. Forget his nonsense, one of them called out. Just end it. We'll split the contribution points after. Halaman locked his gaze ahead. A rush of energy surged from within him. One fighter laughed. Yeah, we know the drill. The flags get divided evenly. Daggers flew through the air. Halaman raised his sword and arms to block what he could, staggering back dangerously close to the edge of the circle. He crouched slightly, tracking the fighter who was already leaping from above. Leaving the circle was not an option. The enemy's attack slammed his sword aside, sending it flying from his grip. Halaman stumbled, landing hard on his back. The fighter stepped into the circle, towering over him. For a moment, even the enemy seemed surprised at how easy it was. Grabbing Halaman by the collar, the fighter sneered as Halaman, breathless and clenching his teeth, muttered under his breath. As long as I stay in the circle, it's fine. The fighter didn't catch what he said, but mocked him anyway. Too bad for you, he jeered, raising his dagger. Just bad luck, I guess. But just as the blade came down, the entire circle erupted in a flash of white aura. Before anyone could react, the fighter was launched high into the air, tossed out of the circle like a rag doll. The others stood frozen, watching the glowing mist swirl around Halaman like a shield. Halaman clutched his throat, gasping for air, eyes darting around in shock. What was this? A system message appeared. Heavenly Demon's spirit, white bright smoke. He didn't understand what exactly had just saved him, but none of that mattered. He was still alive. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Kim Yuan moved quietly through the shadows. His thoughts drifted back to his conversation with R. She'd admitted there was something impressive about him. Maybe, someday, they'd even fight on the same side. But the talk had dragged on longer than he'd planned, eating up precious time. Still, as Kim Yuan closed his eyes and took a slow breath, he couldn't help but feel relieved things had ended on good terms. As long as Halaman kept his word, everything would hold together. Suddenly, Kim Yuan shot a sharp glare to the side, his focus snapping back. There was still one more thing. Staring into the depths of the dark forest, Kim Yuan called out. It's over. Time for the guest to make the entrance. From the shadows, a faint golden light began to glow. Deep in the forest, a voice drifted through the darkness. The ghost asked Kim Yuan how long ago he'd noticed his presence. Kim Yuan answered without hesitation. A long time ago. From the shadows, the ghost stepped forward, cloaked in black, with purple flames burning where his eyes should have been. He gave a nod, admitting he'd heard about Kim Yuan's sharp instincts. Now he was seeing them firsthand. Even from a distance, the ghost observed something odd. Kim Yuan was using flames powerful enough to scorch the earth, yet not a single burn touched his own skin. It wasn't just brute strength. The ghost had never encountered a skill so precise, flames that could lock onto specific targets without leaving a trace elsewhere. Staring into the clearing, the figure with the purple fire fixed his gaze on Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan called out across the field. What's the test supervisor doing here looking like that? The two of them stood facing each other, the empty clearing ringed by towering trees. The warden tilted his head and asked if Kim Yuan could actually see his real face. Kim Yuan's reply was sharp and clear. He could. A skill he'd picked up let him see through disguises, even ones worn by rankers. The warden let out a heavy sigh from behind his flaming mask. This wasn't some casual encounter anymore. Then, with a smirk, the mask vanished, and Hypnos revealed himself. He admitted he was impressed. From the very start of the test, he decided to crown himself king of this stage. But Kim Yuan wasn't making that easy. Kim Yuan studied Hypnos carefully as he stood shrouded in the pitch-black night. Hypnos added with a grin that he never expected Kim Yuan to take on Team B all by himself. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, watching him from beneath his bangs. He knew exactly who Hypnos was, a ranker from Olympus, notorious for his mastery over illusions. And if the higher-ups ever found out a ranker interfered in a basic test, things would explode fast, worse than any chaos happening on the ground floors. One way or another, Kim Yuan realized he'd have to handle this on his own. A faint, sarcastic smile crept across his face. So, this is the kind of welcome you set up for me, he said. Didn't expect such a fancy trap. A dark purple aura flared around him, filling the air with pressure. Hypnos watched from beneath his hood, uneasy. This didn't make sense. No normal player could unleash that much mana and stay standing. By all rights, Kim Yuan should have passed out from exhaustion already. Hypnos realized it wasn't just raw power keeping Kim Yuan going. This was pure willpower. Then he remembered the mission briefing. Kim Yuan had to be eliminated, no exceptions. When the biggest guilds were targeting one player this hard, it usually meant serious trouble. Now Hypnos understood why they sent someone like him to handle it. Better safe than sorry. Yellow aura crackled around Hypnos, clashing against Kim Yuan's dark purple energy. Activating his Dark Knight skill, Hypnos took a step forward, feet planted wide. He announced that the technique spread hallucinations to everything living nearby, forcing anyone caught in its range to sleep. The two of them faced off, the powers lighting up the clearing. Hypnos grinned. This one's stronger than what you saw earlier. Still managing to hold on? Must be getting hard to fight, right? Kim Yuan's body wavered, leaning forward as the weight of the skill pressed down on him. Hypnos watched closely, waiting for the moment Kim Yuan would finally give in. Go ahead, he whispered. Stop fighting already. Kim Yuan closed his eyes. Hypnos smirked. Time to reward him with a sweet, endless dream. As Kim Yuan stood motionless, head bowed, Hypnos slowly reached for the dagger hidden beneath his cloak, violet flames flickering across his hand. He thought to himself, if some low-level player like Kim Yuan ever claimed he fought an Olympus ranker, no one would believe a word of it. Hypnos raised a small blade to Kim Yuan's chest. Even ignoring the absurd gap between the levels, Olympus didn't bother with nobodies like this. They wouldn't even glance at him, and yet here he was. You should be honored, Hypnos said with a sneer, purple flames curling around his hood once more. If you manage to survive, hey, at least you'll have one hell of a story to tell. He pressed the dagger closer, almost whispering his mock sympathy. But before the blade could strike, Kim Yuan moved. In a flash, his sword slashed upward, cutting straight across Hypnos. Hypnos staggered back, grimacing as pain tore through him. Clutching his side, he glared at Kim Yuan, furious. That wasn't even deep, Kim Yuan said coolly, eyes fixed on him. Hypnos hissed, accusing Kim Yuan of playing games, calling him a coward for fighting back like that. Kim Yuan scoffed and looked away. You're really not the one to throw around words like coward, he shot back. He added that, normally, bragging about fighting rankers wasn't his thing, but facing off against a pathetic Olympus overseer like Hypnos? Yeah, that might be worth telling people just for the laugh. Hypnos hunched forward, pressing against the wound on his chest. All the trash talk in the world won't change how this ends, he growled. But Kim Yuan was already gripping his blade tighter, sharpening his focus. A notification blinked in front of him. Dark Knight skill activated. Stamina recovery boosted by 200%. He smirked. Oh, I think it will change things. Another message popped up. Mana recovery boosted by 100%. Mana pool at 100%. Kim Yuan's gaze locked onto Hypnos as the night sky above them shifted. A massive moon appeared, casting pale light over the entire battlefield. Kim Yuan grinned to himself. Night wasn't just Hypnos' advantage. This was when the midnight steel came alive, its full power unleashed in the darkness. Sure, it had plenty of limits, but under perfect conditions like this, there wasn't a weapon out there that could beat it. The two faced each other from across the clearing. Hypnos, draped in his red cloak, narrowed his eyes, studying the blue-haired opponent ahead of him. A close-range mage using dark attribute mana, perfect for elder skills. And even though Kim Yuan managed to land a hit, Hypnos wasn't worried. He was still a ranker from Olympus. Drawing on his magic, Hypnos let purple mana swirl around him. His hand expanded, glowing a bright green. Confident as ever, he was sure he had the upper hand. Without a word, Hypnos lunged forward. Kim Yuan didn't hesitate. He charged straight in to meet him. The blades clashed in the middle of the night, power colliding as the battle exploded. The swords clashed again, sending out a massive shockwave that shattered the stone beneath the feet. Kim Yuan leaped back, dodging a swift strike from the blue-haired ranker. Hypnos came at him with another slash, but Kim Yuan twisted his body, leaning back just in time to avoid the blade. Countering fast, Kim Yuan swung his sword and landed a heavy blow, only to watch the figure of Hypnos dissolve into purple smoke. An illusion. Kim Yuan spun around, eyes wide. The real Hypnos was already on him, closing the distance in a flash. As Kim Yuan jumped to escape, another shadow appeared, nearly catching him off guard. Hypnos' blade was inches from Kim Yuan's head when a burst of purple mana erupted, blasting Hypnos back. Grimacing, Hypnos landed on the ground, heat licking at his skin. From the center of the field, the violet flames roared higher, swirling around Kim Yuan. Hypnos watched carefully. He thought he knew control fire, but this was different. The flames weren't just following commands. They felt almost alive. Blue hair brushed through the heat, confusion flickering across Kim Yuan's face as he noticed the temperature rising fast. The fire in his hand pulsed, stronger than before, and even he wasn't sure why. Hypnos retreated from the growing blaze, noticing something unsettling. It wasn't burning him directly, but the heat gnawed at him, rising in sync with his unease. Was the fire reacting to his fear? Hypnos stared at his outstretched hand, realization creeping in. The stronger his fear, the stronger the flames. And that was getting annoying. Shaking it off, Hypnos pushed through, readying his next strike. Kim Yuan charged straight at him, sword raised high. Hypnos hadn't expected him to control the flames like that, but there wasn't time to hesitate. The swords collided again, sparks flying with every clash. Kim Yuan glared at Hypnos from beneath his bangs, his gaze sharp and unshaken. Hypnos countered, forcing Kim Yuan back. the blades locked in constant motion. But even as they fought, Hypnos couldn't help but think. This one is seriously talented. Without waiting, Hypnos unleashed his next move. Moon Sleep. A giant moon materialized in the sky above them, casting a cold, glowing light over the battlefield. This would end it, or so he thought. Cracks spread across the moon's surface, and with a shattering roar, it broke apart and vanished. Kim Yuan barely moved, standing calmly in the wreckage of the failed attack. Lowering his head, he asked quietly, "What? Are you scared of the test supervisor?" Hypnos, still at a distance, scoffed. "I serve Olympus. Nothing else." Kim Yuan smirked. "Funny. Say whatever you want. People like you will never understand what a higher goal really is." Hypnos gripped his sword tighter, black mist swirling from the blade. The words echoed in his mind. The higher goal. They couldn't even begin to comprehend the weight he carried. Memories flickered through his mind, scenes from his past, ticking like the gears of a massive clock. They didn't understand. Anyone try to rewind time like this would have to bear the weight of the entire tower. And for that, the chosen must endure everything. The burden, the resolve, the impossible duty of holding this world together. A world built on the sacrifices of tens, even hundreds of, a world of countless realms, billions upon billions of lives, all of it resting on the edge of collapse. Hypnos's cloak rippled behind him as the thought weighed heavy. Even after making his promise to those left behind, he wasn't sure if he could stand here and speak proudly about some higher purpose. Maybe he didn't fully understand what it meant, but there was one thing he knew for certain. With a glare locked on Kim Yuan, Hypnos spat out the words. The real meaning of a higher goal is sacrificing yourself, not sacrificing others. Kim Yuan glanced to the side, his mind drifting back to that enormous, ticking clock. Just like Hypnos, he had turned back time. Also, he could walk through this hell one more time. And honestly, he smiled. Isn't it way cooler this way? Fueled by rage, Hypnos unleashed a devastating attack, ripping apart everything around him. The ground shattered, stones blasted into the air. Hypnos stood laughing in the middle of the destruction. From across the ruined field, Kim Yuan looked toward the spot where Hypnos had been and spoke calmly. Cooler, huh? You don't get to talk about that. Not when you know nothing about Olympus's so-called noble goals. He thought for a moment. Maybe this was crossing a line even the tower wouldn't forgive. Hypnos shut his eyes, whispering to himself. This is all for Olympus. But before he could react, Kim Yuan was already behind him. The blade plunged through Hypnos's back, piercing straight through. Blood splattered. Hypnos twisted slightly, eyes wide and filled with disbelief. Kim Yuan met his gaze, silent and steady. The rancor let out a sharp, pained cry, stumbling forward as he clutched his wound. Turning back, gasping, Hypnos struggled to understand. How did you do that? Moon's dream, a skill that made fear itself real. Even if someone could see through illusions, it wasn't supposed to be possible to break free. Kim Yuan's blade dripped with blood, his stance unshaken. The falling debris and chaos. It was impossible not to feel fear in a moment like this. What kind of eyes are those? Hypnos demanded. Kim Yuan just smirked. Very good ones. Hypnos snarled. This isn't over. If illusions won't work, I still have more. But Kim Yuan cut him off, his voice calm and final. No, it ends here. In his mind, Kim Yuan knew the truth. Even if it wasn't fully mastered yet, this skill was the perfect counter to hallucinations. And that's why he'd been so confident from the start. This is the end, Kim Yuan declared. Hypnos raised his sword, desperate to swing one last time. But above him, a massive dark figure loomed, glowing eyes staring down. Before he could react, cracks splintered across his purple blade. Hypnos looked up, eyes wide in shock, right as the sword shattered in a blinding flash of light. The shattered blade crumbled to pieces, and Hypnos dropped to one knee, head bowed low before the manager. Without wasting a second, the manager demanded an explanation. Grinding his teeth, Hypnos shot a glare back, muttering under his breath, "It's just that." Off to the side, Kim Yuan stood calmly, arms crossed over his chest, watching as Hypnos stammered through his apology. "I'm sorry," Hypnos said, his voice barely above a whisper. The manager's gaze hardened. "Did Olympus order this?" he asked coldly. Lowering his head, Hypnos struck his chest with his fist just as the manager began listing names. Was it Ares? Hera? But Hypnos quickly cut him off. "No, it was me. My own decision." The manager's expression darkened. His eyes bored down on Hypnos with a look of cold disapproval. "So now you're trying to take all the blame yourself?" Hypnos looked up, pitiful and strained. "Not exactly," he admitted weakly, but the manager wasn't convinced. Even if that's true, Olympus won't walk away from this untouched. A looming shadow formed behind the manager, towering and oppressive. "I'm stripping you of your overseer status," he declared. and I'm revoking all rights Olympus held over the 11th floor. Before Hypnos could protest, his voice rising in desperation, the manager shot him a glare so fierce it silenced him instantly. How dare you raise your voice at me? A moment later, Hypnos was thrown aside, his body slamming hard against the ground. Dazed, he tried to push himself up, only for the manager to step in and crush him back down. Stones cracked and scattered as Hypnos's head was pinned to the earth. Kim Yuan stood nearby, listening quietly as curses spilled out from beneath the rubble. Amid the chaos, Hypnos caught sight of Kim Yuan waving at him, face calm and unbothered. Then, just like that, the manager sent Hypnos underground, disappearing from sight. The manager turned, his attention shifting to Kim Yuan. Across from him, standing in his long red cloak, Kim Yuan met his gaze. Kim Yuan, the manager called out. Kim Yuan gave a slight nod, eyes closed for a moment. I've heard you're quite the difficult one, the manager said. But what exactly did you expect, challenging a ranker like that? Kim Yuan looked up, meeting his gaze. I had no choice, he replied. Too much has been slipping through the cracks with no one keeping proper control. As he spoke, Kim Yuan thought to himself that people like this, those with such authority in the tower, might as well be its rulers. But as long as no laws were broken, there was no reason to fear them. Looking back at the manager, Kim Yuan asked, Tell me, doesn't it seem like a lot of strange things have happened during this test? Starting from the team assignments. The manager frowned, arms crossing as he studied Kim Yuan's face. So you're suggesting this was all my fault? Someone has to take responsibility, Kim Yuan answered plainly. For a moment, the manager stared at him in silence. Then, a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Bold of you, he said, but you're not exactly wrong. He paused, then added, Finish this trial, and I'll see that you're rewarded properly. The two of them stood face to face in the open clearing, the tension finally beginning to ease. Kim Yuan glanced at the manager and asked if he planned on backing out of his promise later. The manager scoffed. I'm a manager, he said. Don't compare me to the others you've met. But as he spoke, his eyes shifted toward the bushes, spotting a dark silhouette lurking nearby. With a quick glance back at Kim Yuan, he added, We've got plenty of witnesses. Better end the small talk here. Off to the side, Nam Gung-hoon quietly observed everything unfold. In a sudden flash of red light, the manager vanished, but not before leaving a warning behind. A storm is coming, and it's about to hit the entire tower. Later, Kim Yuan and his team regrouped on the field. Nam Gung-hoon couldn't help but replay what they just witnessed. They came here expecting something simple after spotting the king. But instead, they got wrapped up in something unbelievable. Gathered together, his teammates started whispering, trying to figure out if all of this had really been a setup. Was Olympus behind this? Someone asked. Even if the overseer acted on his own, this is still a scandal, another said. Nam Gung-hoon frowned, his sharp blue eyes glancing to the side as he thought it through. There was no way something this massive came from one person's scheme. Someone higher up had to be pulling the strings. One of his teammates asked if they should keep quiet. If the public finds out, someone else said, the entire tower will break into chaos. Nam Gung-hoon, his back to the group, asked the real question. Are you trying to start a war between Olympus and Urim? Kim Yuan stood a short distance away, silently listening as the chatter continued. Still, how did he manage to fight a ranker? Someone blurted out. And not just any ranker, a warden. Kim Yuan could hear every word. Nam Gung-hoon watched him carefully, lips pressed into a thin line. This wasn't the first time a player had taken down a ranker. Sun Wukong had done it too, back when he was still just a player. But Kim Yuan, Nam Gung-hoon narrowed his eyes, studying the man in the red cloak. This guy wasn't just another strong player. The storm he was about to bring would be even bigger than Sun Wukong. Looking up, Nam Gung-hoon finally spoke. So, what's your plan now? He knew Olympus would be coming for Kim Yuan. Every last one of them. What are you going to do? Fight them all. Kim Yuan's answer was simple. I'll keep fighting until I defeat the rulers of Olympus. Zeus himself. Nam Gung-hoon blinked, caught off guard by the confidence. Then he asked the obvious question. What's your problem with the Olympians? Kim Yuan shrugged. I helped a blacksmith who refused to make them a weapon. Since then, they've been after me. Nam Gung-hoon's eyes widened. A blacksmith connected to Olympus? There was only one that came to mind. Hephaestus. Furrowing his brow, Nam Gung-hoon shut his eyes for a moment, piecing together stories he'd heard from his clanmates. And now the guy behind it all was standing right in front of him. Figures, Nam Gung-hoon muttered. Turning away, he started to walk off. Be careful, he called back. No matter how special you are, you're up against Olympus now. One of his teammates asked where to next, and just then, a new message arrived. Suddenly, Nam Gung-jinwon's face appeared on the silver sphere. He announced that a great Murim war was on the horizon. Nam Gung-hoon frowned and turned to his team. We're heading back to the Namgung clan, he ordered. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Halman's face as he clenched his fists, grinning through the relief. I really thought I was going to die today, he laughed. Kim Yuan stood in front of him, looking down at the circle where Halaman still sat. But you didn't, Kim Yuan said simply. Halaman muttered a quiet, yeah. Kim Yuan met his gaze, dark eyes steady. Yellow energy still flickered around Halaman as he glanced up nervously. Did I mess something up again? He asked, unsure. Kim Yuan shook his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. No, you held on. You didn't give up. You pushed through. Then, holding out a red flag marked with the number 618, Kim Yuan handed it to him. Halaman blinked in surprise. That's a lot, he whispered. Staring at the flag, lips pressed tight, Halaman thought about what the points meant. Sure, collecting that many flags meant a massive reward. But that wasn't what made him happiest right now. What really mattered was being praised by the one who carried the most weight when things got dangerous. As Halaman took the flag from Kim Yuan's hands, he felt it shift. The number updated, 1236. Right after, system notifications flashed across the field. Player Kim Yuan gave 618 flags to the king. Looking up, Halaman watched the announcement appear. Team A collected 1236 flags. Team B collected 2 flags. The winner is Team A. And then, another message popped up. For some unknown reason, the system awarded him extra contribution points. Kim Yuan's eyes widened as he read his own notification. Plus 10,000 contribution points. Access to contribution point store unlocked. As the sun rose over the mountain peaks, its light washed over the field. A final alert appeared. 11th floor rankings updated. Access to the 12th floor granted. Later, sitting on a small bed in a hotel on the 12th floor, Kim Yuan scrolled through the new rankings. There he was, sitting comfortably in first place. Right behind him were names like Zeus, Hercules, and Odin, each with barely half his score. Kim Yuan muttered to himself. A bit over 20,000 points. He had expected to be satisfied with 10,000. But this was double. Remembering the strange bonus notifications, Kim Yuan guessed the extra points probably came from the manager. Either way, the total was beyond anything he imagined. As he kept scrolling, he spotted Halaman sitting at rank 36th with 6,230 points. Not bad at all. For risking his life and holding his ground as king, he earned every bit of that reward. Further down the list, Kim Yuan noticed another familiar name. Hargan had claimed 6th place with 7,860 points. Kim Yuan nodded slightly. Not bad, he thought. Not bad. Kim Yuan thought to himself. Memories of Hargan flashed through his mind. Back to when they first met, back when the Hargan already showed so much potential. But the higher they climbed the tower, the stronger Hargan became. Kim Yuan recalled that angry, frustrated look on his face and wondered if he was still driven by what happened during the tutorial and back on the first floor. The ranking screen closed with a snap. Kim Yuan leaned forward, pressing his palms into the bed, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Hargan, he'd really like to see how far that guy had come. Somewhere in the tower, far from the rankings and the battles, the Namgung clan welcomed the guests beneath the towering wooden pagoda. Second only to the heavenly demon cult and the martial arts sect, the Namgung clan was one of the most powerful associations, home to countless rankers, including some of the very best. Inside the clan's residence, scrolls and documents were scattered across a work table. The man seated, there was none other than Namgung Jinwon, the leader who had dragged the dying clan back to glory. With his neatly tied hair and emerald cloak resting on his shoulders, Namgung Jinwon listened as a young man bowed before him, head lowered. The test on the 11th floor turned into complete chaos, the man reported. Even the manager had to step in. Namgung Hoon lifted his head, his clear blue eyes meeting Namgung Jinwon. I figured it would be worth spreading the word through player recruitment, he added. That's why I came back early, still focused on the papers before him. Namgung Jinwon responded without looking up. The Olympians were after Gigantomachia. They found Hephaestus, but thanks to Kim Yuman's interference, they couldn't recruit him. Water dripped steadily from a bamboo pipe into a ceramic bowl, the quiet sound filling the room. Namgung Jinwon exhaled slowly. What a headache, he muttered. Both men stood at the same time. Namgung Jinwon glanced toward Namgung Hoon. You said your team had a sponsor from Asgard? That's right, Namgung Hoon confirmed. His name's Gibbons. Namgung Jinwon nodded. In that case, it won't be long before Asgard hears about all of this. He stepped aside, folding his hands behind his back as his thoughts drifted aloud. Looks like Kim Yaman's about to find himself right in the middle of a storm he never asked for. Scanning the shelves lined with ancient books, Namgung Jinwon smirked slightly. This time, Miram Grand might really shake things up. Meanwhile, a bright purple flash split the air. Kim Yaman stood beneath the open sky, holding his twin-bladed spear high above his head. Dozens of round targets were scattered ahead of him. With a sharp push off the ground, Kim Yaman lunged forward, his red eyes glowing. He swung the spear, igniting it as the blade sliced through the air. Targets exploded into fragments, shattering on impact. From a distance, the other players watched in stunned silence. Even from so far back, he was hitting the targets cleanly and faster with each strike. More targets crumbled moments later. The group stared wide-eyed. "This is insane," someone muttered. "How many is he planning to break?" Another shook his head. "Looks like he's about to." Kim Yumon hovered in the air, surrounded by countless fragments as a system notification rang out. He had shattered 1,000 targets. Letting out a slow breath, he watched the lingering traces of mana swirling around him. This had been the perfect training session. His spear-throwing technique was sharper than ever, but this was the first time he had forged and controlled spears made from sacred flames. A glowing sign confirmed it. He had conquered the 19th floor and could now advance to the next challenge. His level had risen, and his strength, stamina, and intuition had each increased by a point. Standing on solid ground, he glanced at the massive system window beside him. A new notification flashed, 50,000 points credited. Kim Yumon frowned. He still had about 5 minutes left, but no more targets appeared. It seemed he'd wiped them all out. The minimum requirement for passing the test had been 100 targets, yet he had obliterated 10 times that amount. And for what? A mere 5,000 points? The reward felt ridiculously underwhelming. He recalled his time at the hotel on the 12th floor, where he had spent a staggering 22,000 contribution points. On the 11th floor, he had earned far more than expected, which allowed him to purchase a crucial item. But now, his rapid progress had pushed him to the upper limits, and the system's rewards no longer matched his achievements. Breaking away from the other players, Kim Yumon pondered his next move. If he wanted better rewards, he needed to reach the 20th floor. The trials at every 10th floor were brutal, but the prizes made them worth the effort. Still, the upcoming challenge would demand everything he had. It wouldn't hurt to slow down and prepare. His eyes landed on his mana stat, 99 points. It was the perfect moment to break past the double-digit threshold. The most efficient way? Acquiring an elixir worth 1,000,000 points. A mental image of a shimmering silver pearl formed in his mind. The Greater Scarlet Medicine Ball, crafted in Miram only once every 3 years. A vast stone plaza flashed through his thoughts. If he wanted the elixir, he'd have to seize it in the Great War of Miram. Without hesitation, he strode toward the massive archway, leaving the other players behind. The event was only a few days away, and it was time to move. The day before the Great War of Miram, 10th floor. The sun bathed the bustling city in golden light, its warm rays dancing across the streets. A young man with long white hair stood amid the lively crowd, while a girl beside him beamed with excitement. "Looks like another huge turnout this year," she said, her voice brimming with energy. The man nodded. "Not surprising. This is Miram's biggest event. The whole city's already buzzing." Festive energy filled the air, and stalls overflowed with food. A table nearby held golden brown meat pies, while plates stacked high with chicken legs sprinkled in fresh green onions tempted passersby. Among the chatter, a local remarked, "I bet Namgung who's going to win this time." Another nodded. "Yeah, I heard he's considered a genius, even in the Namgung clan. And they're the ones hosting the war, after all." As the bustling city streets filled with chatter, one man mentioned that he was still part of the Miram Guild, though it wasn't even the largest guild around. Conversations buzzed about the upcoming competition, and someone speculated that in that case, Hargang was the likely winner. Rumors swirled. He had already reached the 25th floor and was simply waiting there for the event to begin. A blur shot down the street, a man running at breakneck speed. A bystander shook their head. "This is madness," they muttered. "Give it 10 years, and he'll probably be a ranker." Suddenly, a loud slam echoed through the marketplace as a blond man smacked the table with both hands, startling the person sitting behind him. He grinned, his voice ringing with excitement. "I've got big news. The legendary Miram will have a new challenger, Kim Yumon." He hopped onto a bench, propping one foot up as he settled beside 2 men deep in conversation. One of them raised an eyebrow. "Isn't he just focused on climbing floors?" he asked. "Why would he be interested in this competition?" The blonde shrugged. "That's what I want to know too. A guy who's turned down offers from the biggest guilds, refused sponsorships, and yet he's stepping into an event where everyone fights tooth and nail for the prize." Seated near a small commercial building, a few more people speculated. "Maybe it's about the reward," one suggested. "If he's entering, he must be confident he'll win." Another nodded. "It's no coincidence that his name keeps coming up in every major event lately." Nearby, a towering white pagoda stood against the skyline. A man smirked. "If Kim Yumon involved, you can bet the guilds will be all over this war." He leaned forward, tapping the table. "I'll put points on how many try to recruit him." "Shut up and leave," someone muttered. The conversation took a sharp turn when a pink-haired girl approached, only to be met with rejection. Her eyes widened in shock. She wasn't the only one. Next, a dark-skinned man with jet black hair stepped forward, only to be dismissed as well. Then, a long-haired blonde tried his luck, only to face the same fate. Standing opposite a tall brunette in a black kimono was a formidable figure, a towering man with blue skin, the leader of the Earthly Branches Guild. A rancor, a dragon. Brunil. Kim Yaman crossed his arms. Leave. Brunil let out a breath and spread his arms. Shouldn't you at least invite me in first? These discussions don't happen on doorsteps. Kim Yaman found him irritating. Before he could respond, another voice cut through the tension. I heard the Earthly Branch clan's been struggling lately, but for the guild leader himself to show up in person? Brunil turned, his expression darkening as he recognized the newcomer. A blond man in a pristine white suit stepped forward, a large golden cross gleaming on his chest. Surreal, the dragon muttered. Surreal's gaze flicked to Kim Yaman, his lips curling into a smile. So, we finally meet, he said. I'm at the Zion Guild. Kim Yaman stood at the massive door, scanning the figures before him. His patience was wearing thin. Now, a high-ranking archangel, he muttered. Just how talented do they think I am? Then, with a sigh, he counted aloud. You'll be the 13th today. Surreal took a step closer, pulling out a card. Well then, let's get to the point. Surreal held out a card, his voice smooth. If you ever change your mind, there will always be a place for you in our guild. Kim Yaman scoffed internally. The arrogance. Without hesitation, he replied, even if you handed it to me, I wouldn't contact you. Surreal raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting such a blunt rejection. Before he could react, a hand suddenly snatched the card away. Huh, now, that is a classic Kim Yaman answer. Hargang grinned, twirling the card between his fingers before looking at Kim Yaman with a playful smile. So what about me? You gonna kick me out too? His tone was teasing, his wink full of mischief. Then, in one smooth motion, he burned the business card to ashes. Kim Yaman exhaled. Yeah, you too. Leave. The blonde smile faltered. Wait, seriously? His voice held a hint of disbelief. Kim Yaman nodded, dead serious. Standing nearby, both Brunil and Surreal silently observed the exchange. The two guild leaders wore grim expressions, processing what had just happened. Even Hargang, a rising star from Olympus, and someone who had apparently gone through the tutorial with Kim Yaman, had come all this way to recruit him. Hargang's face twisted in exaggerated displeasure before Kim Yaman smirked. I'm joking. Get inside. The blonde let out an exasperated sigh. You have zero sense of humor. Before any more could be said, the front door slammed shut in Brunil and Surreal's faces. The archangel clenched his jaw, fists tightening in frustration. Behind him, his fair-haired subordinate fumed. This is insulting. He didn't even let you inside. This dishonors our guild. Brunil let out a low chuckle. Don't take it too personally. We weren't the only ones turned away. With a shrug, he motioned for them to leave. Inside, in a spacious room lined with intricately carved wooden walls, Hargang took in his surroundings with an approving nod. Not bad, he mused. You've racked up quite a fortune, huh? Kim Yaman leaned back. The points are still coming in. Since I stopped climbing for now, I figured I might as well rest comfortably. Hargang turned toward the door, eyebrows shooting up when a sudden knock was followed by a loud, desperate voice calling for Kim Yaman. Kim Yaman barely reacted. Ignore it. If it was urgent, they'd break the door down. Hargang let out a chuckle, pushing his chair back as he sat. Nice place, but I don't see how anyone could relax with that happening all day. He leaned forward, resting an elbow on the table. How often does this happen? Today's been especially bad, Kim Yaman admitted. It's probably because of the Great Murim War coming up. Hargang smirked. Well, no surprise there. You're famous. Anyone with half a brain could figure out where you're staying just by looking around. Kim Yaman shrugged. They could have just asked. I would have told them. Hargang let out a dramatic sigh, shaking his head. Where's the fun in that? I wanted to surprise you. But judging by that face of yours, not much catches you off guard anymore. They both sat at the wooden table as Kim Yaman casually asked, What about your team? They're staying at an inn, Hargang replied. I came alone. Kim Yaman gave him a skeptical glance. No one slipped up? Not a single one, Hargang assured him. They're all sharp in their own way. Trust me, every last one of them will be rankers someday. Kim Yaman glanced upward, deep in thought. Kim Yaman pursed his lips as Hargang casually shifted the conversation. I heard you got into a pretty big fight recently, the blonde said, leaning forward. Something about stopping Hephaestus from being taken? Kim Yaman remained silent, his hands resting on the table as he listened. Not that it's my business, Hargang continued, tilting his head slightly. But do you have any idea who his father is? Kim Yaman's expression didn't change, but Hargang smirked. A lot of information gets around, and when I heard about it, I seriously thought you had lost your mind. His eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly is your problem with Olympus? Kim Yaman glanced at him. noting how confident he looked despite the weight of his words. Hargang shrugged. Not that I care about public opinion, he added, but this whole mess affected her the most. He absent-mindedly placed a hand beside a small cup. Aries too, though I never really got along with either of them. Kim Yaman eyes darkened slightly. And what about Zeus? Does he know? Hargang raised an eyebrow. You're the first person I've heard say his name so casually. His usual smirk faded as he leaned back. My father's been obsessed with reaching the last floor of the tower. That's all he cares about. For a brief moment, an image of a man clad in massive armor flashed through his mind. I haven't been back to Olympus in a long time, he admitted, so I have no idea what's going on there. Across from him, Kim Yaman clenched his fist, deep in thought. The 100th floor, the so-called last floor. No one had ever managed to clear it, which was why those who reached it were called rankers. They think that's the ceiling. His foot brushed against the carpet as he stood up. Either way, Hargang continued. Watching him, Olympus is keeping an eye on you, saving that criminal put a target on your back. So be careful. I'll try to talk to my father while I still have the chance. Kim Yaman gave him a sharp look. So, even you were calling your uncle a criminal? Hargang sighed as he got up from his seat, but before he could say more, Kim Yaman stepped aside. I need to go somewhere, he said abruptly. Hargang arched a brow. Where? Kim Yaman barely glanced back. The center. For the first time, Hargang's usually relaxed expression faltered. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Meanwhile, in a blazing forge, the rhythmic clang of a hammer echoed through the workshop. Under the intense heat of the flames, Hephaestus carefully held a glowing blue stone with a pair of tongs. Sparks flew as he struck hot metal against the anvil, each impact sending tremors through the room. Sweat dripped down his face as he exhaled, momentarily pausing to wipe his brow. He studied the metal in front of him, its edges burning with an eerie glow, shaped into wicked claws. He wondered if he was going overboard, considering 3 days had already passed. His hands twitched. He needed to create. If he stood idle, his mind would race. With a heavy sigh, he stepped away from the fire, dragging a towel over his face. His thoughts drifted to the endless pile of weapons and armor before him. Half of what came to mind were blades, but he couldn't afford to hesitate. Not now. His gaze fell on the stack of unfinished armor and shields lying in wait. Time to get back to work. Hephaestus glanced to the side, his thoughts drifting. The weapon he had given to that idiot. No, he corrected himself, his benefactor. His gaze shifted to the open doorway, and he smirked slightly. Rumors had already reached the first floor. Kim Yaman had once again made a spectacular climb up the tower. Almost done, Hephaestus muttered to himself, hammering away at the metal. A sudden voice interrupted him. You hear? Startled, the blacksmith looked up, his eyes widening as Kim Yaman stepped into the forge. He scowled. Did no one ever teach you how to knock? Hargang followed behind, descending the stairs casually. Hephaestus shot him a questioning look. And who's this? The blonde stepped forward, meeting the blacksmith's gaze. Hargang, he introduced himself. A sharp scoff. Just a copy of your father, Hephaestus remarked unimpressed. Hargang's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. Are you going to call me little brother too? His voice carried an edge. The old man shook his head. Your family's conflicts run too deep for that kind of sentiment. Before another word could be spoken, emerald energy flickered around Hephaestus, his aura glowing dangerously. You here for my soul too? He snapped. Hargang sighed. Not at all. Hephaestus frowned, watching the exchange. You don't even have the strength for that, Hargang added with a smirk. I just came to see you. The blacksmith's eyes narrowed. Why? Kim Yaman suddenly spoke, his tone steady. Because I don't trust Olympus. The room went silent. Hephaestus studied him carefully, while Hargang lowered his head, his fists clenched. Since the day I was born, the blonde muttered, I was taught that my so-called respected older brother was a criminal. That's what Olympus drilled into me. He took a deep breath, but then I found out my friend was the one who saved him. Hephaestus stroked his gray beard thoughtfully. Hargang's voice was firm. That opened my eyes to a lot. And now, I want to see the truth for myself. The blacksmith observed him closely. Something about the boy's eyes, the way they burned with determination, reminded him of someone. He pictured a tall, golden-haired man in his mind. His father's son, through and through. The three stood there in silence, the forge crackling around them. Hephaestus finally broke it. What is it you're after? Hargang turned to Kim Yaman before answering. I can't say for sure yet, he admitted. I've only seen the surface. His eyes met the blacksmith's. But I did hear you stop forging for Olympus. Hephaestus didn't respond immediately, his expression unreadable. Hargang pressed on. That wasn't always the case. There are still plenty of weapons and artifacts in Olympus bound by your craft. He took a step forward. What made you stop? Kim Yaman shifted his gaze to the blacksmith, who hesitated for a moment. Hephaestus closed his eyes briefly, then exhaled. Because of the beginning of Gigantomachy. Kim Yamon turned away, quietly heading for the exit as the old man's voice deepened. In his mind, an image formed, an imposing warrior clad in massive armor, his long hair tied back in a ponytail. Giants, one of the few races that dominated the tower, their power and sheer presence unmatched. And with them came war. In the open field, warriors gathered. Their representatives stepped forward, standing in the center as onlookers whispered among themselves. Some feared them, pointing fingers, calling their power unnatural. But the truth was undeniable. The Olympians owed their very existence to the giants. And yet, they followed them into battle. Among the warriors stood Hephaestus, clad in armor. The giants had once seen the Olympians as comrades, even friends. He had, too, his gray brows furrowed as he recalled the past, a memory seared into his mind. He had trusted the giants, considered them his brothers. Until that day, his eyes widened in shock, his breath catching as pain exploded through his back. A sword had pierced him, not just any blade, his own creation. Another blade followed, ripping through his chest. His voice was hollow as he spoke. I was stabbed in the heart by my own weapon. Gigantomachy, a war started by Olympus, by Zeus himself, when the giants were deemed unworthy, disposable. The reason? Simple, ruthless. Politics. What followed was a massacre, a blood-soaked battlefield where two once allied races slaughtered each other. From the outside, the giants were seen as monstrous, dangerous. But the truth? Greed drove humanity. They no longer wanted to share power, they wanted to own it. An image of Odin on the battlefield surfaced in Hephaestus' mind. The giants of Asgard, the giants of Olympus. Their guilds torn apart, turned against one another in an endless war. Dragons soared around the tower, their mighty roars shaking the skies. Below, lifeless bodies littered the ground, a testament to the brutality of it all. Swords clashed like rolling thunder, and rivers of blood soaked the earth. Hephaestus clenched his comrade's lifeless body in his arms, grief breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. His voice cracked as he cried out, his heart shattered. This was all for Olympus, he said bitterly. They did this just to wash away the stain of ever working alongside giants. The forge blazed, its flames roaring in the silence as Hephaestus' voice lowered. That's why I stopped making weapons for them. Kim Yamon stood still, absorbing every word. He had heard this story before, a long time ago. Back then, he hadn't been able to grasp its weight, but now he understood. The blacksmith clenched his fists, his knuckles white. He was holding himself back, barely keeping his emotions in check. Hargang's expression darkened. Decades ago, they asked you to forge weapons again, he murmured, a grim realization settling in. Were they for the remaining giants? Hephaestus exhaled heavily. That's what I assumed. Hargang's fists trembled. Are they trying to repeat Gigantomachy? Hephaestus hesitated for a moment before answering. I believe it's still in the preparation stage, but the possibility is there. Hargang's eyes widened in disbelief. The blacksmith gave him a long, measured look. That's the end of my story, he said simply. Whether you choose to believe it or not, that's up to you. His back turned as he spoke his final words. I still stand against Olympus. Kim Yamon slowly descended the stairs, his mind racing. Behind him, Hephaestus waved a hand. You didn't just come here to introduce him, did you? His lips curled into a knowing smirk. Come on, let's head to the warehouse. As Kim Yamon passed Hargang, he cast a brief, sidelong glance before following Hephaestus down the corridor, leaving the blonde alone. For a moment, Hargang's hands were relaxed at his sides. Then suddenly his fingers curled into tight fists. Kim Yamon and Hephaestus moved through a dimly lit passage, the stone walls around them echoing their footsteps. As they descended a flight of stairs, the blacksmith spoke. Hargang seems like a good kid. I get why you brought him here. Kim Yamon exhaled slowly, shutting his eyes for a brief second before answering. Do you plan to make him an ally? Hephaestus asked. Kim Yamon opened his eyes. If you think he's worth trusting, that's good enough for me. Hephaestus suddenly stopped and turned, giving Kim Yamon a sharp glare. Don't try to rope me in. Kim Yamon smirked. So, I was right. You still don't trust him. The blacksmith grumbled, glancing at Kim Yamon over his shoulder. He's in an unstable period right now. No one knows which side he'll end up choosing, including him. I want to observe him first. Kim Yamon said nothing. He understood the caution. As they approached a massive iron door, thick chains wrapped around it gleamed under the dim light. Hephaestus placed a hand on the metal. Don't go running your mouth about this, he warned. With a heavy clank, the lock came undone. The sealing chain unraveled, and as the door creaked open, a black and blue aura seeped through the gap. Hephaestus exhaled. Your order is inside, but its nature is a little complicated. Behind him, thin, glowing chains shimmered, restraining the immense magical energy contained within. I saw what you named your last sword, Hephaestus muttered. Didn't trust you to name this one, so I did it myself. Kim Yaman gaze fell on the object, a black glove bound by several enchanted chains. Hephaestus placed a hand on the artifact. This is Kaini. Kim Yaman stepped closer, his thoughts flickering to another creation from long ago. The helmet my uncle made was also called Kaini, he murmured. His eyes traced the glove's sleek, lethal design. The name fit. Reaching forward, Kim Yaman grabbed one of the chains, and Hephaestus spoke up. I used up all the adamantium you brought me. Infuse the true, pure, dark, divine crystal on the glove's outer layer. He paused. You won't be able to see it, but it's there. Kim Yaman ran his fingers over the smooth surface. Can I wear it? Hephaestus gave a short nod. Go ahead. It's so thin, you won't believe it's made of adamantium. Kim Yaman slid the glove onto his hand. The moment it settled over his fingers, a faint glow began to pulse around it. Hephaestus watched closely, his gray brows furrowed. He fought a ranker back on the first floor. There's no doubt about his strength. But Kaini wouldn't choose an owner based on raw power alone. It had its own criteria. Is he worthy? As the glow intensified, Kim Yaman turned toward the blacksmith. So I can really remove. His words cut off. The world around him vanished. Darkness swallowed everything. Kim Yaman stood frozen in an endless void, alone. The silence was thick, suffocating. Then a flash. A yellow-green light flickered above his head. A moment later, a massive, glowing eye snapped open. Its vertical pupil locked onto him. The air grew heavy. A deep, otherworldly voice rumbled through the void. Who are you? Kim Yaman, standing before the luminous entity, lifted his head. Kim Yaman's eyes narrowed. If this thing had questions, maybe you should be the one doing the asking. Gritting his teeth, he furrowed his brows. This is Kaini test. I am Kim Yaman, he declared, his voice steady. The creature's massive eyes stared unblinking before its deep voice rumbled again. Another time. Kim Yaman stiffened. Another time? What does that mean? From the darkness, a figure in a red cloak stepped forward, approaching the luminous eye. Could it be talking about your time travel? The figure mused. Kim Yaman turned to face him. Who are you? What do you want from me? The dark pupil of the entity shrank slightly. I am I. Its voice was cryptic, unsettling. Kim Yaman's gaze remained locked on the glowing eye, a thick aura of darkness radiating from it. He exhaled sharply. You don't speak because you're just an eye, huh? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. This is getting annoying. His mind raced back to what little he knew about Olympus' 3 divine relics, one of which was Kaini, crafted from a fragment of the dark divine stone. Bright red specks flickered in the fog surrounding them. Kaini disappeared during the Outer Gods' invasion. Even Kronos barely had any information on it. A vision flashed before him. Pieces of iron armor floating near the eye. Back then, it was Hades' helm. But now, sealed within a fragment of the dark divine stone, it had transformed, no longer a helm, but a gauntlet. Kim Yaman clenched his fists, determination setting in. I need to understand Kaini. If I can grasp its power, I can wield it properly in the future. Even if he couldn't hold a normal conversation with this entity, there had to be a way to uncover its secrets. Then, the monster spoke again. Egg. A sharp pulse of energy shot through the void. Kim Yaman's pupils shrank as dark energy surged around him. An egg, he muttered. Where did that come from? Before he could process it, a system notification appeared. He woke up. A glowing window materialized before him, displaying the egg's status. Hatching progress, 13.58%. A spherical egg, speckled with blue patterns, pulsed within the window. A bright pink flame flickered around it. Then, another notification. The egg has begun to scream. The piercing sound rattled Kim Yaman's mind. He staggered, bracing himself against the invisible force pressing down on him. He lifted his head, a scowl forming as he realized just how dense the surrounding energy had become. If I touch it directly, my body could explode. He glanced down, only to see pink markings beginning to etch themselves onto his skin. Damn it. I avoided direct contact, but it's already too late. Dark pink energy swirled around him. The force of it was immense. I have to block this with my sacred flames. But then, something made him hesitate. He turned his head sharply, his instincts screaming at him. This isn't an attack at all. A sudden flash burst from the system window. From within the glowing frame, the egg emerged, levitating, radiating dark energy. Hatching progress, 14.12%. A surge pulsed through the space. Hatching progress, 15.23%. The energy intensified. Completion rate, 17.97%. Kim Yaman's gaze flicked back to the system window. His jaw clenched in frustration. Hatching progress, 41.294,104%. His heart pounded. The energy wasn't just powerful. It was familiar. His thoughts raced. This is from an outer god, which meant Kim Yaman turned back toward the massive eye, his expression darkening. You know exactly where they came from, don't you? The consecrated creature loomed before Kim Yaman, its energy surging as he realized it had drastically accelerated the hatching process. Wait, he called out, his voice urgent. Tilting his head back, he fixed his gaze on a massive, glowing eye. Do you know what kind of egg this is? For a moment, the monster remained silent. Then, its deep red iris darkened, black energy swirling within. Kim Yaman's breath hitched. It's trying to speak. Please, he urged. Tell me anything. The creature's pupil contracted sharply, as if struggling to form words. Kim Yaman's eyes locked onto the eerie green glow that pulsed from it, black aura seeping into the void around them. Then, a flash of bright blue light erupted through the darkness. A voice echoed, Uncle. Kim Yaman barely had time to react before an iron object, radiating immense energy, hurtled toward him. A figure emerged from the light, an elderly man, his face lined with worry, gripping something in his hands. The shock hit Kim Yaman like a wave. His entire body trembled. The object surged closer, aimed straight for his head. You okay? The old man asked, his tone urgent. Your friend. He's completely covered in dark energy. Still reeling, Kim Yaman lowered his head, his mind racing. He had almost died just now. Hephaestus bared his teeth in frustration. How's the glove? Kim Yaman flexed his fingers. Fine, he muttered. The material's so light, I barely feel it. But something gnawed at him. He had been so focused on the creature, on its presence, its words, that he hadn't felt anything else. Did it say something more? His brows furrowed. He could only recall one thing clearly. I am watching you. Kim Yaman stared at the black glove on his hand. A realization struck him. Kaini, a fragment of the dark divine stone, held a far greater secret than he had anticipated. Including the dark divine stone's stone fragment, I've only encountered 3 of these relics. Power pulsed through the gauntlet. It wasn't enough. If he wanted answers, he needed more. 2 more fragments. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Next, I need to find the Trident's piece. Just then, Hargang stormed into the forge, his eyes scanning the room. What the hell just happened? He demanded. The whole workshop was shaking. Hephaestus rubbed his chin. Beats me. Hargang's gaze locked onto the iron tool in the blacksmith's hands, suspicion flickering across his face. That hammer? Kim Yaman, still deep in thought, suddenly turned and began walking. Kim Yaman, Hargang called, quickly catching up. His eyes flickered to the glove. Is that a new item? Kim Yaman barely glanced at him. Are you okay? The blonde pressed. What was all that just now? Kim Yaman exhaled. I don't know. Hargang's brows furrowed. Something about Kim Yaman's expression wasn't right. You fought him, didn't you? He asked, his voice low. Kim Yaman smirked. If I took a direct hit from that hammer, I'd be dead. Hargang's pupils shrank slightly, his jaw tightening. So you did fight. Behind them, Hephaestus turned back to his work, hammering away as if nothing had happened. Kim Yaman, his mind clearer now, clenched his fists. This is just the beginning. Hargang exhaled, shaking his head. Honestly, I don't even know what just happened. Kim Yaman glanced sideways. Have you at least collected your thoughts? The blonde rubbed the back of his neck, still looking a bit dazed. I'm getting there. But first, I think I need to meet with my sister and brother. A single bead of sweat rolled down Kim Yaman's face. Which ones? He asked, tilting his head. Do you even know how many siblings you have? Hargang let out a small chuckle. Apollo and Artemis. Kim Yaman's expression hardened. The image of 2 warriors, clad in iron chainmail and radiating immense power, flashed through his mind. Apollo and Artemis, illegitimate children of Zeus, just like Hargang. But unlike him, they were already ranked among the top 10 strongest high rankers in Olympus. More importantly, they had both fought directly in the Gigantomachia War. Hargang scratched his head, looking troubled. So that's it, Kim Yaman realized. He wants to hear the truth from those who witnessed the war firsthand. Hargang looked up as Kim Yaman spoke. You're planning to investigate this yourself, aren't you? The blonde nodded, but quickly changed the subject. I'm also focusing on a great Miram War. He moved his hand to the side in a sweeping motion. I want to establish my presence. Make sure the Olympians know my name. Kim Yaman raised an eyebrow. Didn't think you cared about that sort of thing. Hargang bared his teeth in a grin. I'm not Ares. His tone carried an edge. If I want power of my own, I don't have the luxury of sitting back and waiting. I have to prove myself. Constantly. A vision flickered through Kim Yaman's mind. Iron weapons hovering over a battlefield soaked in blood. Hargang's expression turned serious. This time, the competition will be stacked. Way more skilled participants than before. You know what that means, right? Kim Yaman nodded. More rankers in the mix. Hargang clenched his fists, slamming them together with force. Exactly. A stage this big. The Great War of Miram. How can I not be there? His voice brimmed with excitement. Kim Yaman observed him quietly. He looks fired up. With an almost mischievous grin, Hargang stepped closer. Besides, this time, there's an especially important player in the war. Kim Yaman, draped in his red cloak, narrowed his eyes. Ooh, the image of a man with long hair, his body wrapped in an overwhelming aura, surfaced in his mind. Hargang's smile widened. The deputy head of the heavenly, demonic divine, cult vice lord, is joining. Kim Yaman stiffened. A drop of sweat traced down his face as realization set in. Is he talking about me? His mind flashed to the city skyline, where immense energy pulsed like a living force. The deputy head of the heavenly, demonic divine cult vice lord had the right to command any cult members within the war. That authority alone made him a dangerous presence on the battlefield. But there was one problem. The heavenly, demonic divine cult vice lord had been practically inactive in Murim. Their only stronghold was on Celestial Mountain, a place they refused to leave due to the unwavering will of the divine cult vice lord himself. But if they're stepping into the war now, Kim Yaman's gaze darkened. That means the demon's long-standing wish has finally been fulfilled. And that changed everything. A furious bearded man stood in shock. He never expected the legendary old master of the heavenly, demonic divine cult to declare an all-out war as his first move. Kim Yaman, however, saw an opportunity. If the cult truly established itself, they could play a crucial role in the future battle against the outer gods. Meanwhile, deep within the forge, flames roared from the cauldron. A blond man pondered aloud. There was no way they would appoint just anyone as the deputy head of the deputy heavenly, demonic, divine cult vice lord. He speculated that only rankers would qualify, realizing he himself wouldn't meet the requirements. At that moment, the brunette beside him smirked and admitted, "It was me." Hargang's face stiffened, sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned to the protagonist, seeking confirmation. Without hesitation, the main character stated that he was indeed the deputy head of the deputy heavenly, demonic, divine cult vice lord. Opposite him, a man in a red cloak stood silently, while the blonde spread his arms wide in disbelief. An elderly man shot them a look of disapproval as the blonde continued, guessing that the protagonist, now holding such a prestigious title, must be from a small, noble clan. He then questioned if this position was a reward for surviving the cult's grueling trials. Kim Yaman lowered his gaze, recalling that while the sacred flame had been the final prize, he had also been granted the role of deputy head. Hargang's curiosity grew. Should I have taken the test myself? He mused. Crossing his arms, the blonde smirked and asked, "If word got out, wouldn't your worth skyrocket?" The brunette, unfazed, simply replied that he had no intention of joining any faction. Hargang chuckled darkly, shaking his head. "That's just your opinion," he said. "The guilds, they see things differently." A devilish grin spread across his face as he leaned in. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. The next day, green banners adorned with ancient symbols fluttered in the wind as the Grand Murim tournament began. The system's voice rang out, declaring that through this war, the greatest warrior would be found among tens of thousands of players. Spectators filled the stands, buzzing with excitement. The announcer hyped up the crowd, reminding them that even among the audience, there were plenty of powerful players. But today, all eyes were locked on the rising stars of history. So, he called out, "Who will claim victory this time?" In the crowd, a green-haired girl clad in armor turned her head with confidence. The system then posed the question, who will seize an item worth millions of points? The massive battle arena came into view, surrounded by houses with blue rooftops. The moment had arrived. The qualifying stage was officially underway. A system window flashed. 10 players were to enter the battlefield simultaneously. As the warriors prepared to step forward, an excited voice rang out, pointing to a familiar face. "Look, Kamen, he just reached the 10th floor." Among the fighters, a warrior draped in a blue cloak clenched his fist, ready for battle. Another voice in the crowd recognized Yang Wono, a known member of the Blue Blade clan. The man grinned widely. His reputation wasn't exactly clean, but at least people knew his name. Yang Wono strode toward the arena, recalling his climb to the 18th floor. He knew that only players up to the 25th floor could compete. As he stepped onto the battlefield, his gaze locked onto a brunette with a ponytail. If he wanted to stand out, there was only one way. He had to climb the rankings, no matter what. Yang Wono knew he had to make a name for himself, to raise his clan's reputation and catch the attention of the guild leader. Suddenly, a murmur spread through the crowd as someone recognized a familiar figure in a red cloak. "You? I've met you before," the voice called out. Yang Wono, caught off guard, nearly stumbled in surprise before scowling. "You again," he muttered, calling the protagonist a few choice names. The audience stirred as Kim Yaman stepped into the arena. Across the battlefield, a green-haired warrior gritted his teeth. His worst-case scenario had just come true. He was stuck in the same qualifying group as the one opponent he didn't want to face. A system notification flashed in the air. 10 seconds until the qualifying round begins. The brunette glanced back at his opponent, already deciding to eliminate him first. Yang Wonol's voice rang out. Hey, red cloak. The countdown reached 4. A warrior in a blue cape tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. I haven't forgotten what you did to me, he snarled. The arena rumbled, shifting as the battlefield transformed. The Great Murim Wars qualifiers had begun. On a wooden bridge, the green-haired player bared his teeth in frustration. Kim Yamon wasted no time. He launched himself at his enemy. A sickening crack echoed as his strike connected, sending saliva flying from Yang Wonol's mouth. Staggering from the hit, Yang Wonol looked up at his attacker, eyes filled with disbelief. Who the hell are you? The protagonist asked casually. The warrior froze. He had been harboring this grudge for so long, and the guy didn't even remember him? Nearby, participants stood frozen, too scared to interfere. Among them, a figure in black robes with fire-like patterns narrowed his eyes. Seeing the familiar stance and speed, he realized immediately Kim Yamon was in the arena. Chaos erupted as fighters scrambled out of the way. The protagonist barely glanced at them. Come at me all at once, or one at a time, he said, voice steady. Either way, don't waste my time. His weapon crackled with energy as he raised it, a silent warning to his opponents. If you won't attack, he added, taking a step forward, then I will. The crowd held its breath. Fear crept into the warriors' eyes as they lowered their heads, hesitating. Then, in an instant, the battle began. The brunette moved like a storm, tearing through his enemies with ruthless precision. Pain cries filled the air as players were struck down, their bodies hitting the ground hard. Blood splattered across the battlefield. A ponytailed player watched in horror, eyes darting back and forth, struggling to keep up. Kim Yamon was too fast, too deadly. The gap between them was insurmountable. Nearby, a man clutched his sword, his grip trembling. He barely had time to process what was happening before the protagonist stepped in front of him. Siamun Chang looked up, expecting another merciless blow. But the attack never came. Kim Yamon wasn't even taking him seriously. He was holding back, treating him like a child. Siamun Chang's knees buckled as he collapsed, realization sinking in. Around him, the battlefield was littered with bodies, but not a single one was dead. Bloodied and battered, yes, but alive. From the sidelines, the ponytailed player clenched his jaw, watching as Kim Yamon casually approached. He had held back. He had spared them. A final system notification appeared. Kim Yamon has entered the finals. The main character turned his head slowly, taking in the battlefield around him. And he knew this was only the beginning. The competition was heating up. Sparks of golden light flashed across the battlefield as Hargang clashed with his opponents, his movements sharp and relentless. A powerful yellow aura spread across the arena as the announcement rang out. Hargang had secured his place in the finals. Watching from the sidelines, the brunette folded his arms, clearly unimpressed. He recalled how this guy climbed the ranks every time he advanced through the floors. Now, the battlefield was littered with fallen warriors, all bathed in the glow of Hargang's energy. Kim Yamon narrowed his eyes. His growth rate is insane. Not long ago, Hargang had only just reached the 25th floor. Yet here he was, standing among the strongest, easily rivaling high-level players. He's a monster, Kim Yamon thought, shifting his stance as he analyzed the flow of Hargang's mana. His skills, his overwhelming presence. He was like a walking embodiment of Zeus himself. With that thought lingering in his mind, Kim Yamon quickly ascended the stairs. But before he could go far, a voice called out, "Hey, stop right there." He looked up, only to see an enraged, green-haired man pointing at him. "Who the hell are you?" the man demanded. Kim Yamon's expression remained indifferent as he answered, "Yang Wonol, from the Blue Blade clan." Before the conversation could escalate, a hand suddenly clamped down on the green-haired warrior's shoulder. The man flinched as the newcomer spoke in a firm voice. "That's enough." The one who had intervened was an imposing figure draped in a flowing blue cloak. He glanced at Kim Yamon before shifting his gaze to his clan student, clearly displeased by his behavior. Kim Yamon immediately noticed the immense pressure radiating from this man. His aura alone was overwhelming. The man met Kim Yamon's gaze and spoke. "My name is Moon Sabak. I am the head of the Blue Blade clan." His voice carried authority, but his next words were even more surprising. "I came to offer you the chance to inherit our martial arts school." Kim Yamon stood in the corridor of an ancient building, processing the proposal. He tilted his head slightly before replying, "What school?" His tone was casual, almost dismissive. "I thought the head of the Murim clan would at least be an ordinary ranker," he mused. Then, without hesitation, he added, "I'm not interested." Behind Moon Sabak, Yang Wonol smirked. I've heard all about your failures, he taunted. Kim Yamon's gaze shifted to him. Then why bother coming? You already knew my answer. Moon Sabek's lips curled into a sly smile. The Blue Blade clan isn't a guild, he said. Yes, we're part of the Murim Guild, but our roots run much deeper. We're closer to a cult. Kim Yamon studied him, his expression unreadable. Moon Sabek continued, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Our clan has a long history, one you probably know nothing about. He allowed a sigh. Admittedly, we're in decline, but we are still the rightful heirs of the Murim traditions. The brunette raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Doesn't seem that impressive if I've never even heard of you. His boots echoed against the marble tiles as he turned away. But before he could leave, Moon Sabek made one final attempt. You could lead us, he declared. Kim Yamon cut him off before he could finish. Good luck with that. His tone was final. He had no interest in whatever they were offering. But just as he turned to leave, Moon Sabek's hand clamped onto his shoulder. A dark, suffocating aura seeped from the clan leader as he leaned in. I don't think you understand, he said, his grip tightening. This wasn't a request. Kim Yamon turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing. So that's how it is. And in that moment, he knew this wasn't over. Tension crackled in the air. The brunette's frown deepened as he locked eyes with Moon Sabek. You really have no idea what's happening to the rankers who dared to attack participants in the Great Murim War, do you? Moon Sabek bared his teeth, his grip tightening. But Kim Yamon wasn't intimidated. Are you afraid of the Namgung clan? He pressed. A dangerous glint flickered in Moon Sabek's eyes. Afraid? He scoffed. My brother is the head of the Eagle clan. You really think I'd be worried about them? Kim Yamon turned slightly, his mind clicking into place. So, someone's covering for him. His voice was calm, but pointed. Does your brother even know you're using his name like this? Moon Sabek's lips curled into a wide smile. Come on now, don't get so tense, he said smoothly. I just want us to get along. The blue-eyed warrior's expression darkened. Then maybe you should start by listening. Kim Yamon gripped Moon Sabek's wrist tightly, his tone unwavering. I've already given you my answer, and I'll say it again. I refuse. For a brief moment, the air between them stilled. Then, an ominous energy flickered around Kim Yamon. His reputation wasn't just hearsay. His strength was real. Moon Sabek's eyes narrowed as he calculated the situation. If things escalated, how much would it cost him? Kim Yamon leaned in slightly. Do you really think I rely on the Namgung clan? A bead of sweat rolled down Moon Sabek's temple. The brunette's grip tightened, his strength sending a sharp jolt through Moon Sabek's arm. I rely on no one but myself, he said coldly. The two warriors finally stepped back from each other. Moon Sabek instinctively reached for his weapon, but hesitated. Kim Yamon wasn't an easy target. He could tell just by standing in front of him. He had always used force to get what he wanted, but this time, things weren't going his way. Still, a smirk tugged at his lips. Looks like this isn't over yet, he muttered. But we won't have to settle things right away. The Great Murim War is far from finished. Kim Yamon studied him, but before he could respond, a new presence loomed behind them. Kim Yamon. A cold chill ran down Moon Sabek's spine as a powerful aura filled the space. He turned slightly, and his stomach twisted. Standing there was a man whose very presence commanded respect. The Lord. Moon Sabek's throat tightened as he instinctively took a step back. Ew, what are you doing here? He muttered. The Lord's voice was calm but firm. You've been wasting enough time. With a small bow of his head, the red-haired hero placed a hand over his heart and greeted Kim Yamon. Deputy Head. Moon Sabek's mind raced. Deputy Head? That title, in all of Mam, only one position held such weight. His breath caught as realization struck him like a hammer. Kim Yamon was the deputy head of the heavenly, demonic, divine cult vice lord. Shock settled in, and for the first time, genuine fear flickered in Moon Sabek's eyes. How had this guy, this nobody, risen so high? At that moment, Pung Baeklim turned toward Kim Yamon, his expression calm, yet sharp. What do you want me to do with a man who picked a fight with you? A deadly energy rippled through the air as he added, Should I kill him? Moon Sabek froze, body trembling as Pung Baeklim killing intent crashed over him like a tidal wave. But Kim Yamon remained composed. With a casual shake of his head, he dismissed the idea. We haven't even started fighting. Moon Sabek barely managed to suppress the shudder that ran through him. His hand clenched into a fist, trying to regain his composure. And in that moment, he knew he had gravely underestimated his opponent. Moon Sabek's grip tightened around the handle of his weapon, but deep down, he knew the truth. If he challenged Kim Yamon, he would lose 9 times out of 10, and even if he somehow managed to win, it would only create another problem. That victory would make him an enemy of the heavenly demon cult. Slowly, he exhaled and set his sword aside. His pride took a hit, but he had no choice. I had no idea you were the deputy head of the heavenly demon, he admitted. I overstepped. Three men stood in the corridor of the ancient building, its towering staircases stretching endlessly in the dim light. Moon Saba glanced between them before adding, "Had I known, I wouldn't have approached you in the first place." Pung Bakelim's expression darkened. "Don't lump us in with any clan," he warned coldly. Moon Sabak turned away, nodding stiffly. "I understand." Without another word, he stepped back and left, his retreating figure disappearing down the long corridor. Kim Yaman watched him go, his frown lingering. His gaze trailed along the ceiling, where intricate patterns adorned the stone. After a moment, he turned to the others. "Did you start the rumor?" he asked. "That the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon would be competing in the Great Muram War?" At that, someone chuckled. Pung Bakelim, walking just behind Kim Yaman, smirked. "We caused a bit of a stir," he admitted. "But that's only because everyone was excited to finally step into the world of Muram." Before Kim Yaman could respond, Pung Bakelim suddenly grabbed his head with both hands, ruffling his hair. "I was one of them," he said with a grin. Kim Yaman froze for a second before sighing. So that's his real personality. The red-haired hero finally let go, spreading his arms. "Anyway, the head of the Juga clan is covering for Moon Sabak. Once the tournament is over, we'll need to handle them carefully." Kim Yaman nodded, his gaze sharpening. Pung Bakelim's smile didn't fade as he added, "After the Great Muram War ends, the Namgung clan is hosting a dinner party. A perfect time to discuss things or deal with any interference." Kim Yaman knocked on a nearby door, his mind already shifting toward the next issue. Pung Bakelim tilted his head. "You coming to dinner?" Kim Yaman scoffed. "Not really my thing." The gilded wooden door creaked open slightly, and a voice from inside granted him permission to enter. Stepping into the warmly lit room, Kim Yaman's eyes landed on a Cheon Mujin draped in a red cloak. He stood near a small wooden table, carefully pouring tea from a clay teapot. Cheon Mujin looked up, his expression calm. "Well done," he said simply. Kim Yaman took a seat at the low table, his eyes flicking to a pendulum swinging gently nearby. "Did you come to watch the qualifying rounds?" he asked. Cheon Mujin chuckled, shaking his head. "There was nothing to see," he replied. "You were going to win anyway." A small smile tugged at Kim Yaman's lips. Cheon Mujin poured another stream of tea, and Kim Yaman casually positioned a clay bowl under it. "That's true," he admitted. But then something changed. A heavy, suffocating aura filled the room. Kim Yaman's body tensed. His eyes flickered to the tea, but what he felt had nothing to do with the drink itself. His breath hitched as he realized. The mana of the heavenly demonic cult was flowing directly into the cup. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. It felt as though an immense weight had suddenly pressed down on his shoulders, like he was standing beneath a roaring waterfall. The tea kept pouring. The bowl was nearly full. Cracks began to form along its surface. Kim Yaman clenched his jaw. "Is this a test?" The dark energy swirling around him grew stronger. The pressure was immense. Yet, as he bowed his head slightly, a single thought solidified in his mind. "I can't break." Kim Yaman struggled to keep his grip steady as the clay bowl in his hands continued to fill. The liquid poured endlessly, its weight growing heavier with every second. He glanced at the wooden stand where the teapot rested. Chinese mana had begun seeping out, its energy diffusing into the air. "It's reacting," Kim Yaman realized. "The flow of energy is responding to my emotions." His gaze snapped up to the elderly man before him. Cheon Mujin watched him closely before finally speaking. "Now I'm certain." Kim Yaman exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for a moment. Then, Cheon Mujin's voice cut through the silence. "Why are you even participating in the Great Muram War?" he asked. "This is nothing more than a battlefield for children." The brunette opened his eyes, his expression unwavering. "I still have a long way to go," he admitted. "I need the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball." Cheon Mujin turned away, his eyes drifting toward the cityscape beyond the window. Sunlight poured into the room, casting long shadows across the floor. "You're not a real martial artist," Kim Yaman continued. "I depend on the system. My stats matter more than anything." At this, Cheon Mujin let out a quiet chuckle. "The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball is a powerful elixir," he mused. "One of the reasons the Muram War has grown so vast." Across the room, Cheon Mujin turned toward them, his expression sharp. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice carrying an edge. Cheon Mujin smiled slightly. "It's time for the heavenly demon cult to descend from the mountain." His tone was calm, but the weight behind his words was unmistakable. "We're planning to recruit new blood, and to solidify our influence, we'll be conducting a test." Kim Yaman remained seated at the table, arms folded, listening intently. With the advancement of technology, it's become easier to move between the mountain and the outside world, Cheon Mujin continued. "It's time we took a more active role in Muram." A smirk crept across Kim Yaman's face. His fingers tapped lightly against the wooden table. "Are you sure about that?" He leaned forward slightly. You do remember that I'm not exactly suited to be your deputy, right? I never planned on staying in one place for long. Cheon Moo Jin frowned, turning his head toward Kim Yamon. Even if I can't fulfill the responsibilities of my position, Kim Yamon said, his voice steady, I still intend to exercise my rights. That won't sit well with the cult. Cheon Moo Jin scoffed. You forget, I'm the head of the heavenly demon cult, he said. As long as I acknowledge you, no one will dare to oppose it. Kim Yamon studied him for a moment before responding. You really think so? He leaned back slightly. Even if there's a risk that the cult could fall because of me? Cheon Moo Jin expression darkened. He didn't like the suggestion. The golden light streaming through the massive windows cast an ethereal glow over the room as the conversation shifted. They spoke of gigantomachy. Cheon Moo Jin man eyes settled on the brunette. I never took part in that war, he admitted. I was on the Heavenly Mountain at the time, but everyone remembers it. His gaze was unreadable as he turned back to Kim Yamon. Do you intend to stop the next one? Without hesitation, Kim Yamon answered. Yes. A realization flickered across Cheon Moo Jin's face. So that's why. He finally understood why Kim Yamon had once called himself the enemy of Olympus. Kim Yamon met Cheon Moo Jin's stare and spoke plainly. Are you really willing to risk your cult for a war against Olympus? Cheon Moo Jin's expression remained calm. What's the point of being afraid to step outside just because there's a storm brewing? He asked. The only way to know the outcome is to face it. Kim Yamon tilted his head slightly, studying the man before him. He's so certain, but why? A part of him still couldn't understand. To them, I'm still an outsider. And yet, the storm is already on the horizon. Even those who share the same blood, born and raised together, aren't always willing to walk the same thorny path. Cheon Moo Jin bared his teeth in frustration and turned away. Meanwhile, Kim Yamon couldn't help but wonder, why was he so willing to take this path alongside me? As if sensing his doubt, Cheon Moo Jin's voice cut through the silence. Remember this, he said firmly. His eyes held an intensity that sent a chill through the room. Everything else doesn't matter. The air grew heavy as Cheon Moo Jin continued. There's only one thing you need to keep in mind. Then, in a tone that left no room for argument, he addressed Kim Yamon directly. Deputy Head. A soft blue light began to spread through the room, swirling around them like mist. The porcelain shelves reflected the glow, casting long shadows across the walls. Cheon Moo Jin's voice carried a finality that made Kim Yamon straighten slightly. You are now a member of the Sky Demon cult. Meanwhile, in another room, Moon Sabuk in a black robe sat comfortably, surrounded by several others. Across from him, a figure stood with a sour expression. The robe man studied him for a moment before finally speaking. Why so gloomy, head of the Blue Blade clan? The seated man smirked, lifting a cup of tea to his lips. The Great Miram War has been a success once again. So many remarkable participants this time. His companion sighed. You're not wrong. He shifted slightly. Take the Prince of Olympus, for example. A descendant of Asgard, Zion's, Angel, and that. Another voice chimed in. We should add Kim Yamon to that list as well. I'd love to get my hands on him. He'd be a perfect addition to our divine martial school. The man in the blue robe took a slow sip from his mug. Across from him, a bearded man chuckled. I heard he even passed the test of the heavenly demonic cult before coming here. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. Impressive, but it does make me wonder, why would he choose them over any of the other clans? The man drinking tea finally set his cup down and, without hesitation, cut in. That man is the current deputy head of the heavenly demonic divine cult vice lord. The room fell into stunned silence. One of the men shifted uncomfortably. Wait, are you saying he's really their deputy head? His voice carried a mix of disbelief and concern. All eyes turned toward the Moon Sabuk, waiting for confirmation. He exhaled slowly before nodding. A ranker from the heavenly demonic cult addressed him by that title. And you don't often come across someone so young with that level of talent. He paused. I had hoped to greet him personally as a sign of respect. The bearded man raised an eyebrow. And the Moon Sabuk expression darkened. I was blocked before I could even approach him. Their ranker stepped in, making it very clear that I wasn't welcome. Silence stretched between them. One of the men, sitting nearby, finally scoffed. Typical, he muttered. The cultists have always been like that. You should have known better. Another nodded in agreement. The Miram Guild and the Heavenly Demon Cult have never gotten along. That won't change anytime soon. The blue-eyed man across from them furrowed his brows. To those in power, the demonic cult is a threat, an enemy that could shake the authority they've built over centuries. He let out a slow breath. In other words, no one here will ever accept Kim Yamon. And just like that, the air in the room grew heavier. But then, he folded his hands calmly and said, Enough. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. One of the men leaned forward, his expression serious. So, Are we just going to sit back and let the deputy of the heavenly demon cult win this historically significant great Miramore? A man sitting farther down the table shook his head. Of course not. But do you have a plan? A smirk crossed the first man's face. Without a word, he flicked a knife across the table. It landed with a sharp thud, striking a roasted chicken and shaking the entire spread. I have an excellent plan, he said, his voice laced with amusement. Then, with a gleam in his eyes, he added, why not make our move in the final round? 2 days later, in the heart of a grand city with architecture reminiscent of ancient China, life bustled with energy. Hargang kicked at the ground in frustration. I can't believe they postponed the final. His voice carried a hint of irritation as he crossed his arms. And now, they've suddenly changed the competition format to a free-for-all. A short distance away, Kim Yaman stood silently. Hargang turned to him, his curiosity piqued. Even Miram is changing little by little. What do you think about all this? Kim Yaman shrugged. Who knows? Then, his expression sharpened. The sooner this ends, the better. Hargang frowned, considering his words. Yeah, you're probably right, he admitted. If they had stuck to one-on-one matches, this would have dragged on forever. Despite his words, he still seemed restless, absently swinging his leg back and forth. Kim Yaman raised an eyebrow. And where'd you dump your guys this time? Hargang laughed. They ran off to enjoy themselves, he said with a grin. Today's the last free day before the finals, so they went out to have fun. Kim Yaman tilted his head slightly. So, does that mean they won't be competing? With a playful smirk, Hargang lifted a hand, conjuring a glowing sphere above his palm. That's right. The light flickered, crackling with energy. They all backed out the moment they found out you'd be in the finals. His grin widened. Smart choice, in a way. Just then, the sphere above them pulsed and let out a ringing chime. A system notification appeared in the air. 5 minutes until the start of the Great Miramore. Hargang stretched and jumped up from his seat, sparks of lightning dancing around him. Well, time to move. Kim Yaman chuckled lightly and nodded. Yeah, let's go. As they made their way toward the grand arena, Kim Yaman couldn't help but think he's been waiting for this day. The final stage. The arena was overflowing with people. Thousands of spectators filled the stands, their excited murmurs blending into a constant hum. Massive screens flickered to life, displaying the images of the participants. Kim Yaman strode forward, his red cloak flowing behind him, Hargang walking beside him. Gasps and whispers erupted in the crowd. That's them. They're really here. The sheer weight of their presence sent a ripple through the audience. Kim Yaman narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the countless gazes locked onto them. There are even more people watching today. He glanced at Hargang. Is it because of him? Because he has an impeccable background? Ahead, a blond man stood with a serious expression. Unlike his usual talkative self, he had been completely silent since they left the inn. He's getting into the right mindset, Kim Yaman noted. Then, suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Well, it's been a long time. Kim Yaman turned, his sharp blue eyes locking onto the newcomer. A tall, stately man approached confidently, his piercing gaze unwavering. He spoke again, addressing Kim Yaman by name. As the distance between them closed, Kim Yaman studied him for a moment before smirking. Hard to forget you, Nam Gung-hoon. Hargang's eyebrows shot up. Wait him. Kim Yaman and the newcomer locked eyes. The man with the ponytail studied him for a moment before speaking. We went through the test on the 11th floor together, he said, even if we were opponents back then. Hargang folded his arms. So, you made it out alive, even after facing Ma's opponents? The tension in the air eased slightly as they shook hands firmly. The heir to Olympus introduced himself, stating his name and title. Kim Yaman raised an eyebrow. A lot of people claim to be heirs of Olympus, he said, unimpressed. The blonde smirked, resting his chin on his hand. Yeah, well, my family's a mess. The Chinese warrior standing nearby blinked. That was an unexpected response. He had expected arrogance or pride, not casual indifference. Got it, he said simply, but his expression shifted as his gaze landed on Kim Yaman. His brows furrowed slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. So it's true. He's really the deputy head of the heavenly demonic cult. His thoughts drifted back to the way the heads of the cult had spoken and the way they had observed them from a distance. Not long ago, a man with jet black hair had questioned the timing of it all. Strange, isn't it? He had said. The moment someone clears their trial, the cult starts moving. From afar, a gazebo stood over the water, a picturesque view masking the tension beneath the surface. And now, that same cult wants to take the Great Miram War, even without being part of any guild. Another voice scoffed. They must have decided their time has come, just because Kim Yaman passed their test. Someone else sneered. I've always thought they were nothing but cowardly scum. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken accusations, but before the conversation could spiral further, a voice rang out. Loud, clear, and full of defiance. And what exactly is wrong with that? Namgung Hoon stood outside, arms crossed, his sharp gaze cutting through the crowd. Did the cult break any rules? He asked, his tone challenging. Are they scheming behind the scenes? Silence. His eyes narrowed. Or are you all just upset that a fighter stronger than you deserves to win? He tilted his head, his expression unreadable. Are you rejecting him just because he isn't from your world? His words hit their mark. Someone exhaled a puff of smoke from a long pipe, shaking their head. Still spouting that naive nonsense, I see. Zhuge Jinshin, standing to the side, smirked as he put his phone away. If you're so scared, he said, maybe you should just stay out of it. The Chinese warrior's jaw tightened. A snake. That's what Zhuge Jinshin was. The only reason he's speaking so openly this time is because his clan ordered him to. With the second most powerful clan in Mirim involved, most of the other clans are already working together behind the scenes, hiding in the shadows like children, spinning their schemes. But none of it would matter in the end, because all of them, every single one, would be crushed by him. The warrior turned to Kim Yamon. You have nothing to worry about. He took a step back, glancing at him one last time. I've seen your strength for myself. Then, without turning around, he added, be careful in the finals. And with that, he disappeared into the crowd, just in case they remained on high alert. But before they could dwell on it further, a system notification flashed before them. Finals of the Great Mirim War will begin shortly. All finalists must proceed to the arena immediately. As they moved through the passage leading to the battleground, the announcement repeated once more. Hargang glanced over. So, about what Hans said, why should we be careful? The air was thick with floating ash particles, the remnants of past battles still lingering. Kim Yamon exhaled. It's better if we head in first. A bright light shone from the tunnel's exit, and as they stepped forward, an enormous battlefield stretched out before them. Hargang scanned the scene before him, a grin forming on his lips. Now I get it, he said, realization dawning. But Kim Yamon remained silent, his gaze unreadable. All around them, warriors turned to face them with hard, aggressive stares. The tension in the air was undeniable. Hargang chuckled, his tone light but cautious. I take it I'm not the popular one here. Among the crowd, a man with red eyes observed them, shaking his head. Childish. The fair-haired man adjusted his glove, his expression growing serious. You're the only opponent I care about, he admitted. Don't let anyone else take you down before I get my shot. With that, he pulled out a dagger, flipping it between his fingers before pointing it at Kim Yamon. Take care of yourself. They bumped fists, exchanging knowing smiles. Not that it would ever happen to me, Hargang added, his confidence unwavering. As they prepared for the inevitable battle, a man in a flowing red robe strode forward, his white hair trailing behind him. In the distance, the excited voices of the audience echoed through the massive coliseum. This will be unforgettable, someone murmured. If it's come to this, another voice added, maybe we should make these new rules permanent. A deep laugh followed. Now, that's an idea. Meanwhile, in a more secluded area, a man dressed in blue lowered his gaze. He turned to the head of the Zhuge clan. You've made a significant contribution, he said. Yet nearly all the glory has been handed to the heavenly demon cult. The Zhuge clan leader merely smiled. I didn't do much, he replied. It was all part of the plan. Seated at an elegant table near an open balcony, several individuals shared a quiet toast. We should pay them a visit, one suggested. You'd be more than welcome. Another chimed in, nodding in agreement. But not everyone was in a celebratory mood. At a distance, a bearded man sat in silence, his expression clouded with discontent. He cast his gaze downward, deep in thought. Rot and stench. That's all this is. Mirim is no longer ruled by the strongest swordsmen, but by the most silver-tongued manipulators. His eyes landed on a pale-faced man, deep in conversation with another guest. That man, Yang Wonol, he seethed internally. The fact that he's climbed to the second highest position, gaining more influence than even a Namgung clan, is nothing but a testament to my own failure. His hands clenched into fists. I'll take responsibility. I'll bring change. This great war will be the turning point. His brooding was interrupted as the room suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned as a gray-haired man entered, his presence commanding instant attention. From the balcony, someone's voice carried over the hush. So, Kim Yamon is there. Another man's face twisted in frustration. How the hell did we let one person slip through? But before the tension could rise further, a figure clad in a red robe stepped forward, cutting him off. Seems their deputy head is handling things well, he remarked, though his expression darkened. Then, with a slight smirk, he added, I'm a bit late, but consider this my official greeting. His eyes gleamed. I came at the invitation of the Namgung clan. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Kim Yamon stood alone. His gaze, calm and unwavering, swept across the field before him, and the final battle was about to begin. He stepped to the side, introducing himself before declaring that he was the head of the cult of the heavenly demonic cult Cheonmujin. Instantly, the room tensed. Eyes widened in alarm as everyone shot to their feet. Moon Sabak trembled with unease, barely managing to stammer out a question, only to be cut off. A bearded man standing behind him spoke instead, greeting the unexpected guest. He had been waiting. Lifting his gaze, he acknowledged the long journey his visitor had taken. A suffocating aura filled the room. Instinctively, the warriors reached for their weapons, but the heavenly demon remained silent, his presence alone speaking volumes. The old man's sharp eyes locked onto one of them, a man gripping his blade too tightly. His voice was low but threatening. "If you draw that sword, you die." The leader hesitated. Then, slowly, he put his weapon away. A man in red stepped forward, resting a hand on his back. A wise choice. With a few measured steps, he advanced, surveying the room. "From what I hear, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult is still leading the battle." He chuckled, then tilted his head. "Isn't it strange that the heavenly demon cult would actually win the Great War?" The gray-haired man turned to them, eyes flickering with something unreadable. "What's with those faces?" Silence. No one dared to speak. He smiled. "Do I look angry?" The tension thickened. "There must be some misunderstanding," he continued, his voice eerily calm. "Why would I be angry?" Then his gaze sharpened, fire igniting in his eyes. His voice rang with certainty. "No matter what obstacles you've put in place, they'll all be crushed." A sudden blur. Kim Yumon barely dodged as an axe came flying at him. It smashed into the ground beside him, the force cracking the stone floor. His eyes widened. A magical weapon? No. In the world of Mirim, this was known as a Kai weapon. That meant his thoughts halted as realization struck. This opponent was no ordinary fighter. Before he could react, another attack came. A spearman lunged, striking fast. Kim Yamon barely managed to block. His attacker's eyes widened in frustration, teeth grinding as he swiftly retreated, closing the distance again in an instant. Kim Yamon planted his feet, scanning the battlefield. He frowned. "Is it just me? Or is everyone only aiming for me?" His opponent scoffed. "Nothing personal." A group of warriors closed in. The spearman stepped forward, voice steady. "The cult of the heavenly demon has always been the enemy of the alliance." Off to the side, a red-eyed man observed the chaos. A smirk played on his lips as he lifted a fan to his mouth. "So they changed the rules of the final for this?" He chuckled to himself. Simple, but effective. His gaze shifted, watching as a warrior with a mace clashed with another wielding an axe. If thousands of people were thrown into battle at once, it was only natural that the strongest would become the primary targets. And those unfamiliar with the deeper workings of this fight, they wouldn't suspect a thing. His eyes landed on Kim Yamon, who was fighting fiercely. He nodded slightly. His effort is admirable. Then, gripping his sword, he let his aura surge, his voice cutting through the air. But chaos is still chaos. He activated his arcane sword skill, but a notification popped up. An unknown force was blocking his mana. Narrowing his eyes, he shifted the sword to the side, surrounding it with an aura. Another notification appeared. The effectiveness of the arcane sword was only partially reduced. The red-eyed man observed the weapon intently. Its movements, its presence, it truly lived up to its reputation. A key sword of this magnitude could only be forged by someone with a mana level above 60. Standing among his comrades, he analyzed the situation. The rumors had exaggerated Kim Yaman abilities. His skills weren't even close to those of a true ranker. Overrated. Manageable. Nearby, a long-haired man snapped his fan shut, his calculations complete. His lips curled into a knowing smirk. "It's time to begin." With a flick of his wrist, he pointed his fan at Kim Yaman. Everyone attacked together. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Warriors surged forward, only for a sudden crackle of energy to seize the air. A sphere of lightning formed above them. Hargang struck with electrified fury, sending crackling sparks through the crowd. An empty space formed around him as warriors were blasted back, their bodies thrown aside like rag dolls. He turned, eyes locking onto the blonde-haired fighter, who stood firm. Behind him, a stunned onlooker struggled to find words. "Don't you think this is a bit excessive?" the attorney muttered. Zhuge Jing stepped closer, unfazed. His gaze swept over them as he spoke. "After that little stunt, should I consider myself on Kim Yamon's side now?" The red-eyed man's expression darkened. "I was hoping our clans could maintain good relations." He didn't get a finish. Zhuge Jing smirked. "Whoever made that decision," he let out a scoff. "They're an idiot." The long-haired man's smile vanished, his body tensing. Sparks of electricity crackled in the air around Olympus. "So should I pick a side?" Pale mused, amusement laced in his tone. His gaze sharpened. "People from the Evil Sea Otter clan sure love to run their mouths." The insult hit its mark. His opponent's face twisted in rage. You dare spew such filth? With a roar, he launched himself forward, fists crackling with energy. He swung a charged hand, landing a devastating blow that sent Pale hurtling through the air. The red-eyed man clenched his fist, feeling the burn sear into his skin. His mind reeled at the sheer power. Taking a step back, he lifted his fan once more. I'll handle the rest. You deal with Kim Yamon, and... Before he could finish, a blur of movement. Lightning struck. Zhuge Jing moved like a flash, landing another blow before his opponent could react. The impact sent him flying. The electric warrior glanced over his shoulder, eyes cautious. From the ground, the fallen fighter coughed, his voice hoarse. So, Olympus is against the hero. Zhuge Jing arched a brow. And what makes you think that? His gaze flickered across the battlefield, assessing. There was already an informant in Olympus. Kim Yamon must have figured it out by now. Without hesitation, he surged forward, his speed increasing. They're really overstepping, he muttered. With a sharp movement, he unleashed another lightning strike. Sparks flew as the red-eyed man's fan barely withstood the attack. Meanwhile, a black-haired warrior struggled under the relentless onslaught of blows. His mind raced, trying to process what was happening. Hargang, the one who had inherited the blood of Zeus. A talent like his was beyond anything they had anticipated. He was a brilliant player, one destined to be the future head of Murim. And yet, in the blink of an eye, a flurry of strikes rained down on him. His vision blurred as the impact sent him staggering. His red eyes widened. His creation, his carefully crafted plan, was slipping from his grasp. Meanwhile, the air of Olympus struck like lightning, landing a brutal blow to his stomach. Pain exploded through him. He had never imagined he'd be this powerless against him. But he wasn't done yet. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself back into position, trying to plant his feet firmly on the ground. A warrior from the Zhuge clan intercepted the next attack, blocking it with his fan. If I hadn't stepped in, they would have killed Kim Yamon. His words were met with a scoff. You really think so? Behind him, a thick cloud of smoke billowed, obscuring the battlefield. He smirked. Do you actually believe sheer numbers alone would be enough to take me down? Within the swirling haze, flickers of blue aura emerged. The hero parried incoming strikes, his magic sword slashing through the chaos. Then his eyes shifted. A split second later, an attack struck with crushing force, sending his enemy flying. Across the battlefield, the red-eyed warrior struggled to hold back Hargang's fists with his fan. The sheer pressure was overwhelming. This is just pathetic, he muttered, his voice laced with contempt. To think you'd resort to such underhanded tactics. His grip tightened. And yet, how could you allow yourself to be outdone by someone fighting at your own level? A sharp crack echoed through the air. His fan, his trusted weapon, was breaking. The black-haired man's expression twisted in disbelief. What does this mean? Olympus Air shattered the fan with a final, decisive strike. The impact sent him flying backward. Impossible. His thoughts spiraled. Was this proof that Kim Yamon was stronger than him? A ring of sparks scattered from the sheer force. The warrior from the Zhuge clan tumbled through the air before crashing to the ground. He lay still. Blood pooled beneath him. The red-eyed warriors stood frozen, staring in horror at their fallen leader. Then he rasped out a single, desperate plea. I lost. Please stop. His men hesitated only for a moment before panic took over. Weapons clattered to the ground as they shouted their surrender, scrambling to escape the battlefield. The hero stood firm, gripping his weapon as he turned to his last remaining opponent. Looks like it's just the two of us now, he said. Are you ready? The warrior smirked, slapping his chest. I've been waiting for this. Their eyes met. One gaze steady, the other burning with determination. You know, the warrior mused, they say the best fruits are picked at just the right time. Kim Yamon lowered his weapon. His opponent's expression darkened. What the hell are you doing? The gray-eyed man exhaled. I get that you're tired of waiting, but first, I have two questions for you. T-Sich. His opponent crossed his arms. Fine, but make it quick. Don't ruin the mood. Glancing at the bodies littering the ground, the man in the red cloak asked, Do you regret going against Olympus again? The blonde scoffed. I'm not an idiot. I knew exactly what I was getting into. Their standoff continued, unwavering. Of course, I don't regret it, the fair-haired warrior said, his voice firm. Now, what's your second question? Kim Yamon took a breath. Then he asked, Hargang had forgotten how he had crushed this man with a single strike in the past. But then, memories of their battles flooded back. His breath hitched, his face momentarily paling, his brows furrowed. No, how could he possibly forget? The humiliation of being taken down instantly by someone who wasn't even a ranker? Even now, that same man hadn't drawn the sword on his belt. Even his so-called magic sword, weak. Clearly, he was holding back. grinding his foot into the ground. He cracked the stone beneath him. Of course, I remember. His voice was sharp, unwavering. How could I forget? Lightning surged around him as he shifted into a fighting stance. Now, let me ask you something in return. His eyes narrowed. Do you still look the same as you did that day? Kim Yamon met his gaze, calm and steady. No, you seem even smaller. Hargang clenched his fist. I see. A new thought surfaced. This man had been hiding his strength all along, and now it was time to force it out. The air of Olympus charged, fist raised. His strike met steel, colliding against Kim Yamon's sword with a deafening impact. Sparks erupted, scattering in all directions. Warriors nearby shielded their eyes from the blinding light. This is madness, a bald warrior muttered. Are they really just players? Another asked, voice tinged with disbelief. Could they be rankers? Their weapons clashed again, movements so fast they blurred. The yellow-eyed man grinned, eyes burning with exhilaration. Use more force, he urged. He struck the sword once more, harder this time. Both fighters lifted off the ground, the sheer force of their battle sending shockwaves through the air. Sparks crackled, energy surging wildly. Then a thick, suffocating silence. In the distance, a black-haired warrior fell to his knees, struggling to breathe. His voice was hoarse, desperate. Hold back, your power. On the other side of the battlefield, the head of the blue blade stood firm, weapon raised to block the incoming wave of force. His teeth clenched. So this is finally worthy of being called a finale. He had never imagined Hargang possessed such overwhelming strength. His hand trembled. The name of Zhu Sun had always been spoken with reverence, worshipped even, a force that awakened the very essence of competition. But now, trying to challenge him was futile. An armored warrior watched from a distance, eyes scanning the battlefield. At this level, even several players of equal strength wouldn't stand chance. His gaze followed Kim Yaman movements. Even he was struggling. The clash resumed, steel against lightning, sword against fist. The head of the blue blade's mind raced. To defeat a ranker with just this level of skill. A glint in the sword's reflection caught his eye. A fist. A split second later, Kim Yaman was sent flying. He crashed into the ground, skidding back several meters before stopping himself. Gray eyes sharpened. He's playful, but a streak of electricity cut through the battlefield. The blonde warrior moved, leaving a trail of lightning in his wake. His agility, unreal. The air of Olympus struck from above. Kim Yaman barely had time to react, raising his blade to block the incoming attack. Lightning sparked on impact, and then the fair-haired warrior pulled back, preparing for his next move. Hargang clenched his fist, brows knitting together. Was this still not enough? Before he could react, the protagonist's hand shot out, gripping his face. Yellow eyes burned with fury. You bastard, he cursed, struggling against the iron grip. Kim Yaman, however, only gave a slight smile. Their battle unleashed another surge of energy, sparks crackling through the air. Kim Yaman's sword gleamed with aura, electricity dancing around it. They stood motionless, facing each other. The man in the red cloak broke the silence. You're strong, he admitted. Hargang scoffed, his grip tightening on his injured hand. This stick of yours, even as an unfinished sword, it's barely holding together. His voice was edged with frustration. Are you ready to keep going? A fresh cut had formed on his arm. He stared at it, then at Kim Yaman. What the hell are you even trying to? He stopped mid-sentence. Something fell off. The air of Olympus narrowed his eyes, studying the wound. That was when he noticed it. Kim Yaman wasn't just taking hits. He was enduring them. The blonde warrior gritted his teeth. He didn't like it. The way Kim Yaman barely flinched at his strongest lightning strikes. He had to admit, physically, Kim Yaman was a step above him. But magically, that was a different story. Hargang took a slow step forward. If he couldn't overpower him physically, then he'd crush him with raw magic. Let's start over, he muttered. Kim Yaman met his gaze, unshaken. As many times as you want. Without hesitation, the air of Olympus slammed his foot into the ground, shattering it beneath him. His mind locked onto one goal, destroying Kim Yaman's weapon. Charging forward, he struck again, fist slamming into the sword. A crack. Hargang's eyes burned with determination as he pulled back, raising his fist. Sparks ignited around him. His teeth clenched, his muscles tensed. Then he struck. A monstrous impact. The sword splintered. Cracks spiderwebbed along the blade. Another strike. With one final blow, the weapon shattered. Hargang smirked as the broken sword tumbled to the ground. Got you. But then, his eyes widened. Kim Yaman's voice cut through the moment. Not bad. Hargang froze. He had been one step from victory, so why did Kim Yaman sound so unfazed? A low hum filled the air. Then, all at once, a massive surge of purple energy erupted from Kim Yaman's body. Hargang's smirk vanished. What? Mana surged wildly, swallowing every trace of lightning. A fist shot forward. Too fast. Too late. The impact crashed into Hargang's face. The force was overwhelming. Blue energy burst outward, sending the air of Olympus hurtling back. Kim Yaman stood motionless, lowering his hand. The battlefield had gone silent. Then, he heard something, a groan. He turned his head. A man lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Barely conscious, Kim Yaman exhaled. Still holding on? I'm impressed. But there was no time to linger. He needed to finish this. A notification banner suddenly flashed before him. Winner of the Great Muram War, Kim Yaman. Countless screens flickered to life, all displaying his face. He stared at the broken Nomless sword in his grasp. The attorney stepped closer, inspecting the shattered weapon. A perfect sword for mana control, he mused. But it broke far faster than he had expected. His mind drifted to a gray-haired man wielding a hammer, and to the order he had given his uncle. The worst. Kim Yaman recalled the conversation about mana conductivity, the promise that since he asked, he would be bound and given the absolute worst of the worst. Now, with Hargang lying motionless before him, he analyzed the situation. With his mana suppressed, his condition should have mirrored that of the fallen warrior. Rankers weren't easily fooled by simple tricks, so he had to be sure. Still, that last hit had been a little concerning. Suddenly, a small doll-like figure with a blank expression leapt into view. Excuse me, just a minute of your attention. Holding a tiny microphone, it beamed up at him. The winner of the 834th Great Muram War is Hero. She shoved the mic toward his face. How does it feel to win? Kim Yaman responded casually. It was fun. They stood in the middle of a battlefield littered with defeated warriors. The doll tilted its head. That's all. That's all. Satisfied, the small figure in a suit lifted a box containing a glowing sphere. Well, we heard you loud and clear. Time to move on to the awards. Kim Yaman took the sphere as the doll continued. As everyone knows, the grand prize for this competition is the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, and according to the manufacturers, this batch is of exceptionally high quality. He examined the pill. A dense energy radiated from it. It would take time to fully absorb. Smoke curled in his thoughts as he considered his next steps. The 20th floor was next. Before he could move forward with his plans, there was much to prepare. But first, he needed to focus on increasing his stats. A notification flashed, detailing the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, an elixir crafted every 3 years at the Shaolin Temple. A sacred formula passed down among the monks, combining hundreds of rare ingredients. The system's voice echoed. Winner of the Great Muram War, Kim Yaman. Smoke and dust swirled into the air as screens across the battlefield displayed Kim Yaman's face. The commentator's voice rang out once more. How does it feel to win? Kim Yaman, unfazed, gave the same answer. It was fun. The man blinked. That's really all? Behind him, a few warriors frowned. The long-haired man bit his lip, brows furrowing. Why? Why would Hargang, the son of Zeus, side with him? He turned, eyes narrowing at the murmuring warriors behind him. They were smiling, casually discussing the outcome. A true warrior won. This competition was a huge success. The gray-haired man's irritation flared. A minute ago, these same people had spat venom at the heavenly demonic cult. Now, they were calling its deputy leader a blessing to the martial arts world. He scoffed. Ridiculous. Nearby, a dark-haired man spread his arms, his gaze locking onto Cheon Mujin. His voice dripped with frustration. What exactly are you planning? Bringing in a demonic cultist. Cheon Mujin met his anger with a calm, unreadable expression. Demonic cultist? He repeated, raising a brow. That's a bit rude, don't you think? His voice remained steady. He's called the Heavenly Demon. Then, frowning slightly, he added, and for the record, I didn't bring him. I'm officially proposing an alliance. The long-haired young man's face twisted in anger. This is exactly what I was talking about. There can be no alliance between the Muram Alliance and the demonic cult. Before he could continue, his words were cut off. A sharp voice interrupted him, laced with quiet menace. Would you rather let Muram be consumed by Olympus? A heavy aura filled the space, pressing down on everyone present. The long-haired man furrowed his brows, fists clenching at his sides. Muram's affair should be decided by Muram, he muttered through gritted teeth. Zhuge Jinshin took a half-step back, his jaw tightening as his eyes darted toward the others. Around him, murmurs filled the air, people whispering, trying to understand Namgung Jinwon's true intent. Then, Namgung Jinwon released his aura. The entire room seemed to glow in its presence. The debate stopped instantly. No more excuses, he said coldly. This is nothing short of disgraceful. Zhuge Jinshin stiffened. His breath hitched. He turned slowly, eyes scanning the warriors behind him. The real forces at play. They looked at him with nothing but contempt. Anger. Namgung Jinwon's words cut deeper. But you remain silent, because you know you can't stand against your own faction. Murmur controlled over half of Murim. Zhuge Jinshin knew it. His gaze flickered to the white-haired elder standing nearby. That old man knew it, too. Now that Namgung Jinwon had the heavenly demon at his side, he had both a foundation and a force strong enough to oppose them. The old man's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing his teeth as he watched Zhuge Jinshin struggle with the reality before him. This was it. Their era was ending. Zhuge Jinshin clenched his fists, glancing at the warriors surrounding him. Their teeth were gritted, their expressions bitter. He, the head of a great clan, the general, the strategist. No, this is unacceptable, he muttered under his breath, voice laced with frustration. But before the tension could escalate, a calm, unbothered voice cut through. Seems like your little family feud has settled down, the gray-haired man mused. Before I go, I have just one question. His gaze darkened. Which one of you is Moon Sabak? Silence. A man in a blue robe stiffened. His entire body trembled at the mention of that name. He swallowed hard, staring straight ahead in horror. Moon Sabak thoughts raced. I'm finished. A few days later, night blanketed the training cave, a light fog rolling across the ground. Beneath the massive gates, Kim Yumon stood, his figure illuminated by the faint glow of the moon filtering in from above. He stared into the vast darkness ahead, exhaling slowly. He was lucky. Access to this cave was rare. Securing a place like this, even for just 10 days, would normally cost an exorbitant number of points. A voice echoed in his head. For the winner of the Great Murim War, such privileges are only natural. The Namgung clan are serious people. Kim Yumon lowered his gaze, glancing down at his leg. When he had first entered the tower, he had dreamed of becoming a Namgung clan ranker. Back then, that title had seemed so distant, so great. Now, he sank to the ground, crossing his legs as he opened the system window. Within it, the great scarlet medicine ball glowed faintly. His eyes traced the item description. An elixir created once every 3 years at the Shaolin Temple. A sacred formula, crafted from hundreds of rare ingredients, known only to the monks of Shale. Effect: upon consumption, the user will receive a significant increase in mana. Plus 99 mana. He studied the pill, then glanced down at his own hand. His expression remained unreadable. Only one stat remained before he reached 100. But he knew this final step wouldn't come easily. Reaching 100 wouldn't be easy. Kim Yumon knew that all too well. He had learned it the hard way in his past life. Holding the great scarlet medicine ball between his fingers, he recalled an old truth. Its effectiveness wasn't absolute. The benefits it brought depended entirely on the one taking it. The past flashed through his mind. In Murim, everyone preached about key circulation and breathing techniques. But in reality, the most important thing was concentration. He swallowed the pill. The real question wasn't about how much mana he could gain, but how much his body could withstand. The moment the pill dissolved, streams of mana surged through the air, rushing toward him. Kim Yumon clenched his fists as energy coiled around his body. A pure, exhilarating force flooded his veins, spreading in every direction. His head remained bowed as the magic raged around him. The purer the mana, the stronger the resistance. A dense mass of mana gathered near his chest, restrained, almost as if something were holding it back. My mana mastery skill, he realized. It's controlling the flow, but it's not enough. The energy continued to swell, filling every inch of space around him. He exhaled sharply, his brows knitting together. It was getting harder to contain. His mana level was rising, but it had reached a bottleneck. Sweat rolled down his chin. At this rate, my chances of increasing my stats are barely 50-50. But if he failed, the system window flickered. His arcane power remained frozen in place. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor, Marine Kingdom Portugia. A double-sided axe slammed into the ground, shaking the island beneath it. On one of the 12 islands of Portugia Neptu, a group of terrified people cowered. One of them, trembling, clasped his hands in prayer. Please, we've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this? A smirking bandit scoffed. Spare me the theatrics. He tilted his head. Oof. Are all giants this cowardly? The dark-skinned islanders flinched, fear in their eyes. A man stepped forward. This child, by your standards, he's barely 10 years old. His voice was tight. And yet, he already stands over 4 meters tall. Another islander murmured, they grow so fast, it's getting harder to hide them. A man with a yellow bandana crossed his arms, grinning. You should have behaved when Asgard was still protecting you. His smirk widened. But you had to get involved with demons. A bald bandit laughed, cracking his knuckles. Enough talk. His tone turned sharp. Tell us what we want to know. One of the giants swallowed hard. What do you mean? The man named Harang smiled lazily. The Legend of Portugias. A sea stone floating above an ancient city shrouded in dense manna. A red-haired warrior imagined it vividly in his mind. A treasure of the marine kingdom, one that carried a prophecy. Whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of the sea. A dark-skinned man scoffed. Ridiculous. Just another old folktale. The red-haired man chuckled. I don't believe everything either. His fingers grazed the hilt of his blade. But I've heard a more specific rumor. The giant shrank back as he stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with something dangerous. The rumor that you, the giants, hid the sea stone. Harang smirk deepened. Harang smirked. This information came straight from Olympus, so I trust it. A dark-skinned man's expression hardened. Then you should already know about our history with Olympus. Harang cut him off with a casual wave of his hand. That's exactly why I'm doing this. His voice carried a chilling certainty. If we get the answers we need, great. If not, well, the 20th floor is already under Olympus control. No one will care if a few giants go missing. The tip of his blade pressed against the shoulder of a trembling giant. If you don't want to die, then. A voice rang out, stopping a mid-sentence. That's some barbaric behavior for an era of so-called peace. The men turned toward the speaker, a dark silhouette standing on a rocky ledge above them. The red-haired man scowled, insulted by the interruption. His glare sharpened as he prepared to dismiss the newcomer. Then his eyes widened in shock. Kim Yaman stood above them, his red robe shifting in the breeze. He closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath. Mana surged through his body. His senses sharpened, first by 10%, then 25%. Memories of his training in the cave surfaced. The raging aura around him. The feeling of his body adapting, evolving. There's no point in resisting. The energy wanted to be absorbed. Keeping his eyes shut, he allowed it to flow freely. His mana level spiked, finally reaching 100. A system notification flashed. Threshold surpassed. Unique skill unlocked. Kim Yaman eyes snapped open, now glowing scarlet. The sensation didn't stop. His awareness expanded, 30%, then 50%. A green grid overlaid the space before him, illuminating every figure in sight. He had activated his new ability, Sensory Field. Within a 50-meter radius, he could detect everything. Every movement, every breath, every heartbeat. The guild fighters stiffened, their gazes locked on him. The man in the yellow bandana clenched his fists. No mistake, that's the winner of the last great Miramor. The giants watched in tense silence. The red-haired man finally spoke, his tone uncertain. Kim Yaman descended from the ledge, landing with effortless grace. The black blade rested in his grip. His gaze swept over them. You called it playing hero? A smirk tugged at his lips. From your perspective, I guess it would look that way. Then, with explosive force, he launched himself forward. The ground cracked beneath him as he closed the distance in an instant. Sword raised, he muttered, I'll show you. He swung. I'm not playing. A system window flashed, detailing his new skill. Sensory Field, one of the most powerful perception abilities, on par with the legendary Golden Cinder Eyes. Kim Yaman possessed this skill in his past life before returning. The guild members shuddered. The bald warrior let out a low growl, yanking an axe from his back. His grip tightened as he readied himself. Kim Yaman's approach was too fast, too precise. They clashed, steel against steel. The bald man's brows furrowed in fear. Where the hell did this kid get so much power? Kim Yaman remained planted firmly on the ground, his stance unwavering. The axe-wielding warrior gritted his teeth and pulled back. But Kim Yaman was already moving. The bald warrior steadied himself, taking a step back. His grip tightened around his axe. Speak, he demanded. What faction are you from? He narrowed his eyes. I don't know which clan you belong to, but you'd be wise not to meddle in our affairs. We have our own laws. Before he could press further, Harang raised a hand, cutting him off. The red-haired man studied Kim Yaman intently. Then, recognition flashed in his eyes. I've seen you before. Stepping in front of his ally, Harang's gaze sharpened. Your name, it's Kim Yaman, isn't it? A sharp intake of breath came from nearby. Var, standing beside a young girl, stiffened. Wait, try Kim Yaman. A tense silence followed. Harang's lips curled into a smirk. The deputy head of the heavenly demonic cult himself. Here on the 20th floor. His ally's face twisted in frustration. You mean this is the same guy? His voice dripped with irritation. He barely made it here. He's not like the small fry we've been dealing with. Harang silenced him with a subtle nudge to the shoulder. Lowering his voice, he whispered, That may be, but he's still the deputy head of the cult. Someone needs to keep him occupied and set up an ambush. A flicker of understanding passed between them. The bald man casually slid his weapon behind his back, feigning ease. Looks like the giants got lucky today. Meanwhile, Kim Yaman stood firm, his blade in hand, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Harang watched him carefully. A thorn in Olympus' side. An opportunity like this was rare. A reason to rob them further. His eyes narrowed as a plan began forming in his mind. He needed to contact the warden of the 20th floor immediately. Night fell over the forest. Kim Yaman stood on a narrow path, flanked by young giants. They shuffled uneasily, their hands clenching with nervous energy. A girl stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Thank you for saving us." The dark-skinned children stared up at him, curiosity and uncertainty in their gazes. Kim Yaman's expression remained unreadable. "You're giants," he said plainly. "No matter how young, killing a few humans shouldn't be an issue for you." The giant boy's brows furrowed. "You seem to know a lot about us." His voice carried suspicion. "Who are you? Are you from Olympus?" "Asgard." Before Kim Yaman could answer, a girl beside him interjected. "Whatever the case, he did save us." The boy exhaled sharply. "That's true." But then, his expression darkened. "Still, he's human, which means he didn't help us for free." Kim Yaman met his gaze calmly. "Smart guess." The giant boy's muscles tensed. His gut feeling had been right. "Then you're after the sea stone too, aren't you?" His voice grew louder. "Why don't humans ever believe us when we say we don't have it?" His fists clenched. "You're all the same." Kim Yaman remained silent. The boy's frustration spilled over. "Why do you only believe in nonsense? Why do we have to suffer for it?" Kim Yaman cut him off. "I know you don't have the sea stone." The giant stilled, eyes widening slightly. Kim Yaman's voice remained steady. "I'm not here for that." He took a step forward, locking eyes with the boy. "I'm here to meet someone. The elder, Urfa." The giant boy clenched his fists tighter. The name carried weight. "The elder doesn't accept visitors," he said firmly. "Especially not humans." His voice wavered slightly, but he pushed on. "So leave. If you don't." His jaw tightened as he corrected himself. "Even someone like you, no, even a crowd of people like you, wouldn't make a difference." Kim Yaman remained completely still, unfazed, and then he calmly, staring at his face, she couldn't deny the truth. Giants were anything but weak. They were born with immense strength, a gift that set them apart. The girl watched nervously as her brother clenched his fists, his expression tense. "They could fight back," he admitted, "but unnecessary conflicts with humans will only lead to another wave of extermination. That's why we have to hold ourselves back." With that, Var turned, gently pulling his sister along. He added, almost as an afterthought, "Even though he's a hammer, he's surprisingly wise." Then, shaking off the moment, he said, "It's time to go." Before they could leave, his sister hesitated. "Wait," she urged. Var turned back, surprised to see a glowing white sphere in her hands. His eyes narrowed. "You contacted the elder?" She nodded, lowering her head slightly. "He saved us. I thought he at least deserved to know." She held out the sphere. "It's not up to us whether he meets the elder or not." Var glanced at the sphere, his expression unreadable. A notification flickered across its surface. Meanwhile, wolves launched themselves off the ground, sprinting through the dense forest. Var and Noir sat atop their wolves, gripping tightly as the pack weaved between the trees. "I don't get it," the boy muttered, staring ahead. Kim Yaman raced alongside them on a massive wolf, deep in thought. "Why does the elder want to meet me?" He furrowed his brows, still puzzled. His sister, watching him, wondered aloud. "Do you have the taming skills of the druids? How else could you subdue a beast like that so easily?" Kim Yaman's mind flashed back to his encounter with the wolf. They had locked eyes, both brimming with defiance. Then, with a single blow, he had sent the creature flying. Var, still dissatisfied, looked away. But his sister grinned. "No matter what, I don't think you're just an ordinary person. After all, you proved yourself in the Great War of Miram." Kim Yaman scoffed. "And what does that matter now? I'm not even a ranker." And honestly, his gaze darkened. "Something about the elder doesn't sit right with me." The wolves surged forward, their powerful limbs launching them off a cliff. For a moment, their silhouettes hung in the air before they landed gracefully below. The boy and girl dismounted. Who started to speak, but his words caught at his throat as he noticed something unexpected. The wolf had begun licking Kim Yaman's face. "Hey, stop. He's not food," Var shouted in alarm. Kim Yaman barely reacted, only tilting his head slightly. "We're here." Before them stood the great tree of Adam, bathed in an ethereal blue glow beneath the moonlight. The boy placed his hands on his belt, a smirk playing at his lips. "Well," he asked, "what do you think of the view?" Kim Yaman gazed up at the towering tree, his expression calm. The boy beside him explained, "According to the elder, this is one of the world's trees, though whether that's true or not, I have no idea." As he spoke, Kim Yaman's mind drifted back to a memory, the great Adam tree, once believed to be indestructible, swallowed by flames. Fierce battles raged at its base, warriors clashing beneath its colossal branches. The very thought of that mighty tree which neither axe nor fire was supposed to bring down, burning to ashes in the second gigantomachy. It was something he had witnessed before his return in time. Lost in thought, he lowered his gaze. A voice snapped him back to the present. Hey, why are you just standing there? Get down here. Kim Yaman exhaled and leaped from his perch, landing smoothly beside them, his hand pressing into the sand for balance. From now on, the boy warned, his tone serious. You need to watch yourself carefully. One wrong move here, and you'll be flattened like a pancake. Without waiting for a response, he gestured for Kim Yaman to follow. The village of giants lay hidden beneath a moonlit sky, its streets illuminated by the soft glow of blue crystals. Their light cast an ethereal shimmer across the settlement, untouched by the outside world. As Kim Yaman walked, he could feel the weight of countless stares on him. The villagers, enormous in stature, watched with suspicion and curiosity. After all, humans didn't simply walk into a place like this. Is he a guest? One of the giants murmured. The girl beside Kim Yaman remained unfazed. Ignore them, she said coolly. You're the elder's guest. You have nothing to fear. Ahead, stone steps led up a hill toward a massive house. The air grew colder as they approached the towering entrance. Kim Yaman placed a hand over his chest, steadying himself. The elders inside? He asked. As if in response, the heavy door creaked open slightly, and a gust of icy wind rushed out, rustling the leaves around them. Come in, a voice called from the shadows. The doors swung open fully, the wind howling as it carried the scent of the ancient halls within. Kim Yaman took a step forward, eyes fixed on the dark silhouette waiting inside. So we finally meet. He ascended the stairs, peering into the dimly lit room beyond. Sitting within was a figure of legend, someone who had lived even before the first gigantomachy. Kim Yaman, thoughts sharpened. A high-ranking player, a living legend among giants. Urfa sat with an air of authority, his massive form resting in an ornate chair. A great wolf lay at his feet, its fur rising and falling with slow, steady breaths. The elder's hand moved rhythmically over the bee's head as he studied Kim Yaman with quiet amusement. Ah, a human child, Urfa greeted, his voice deep and measured. I've been expecting you. Kim Yaman stepped closer, but stopped a few meters away, maintaining a respectful distance. The elder exhaled a low chuckle. Forgive me, I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. Tell me, what is your name? Kim Yaman met the giant's gaze, his expression unwavering. Kim Yaman. For a brief moment, he imagined Haast, a familiar figure, grinning with a piece of candy in his hand. Urfa lips curled into a faint smile. I see. The little one has mentioned you more than once. His hand idly stroked the sleeping wolf, lost in thought. Then, his gaze sharpened. Tell me, are you at odds with Olympus? The question hung in the air. But before Kim Yaman could respond, Urfa's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a closer look at the young man. You're not even a ranker, he observed. You've barely reached the 20th floor, yet here you are. A hint of intrigue flashed across his face before his expression hardened. This isn't a matter of courage, he stated, his voice turning cold. It's recklessness. Above them, blue mana flickered near the ceiling, casting eerie shadows along the walls. Kim Yaman stood firm, unshaken, as the elder's piercing gaze bore into him. If you value your life, Urfa warned, his voice heavy with authority, you'd stop going against Olympus. To them, you're nothing more than a speck of dust, easily brushed away. As the elder's mana thickened, pressing down like an unseen force, Kim Yaman lowered his head slightly. Then, with a small smile, he met the old man's gaze. I heard you were a pacifist, he said, voice steady. But in reality, you're just afraid. Silence filled the room. Urfa's expression darkened, his disdain unmistakable. The mana around them surged, wild and furious. The entire room trembled. You dare mock me? The elder's voice boomed. The force of his aura sent shockwaves through the ground. Kim Yaman's legs crashed through the wooden floor beneath him, but he didn't falter. Still standing firm under the immense pressure, he spoke. You must have heard by now. Olympus is preparing for another gigantomachy. He met the elder's gaze without wavering. Are you just going to sit and wait for them to wipe us all out? Urfa narrowed his eyes, watching him closely. He was intrigued. His mother refused to harm him. The young man's expression remained calm. Not once did he flinch. Not once did he avert his gaze. The elder studied him for a long moment. Your eyes, he muttered. There wasn't a single trace of fear in them. The pressure in the room began to fade as Urfa released his aura. The mana dissipated and the tension eased. Oomph, the elder exhaled. You're just as fearless as they say. Kim Yaman remained still, his mind sharp. He could feel it. In that brief moment, he had absorbed some of the elder's mana. Urfa let out a low chuckle. You're right. If we continue hiding, simply waiting for the inevitable, our destruction is only a matter of time. He glanced at the sleeping wolf beside him, then added, "It could even happen tomorrow." His hand moved gently over the wolf's head. "I heard from Hephaestus that you're looking for the legendary stone of the seas." Kim Yamon's head lifted slightly. But Urfa continued, "Despite the rumors, the artifact is not here." Kim Yamon's gaze sharpened. "Then, you know where it is?" The elder met his eyes, lowering his gaze calmly. "I do." Kim Yamon didn't break eye contact. "Why are you telling me this?" Urfa exhaled, his tone even. "2 reasons." He held up a single finger. "First, thanks to the recommendation of that little one, Hephaestus, I know you're not in league with Olympus." His expression hardened slightly as he raised a second finger. And the second, Kim Yamon listened intently. Urfa's gaze flickered downward, his eyes landing on the young man's clenched fist. Moonlight streamed in through the open door, casting long shadows across the stone stairs. Kim Yamon descended the hill, walking down the worn steps. His right hand rested behind his back as he recalled the elder's lingering stare. "He looked at my hand just now." Blue mana pulsed faintly around his fingers as he examined his own hand. His mind replayed the elder's final words. "The second reason is that you're the strongest player of this era." Kim Yamon paused. He scoffed. "No matter how much Uncle Hephaestus hypes me up, that's a serious overstatement." Pushing away from the tree he had stopped beside, he straightened. He wasn't sure if the elder had tested him just now, to see if he was truly worthy of the Stone of the Seas. But one way or another, he would find out soon enough. His gaze lifted toward the sky. The towering tree before him stood majestic, its silhouette bathed in silver light. The stone of the god of the seas. He would claim it. Kim Yamon gazed up at the massive tree, its branches stretching endlessly into the sky. His mind drifted to Sun Wukong, training tirelessly among the branches, wielding his staff with precision. "I wonder," he mused, "is this tree as strong as the sage's staff?" At his current level, even landing a single scratch on this tree would be nearly impossible, which meant only one thing. Spreading his stance, he steadied himself and summoned a surge of magical energy. Sparks of power flickered around him, gathering rapidly. A grin tugged at his lips. This is going to be one wild ride. Closing his eyes, he focused. The sheer number of magical charges he had created was overwhelming. He knew he wouldn't be able to control all of them. They would spiral out of control. But since that was bound to happen anyway, his eyes snapped open, glowing scarlet. Prediction combat, activated. Touch field, activated. A complex web of graphical markers appeared around every single magical sphere, feeding directly into his senses. His perception sharpened by 50%, allowing him to track the unpredictable movements of his own unstable projectiles. The first explosion erupted just inches from him. With a swift movement, Kim Yamon dodged, weaving through the growing storm of purple energy. Another blast detonated near his flank. Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward, navigating the chaos with rapid dashes. Then, without warning, a projectile fell dangerously close. The sudden shockwave threw him off balance. The sheer intensity of activating multiple high-ranking skills at once was making him dizzy. His vision wavered. Damn! Regaining control, Kim Yamon slammed a hand against the ground, using it as a pivot to launch himself into the air. Spinning mid-flight, he narrowly avoided another set of projectiles before landing further away. Above him, one last sphere pulsed ominously. A split second later, it fired. The explosion rocked the entire area. Smoke billowed in every direction, thick and suffocating. As the dust settled, faint embers of purple flame flickered against the tree's bark. Kim Yamon let out a shaky breath, resting his hands against the massive trunk as he sat on the floor. That was close. A tired smirk crossed his lips. He had only enhanced his sensory field and applied it to his cinder eyes, but even that had made everything around him appear with extreme clarity. The synergy between the abilities was flawless. However, the sharper his senses became, the more his brain struggled to process the information. "I'm going to need a lot of practice." A heavy footstep sounded behind him. Still catching his breath, Kim Yamon pushed himself up, only to find himself face-to-face with a group of giants. One of them, the leader, stepped forward. His gaze was sharp with disdain. "So, this is where you've been hiding." Kim Yamon met his glare silently. The giant's name was Quant, and his expression made his opinion of humans painfully clear. "You're supposed to be some kind of big deal, huh?" Quant scoffed. "I've heard the rumors, but I don't see anything special." Kim Yamon said nothing, merely observing. Another giant, standing beside Quant, crossed his arms. The elder invited him himself. "We all saw a bearer bring him to the village." Quant scoffed. "So what? That doesn't change anything." The boy next to him frowned. "What's the difference?" "The difference?" Quant's expression darkened. "Humans are our enemies." Blue flames flickered ominously in the distance. Deep within the village, the elder sat in his chamber, his eyes closed, dozing lightly. But in his mind, a single phrase echoed over and over again. A voice, persistent and unwavering, repeating the same words. With a scowl of irritation, the elder furrowed his brows. The voice would not stop. Humans were their enemies. The elder dreamed of a vast wave crashing over the bodies of the fallen. Urfa stood in its path, paralyzed, as the cries of his comrades echoed around him. The giants screamed in pain, cursing the Olympians as they fell. His hands trembled. The tsunami, it's coming again, someone shouted in terror. At the peak of the monstrous wave, a shadowy figure emerged, wielding a trident, his presence overwhelming. The god of the seas, he's here. Urfa breath hitched as his eyes locked onto the man atop the wave. A cold, menacing gaze met his own, and a blue aura erupted beneath the god's feet. Then, his hand twitched. The dream shattered. Urfa jolted awake. A warm weight pressed against his knee. His wolf nuzzled against him, its eyes closing in contentment as he ran a hand through its fur. It's fine, he murmured, but deep down, he knew otherwise. How many times have I had this nightmare? He exhaled, rubbing his temples. Was it just a coincidence, or had the arrival of that human child stirred something long buried? He rose from his chair, his thoughts clouded with images of Olympus and Kim Yaman. Outside, voices erupted. A fight. Who's fighting? Urfa turned slightly, casting a glance at the barred window as a familiar name rang out. Kim Yaman. His gaze lowered. This time, things won't go the way I want them to. Fog rolled through the wooden lattice. Shadows flickered above, silhouettes standing along the massive tree's branches. The elder's thoughts drifted once more. Poseidon. At that very moment, Kim Yaman stood firm, gripping a giant's massive fist midair. His expression remained calm, unfazed by the sheer difference in size. A thin mist swirled around them, making the battlefield seem almost otherworldly. Quant's jaw tightened. His brows furrowed as he stared at the human in disbelief. A smirk tugged at Kim Yaman's lips. The giant's eyes darkened in anger. You little puppy. Before he could finish, Kim Yaman's grip tightened. A sharp crack filled the air. Quant winced, his muscles tensing from the sudden force. He tried to yank his hand back, but Kim Yaman twisted his wrist sharply, cutting off his movement. A strangled groan escaped the giant's lips. His face turned red from the pain. The surrounding giants murmured in shock. He's forcing Quant down. How is a human suppressing one of us? Kim Yaman gave the giant a sharp pull, throwing him off balance. With a heavy thud, Quant crashed to the ground. Dust kicked up around him as he groaned, stunned by the impact. The others stiffened, watching with wary eyes. Kim Yaman's gaze swept over them, cold and challenging. There's only 5 of you. His voice was steady. Go ahead, call all your friends. His smirk deepened. I'll play with you for as long as you want. From a distance, Dee sprinted toward the scene, his heart pounding. How many people are there now? His sister ran alongside him, both of them breathless as they reached the crowd. All around, the giants whispered among themselves. He even took down Tulker and Vulcan. How is this possible? Another muttered. Dozens of us, and none can stop him. Kim Yaman didn't seem concerned. His hand clenched the fabric of another opponent's clothes. With one swift motion, he planted his foot firmly against the ground, pulling his opponent forward. The next second, a thunderous crash. The entire battlefield shook as he slammed the giant into the ground with immense force. Nearby, a red-haired giant bared his teeth in frustration. His fists clenched, his expression twisted in fury as he glared at Kim Yaman. Kim Yaman's grip tightened on the giant's chest, pressing down with controlled force. A system notification echoed in his mind. The giant's power is seeping into your hand. Partial gigantification activated. A green aura surged around his arm, pulsing with newfound strength. Kim Yaman met his opponent's gaze, his expression unreadable. Didn't I tell you? His voice was calm, almost teasing. Attack all at once. He glanced around at the others. Why are you still hesitating? Rising from his fallen opponent, he dusted himself off as murmurs spread through the crowd. More villagers had gathered, their eyes locked on him. Noir clasped her hands together, remaining silent as her brother spoke. I told you not to fight him, Var said, stretching his shoulder with a faint frown. But if he's asking for it, he trailed off before smirking. Well, shouldn't we properly respect our guest? His sister lifted a brow, but she said nothing. The tension in the air thickened as their silhouettes moved toward Kim Yaman. In the background, a few villagers helped the defeated giants back to their feet, casting wary glances at the scene unfolding before them. Kim Yaman looked up as the crowd began whispering about the brother and sister duo. Descendants of the giant god, someone muttered. First time I've heard that one, Kim Yaman thought, filing away the information. Var rolled his shoulders, his expression shifting into something more eager. All right, he said, cracking his knuckles. From the moment I saw you, my fists have been itching. His eyes locked onto Kim Yaman, glinting with anticipation. Let's see what the famous Kim Yaman can do. His energy spiked. Don't hold back, Kim Yaman replied, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Scarlet light flickered in his eyes as his battle aura surged. Var grinned. That's the spirit. Without another word, he leaped into the air, hands raised high, ready to bring them crashing down. Kim Yaman didn't move. His cinder eyes and sensory field activated in sync, painting a predictive grid across the battlefield. Every movement, every shift in Var's body, he could see it all. The trajectory was clear. At the last moment, Kim Yaman stepped back. Var's fist slammed into the tree, sending shockwaves through its massive trunk. A brilliant flash of impact flared from the point of contact. Kim Yaman's gaze remained steady, watching as Var pivoted immediately, using the force of his strike to spring off the ground. The giant twisted midair, launching a powerful kick. Kim Yaman raised his arm in defense. The impact rattled through him. His hand trembled slightly from the sheer force. Stronger than I expected. Before he could recover, a sharp voice cut through the air. Oi, catch! Kim Yaman's eyes flicked toward Noir. She was already in motion. He barely had time to react before she struck. Instinct kicked in. He unsheathed his blade, parrying the attack just in time. The force of the clash sent him skidding back several meters. Damn! His eyes widened slightly. Try to match them in raw strength without mana is reckless. But if this was about training, then he'd only use the skills he needed to refine. Var charged again, his neck struck a blur. Kim Yaman dodged, barely slipping past the attack. Grinding his teeth, Var scoffed. You know why I never argue with my sister? Without waiting for an answer, he leaped. Above him, Noir mirrored his movement, raising her arms for a devastating blow. Kim Yaman stood still, watching. The full force of their attack was coming straight for him, and he wasn't backing down. A powerful flash erupted as their blows clashed. The children's eyes widened as they took in the sight. Where the attacks had struck, the tree's bark shimmered with a glowing blue aura. But Kim Yaman was nowhere to be seen. Their heads snapped downward, searching for him. Where did he go? High above them, Kim Yaman hovered in midair. His gaze dropped to his feet, where a pair of sleek, enchanted sandals had appeared. System notification. You have equipped the Steps of Hermes. A translucent system window flickered before his eyes, detailing their abilities. Imbued with the power of Hermes, these long-lost sandals grant the wearer plus 50% jumping power. 1 mid-air double jump. Special skill. Heavenly Step. Usable once per day. Kim Yaman frowned slightly, recalling the moment he acquired the artifact. It had cost him a hefty amount of contribution points back on the 11th floor. The last skill I need to master. No time like the present. With explosive speed, he propelled himself downward, energy crackling around him. He had already used his jump. Now it was time to activate Heavenly Step. In an instant, he reappeared between the brother and sister. A sharp glint flashed through the air. Noir flinched, instinctively clutching her arm where Kim Yaman's blade had grazed her. Blood welled against her fingers as she stared in confusion. Noir! Var's voice rang out in alarm. Both siblings shielded their faces as Kim Yaman shot upward again in a blur of lightning-fast movement. Var's shock turned to fury. He bared his teeth, his fists trembling. You little brat. His voice seethed with rage. His muscles tensed as he turned to his sister. We're crushing him. Noir's expression hardened. Agreed. They launched themselves back into the air. Their battle intensified. Blows met over and over, their silhouettes streaking across the sky. To the onlookers below, it was chaos. The mere aftershocks of their clashes sent waves of energy cascading through the battlefield. Stay back, someone shouted as 2 beams of light carved through the air, barely missing the crowd. Once again, Kim Yaman found himself between his 2 opponents. Var and Noir raised their fists. A split second later, they attacked in unison. But just before impact, Kim Yaman slipped out of their reach. He moved effortlessly, dodging every strike with precision. He landed a few meters away. Panting, Var and Noir dropped to the ground, bracing themselves on their hands. Var exhaled sharply. Damn it, fighting the air is harder than I thought. Noir nodded, wiping sweat from her brow. And he dodges everything, like he already knows what we're going to do. Var's fists clenched. He's not even counterattacking. Red lightning flickered around his hand as his aura surged. He didn't know what Kim Yaman was planning, but he wasn't about to let him control the fight anymore. Lowering his head, he took heavy steps forward, his resolve unshaken. Enough of this. Noir's eyes darted to her brother in alarm. Var, wait. But he wasn't listening. His entire body pulsed with energy, and his next strike will be nothing like the ones before. Kim Yaman remained calm, watching him closely. He's not even a ranker. holding back his mana with a penalty will. His eyes narrowed slightly. He activated battle prediction. Var was aiming to throw everything he had into this next attack. Lightning crackled violently around him. White light gleamed in his eyes. Kim Yamon made his decision. This time he wouldn't dodge. He'd face it head-on. As they closed the distance, Var reeled back his fist, pouring every ounce of his power into the strike. Kim Yamon braced himself. The clash was imminent. System notification. Cinder Eye's skill is calculating the optimal path. Kim Yamon's mind sharpened as he took in his surroundings. His opponent's fist barreled toward his face, charged with raw mana. He only needed a moment, just enough time to find an opening. The energy swirling around Var's attack was like a raging storm, but in that chaos. There, Kim Yamon's gaze narrowed. His body tensed. In an instant, he shifted to the side. The giant's punch tore through the air, missing him by inches. The sheer force of the blow created a powerful shockwave, kicking up dust and shaking the ground beneath them. Var's eyes widened. He stood frozen, lips pressed into a tight line, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Kim Yamon had walked straight into his attack, then vanished behind him. A chill ran down Var's spine as he felt something cold against his neck. Kim Yamon soared. Var raised a hand in disbelief. Did you really just step into my attack? His voice was a mix of shock and frustration. You're even crazier than I thought. Kim Yamon smirked. That's just how I am. The crowd erupted into murmurs. The villagers, who had been watching the battle with awe, struggled to process what had happened. Noir's expression tightened. That was my brother's strongest attack, and he just walked through it. Kim Yamon lowered his sword, extending a hand toward Var. You're not bad, he admitted, but it's still not enough. Var stared at the outstretched hand, Kim Yamon's words echoing in his mind. Not enough. His expression shifted. He clenched his jaw before exhaling sharply, then broke into a confident grin. Then I'll take my revenge tomorrow, he declared. He grasped Kim Yamon's hand firmly, shaking it. Thanks for the fight. But in his mind, the thought lingered. Next time I'll win. The blue stone glowed under the moonlight. Var frowned as he stared ahead, absent-mindedly tearing into a chunk of meat. The past 10 days had passed quickly, yet the battle with Kim Yamon still played in his mind. Kim Yamon sat among the giants at a massive table. On one side sat Noir, and across from them, four other giants burned with barely contained frustration. Kim Yamon sighed, glancing at his plate. Suddenly, a loud slam shook the table. Var's fist rested firmly on the wooden surface as he declared, After we eat, we're having another match. This time, I will win. His brows furrowed in determination as he clenched his fist. The other giants exchanged glances. Eat faster. Var barked at them. Quit wasting time. One of them groaned. If I eat too fast, I'll get indigestion. Kim Yamon raised a hand, cutting him off. I'm not fighting today. Silence fell over the group. Var blinked. What? Kim Yamon exhaled, leaning back slightly. Tomorrow, I'm heading to the 20th floor trial. I need to save my strength. A moment of realization dawned over the table. Var scoffed but leaned back in his seat, chewing on his food with a frustrated expression. Noir studied Kim Yamon with interest. Var eventually sighed. Fine, he muttered. Guess I'll wait. As she ate, Noir found herself lost in thought. She recalled their fight, the first time she and her brother faced Kim Yamon. Back then, she had been sure they could take him down if they worked together. But even with 5 of them, they had lasted only a few minutes. A slow realization settled in her mind. And he wasn't even using mana. Just how strong was he when he did? Var grumbled under his breath, stabbing his food with a bit more force than necessary. Kim Yamon glanced toward Noir. You okay? She blinked and turned toward him. Just remembering our fight. Kim Yamon closed his eyes, listening, and she continued. Over the past 10 days, Kim Yamon had grown noticeably stronger. Yet, as he sat at the table with the others, he exhaled and muttered, Doesn't feel like anything's changed. Var raised a brow. Really? Even after everything? Kim Yamon shrugged. I haven't even tested my new skills yet. Noir frowned slightly. What do you mean? Var leaned back, arms crossed. You said you were looking for the stone of all seas. So, after the test, are you coming back here? Or are you heading straight to the next floor? Kim Yamon paused. First, I'll find the stone. His gaze remained steady. Then I'll move on. A flicker of concern crossed Var's face. Will you even have time? The test is tomorrow. While the others debated whether their food was still alive, Var narrowed his eyes. Wait, is the stone connected to the test somehow? Kim Yamon reached for his drink, but didn't answer immediately. Var scoffed. So the elder does know where it is. Kim Yamon set his cup down. Not just him. Var's expression darkened. What do you mean? All the divine giants know about the stones. The air grew heavier. Var stiffened. We're their descendants. His voice was quiet, but tense. That means our father probably knows about it too. His jaw clenched. He just never told us. Noir's expression remained unreadable. Is it really that important? Kim Yamon nodded. It is. Var exhaled sharply, looking down from beneath his bangs. Should we really be keeping the stone with us, like everyone believes? His eyes flicked back up. Why did the elder even tell you? Kim Yamon met his gaze. He didn't say. Silence stretched between them. But according to him, I'm the strongest player. The weight of those words settled over the group. Quant let out a sharp scoff, tossing a piece of meat onto the table. I don't believe it. His fingers curled into a fist. Why would the elder say that? His frustration boiled over. And why the hell did he stay quiet for so long? His hands trembled as he clenched his jaw. He knew what we were going through. He knew how much we were suffering. Because of this damn legend. Nor turned toward him, concern in her eyes. Quant, calm down. But he wasn't done. How many times have we been attacked? How many times have we nearly died? His voice cracked, but he forced it down. They almost killed me once. The red-haired giant and Var remained silent, their expressions unreadable. Quant extended his hand toward them. Not just me. All of us. We've all been through it. Kim Yamon wiped his mouth with a cloth as the tension in the room thickened. Noir's brows furrowed. Quant let out a bitter laugh. Is that damn stone really more important than our lives? His voice trembled with frustration. Every time I leave the settlement, I risk my life. I hide. I make sure no one sees me. His fist clenched on the table. And I can't even draw my sword when I need to. The table creaked under the pressure of his grip. Why? Quant's voice was raw. Why does the elder think the stone matters more than us? Before he could say anything else, Kim Yamon cut in. He was right. Quant's body went rigid. Slowly, his eyes turned bloodshot. What did you just say? Kim Yamon stood, his gaze unwavering. If the stone had been kept here, you'd all be dead by now. A heavy silence fell over the room. Quant rose from his seat, his steps slow but forceful. His foot slammed against the floor, shaking the table. Kim Yamon's voice remained steady. That secret saved you from complete extermination. Quant's breath came fast and heavy. Then his rage exploded. You bastard. He lunged. Quant pulled his fist back, preparing to strike. His voice was sharp with fury. Who do you think you are to say something like that? His fist came crashing down. But Kim Yamon was faster. With a swift step to the side, he dodged the blow effortlessly. Then, in one fluid motion, he grabbed Quant by the collar and slammed his face against the table. A dull thud echoed through the room. The crowd froze. Quant's breathing was ragged as he lifted his head, his darkened eyes burning with rage. Let go of me, he snarled. Kim Yamon's grip remained firm. His voice, however, was calm. The elder was protecting you, he said. You just refused to see it. Quant struggled against him, but Kim Yamon didn't waver. It's time to stop blaming him, Kim Yamon continued. He kept the stone a secret to keep you alive. To keep all of you alive. He released his grip. Quant staggered back, falling off the table. Without another word, Kim Yamon turned and began walking away. Noir stared after him, surprised. He's leaving? Nearby, the red-haired giant placed a hand on Quant's shoulder, trying to steady him. Calm down, he advised. You've been going at it with him for days now. Face it, he's just too much for you. Quant clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I don't care. His frustration hadn't faded. I'm going to the elder, he snapped. I want answers. But Var stepped in front of him, his expression firm. Enough. His voice was unwavering. The elder may have been reckless, but tomorrow everything will fall into place. Stop overthinking it. Quant glared at him, but after a moment, he exhaled sharply and looked away. His mind still swirled with doubt. Was the elder really hiding this from us? And more importantly, what exactly did he tell Kim Yamon? The blue moonlight cast a soft glow over the rooftop. Inside, Kim Yamon let out a heavy breath as he sank onto his bed. His body ached. His mind felt like it had been stretched to its limit. 10 days of nonstop battle. 10 days of using cinder eyes and sensory field without rest. His head pounded. I need sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, something caught his attention. Kaini flickered from his glove. He slowly raised his hand, watching the ominous aura swirl and pulse around it. Still emitting mana, his thoughts drifted to the stone of all seas. Poseidon's weapon. The trident that once wielded the power of the ocean, and the stone embedded within it. Kim Yamon extended his hand toward the ceiling. The dark energy thickened. It's been reacting more and more ever since I reached this floor. His gaze hardened. The stone of all seas, the energy it radiated, felt eerily similar to his glove. The energy of the black, divine stone. A new thought crept into his mind. Are they reacting to each other? He exhaled, exhaustion settling over him, but his mind refused to rest. If they share the same nature, then this makes sense. A small smirk formed on his lips. If my theory is correct, he clenched his fist, watching as the dark aura pulsed outward. Then this glove is my Dragon Ball radar. This was his key to finding the stone. Now he just needed to figure out how to control it. Kaini swirled, filling the room. Kim Yamon could feel it, a longing, a pull. The glove was searching. It wanted to find the missing piece. As the darkness coiled around his fingers, Kim Yumon closed his eyes, and mentally, he reached out. Kaini gathered around his clenched fist as the system announced that the feminine flame would power the glove. The young man smirked, declaring that his victory was inevitable. So much so that even Hephaestus would celebrate in delight. As he opened his eyes, he muttered that she had slept long enough. A surge of purple aura flared around his hand. With a commanding voice, he ordered the eye to appear. Instantly, a blazing scarlet eye materialized in the air. Below them lay an island surrounded by shimmering blue waters, basking under the golden sunlight. Jagged cliffs dominated the landscape, while dense forests teemed with giant monkeys and bears. As he approached Var and Noir, he remarked that for such a small island, the number of monsters was overwhelming. Then a thought crossed his mind. Was this place designed after him? Could Triton have been inspired by his existence? Noir shot him a questioning look, while his sister chuckled, asking if he still remembered the time he was nearly devoured by Chimera. Kim Yumon exhaled, closing his eyes for a moment. Meanwhile, the boy beside him awkwardly admitted that the elder had sent them to escort him to the test grounds. But honestly, he couldn't understand why. Nothing here was truly a threat to him. The girl turned to Kim Yumon, raising her hand slightly. Even their rankers viewed this island with caution, she explained, believing that it could become a battlefield at any moment. Her brother nodded in agreement. This trial was clearly on a much grander scale than before. Kim Yumon thoughts drifted back to his last conversation with the elder. The old man had safeguarded the secrets of the seas for years, and now, Kim Yumon understood his hesitation. Ever since the Gigantomachia era, Titans had been forced to remain in the shadows. But now, with the elder revealing his hand, it was only a matter of time before Olympus caught wind of the truth. And when that happened, the giants would be in grave danger. Determined, Kim Yumon clenched his fists. He had to find the stone. As he strode forward, Var and Noir watched him in silence. Then, the system's voice echoed once more. Test of the 20th floor will commence in 10 minutes. A wave of tension filled the air. Noir clasped her hands together, concern evident in her stance. The boy, however, straightened his shoulders, his expression sharpening with resolve. New times had come for the giants. Now that the elder had allowed them to leave the forest, they couldn't afford to fail him. With a confident yet serious look, the boy vowed that they would not disappoint. He had waited for this day for far too long. Suddenly, movement in the forest caught their attention. A swarm of guild members, the same ones who had attacked Var and Noir before, emerged from the shadows. Their leader, a bald warrior, gritted his teeth and snarled. Stop him. We can't let him reach the test. Before Kim Yumon could react, a sharp pain struck him. His enemies moved fast, but not fast enough. In an instant, Var lunged forward, driving his knee into the warrior's stomach. A sickening thud echoed as the man crumpled, his weapon slipping from his grasp. Then, a cloud of dust exploded into the air. The real battle had begun. The guild member struggled beneath the boy's grip, his throat trapped in an unrelenting hold against the cold ground. He gasped, glaring up at his captor. Cowards, he spat, his voice laced with fury. Are you all tired of living? The boy smirked. That no longer matters to us. The man's gaze darted toward the boy's sister. What he saw sent a shiver down his spine. She was ruthlessly pummeling his ally, blood splattering across the ground. Her knuckles were stained red, yet she merely wiped her chin, her icy stare meeting his. Terror crept into the warrior's heart. What happened to them? How had they become so merciless? The boy leaned in closer, a sinister grin stretching across his face. Now we fight for real. His fingers tightened around the man's neck. And you? You were just unlucky enough to land in our hands. High above, atop the jagged cliffs, two figures stood in the sunlight. One of them, the examiner, held a white sphere in his palm, his expression unreadable. So, you sided with the giants. Behind him, a silver-haired man stood with his head bowed. His name was Theseus. He hesitated before speaking. Harangue from a Blood Wolves guild informed us of this. The examiner remained impassive. Theus continued, his voice steady. Not only that, but we've also confirmed that the Titans are protecting the young man on this island. The examiner exhaled, his voice eerily calm. As much as I despise those bloodthirsty wolves, Kim Yumon has defied Olympus twice now. Perched on a rock, Theus narrowed his eyes. He won't make it to the test. My people will handle him. While the players and the manager are occupied, we'll take him out. The silver-haired man turned to face him, his mind clouded with doubt. It's still strange. Why would the giants help him? After what happened with Gigantomachy, they should hate humans. There's no way their loyalty changed just because he stood up for them. The examiner remained silent, staring out into the horizon. No one can answer that. But Theus wasn't convinced. The words of his master echoed in his mind. The giants are hiding the stone of all the seas. He clenched his fists, recalling the moment he knelt before his master, the day he was appointed as the examiner of the 20th floor. His master's command had been absolute. Find a stone. Do this, and I will acknowledge you as my son. For a fleeting moment, an image of Poseidon filled his thoughts. His father's piercing gaze, his obsession with the stone. Poseidon had even defied Zeus himself in pursuit of it. Then, another vision appeared, the young man standing alongside the giants. Thea's breath hitched. Was he somehow connected to the stone? His mind raced. The moment Kim Yumon appeared, the giants left their forest. Coincidence? No, there had to be something more. The examiner remained still, his thoughts cold and calculated. If there was any reason for this alliance, he had yet to find it. His expression darkened. He lowered his head slightly, clenching his teeth. Forgive me, master. I failed to stop Kim Yumon. Meanwhile, Kim Yumon stood atop a towering cliff, gazing out at the endless waves below. The sea stretched far beyond the horizon, the wind stirring his hair. Then, the system's voice rang out. The test has begun. With an unreadable expression, Kim Yumon prepared for what lay ahead. Despite the obstacles along the way, Kim Yumon had arrived just in time. He was certain that the giants could handle the gill without issue. The waves churned violently against the shore as the system's voice echoed across the island. This land is home to countless sea creatures. Defeating them will reward participants with sea hearts. The more hearts collected, the higher the score. Then, the system added one more detail. The test will last 12 hours. Kim Yumon placed a hand on his forehead, deep in thought. This is just like the capture the flag test from the 11th floor. The only difference was that there were no limits on how many people could pass. Most participants were probably convinced that, with a team, they could clear this trial and advance to the 21st floor without much difficulty. Kim Yumon took a step forward and smirked. How naive. With a single leap, he launched himself off the cliff, diving headfirst into the ocean below. As he plummeted, he muttered, "No one else is passing this test, but me." The water engulfed him, and instantly, his mind drifted to the elder's words. Hephaestus told me you're searching for the stone of all seas. But according to the elder, all those rumors were false. The artifact was never with the giants to begin with. Kim Yumon opened his cinder eyes, scanning the vast, dark abyss before him. Glowing orbs of light emerged from the depths. Monsters. He recalled the elder's warning. If you truly want to find a stone, you'll have to go deeper, into the most dangerous waters. The depths are filled with creatures far worse than anything you've faced. As the monstrous figures circled him, Kim Yumon remained still. The elder had also said something else. Defeating these creatures will be the easiest part of your trial. A scarlet aura ignited around Kim Yumon's eyes as he focused. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, something caught his attention, a golden glow emanating from a rock deep below. His thoughts flashed back to the elder's voice. Tell me, boy, are you truly worthy of claiming the stone of all seas? Before Kim Yumon could react, a massive sea beast lunged forward, its jaws wide open. And in the next instant, its body was cleaved in two. The lifeless corpse of the monster crashed in front of a group of challengers. One of them, a man clad in armor, turned to his team. Is everyone all right? Another participant laughed. This test is easier than we thought. We've already gathered 15 hearts, one for each of us. The system timer flashed. 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 21 seconds remaining. The armored man wiped blue blood from his gloved hand, holding up a shimmering blue crystal. We still have half our time left. At this rate, we can collect another heart for every member of the team. Tucking the crystal away, he looked up, his gaze fixating on an unknown burning object hovering in the sky. He smirked. We might even have time to go for the bonus reward. But beneath his confidence, another thought lurked. His mission wasn't just about collecting sea hearts. He had orders from Olympus. Find Kim Yumon. Stop him at all costs. His fingers twitched slightly. Would that even be possible? There were so many participants here, but none of them had encountered Kim Yumon yet. The man's smirk faltered, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. We're lucky, he thought. Lucky that we haven't crossed paths with him yet. For now, their team sailed across the sea, hunting for more creatures. But deep down, he knew their luck wouldn't last forever. The man exhaled sharply, muttering, it'd be better if Kim Yumon never showed up at all. Shaking off the thought, he turned to his allies. All right, time to move forward. Let's split into two groups. But before he could finish his sentence, a massive column of water erupted from the ocean. The sheer force of it froze everyone in place. The man barely had time to react, his planned strategy slipping from his mind as he stared in disbelief. What the hell was that? The others took an uneasy step back, murmuring among themselves. Was it a monster? Snapping back to reality, the man barked an order. Get ready. Something's coming. Then, Kim Yumon landed behind them. Water dripped from his clothes, pooling on the ground as he stood with one hand still lowered. The captain of the group let out a shaky laugh. I nearly pissed myself. One of his allies whispered in disbelief. Did he just jump straight out of the sea? A blond man in the group narrowed his eyes, recognition dawning on him. It was him. Kim Yamon locked eyes with him, his stare sharp and unwavering. So, you're working with Olympus. The captain and his men instinctively stepped back, their expressions shifting from confusion to alarm. What? What are you talking about? The man asked cautiously. But inside, his thoughts raced. How does he know? Did someone spill the truth? His eyes darkened as he studied Kim Yamon's face. If the rumors were true, if this guy really was Olympus's enemy, then what would he do to them now? Kim Yamon remained eerily calm. Judging by your expressions, he said, raising a finger toward the sky, I'd say I was right. Silence stretched between them. The captain tensed before blurting out, So, you really didn't know? Kim Yamon smirked. Not for sure, but now I do. Fear gripped the group as Kim Yamon took a slow step forward. Relax. I'm not here to fight you. They didn't believe him. You should be more worried about what's coming next. Just as he spoke, the sea began to churn violently. Water near the cliffs surged in chaotic waves, swirling into massive whirlpools. Then, monsters erupted from the ocean. A colossal sea serpent reared its head, letting out a thunderous roar. Its body crashed against the jagged rocks, shaking the very ground beneath them. And it wasn't alone. Countless sea beasts surged toward the shore. The group could only watch in horror as monstrous forms broke through the surface, each one more terrifying than the last. Then, from the opposite side, came an even bigger problem. Land creatures. Dozens. Hundreds. Beasts of all kinds stormed toward them, cutting off any chance of retreat. What the hell is going on? Akale shouted, his face contorted in disbelief. How many are there? A panicked voice called out. Akale, this is bad. We got even bigger problems. He whipped around, eyes widening as he realized they were completely surrounded. The examiner must have lost his mind, someone yelled. Desperation set in. We need to get out of here. Now, if we don't leave, we won't survive this. Kim Yamon's blade slid from its sheath with a sharp, metallic hiss. If we leave, we'll be disqualified, one of the men reminded them. Akale clenched his teeth. I don't give a damn about the test anymore. Can't you see this is insane? But Kim Yamon's voice cut through their panic. The test is fine. Everyone turned to him in disbelief. Kim Yamon lifted his sword, his grip steady. I just changed the conditions a little. A wicked smirk played on his lips. Then, as if on cue, the system's voice rang out. Test conditions updated. Kim Yamon's mind echoed with the elder's words. Break the symbols of the sun and moon, and the seal will open. Nearby, Akale clutched the blue crystals, his expression filled with confusion. He turned them over in his hands, uncertain of their significance. The elder's warning rang in Kim Yamon's thoughts. Once the seal is broken, the trial will become much harder. The group commander frowned. What does that even mean? What rule changes? He turned to his team. What are we supposed to do now? One of the warriors yelled. We run. That's what we do. Before they could act, the crystals slipped from Akale's grasp, clattering onto the ground. Kim Yamon's thoughts remained fixed on the elder's explanation. Removing the seal will awaken the sea turtle, and within it lies the stone of all seas. A deafening roar shattered the air. Monsters surged toward them, their massive fangs bared, charging at terrifying speed. Kim Yamon clenched his fists, recalling the elder's final words. Once the seal is broken, control of the test falls to the manager. Even Olympus won't be able to interfere. But something about that didn't sit right. Kim Yamon narrowed his eyes. How did the elder know all of this? As if answering his unspoken question, his mind drifted back to the old man's story. Long ago, a great titan raised the sea turtle himself. He forced it to swallow the stone of all seas, and then he put it into an eternal slumber. That titan was Urfa. Two monsters lunged at Kim Yamon, only to be cut down in a single, fluid motion. Their lifeless bodies hit the ground as Kim Yamon steadied his stance. The elder's voice whispered in his mind. When the test ends, Olympus will come for the stone. They will try to take it from you, but the titans will not allow this. The stone of all seas must never fall into Poseidon's hands. The earth trembled violently. Kim Yamon's gaze sharpened. The monsters could feel it, the power of the stone. One by one, their eyes locked onto him, their primal instincts drawn to its energy. They're all after me, Kim Yamon realized. They know the test is no longer in their control. Then, a deep, rumbling quake shook the entire battlefield. Kim Yamon staggered slightly as the system's voice thundered through the air. The sea turtle has awakened. The test objective has been changed. Kim Yamon's expression remained unreadable, though a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Took long enough, he muttered. So this is my real challenge. Without hesitation, He stepped forward, walking toward the stone and the towering cliffs ahead. The system issued its final command. The test site has been relocated. The new objective: defeat the sea turtle and claim the stone of all seas. Elsewhere, Thea stood, gripping a white sphere tightly. A notification flickered across its surface. A new message from Search Group 2. Their report stated that they were thoroughly searching the island's central region, with Search Group number 1 staying in close contact. Soon they would find him. Theus clenched his jaw. How the hell have they not found him yet? His frustration grew. One person, on this tiny island, and we still can't locate him. But before he could dwell on it further, the rock beneath his feet cracked. The ground trembled violently beneath Theseus' feet. His eyes narrowed. There's no way. Did that bastard escape the test? But something fell off. The shaking wasn't stopping, and the monsters were acting erratic, as if they'd lost control. A deep frown settled on Thea's face as he looked down at the chaos below. What the hell is Kim Yamon up to? Then, the system's voice thundered through the air. Test rules updated. Theseus' expression darkened as he glanced at his white sphere, only for his eyes to widen in rage. Due to failure to comply with the new conditions, you have been stripped of your position as examiner. Theseus' mind went blank for a split second. What? Before he could process what was happening, the space around him fractured, distorted by unseen forces. A split second later, he was no longer on the mountain. Instead, he found himself at the foot of a forest, disoriented and furious. What the hell is going on? He growled. Meanwhile, the entire island continued to quake. Rocks crumbled, trees swayed violently, and a thunderous roar split the sky. Then the system announced it. The sea turtle has awakened. From the depths of the ocean, an enormous silhouette emerged. The titanic beast lifted its massive head above the water, its colossal body sending tidal waves crashing against the shore. Then it roared. The deafening sound rippled through the battlefield, a primal declaration of its dominance. The system's next message was even more chilling. The sea turtle is the ruler of the 20th floor, the strongest sea creature, rivaling the power of Chuanwu. Theseus clenched his fists. So, the test really did shift under the steward's control. He grimaced. If only they had known the truth sooner, that the stone of all seas was hidden inside the turtle. His gaze flickered to his white sphere, his thoughts sharp. This is Kim Yamon doing. No one else could have pulled something like this off. His jaw tightened. I need to alert everyone. We need backup. But before he could act, a body hit the ground behind him. Theseus turned sharply. It was Harang. He collapsed, barely conscious, groaning in pain. Another figure crashed down next to him. The guild captain. Theseus' eyes widened. These guys. Then, a voice rang out from behind him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Theseus turned, his gaze locking onto a towering figure wreathed in fire. Sitar, the fire titan ranker. Behind Sitar, more titans stood, their expressions unreadable. Theseus exhaled sharply, his glare unwavering. We haven't seen each other since Gigantomachy. Sitar gave a small smirk. And yet, you're still as stiff as ever. Theseus' body tensed as Sitar stepped forward. I hear you've been keeping busy, climbing the ranks, becoming an examiner. His eyes flickered with amusement. Shouldn't you be watching over the test, then? Theseus scoffed. The situation has changed. And what about you? What's a Titan doing here? His tone turned accusatory. Trying to sabotage the test. Sitar simply chuckled. Sabotage? Please. The flames around him flickered as he recalled the past. I only stepped in when the Blood Wolves launched a full-scale attack on 2 young Titans. The whole damn pack was hunting them. What was I supposed to do, stand by and watch? His gaze sharpened. Or is protecting my own people suddenly a crime? Theseus clenched his teeth. This was getting worse by the second. You trying to provoke me, Titan? He growled. Suddenly, Olympus soldiers rushed forward, drawing their weapons. Theseus didn't hesitate. I won't allow interference in this test. Sutar's allies stepped up behind him, their stance unwavering. The tension in the air was thick. Blades were drawn. Fire flickered. Sparks crackled. But Sitar? He just laughed. You want to talk about interference? His flames surged, and the battle was about to begin. Sitar drove his sword into the ground, flames flickering wildly around him. You think we came here to disrupt your precious test? His voice was sharp, filled with contempt. His grip tightened as he raised his head. We don't care about this damn test. His fiery gaze locked onto Theseus. We are here to carry out the Elder's will. Behind him, the Titans stood firm, their expressions unreadable yet resolute. Then Sitar added, his voice calm but unwavering. We won't let you lay a single finger on Kim Yamon. Meanwhile, Kim Yamon moved like a blur. With a single powerful push off the ground, he ripped through a monster, slicing it clean in half. He landed effortlessly, only to launch another flurry of strikes, his sword cutting through enemy after enemy. Then, mid-battle, his eyes flicked to the side. Something caught his attention. His sensor field had picked up movement on the distant shore, where Sitar stood with the Titans. A small smirk formed on Kim Yamon's lips. So the big guys have finally stepped in. He kicked off the ground with explosive force. The Elder's playing for keeps now. Higher and higher he soared, straight toward the massive, gaping mouth of the sea turtle. Below, giant sea serpents swirled around its body, their glowing eyes locked onto him. Kim Yamon's mind was clear. The stone of all seas is mine. As he dove, a serpent lunged toward him. He twisted in midair, using its massive body as a stepping stone, and kicked off, sending himself even faster toward the turtle's mouth. The snakes followed, surging after him into the abyss. Then, the system's voice rang out. Special ability activated, Moonlight Sword. Under the influence of darkness, stamina recovery rate increased by 112%. Mana recovery rate increased by 56%. A dark energy coursed through Kim Yamon's body. A shadowy projectile shot past him, piercing through one of the serpents. The system continued. Magical ability power increased by 56%. Dark blood exploded in the air, splattering across the battlefield. Thick liquid landed near Kim Yamon's feet, but he barely spared a glance. His sword flashed with dark energy as he cut down another monster. Its severed head tumbled into the abyss. Perfect. Kim Yamon's voice was low, almost amused. I'm so close now. His thoughts echoed the legend spoken by everyone on this floor. The one who finds the stone of all seas will become the god of the ocean. Suddenly, his glove pulsed with black energy, and a scarlet glow flared in his eyes. Dark purple mana flooded the battlefield, twisting through the air like a living force. More monsters rushed toward him at terrifying speed. Kim Yamon didn't stop. Bodies fell at his feet. He stepped over them without hesitation, his gaze locked forward. The sea turtle is part of the legend. Right now, it is the god of the seas. But that would change. Most of the monsters had already followed him inside the turtle, but not all of them. Kim Yamon's expression darkened. Something else was pulling them in. The call of the stone of all seas. His breath hitched as realization struck. The divine sea crystal. His eyes snapped open in shock. Something was waiting for him inside. This wasn't just the turtle's stomach. It was a full-fledged dungeon with its own ecosystem. A massive wave surged toward Kim Yamon, carrying countless monsters within its depths. Their roars and screeches filled the enclosed space. Kim Yamon glanced back, gritting his teeth as he sprinted forward. Damn it, with a body this massive, of course it can store an entire ocean inside. But there was no time to dwell on it. He was running from one thread, only to rush straight into another. Monsters, everywhere. Without hesitation, Kim Yamon activated the divine flame, his blade instantly shrouded in dark purple mana. The system's voice echoed. Special effect activated. Sensory field. Darkness attribute enhanced. Kim Yamon's body blurred as he dashed forward. In a single spin midair, he slashed through a monster's neck, severing its head cleanly. Then, in a series of explosive movements, he leaped from one beast to another, cutting them down as he moved. As he soared above the battlefield, he brought his blade close to his face, narrowing his eyes. Even if this isn't on Hades' level of invisibility, my stealth should be enough for now. Below, the surviving monsters collided with each other, their heads whipping around in confusion. Then, one of the snake-like beasts suddenly froze. It lifted its head, its forked tongue flickering, before its eyes locked onto something. Kim Yamon. The serpent hissed violently, its mouth stretching wide. He didn't flinch. Instead, he pressed his blade against its fangs, smirking. So, you guys can't smell each other's fishy stench, but you caught my scent immediately? With a few precise movements, his sword flashed through the air, slicing the monster into pieces before it could even react. As its remains splashed into the rising water, Kim Yamon landed smoothly on the ground. They're treating me like an infection. The system's voice chimed again. Completion level of Star of the Heavens increased by 0.001%. His eyes flickered as he pulled up the artifact's description. Progress, 99.41%. Kim Yamon frowned. I thought I'd be able to use this ability before the test ended, but at this rate, it's not happening. He scanned the battlefield. The number of monsters is ridiculous. I need to avoid unnecessary fights. But now a bigger question loomed. Where was the stone of all seas? He doubted it was just lying around in the middle of his stomach. No, if it was hidden anywhere, it had to be in the most protected place. In his mind, he pictured it. A massive, pulsating organ of mana, shrouded in a scarlet aura. The heart. It made sense. The stone had to be inside the heart. The very thing that powered this colossal beast. Kim Yamon tightened his grip on his blade. Considering how everything shakes when it moves, there's no doubt. But this wasn't just about the stone of all seas. The mana heart itself was part of the ecosystem. The sea turtle would defend it with everything it had. Kim Yamon exhaled, his expression unreadable. I have no idea how many more monsters are waiting for me. But one thing was clear. He had to reach the heart while conserving as much energy as possible. His eyes flashed crimson as a scarlet aura began to pulse around them. Red eyes activated. The darkness ahead shifted. His vision adjusted instantly, revealing hidden paths through the shadows. Now, he just needed a plan. Kim Yamon knew that his cinder eyes consumed too much energy. If he sacrificed them, he could enhance his other senses instead. With that in mind, he formed a glowing purple projectile above his hand and activated his sensor field. The darkness around him erupted with violet light, revealing a swarm of monsters rushing toward him. He smirked. So, I've walked straight into a snake pit. His grin widened, but his eyes remained sharp. And all of these creatures think they can stand in my way. Without hesitation, he drove his sword into a monster's chest. Then, with a powerful jerk of his blade, he sliced straight through it and hurled the severed corpse into the oncoming horde. His teeth clenched as he glanced back, his mind racing. Where the hell are they all coming from? So far, he had encountered more monsters inside this turtle than on all 20 floors combined. With a quick burst of movement, Kim Yamon shot into the air, soaring above the chaos below. His black blade pulsed with purple energy once more. The system's voice echoed. Twilight Blade effect activated. Stamina recovery rate increased. Mana regeneration rate increased. Kim Yamon swung his sword downward, unleashing a surge of compressed mana that ripped through the monsters below. Even so, his brows furrowed slightly. I'm still burning through mana faster than I can recover it. He needed to reach the mana heart before his reserves ran out. A monstrous roar snapped him back to reality. One of the creatures lunged, only to be engulfed in purple flames as Kim Yamon struck with full force. Landing smoothly, he exhaled sharply, shaking his aching hand. Half my mana is already gone, he thought grimly. But I'm close, I can feel it. He looked ahead, his gaze narrowing. How many more do I have to cut down? He had been wandering through this turtle's stomach for over an hour, yet the heart was still out of reach. Blade flashing, Kim Yamon ripped through another wave of monsters, frustration creeping in. Where is it? With each attack, he felt his energy draining. Then suddenly, he stopped. His eyes widened. Scarlet particles floated through the air. The walls of the turtle's interior glowed red. Kim Yamon took a slow step forward. I finally found it. Before him stood a massive, pulsating heart, its fiery crimson glow illuminating the entire chamber. But what caught his attention wasn't just the heart itself. It was the massive army of monsters surrounding it. 100, no more. Their glowing eyes snapped toward Kim Yamon, sensing the intruder. For a moment, he simply stared at the sheer number of creatures. Then, gripping his sword tighter, he let out a low chuckle. What's this? A party. Dark purple mana engulfed his blade. Theseus' voice echoed in his memory. In a situation like this, there's only one thing to do. Show them what real power looks like. Kim Yamon's grip tightened. Theseus' words returned. That blade is my greatest masterpiece. A weapon rivaling Zeus' lightning. As if in response, his fiery red eye cracked open slightly. Then, in the next instant, it snapped open completely. Dark lightning exploded outward, twisting violently through the air. The system's voice thundered through the chamber. Skill activated, summoning hell. Kim Yamon's blade flared with golden light, the brilliance reflecting in the hungry eyes of the approaching monsters. He exhaled sharply. Half of his mana was gone. Dark energy crackled around his sword, shaping itself into black lightning that coiled up his arm. His voice was low, commanding. Move. The monsters roared in defiance. Kim Yamon's gaze darkened. Fine. I have no reason to hold back anymore. A fierce determination settled in his eyes as he took a step forward. The stone of all seas will be mine. His mind conjured visions of divine relics. Hermes' sandals, Athena's aegis, Apollo's sun chariot, artifacts forged by Hephaestus, the greatest smith of the tower. Then the image shifted. Zeus, standing atop Olympus, summoning golden lightning from the heavens. Kim Yamon's grip tightened. If you had to choose the greatest of Hephaestus' works, it would have to be Zeus' lightning, a weapon that could shatter entire islands with a single strike, a force capable of controlling the skies themselves. Kim Yamon's gaze flickered with something cold and resolute. And now, that weapon has a rival. The air around him grew heavy. The monsters sensed the shift, their eyes gleaming as they tightened their encirclement. Dark energy surged outward, wrapping around Kim Yamon like an extension of his very being. He clenched his teeth. Adamantium can channel the power of dark sea crystals to their absolute limit. But weapons alone didn't define strength. Their true power depended on the hands that wielded them. His fiery red eye burned bright. The original Kaini was forged by a mere apprentice. This time, mine was crafted by Hephaestus himself. Monsters lurched forward, their jaws snapping as they charged. A blinding blue flash illuminated the chamber. Kim Yaman narrowed his eyes. Even knowing they would die, they still came for him. The stone has them completely brainwashed. No hesitation. He swung his sword. Dark light erupted, slicing through space itself. A black void split open before him, summoning hell. The thick, churning mass of dark energy expanded outward, swallowing everything in its path. The monsters vanished instantly. Kim Yaman frowned. Where did they go? Then pain. A sharp, searing agony ripped through his arm. His breath hitched. He glanced down, his fingers twitching in confusion. It feels like my arm is being torn apart. His brow furrowed. Why? He had invested over 100 points into dark magic, and it still wasn't enough? A cold realization settled in. He wasn't controlling the power. The power was controlling him. Gritting his teeth, he crouched low, then activated the Hermes sandals. I just need to endure. With an explosive burst, he shot into the air, soaring past the monsters below. The system's voice echoed. Effect activated. Jump height increased by 50%. Blade in hand, Kim Yaman twisted midair, and as he descended, he slashed forward, tearing another rift into space itself. A black chasm yawned open before him, and whatever lay beyond was darker than anything he had ever seen. The space in front of him rippled as he activated Sky Step, propelling himself upward. Soaring toward the top of the tower, he felt the weight of countless monstrous eyes locked onto him. System alert. Movement speed increased by 100%. Airborne time, 5 seconds. He clenched his fist, pulling his arm back once more. His gaze sharpened. One more hit. His mind raced as his cinder eyes locked onto the target, calculating the perfect path. Scarlet energy surged around him, crackling in the air. A dense wave of purple mana materialized, blocking his path to the crystal. He scanned the area, searching. Then he felt it. A pulse. A surge of power hidden in the darkness. There it was. The stone of all seas suspended midair, glowing with a deep blue aura. The eye embedded in his glove flared to life, radiating intense mana. System alert. Kaini has detected the energy of the sea crystal. His vision tinged red as power coursed through him. He gritted his teeth, raising his fist once again. He had finally found what he was looking for. There was no hesitation now. He would reach it with a single decisive strike. Slashing through space itself, he tore open a black rift, its jagged edges pulsating with golden light. His attack exploded forward, ripping through the oncoming monsters. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, tearing them apart in a blood-red storm. The air filled with the scent of iron as a crimson fountain erupted around him. The surviving creatures shrank back in fear, their grotesque forms wading through the pools of blood toward the crystal. Then the serpent moved, noticing a dark energy source. Its forked tongue flickered as it opened its maw, saliva dripping in anticipation. But before it could strike, slash, a single blow. Its massive body split in two, each half falling away in opposite directions. The young man stood still, arm outstretched, head lowered. His entire body was drenched in blood. He exhaled, rubbing a hand across his face. Things weren't looking good. His vision blurred. His right hand trembled. It wasn't just the glove messing with him. He had lost all feeling in his dominant hand. If I want to control this power, I need to push my dark magic and durability even further. He took a step forward. The monsters flinched, instinctively backing away. His mind was made up. In the days to come, he would focus on sharpening his abilities, strengthening himself until nothing could stand in his way. He tightened his grip on his blade and spoke, his voice cold and sharp. Move. The stone of all seas floated in his grasp, its blue aura pulsating. He exhaled. I'm done wasting time on you. Meanwhile, the Theseus and Sitar groups stood locked in confrontation. A man scoffed, calling Titan a fool. His fiery opponent only narrowed his eyes. Do you really believe that Kid can reclaim the stone of all seas? Titan didn't waver. If the Elder believes in him, then it will happen. The man scowled. Idiots. He doesn't stand a chance against this test. His thoughts darkened. How does he expect to defeat the monster that has absorbed the stone's power? The ruler of all beasts, a creature that no one had ever conquered. The colossal sea turtle opened its massive jaws and unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the battlefield. The man had barely finished his thought. I'll wait for now, but when this test is over, I'll kill them all. Then silence. The fire in the monster's eyes flickered out, and its roar abruptly ceased. Confusion flickered across the man's face as towering waves rose from the jagged rocks. surging toward the warriors. He narrowed his eyes, gripping the sphere in his hand while watching the unfolding chaos. Water droplets splashed against the ground, shimmering under the ominous sky. System alert. Kim Yaman has passed the test. Theseus's face twisted with rage. His teeth clenched, his brow furrowed. Impossible. Nearby, the flaming titan yanked his sword from the earth. A sharp voice rang out, an order. Capture the boy. Bring him now. The titan's eyes darkened. That's not happening. He raised his hand, and his comrades charged forward. You won't lay a finger on him. As warriors clashed, the tension between the two leaders thickened. Theseus turned, locking eyes with his opponent. You're really dragging the titans into this. His tone dripped with mockery. Afraid a second gigantomachy will rise. The titan scoffed. Empty threats. You knew this day would come. It's time we settle this. Right here, right now. Theseus smirked, then frowned, raising his hand. The sphere floated into the air, and the air around him twisted into a powerful vortex. So much time has passed, and yet, Titan, you're still the same fool. A weapon materialized in his grip, a gleaming trident. He raised it high, and a burning chariot appeared in the sky above him. Warriors emerged, stepping out from the flames. Theseus sneered. Do you remember our third battle? How you fled like a coward. He drove the trident into the ground, eyes darkening. What will you do now? There's no escape this time. Sutar's face twisted in anger. You bastard. The chariot ascended, and its warriors leaped from the sky, descending toward the island. The Titan's voice thundered. How can the son of the god of the sea be so vile? Theseus chuckled. Since when do you care about your father's honor? From above, warriors wielding massive axes crashed down, shaking the battlefield. A girl hovered midair, drawing glowing runes into a magic circle. Theseus smirked. Remember my words, Titan, history always repeats itself. A massive explosion erupted from the battlefield, sending dust spiraling into the sky. Titans and Olympians clashed in a brutal struggle. Blades pierced flesh. Blood soaked the ground. One of the Olympian warriors drove his sword through a Titan's chest. Sutar stood still, watching the carnage unfold. His thoughts were cold, unwavering. They've drawn their swords once again, because history demands blood. The Titan's mind flashed back to Theseus standing atop a mountain of corpses, a grim monument to their past battles. The war raged on. Then, a sudden, deafening rumble echoed across the island. A Titan warrior turned, eyes widening. What was that? On the horizon, a massive wall of water rose, stretching toward the sky. An Olympian soldier turned, stunned. Is that a tsunami? The man scoffed. No, it's not. From the depths of the wave, giant monsters emerged, their towering forms casting long shadows over the battlefield. His eyes widened. What the? Then, two luminous eyes pierced through the watery abyss, burning with fury. A colossal sea serpent surged from the ocean, its massive head looming over the horde of creatures. The Leviathan had arrived. The beast gaped its jaws before plunging beneath the waves, its massive tail whipping high into the sky before crashing down, sending tremors through the water. A murmur of recognition rippled through the warriors. That's Leviathan, but it only appears on the 20th floor. Why is it here now? That's a boss-level monster. Across the battlefield, the man with the trident stood silent, watching the chaos unfold. But something was off. The monsters rushing toward the island weren't just sea creatures. They were a mixed horde of beasts that should never be in the same pack. Theseus narrowed his eyes. The one who finds the stone becomes the god of all seas. His lips curled in irritation. He had always dismissed it as myth, a fairy tale his father had been obsessed with. But now, the raging tides proved otherwise. Sea spray drenched the battlefield as waves crashed against the shore. Then a voice rang out. Sorry for dropping in. Looks like you were all pretty busy. A young man stepped onto the island, exhaustion evident in his stance. He lifted his hand, revealing the stone of all seas, its glow pulsing like a heartbeat. He exhaled. I'm wiped. So can we just leave? The moment the stone shimmered, Theseus's expression darkened. His glare locked onto the boy, and his lips twisted in anger. You little. Water swirled at his feet, gathering into a rising wave. Hand over the stone. Now. Theseus rode the surging tide, trident raised, slicing through the air as he shot toward the boy. Give it to me. The stone of all seas belongs to me. The young man's grip tightened, knuckles white. Water droplets slid down his face as he raised his head, staring down the oncoming enemy. Then, the wave collapsed, dissipating beneath Theseus's feet. He was left suspended in midair, his momentum faltering. But he didn't hesitate. Pointing his trident, he began to gather a dense sphere of water, power rippling around him. With a sharp thrust, he fired the projectile. The young man's eyes flickered with calculations. In an instant, he countered, redirecting the attack, sending water exploding in every direction. Droplets rained onto the battlefield. The boy smirked. Huh, so all your power depends on water. Huh? Without it, you're nothing. Theseus landed, seething. You dare mock me? His trident trembled in his grip. The Olympian's face twisted in confusion. His mana flow was weakening. What? His breath hitched. Something was blocking his connection to the water attribute. His control over mana was slipping through his fingers. His vision sharpened, and his bloodshot eyes locked onto the stone. It's that damn thing. Suddenly, golden lightning crackled around him, filling the air with an electrified charge. The young man tensed. He's reaching his limit. His cinder eyes activated, and his sensory field expanded. Every movement, every energy fluctuation, he processed them all. Then Theseus lunged, his trident flashing forward. The young man dodged, twisting just as the weapon slashed past. Steel clashed as he countered with his sword. For a moment, their eyes locked. The young man smirked. He struck. Theseus barely blocked in time. The battle for the Stone of All Seas was just beginning. Their weapons clashed, unleashing a violent shockwave that rippled through the battlefield. Locked in combat, neither backed down. The next strike came. Another burst of mana exploded between them as they exchanged blows. The young man clenched his teeth, eyes sharp with determination. I'm not backing down. His blade struck, wedging itself between the prongs of Theseus's trident. Theseus snarled, his brows knitting together in frustration. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His father's words echoed in his mind. Find the Stone of All Seas. Succeed, and I will recognize you as my son. Gritting his teeth, Theseus lowered his trident, twisting his opponent's sword out of alignment. Dark energy crackled around his spear. It doesn't matter what it takes. The power swirled violently around him. I will win my father's favor. I will become the heir of Poseidon. Slamming his spear into the ground, he sent a shockwave of aura tearing through the battlefield. The earth beneath his opponent fractured, splitting apart. The young man's grip faltered. His sword was dragged into the crumbling ground. But he was faster. Hermes' sandals activated. In a flash, he leapt away, dodging the devastating impact as the ground beneath him shattered into jagged ruins. Theseus staggered, his head drooping forward. Blood dripped from his lips. The young man landed a short distance away, dispelling his sandals, eyes still locked on his opponent. His breath was ragged. He wiped his cheek, taking a moment to think. Theseus's weakness is his rage, his recklessness. But he's trying to stay composed. Spitting out blood, he lifted his gaze. Something was at stake here, something bigger than just the battle. Theseus tightened his grip on his spear, golden lightning raging around its handle. His jaw clenched. Once I'm done with you, he said darkly, I'll deal with the Titans next. Both hands gripped the trident, its weight heavy with power. His eyes burned with defiance. You chose the wrong opponent, Theseus declared. I am Theseus, son of the great Poseidon. The young man exhaled, adjusting his grip on his blade. He felt the Stone of All Seas pulse in his other hand, its glow intensifying. Time to use Kaini. He smirked, resting his sword in front of him. So, you finally made up your mind? His voice was calm. Good. Let's do this right, and level up at the same time. The battle raged on. The armies of the Titans and Olympians clashed in the distance, their conflict swallowing the battlefield in a thick wall of dust. Once again, the young man's blade locked between the trident's prongs, their weapons grinding against each other, sending sparks flying. A powerful flash of light ignited the space between them. They glared at one another, eyes filled with raw fury. Another exchange of blows. Another blast of energy. The battlefield was engulfed in swirling dust and chaos. Theseus spun his trident, launching a vicious strike. The young man activated his sandals, dodging in a blur just before the attack struck. He landed behind Theseus. The battlefield lay in ruins around them, the air thick with smoke and debris. Theseus gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over. He cursed under his breath. Why is this brat so damn hard to hit? Through the swirling dust, he could barely make out the silhouette of his opponent. He scowled. This isn't just a matter of... Theseus gritted his teeth. How is he dodging everything? It wasn't just reflexes. The young man knew exactly where the next attack would land. Then Theseus saw it, those glowing red eyes. So that's it. The young man's scarlet eyes pulsed, radiating a powerful aura. He activated his sensor field, heightening his awareness. He tightened his grip on the Stone of All Seas, realization sinking in. Theseus can barely use his water attributes. That means the stone is suppressing him. Still, the power gap between them was undeniable. The blood of Poseidon flowed through Theseus's veins. The difference in their levels was clear. The ground trembled. Monsters surged from the ocean, their colossal forms smashing through rock, sending stone fragments crashing down. The young man's gaze flicked to the side. Theseus narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? Finally realized you can't win. The young man scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. He turned back, locking eyes with his opponent. Where are you running? Scared those sea creatures will catch you. Theseus sneered. You talk too boldly for a dead man. Then, an Olympian soldier grabbed Theseus's arm. My lord, the soldier urged, this battle is out of control. We need to retreat. Theseus ripped his arm free, his expression twisting in fury. Don't interfere, he snapped. The soldier's eyes flickered with hesitation. We have to fall back, sir. Now, before another word could be spoken, Sitar decapitated the soldier in one swift motion. Blood splattered the ground. Theseus barely had time to process what had happened before the soldier's lifeless body collapsed beside the Titan leader, who was still locked in battle with his forces. Sitar's voice rang out like thunder. Kill them all. Crush the Olympians. None of them leave this island alive. He scanned the battlefield, eyes burning with cold fury. Rip off their arms and legs, take them as trophies. The giant sea monsters closed in on the shore. A nearby Olympian soldier turned to his commander in a panic. If we don't act now, we're finished. Forget the Titans. If the sea creatures reach us, we won't stand a chance. Theseus barely heard him. His focus was locked onto his opponent. His rage boiled over. The soldier shouted his name again, but Theseus's eyes were fixed on the glowing crystal in the young man's clenched fist. His target was right in front of him. The young man smirked. This is the last straw, huh? The soldier reached out a hand to Theseus, only to be shoved aside. The young man turned to the commander. Get your men out of here. But Theseus ignored the order. His vision blurred with fury. His teeth clenched even tighter. With a sharp swing of his trident, he summoned a blazing chariot, the golden flames reflecting in his wild eyes. Board the transport, the commander ordered as soldiers scrambled onto the chariot. From across the battlefield, the flame titan raised his sword, laughing. So, the great son of Poseidon is fleeing from me? He drove his sword into the ground. A wave of fire erupted, surging toward the sky. All your talk. Nothing but empty bravado. The battlefield erupted in smoke and fire as the chariot lifted off, speeding away from the island. Kim Yaman and Sitar stood side by side, watching the chariot disappear into the sky. Its form grew smaller, then began to glow. The young man exhaled, squeezing the stone of all seas. The sea calmed at his touch. The Titan turned to him. So what now? The young man tightened his grip on the stone of all seas, his fingers pressing into its smooth surface. I never doubted it. Nearby, the flame titan glanced to the side, grinning. Finally, they've stopped hiding. The sea was calm at last. The titan raised his glass high, his voice booming with triumph. The day has come. The giants have defeated Olympus. A roar of celebration erupted as the giants clashed their mugs together, beer sloshing over the edges. Laughter and cheers filled the air as the entire settlement celebrated their victory. At a long wooden table, a man pounded his fist, calling out, Bring another barrel. If we're celebrating, let it be a feast of glory. His friend scoffed, shaking his head. Get it yourself, you lazy oaf. We're celebrating too. The festive energy spread, people smiling, drinking, and sharing stories of the battle. Moonlight glimmered off a bowl of water resting on the table, its surface rippling softly. Meanwhile, the young man sat in a corner, resting his head on his hand, deep in thought. The giants threw a feast the moment they returned. It didn't surprise him. This victory had been long awaited. His gaze drifted to the window. But what's there to celebrate? He clenched his jaw. If not for the stone of all seas, I wouldn't have lasted against Theseus. The memory of the battle flashed through his mind. Theseus had nearly overpowered him. Even Sitar's intervention wouldn't have changed the outcome. If the sea monsters hadn't arrived, the Titans would have suffered heavy losses. His wounded hand throbbed, and he studied it in silence. We still aren't strong enough to resist Olympus. But then, he tightened his fist. Still, I've come farther than I ever expected. He stood up from his chair. Now that I have the stone of all seas, my steps will be even swifter. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the system window, retrieving a white sphere from his inventory. What's next? He mused, staring into the distance. Just then, Hephaestus sneezed loudly. Damn it, he muttered, rubbing his head. The man stood before a blazing forge, the heat licking at his skin, yet he shivered. Feels like I'm standing in front of a furnace, but why am I freezing? He scratched his nose, frowning. Am I catching a cold? Then, a soft glow caught his attention, a sphere hovering nearby. His brows furrowed. Who's messaging me at this hour? A message flickered across the surface. How are you, old man? I'm coming to visit. Got something interesting to show you. Hephaestus let out a tired sigh. Not only am I catching a cold, But now this brat's complaining too. Moments later, the stone of all seas pulsed, radiating a brilliant blue light. The young man stood before the blacksmith, holding the stone in his hand. The old man's eyes narrowed. Do you have any idea how valuable that is? The young man simply smiled. Hephaestus's eyes darkened. How did you even find this? He asked, his voice low. I've searched for it myself for 1,000 years. The young man shrugged. Just lucky, I guess. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Hephaestus's face flushed with fury. Luck, he bellowed. His glare burned into the young man's smug expression. You say that like you just found it lying on the road. Hephaestus turned the stone of all seas over in his palm, his gaze heavy with thought. Humph. Theseus failed to meet expectations and lost the stone. He let out a dry chuckle. Olympus won't be able to come after you for a while. The young man smirked, watching the old blacksmith closely. Hephaestus raised a brow. I take it you're feeling pretty pleased with yourself? The young man stretched. At the very least, I've earned some time to rest. But Hephaestus's expression darkened. Poseidon is going to be furious. Zeus would have to keep him in check somehow. No matter how clever Kim Yaman was, he had no idea just how deep the political schemes of Olympus ran. And yet, he had turned the situation to his advantage. The young man yawned, covering his mouth. Hephaestus shook his head. How does he act so casually after all that? Let me take a look, Hephaestus said, reaching for the stone. As he held the stone of all seas, his mind flickered back to an artifact of the past. The properties were different, yet the power felt the same. Just like Zeus's lightning. The young man eyed the old man carefully. So, can you process it? Hephaestus's grip tightened. It's not a question of if I can, but whether you can find the right materials. The young man closed his eyes for a moment, exhaling calmly. Same as last time, then. He opened his eyes and asked, how long will it take? Hephaestus crossed his arms, eyes narrowing. 10 days, if you can find adamantium. His tone turned grim. And that's not exactly easy to come by. The young man cracked a smile. Then we'll get it. Quickly. Hephaestus's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you're actually planning to go after adamantium? The young man simply nodded. He took a step closer, meeting the blacksmith's gaze. Hephaestus sighed, rubbing his temple. Don't tell me you're worried about the cost. The young man chuckled. I don't have much money left. Spend it all on a glove. Hephaestus stared at him, unimpressed. Then how exactly do you plan to get adamantium? The young man smirked, glancing away for a moment. I'll handle it. It'll just take a little time. Hephaestus let out a deep sigh. You're not one for empty words. If you say you'll get it, then I'll believe you. Crossing his arms, Hephaestus watched as the young man walked past him. And what do you plan on finding adamantium? The young man didn't slow his pace. As you said, Olympus won't bother me for a while, he called back. So I'll focus on leveling up. No time to waste. Hephaestus's expression hardened. He ran a hand over the stone of all seas, his grip firm. Tell me something, he muttered. Are you seriously thinking about going against Olympus? The young man turned his head slightly, grinning. I'm going against them. And everyone else. Hephaestus's eyebrows shot up. Are you insane? What exactly are you planning? The young man only chuckled. You just focus on the stone, old man. He cast one last glance at Hephaestus. As for payment, don't worry. Everything will work out. Hephaestus watched him go, unease settling in his chest. Because if there was one thing he knew for sure, that kid wasn't bluffing. As the young man departed, he gave a casual wave. See you around, old man. A heavy fog settled over the city as he descended the stairs. Hephaestus was definitely surprised. He smirked. If he knew what I was really up to, he'd probably faint. Then, a notification flickered beside him. Egg movement detected. His gaze shifted. Shaking again? The incubation percentage must have increased. It had likely been active for at least half a day. A soft purple glow emerged from the system window. The young man let out a small chuckle. Hang in there a little longer. Maybe we'll meet your brothers and sisters soon. The system described the egg's movements, tilting slightly, as if listening. He rested a hand on it. It's going to be fun. His expression darkened slightly. Because once we make our move, the rottenness of the tower will start crawling out of the shadows. His lips curled. And those guys? They'd love nothing more than to rip those heads off. He tilted his head. That sound about right? The egg bobbed in agreement. He exhaled slowly, gaze dropping slightly. Be patient. A proper feast is coming your way soon. His fingers tightened slightly. Odin already told me where to take you for a real meal. His eyes lifted, gaze sharpening. Poseidon must be going mad right now. The god had been desperate to get his hands on the divine sea crystal. Now that it was out of reach, he was undoubtedly furious. For now, all we can do is hope things go the way Hercules predicted. His mind drifted back to a conversation. Odin, his hand pressed to his chest. The crystal of all seas is far too valuable. It cannot be allowed to fall into Olympus's hands. His voice had been firm. Odin's brows furrowed, his tone grim. If you claim it, expect a retaliation of colossal force. You'll be painting a target on your back. Hercules, standing beside him, had simply shrugged. As long as my father remains Lord of Olympus, he won't be able to act directly. The young man had looked at him, questioning. Hercules continued, voice calm. Poseidon can't move against a mere player, not even a ranker, as long as you hold the divine sea stone. Then his tone turned more serious. But the moment a large guild makes its move, others will follow. That's when things get complicated. The memory shifted. Odin and Hercules had stood opposite each other, discussing the inevitable. Odin had narrowed his eyes. What about Poseidon? Should we expect him to act outside of Zeus's orders? The young man had answered without hesitation. Zeus will keep him in check. He won't be able to do anything. The three great gods of Olympus may share the same bloodline, but they're far from allies. Their entire existence is a power struggle. A vivid image appeared in his mind. Hades, Zeus, Poseidon, three brothers, bound by fate, but locked in endless conflict. Hercules had explained, his voice unwavering. My father's battle with Poseidon was the most brutal of them all. In his vision, a golden stone radiated power in Zeus's grasp. After Zeus obtained the divine celestial crystal, he forged his lightning and took control of more than half of Olympus. The image shifted, his father's face stern and calculating. Zeus understood one thing clearly. Neither the divine sea crystal nor the divine dark crystal could ever fall into his brother's hands. The young man clenched his fists. And now, the war was only beginning. Hercules rested his hand on his knee, studying the young man. So, you're saying everything will just resolve itself? The demigod shrugged. Maybe. Hercules exhaled, shaking his head. All you need to do is keep the crystal of all seas in your possession. Let Zeus and Poseidon tear each other apart. Just then, a box crashed to the floor, splitting into two halves. Far away, in the depths of the sea, Poseidon went berserk. Columns shattered as he struck them in fury. Why is my brother tying my hands? Orion stood nearby, silent, his gaze fixed on the floor. He had lost the argument. Now, he had the unfortunate duty of delivering the news to his father and taking the full brunt of his wrath. The young man knelt before his enraged father, his mind racing. My brother is useless. Poseidon's glare hardened. The Lord of Heaven forbids direct confrontation with the giants, Orion muttered. Poseidon whirled around, his face twisting in fury. This has nothing to do with the giants. His voice boomed through the palace. This is about that player. He waved his hand sharply, gritting his teeth. That arrogant bastard Zeus. He's afraid I'll get my hands on the divine sea crystal. His rage only grew. And on top of that, Hephaestus let the boy slip through his fingers. With a furious slam, Poseidon's fist crashed onto the table, splintering it into pieces. He let out a bitter chuckle, his voice dripping with venom. My arrogant brother. His eyes burned as he turned to his son. Well, what do you think? Tell me, is that cunning snake playing his games again? Orion didn't hesitate. I am but a lowly creature. I do not dare question the ruler of heaven's intentions. Poseidon's fist clenched, his knuckles white. He turned away, dismissing his son with a wave of his hand. There's no point in asking. Zeus had always been this way, ruthless, calculating, playing the game without ever putting anything at stake. Poseidon's mind flashed back to the battle between Kim Eumon and Theseus. No matter how talented the young player was, he was just that, a player. And yet, instead of crushing him, Zeus chose to ignore the nuisance and turn his wrath on his true rival, Poseidon himself. Poseidon reached for a globe, veins bulging across his arm as he gripped it tightly. His teeth bared in anger. So, my brother wants me to show humility? He sneered. I may have lost the divine sea crystal, and with it, the justification to summon the rankers. The air around him crackled with energy. Lifting the globe high above the ground, he let out a furious roar. How dare Zeus rub in my face? Under a stormy sky, nestled between jagged mountains, stood the castle of Asgard's great guild. A subordinate in white robes approached the throne, his voice calm, yet urgent. Odin, have you heard? The man sitting on the throne gave a lazy smirk. That the divine sea crystal has fallen into the hands of a mere player? He chuckled. So, some brat managed to get his hands on the stone of all seas? A small laugh escaped him, amusement flickering in his eyes. I imagine the Olympians are hysterical. Heavy rain pounded the forest, the wind whispering through the trees. A deep voice cut through the storm. Azura, a man strode through the darkness, his eyes focused ahead. That boy, just a player. Yet, his talent was undeniable. Even though he wasn't a ranker, the man furrowed his brows slightly. Will I get the chance to fight him? The storm passed, giving way to golden sunlight. The warm rays illuminated the mountain slopes, casting sparks of light between the rocks. A hand extended forward. A new chapter was about to begin. Bound by runes, a man sat in captivity, his lips curling into a smirk. Kim Yaman. His voice was low, almost amused. So, that kid actually got his hands on the crystal of all seas? He leaned forward slightly, brows furrowing. Interesting. His smirk widened. I thought he was just some newbie. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. Can't wait to see what happens next. The burning remains of a cart crackled in the heart of a lush green forest. Kim Yaman stood beside it, his gaze steady. First floor of the tower. The chariot driver turned to him. We've arrived. Thanks for using Olympus's pride, the sun chariot. A system notification flashed. 1,000 points spent. Kim Yaman's gaze followed the floating cart, watching as it prepared for departure. The driver grinned. Call us again anytime. As the chariot ascended, Kim Yaman's thoughts drifted. Even if this one was just a copy, Theseus had brought the exact same model with him. How many more did they make? His lips parted slightly, his jaw tightening. Well, at least it got me here quickly. The green forest stretched before him, endless and dense. Kim Yaman moved deeper in, until he reached the outer wall of the first floor, the edge of the world. Lifting his gloved hand, he traced his fingers over the unseen force ahead. He had heard the stories. No one has ever broken through this wall. The dark canopy of trees swallowed him in shadow. No one ever thought it could collapse on its own. He opened his system inventory, pulling out his weapon. No time for sentimentality. A system notification appeared. Cinder eyes, finding trajectory. Kim Yaman tightened his grip. Another system window materialized. Tosca's sword pieces, a shard of the legendary sword used by Susanoo to seal Yamada no Orochi. A special power remains sealed within. To awaken it, all fragments must be gathered. Kim Yaman's gaze shifted. In the distance, a column of orange aura pulsed in the heart of the forest. Flames flickered, casting eerie shadows through the trees. He narrowed his eyes. Odin was right. This place's difficulty doesn't match the first floor at all. His mind raced. The dungeon of Susanoo, one of the 3 noble children. Highest ranker, 57th place. Kim Yaman stepped forward, slowly approaching the pillar of light. Before his return, this artificial dungeon had remained hidden for hundreds of years. He clenched his fist around the blade fragment. Back then, the other 2 ghosts found the remaining pieces and reforged the blade of the 3 deities. Now, an orange glow seeped from the fragment in his grasp. If Susanoo's relics are truly here, they'll stop at nothing to retrieve them. His expression darkened. Forgive me. His fingers curled tighter around the fragment. But I'll be taking them first. With measured precision, Kim Yaman drove the blade fragment into the pillar of orange aura. A crimson glow erupted from the ground. A single hieroglyph flared to life. System notification. The secret dungeon of Susanoo's legacy has been discovered. Kim Yaman exhaled, watching as the air around him twisted and warped. Kronos, winding mechanism. Truly incredible. The world around him turned red. Before his eyes, a colossal tower rose from the ground. A system alert chimed, checking compliance with dungeon entry conditions. Check passed. Access granted. Kim Yaman smirked. I made it. 100 years vanished in an instant. The protagonist turned his head, his eyes locking onto the towering structure that had suddenly appeared before him. System alert. To obtain the hidden Susanoo relics, you must ascend the tower. Find a key, and you may leave the dungeon. Scanning the immense height of the structure, he concluded that both the key and the relics must be inside. Without hesitation, he accessed his system storage, tucking away the sword fragment, just as the sound of movement echoed behind him. Monsters. Fanged beasts emerged from the shadows, their eyes locked onto Kim Yaman. These creatures had no intention of letting him advance. Vampire hyenas, Kim Yaman muttered, recognizing them as fourth-floor threats and beyond. His gaze darkened. Instead of fear, a smirk played at his lips. The more, the merrier, he said. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. His blade sliced through flesh and bone, cutting the hyenas down before they could retaliate. The system flooded him with notifications, but one in particular stood out. Heaven's fate has increased by 0.001%. With a final strike, Kim Yaman plunged his sword into a hyena's chest, then grabbed its limp body and hurled it into another, sending both crashing to the ground. The battle was over. He turned toward the massive stone gate of the tower, stepping over the fallen monsters. His serious gaze never wavered as another system alert appeared. Heaven's fate, 99.54% complete. Kim Yaman's mind processed the numbers. Gaining 3,000 points had only increased it by 0.5%. An immense gap still remained. But with his level rising, his intuition had sharpened significantly. Bloodstained fingers pressed against the tower's gate. At his touch, Red light seeped from the cracks, illuminating the entrance. With a low groan, the doors creaked open. He stepped inside. System alert. You have entered the Susanoo dungeon. The air grew heavy as Kim Yumon walked down a dimly lit corridor. Another message flashed before him. Ascend to the 100th floor. Pass the Susanoo test. His footsteps echoed in the dark. Narrow corridors stretched ahead. This place was a labyrinth, a miniature version of the tower itself. Susanoo. He had never encountered the deity before, only heard dark rumors. Yet despite the ominous tales, one fact remained consistent. Susanoo was a force to be reckoned with. A sudden shift in the air made Kim Yumon freeze. His inventory had opened on its own. A crimson glow erupted from within. From the depths of his storage, a blade fragment floated outward, pulsing with an eerie red aura. Kim Yumon breath hitched. Before him, a figure began to materialize. A warrior cloaked in spectral energy, eyes gleaming like molten fire. A samurai. The spirit took in his surroundings. Then his gaze settled on Kim Yumon. His voice, deep and commanding, broke the silence. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Are you the wielder of Tosca's sword?" Kim Yumon narrowed his eyes. His grip tightened. "I am." The samurai studied him intently, his expression unreadable. And then, in a tone laced with intrigue, he murmured, "Judging by your presence, you may yet be worthy." Kim Yumon didn't know this man, but even with his disheveled appearance, he could sense the overwhelming bloodlust radiating from him. The dim corridor flickered to life with violet flames, casting eerie shadows as Kim Yumon stood face to face with a mysterious samurai. The samurai opened his mouth to introduce himself, but Kim Yumon cut him off. "You're Susanoo, one of the three noble children, a master of swordsmanship, a necromancer, a spiritualist, and a renowned assassin. You were ranked 57th during your lifetime." Susanoo crossed his arms, exuding arrogance as he studied Kim Yumon. "Interesting. And how exactly do you know so much about me?" Kim Yumon remained unfazed. "You died in the Yamada no Orochi duel." A flicker of irritation passed through Susanoo's narrowed eyes. "Don't spew nonsense," he snapped. Kim Yumon shrugged. "Doesn't matter what you believe. The fact is, you were someone important." The tension thickened as they faced each other in the flickering torchlight. Kim Yumon, unfazed by the hovering necromancer, continued, "I was just wondering, for someone so famous, you sure didn't seem to care much for respect while you were alive." Susanoo smirked. "What does it matter? I'm already dead. My reputation suits me just fine." A faint orange glow pulsed around him. "But let me correct you on one thing. I didn't just live the way I lived. I lived better." Kim Yumon scoffed. "Proud of your body count, huh? Guess dying early worked out for you." Without another word, he turned and continued down the corridor. Susanoo watched him, then chuckled darkly. "You know who I am, yet you still act so arrogant. You don't look like a ranker. Who are you?" Kim Yumon barely glanced back. "A player who just reached the 21st floor." Susanoo raised an eyebrow. "The 21st floor? That low? Yet you dare to speak like this." He floated alongside Kim Yumon, scrutinizing him. "You don't belong here. The monsters ahead make the ones from the 21st floor look like mere insects." Kim Yumon remained indifferent. "Already dealt with them before I came in." Susanoo kept circling him. "Not bad. Either way, I have no choice but to follow. I have a fragment." Kim Yumon didn't react. Whatever. His fists clenched as he walked, but Susanoo was relentless. "Tell me, do you have a squad? You're not a pure blood, are you? You sure don't look like one." Kim Yumon's expression darkened. "No squad. Not a pure blood." Susanoo's curiosity only grew. "Then where do you live? How did you even find this place? And where did you get the Tasa shard?" Kim Yumon clenched his fists even tighter. This guy talked too much. Susanoo didn't let up. "Why aren't you answering?" Kim Yumon's patience finally snapped. He turned sharply, eyes blazing as he bared his teeth. "Because you're annoying." Susanoo chuckled. "At least tell me where you got the fragment." Kim Yumon exhaled sharply. "If you're that interested, then give me something in return. Tell me which way to go." The necromancer smirked, closing his eyes and folding his arms. The game between them had only just begun. Kim Yumon sighed. "I hate mazes. They take way too much time." Susanoo smirked. "In that case, I'll help you out." Standing in the dimly lit corridor, Kim Yumon watched as the necromancer explained. "To reach the first floor door, you'll need to backtrack a little. Go straight from there, then take a turn." Without a word, Kim Yumon followed his instructions, moving deeper into the labyrinth. As he navigated the twisting paths, he couldn't help but note how vast and intricate the place was. Susanoo's voice cut through the silence. "Now it's your turn to answer. How did you get the fragment?" His red eyes glowed as he stared at Kim Yumon. Kim Yumon glanced at him. "Got on the first floor. Coliseum test." Susanoo's expression shifted. "It was there." Kim Yumon nodded, gripping his sword, its purple flames flickering ominously. In the final round, someone showed up. Susanu's eyes widened slightly. Who? Kim Yamon's fingers tightened around his weapon. The tension in the air thickened. Yamada no Orochi, Susanu muttered in disbelief. That shouldn't be possible. Kim Yamon swung his sword, releasing a wave of purple fire that obliterated the wall ahead. Susanu stared, stunned. You actually defeated Yamada no Orochi. Before Kim Yamon could answer, shadows swirled in front of him, coalescing into monstrous forms made of thick fog. He raised his sword, and black lightning crackled along its blade, mixing with a yellow glow. Susanu watched, a smirk tugging at his lips. Huh? Kim Yamon glanced at him. What's so funny? Nothing, Susanu chuckled. Go on. Kim Yamon narrowed his eyes at the creatures before him, his lips pressing into a thin line. Meanwhile, Susanu studied him intently. A low-level player with weapons this strange, and he took down Yamada no Orochi? He couldn't figure him out. But one thing was certain, this was getting interesting. Kim Yamon pressed forward, Susanu hovering beside him, watching eagerly. Suddenly, Susanu appeared right in front of him. Tell me, why are you breaking down walls when I already showed you the way? His voice carried a hint of amusement. Do you have something against labyrinths? Stop asking questions, Kim Yamon snapped. A system notification appeared. Level up. A surge of power coursed through him. Another notification followed. Stamina +1, intuition +1, agility +1. Kim Yamon took a moment to assess the monsters, ghosts and undead. All of them. He shot Susanu a sharp look. Are these all the people you've killed? The necromancer merely shrugged. Who knows? He floated in the air, his presence commanding, and the spectral aura of a samurai flickered behind him. Even now, Kim Yamon could tell, Susanu wasn't just a master of the sword. He was also one of the strongest necromancers and spiritualists. Kim Yamon glanced at the stairs ahead, then back at him. It wouldn't be difficult for him to trap the souls of his victims here. He climbed the steps, approaching the door. Climbing this tower feels like dancing on bones. The thought sent a chill through him. It was a sickening feeling. Susanu scoffed. Look at you, our righteous hero. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Kim Yamon didn't respond. He simply pushed the door open and stepped forward, ready for whatever came next. Kim Yamon reached out, placing his hand against the door. I've met all kinds of people before, he muttered, but never someone like you. Susanu smirked. Then consider yourself lucky. Now that you're on the 21st floor, you've pretty much seen it all. As Kim Yamon stepped inside, a thick layer of dust covered the dimly lit room. In the shadows, a black silhouette loomed. System alert. You have reached the 10th floor. System notification. You have entered the first room. Defeat the enemy to proceed. The monster stood motionless, its violet eyes glowing ominously. System. The door to the next room will open upon victory. The next floor unlocks after clearing 5 rooms. Kim Yamon exhaled, watching the creature carefully. Don't even bother getting up. A flicker of purple flame ignited in his palm. The fire surged forward, engulfing the undead. System. The sacred flame is purging the undead's body. As the fire consumed it, something unexpected happened. Tears streamed from the creature's eyes. Kim Yamon's own widened slightly in surprise. It's crying? The monster collapsed, its form dissolving into ash. System. First room cleared. Without hesitation, Kim Yamon moved forward. Susanu floated beside him, watching with intrigue. You want me to tell you something interesting? The violet flames still crackled around the fading corpses. You were right, Susanu continued. All these creatures, they were people I killed while I was alive. I gathered every lost soul I could, the oldest of them, probably 5,000 years old. Kim Yamon's hands clenched into fists as he walked down the corridor, his lips pressing into a thin line. Susanu folded his arms, studying him. Unless they're defeated, they're stuck here forever. Only a necromancer at my level or higher could truly release them. Kim Yamon said nothing. He simply advanced, blade in hand. Susanu smirked. So what's the plan? You gonna ignore the ones in the back rooms and just move to the next floor after 5? The dim corridor stretched before them, its silence thick with unspoken tension. Kim Yamon's grip on his sword tightened. You really are a piece of work, he muttered. Lightning flickered across his hands, crackling with raw energy. He looked ahead, eyes burning with determination. Even if you hadn't said that, I was going to clear every room anyway. He shot a sharp glance at Susanu. And if you keep running your mouth, I'll leave you behind. Just keep up. Then, without hesitation, he stormed forward, tearing through the monsters with ruthless efficiency. Each time his blade struck, golden light burst in his wake. System, 15th, 20th, and 33rd floors cleared. The undead staggered toward him, golden flames reflected in their hollow eyes. Kim Yamon didn't stop. He cut them down, one after another. The creatures reached out, their mouths opening wide as they pleaded. Kill us. Set us free from this place. Kim Yamon didn't hesitate. His blade, crackling with lightning, sliced through them. System, resentment absorbed. Among them, one voice rang out, a whisper of lingering sorrow. I don't want to suffer anymore. System, 40th floor cleared. Kim Yamon frowned, biting his lower lip. He could feel it, the weight of their pain, the echoes of their resentment. But there was no turning back. With steady steps, he moved forward, ready to carve his way through whatever awaited next. System notification, 50th floor reached. Kim Yamon opened the wooden box before him. System alert. First Susanoo relic discovered. He took off his worn red cloak and pulled on a sleek black jacket. System notification. Robe of the 4 great elements obtained. As he adjusted to fit, his old cloak slipped from his grasp, falling at Susanoo's feet. Item description. Armor of the 4 great spirits. Armor blessed by the 4 deities of fire, water, air, and lightning. Grants high resistance to these elements. Further resistance can be enhanced through mana manipulation. Kim Yamon examined the jacket carefully. Not much physical defense, but with a heightened sensory field, survival won't be an issue. Susanoo picked up his own cloak and stowed it in his inventory. Kim Yamon smirked to himself. He hadn't expected to acquire something this valuable so quickly, but there was no time to dwell on it. He still had a long fight ahead. Days passed. 42, to be exact. Kim Yamon pressed his fingers to his temple. The endless climb through Susanoo's tower had taken its toll. Step after step, battle after battle. He ascended the spiral staircase, his mind heavy with exhaustion. Somewhere along the way, the voices had started. Whispers from the monsters he had slain. Mysterious notifications appearing without explanation. He extended his hand, fingers splayed, as a thought struck him. Only high-level necromancers can hear the voices of the dead. Could this be because of Kaini? His jaw tightened. None of this feels right. The constant whispers gnawed at his psyche, but he had no choice but to keep moving. Behind him, Susanoo floated effortlessly. Getting tired already? He chuckled. Well, can't blame you. The test is accelerating. This dungeon isn't forgiving. Despite the remark, Susanoo observed him with something akin to approval. Still, for someone from the 21st floor, you've held up better than I expected. He drifted closer, glancing at Kim Yamon's hand, now clad in a black glove. That glove, it has a unique ability. Kim Yamon gave him a sharp look. What are you talking about? Susanoo tilted his head. You're just holding on to it. Why aren't you using it properly? Kim Yamon waved a hand dismissively, irritated. And you think you know how I should use it? Susanoo didn't back down. You and I. He paused, eyes narrowing. We're more alike than you think. So why are you holding back? Kim Yamon stopped mid-step, turning to glare at him. You don't know anything, Kim Yamon muttered. Susanoo let out a short laugh. Oh, then why do you look so frustrated? Kim Yamon scoffed and turned away. If you don't actually know something, stop pretending you do. Susanoo shrugged. I've said my piece. Kim Yamon exhaled sharply, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His body was worn, but his mind raced with Susanoo's words. Use it properly. He hadn't used hell once since entering the tower. Was there more to it? A flicker of realization crossed his mind. He lifted his gloved hand, staring at it. This glove, it's modeled after Hades. Yet, there was almost no information on K. Now, the form of the glove had changed. I was never directly connected to Hades, he thought. Among the 3 Olympian gods, he was always the most mysterious. His boots echoed against the stone as he continued his ascent. Susanoo hovered beside him in silence. There was something more to this, something beyond just mana enhancement, and he intended to find out exactly what. Susanoo glanced at Kim Yamon. Well, I'll give you that. You've gotten a little stronger since coming to the tower, but you're still nowhere near a top ranker. Kim Yamon waved a dismissive finger in front of him, shooing him away. And you're still buzzing in my ear. You're not a fly, so quit it. Susanoo chuckled. It's a miracle that a player from the 21st floor made it this far, but you're still missing something. Kim Yamon ignored him and took another step forward. They climbed higher, and soon, a massive gate stood before them. Kim Yamon turned his gaze to Susanoo, who smirked. This one's going to be a bit tricky, the necromancer teased. Glad to see you're finally paying attention to me. Kim Yamon pushed open the heavy doors. Green light spilled through the widening gap, casting long shadows of both him and Susanoo across the floor. System alert, 60th floor reached. Kim Yamon stepped into the darkness, scanning his surroundings. His brow furrowed. Nothing? A strange sensation crept over him. His eyes widened. There was something here. He could feel it. The dust swirled, revealing a looming black silhouette. A deep blue aura flickered to life around it. Then, from within the darkness, it emerged. A warrior clad in black armor, his fiery blue eyes burning with raw power. A crushing wave of aura surged forward. Kim Yamon instinctively raised his hands, gripping his blade tightly as he shielded himself from the force. Dust and debris swirled violently around him. System alert, defeat the Death Knight. Kim Yaman stared in disbelief, his mouth slightly open. The knight stood tall, sword in hand, radiating an overwhelming thirst for blood. And then, system alert, defeat the king of knights Arthur. Kim Yaman stiffened. Arthur? The knight's glowing eyes locked onto him, piercing through the darkness. Above the tower, storm clouds swirled. Somewhere beyond, a memory stirred. Merlin. When Merlin had first met Arthur, he had been just a novice, a boy wielding a blade like a ghost. Yet, his comrades had believed in him. All of them. Arthur. A younger Arthur turned, running toward Merlin, who clutched a stack of books to his chest. Off to the library again. Arthur teased, grabbing Merlin's arm before he could escape. Merlin hesitated, momentarily thrown off balance. Arthur. Arthur grinned. Enough reading. Come train with me for once. Before Merlin could protest, Arthur pulled him forward, the books tumbling to the ground. Merlin thought back to those days. No one had ever shown greater devotion than Arthur. Now, standing before Kim Yaman, Arthur's grip tightened around his massive sword. The dust swirled once more. His piercing blue eyes glowed brighter, locked onto the challenger before him. King of Knights, leader of Britain, master of the Knights of the Round Table. Kim Yaman clenched his jaw. He knew this battle was unlike any other he had faced before, and it had only just begun. Kim Yaman gritted his teeth, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes. So this is Arthur, the same Arthur who was killed by Susanoo and imprisoned in this tower. His gaze sharpened as he studied his opponent. Even in undeath, a warrior's equipment remains with them. Arthur took a slow, menacing step forward, gripping his sword tightly as his blue aura flared. Kim Yaman eyes locked onto the weapon, Excalibur. A thick, eerie smoke drifted from Arthur's glowing blue eyes. He never lived long enough to become a top ranker, Kim Yaman recalled, but his growth was said to be terrifyingly fast. Then, without warning, Arthur lunged. Kim Yaman barely had time to react as the knight's blade came crashing down, its arc cutting through the air with deadly precision. He twisted his body, dodging just in time as a powerful burst of icy blue mana exploded on impact. Green traces of energy crackled in the air. System alert. Skill activated. Steps of Hermes. Arthur and Kim Yaman blades met mid-strike, sending a shockwave rippling through the room. System notification. Skill activation. Skywalk. A massive burst of light erupted from the clash. Kim Yaman's sword screeched against Arthur's, purple flames licking at the dark metal. System notification. Sacred flame is consuming the Dark Knight. Arthur barely flinched. His grip tightened as his sword shimmered. Skill activation. Magic sword. Kim Yaman dodged at the last second, slipping past Arthur's lethal strike. If this were a fair fight, I wouldn't stand a chance, he admitted. But this isn't the same Arthur from before. Susanoo killed him long ago. This version is under his control. He struck again, his blade meeting Arthur's with a force that sent cracks racing across the stone floor. Dust filled the air as the knight staggered back slightly, his gaze fixed on Kim Yaman. For the first time, there was a flicker of confusion in Arthur's glowing eyes. Kim Yaman smirked. What's wrong? Losing focus. He lunged, aiming for Arthur's chest, only for his blade to stop cold against a sudden wall of ice. Kim Yaman's eyes widened in shock. Ice. Arthur's response was swift. Before Kim Yaman could recover, the knight's sword sliced across his arm, drawing blood. Kim Yaman gritted his teeth, barely suppressing a wince. So this is why they called him the King of Knights. His swordsmanship is flawless. As he steadied himself, sharp blue spears erupted from the ground beneath his feet. Realization dawned on him. So that's why you're alone on the 60th floor, he muttered. You're the mid-boss, aren't you? Arthur didn't answer. He simply raised his blade. Above Kim Yaman, dozens of swords materialized in the air before raining down like deadly meteors. He barely managed to block in time, his jacket beginning to shift in color. System notification, body temperature dropping rapidly. Frost crept along his sleeves. System alert, condition, first-degree frostbite detected. Kim Yaman clenched his jaw, his lips pressed into a thin line. System notification, robe of the 4 great elements is resisting the cold. Even with its protection, the freezing air was relentless. Kim Yaman's breath turned to mist. I was able to dodge thanks to my sensory field and fiery vision. But this cold, this is different. It feels like I swallowed a mountain of ice. Then Arthur charged again, sword raised high. Kim Yaman braced himself. The real battle was just getting started. Blades rained down from above, but Kim Yaman remained calm. His attack pattern is simple. Arthur leaped high into the air, gripping his massive sword before bringing it down with incredible force. Kim Yaman braced himself, raising his blade to block the strike. His technique, it's been refined to perfection. The impact sent clouds of dust and smoke billowing through the air their dark silhouettes barely visible within the storm of debris. Then, a sudden burst of purple light cut through the haze. Arthur launched himself at Kim Yumon again, sword gleaming, while violet flames ignited around them. System notification. Body temperature rising rapidly. System alert. Frostbite resistance successful. Kim Yumon shifted his stance, gripping his blade tightly as he studied Arthur's movements. That's an impressive strategy. A system alert flashed before him. System notification. The giant's power has seeped into your hand. Endurance points temporarily converted into strength points. Kim Yumon's grip tightened, his gaze locking onto Arthur with a fierce intensity. He bared his teeth. That won't work this time. Arthur remained emotionless, preparing for another attack. Kim Yumon struck first. His blade crashed down onto the knight's shoulder, unleashing a burst of purple flames. The sword sank into Arthur's armor, but the knight barely flinched. Kim Yumon didn't hesitate. In a swift motion, he severed Arthur's sword hand, sending Excalibur clattering to the ground. Before the knight could react, Kim Yumon cut off his second arm. He gave him no chance to recover. Arthur's glowing eyes locked onto Kim Yumon, but the next attack was already coming. The protagonist's blade, engulfed in roaring flames, crashed into the knight's body. A deafening explosion shook the ground. Arthur collapsed, stunned by the sheer power of the blow. Kim Yumon exhaled, staring down at his fallen opponent. That's enough, he muttered. A purple aura seeped from Arthur's broken form, swirling through the air before sinking into Kim Yumon's hand. System notification, absorbed by resentment. Kim Yumon looked up, his brow furrowing. If only Merlin could see this. Arthur's eyes flickered. Merlin? Kim Yumon's breath hitched. He stared at his own hand, now glowing with a golden light. Arthur spoke. The knight turned his gaze to him. What did you just say about Merlin? Kim Yumon clenched his gloved fist, still trying to process what was happening. Arthur took a deep breath, then spoke again. If you fulfill my last request, I will form a contract with you, even if it means serving you for eternity. Kim Yumon's expression hardened as Arthur continued. Help me see Merlin again. I have something I must say to him. Kim Yumon remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Lancelot betrayed Britain? The thought sent a ripple of unease through him. He had heard many stories of Lancelot. The black silhouette of a warrior wielding a spear flashed through his mind. The legendary knight, the one who became the new head of the Round Table, a top ranker who turned the order into one of the strongest guilds in existence. But betrayed Britain? Kim Yumon struggled to reconcile the rumors with this revelation. He glanced down at his black glowing glove, fingers brushing against it. Arthur's voice cut through his thoughts. Will you do this for me? Kim Yumon sighed. I'm not a necromancer. He covered his glove with his other hand, lowering his gaze. I can only hear your voice because of this artifact. I don't have the power to bring you back. Arthur's expression darkened with sorrow. Kim Yumon stared at the floor, his lips parting slightly. His voice softened. But I'll do my best. Arthur's eyes flickered with the faintest glimmer of hope. Kim Yumon straightened, determination settling in. I don't believe this situation is completely hopeless, and he would prove it. Kim Yumon knew that sooner or later he would meet Merlin. That much was certain. His hand remained on the glowing golden glove as he contemplated his next move. If I have to take down Lancelot, having Arthur as an ally wouldn't be a bad idea. Raising his head, Kim Yumon met Arthur's gaze. I'll fulfill your request, he declared. As soon as the words left his lips, the golden light around him pulsed. System notification. Request of King Arthur has been accepted. Cleansing of Britain has begun. Another alert followed. System alert. Upon completion of the task, complete submission of King Arthur will be granted. Kim Yumon expression remained serious as he processed the information. Complete submission. His gaze shifted toward the fallen sword lying on the ground. Walking over, he bent down and picked it up. This seemed like a simple request at first, but maybe it's some kind of hidden test. Behind him, Susanoo sighed. Well, that ended in a pretty disappointing way. Kim Yumon barely glanced at him. So you're back. Where were you hiding? Susanoo smirked, but said nothing. Kim Yumon lifted Arthur's sword, his grip firm as he turned back to the necromancer. Tell me, was it just a coincidence that you killed Arthur? Susanoo narrowed his eyes. How should I know? What do you think? Kim Yumon glare hardened. The necromancer chuckled. I'll give you an answer if you make it to the top. Without warning, Kim Yumon swung the sword, launching it directly at Susanoo. But just before it reached him, Kim Yumon flicked his hand, and the blade vanished into his system inventory. Susanoo blinked. Who throws their weapon into their inventory like that? Kim Yumon exhaled sharply, rubbing his forehead. You really put together a nasty, overcomplicated test. His exhaustion was starting to catch up with him. Looking off to the side, he muttered, let's just hurry up and finish this. I need to sleep. 50th floor, Ranker Control Bureau. Above a white building, gray clouds loomed. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. A red-haired man and a brunette stood frozen, staring ahead in fear. Across the table, a high-ranking official from the bureau glared at them. Slamming his fist on the desk, the official snapped. "Stop stuttering and answer already. Where's he from? Where's he now?" The two players flinched but still hesitated. Just then, the office doors swung open. A man entered, his presence shifting the tension in the room. He didn't hesitate. "How much longer are you going to stir up trouble? Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong, the yellow-eyed man in the room, turned to glare at him. "And what exactly does that have to do with a pawn like you?" His voice dripped with contempt. The blonde-haired man, clearly irritated, sat down across from him. His expression was calm, but there was an edge of annoyance in his gaze. "You do realize I'm the director here?" he said flatly. "Try acting like it." Sun Wukong scoffed. The director leaned forward, his teeth gritted slightly. "Are you seriously picking a fight with management over your alter ego?" Sun Wukong turned away with a stomp, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. But this discussion was far from over. Sun Wukong turned away with a stomp. "Petty," he muttered. "Can't believe you're making this so complicated." The others watched as he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The red-haired guy finally exhaled, relieved. A green light shimmered in front of the director, catching everyone's eye. "That pressure was insane," the yellowhead murmured. "And that was just an alter ego?" The director nodded. "If it were really him, the bureau's top brass would have shown up in person." A green system window popped up before the director, loaded with data on Yuan. He reminded the others that without an official request, they couldn't disclose anything but the player's rank. The director raised a lollipop to his mouth as he skimmed through the file. Even if he wanted to break the rules, there was barely any info to share. Not even the tower's deepest researchers knew much about this guy. His eyes landed on the origin section, just a question mark. No background, no history, not even a system glitch, he thought. No wonder the stewards are curious. Still sucking the lollipop, he frowned at the screen. Yuan hasn't passed the 21st floor in nearly 3 months, but it doesn't feel like he gave up. Cut to. Yuan now stood near a smoking undead figure. Behind him, countless monster corpses littered the floor. A system notification rang out. He had cleared the 99th floor. A stat card appeared. Strength, 99. Dexterity, 93. Stamina, 98. Perception, 99. Mana, 102. Yuan slumped onto the stairs, hands over his head, worn out. Only one floor remained, the 100th. Susanoo, the tiny spirit, floated nearby, watching. "You look seriously down. What's wrong?" Yuan slowly stood in the dim corridor. Susanoo tilted his head. "Aren't you curious what's up ahead?" Yuan realized the necromancer had taken initiative. It was time to move. Susanoo crossed his arms and gave him a stern look. "I didn't expect someone from the 21st floor to make it here," he admitted. "Even now, it's hard to believe what I've seen." Yuan stood firm, black boots rooted to the step. Arthur listed his powers, his fiery gaze, his giant form, even sacred fire. With all that, could you really be a ranker? Approaching the massive gate ahead, Yuan replied calmly, "I'm not a ranker." "Not yet." Floating above him, Susanoo watched closely. "Then what are you?" Just as they were about to step through the door, Arthur's spirit began to fade, dissolving into nothingness. A system notification popped up. The top floor had been reached. Another message followed. Upon passing this trial, they would obtain Susanoo's new relic. Kim Yuan stepped through the gate into a vast, open chamber. His expression darkened. Had Arthur's spirit truly disappeared? Pushing forward into the dimly lit space, he waved his gloved hand. Susanoo's voice cut through the silence. "The one who killed me is here," he said. Kim Yuan's steps faltered. His eyes narrowed. He was about to face Arthur's killer. A deep, rumbling presence filled the air. A massive, demon-like entity, shaped by the spirit of Susanoo, sat at the end of the corridor, waiting. From the shadows, Susanoo's spirit welcomed Kim Yuan, inviting him to continue their conversation. They stood at opposite ends of the vast room, sizing each other up. The spirit was intrigued, questioning Kim Yuan's claim that he wasn't a ranker. Was he truly never one? Kim Yuan remained silent, his crimson gaze piercing through his thick bangs. This spirit had lost its mind. He had never expected Susanoo to become the dungeon's boss. A sharp glare settled over his face as he activated Cinder Eyes, analyzing his opponent's character. "Enough bluffing," Susanoo said, his voice edged with amusement. "Just give me a straight answer." The tension between them thickened. The two figures, one alive, one a lingering spirit, stood at a crossroads, waiting to see who would break first. Kim Yuan reached for his blade. "Let's settle it with a bet," he proposed. "Whoever loses answers a question. Truthfully." The samurai spirit smirked from his throne, his fingers tightening around his sword. "You're saying that as if you think I'd hesitate." Kim Yuan shrugged. "You wouldn't take the bet unless you were sure of something." Death Knight Susanoo let out a low chuckle. A twisted grin stretched across his face. You think you know me? He unsheathed his weapon, its edge glinting with raw power. Fine, let's see if you're worth an answer. A notification flickered into existence. A wager has been made with Susanoo. The winner will claim the truth. They stood poised, blades ready, in the endless corridor. Kim Yuan's grip tightened around his weapon, his contempt for his opponent evident. But Death Knight Susanoo wasn't alone. A surge of vengeful spirits swirled around him, their fury echoing in the chamber. These souls, restless and enraged, had all perished at Kim Yuan's hands. Kim Yuan exhaled, raising his sword. Violet flames ignited around the blade, crackling like a storm ready to break. Suddenly, it clicked. This dungeon wasn't built to immortalize relics or legacies. It was a graveyard, a monument to the countless lives lost. But Death Knight Susanoo wasn't the type to dwell on the past. Without hesitation, Kim Yuan swung his weapon, unleashing a violent surge of purple energy. It spiraled through the air like a raging vortex, tearing toward his opponent. Death Knight Susanoo sharpened its own blade, preparing for the clash. And then, his voice cut through the chaos. Tell me, did you finish me off? Kim Yuan's expression hardened. His blade trembled slightly in his grip. He had no desire to answer that question. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted as Death Knight Susanoo suddenly appeared, leaving behind a swirling cloud of dust and crackling with violent aura discharges. His insidious laughter echoed through the chamber. Kim Yuan's grip tightened around his sword, his glare burning with fury. In a reflection of his blade, Death Knight Susanoo, malicious grin, stared back at him. This was no ordinary opponent. His bloodlust was on an entirely different level. Death Knight Susanoo lifted his sharp katana, its edge gleaming under the eerie blue light. Kim Yuan knew exactly what he was facing. A monster responsible for the slaughter of thousands of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of innocent lives. Spreading his arms wide, his blade resting in one hand, Susanoo smirked. Finally, he mused, someone worth fighting has entered the tower. Then, in an instant, he lunged. A surge of purple aura trailed behind him like a shadow, dark and ominous. The sheer force of his movement sent shockwaves through the space. Don't disappoint me, Death Knight Susanoo roared, launching forward at terrifying speed. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, meeting the charge head-on. Their blades clashed in a violent storm, sending sparks and streaks of blue light surging through the air. Steel met steel in rapid succession, each strike faster and more lethal than the last. The battle raged on. The necromancer's glowing eyes locked onto Kim Yuan's, a silent challenge passing between them. You stopped my attack? Death Knight Susanoo questioned, his voice filled with intrigue. Kim Yuan didn't answer, his teeth bared, his fury evident. A system notification flashed. Cinder Eyes has analyzed the attack trajectory. Sensory field activated. With precise footwork, Kim Yuan maneuvered around his opponent. Dodging as Death Knight, Susanoo momentarily lost his footing. Even in death, his power was overwhelming. Losing focus for even a second would mean certain defeat. Kim Yuan swung his blade, his muscles burning from the intensity of the battle. Then, a notification popped up. Gigantification activated. His arm expanded, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. The battlefield erupted in chaos as their dark silhouettes clashed, the surrounding aura scattering in every direction. Kim Yuan's breath came in ragged gasps. His golden eyes fixated on the blue light radiating from the battle, his frustration mounting. Then, dark streaks suddenly wrapped around him. A surge of purple aura flashed violently. Before he could react, Death Knight Susanoo armored hand clammed down on his shoulder. Their eyes met, glowing crimson against burning gold. A chilling smirk spread across Death Knight Susanoo's face. He had caught him. A surge of divine flames erupted from Kim Yuan's hand, searing through the air. The violet fire roared to life, engulfing the demonic knight in an inferno. A system notification appeared. Divine flames has struck Death Knight Susanoo. The impact sent Death Knight Susanoo flying backward, a violent shockwave ripping through the battlefield. Kim Yuan's black silhouette stood amidst the swirling dust, his chest rising and falling heavily. He clenched his fist. The gap was too great. No matter how hard he fought, he lacked the speed, strength, and mana to match this monster. Even his divine flames had no effect. Death Knight Susanoo's malicious grin widened as he stood amidst the purple fire, unfazed. Are you using a useless attack against me? He sneered, baring his long fangs. The flames flickered across his armor, but he barely acknowledged them. He was amused. For a brief moment, he seemed lost in thought. This feels familiar, he murmured, his glowing eyes reflecting the battlefield. A memory surfaced, a conversation from long ago, deep within a desolate, stone-littered forest. The fight was far from over. The warrior's voice cut through the silence. You wanted Arthur dead? He wasn't even a rancor, just a child. The samurai sat still, his head bowed, one hand resting lazily on his face. He let out a deep sigh, his expression hidden beneath his long bangs. And why, he muttered, would I do that? His gaze lifted slightly, settling on the cloaked figure before him. And who exactly are you to speak so boldly? Death Knight Susanoo, completely shrouded in his dark cloak, remained unmoved. His voice was calm, yet firm. Who I am doesn't matter, he said, his glowing green aura pulsing beneath the hood. His eyes locked onto the warrior. What matters is what you want. The samurai's fingers tensed against his temple. His frown deepened. Death Knight Susanoo continued, his voice eerily steady. It was a war. The samurai's sharp gaze flickered. Death Knight Susanoo leaned forward slightly, his cloak shifting with a haunting presence. In war, you don't have to worry about rules, fines, or punishments. You're free to indulge in the slaughter. Beneath the necromancer's hood, a swirling green vortex of energy pulsed forward. His next words slithered through the air. What do you say? Tempting, isn't it? The samurai sat motionless for a moment. Then his fingers curled slightly. A memory surfaced, a distant echo of someone who had once stoked the very same greed for battle inside him. And now, this newcomer, this Kim Yuan, was doing it again. Boom! Kim Yuan leaped back, dodging the violent slash of the demon's attack. His grip on his blade tightened as a yellow aura began to leak from his gauntlet. His gaze snapped forward. The black silhouette of the demon, cloaked in a raging purple flame, was closing in fast. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, trying to predict its next move. Above him, Susanoo soared through the air, his weapon gleaming under the dim glow of the battlefield. Kim Yuan launched himself forward in a counterattack. A rapid flash of blue aura streaked through the space. Death Knight's Susanoo, fire-infused blade swung down toward Kim Yuan, cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Kim Yuan's eyes widened. If I take that hit, the wound will never stop bleeding. He gritted his teeth. The necromancer growled in frustration. Kim Yuan could dodge, but he was pushing the fight too far. The samurai's katana came crashing down. Kim Yuan barely managed to intercept, bracing against the impact as steel met steel. What should I expect from someone from the 21st floor? Susanoo thought. His grip tightened. Fine, if he's going to keep pushing me. Their blades clashed violently, sending sparks flying through the air. Death Knight Susanoo lunged, sword slicing toward Kim Yuan, who twisted his body, barely dodging the attack. He leaned back, balancing himself on the very edge of control, before swinging his blade in retaliation. The demon snarled and charged forward, his dark energy crackling. His clenched fist pulsed with raw power before he slammed it down. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The sheer force of it rippled through the air, distorting everything in its path. The demon exhaled, his mouth curving into a twisted grin. He watched in satisfaction as the purple flames swirled wildly around him. You're finally using your technique properly, he sneered. I like it. Kim Yuan clenched his jaw, his gauntlet glowing with yellow light. His blade remained extended, unwavering, as he locked eyes with his enemy. Death Knight Susanoo smirk lingered. He had no intention of letting Kim Yuan die quickly. Kim Yuan, his expression unwavering, raised his sword in defiance. There were things he needed to hear, things only this enemy could answer. His teeth bared, his fury unrelenting. He wasn't a necromancer, but now he understood. He understood why he could hear the voices of the dead. He understood why his blade absorbed souls. And most of all, he understood what he had become. Kim Yuan's eyes flickered with recognition as he looked at Kaini. A memory surfaced. He recalled the small spirit of Susanoo, the ghostly figure that had once touched his glove. At that moment, the little spirit had revealed something crucial. Your gloves have a unique ability, it had said. But why haven't you used it? It's your ace in the hole. Kim Yuan had never answered. Now, Susanoo gazed at him with a sarcastic smirk, his sharp eyes gleaming. You and I were exactly alike, he mused. Visions flashed through his mind. Monstrous heads with glowing eyes, terrifying beings of immense power. He knew what the sea stone could do. It commanded the very oceans. Kim Yuan's thoughts raced as another image surfaced. Hargan, summoning lightning, his arms raised in defiance. He knew what the heavenly stone controlled. It held power over the skies. And then, he remembered the black vortex, looming high above like a single all-seeing eye. His crimson gaze locked onto the black stone as it pulsed with unimaginable energy. Death Knight Susanoo watched him closely. From Kim Yuan's black silhouette, a brilliant yellow light radiated, illuminating the battlefield. The necromancer's fingers clenched around his katana, its edge glowing with roaring purple flames. A grin spread across his face. Now, Death Knight Susanoo exhaled, excitement brimming in his tone. The real fight begins. In the sky above, a red, pupil-shaped aura manifested, a demonic eye bathed in darkness. Kaini, I had opened, and with it, hell descended. Kim Yuan shifted his sword to the side, his entire arm engulfed in a blinding aura. From beneath his long bangs, his gaze locked onto the celestial glow radiating from Kaini's eye. A voice whispered in his mind, "Follow the dragon." The sky shattered with golden light. From the abyss, massive dragon eyes emerged, swirling with pure yellow energy. In the darkened expanse of the battlefield, streams of golden aura twisted like serpents, flooding the space. Kim Yuan stood firm, his sword extended, his silhouette bathed in the golden inferno of Kaini power. Death Knight Susanoo clenched his blade tighter, reveling in the moment. The battle had truly begun. Then it happened. Kaini piercing eyes streaked past the necromancer's form, their radiant energy slashing through the violet flames. For the first time, Susanoo hesitated. Something was wrong. The demon braced himself, feet planted wide, his sword steady as violet flames surged around him. But his silhouette flickered. The space around him warped, his phantoms losing control. Death Knight Susanoo eyes widened in fury. What have you done? Across the battlefield, Kim Yuan stood motionless, his sword still outstretched. Above him, Kaini golden gaze loomed, its presence overwhelming. Susanoo gritted his teeth. Kim Yuan had unlocked Kaini's true power, and now the battlefield was his. The yellow aura of the Kaini demon flooded the space, its sheer force commanding absolute dominion over the dead. A slow smirk stretched across Kim Yuan's face. His eyes glowed with an unyielding, malicious light. In that moment, he understood. He understood what kind of power rested in his hands. Death Knight Susanoo cursed himself. He had made a mistake. A stupid mistake. Telling Kim Yuan about this power had been a grave miscalculation. But even worse, thinking that Kim Yuan couldn't wield it was outright foolishness. Across the battlefield, the black silhouette of the necromancer remained unmoving, his outstretched arms still pulsing with raw energy. Behind him, golden streaks of Kaini aura, violet flames, and blue energy collided in chaos. Death Knight Susanoo snarled. Enough! With blinding speed, he lunged forward, his blade tearing through the air in a direct strike toward Kim Yuan. But Kim Yuan was ready. Their swords clashed in a violent spark of power, their aura erupting like a storm. Death Knight Susanoo fury burned through his purple eyes, his expression twisted in rage. Their battle intensified, the very space around them shattering as blue waves of Kaini energy surged across the battlefield. The fight had escalated, and neither of them was backing down. The battlefield was chaos. Kim Yuan's red eyes locked onto his enemy, his frown deepening. Sparks flew as their blades clashed, metal ringing through the burning space. Kaini yellow aura loomed above them, pulsing with raw energy. Kim Yuan smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You really are a fool," he muttered, feeling Kaini aura absorb into him. Susanoo had made a critical mistake. He had overestimated himself. Notification. The power of giants fills your hand. Hell has been summoned. The system alerts flickered in his vision, but Kim Yuan didn't need them to tell him what was happening. His body burned with overwhelming strength. Steel met steel as he continued his fierce battle with the necromancer. Flames roared around them, the air thick with the scent of burning energy and the rattling of the battlefield. To him, Death Knight Susanoo was just another stepping stone, an obstacle in his path. Across from him, the exhausted necromancer bared his teeth, his breath ragged. Something wasn't right. His instinct screamed that Kim Yuan was different. No ranker had ever fought him like this. Death Knight Susanoo, ghostly form tensed as Kim Yuan's blade glowed with golden energy, each strike infused with enhanced skills and power. His opponent wasn't just strong, he was something else entirely. They stood face to face, their blades locked in a struggle, as a storm of multicolored aura raged around them. Then it happened. Phantoms, wreathed in purple aura, surged between them, breaking free from Death Knight Susanoo control. The demon staggered back, his glowing eyes wide with disbelief. His mouth opened slightly, his expression frozen in shock. Impossible. His phantoms, his very essence, was slipping away. Above them, Kaini massive eye burned in the sky, its black pupils surrounded by a blazing golden light. Violet flames scattered into the atmosphere as Death Knight Susanoo fear took hold. He stumbled backward, a low growl escaping him, but it wasn't anger anymore. It was horror. His body erupted in violet fire. and suddenly he screamed. The sound was raw, filled with agony. He couldn't understand. How could a dead man feel such excruciating pain? Kim Yuan's eyes remained fixed on him, silent and calculating. So, he finally feels it. Death Knight Susanoo thrashed violently, his form twisting in a vortex of violet flames. The fire fed off his very essence, consuming him like a relentless predator. How dare you? The necromancer's voice was ragged, furious, desperate. He writhed in the flames, his body betraying him. But Kim Yuan didn't flinch. Death Knight Susanoo rage turned to hatred, his voice booming across the battlefield. You scoundrel! In response, Kim Yuan merely smiled, cold, merciless. It's over. Death Knight Susanoo, bound in violet flames, lunged forward one last time. His katana tore through the air, its edge still burning with one final, desperate attack. Kim Yuan watched him calm. Then, without hesitation, he extended his hand. Tiny golden aura surged forth. Death Knight Susanoo body shuddered, his movements slowing. Something was wrong. His blade wavered, his form flickering like a dying ember. Kim Yuan's voice was steady, final. No matter how great they were in life, in the end, they all become phantoms. A fitting fate for a name like Death Knight Susanoo. The violet flames whipped into a furious spiral, engulfing the demon completely. His silhouette blurred, then began to dissolve. A single notification appeared. You have completed Susanoo's dungeon. You have received the soul of a necromancer. Kim Yuan lowered his arm, his breath even, his expression unreadable. The battle was over. As the realization sank in, Kim Yuan took a slow breath, his eyes scanning the dark, crumbling space around him. It was over. He had done it. A system notification flickered before him. You have received Susanoo's new relic. You have obtained the title, King of the Dead. Another message followed. He could now leave the dungeon using the return command. The walls trembled. Cracks spiderwebbed through the stone as red light bled into the chamber from the outside. Beyond the collapsing walls, the tower stood alone in a desolate wasteland, the very foundation fracturing beneath it. Flames flickered ominously around its base, consuming the ruins. A final notification flashed. The tower will be destroyed in 30 minutes. Then, everything shifted. The scene changed. Kim Yuan now stood at the edge of the world, within the towering walls of the first floor. A massive stone barrier stretched endlessly around him, enclosing a space dotted with small, twisted trees. Two cards materialized in front of him. A green card, a red card. Their contents revealed what he had earned from the battle. His gaze settled on the red card first. The description of the legendary Kusagang's sword. It was Susanoo's blade, a weapon he had pulled from the corpse of a fallen monster. His eyes narrowed as he read further. This sword, one of the 3 sacred treasures, had been discovered within the body of the legendary 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, a blade of immense power, but not without cost. Weapons like these, Kim Yuan muttered, his fingers grazing the card, only grant strength during battle, but in the long run, they consume the wielder's body and soul. He lifted his gaze, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes. What about the second reward? The green card described the title, King of the Dead. His breath hitched slightly as he read its abilities. Title classification, great. A grant control over souls of the dead using mana. Allows placement of souls into bodies using mana. Enables the summoning of corpses through necromantic energy. Empowers the dead by feeding them absorbed resentment. Kim Yuan's fingers tightened around the card. The King of the Dead. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Wouldn't be surprising if Hades himself took his name from this. He flicked his wrist, dismissing the cards, and leaned back against a large rock in the middle of the forest. This wasn't just a reward for clearing the dungeon. No, this was because he had unleashed KYNE power. And for a necromancer, this was a perfect acquisition. A familiar presence stirred. Arthur's spirit flickered into view, his voice carrying a trace of curiosity. So, what exactly happened in there? Kim Yuan glanced at his hand, his black glove pulsating with a faint yellow glow. His voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable weight to it. I received a title related to necromancy, but I have no idea how to use it. Arthur's spirit observed him for a moment, then nodded. The undead in Susanoo's tower all had physical shells. And now, you've gained the power to control creatures like them. Kim Yuan exhaled slowly, his gaze fixed on the burning remnants of the tower in the distance. He didn't just conquer the dungeon. He had changed. And now, the real game was just beginning. Kim Yuan's gaze lingered on his black-gloved fist, where a faint yellow aura pulsed beneath the surface. In front of him, 2 cards hovered in midair, his hard-earned rewards from the dungeon. But one thing stood out. His eyes narrowed as he read through the King of the Dead title card, spotting something unexpected, a skill, The ability to summon bodies of the dead using mana, provided the souls are in possession. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. He could seal a soul into a physical shell. Sitting on a stone in the middle of the forest clearing, Kim Yuan let the thoughts sink in. Then, he let out a low, amused chuckle. His gaze flickered back to his gloved fist, now glowing ominously. A necromancer, huh? He mused, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He turned his eyes toward Arthur's spirit, smirking. You'd make a great teacher. Arthur blinked. What the hell are you talking about? He snapped. Necromancy has nothing to do with those abominations. Kim Yuan's smile widened, his expression dark and unreadable. Arthur crossed his arms, his spectral form flickering slightly. Listen here, I'm Arthur, the king of all knights. I know exactly what this title means. Just then, golden light rippled through the space, and a system notification appeared. You may now summon your first phantom. Please assign a name. Kim Yuan exhaled, rubbing his chin. A massive stone golem stood motionless before him, awaiting its soul. With a smirk, he made his decision. Arthur. Name registered. Arthur. The instant the name was set, Arthur's spirit was forcefully drawn into the stone colossus. Kim Yuan stuffed his hands into his pockets and watched as the golem shuddered to life. Arthur's furious voice boomed from within. What is this? This is terrible. The stone giant flailed its massive arms, its booming voice filled with outrage. I am a knight, not some walking rock. Kim Yuan simply turned away, uninterested in his complaints. The tower collapsed. Your old body is buried under the rubble. Be grateful you have anything at all. Arthur groaned in despair, his stone form trembling in frustration. Unbelievable. Kim Yuan's gaze flickered back to his glove, where purple flames suddenly flared to life. His expression turned serious. It's time, he muttered. He had given Susanoo his word. While Arthur sulked in his new form, the air in front of Kim Yuan twisted, dark energy spiraling into a vortex. A familiar voice growled from the abyss. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut. A tongue of violet fire shot into the air, manifesting into the spirit of Susanoo. The towering figure leaned forward, his spectral presence looming over Kim Yuan. All right, let's hear it, Susanoo muttered. His glowing eyes burned with curiosity. Kim Yuan didn't waste time. You were hired to kill Arthur, the king of all knights. Who sent you? The question hung in the air. Kim Yuan's expression hardened. His head lowered slightly, eyes sharp with anticipation. Susanoo sighed. I can't say for sure, he admitted, shaking his head. I have no idea who they were. Kim Yuan's brows furrowed. What? Susanoo met his gaze. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. The space around them warped, twisting into a deep black void. Kim Yuan blinked. He was no longer in the forest. He was inside Susanoo's memories. Darkness surrounded him. He turned his head, scanning the space, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Then, movement. A figure in a dark cloak emerged from the shadows, stepping toward a younger Susanoo. The air around them was heavy, filled with an eerie, unspoken intent. The hooded figure spoke. A single request. Kill Arthur. And in that moment, everything clicked. Arthur wasn't even a rancor. The thought echoed in Kim Yuan's mind as he peered into Susanoo's memories. A gray, fog-like space surrounded him, the past unfolding before his eyes. Susanoo sat opposite a cloaked magician, their conversation frozen in time. Why should I kill him, child? Susanoo's voice was sharp, laced with confusion. The black silhouette of the magician remained still. Then, in a chilling tone, he spoke. War is coming. You, of all people, should know how to enjoy it. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. Something about the magician's voice felt familiar. His focus shifted. A green aura pulsed from the magician's form, an energy unlike anything in this world. His breath caught. This wasn't just anyone. This was an outer god, an entity beyond comprehension. One of the oldest, most chaotic beings the tower had ever witnessed. Foolish chaos. The outer god's faceless form shimmered with a radiant green light, its presence an eerie void against the memory's backdrop. Kim Yuan watched as the entity and Susanoo exchanged words, the air heavy with unspoken consequences. What a tempting offer, Susanoo muttered, intrigued. As if in response, black rains laced with green aura drifted to the ground. The outer god's voice echoed through the space. Arthur's death will plant the seeds of war, seeds that will spread across the entire tower. Kim Yuan's crimson gaze darkened as he watched the deal unfold. Seated in front of the entity, Susanoo grinned. Seeds of war. Huh? He mused before letting out a low, malicious laugh. Kim Yuan stood silently, watching as his future enemy sealed his fate. From beneath his long bangs, his gaze remained unmoving, cold, filled with disdain. This was the moment Susanoo became the necromancer. The vision shattered. Kim Yuan found himself back in reality, standing before Susanu's fading silhouette. The stone orc beside him sat silently, watching as Susanu's violet flames crackled in the air. The spirit's voice rumbled. So, seen enough? Susanu crossed his arms. I never figured out who that thing really was, but I'll tell you this. After I met that guy, gigantification began. Kim Yuan remained still, head lowered, fists clenched. Susanu's voice turned grim. Not that I got to enjoy much of it, he added. Hades stepped in before things could get really interesting. Kim Yuan's jaw tightened. He knew now. He understood everything. That entity, that god, was responsible for Arthur's death. And now, Kim Yuan would do whatever it took to reach that god and end him. Evening fell over the city. The sky stretched endlessly, layered with drifting clouds. Multi-story buildings stood tall in the distance, their windows reflecting the fading sunlight. Inside his room, Kim Yuan lay on his bed, hand over his face. He was silent. His mind replayed everything. When I returned to the past, I thought I had control. I thought everything was going according to plan. His fingers curled slightly against his forehead. But the outer gods, they were always one step ahead. The memory of Arthur, his friend, his fallen ally, flashed through his thoughts, superimposed against the city's skyline. Arthur had died thousands of years ago, and now, the seeds planted by the outer gods were beginning to bear fruit. Kim Yuan exhaled sharply, throwing his arm over his head. His mind churned with questions. Lancelot, the current king of Britain. Somehow, he was connected to Arthur's murder. Somehow, he was entangled in the web of the outer gods. How deep did this conspiracy go? How much of Britain's history had already been twisted by their influence? Kim Yuan closed his eyes, his lips pressing into a thin line. It was obvious. The war hadn't ended. It had just begun. Arthur's death was the beginning. There was no more time for hesitation. If he wanted to change the game, he had to keep climbing the tower, no matter what. His mind flashed back to an ancient battlefield. A tall tower loomed in the distance, fractured by a gaping fault. At its base, an old man in a hooded cloak stood face to face with a towering, battle-hardened warrior. Merlin. Arthur. Kim Yuan was there, watching from the sidelines. His expression remained cold, unyielding, his gaze shadowed by his long bangs. Death had claimed everyone. Everyone but him. In the violet flames of his memory, a black demon emerged. Before him, an entire army of warriors marched forward in perfect sync, their armor gleaming beneath the chaotic sky. He saw his own silhouettes standing before them. Merlin's lips curled into a malicious grin. Kim Yuan bent his knees, ready to launch himself in a battle. For a brief moment, he hesitated. He clenched his fists. I can't believe I ever faltered. Then, he bared his teeth, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing through his eyes. If I had known everything back then, I could have saved them. The battle erupted atop a massive, hilly ledge, the sky overhead a swirling canvas of color. And in the heart of it all, he stood above them, floating, blade raised. White smoke curled around his sword as he swung down. It didn't matter how many times he had to relive this nightmare. He would keep going back, again and again, until the entity that had stolen everything from him was dead. His razor-sharp blade tore through the fog of war. And then, Kim Yuan's eyes snapped open. His breath hitched. He was back in his room, staring up at the ceiling. His fingers curled into his sheets. Damn it, it was just a dream. A bad one. An empty glass sat untouched on the table beside him. The morning light seeped through the curtains, casting long shadows across the floor. He exhaled sharply, forcing himself to shake off the lingering frustration. The moment he got up, two spirits burst through the window. Susanu and Arthur, still bickering like children. Kim Yuan watched them for a moment before smirking. So, the outer gods have already made their move. That didn't mean the game was over. This was just the beginning. But before he returned to the 21st floor, there was something he needed to do. The old man. It had been a while since he last visited. If he didn't show up soon, the old man would probably curse him out. Or worse. Thud. Pain exploded in Kim Yuan's chest. A massive hammer had just slammed into him, sending a dull ache rippling through his body. He gritted his teeth, clutching his chest. The hell. A familiar voice growled in irritation. Where the hell have you been? Hephaestus. The old blacksmith stood before him, his arms bulging with tension, his other hand still gripping the sledgehammer. His expression was thunderous. Kim Yuan straightened, rubbing his sore ribs. Tise, you done. Hephaestus slammed the hammer into the ground. You didn't even try to dodge. Kim Yuan exhaled, exhaustion laced with faint amusement flashing across his face. If I took the hit, maybe you'd stop being mad, he muttered. For a split second, Hephaestus hesitated, his frown deepening. Kim Yuan smirked. See, you're a lot nicer when you feel guilty. Hephaestus's anger reignited instantly. You little. Kim Yuan stepped past him, heading toward the blacksmith's workstation. Hephaestus, hands on his hips, glared after him. You didn't pass the floor test, he muttered, eyes sharp. Kim Yuan paused, but didn't turn around. His gaze flickered toward the glowing embers in Hephaestus's forge. He had work to do. Hephaestus folded his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on Kim Yuan. Where the hell have you been all these months? Kim Yuan met his glare, realizing that the old blacksmith had been looking for him. That was rare. For someone like Hephaestus to actually worry about him, it meant something. Standing tall, the burly blacksmith exhaled through his nose. Well, Kim Yuan shrugged. Hidden dungeon. He rolled his shoulders, feeling the lingering fatigue of his recent battles. Took longer than expected. Wasn't exactly easy. Hephaestus scowled, rubbing his chin. TCH, you're always running off to some cursed place. With a grunt, he reached into his apron and tossed a small box toward Kim Yuan. Here, you're lucky I didn't destroy it. Kim Yuan caught it effortlessly and flicked it open. Inside, a brilliant blue crystal pulsed with raw energy. His eyes narrowed slightly. A divine sea stone. Formed from primordial waters, it was infused with mana, capable of wielding power over the seas. He lifted it, tilting it under the dim forge light. The way it gleamed, it felt eerily similar to the pure, dark, divine crystal. But the energy was different. Not darkness, but endless depth. Hephaestus sat down at his workbench, waving a hand lazily. Let me see that glove of yours. Kim Yuan raised an eyebrow. What? Just give it here, Hephaestus muttered. With a sigh, Kim Yuan pulled off his black glove and tossed it onto the table. Hephaestus cracked his knuckles. I'll make a slot for the crystal. That way, you can insert it any time. Kim Yuan blinked. You're serious? Hephaestus flashed a toothy grin, a mix of pride and mischief. What? Think I don't take care of my work? Kim Yuan smirked. Didn't take you for the sentimental type. Hephaestus snorted. I'm just finishing what I started. Won't take more than half a day. Kim Yuan crossed his arms, watching as the old man picked up a blade, examining the glove with expert precision. The forge's glow cast deep shadows across the room. You know, Hephaestus muttered, his voice low with thought. If you could use Kaini power across multiple attributes, that'd be a real game changer. His hands worked swiftly, but his eyes gleamed with curiosity. But he smirked. You can't use two crystals at the same time. Kim Yuan frowned slightly. He's testing me. If Hephaestus could modify the glove to switch between crystals, then wouldn't it be possible to strengthen K itself? Kim Yuan leaned against the workbench, watching the blacksmith work. What if it could be upgraded? Hephaestus stilled for a moment. Then, he let out a low chuckle. Kim Yuan smirked. That got your attention? Huh? Hephaestus grinned knowingly, running a calloused hand over the metal plating of the glove. You're not wrong. He kept his gaze down, pretending not to care. But Kim Yuan could see it, the gears turning in his mind. Using other materials, using mana, strengthening the base. Hephaestus muttered to himself. Kim Yuan leaned forward, tilting his head. So, can it be done? Hephaestus scoffed, crossing his arms. You're a damn menace, you know that. Kim Yuan smirked. I'll take that as a yes. Hephaestus picked up a nearby blade and swung it at him without warning. Kim Yuan barely raised his arms in time to block the strike. The hell was that for? Shut it, Hephaestus grumbled. Don't start thinking you're a genius. The two locked eyes before Hephaestus grumbled and went back to work, muttering under his breath. Outside, the golden hues of sunset bathed the forge, the light catching on the pile of armor in the corner. As the old blacksmith worked, he casually said, speaking of improvements. Kim Yuan's gaze flickered dim. Could Kaini be upgraded even further? Kim Yuan's eyes gleamed with interest. Depends. He stepped forward, standing confidently in the heart of the forge. What if I infused it with other materials? Other mana sources? Hephaestus sat back in his chair, legs crossed, eyes flickering with deep thought. Now all that. His lips curled slightly. That might just be possible. The realization hit him. Equipment couldn't be permanently altered. His instincts as a blacksmith screamed that it was impossible, yet the truth stood before him. Gritting his teeth, Heist furrowed his gray eyebrows, unwilling to accept it. "T-Safe, that brat," he muttered, frustration clear in his voice. Suddenly, the sound of movement at the door snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned toward the passage with a dissatisfied scowl. "Who's there this early in the morning?" he barked. Before an answer could come, his expression darkened. Hephaestus' grip tightened around a sledgehammer as the door was kicked open, slamming against the wall. His first thought? Not those damned Olympian spawn again. A single foot stepped over the threshold. A blonde-haired man casually strolled in, his gaze sweeping over the forge. "This your place?" he asked, his tone light, almost amused. Hephaestus' scowl deepened. "What the hell are you doing here?" His voice carried both irritation and suspicion. And is this your real body, or are you off arguing with those fools from the heavenly kingdom again? The blonde grinned, unfazed by the hostility. Been a while, hasn't it? He mused. Why not relax? Ignoring the old man's irritation, Sun Wukong sauntered forward, glancing around the forge. Still living the same way, huh? He remarked, noting the heat of the furnace. But Hephaestus wasn't interested in small talk. His eyes zeroed in on the weapon Sun Wukong carried. What happened to the tool I made for you? He demanded. Why are you walking around with something else? Sun Wukong shrugged. I found something better and got rid of it. Hephaestus's fingers curled around his sledgehammer, his patience wearing thin. Got rid of it. His voice rose in disbelief. Do you even know what that weapon was? That was a masterpiece. The blonde waved off his outrage. Relax. It wasn't even an original. The blacksmith's expression twisted in fury. You threw it away? Yes, Sun Wukong confirmed, though his tone remained casual. But that's not why I'm here. His gaze sharpened as he stepped closer. I'm looking for someone. Have you seen Kim Yuan? The moment he spoke that name, Hephaestus's grip on his hammer tightened. Sun Wukong chuckled darkly, his red and gold eyes glinting. Ah, I knew you recognized him. His smile deepened, his aura shifting. Hephaestus's posture stiffened. He knew the truth. Sun Wukong's golden eyes could see through lies. Even if this wasn't his real body, that power remained. If he lied, Sun Wukong would know. Still, some things weren't up for discussion. I don't know him, Hephaestus said flatly. Sun Wukong's smirk didn't waver. Liar. I don't know him, Hephaestus repeated. And I don't care how many times you ask. The blonde's gaze darkened as he reached for his hood, ruffling his hair. I don't want this to get ugly, old man, he warned, his voice dropping to something more serious. But if you keep this up, you will die. Hephaestus remained unfazed, hand resting near his belt. Ask me 100 times, and my answer won't change. His gray brows furrowed, his teeth baring slightly. I don't know him. Silence hung between them. Outside, the afternoon sun illuminated the mountain peaks, casting long shadows inside the forge. Then, a cold voice broke through the tension. Is that the truth? Hephaestus's eyes flicked toward Sun Wukong's cloak, deep red, unmistakable. Somewhere nearby, a squad of warriors stood, watching the exchange. That cloak, it can be obtained for 60,000 points, one of them noted. The atmosphere grew heavier. And just like that, the real battle was about to begin. A few players stood off to the side, casting glances at Kim Yuan and whispering among themselves. Who would wear something that expensive on the 21st floor? One muttered. I heard rumors he was dead, another added. And now he's climbing the tower again. Kim Yuan's expression darkened. He furrowed his brows, shooting them a sharp look. Brave, aren't you? Talking about someone while he's standing right here. His voice carried an unmistakable edge. Do you want to die? The group fell silent. A little further away, a blonde elf with pointed ears observed the exchange. His name was Reinhar, a player from an elven tribe. His sharp gaze studied Kim Yuan before he mused to himself. So that's him. And he got a sharp tongue, too. Before anyone could react, a system notification echoed through the cave. The test of the 21st floor has begun. A massive blue stone appeared at the cave's center, pulsating with an eerie glow. Crystal detected. Objective: protect the crystal from incoming monsters. Another notification followed. Warning: the team has an unknown number of doppelgangers attempting to destroy the crystal. If the crystal is shattered or all players are eliminated, the challenge will be failed. The air grew heavy as players read the message, their faces filled with shock. We have to find the fakes and kill them, someone muttered. Kim Yuan, standing in his crimson cloak, remained unfazed. As others hesitated, fear creeping into their expressions, he stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his blade. Are you all really that afraid? His voice cut through the tension. He strode forward until he stood right in front of an armored man. The knight glared at him. What do you want? Kim Yuan bared his teeth in a grin. Then, in one swift motion, he swung his sword, severing the knight's head clean off. Gasps and shouts filled the cave as the man's head hit the ground. Instead of blood, his body shimmered and began to dissolve. A double, someone stammered. Kim Yuan sheathed his sword. I'll find them all before they get to the crystal. Terror spread among the players as they took in his words, and the deadly aura surrounding him. There was no mistaking it now. He wasn't a doppelganger. He was the Kim Yuan. Standing beneath the eerie blue glow of the crystal, Kim Yuan smirked. Let's get started. A deafening growl echoed through the cave. Monsters. Large, dark creatures surged forward, their forms barely visible in the shadows. They're coming, someone shouted as the beast charged. Panic erupted as players scrambled into position. There's twice as many of them now. Kim Yuan's expression remained fierce as he drove his sword into a monster's chest. Does anyone here have buff skills? He demanded. Tanks, move forward. I'll cover you. A man behind him barely had time to react before another beast lunged. It's attacking again. One of the knights scanned the battlefield before waving his hand. Get it together, he ordered. Focus on the monsters. Kim Yuan will take care of the doppelgangers. Near the edge of the chaos, Rian stood beside a man with gray hair who grinned widely. I have a good feeling about this, the gray-haired man said. Everyone's got a side spirit, after all. Reinhar scoffed. Don't get careless. The real fight had only just begun. A sudden touch on his shoulder made the elf tense. Reinhar turned his head, startled to find Kim Yuan standing back-to-back with him. I can't believe it. He has this much influence? The thought lingered in his mind as he refocused on the battle. Sorry, Reinhar muttered. I was too focused. Kim Yuan barely reacted. It's fine. I don't mind. But when the elf glanced back again, his eyes widened in shock. That face. He instinctively stepped away, studying Kim Yuan more closely. It's uncanny. He looks exactly like him. You think something's off? Kim Yuan's voice broke the silence. Reinhar hesitated. What do you mean? Across the cave, another Kim Yuan, cloaked in red, stood by the wall, guarding the glowing blue crystal. There he is, the brunette thought. And yet, I haven't found another double since the first one. Strange, isn't it? His back still turned to the elf. Kim Yuan spoke again. Doesn't it seem a little too convenient? Finding a double that quickly? Reinhar furrowed his light eyebrows. Are you seriously suggesting it was just a coincidence? The other player nearby scoffed. Or maybe it's a skill. While the battle raged on around them, Reinhar's mind raced. Something's not right. Kim Yuan had been hunting for doppelgangers. Yet now, it seemed like he was the one under suspicion. But even as doubt crept in, one thing was certain. So long as Kim Yuan stood guard, no one could get near the crystal. The brunette's lips curled into a smile. Stop overthinking and focus on the fight, he said. Reinhar exhaled sharply, pushing aside his thoughts. Yet he couldn't shake the eerie feeling gnawing at him. Just how far will Kim Yuan go? He turned his gaze toward the large blue crystal, watching his supposed ally. The Kim Yuan, standing near it, smirked slightly, as if enjoying the spectacle. Then, a system notification rang out. Remaining test time, 25:21. The cave was still crawling with monsters. Cries of exhaustion echoed as players struggled to keep up. When will this end? Someone groaned. We have to find all the doppelgangers first, another shouted. A group of warriors gathered near the crystal, whispering among themselves. Kim Yuan hasn't moved from that spot once, one pointed out. Yeah, he's not looking for doubles at all, another added. A knight frowned. At least with him there, no one's getting near the crystal. Overhearing their conversation, Kim Yuan let out a low chuckle. And yet, if we just stand around, the monsters will reach us first. Stepping away from the crystal, he strode forward, his presence alone silencing the group. It looks like the doppelgangers got smart, Kim Yuan mused. They saw me cut down the first one and decided to stay hidden, waiting for their chance to pick us off one by one. The players exchanged nervous glances. If that's the case, Kim Yuan continued, gripping his blade tighter, then we need to take control of the situation. His voice grew sharper. Everyone, point out someone you suspect. The warriors froze. Kim Yuan took another step forward, his gaze unwavering. If we eliminate them one by one, we'll end this test a lot faster. The players' eyes widened in terror. Something about the way he said it, so calm, so decisive, sent chills down their spines. And in that moment, they realized the real danger might not be the doppelgangers. It might be him. The players clenched their teeth, their fear and frustration boiling over. Are you insane? Someone shouted. We can't just kill people based on suspicion. We need proof. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. I saw someone acting strange during the battle. A knight raised his hand, his eyes filled with urgency. Others immediately chimed in, rallying behind him. But not everyone agreed. You're all crazy, another player yelled. You're actually going through with this? The knights instinctively pressed closer together, panic creeping into their movements. If you all want to die, go ahead, the man spat. But I refuse. The monsters keep multiplying. We can't handle them like this. We need to herd them into one place instead. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan stood in the middle of the cave, watching the scattered groups. His expression was unreadable. You're taking this too far, another voice protested. Do you really think all of these people are doppelgangers? Kim Yuan simply tilted his head. Since most of you agree, let's begin. With that, he reached forward and grabbed a knight by the chest. The man's face twisted in horror. Wait, please, mercy. His desperate cries were cut short as a blade swung toward him, only to be stopped midair. A single hand had caught the weapon. Kim Yuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the one who had blocked his strike. His identical face stared back at him. Gasps erupted around them. Players instinctively took a step back, their eyes darting between the two identical figures standing in the middle of the cave. The real Kim Yuan furrowed his brows. I was letting this slide since you weren't causing too much trouble. His voice was low, sharp. But if you're going to mess up the test like this, that's a problem. The copy's eyes flickered with shock, his mind racing. It looks exactly like him, someone murmured. Another player swallowed hard. No, they're not just similar. They're the same. The doppelganger's gaze dropped slightly, realization dawning. This is the real Kim Yuan. The real Kim Yuan exhaled slowly, lifting his gaze toward his counterpart. His red and gold eyes gleamed as he activated his cinder eyes, an ability that laid bare the truth. A sudden vortex of wind surged around the copy, violet sparks flickering in the air. The fake let out a strangled cry, instinctively raising his hands to his face. His skin began to shift, red tattoos glowing on the backs of his hands. Damn it, he cursed. The players stared, murmuring amongst themselves. Wait, that's weird, someone pointed out. The last double just disintegrated into dirt. So what is this thing? Before anyone could answer, the fake, now kneeling on the stone floor, gripped his face, voice trembling. The fake one is him. I'm the real Kim Yuan. The real Kim Yuan didn't even flinch. Doesn't matter. With a swift motion, he drove his foot into the copy's face. The imposter was sent flying across the cave, skidding against the stone. Silence. Then, the knights began pointing at themselves, shouting over each other in panic. I swear, I'm not a double. I can prove it. I don't even know what's happening. Kim Yuan barely spared them a glance. He stepped forward, locking eyes with a man standing in his path, a blonde-haired figure. Meanwhile, the others continued desperately trying to prove their innocence. Reinhar frowned, his light eyebrows creasing. All this time, something had been off. Kim Yuan's gaze was unreadable as he raised his sword, the cold steel just inches from the man's neck. Whether you're the real one or not, doesn't matter for this test, he said flatly. Reinhar narrowed his eyes. You actually suspect me of being a double? The blonde warrior standing beside him stepped forward. That's ridiculous. We've been together since before the test even started. There's no way he's a fake. That's right. Another teammate chimed in. I'd bet my life on it. He's our leader. Kim Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. So what you're saying is, just because you lead a team, you can't take out the trash. Before anyone could react, he moved. In a blur, Kim Yuan's hand shot out and wrapped around Reinhar's throat. The elf gasped, teeth clenched as he struggled against the iron grip. His stunned expression flickered with something else, panic. W, what the hell are you doing? Reinhar stammered, but Kim Yuan wasn't listening. A slow, eerie grin spread across the elf's face. And then, his skin began to melt. The players watching erupted in alarm. Let him go, someone shouted. With a flick of his wrist, Kim Yuan hurled the fake aside. The doppelganger crashed to the ground, his body twisting unnaturally. His face turned ghostly pale, and thick clumps of dirt spewed from his mouth like vomit. The crowd recoiled. A gray-haired guild member dropped to his knees, his voice shaking. See, Captain? What? A flash of steel silenced him. A sword sliced through the air, stopping just short of his face. The man's breath hitched. Wait, since when was I? Before he could finish, Kim Yuan yanked the weapon back. Gasps and horrified murmurs filled the cave. More and more players turned to one another, eyes filled with suspicion. Is he another fake? Kim Yuan exhaled, his tone as sharp as his blade. Even the doubles themselves don't realize they're not real. As tension escalated, panic spread through the ranks. Players clutched their weapons, whispering among themselves. Enough stalling, Kim Yuan said. Let's just end this and wipe out every last fake. A deep blue glow surrounded him as he strode back toward the crystal. Everyone gathered around. The moment they did, he activated his heavenly demon spirit. A system notification flashed before their eyes. Congratulations. You have passed the 21st floor test. Teleportation to the next floor is now available. Level increased. Somewhere else, a figure stirred. A young man with light gray skin and red tattoos on his cheeks slowly blinked his eyes open. His vision was hazy, but as it cleared, a dark silhouette loomed over him. Who? The moment he focused, his breath caught. It was him. Kim Yuan stood above him, his crimson eyes glowing faintly. Get up, Kim Yuan said. You're not asleep. The gray-skinned man tensed, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. He jerked back, scrambling to his feet, his eyes wide with fear. Kim Yuan clenched his fist, a blue aura flickering around him. Still half asleep? He asked. The man flinched. Ma'am. His voice trembled as he sat back on his knees, hands pressed against the cold floor. Kim Yuan watched him closely. You don't seem like a double. His tone was calm, yet piercing. Even after finishing the test, you're still fine. But I can't completely rule you out just yet. His eyes narrowed. Who are you? The gray-skinned man lowered his gaze. Silence stretched between them before he finally spoke. I am a double, but also a player. Kim Yuan arched a brow. A pure demon, then? Ma'am hesitated. Why are you asking? What's your lineage? Kim Yuan asked, his voice steady. The man's red eyes shifted to the side. He hesitated for only a second before answering. My father is Belial. At that name, Kim Yuan's eyes darkened. A hazy image flickered in his mind, a towering silhouette engulfed in shadows. Horns curling from his skull, a force that exuded raw, undeniable power. The demon king Belial. Kim Yuan muttered, his jaw tensed. The king of doubles. Kim Yuan's gaze sharpened as he activated Cinder Eyes, peeling away the layers of deception before him. The monarch of lies, he mused. One of the 7 demon kings of the Demon Lord Guild. His thoughts raced as he stared at the young demon before him. Is he really the son of that B-rank powerhouse? A mental image flickered in Kim Yuan's mind, his blonde friend standing against the backdrop of a grand, pillar-lined structure. This has to be a joke. After all, the Demon Lord Guild wasn't just any organization. It was one of the few forces capable of rivaling Olympus itself, standing at the same level as Hargan. Meanwhile, the demon sitting on the ground clutched his head, groaning. Kim Yuan's voice was calm but firm. What are you doing here? Mamos hesitated before muttering, it's complicated. Kim Yuan's expression darkened, impatience flickering in his gaze. The demon sighed. Maybe now isn't the best time or place for explanations. Kim Yuan frowned, but before he could respond, Mamos suddenly looked up, his red eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I'm your biggest fan, he blurted out, inching closer with an almost unsettling excitement. Kim Yuan blinked, his confusion evident. What? Mamos grinned, eyes shining. I really mean it. I've admired you for so long. A vivid memory played in his head. Kim Yuan, fierce and relentless, tearing through waves of enemies. I watched you fight your way up from the first floor. Mamos gushed, nearly bouncing in excitement. And when you dominated the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I knew you were the real deal. Kim Yuan's expression remained blank. Mamos clenched his fists. I don't expect you to go easy on me just because I'm a fan, he declared. I'll take full responsibility for my actions. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, activating Cinder Eyes once more. No deceit. It was all true. So that's why he imitated me, Kim Yuan thought. Mamos, still kneeling, beamed when Kim Yuan finally spoke. This time, I'll let you go. The demon's eyes widened in shock before his face broke into pure joy. Thank you, he exclaimed. Kim Yuan glanced at him thoughtfully. Meeting B's son might not be a bad thing. At that moment, a silver sphere materialized in the air between them. Holding in his palm, Kim Yuan smirked. Since I spared you, I need a favor. Mamos straightened up, eager to listen. Give me your number. A month later, Kim Yuan lay on his bed, absent-mindedly rolling the silver sphere between his fingers. A new message had arrived. HOS. I've applied for the next test as well. I will always remain loyal. Kim Yuan's dark eyes flicked over the last words, his expression unreadable. Didn't expect to hear something like that in the tower, he muttered. Spinning the orb in his palm, he turned his thoughts back to his next move. If things go smoothly, I should be able to clear the 22nd to 24th floors in about 10 days. After all, they were just level 20 tests. His gaze hardened. Unless Olympus interferes, it'll be a piece of cake. But something about this message, something about him, made him uneasy. Frowning, he sat up, eyes narrowing as he stared at the glowing text hovering over the sphere. Why now? A message popped up on Kim Yuan's silver sphere. Hargan, I'm on the 22nd floor now. Let's meet. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. At an open-air cafe, a blond man sat at a table, absent-mindedly spinning a white mug in his hand. As Kim Yuan approached, Hargan looked up, then casually took a sip of his now-empty tea. You're early, Kim Yuan noted, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Hargan leaned back, arms crossed. Had nothing better to do, he admitted. Figured I'd freshen up while I waited. Kim Yuan smirked. You? Relaxing? That's a first. Hargan furrowed his eyebrows, closing his eyes for a brief moment. How far have you climbed? 34th floor, he answered without hesitation. Kim Yuan raised an eyebrow, lifting his mug. That's pretty fast. Hargan scoffed. The real problems start here. It's getting harder to climb. Kim Yuan took a sip, watching his friend's expression twist slightly in frustration. You're being way too modest. Makes you sound like an ass. Hargan shot him a deadpan look. I really don't want to hear that from you. His gaze flicked toward the unfinished tea on the table before he spoke again, his voice more serious this time. Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan looked up, meeting his eyes. Hargan exhaled. I can feel it. You took the sea stone. The brunette's grip tightened slightly around his mug as he listened. Thanks to you, Olympus is in chaos. My father, my uncle, it's all just a ridiculous power struggle now. And honestly, lately things feel off. Around them, People moved through the streets, oblivious to the heavy conversation unfolding. You probably expected this, Hargan continued, his voice low. Right now, Olympus is too busy cleaning up its own mess to come after you. But that won't last forever. His expression darkened. Sooner or later, they'll come for you. And when they do, you might actually die. Kim Yuan set his mug down with a quiet clink. You need to decide, Hargan pressed. Are you going to bow to Olympus and hand over the stone? Or are you going to find protection, somewhere like Asgard or the heavenly realm? Kim Yuan leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable. Hargan slammed his elbows onto the table. If you're done talking, I'm leaving, Kim Yuan said as he started to rise. That's not the point of this conversation. Hargan shot back, frustration creeping into his tone. He waved his hands in exasperation. Tell me, are you really planning to see this through to the end? Kim Yuan sighed, rubbing his temple. How many times are you going to ask me that? The air around Hargan flickered with heat, flames subtly forming at his fingertips. This is why I wanted to meet, he admitted. His voice was firm, but something in his eyes wavered. You're putting me in a tough spot, Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan remained silent, letting the weight of those words settle between them. After a beat, Hargan sighed, rubbing his temples before shifting topics. Listen, just be careful on the 25th floor. He leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. That place, the heart of Britain, it's a trap, set specifically for you. Kim Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't respond. Not long after, a soft chime echoed from his silver sphere. A new message appeared. Apollo, how did it go? Across the table, Hargan crossed his arms, deep in thought. The storm was coming, and they both knew it. Hargan muttered under his breath, frustration clear on his face. Completely brainless. A voice from the silver sphere chimed in. So, are you planning to die, or what? Kim Yuan scoffed. Haven't thought about it. His gaze flicked to the small sphere resting on the table. What about your uncle? How'd it go? Apollo's voice came through. He's taking his time, thinking things through. Not surprising, considering how important this decision is. Hargan, arms crossed over his chest, lowered his eyes slightly. And you? You sure you won't regret this? Apollo didn't hesitate. I won't, but that doesn't mean I can just sit around and do nothing. The sphere lay still on the table, next to an empty cup as Apollo continued. For now, your only focus should be on becoming a ranker. This is the time to build your strength. Hargan exhaled. Yeah, you're right. I'll do just that. The night had begun to settle over the city, casting long shadows over the streets. Still seated outside the establishment, Hargan tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. I told Kim Yuan to be careful, Britain, he muttered, but knowing him, he won't listen. Apollo's response was sharp. This isn't some game a weak player can just walk into. He's being reckless. Hargan furrowed his light brows, his face serious. Is he? His lips curled slightly, almost amused. If it were Chryses, Hypnos, or Theseus, no one would have expected what they pulled off either. He leaned back, glancing up at the darkening sky. Maybe, I just have a feeling this time will be different. The bright afternoon sun bathed a green clearing in warm light. The wind rustled through the tall grass, sending blades swirling in the air. Somewhere in the distance, a low, rumbling sound echoed. A system notification appeared before them. The test for the 24th floor has begun. Objective, stop the large cows. A heavy boot stepped onto the grass as the challenge information flickered across the screen. With each stage, the number of large cows summoned will increase. At the end of every stage, points earned will be multiplied by 10. Kim Yuan and Mamos stood at the front of a small group, listening to the system's explanation. Each destroyed large cow earns you 5 points. You may spend 10 points to summon a large cow on an enemy team of your choice. Teams cannot leave their assigned area. Players who step out of bounds or surrender will be eliminated. Mamos' eyes gleamed with excitement, a wide smile spreading across his face. The test will be cleared once your team is the last one standing. First stage begins in 5 minutes. The demon clenched his fists and turned to Kim Yuan, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. It's a test of endurance, he exclaimed. Isn't it great that we're on the same team? Kim Yuan, unimpressed, gave a flat reply. After this floor, we're going our separate ways. Keep that in mind. Mamos threw out his arms, his face puzzled. What? Why? That's a waste. His expression turned pleading as he asked. Can't we stick together until... No, Kim Yuan said firmly. Mamos' expression soured, his thin eyebrows furrowing in frustration. You'll change your mind, the demon muttered, crossing his arms. Especially once you see the kind of work you're about to dump on me. Ignoring the complaint, Mamos asked. So, what's your plan for the 25th floor? Before Kim Yuan could answer, a sudden shift in the air drew their attention. A vortex of wind swirled across the clearing as the system's voice rang out. Boundary lines have been established. Stepping out of bounds will result in elimination. Glowing lines formed on the field, locking each team into position. Each player has been assigned 10 starting points. Kim Yuan remains still, assessing the situation. Everyone starts on equal footing. That's enough to summon one large cow right away. Nearby, a few players exchange smug grins. Huh, with Kim Yuan on our team, we basically win by default. Another chuckled, placing a hand on his waist. Yeah, haven't worried about a test in ages thanks to him. Mamos glanced at his companion. They've got a lot of faith in you, he noted. Kim Yuan, however, wasn't smiling. His gaze was fixed on the horizon. Let's just hope they're not making themselves a target. Before anyone could process his words, notifications flooded in. Large cow summon. Large cow summon. Large cow summon. More and more messages poured in. The ground trembled. A squad of players stood in the middle of a massive circle, watching as the first wave of monsters charged forward. Massive purple cows with glowing eyes stampeded toward them at terrifying speed. A cloud of dust rose in the distance, thickening by the second. Wait, why are there so many? Someone shouted. Already at the first stage? Another cried. There's no way to count them all. Mamos stood beside Kim Yuan, watching the chaos unfold with a knowing smile. I get it now, he murmured. They're trying to eliminate the most dangerous team first. His red eyes flickered as he noticed a faint purple glow in the distance. So it's 9 teams against us. At that moment, streaks of violet energy swirled around Kim Yuan, thick clusters of mana forming in the sky. Mamo's smile faltered. Wait, how much mana do you even have to pull this off? Less talking, more fighting, Kim Yuan ordered. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the attack. Bright violet beams rained down, piercing straight through the approaching stampede. Explosions of pure mana erupted on impact, vaporizing the monsters in an instant. The battlefield fell silent. The only thing left beyond the boundary lines were faint remnants of purple energy dissipating into the air. The surviving players stood frozen in disbelief. How is that even possible? Someone muttered. I feel like we're just in the way, another admitted, looking utterly defeated. Kim Yuan, still facing away from them, dusted off his sleeve. Then stand still. His voice was calm but absolute. Just hold out as long as you can. Kim Yuan turned his head slightly, casting a sharp frown over his shoulder at the players behind him. So, you're staying? His voice was calm, but his eyes held a quiet intensity. One of the knights swallowed hard before hesitantly replying, Does that mean we might actually pass with a good score? Mamos grinned widely, excitement lighting up his face. Meanwhile, the knights behind him looked grim, whispering among themselves. Is he threatening us? One muttered under his breath. If we don't fight, does that mean he'll? Their voices trailed off, but the weight of their thoughts lingered in the air. Mamos, however, was unfazed, practically buzzing with enthusiasm. This is getting interesting, he mused, delighted by his new companion. Above them, white clouds drifted lazily across the bright blue sky, carried by the gentle wind. Falling green, leaves swirled through the air. But beyond this moment of stillness, other teams were strategizing. 24th floor, Team 3. A girl with green braids stretched her arms behind her head, a playful smile on her face. Well, this is almost too easy. The blonde man beside her chuckled. Yeah, looks like the large cows are barely targeting our team. They weren't the only ones noticing. 24th floor, Team 5. A group of players stood in a tight circle, their eyes scanning the battlefield. As expected, people think the same way, one of them muttered. Another nodded. It looks like every team made the same decision. Team Kim Yuan has to be eliminated first, a third player pointed out. That's just how it goes, right? 24th floor, Team 9. A brown-haired man had a notification window open in front of him. Looks like the trial will really start once Team Kim Yuan is wiped out, he informed his teammates. In the distance, a massive dark bull stood motionless, its violet eyes glowing as it exhaled thick smoke. The system announcement echoed once more. Stage 9 will begin in 5 minutes. The battlefield shifted. Hundreds of players now stood against a single duo, Kim Yuan and Mamos. The tension in the air was palpable. This is madness, someone whispered. There's nearly 1,000 people coming for them now. Not a single team has been eliminated yet, another added in disbelief. Doesn't that mean? Yeah, a third player muttered. It means Kim Yuan's really going to die this time. Black smoke billowed from a nearby player's hands. At this rate, this will never end. Kim Yuan, still not turning around, spoke with quiet authority. Hold out until stage 10. Mamo stiffened. Wait, what? His hands, now covered in black smoke, clenched into fists. That's impossible. He hesitated. Can we even make it that far? Kim Yuan finally turned, his eyes cool and unwavering. Didn't you say something similar when we were surrounded by hundreds of beetles? Mamos blinked, remembering. Kim Yuan had expected him to act like a demon, not a human. Mamos exhaled, still uncertain but unwilling to back down. Around them, the air flickered as green boundary lines reappeared. The system window repeated over and over. Large cow summon. Large cow summon. A player in the clearing groaned. This is exhausting. There's no end to them. How do they have so many points? Kim Yuan's expression remained unreadable as he pulled out his black sword, stepping forward. Mamos instinctively reached out. Wait, what are you? Kim Yuan swung his sword down, blocking his path. I'm going alone from here. Mamos froze. Alone? Are you serious? His voice held both surprise and concern. Kim Yuan didn't answer. Ahead of him, dark bulls thundered toward them, their hooves kicking up massive clouds of dust. Above, purple mana orbs crackled, floating ominously in the sky. Mamos' breath caught as he tried to count them. 1, 2, 3, no. There's too many, he muttered in disbelief. The system flashed another message. Mana owner detected. It was reported that this was one of the administrator's mana abilities, an S+ rank skill. Mana regeneration rate, 21.49%. Mana resistance, plus 10%. Mana sensitivity, plus 10%. Mana control also increased. Kim Yuan carefully observed the changes, noting that manipulating mana felt noticeably smoother now. Even so, it still wasn't enough. Surrounded by orbs of pure energy, he reflected on his past self. Back then, forming 50 of these was effortless. But now, how many could he manage? Suddenly, streaks of light flashed in the air. The system's message appeared. The 9th stage has begun. Gritting his teeth, Kim Yuan braced himself. Here we go. Explosions erupted around the battlefield, sending waves of purple energy cascading through the air. Black cows, hulking beasts, were engulfed in a violent storm of mana. The system's notification chimed repeatedly. Big cow defeated. A blue system prompt followed. Celestial star completion progress increased by 0.001%. Kim Yuan frowned. That's it. The system confirmed. No further progress. But there was no time to dwell on it. Another wave of energy burst forth. More monsters fell, consumed by dazzling streaks of mana. Big cow defeated. Stage 11 begins. Stage 12 begins. The battlefield reset. Then, Stage 13 begins. Kim Yuan stood amidst the swirling purple light, extending his hand. Streams of mana surged forward, crackling with raw energy. Another notification appeared. Celestial Star, rank A+, completion, 99.99%. The air shimmered with countless glowing purple orbs. The system notifications continued. Big cow defeated. Completion percentage unchanged. Kim Yuan stretched his arms out, controlling the swirling mass of energy. 10 mana potions should be enough. He knew his limits. He just had to refine his control. A voice called out behind him. Mamos! Kim Yuan turned. The guy standing behind him asked if they should spend points to summon big cows on the opposing team. His eyebrows raised in surprise. Aren't we supposed to gather everyone first and attack at once? His comrade hesitated before answering. We should counter them properly, make them react. Mamos nodded but warned. More than 1,000 are flocking this way. You good? Kim Yuan exhaled, spreading his arms. I'm fine. Even if I push a little too hard, I'll last until the end. His teammate studied him carefully. How is his mana that refined? How can he control it so well? Another player, standing to the side, responded, he's on a different level. How is he not a ranker yet? Mamos stood quietly, eyes downcast in thought. It's true. His power is overwhelming. Almost unreal. As someone from the demonic race, he had grown up witnessing strength that most players could never fathom. And yet, even he found Kim Yuan's abilities astonishing. Above them, thick spheres of purple mana floated ominously in the sky. The rankers are strong, but did they ever display this kind of talent when they were players? Mamos' gaze shifted back to Kim Yuan. He's even more incredible up close than he seemed from a distance. Kim Yuan stood firm, a massive pillar of dust rising behind him as the battle raged on. Explosions erupted across the battlefield. The system chimed again. Big cow defeated. Another notification followed. Celestial star completion progress increased by 0.001%. Then, something different. Celestial star condition fulfilled. A green notification window appeared. Celestial star, rank A+, completion, 100%. The completion bar, once barely moving, was now completely filled. But before Kim Yuan could react, a new message flashed before him. Celestial star has been removed. His eyes widened. Removed? Then, another alert appeared. You have acquired demonic physique. New energy indicator, demonic energy added. A thick haze surrounded him as he spread his arms, feeling an unfamiliar power coursing through his body. Demonic energy indicator increased by 20. A new system window appeared. Demonic physique. The body of a demonic tribe member. He can now wield demonic energy. Rankus. Mastery. 0%. Exclusive demonic tribe skills available. Demonic energy plus 20. Unique. Cannot be increased by leveling. Applies to all skills. Kim Yuan clenched his fist, his black gloves tightening around his fingers. To think there'd be a skill like this. He raised a hand, sending a swirling orb of energy into the sky. Purple whirlwinds twisted violently around it, crackling with raw power. Demonic energy, it's similar to mana, but fundamentally different. He watched as a wisp of smoke rose from his fingertips. It's much more destructive. A massive vortex of purple energy shot high into the air, sending flashes of chaotic light in all directions. The battlefield trembled. Inside a marked green boundary, the heroes stood, watching in disbelief. Beyond that line, swirling darkness loomed. A voice called out. Mamo stared at Kim Yuan, eyes wide. Are you part of the demonic race? His voice wavered. How can you control demonic energy? Only demons should be able to do that. Kim Yuan turned to him, his expression unreadable. I don't know either. He stood there, facing Mamos, unshaken. I acquired a new skill, and this happened. Mamos was stunned. Another player behind him whispered, He's really a demon, isn't he? Someone else muttered. No wonder. He doesn't look human. But Kim Yuan remained unfazed. He glanced at his comrade and said, It doesn't matter. Now I have what I need. His voice grew firm. It's time to end this. The demon before him narrowed his eyes. And what exactly? Behind Kim Yuan, a system window flickered, displaying his available points. He smirked. Let's see how they handle this. The numbers on the screen began shifting rapidly. 24,350 points spent. The system messages blurred from their rapid updates, summoning 2,435 big cows to the next stage. A final system prompt appeared, requesting a command input. Kim Yuan yawned, stretching his arms lazily. Man, this is going to be bad. He lay back on the grass, arms folded behind his head. Nearby, a friend sat with a blank expression. What stage are you at now? Kim Yuan exhaled. No idea. What I mean is, his voice trailed off. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? How far do you even plan to go? Before he could answer, a new system message appeared in front of his eyes. Team 2 has summoned a big cow. He sat up with a jerk, eyes narrowing at the screen. A flood of system messages filled the air. A big cow has been summoned. A player's panic scream cut through the chaos. Stop. Just stop already. The team stood in a clearing, a glowing green boundary marking their safe zone, for now. Then a scream rang out. What's happening? The space around them shimmered ominously. Kim Yuan, standing at the center, smirked, a sharp, devilish grin. Don't look at me like that, he said. It's not my fault. The players, their faces pale, trembled in fear. How many points did he even spend? One of them gasped, eyes wide with horror. Desperation set in. One player gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon. I'll handle the front. You guys take the rear. Another turned sharply, his voice breaking. The rear. There's no rear. They're coming from all sides. The battlefield descended into chaos. Team 1 eliminated. Team 4 eliminated. Team 7 eliminated. System messages continued flashing in rapid succession. Kim Yuan's hand flickered with purple flames as he observed the carnage. Perfect. One by one, teams began dropping out. Each team had started with around 200 members, those strong enough to reach the 24th floor. Surely, at least one or two teams would survive. But that wasn't the problem. Time. If they could hold out now, the same scenario would repeat again. And next time, it would only be worse. Kim Yuan's smirk widened. Guess I'll just keep summoning until they've had enough. A deep red silhouette, its demonic face twisted in an eerie grin, flickered above him. From behind, a player whispered to his comrade. You sure he's not an actual demon? The other swallowed hard. Luckily, he's on our side. If he wasn't, I'd have chills down my spine. A golden circle of light suddenly illuminated the battlefield, filling the air with an ethereal glow. System notifications confirmed it. You have passed the 24th floor test. Total score, 50,000 points. The remaining players erupted into cheers. Some jumped in excitement. Others collapsed in relief. This is it. We did it. All eyes turned to Kim Yuan, their expressions filled with gratitude. Covered in blue pixelated light, one of them chuckled. Honestly, we didn't do a thing. It was all thanks to you. Another clapped Kim Yuan on the shoulder. I mean, you put up with us, so that counts for something, right? With that, the remaining players disappeared, their figures dissolving into the system's teleportation effect. Kim Yuan exhaled and turned his gaze to the next system message. Bonus points earned. 5,430. New skill acquired, Cloud Walk. He carefully read through the details. Cloud Walk temporarily lightens footsteps and creates an invisible path in the air. His eyes narrowed. Is this a lower-tier version of Hermes' skill? Interesting. He wanted to test it out, but with 100,000 points already in his possession, there was no rush. Nearby, Mamo spoke up. Elder, are we parting ways here? Kim Yuan glanced at him and shook his head. No, let's stick together until we reach the 25th floor. Mamo's face lit up. Really, overcome with excitement, he grabbed Kim Yuan's hand, his own palm marked with glowing red symbols. Before Kim Yuan could react, the blue pixelated light engulfed them both. Teleportation to the 25th floor initiated. In an instant, they were floating, surrounded by a shimmering blue glow. The next thing they knew, they stood before a massive, semicircular monument, its towering statues standing solemnly in arched alcoves. The 25th floor had begun. A massive circular platform stretched before them. At its center, a towering statue of a warrior astride a horse. This was the 25th floor of the Britain Tower. As they took in their surroundings, a voice echoed, musing on the meaning of Britain. One player spoke up. It's known as a beautiful city, right? I heard it's a famous tourist destination. Blue pixels shimmered behind him as the rest of the heroes materialized. Kim Yuan overheard a question. Are these the Knights of the Round Table? His eyes traced the statues carefully. The Knights of the Round Table and the King of Knights. His gaze locked onto a particular monument, a warrior gripping a sword while seated on a mighty steed. Arthur. Just then, a voice calm, yet powerful, resounded in his mind. Yes, that's me. This is what I looked like. Kim Yuan studied the statues in silence before asking internally, do you still hold on to attachment? Arthur's response was firm. It's not just attachment. Kim Yuan exhaled. Wouldn't it be easier to just give you a physical body? If even that big cow from earlier could. Arthur cut him off, his tone irritated. That's not a human body. Mamo stepped closer and commented, I heard Britain's current king is Lancelot. But the statue hasn't changed. Without turning, Kim Yuan answered, he's only a temporary king. The demon behind him chuckled. Temporary? Arthur vanished centuries ago, yet he still holds that title. Kim Yuan finally turned to face him, his expression unreadable. Arthur built this world, but Lancelot has ruled for 1,000 years. What kind of man must he be? He shrugged. We'll see soon enough. His voice grew serious. The Round Table, as we know it, doesn't exist without conflict. Suddenly, the sharp clatter of hooves echoed through the space. The heroes turned to see a knight in gleaming silver armor, seated atop a white stallion, his flowing blue cloak billowing behind him. He pulled the reins, bringing the horse to a halt before them. We have arrived. His piercing gaze swept over them. Are these the ones taking the test? The players hesitated before introducing themselves. I'm Tull. Oren. Nice to meet you. Ellie Rawson. Kim Yuan remained silent, exhaling as his gaze darkened. Greed. The Knights of the Round Table stood before them, but their eyes gleamed, not with honor, but with something else. It was only natural. No guild in this world rose to power as fast as the Round Table. And once here, many never left. Standing beside Kim Yuan, observed the knights carefully. Are these all of them? Kim Yuan shook his head. No, only one. The knight atop the horse turned to them, his expression unreadable. What are your names? The heroes introduced themselves once more. The knight studied them carefully before offering a knowing smile. You speak little, he noted, his blue eyes narrowing slightly. Yet you seem confident. Then he straightened. I am Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table. His gaze swept across them once more before he smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's always refreshing to see new faces here. Then his expression shifted. His blue eyes gleamed as he announced, I have come by order of His Majesty. Kim Yuan's stare sharpened. His Majesty? Then came the final revelation. Among the players who had just arrived, they were searching for someone, a new knight to fill the vacant seat at the Round Table. Percival glanced at the group. We'll discuss the details later. You must be exhausted after your ordeal. Rest for now. The knights exchanged looks before one of them added. This is the border between Britain and the neighboring countries. The capital isn't far from here. Follow us. Mamos frowned. His voice dropped to a whisper. They give off a weird vibe, almost like they're trying to lure us in. Before he could say more, Kim Yuan suddenly pulled him closer, throwing an arm over his shoulder. Just in case, Kim Yuan murmured, his voice light-hearted yet firm. Mamos, caught off guard, stiffened. A barely audible mumble left his lips. His cheeks reddened slightly, though whether from embarrassment or something else, even he wasn't sure. You really think they go that far? He muttered. Kim Yuan simply shrugged. I said what I said. Mamos hesitated, then finally nodded. Fine, if you say so. With that settled, they followed the knights forward. A massive fortress wall loomed in the distance, its wooden gates standing tall and imposing. A small crowd had gathered nearby, their eyes curiously watching the approaching players. Percival reined in his horse and turned to face them. Beyond this wall lies the capital of Britain, Camelot. The players looked up in awe. Whoa, it's even taller than I imagined, one of them muttered. Another turned to him. And the city itself, it's enormous. Before they could step forward, someone spoke up. Wait, I have a question before we go in. A knight in dark-toned armor turned his sharp gaze on them. In Britain, we take demon identity very seriously. Demons without proper recognition may find it difficult to enter or leave freely. Mamos, standing beside Kim Yuan, froze. What did you just say? The demon's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with disbelief before he growled. What period are you even talking about? That's racial discrimination. Kim Yuan's expression hardened. His voice was sharp. Is this an actual law in Britain? The knight on horseback met his gaze with cold, unreadable blue eyes. This law was established after the disappearance of the first king. I ask for your understanding. It's a delicate matter. Then, after a pause, he added, however, if someone were willing to vouch for the individual, it might be a different story. Kim Yuan turned sharply to Mamos, who was practically radiating fire from sheer rage. So that's what this is about, Kim Yuan muttered. The demon clenched his fists, his entire body burning with barely contained fury. Vouch? My very existence should be proof enough. His voice boomed. He narrowed his fiery eyes at the knight. Do you have any idea who my father is? The knight's expression remained cold. How would I? Mamos gritted his teeth. No matter who your father is, Britain. But Mamos cut him off, shouting furiously. My father is Belial, one of the 7 demon kings. His voice thundered across the fortress. He leads the Demon King Guild and is one of the top 100 rankers. The moment the words left his mouth, the knights visibly stiffened. One of the armored warriors muttered in disbelief. Belial, still burning with anger, Mamos waved his arms dramatically. That's right, I'm Belial's son, and you still dare to question my identity? A knight with long black hair turned to Percival. This isn't something we should ignore. After a brief silence, he added, since we know how to confirm his identity, let's allow him in. Percival exhaled, clearing his throat before nodding. Very well. He turned to the guards. Open the gates. With a deep creaking sound, the massive wooden doors swung open. Beyond them, the grand city of Camelot unfolded before their eyes. Towers rising high, golden rooftops glinting under the sun. As they stepped inside, a system message appeared before Kim Yuan. New message from Amos. I still can't believe they almost didn't let me in because of my race. I'm so pissed. But just like you said, Mamos exhaled sharply, his anger still simmering as he followed Kim Yuan inside. Mamos had mentioned his father, but how had Kim Yuan known? Did he understand Britain's laws regarding titles? The heroes stood before the mounted knights as Kim Yuan simply responded, just a feeling. Turning his gaze ahead, Kim Yuan took in the sight of the city. This is Camelot, someone murmured in awe. Another player gasped. It's massive. Is that the king's palace? Just then, a pink system alert flickered before Kim Yuan's eyes. The egg bares its teeth. He blinked. Teeth? Another message followed. The egg is starving. The egg is cracking. In his mind, he pictured an egg covered in a purple patterned shell, trembling slightly. A deep frown crept across his face. I knew it. A remnant of the external god was here. Under the vast blue sky, a towering structure came into view, its black rooftops casting sharp shadows below. Kim Yuan's thoughts raced. Now that he had completed Celestial Star, the egg was the only thing left. He needed to speed up its hatching. He had to know what was inside. Would it become an enemy of the external gods? Or would it be the blade that stabbed him in the back? Another urgent notification popped up. The egg urges you to hurry. Kim Yuan sighed. As he walked through the bustling streets of Camelot, another thought crossed his mind. If this thing could talk, it would never shut up. The city was as breathtaking as its reputation. Paved paths, lush parks, and elegant, light-colored buildings stretched across the capital, each structure blending beauty with grandeur. Kim Yuan, now clad in a sharp white suit, turned his head slightly. We haven't spoken since we got here. What's with the silence? Arthur's spirit, a glowing green-yellow orb, floated beside him. Even after all this time, this place remained unchanged. From the balcony of a lavishly decorated room, Kim Yuan stared out at the city. The green orb hovered beside him, drifting toward the richly adorned chamber. You mean this castle? Kim Yuan asked. It just looks like an old building to me. Arthur's voice rang in his head. It's older than you. Older than me. Then, after a pause, Arthur asked, why did you come all the way here? Kim Yuan turned slightly. Didn't you hear what Percival said? He recalled the knight on horseback speaking earlier. His Majesty wishes to meet you. Follow me. Arthur hovered closer. So, you're really going to meet him? Before Kim Yuan could reply, a voice interrupted them, heated and furious. Mamos, still seething with anger, stepped forward. How the hell can a disgusting demon like me be allowed in, but not my own kind? Kim Yuan sighed. I'm going. With that, they went their separate ways. Arthur's spirit remained floating near Kim Yuan, confused. That's not what I was asking. Kim Yuan glanced at the glowing orb. Then what were you asking? Arthur hesitated before speaking again. I heard that you're going to meet someone, his voice lowered. Is it Merlin? Kim Yuan met his gaze. Yeah, I asked for a favor, so I need to meet him. Arthur's spirit hovered in the air, its glow flickering slightly. He grew quiet for a moment before finally speaking again. It makes me emotional, you know. Kim Yuan raised a brow. Emotional? Arthur's voice was softer now. Back then, when you gave me a body, even if it was an orc, I thought maybe, just maybe, you didn't understand human emotions. Kim Yuan tilted his head. Oh, Arthur sighed. It wasn't just that. He gazed at Kim Yuan, remembering his expression, his choices, his mind constantly calculating. You always think too much, always weighing purpose and reason. Arthur's spirit flickered, its glow pulsing slightly. You always look like someone with a plan, like a man who believes in something and has the skills to make it happen. A brunette in a white suit leaned against the railing, gazing at the glowing orb. It's not that I don't have a reason. Arthur's light shimmered with golden flashes. Perhaps you lack experience. Despite you're strong, well, you're still just a low-level player. His voice grew firm. You can't afford to be soft. If you want to be a ranker, you must be like unshakable water. Your mind must remain pure. Kim Yuan's gaze stayed locked on him. No, that's not true. He straightened, his eyes shifting toward the white castle towering ahead. I didn't come here without thinking. His voice was calm, yet sharp. Watch carefully, Arthur. I'm about to turn Britain upside down. Beyond the castle's pristine walls lay a lush garden. Trimmed hedges, carefully pruned trees, and blooming flowers filling the air with a sweet fragrance. A young maid, dressed in simple attire, bowed low, fingers brushing the apron at her waist. Thank you for earlier. She hesitated before speaking again. I never imagined he'd be so angry. A memory flashed in her mind. A knight, his sword raised, his voice filled with fury. How dare you stain the armor of a knight of the Round Table? You'll pay with your hands. Her hands clenched tightly as she lowered her gaze. If you hadn't stepped in, I would have been in serious trouble. Nearby, a man dressed in a black cloak spoke in a calm, steady voice. There are knights of questionable character among the Round Table. Just like before. He sighed. If you let unnecessary criticism weigh you down, you'll only exhaust yourself. Be careful. The maid nodded, grateful. Yes, I understand. She glanced toward the garden. I haven't worked in the castle for long, but I could tell he was someone important. The way that knight panicked when he saw him. Then, as if realizing something, she gasped. I've been rude again. The man extended his palm, a soft green glow radiating from his fingertips. You want to know my name? He asked. The maid blinked, startled. The man simply smiled. Then allow me to thank you. His magic touched the rose bushes, causing the petals to shimmer with new life. I often come here when I need to clear my mind. Above them, white clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky. The old man sighed. These skies, they remind me of Marcello. Slowly, he ascended the white stone steps, his thoughts heavy. Knights in their time, I wonder where they've sold their honor. He shook his head. Where has the decency of the knights of the Round Table gone? His voice dropped, his expression filled with quiet sorrow. In my time, things were different. Then, sensing a presence, he turned his head slightly. Will you agree? He asked. Behind him, Kim Yuan stood on the stone path, his white suit catching the sunlight. Kim Yuan approached, his voice calm. Who knows? Then, meeting the man's gaze, he added, the great wizard who founded Britain alongside the King of Knights. That was Merlin, wasn't it? The old man's eyes sharpened. Yes. His voice carried a weight of recognition. Though he had never seen this young man before, Merlin slowly turned toward him. And who are you? Kim Yuan met his gaze, unwavering. Kim Yuan. A pause. Then, with a slight tilt of his head, Merlin murmured in surprise. Kim Yuan. Merlin tilted his head, repeating the name. Kim Yuan. His brow furrowed slightly. That name, it sounds familiar. Kim Yuan nodded. I'm just a player who recently arrived here. As he spoke, he reached forward and opened a red system menu. Merlin's eyes followed the movement before he let out a knowing sigh. Ah, so that Lancelot guy must have invited you. He narrowed his gaze slightly. And what exactly do you have to do with me? Kim Yuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, from the glowing red inventory window, he pulled out a shining sword. The air shifted. Merlin's expression changed the moment he laid eyes on it. A blade of elegant design, adorned with glowing patterns, shimmered under the light. Merlin stared. Excalibur. His fingers twitched with intrigue. His gaze locked onto the weapon as though seeing a long-lost treasure. His voice, though calm, carried undeniable curiosity. Where did you get this sword? Kim Yuan exhaled. Looks like this is going to be a long conversation. He shifted his grip slightly, tilting the blade to let the light dance across its engraved runes. Then, with a half-smile, he added, I don't think this is something we should be discussing in the open. How about over tea? A white teapot poured steaming tea into delicate porcelain cups. The two sat inside an opulent study, surrounded by towering bookshelves filled with ancient tomes. Merlin, seated across from Kim Yuan, placed his cup down. Now, then explain. He folded his hands on the table. How did you acquire Arthur's sword? Kim Yuan spread his hand slightly. It was just a chance discovery. Merlin's eyes darkened. A relic like that, found by chance? His fingers tapped lightly against the table. Arthur left Britain a long time ago. I've heard nothing of him for over 1,000 years. His voice carried a trace of bitterness. And yet, I still miss him. Merlin leaned back, a faint smile crossing his lips. He was a friend you couldn't forget. Memories flickered in his mind. Arthur, laughing as they ran toward the tower, the youthful energy in his eyes. A plate of cookies rested between them, untouched. Merlin finally exhaled. So, you've dealt with his fate. That means you came here to find out about your connection to Arthur, didn't you? Kim Yuan took a sip of tea before answering. I first met the King of Knights a few months ago. Merlin's eyes sharpened. A few months ago, his voice dropped into something dangerously close to disbelief. Don't tell me he's been alive all this time. Kim Yuan raised his hand. Black swirls of magic seeped from his gloved fingers, twisting into the air. Merlin's eyes narrowed. No, Kim Yuan's voice was firm. Black smoke spread through the room. The system chimed, summoning Arthur. The air grew heavy. A massive figure materialized on the richly woven carpet, broad, towering, and unmistakable. A huge orc sat there, his hands covering his face. Merlin's breath hitched. Are you a necromancer? He asked slowly. His gaze flickered between Kim Yuan and the summoned being. You seem to have some rather valuable abilities. His fingers tightened slightly. So tell me, how did this happen? The orc remained still for a moment before finally lowering his hands. Merlin's eyes widened. Kim Yuan glanced toward the old man, noting the subtle tremble in his posture. You didn't summon these undead to harm me, did you? Merlin asked, voice sharp. Kim Yuan sighed. Of course not. Rather than me explaining, why don't you hear it for yourself? Merlin blinked. Hear what? A deep, familiar voice cut through the tension. It's been a long time. Merlin's chest tightened. The orc, now gazing directly at him, spoke again. The spirit of Arthur, trapped in a body not his own, was looking straight at him. Kim Yuan watched as Merlin's expression shifted completely. His lips parted slightly. His eyes shone, not with anger nor skepticism, but something far more fragile. Recognition. Arthur. The green light of Arthur's spirit flickered within the orc's form. Merlin rose from his seat, stepping closer, his fingers trembling at his sides. Arthur watched him, unreadable. Then, the old man let out a breath. You bastard. His voice shook. You vanished for 1,000 years. And this is how you show up? Arthur simply chuckled. Merlin glared at him. I have nothing more to say to you, you damn fool. Kim Yuan tilted his head. That's all. Merlin huffed. I should call you an old man instead. Arthur raised a hand. I'm still young. Kim Yuan smirked. The dead don't get to make that argument. Arthur shot him a look, but Merlin just laughed. Arthur, still in his orc body, turned his gaze to Merlin, his expression unreadable. Why did I return like this? He echoed, as if pondering the question himself. His eyes drifted toward Kim Yuan, who stood there with a faint smile, saying nothing. Arthur sighed. Because of this young man, but that's not what we need to talk about. Kim Yuan's expression remained calm. You're going to tell him who killed you, aren't you? The orc, once a king, turned to face his old friend. His voice was steady. You look like a man ready to seek revenge right now. Merlin's green eyes flashed dangerously. But no, Arthur shook his head. I'm done with that. His next words were spoken with a weight that sent a chill through the room. There's a more serious problem. He took a slow breath before delivering the truth. The one who killed my son is in this very castle. Merlin's entire demeanor shifted. The air crackled with raw energy. His voice was sharp. What did you just say? His eyes glowed with an eerie green light, as if reacting to the power surging within him. Arthur held his gaze. It was Lancelot. A heavy silence followed. Then, power erupted. A violent burst of energy shook the room as Merlin's rage became palpable. His fists clenched at his sides, his magic surging. Lancelot. His voice rumbled with disbelief and fury. His energy might have exploded further, if not for the firm hand that suddenly gripped his shoulder. Calm down, a voice warned. Merlin turned sharply, his burning gaze meeting Kim Yuan's. If you lose control here, a lot of people are going to notice, Kim Yuan stated coolly. Merlin's breathing was uneven. How do you expect me to stay calm after hearing that? Kim Yuan met his gaze, unshaken. Because you have to survive this. The tension in the room was suffocating. Arthur's head lowered slightly, as if carrying the weight of his past. Merlin turned back to him, voice strained. Lancelot, he's the one who killed you? Arthur shook his head. No. Merlin frowned. Then, do you really think a man like him could defeat me? A deep, guttural sound rumbled from Arthur's throat as his orc-like fangs became visible. Merlin stiffened. Before Arthur became what he was now, before everything was taken from him, he was far stronger than Lancelot. His mind flickered to an image, a shadowy figure rising above the city, a force beyond reckoning. Arthur spoke again. Lancelot sits on the throne of Britain now. The words were bitter. If I were to recklessly kill him, Britain would crumble. The round table would collapse. Merlin exhaled sharply. Then what do you plan to do? Arthur was silent for a moment. Then his voice darkened. He didn't just turn me into a monster. He manipulated me. Above them, a golden chandelier swayed slightly from the residual energy still lingering in the room. Kim Yuan studied Arthur carefully. This was bigger than just revenge. But if things were to change, tell me, Kim Yuan said, breaking the silence. When is the next round table meeting? Merlin hesitated, then answered. In 10 days. Kim Yuan's eyes sharpened. Can an outsider attend? The older man glanced at Arthur, as if considering the possibilities. With his help, Merlin said slowly, it might just be possible. A smirk flickered across Kim Yuan's lips. Good. He exhaled, his silver chainmail shifting slightly as he crossed his arms. Then let's shake the table. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the halls. A figure cloaked in red walked down a long carpeted corridor. Several knights, their armor clanking, followed closely behind. One of them asked hesitantly, have you finished what you needed to do? His companion sighed in relief. I'm just glad you're in good health. Up ahead, blue-cloaked assistants bowed deeply as the man approached. The figure in red stopped for a moment, looking over the gathered knights. It's been a long time since something like this has happened, he muttered. His voice carried a hint of curiosity. What's going on? A servant stepped forward, about to speak. And so, the wheels of fate continued to turn. A servant bowed deeply and spoke in a measured tone. Nothing unusual has happened. At the center of the grand hall, a man dressed in a black suit with intricate lace cuffs rested his hand on an ornate wooden staff. His gaze swept over the assembled knights. Remember, he said, his voice calm yet firm, the welfare of the people must always come first. The knights nodded, then quickly rushed toward the throne. Seated upon it was a man whose piercing blue hair and sharp, calculating eyes exuded an air of authority. Lancelot, the temporary king of Britain. His expression was unreadable, but the tight grip on his throne's armrest betrayed his thoughts. One of the knights, Lalette, the 42nd knight of the Round Table, stepped forward and bowed. As per your command, we have brought him into the castle. Beside him, Percival stood silently, his face unreadable. Lancelot's menacing gaze swept over his attendants. One of them hesitated before asking, Your Majesty, should we bring him straight to the meeting room? A brief silence. Then, Lancelot smirked. Yes, it's better to see him in person. His grip on the throne tightened. I've heard of Kim Yuan of Asgard before, he admitted, even while I was outside. His voice was calm, but there was something dangerous beneath the surface. Small and medium-sized guilds have been desperately trying to recruit him. Then, he leaned forward slightly. And Asgard, that's no small-time guild. His knights stood at attention, eyes locked onto their king. A nobleman stepped forward. Your Majesty, Asgard is a powerful force, and yet they've been secretly conducting an investigation. Lancelot's eyes narrowed. They have reason to suspect a player of unknown origin, someone who has been climbing the tower at an unnatural speed. Murmurs spread through the hall. Their investigation is still ongoing, the nobleman continued. At this, Lancelot's expression darkened. His fingers dug into the throne's armrest. And I have heard something troubling. Silence fell. Then, his next words sent a chill through the room. Kim Yuan's supporter was involved in the death of the King Knight. The knights visibly tensed, leaning forward in shock. The owner of the Round Table, the pillar of Britain, the nobleman clenched his fists. You're saying that Kim Yuan's people killed him? Lancelot exhaled slowly, eyes cold. I don't have solid proof yet. But he continued, Asgard's intelligence is rarely wrong. Beside him, Foe, a knight with wild purple hair, let out a low growl, baring his teeth. Lancelot watched him carefully. He already knew what was on his mind. Why had he invited this player? As if unable to hold back any longer, the knight stepped forward. Your Majesty, he said firmly, I can't just stand by and watch this happen. Please, give me an order. A faint glimmer of amusement flickered in Lancelot's icy gaze. Sunlight filtered through the transparent dome of the castle, casting golden patterns across the polished floors. Lancelot leaned back against his throne. I, too, was furious when I learned of this. His voice was low, controlled. But this situation must be handled carefully. The knights stiffened. Lancelot's eyes sharpened. If a rancor targets this player, we could draw the attention of the administrator. His gaze flickered toward the knights. And we cannot risk harming our relationship with Asgard, who are still conducting their secret investigation. The image of a young man in a red cloak flashed through his mind. No, Kim Yuan of Asgard couldn't be left alone. An ominous aura seeped from the attendants. Lancelot's smirk widened slightly. I trust you all understand. The knights bowed their heads deeply. The Knights of the Round Table do not allow information to leak. Lancelot's gaze lifted. His knights knelt before him, unwavering. Their loyalty was absolute. The king's voice was cold and final. Your achievements will not be forgotten, not by me, nor by history itself. His fingers tightened on the throne once more. I will never forgive Kim Yuan for pointing his blade at Britain. The golden light of the setting sun poured through the castle's burgundy-tinted windows. And so, the storm that had been brewing was about to erupt. Flags swayed from the ceiling as the king, seated on his throne, lowered his head and let out a chilling laugh. His fist slammed against the wooden armrest, the impact echoing through the grand hall. Even after 1,000 years, they were still blinded by revenge. A twisted grin crept onto the green-haired man's face. His so-called loyal followers couldn't even tell friend from foe. Lancelot narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Could he seize a mighty kingdom and command every rancor within it? His violet eyes flickered as his mind wandered to the knight standing before the king, harboring something of great value. Towering tables stretched toward the vaulted ceiling of the castle hall, a testament to the grandeur surrounding them. He believed everything was finally in place for the Olympus Sea. Beyond an ornate wooden door inlaid with golden patterns, muffled sounds stirred. Kim Yuan, standing still in the room, turned his gaze toward the entrance. His crimson eyes flashed. Lancelot had already begun to move. It hadn't even been a full day since his return to the palace. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Cinder eyes, location obscured from sight. Dark energy seeped from the doorframe. Kim Yuan's eyes sharpened. His enemies were well armed, their mana volatile. It could erupt at any moment. A cold blue glow bathed the chamber. Was Lancelot plotting with someone? The way the mana swirled, barely restrained, was unsettling. At that moment, a voice rang out. Someone had called his name. An unfamiliar figure stood before him, demanding that he follow. Without hesitation, Kim Yuan stepped forward. The three of them entered an arena cloaked in pitch darkness. The knight eyed Kim Yuan with a predatory glare, his voice laced with mock gratitude. You came willingly. That makes things easier. Kim Yuan scoffed. This place feels more suited for a dance of blades. The knight gripped the hilt of his weapon, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Something was about to happen. The knight raised his sword, its edge glinting in the dim light. I have questions, he said coldly, and if you lie or refuse to answer, you'll lose your limbs. Kim Yuan bared his teeth in a smirk, his gaze darkening. And what exactly do you want to know? The knight's eyes burned with green light. The group behind the king knight's death. Tell me everything. Kim Yuan's pupils contracted. He sidestepped as the knight lunged at him. Their blades clashed, sparks flying. The knight growled, "Where are your rancor manners?" Kim Yuan steadied himself, eyes locked onto his opponent. I should be asking you that. The knight's grip on his sword tightened. I'll ask again. Who killed the king knight? Kim Yuan spread his arms, expression unreadable. Did Lancelot send you? The knight recoiled slightly, his confusion evident. How dare you? Kim Yuan's gaze remained blank as he studied his interrogator. And you are? The knight spat his name, as if expecting recognition. Kim Yuan didn't react. Instead, weapons shimmered into existence from his inventory. With a single motion, he struck the ground with his sword, the force rattling the arena. The purple-haired knight staggered, coughing up blood. A system notification flickered before Kim Yuan's eyes. Penalty received. The knight's chainmail hand gleamed as energy surged through it. Kim Yuan exhaled sharply. A mere threat wouldn't be enough. Lancelot had twisted these knights into vengeful soldiers. And at this moment, he knew there was no reasoning with them. Kim Yuan couldn't believe the king would entrust this to someone else. As dark fog coiled from his fingertips, he made his decision. First, he had to take down one of the knights. Thal stepped forward, just as Kim Yuan raised his hand toward him. The knight's expression darkened, sensing danger. As Kim Yuan's palm neared his face, the two opponents abruptly retreated, each assessing the other. A bead of sweat slid down the purple-haired knight's temple. Something was wrong. He realized his vision had been momentarily blocked. Kim Yuan gripped his weapon tightly, eyes locked onto his adversary. The knight shuddered, Cold prickled his skin, and a wave of goosebumps spread across his arms. The protagonist's gloved hand flickered with an ominous glow. He knew killing the knights was unnecessary. They were merely acting out of loyalty, unaware of the truth. His thoughts drifted to Arthur. Should he reveal him? That would change everything. The battlefield pulsed with energy as the tension between the warriors thickened. Kim Yuan was certain. Merlin and the Arthur trusted him because they knew him. Yet, these knights were convinced he was Arthur's killer. Waleed stood firm beside his comrade, determined. Kim Yuan realized that, for now, he had to conceal Arthur's existence. The round table meeting hadn't begun. This wasn't the time. Then a shift. A soldier in a blue cloak lifted his leg, and the ground beneath him crumbled into rubble. A system notification appeared. The 42nd Knight of the Round Table has been identified as a threat. Another message followed. A soldier has issued a one-on-one challenge. The battlefield had dwindled. Only 2 players remained. A final alert popped up. Interference from a third party will disrupt the skill effect. The match had officially begun. As the terrain around them shifted, Kim Yuan studied his opponent. "Will the man standing behind you just watch?" he asked, his voice steady. Lillet eyes gleamed. "Should I fight a player who wounded my pride?" A smirk tugged at Kim Yuan's lips as he raised his head. So this was where true chivalry showed itself. His tone turned sharp. "Do you really think you can win?" Thou, standing behind the knight, clenched his fist. "The Round Table has always won this way," he declared. Kim Yuan's expression darkened. How foolish. To speak of the Round Table's honor in a moment like this? A castle flashed through his mind, an ancient reminder. Before present-day Britain, before the formation of the Round Table, there had been only war. Hundreds of thousands of years of bloodshed. And yet, they clung to a power built by others, as if it were their own. The knight introduced himself like a man on horseback, proud, unwavering. But Kim Yuan had no patience for empty words. People like him had no right to preach history. A powerful aura radiated from the brunette as he stepped forward. His voice was unwavering. "You won't win like this." Raising his weapon, Kim Yuan made a silent vow. From this moment on, he would make sure his opponent understood that firsthand. A system notification flashed. "The power of the giants has been concentrated in your hand." Almost immediately, another alert followed. Temporary endurance replaced with strength. Kim Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon. Deep inside, a voice warned him, "Don't kill him." He exhaled sharply. "I won't." Lifting his sword, he advanced. This fight would require patience. A brilliant green light streaked across the battlefield as Kim Yuan struck his opponent's shield with full force. A system message appeared. "Round Table Shield, protection activated." The knight behind the shield gritted his teeth, his expression twisting in frustration. That blow was anything but ordinary. Kim Yuan pulled back, eyes narrowing. Let had underestimated him. His gaze flickered to the enemy's shield. Something fell off. Then realization hit. Lo was preparing a charge. A surge of energy erupted from the shield. Kim Yuan kicked off the ground, retreating midair to avoid the impact. As his feet landed, his body trembled. He let out a breath. "You're the real deal," he muttered. Though defensive in nature, Lillet fighting style packed enough raw power to shatter walls. The knight eyed him coldly. "If you attack with brute force, I'll do the same." Without hesitation, Lillet raised his shield. Kim Yuan smirked and leaped forward. "Then bring it on." His torn sleeve fluttered as he lifted his arm, muscles coiled with power. Another system alert appeared. Stamina has been temporarily replaced with strength. Mana swirled violently around his hand as another notification popped up. "The strength of giants has awakened within you." Kim Yuan's grip tightened. He didn't hesitate. With a sharp inhale, he drove his fist into the shield with all his might. Notification. First success in giantification. Sweat dripped down his face. He studied Lillet carefully. "That shield, how strong is it, really?" Lillet's expression darkened. This kind of power, this wasn't normal. "That thing was crafted by a true master," the knight admitted. "Forged from adamantium, the finest metal." Kim Yuan scoffed. "Then let's see how unbreakable it really is." A surge of mana exploded around him. Raising his arm, he struck again. The impact sent a deep, shuddering crack through the shield. Lillet's eyes widened. Blood dribbled from his mouth as he stumbled back. "No way. How is this possible?" Kim Yuan wasn't using any special skills, just pure, unrelenting force. Another notification appeared. Charging activation in progress. A fresh wave of energy pulsed from the shield. Kim Yuan felt the shift beneath him and immediately stomped down, stabilizing his footing. His eyes flashed as a four-leaf clover flickered before him. Luck was on his side. He swung his hand forward. Lillet barely had time to react, ducking at the last second. System alert. Round Table Shield, protection active. A burst of green light erupted across the battlefield. A voice echoed in Kim Yuan's mind. whispering about the enemy's shield. Green sparks crackled from its surface. Then, realization struck. The enemy wasn't a ranker, just a regular player. A blue-green flash ignited across the battlefield as black fog coiled around the arena. Kim Yuan's gaze hardened. If you truly believe I had a hand in Arthur's death, if you seek revenge against me, his voice dropped, sharp as a blade, then renounce your knighthood. A system notification flashed. One-on-one effect removed. Third-party intervention detected. The knight, now armed, positioned himself defensively. Kim Yuan barely spared him a glance. I don't care how many of you come at me, he said, gripping his arm tightly. His fingers clenched, fabric tearing as he yanked the sleeve from his suit. But fighting alone? That's reckless. The knight standing before him exhaled. Then call me reckless. The knight bared his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. The realization sank in. Kim Yuan intended to take on both of them. Sparks danced in the soldier's gaze as he lunged, determination set in his every movement. He'll regret this. At that moment, the knight activated giant sword skill. Kim Yuan crouched, pulling his weapon from his inventory just as the ground beneath him cracked from the sheer force of the knight's strike. With a sharp exhale, Kim Yuan launched himself into the air. His sword pulsed with blue light as he hovered above the battlefield. A system message appeared. Heavenly steps activated. Mana surged through his foot, and within seconds, his speed doubled. A green beam of energy shot out as another notification popped up. Skywalking enabled. 5 seconds remaining. Then the next alert. Cinder eyes, path read, and sensory field intensified. Kim Yuan's lips curled into a dangerous grin. With one swift motion, he struck. The battlefield exploded into chaos. Their bodies flashed as they leapt in opposite directions. A thick black fog swirled from the impact, mixing with the bursts of energy radiating from both warriors. The king winced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He knew he was running out of time. The penalty was worsening. Kim Yuan's eyes flared red. He couldn't afford to drag this out. One strike. That's all I need to end this. Lalette bolted forward while his partner stayed behind. Go. The knight barked, raising his shield. With a resounding clang, the shield slammed into the ground, and a massive sword soared into the battlefield, pulsing with raw mana. The knight in chainmail, his eyes glowing in eerie blue, staggered under the weight of his penalties. Defense alone carries too great a cost. Thal clenched his jaw, his entire body crackling with energy. His decision was made. Even if his body shattered, even if he died, he would give everything for Britain. A black aura surged past Kim Yuan. He knew one reckless move could be fatal. His fingers twitched as power rippled through him. I can only use this ability for a minute. System notification. Demonic key activated. Kim Yuan's gaze flickered toward the sword radiating immense energy. He stepped forward. This fight was far from over. As soon as the system alert notified him that his demonic key had reached 20 units, the protagonist made up his mind. He had to unleash its full power. Tightening his grip around his sword's hilt, he took in the battlefield before him. The earth beneath his feet cracked apart, shifting like shattered glass. He spotted his opening. The colossal sword descended, and in that moment, he knew this was his chance to break through. Just then, a notice from the round table court appeared, granting leniency. But there was no turning back now. Clutching his weapon with both hands, he let loose everything he had the moment his demonic key reached its peak. The arena trembled, then exploded into debris under the sheer force of his strike. A blinding light flashed through the dense forest near the castle, illuminating the battlefield. As the dust settled, droplets of blood dripped onto his tattered blue cloak. Kneeling, drenched in sweat, he turned to his companion. You okay? He asked, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Driving his weapon into the ground, he bowed his head slightly, assessing their fallen opponent. No movement. He was certain their enemy had lost consciousness. More importantly, his ally was alive. That was enough. But something gnawed at him. He was convinced that Kim Yuan had used demonic key for the last time. The thick black fog that had engulfed the area started to fade, revealing the aftermath of their battle. The knight beside him furrowed his brows, puzzled. Their opponent had wielded magic, but how? Two opposing forces couldn't coexist, could they? Then, an eerie presence filled the air. A dark mist swirled, wrapping itself around them. The weight of it pressed against his chest. It was suffocating. He tried to gather his thoughts, to dig for any possible explanation, but it was getting harder to breathe. A voice cut through the haze. First, we need to find the demon connected to your demonic key. And then, from within the dissipating fog, a figure emerged. His piercing red eyes gleamed like embers in the darkness. Kim Yuan turned, sensing another presence approaching. A knight stood before him, his expression unreadable. The training room is in ruins, the knight stated flatly. Kim Yuan's gaze darkened. He turned his head, irritation flashing across his face. Then, the knight called out a name that sent a jolt through him. The king. Kim Yuan hadn't expected him to appear in person. Dressed in pristine white boots, the regal figure strode forward with an air of authority. Kim Yuan's mind raced. This man a traitor? A knowing smile curved on the lips of a blue-haired gentleman standing nearby. And suddenly it clicked. Lancelot. The king's attention shifted to his kneeling subordinates. They lowered their heads in shame, murmuring their apologies. But he was unmoved. You should at least beg for forgiveness, he stated coldly. One of the men hesitated, then lifted his head, just as a weapon materialized in the king's grasp. Your punishment is death. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air. A head rolled to the side, and blood splattered in its wake. The crimson droplets painted the king's face, staining his otherwise composed expression. Kim Yuan remained still as flecks of blood landed on him. Lancelot's voice rang out, filled with contempt. You've disgraced our country. Hearing this, Kim Yuan's inner voice stirred, whispering the king's name in his mind. His fingers tightened around his weapon. His hand trembled slightly. Patience. He silently commanded his demon to wait. Lancelot, still watching the kneeling knights, pressed his fingers to his temple as if warding off a headache. Kim Yuan's thoughts raced. If Lancelot died in the arena today, the world would remember him as a noble king, one who had fought to protect Britain's peace. Was it the legacy his inner voice wanted? The blue-haired knight turned slightly, swiping the blood off his cheek with the back of his hand. Then, a system notification flickered before Kim Yuan's eyes. The egg has begun to bare its fangs. His eyes narrowed as he turned to face his opponent once more. A pool of blood pooled around the fallen knights, their lifeless bodies soaking in the crimson aftermath. The protagonist locked eyes with the king, a realization striking him like a bolt of lightning. An external god was inside him. But why? If this was truly an order from Olympus, what had forced their hand? They had no reason to interfere, not until Arthur revealed himself. Was Olympus moving to protect itself, or was there something more sinister at play? As the king strode forward, arms spread wide, Kim Yuan's thoughts churned. If this wasn't the work of an external god, then what exactly had triggered this confrontation? Lancelot stepped forward, offering a brief apology for the knight's aggression. He admitted they were in disarray, unsettled by their king's recent actions. A smirk tugged at the lips of a green-haired young man standing nearby. Kim Yuan could see it clearly. He despised being caught up in all this. I only called for this meeting to calm things down, the knight admitted. Kim Yuan took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. Just as Lancelot began to speak of the King of Britain, he cut him off. I don't care whether we meet now or tomorrow. His voice was sharp, decisive. Without another word, he walked past the knight, his tone laced with impatience. Just tell me when you're ready. Lancelot clenched his fists as he watched Kim Yuan walk away. The king tilted his chin upward, realization dawning upon him. He had miscalculated. He should have sent 3 people, not 2, or perhaps even more. A surge of energy crackled in his palm as he prepared to report his findings. A notification flickered before him. His skill had restored the earth. Meanwhile, another figure watched from the distance, deep in thought. His gaze swept over the castle grounds, his expression darkening. Something was off. Had they been tracking Kim Yuan all this time? A voice broke the silence. What brings you to the arena at this hour? The sky stretched overhead, painted in soft hues of blue, clouds drifting lazily. A knight with a tail tapped his staff against the ground, his brow furrowed. Something's different. He struck the floor again, testing its stability. Turning to his comrades, he questioned, What did you do to the ground yesterday? One of them shrugged. Didn't notice anything strange, but now that you mention it, it does feel odd. Hearing their chatter, the brunette snapped. Enough. Stop talking nonsense and get in formation. Inside the castle, bathed in the golden light of the sun, the commander's voice rang out, demanding order. The knights scrambled to line up, their discipline returning. Across a grand dining table, a knife sliced through a thick piece of steak. The sharp edge gleamed as it carved into the meat, blood seeping from the cut. Seated across from the king, Kim Yuan sat in silence, his thoughts elsewhere. No matter how far away the castle was, he could feel it. Mana had been leaking from its depths all night. His grip on the knife slackened. The utensil slipped from his fingers, clattering against the table. He flexed his hand, his unease deepening. Lancelot had done something. He was sure of it. Displeasure flickered across his face as he admitted, I don't like this. The scent of blood in the air was overwhelming. The green-haired gentleman across from him smirked. Not used to fine dining. He leaned back, voice laced with amusement. Get used to it. From now on, you'll be eating like this. You deserve it. But Kim Yuan didn't take his eyes off him. His frown deepened. I said I don't like it. A glass of red wine sat untouched before him, a crisp napkin placed neatly underneath it. The gentleman's expression didn't waver. Instead, he changed the subject. Tell me, how did you meet Elder Merlin? He admitted he hadn't paid much attention to him. His interest lay elsewhere, gardening, trivial things. But then, with a measured pause, he added, ever since Kim Yuan's arrival at the castle, a certain man had begun stepping outside more often, as if searching for something or someone. A memory surfaced in Kim Yuan's mind. An elderly man with a long beard, his eyes sharp with curiosity. Why are you at the arena at this hour? He had asked. Kim Yuan had kept his response simple. I came because of the noise. Hearing this, the king had sighed. Some knights were acting out of line. I was merely trying to calm the situation. Then his tone shifted. Merlin showed up in the training room after you left yesterday. At that, the green-haired gentleman sitting across from Kim Yuan closed his eyes, wiping his mouth with a napkin. The brunette remained unfazed. It was just a coincidence, he said. The man's expression hardened. Is that so? He opened his eyes, studying Kim Yuan carefully. Kim Yuan leaned back slightly, frowning. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't need your pleasantries. A heavy silence settled in the room. The very air felt charged, thick with something dark. The king finally spoke, his voice steady. I feel quite at ease speaking here. Kim Yuan tilted his head, his frown deepening. Something was off. A traitor? Was someone luring players into a trap? With the room filled with this much mana, even sending out a message, let alone a voice recording, would be impossible. Then, Lancelot's voice broke through the tension. I heard you possess the sea stone. His gaze was unreadable. I have an acquaintance who would like it. At that, Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. Poseidon needs a divine sea stone. The room darkened instantly, mana consuming the very light. The king's tone grew sharp. Do not speak that name so carelessly. A cold smirk played at Kim Yuan's lips. So you plan to take it by force the moment I stepped on a British soil? Lancelot didn't deny it. Instead, he admitted there were many ways to deal with Kim Yuan. Killing him was one. Burning him alive, another. A vision flickered in Kim Yuan's mind. A brunette with red markings on her face. He realized what Lancelot was doing. His real goal was to expose Mamos to an attack. But did he know who Belial's son was? Was he trying to manipulate the knights into moving as he wished? Seated at the grand white table, the king finally spoke again. The power of the sea has been generous to you, Kim Yuan. He made an offer. If Kim Yuan handed over the stone and swore allegiance, he would act as if none of this had ever happened. He would even support him. A slow, devilish grin spread across Kim Yuan's face. That's interesting, considering you tried to kill me just yesterday. He leaned his elbows on the table, voice dripping with mockery. Are you telling me your intentions changed overnight? Lancelot's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. Kim Yuan's smirk didn't fade. If you're so generous, then perhaps you should be the one bowing your head to me. He stood, turning away from the king. After all, you don't even know if I have something better to offer you. The king's voice cut through the space between them. Who do you think you are? Kim Yuan didn't hesitate. I know exactly who I am. Yet, as he walked away, his inner voice whispered otherwise. Do you? Do you even know what kind of person you've become? A small piece of stone crumbled, falling against the system window. Descending the castle steps, Kim Yuan's thoughts drifted back. Poseidon had reached out to him first. He understood one thing clearly. When a god set their sights on someone, they could end them at any moment. At that moment, Kim Yuan realized something. The sudden shift in Poseidon's attitude wasn't random. There was a reason behind it. In his hand, he held a massive chunk of earth, its weight grounding his thoughts. His mind raced through possibilities until a chilling theory emerged. Was Poseidon preparing for war against Zeus? Tossing the object aside, Kim Yuan's breath hitched as another realization struck him. Poseidon needed the help of a player, someone who possessed a divine sea stone and had the potential to become a ranker. So that was it. Poseidon valued him highly, even though Kim Yuan alone wasn't capable of challenging Zeus. That meant the god must have had other guarantees. Kim Yuan smirked, rubbing his hands together as he mulled over the situation. If the gods started fighting each other, it could work to his advantage. At the very least, it would buy him time. Pulling a black glove snugly over his hand, he murmured to his demon, Don't get worked up. I'm not at ease either. Lightning crackled around an iron ball in his grasp, energy surging like an unspoken warning. He informed his inner voice that time was running out and urged it to hold on just a little longer. Then, as if on cue, a glowing sphere materialized in his palm, carrying a new message. Kim Yuan's expression darkened. He had unknowingly set the stage for something much bigger than himself. The next day, the skies over Camelot stretched clear and bright. Sunlight poured through the towering windows of the Grand Palace, illuminating the legendary Round Table. The vast chamber was filled with knights, each seated in their designated spots. Among them sat Kim Yuan, his hands folded as he observed the gathering. Across from him, a man in a flowing blue cape watched intently, his gaze piercing. So this is the one, he mused. He was intrigued, though more so by the presence of Elder Merlin, who had finally returned after a long absence. But why'd he brought this outsider here? Gawain stared ahead with a solemn expression while Zydrak rested a hand on the table, lost in thought. The bearded man sitting nearby had a feeling. This meeting would be unlike any before it. The usual order of the round table had already been disrupted. 2 seats remained unfilled. From the side, a blonde knight murmured, "That guy looks unsettling." Leaning forward slightly, he whispered, his expression. A man with turquoise hair glanced sideways before interjecting. Originally, it was forbidden to bring an unqualified outsider to this table. But since the elder himself vouched for him, we'll make an exception. His tone was neutral, but there was an underlying edge to his words. Then, in a firmer voice, he added, "I have something to say to this person as well." The knights carried on their discussions, but the man didn't waver. "Does anyone object?" Silence. No one spoke a word. He leaned forward once more, fingers interlocked. "Even if everyone agrees, it doesn't change the fact that he is still an outsider." His gaze sharpened. "Do you even understand what it means to sit in an attorney's seat?" His eyes locked onto Kim Yuan's. "Tell me, whose place do you think that is?" Kim Yuan casually rested his hand on the chair beside him. His face was unreadable. "I don't know what it means." Then, after a brief pause, he continued, "But this seat belonged to either Theseus or Lilette." A hush fell over the room. The chief narrowed his eyes. Someone in the crowd muttered, "What arrogance!" Another knight's voice rose in anger, indignant. Elder Merlin, however, remained composed. "You should know well what happened to those two." Merlin nodded. "That's right." At that moment, the knights leapt to their feet, their reactions tense. Kim Yuan's voice cut through the uproar. "I saw it happen with my own eyes." A chill settled over the chamber as every gaze fixed on him. "I saw them die, right in front of me." Across the table, a warrior with a high bun clenched his fists. A loud objection shattered the tense silence. One of the knights slammed his fist on the table, his voice laced with outrage. "This is wrong." Beside him, another knight turned to Kim Yuan, his expression twisted with disdain. "Why is he even here? We need to get him out of this place." But before their anger could escalate further, a man with turquoise hair silenced them with a single, commanding glare. "Enough," he ordered. His gaze swept across the room before he continued, his voice unwavering. "I was the one who took their lives." A weighted silence fell over the knights. No one dared to speak further. Across the table, a man with piercing violet eyes laced his fingers together, his sharp gaze locked onto Kim Yuan. "You know why this decision was made," he stated with certainty. Then, his expression darkened. "So be honest with me." Kim Yuan met his gaze but remained calm. "Don't misunderstand me," he replied evenly. The blue-eyed man's frown deepened. "Then answer me this. Who should be the one paying for their sins?" He was expecting an answer, a confession. Instead, Kim Yuan pushed back a chair and stood up. Without a word, he turned toward the door. "A guest has arrived," he announced. The knight watching him narrowed his eyes. This man, he walked straight into the tiger's den, yet he carries himself so confidently. What is he planning? The tension in the room sharpened. A ripple of unease spread through the knights as a voice rang out. "You should all be honored to see him." In the distance, a silhouette emerged, eyes glowing ominously. The figure strode forward, each step echoing through the chamber. From the shadows, a knight wielding a massive 2-handed sword stepped into view. The bearded man froze. The blonde knight's breath hitched. A single tear slipped down his cheek. Gasps filled the hall. The gathered knights stared in stunned disbelief. A man draped in a green robe clenched his fists, his gaze darting to the empty seat beside him before snapping forward, now filled with suspicion. Lancelot's face stiffened, a flicker of horror in his eyes. Then, in a single, fluid motion, the blonde-haired figure drove his sword into the ground. The hall erupted. "Your Majesty!" The knights leaped to their feet, their voices layering over one another in a mix of shock and reverence. Standing tall, the figure surveyed the room before finally speaking. "It has been a long time." Then, his gaze shifted, landing squarely on the dark-haired man before him. "Tell me, how is my son?" The weight of his words crushed the air from the room. "Is he handling the sword I gave him well?" The words struck like lightning. A voice from the crowd demanded, "Where have you been all this time?" The violet-eyed man trembled in disbelief. And then His Majesty spoke again, his tone calm but unshakable. "Zydrak, the youngest of us, is now seated here." His gaze lingered on the blonde knight. "Do you know how long they have waited?" From behind Lancelot, Kim Yuan stood motionless, his mind racing. Arthur was dead. He was certain of it. If he returns to the throne, Everything will change. His jaw tightened, his fingers curling into a fist. I can't allow that to happen. Lancelot's face darkened, his thoughts flashing back to the past. His chest tightened, conflicted. Then, bang, his fist slammed into the table. A knight suddenly burst forward, pointing an accusing finger. That man, he came to Camelot with a demon. His voice rose with hysteria. The blood of Belial flows through him. Another knight's eyes widened in alarm. That man is nothing but a double, a fraud. The accusation sent murmurs rippling through the hall. A warrior with a red tail furrowed his brows, his expression grave. Are you saying the king of doppelgangers is real? Whispers filled the air. He's right. I saw it with my own eyes when he brought those players last time. He knows the demon tribe. Confusion spread like wildfire. What are they saying? Someone asked, their voice unsteady. Do you not see? Another knight barked. That is the mark of the king's knight. And then, Excalibur. Silence fell once more. Who do you doubt? A voice asked. Then, with a furious shout, the man with violet eyes broke the tension. I am certain he is a fraud. The knight unsheathed his blade, aura surging around it like a raging storm. Gasps echoed through the chamber as those nearby recoiled in horror. What are you doing? A knight demanded. But the man with violet eyes ignored him, his grip tightening. Look carefully, he urged. Another knight stepped forward, his expression grim. Even if it's come to this, what do you hope to achieve? Kim Yuan met his gaze with cold disapproval. Before he could respond, a voice rang out from the side. Drop the sword. High above, the man with turquoise hair raised his own weapon, his glowing eyes filled with contempt. This is a foolish move, he thought. No matter how real it looks, a fake is still just a fake. Then, a silver blur, the clang of steel against stone. The knight's sword was knocked away in an instant. The room stilled. At the center of it all stood an elderly man, his gray hair catching the light. Merlin. Arthur staggered back, his form flickering unnaturally. A low, hollow laugh escaped him. You're fast, he muttered as cracks began to form across his body. A demon stood nearby, grinning. For a second there, I thought my head was about to roll, he mused, eyes gleaming with amusement. A knight from the back pointed a shaking finger. It's a fake. Seize them. Confusion spread through the hall once more. How dare they mock the round table? Someone growled. A red-eyed man turned to another knight, a smirk playing on his lips. Don't you think you're being a little too aggressive? He mused before turning his attention toward Kim Yuan. With a pointed gesture, he asked the question that silenced the room. Are you absolutely certain that Arthur's return is impossible? A dark haze swirled as the attorney lifted his hand, a quiet smile curving his lips. Then, a monstrous silhouette loomed behind him. The creature's eyes gleamed with recognition as it turned to face Lancelot. Lancelot, it rumbled, stepping forward. The violet-eyed knight went rigid, frozen in place. It really is you, the beast continued. Lancelot's breath hitched. Impossible. His entire body screamed in response. The energy, the presence, it was unmistakable. This was real. This was the king. Merlin extended a hand, stopping the bearded man beside him before he could react. The monster's voice cut through the stunned silence. Did you hear me? Gawain turned toward the old man, seeking an answer, but Merlin's gaze remained steady. Let them talk, he instructed. We do not interfere. Arthur leaned in, his piercing gaze locked on a Lancelot. You find this funny, don't you? He mused. A slow smirk twisted the knight's lips. I simply noticed the demon was a fake. I never claimed to know everything about it. The creature chuckled, a deep, unsettling sound. Funny, it mused, to hear you call someone else a fake. Without warning, it reached out toward Kim Yuan. Steel groaned. The top of the sword tore away, as if it were nothing. The creature turned its gaze to Lancelot. You said you received the royal seal from me. Kim Yuan remained silent as he reached into his coat. Then, in a single, deliberate motion, he handed the ring over. The creature's eyes darkened. This seal means that I chose you as the next king. Then, crimson tears welled up, slipping down its face. There are only 2 of these in existence, it said. Tell me, where did you get this? A single drop of blood landed on Lancelot's cheek. The creature's voice turned razor-sharp. And answer me this. Shouldn't it belong to Pendragon? Lancelot's gaze flickered away, his jaw tightening. The seal, he muttered under his breath, the words tumbling out as his composure cracked. The air in the room grew heavier. Knights began whispering, their gazes shifting toward him. Disbelief, judgment, contempt. He felt it all. His breathing quickened. His thoughts scrambled. And then, he moved. Lancelot bolted. Curses spilled from his lips as he pushed past the stunned knights, making a break for the nearest exit. Stop him, someone shouted. But it was too late. Glass shattered as he threw himself through the window, disappearing into the night. The lavender-haired man clenched his fists, His voice was tight as he asked, "What in the hell just happened?" And then, looking around at the chaos unfolding, "Who are we supposed to believe? Who do we trust now?" One of the knights muttered, his voice laced with uncertainty. The knight beside him, still catching his breath, turned sharply. "Forget that. Did you see the traitor running?" His gaze hardened. "We need to go after him." The warriors surged forward, but just as they prepared to give chase, Arthur's voice rang out, commanding them to stop. "Hold your ground." The sheer weight of his words froze them in place. "If the knights of the round table move all at once, the people will panic," Arthur reasoned. His voice was firm, yet filled with sorrow. "Tell me, are the people not our priority?" He scanned their faces, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears. "Even if we don't pursue him, he won't make it out of Camelot." Outside, pieces of earth lay scattered in Lancelot's wake, marking the desperate path of his escape. His only thought was clear: "I have to get out of Camelot." With frantic steps, he rushed toward the massive gate, shouting for the guards. "Open the gate." The gatekeepers turned in surprise. "Sir Lancelot." But Lancelot didn't stop. "If I can't escape Britain, then I'll flee somewhere else. I'll make a new plan." Eyes fixed ahead, he sprinted toward the exit, only for his entire body to be launched backward in an instant. A powerful force sent him flying across the courtyard, crashing into the dirt. The guards stood frozen. "What just happened?" one of them whispered. "Is he okay?" Lancelot groaned, trying to push himself up. Then, a notification flickered before his eyes. "This territory has been designated as a prison. Leaving is forbidden." His breath hitched. Slowly, he looked up. A massive dome stretched over the entire castle, sealing it like an unbreakable cage. Lancelot's heart pounded. "Merlin, this is his doing." Then, a voice rang out, a command cutting through the air like steel. "Stand down. Move away from the castle." Before Lancelot could react, chains shot out from the shadows. One wrapped around his arm, another coiled around his leg. The last latched onto his neck, hoisting him high above the ground. Suspended in midair, Lancelot struggled, his breath coming in short gasps. Below, the gray-haired wizard held his staff with an air of finality. His voice was unwavering. "You are no longer a king." His piercing gaze locked onto the traitor. "You are a criminal." Memories flashed through Lancelot's mind. His conversation with Kim Yuan, the events that had unfolded at the Round Table. The green-eyed knight standing below him spoke next. "Confess," he ordered, voice as cold as ice. "Admit to your crimes, or those who conspired with you will lose everything." Lancelot clenched his teeth. His body tensed. Then, his lips curled into a smile. His voice dripped with mockery. "You really think I had some grand, noble reason for doing this?" Black veins pulsed along his neck, stretching upward, slowly creeping across his face. His violet eyes gleamed unnaturally. All of this happened for one simple reason. A sickening smirk spread across his face as he whispered, "I want to be king." In the next instant, a purple flash, a shock wave erupted, blasting outward in a surge of destruction. The knights were thrown back as debris rained down. From the chaos, Lancelot emerged, his body pulsating with dark energy. Merlin's eyes narrowed. His mind raced back to what Kim Yuan had said, the monster inside him. It isn't demonic, and it isn't magic. Lancelot raised his sword. It glowed with the same eerie purple hue. Merlin's thoughts sharpened. Is this the power that awakened when he betrayed Arthur? Then, another notification appeared. The King of the Round Table is establishing his domain. Attacking him within this space will result in penalties. Merlin exhaled slowly. Then, without hesitation, he raised his staff. Dozens of massive stones lifted into the air. Lancelot gritted his teeth, his breath ragged. A barrage of stones rained down from above, launched by Merlin's magic. The former king scoffed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Is this the best you can do?" He sneered. "Petty tricks won't keep me in Camelot." The impact of the stones sent dust and debris flying into the air. But within the swirling haze, flickers of purple light pulsed ominously. Then, boom! A shockwave of unknown energy erupted from within the dust cloud, shattering the incoming attacks. Merlin narrowed his eyes, watching carefully. His suspicions solidified. Lancelot had changed his target. He was redirecting his destruction toward the city. "You've lost your mind," Merlin bellowed. With a flick of his staff, a barrier materialized around the buildings, blocking the brunt of the blast. A system notification appeared. Merlin has activated Britain's protection. The sorcerer's expression darkened as he addressed Lancelot. "You want to be king, and yet you attack your own people? How dare you?" The ground trembled beneath them, cracks spreading like veins. Each impact left behind shockwaves that threatened to tear the city apart. A notification flashed. A crack has appeared in the prison. The knight in green struggled to keep his footing, his mind racing. This shouldn't be happening. Lancelot smirked. No matter how great a magician you are, even you can't hold back a rancor while maintaining all your spells. Another notification. Crack restored. Merlin clenched his jaw. Lancelot's attacks were relentless, striking the prison's boundary over and over again. More notifications followed. Another crack detected. Restoring. Crack detected. Merlin's eyes flashed with realization. So that's his plan? From the beginning, he muttered, his goal wasn't to escape. It was to exhaust my magic. Suddenly, Lancelot's eyes glowed with swirling purple energy. A massive shield materialized in front of him, blocking an incoming strike. A system message appeared. The Round Table shield is protecting the target. Kim Yuan, watching from a distance, tightened his grip. This isn't going to be easy. If we let him escape, we'll have even bigger problems. More messages flickered in his vision. The egg has been swallowed. The egg is hungry. Before he could process it, Arthur charged. His blade clashed against Lancelot's with a deafening screech. Kim Yuan followed up, striking from the other side. Lancelot's lips curled into a twisted grin. You fools. I've been waiting for this day, he sneered, and I'll kill you with my own hands. Flashes of magic and steel illuminated the battlefield. Sparks flew as Lancelot caught the king's blade, barehanded. Kim Yuan's eyes widened. Lancelot turned his head, staring directly at him. You, the dark-haired fool, he mocked. Did you really think you could stop me while trapped in the body of an undead? Then, shifting his gaze, he addressed Arthur. And you, look at you now. You're nothing like the man I once knew. As the battle raged, two black flashes surged around Lancelot's body. A system notification appeared. Lancelot has cloaked himself in the power of giants. A call from hell has been answered. Suddenly, flaming eyes burned in the darkness around him. Lancelot's form became engulfed in purple fire. Another notification. Divine flame has been activated. A shudder passed through his body. Something was wrong. What is this? He gasped. A voice echoed in his mind. It's too late. Lancelot's pupils dilated as his body convulsed. The unknown aura surrounding him twisted and grew, threatening to consume him. Then, internal whispers. You heard it, didn't you? Lancelot's breath hitched. You're the same as us. A fragment. Run, if you value your existence. A grimace spread across his face. Why should I run from a mere player? The voice inside him sneered. Use your fear. Let make you stronger. Lancelot clenched his fists. Shut up. It's already too late. His body shuddered violently. His soul, his power, his very being, was being devoured. Lancelot's screams tore through the battlefield. Ghostly teeth, jagged and unnatural, sank into his flesh. His body convulsed violently as an unknown force devoured him. The shadowy creature gnawed through his hands, tearing them away as if they were nothing. Lancelot thrashed, tried to resist, but there was no escape. System notifications flashed. The egg is revealing its form. The egg is absorbing betrayal and greed. Through the agony, Lancelot's fading gaze locked onto Kim Yuan. His face twisted in rage. You filthy. His voice was drowned out by another wave of pain. Merlin raised his sword, activating his skill. Blades erupted from the ground, piercing the battlefield. The old sorcerer planted his staff into the earth, his expression grim. His thoughts echoed in his mind. This is an abomination. Arthur and Kim Yuan stood still, watching as the false king was ripped apart. Lancelot's voice cracked, his pride crumbling. Please, help me. The monstrous entity hovering over him remained silent, its cold gaze locked onto its prey. Lancelot's breathing turned ragged. He clung to his last moments, muttering the names of those he had betrayed, their faces flashing through his mind. He knew now, this was why he had to die. Then, the ghostly fangs sank into his face. Everything faded except for one last eye, wide with horror. A final notification appeared. You have eliminated Lancelot of a betrayal and greed. Only a few drops of his blood remained on the battlefield, soaking into the ground. More system messages followed. The position of king is now vacant. A new king must be elected within 10 days. The title will be granted to the one who secures the majority vote. The attorney touched the bloodstain, and in that instant, Arthur vanished. A notification appeared. Level increased. Agility +2, strength +1. You have received 200,000 points. The blue-eyed man furrowed his brows. So, I get point for this just like with Orochi? His expression darkened. Something about the system's wording gnawed at him. It didn't just call him Lancelot. It added betrayal. It added grief. The other titles he had seen were all tied to abilities. That could only mean the seed of chaos planted within him. It was born from greed. Kim Yuan extended his hand toward the system panel, his mind racing. A new notification appeared. The egg is scratching its belly. The egg is humming a song. He exhaled, feeling the weight of the moment settle over him. It's already at nearly 70%. Sinking slightly, he mused, compared to Orochi, this one took longer. Maybe it needs more. Before he could finish his thought, a voice interrupted him. You. Kim Yuan turned slightly. Merlin had approached him from behind, his usual calm replaced with a cautious intensity. What is that? The old man asked. He took another step closer, his sharp gaze locked onto Kim Yuan. I felt something ominous, like Lancelot. Or maybe something worse. His eyes narrowed. Is that why you're so strong? Kim Yuan held his gaze. I know how it looks from the outside. He turned his attention to the sky, his thoughts growing heavy. It's external, he finally admitted. That's the best way I can describe it. Because even I don't know anymore. Merlin fell silent, his expression unreadable. Kim Yuan frowned, his brows drawing together. The old man murmured, That's a strange way to put it. He hesitated before asking, What kind of creature is it? Kim Yuan didn't answer right away. Dark clouds began gathering overhead. He finally spoke, his voice steady. I don't think this is over. Standing atop a broken slab of earth, his senses sharpened. Something immense was approaching. A violent energy surged in the distance. Then, a man gasped for air, his throat crushed by an unseen force. His body was flung aside like a discarded toy. The attacker stood tall, his back turned to him. Golden lightning crackled through the sky. Poseidon. The fallen man wheezed, forcing the name past his bruised throat. Poseidon's gaze remained impassive as he cast him aside. That's how you greet me? He asked, his tone mocking. A new presence loomed behind him. Zeus. Standing with his back to his brother, Zeus spoke in a low voice, his words carrying the weight of a storm. I open the way for you. Poseidon tilted his head slightly, his blue hair catching the wind. A smirk played at his lips. If you hadn't, he said, I would have torn my way through. Poseidon's expression darkened. I don't want to drag this out, he muttered. Let's get straight to the point. He was about to speak of Britain, but before he could finish, Zeus turned toward him, his golden eyes gleaming. Lancelot has fallen, Zeus stated. His voice was calm, unreadable. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? Poseidon studied his brother, his thoughts racing. As I expected, he knew everything, even from Olympus. His jaw clenched. What are you planning to do? He demanded. Zeus exhaled, his fingers flexing slightly. I need to avoid a full-scale war, he admitted. So a small sacrifice must be made. Poseidon tensed. Zeus turned his gaze to the water, staring at his reflection. His next words were chilling. There should be no ties between us and Britain, he said simply. So I'll erase it. Lightning flashed across the water's surface. Slowly, Zeus lifted his hand above his head. Electricity crackled between his fingers, forming into a blinding spear of lightning. Poseidon remained still, watching the raw, destructive energy gathering above them. His mind was already calculating the possibilities. If he releases that, he won't just erase Britain. He spoke without hesitation. The administrators won't sit back and watch. Zeus didn't falter. I've already spoken to them. Poseidon's frown deepened. One strike, Zeus continued, voice unwavering. That's all I'm allowed. Meanwhile, back in Camelot, the sky rumbled ominously. Standing atop the ruined battlefield, Merlin's gaze lifted toward the heavens. His expression hardened. What is he saying? The old sorcerer muttered. Kim Yuan's eyes were already locked on the storm clouds swirling above. It's Zeus, he said, voice firm. He's making his move. A system notification appeared. A new trial is being created. Kim Yuan's pupils constricted as another notification followed. The destruction of Camelot has begun. In 10 minutes, a divine lightning strike will hit Camelot. Your objective, block it. A deep breath. A single thought. I see what's happening. More energy surged into the sky, spiraling in waves of golden light. Kim Yuan's mind worked fast. Since this is framed as a trial, that means the god of Olympus even got administrator approval for this. Zeus wasn't just attacking. He was playing by the rules. Merlin frowned. Even if Lancelot was supporting Olympus, why would Zeus interfere so directly? He turned his gaze skyward, his sharp mind piecing things together. He isn't a fool, the sorcerer murmured. If he destroys Camelot, Olympus will suffer a severe penalty. More importantly, it would damage their relationship with Asgard. A new notification popped up. Lightning strike in 5 minutes. The knight in green raised his staff. Across from him, Kim Yuan's expression remained unreadable. Merlin let out a low breath. Even Olympus fears Asgard and Odin, he stated. That's why they're desperate to cover their tracks. His voice dropped slightly. I don't fully understand everything, but now's not the time for discussion. With a thunderous impact, he slammed his staff into the ground. A massive wave of magic circles spread across the city, glowing with a golden hue. A system notification appeared. Merlin has activated Britain's protection. Kim Yuan's gaze lifted again. Impressive, but that won't be enough to stop what's coming. At that moment, Merlin turned to him. Help me. Kim Yuan blinked. Merlin's voice hardened. Do something, anything. A slow breath. Then, Kim Yuan's eyes turned red. The world shifted. Merlin's words reached him again. Don't just stare at the sky. But Kim Yuan was already ahead of him. I'm not. A system message appeared. Cinder eyes are resonating. The world around him faded. And suddenly, Kim Yuan found himself standing in an empty, endless space. Something was waiting for him. Camelot received a message and was startled by how quickly it arrived. Though surprised, he wasn't entirely convinced and chose to ignore it, knowing he wouldn't get another chance like this. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Lightning will strike in 3 minutes. Kim Yuan furrowed his brows, silently turning his gaze toward the sky. Without hesitation, he called out, asking if someone was watching, pleading for assistance. A faint glow flickered above. Another notification appeared. The 12th eye of the sage equal to heaven is observing you. Tiny sparks scattered across the sky, and then a voice responded, questioning why he sought help. Kim Yuan's reply was sharp. Do you want everyone to die? The voice remained indifferent, replying that it didn't matter. Kim Yuan's expression darkened. Then why waste my time searching for you? The voice from above paused, then spoke again, sounding almost intrigued. You were looking for me? A radiant light shimmered in the sky as Kim Yuan nodded. I've been following you for days. That means you must have business with me. Silence. Another notification flashed. Lightning will strike in 2 minutes. Kim Yuan lifted his hand. You could just run, the voice suggested. Why are you still standing there? Kim Yuan's response was firm. I can't leave this place. His expression grew even more resolute as he spoke again. Just this once. I need your help. A crimson beam suddenly tore through the sky, slamming into the ground. The voice responded at last. Fine, but only this once. A figure descended from the sky, cloaked in white. Interesting, he mused, a smirk forming on his lips. A notification appeared. Lightning will strike in 1 minute. The newcomer casually tossed his staff over his shoulder, locking eyes with Kim Yuan. We finally meet. But this isn't the time for introductions. There's something more urgent at hand. He planted his staff between them, his golden eyes narrowing. I'll help, but just once. Kim Yuan met his gaze without hesitation. I'm not asking for more. A streak of lightning split the sky. The destruction of Camelot has begun. The sage raised his staff. Grow. His voice rang out as he called its name. Rui Jinji. The staff shot skyward, nearly reaching the barrier above. Kim Yuan watched intently as the white-haired warrior smirked. Above them, Zeus raised his hand, summoning a devastating bolt of lightning. Below, Merlin stood firm, gripping his staff as his magic surged. His teeth clenched. Then, blood sprayed from his mouth. The sky roared. The lightning strike shattered the barrier, slamming into the staff. A notification popped up. The magician's defensive wall has been destroyed. Electricity crackled through Rui Jingu. Another alert appearing. Rui Jingu has withstood the lightning strike. The sage gripped his staff tightly, a grin forming. Now that was powerful. Kim Yuan, however, remained focused. A staff is just a staff, he thought. No matter what skill is used, it's impossible to block lightning completely. A faint jolt pulsed through his glove. He glanced at his hand. A single name echoed in his mind. Kindy. Then, his gaze lifted once more. Kim Yuan's gaze hardened. Everything was playing out exactly as he expected. Across from him, the golden-eyed sage narrowed his eyes in surprise. Stay here for a while, he ordered. Kim Yuan blinked. What are you talking about? Before the sage could react, the protagonist leaped onto his shoulder, exhaling sharply before launching himself high into the sky. The sage's eyes widened as he looked up. Where the hell did he go? He cursed under his breath, his expression twisting. Even if he's that extraordinary, how could he just run away? I nearly died back there. A notification popped up. Golden Cinder eyes activated. The sage's eyes widened even further. The blinding flash of lightning overhead had started to dim. The strike is weakening. Kim Yuan's clothes were scorched, but a notification appeared. The attire of the fourth greatest spirit has withstood the lightning strike. Another notification followed. Kaini is reacting to the lightning strike. Suddenly, a strange lightning seal emerged on Kim Yuan's hand. A new message flickered into view. The pure darkness divine stone is reacting to the lightning strike. The pure sea stone is reacting to the lightning strike. A mark, shaped like an eye, appeared on his glove. The sight triggered a memory when a monster. Just as he suspected, the sea stone was reacting the same way. The lightning strike, it's a masterpiece, Kim Yuan thought. Forged by Hephaestus himself, crafted with processed, divine stones. That must be why they're reacting this way. Determined, he raised his hand. The lightning arced toward him, drawn to his palm. His mind raced. I was right, Kaini is bound to the pure darkness stone, the sea stone, and now the divine lightning stone. These three should be one. His gauntlet pulsed. Something was happening. Still, this reaction shouldn't be this intense. The gauntlet spoke. It's all mine. A new notification appeared. The gauntlet has absorbed the power of the lightning strike. Energy storage complete. Kim Yuan clenched his jaw, a curse forming in his mind. Even after ditching the staff, this power is overwhelming. Another alert rang out. Electric shock status inflicted. Despite the resistance from his spirit-infused clothing, another message followed. Unable to fully resist. Electric shock status revealed. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, clutching his hand with the other. Lightning surged through his body. Even though I've grown stronger, even after everything I've endured, the gap between me and Zeus is still there. Damn it. A chilling notification appeared. Electric shock status increased to level 2. The attire of the fourth greatest spirit resists electric shock, but the damage was immense. He held on, teeth grinding. Good. If this pain keeps me standing, then I'll take it. Yet, the system had more in store for him. Unable to resist electric shock, status increased to level 3. Electricity tore through his arm. The seal on his glove glowed ominously. Electric shock status increased to level 5. Kim Yuan's thoughts burned with a single, relentless conviction. He would not fall. Kim Yuan could feel it. He was close. He would catch up soon. His glove was already in shreds, but another notification flashed. Kaini is absorbing the power of the lightning strike. The sky, once filled with raging storms, suddenly cleared. Kim Yuan remained suspended in midair, his body weightless. A slow breath escaped him as he whispered to himself, I did it. Then exhaustion hit. His body gave way, and he plummeted down alongside the massive pole. From below, his comrades saw him falling. That idiot is dropping like a rock, the sage muttered. An old man squinted upward. He's not moving. He might have lost consciousness. A blur shot through the air. The man who had descended from the heavens. I knew this would happen. In an instant, he was there, catching Kim Yuan before he crashed. A notification rang out. The fall of Camelot has been prevented. Meanwhile, lightning particles crackled within the hole left in Olympus. Zeus stared at the fading storm, his expression unreadable. I never expected Sun Wukong to show up. He gazed deep into the hole, his voice barely above a murmur. I lost. His brother turned toward him. What do you mean? Zeus frowned. Making enemies of Olympus won't end well for him. But the other man only smirked. I don't care who my enemies are. I do whatever I want. The blonde-haired god stood still. Even the heavenly kingdom and the giant guild couldn't take down the sage. He exhaled sharply. I can't just go after him recklessly because I'm irritated. His brother observed him closely. It looks like you can't even move right now. But tell me, how did that man stop the lightning strike on his own? Zeus slowly lifted his hand, sparks still dancing across his fingertips. His lips curled into a smirk. Kim Yuan has grown far more than I expected. The Lord of the Seas repeated the name in his mind. Even for Zeus to say that. Just how skilled is he? Lowering his gaze, he shut his eyes briefly. Even rankers struggle to match him now. He might be on par with some of the strongest among them. Then his eyes snapped open. What now? Asgard will hear about what happened in Britain soon. A pause. Then, he muttered, if I were in his position, I'd already be thinking about my next move. The other man gave a short nod. Agreed. There's no other choice. Suddenly, Thaiden raised a towering wall of water before him. At the same time, his brother unleashed a surge of lightning. Zeus extended his hand, lightning crackling wildly. A grin formed on his lips. You're a terrible person. I should have known you'd pull something like this. He tilted his head slightly. Tell me, do you want to defeat me too? His brother hesitated, then sighed. This is all for the revival of Olympus. A massive explosion of light erupted between them. A notification appeared. Lightning strike activated. The Lord of the Seas whipped around. Zeus, you idiot, he roared, but it was too late. At that same moment, another alert rang in Kim Yuan's system. The fall of Camelot has been prevented. Magic power increased by 2. Contribution to victory, 38.7%. But then, unauthorized interference detected. Contribution recalculated, 97.12%. A final notification popped up. You have played a significant role in preventing the fall of Camelot. Reward, 1 million points. Magic power increased by 1. You have obtained a piece of lightning. The sage caught him just in time, shaking his head. Idiot. If you were planning to die, why ask for help in the first place? But instead of answering, Kim Yuan simply repeated his question, his voice steady. The golden-eyed sage's expression shifted. His brows furrowed, his mouth even parting slightly in disbelief. This can't be happening. 5 days later, Kim Yuan slowly opened his eyes, finding himself alone in a lavish bedroom. He sat up, his mind still hazy. Something was in his hand. A blade. His gaze hardened as he studied it. What is this? He strained to recall, his memories muddled. Did I hear someone? No, I must have blacked out. Just then, a notification appeared. Moonlight's sword has been obtained. The door creaked open, and Merlin entered, arms crossed. You've been out for 5 days. Kim Yuan turned to him as he continued, his tone slightly exasperated. Honestly, I thought you were dead. What the hell did you do? Merlin sighed, stepping closer. You collapsed after taking that lightning strike. The storm vanished the moment you fell. Kim Yuan looked down at his hand. His glove pulsed faintly, small sparks dancing across his fingertips. His thoughts sharpened. I gained a skill. A notification confirmed it. Piece of lightning activated. Tiny streaks of lightning crackled, scattering across the room. Both Merlin and Kim Yuan exchanged looks of surprise. As the small sparks sizzled through the air, an old man scowled. Are you trying to destroy the castle? After all the trouble we went through to protect it. Kim Yuan grimaced, still trying to control it. My bad. Before he could say more, the door slammed open. A man in heavy boots stormed in and kicked Kim Yuan hard to the ground. You reckless bastard, the man barked. You finally wake up, and the first thing you do is cause trouble again? Merlin sighed, unfazed. There's a guest waiting for you. He's been here since you passed out. Kim Yuan stayed silent, watching the scene unfold. The blacksmith's face twisted with anger. What's with that blank stare? Don't ignore me. Blood trickled from Kim Yuan's ears as the shouting grew even louder. A notification popped up. Critical damage to ears inflicted. Merlin winced. Would you stop screaming? The blacksmith spread his arms dramatically, launching into another furious rant. Another notification flashed. Nagging sequence complete. A moment later, the candlelight flickered, casting long shadows across the room. Kim Yuan, Merlin, and the blacksmith sat at a wooden table. Kim Yuan leaned back. Long story short, I ran straight into the lightning. And from what I can tell, these 3 stones, they're meant to merge into one. His listener chuckled, stroking his chin in thought. The blacksmith remained serious, arms folded tightly. Where is he now? Kim Yuan blinked. You mean the monkey? He smirked faintly, probably sleeping somewhere, closing his eyes briefly. Kim Yuan then turned toward the guest. Why are you here? His voice was calm, but direct. If it's about Wu Kong, I doubt there's much you can do. The old man nodded approvingly at the exchange. The blacksmith exhaled. Fate brought me here. Kim Yuan's eyes narrowed. Fate, huh? Kim Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Are you serious? His hand slammed against the table, reacting more out of concern than anything else. Hephaestus, however, exploded. I already told you. I came here to see the sights. The room fell silent. The man finally sat down, while Merlin, covering his face with one hand, chuckled to himself. The 3 of them remained there, locked in an unspoken moment of understanding. Kim Yuan lowered his head slightly, lifting his gloved hand. The old man's gaze sharpened. You have the sea stone, don't you? Kim Yuan nodded in confirmation. The gray-haired man folded his arms behind his back, his voice calm, yet curious. What about the sky stone? Do you have that as well? Kim Yuan hesitated. If I think about it carefully, the blacksmith suddenly furrowed his brows, recalling his earlier conversation with Kim Yuan. His mind clicked into place. You mentioned wanting to improve your weapons. Looks like you found the perfect way to do it. Merlin extended his hand toward the blacksmith. I have almost all the materials ready. Is there a place in Camelot where I can work? The old man nodded. The best blacksmith in the tower works there. No one will complain. You're welcome anytime. Kim Yuan flushed slightly, thinking to himself that their personalities matched a little too well. They met too soon, he mused. With a quick movement, the blacksmith opened his inventory, revealing 2 kilograms of adamantium. The tab displayed, adamantium, the strongest metal, the dream of all blacksmiths. The blacksmith smirked. With this, I can forge 2 weapons, ones that complement each other perfectly. Kim Yuan chuckled, folding his arms. And the cost? The blacksmith didn't miss a beat. 1,250,000 points, including production. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow. I even mined the ore for you, and you still want a discount. He scoffed. Fine. 1,500,000. Kim Yuan closed his eyes for a moment before smiling. The blacksmith glared. With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair. All right, let's settle at 1,400,000. He wanted to punch the guy, but considering Kim Yuan had just woken up, he held back. Instead, he stretched out his hand toward the blue stone. That should be enough. Hephaestus took the payment, gripping it tightly. It'll take 4 days. Don't be late picking it up this time. Kim Yuan nodded. Got it. A notification popped up. 1,400,000 points have been deducted. 4 days later, the sky was clear, the weather pleasant. Kim Yuan stood outside with Merlin. The old mage exhaled. The kingdom hasn't improved since the king disappeared. Kim Yuan's expression remained neutral. The round table is struggling too. Merlin glanced at him before nodding. True. The people believe it was betrayal that led to all this. The country can't move forward because of it. He paused. But I saw it firsthand. The round table fought, regardless of whether Arthur was real or not. When Lancelot was branded a traitor, it shook everything to its core. Kim Yuan followed Merlin through a vast garden, plants of all kinds surrounding them. Merlin continued, his voice calm but thoughtful. The round table has split. Their power is nowhere near what it once was. Kim Yuan studied him. Does that worry you? The old man shook his head. No, this was bound to happen sooner or later. They walked in silence, the weight of history hanging in the air. Sometimes, you have to cut away the rotten parts so something new can grow. Merlin closed his eyes, lowering his head slightly. And thanks to you, I finally have the chance to do what's right. I owe you a lot, kid. Kim Yuan shook his head. It's only because you believed in me. Merlin scoffed, crossing his arms. You're starting to sound like an old man. He glanced at him. You and I, we've gotten close, haven't we? Shifting his gaze, he studied Kim Yuan for a moment before continuing. Anyway, since you're still recovering, there's somewhere I'd like to take you. Kim Yuan raised a brow. Can I bring Arthur along? A hidden chamber. They stepped into a vast, dimly lit chamber, towering columns stretching into the darkness. The air was thick, heavy with unspoken history. Beside them stood the spirit of an orc. Merlin's voice echoed through the chamber. After Lancelot died, I discovered this place remained untouched. Maybe that bastard couldn't bring himself to destroy it. His expression darkened. Only kings were ever allowed to step foot here. A deep, guttural groan filled the space. Through a transparent barrier, a long-haired, blond man stood frozen in time. The Orochi's yellow eyes glowed faintly as he stepped forward, voice trembling. My precious son. A single, shaking hand pressed against the barrier. Merlin exhaled slowly. I wanted to bring peace to my son, not bury him. Arthur knelt before the barrier, his palms resting against the cold surface. Behind him, two figures stood silently, watching. The old mage continued. Britain is in turmoil. Unrest has already begun. And at first, he hesitated. At first, I was the one leading it. Kim Yuan stood still, his gaze locked ahead. He said nothing, but his silence was heavy with understanding. The Orochi turned to face him. Would you take my place? His voice wavered. Would you go into my son's body? Kim Yuan's eyes widened slightly. What? Even Merlin turned, eyebrows furrowed. Arthur clenched his fists. I can't. His voice was raw. My son died because of me. Do you want me to live with that guilt forever? Merlin sighed. That would be too cruel. Nick took a step forward. No matter how much I think about it. Kim Yuan cut him off. Would it make things easier for you if your son's body became an evil spirit? The Orochi's eyes burned with quiet agony. Why are you asking something so obvious? His voice grew rough. Of course. Only I should become the evil spirit. Kim Yuan exhaled sharply. Then you misunderstood my question. Arthur's gaze locked onto him, his breath unsteady. Do you really think this will help Britain recover? Kim Yuan stepped forward, standing face to face with him. That's not the issue here. Without you, Britain has no chance of standing on its own. Arthur's lips parted, but no words came. Kim Yuan's voice remained steady. If you truly want to rebuild this country, why don't you do it together with your son? A tense silence followed. Kim Yuan turned slightly toward the orc. He wanted to inherit the throne, didn't he? Arthur's eyes flickered with something unreadable. Kim Yuan didn't let up. No matter what path you choose, I'm sure your son would trust you. The Orochi stood still, saying nothing. Behind them, Merlin nodded. Yellow eyes glowed softly in the darkness, fixed on the cracks forming across the blond man's solemn face. This version keeps the weight of the conversation while making The Orochi let out a slow breath. My son truly loved Britain. Even if I stopped him, he would understand, as long as it was for the kingdom's sake. Kim Yuan smirked, his narrowed eyes flashing with resolve. Black smoke curled from his gloved hand as he extended it forward. Then I won't let his decision go to waste. A golden light burst from his palm, illuminating Arthur's frozen form. The Orochi's figure began to fade. The long-haired blonde lifted his head, his once empty gaze flickering with awareness. Darkness swirled around him, wrapping his body in thick, black mist. Slowly, he dropped to his knees, lowering his head. I swear on the universe itself, I will never betray you. His voice was steady. From this moment on, I am yours to command. Kim Yuan met his gaze, standing firm. A notification appeared. Death Knight Arthur has taken an oath. Another followed. Skill level up. Communication with the King of the Undead has increased. Then, Death Knight Arthur has regained his strength. Dressed in white, Kim Yuan looked down at the knight before him. The last message confirmed it. You have earned the trust of the King of Knights. Somewhere else, Sun Wukong recalled their first meeting. How Kim Yuan had collapsed into his arms. How he had stopped the lightning strike. His thoughts drifted. Are we friends by chance? Later, as Kim Yu-won stirred awake, Sun Wukong was already watching him. Finally up, he muttered. Kim Yu-won flexed his fingers, staring at his palm. Why does it feel like? I've known him before. Nearby, Arthur leaned against a tree, resting his cheek on his hand. He studied Kim Yu-won with quiet contemplation. No matter how strong he is, it's strange. I don't feel threatened. It's as if. His eyes darkened slightly. As if we've been close for a long time. The sun shone brightly over a small, open field. Kim Yu-won and Arthur stood facing each other. How are you holding up? Kim Yu-won asked, his voice even. For someone who was nearly a supreme ranker, you seem to be adjusting well. Arthur exhaled. I still need time. Kim Yu-won raised his gloved hand, but Arthur stopped him. You don't have to be so formal anymore. You're my king now. Kim Yu-won nodded. A golden aura pulsed around him, mingling with the dark mist that coiled at his feet. From above, a voice echoed. I never imagined the King of Knights would serve another. A shadow loomed overhead. Sun Wukong dropped from the sky, landing with ease. His expression was unreadable as he studied Kim Yu-won. If I hadn't helped you back then, you'd be dead. He tilted his head slightly. So tell me, why were you so sure I would? Kim Yu-won remained silent. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. You really don't get it, do you? He took a step forward, standing opposite Kim Yu-won. If I look at it from your perspective, I suppose it makes sense. The tension between them thickened. Kim Yu-won kept his expression steady, but inside, he was wary. He came from my cinder eyes, he thought. But then, another realization struck him. No, that's not it. Because only a sage should have them. The cinder eyes, originally a skill that only belonged to the monkeys of the Mountain Hat. Kim Yu-won's mind raced as he pictured in cinder eye engulfed in flames. He met Sun Wukong's gaze with unwavering confidence. A player outside your family possessing cinder eyes. You must have expected me to come to you. He narrowed his eyes. You probably thought you'd help me, then asked for the cinder eyes in return. Sun Wukong stayed silent, observing him. Kim Yu-won continued. Are there players who don't know who you are? The sage raised his hand, listing his titles one by one. A lot of time has passed since I stopped being active. The white-haired man smirked. That's where you're wrong. His tone was playful but sharp. That's not the case at all. Then he leaned in. I'm not an idiot. His voice was lower now, intense. How could you not understand what I'm saying? Kim Yu-won hesitated. Why do you keep saying that? I don't know about others, but I didn't expect to hear something like this from you. Sun Wukong's expression twisted in frustration. And there you go again, acting like this. His voice rose. How dare you treat me like an idiot again? Kim Yu-won's gaze hardened. The sage took a step closer. You know me. The white-haired man frowned, tilting his head slightly. I see what others with half their eyes can't. The protagonist tensed. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed. It would be even more obvious if we had the same eyes. A notification popped up. Cinder eyes countering golden cinder eyes. Counter failed. Sun Wukong placed his hands on his hips. So, what does my old friend see with his amazing eyes? The white-haired man's expression darkened slightly as he spoke. I see myself. And in your eyes, I see someone I know very well. A vision flashed before Kim Yu-won's eyes. Another timeline. His main body stood beside Sun Wukong. Familiarity in their posture, an unspoken connection between them. Kim Yu-won slowly slid his hand into his pocket, exhaling as he tried to think of a response. If I lie, the golden cinder eyes will catch it instantly. And pretending in front of this lunatic is a terrible idea. His gaze dropped to the ground, his voice calm but firm. That's right. Lifting his head, he met Sun Wukong's stare. We knew each other in my world. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. And what kind of relationship did we have? A notification appeared. Cinder eyes are resonating. Kim Yu-won's vision blurred for a moment. He saw himself, without his coat, his expression irritated. He took a slow breath before answering. We were friends, so close that we were practically enemies. The vision shifted. The sage stood over him as he lay on a stone. Sleeping again? Sun Wukong's voice echoed through the memory. Without opening his eyes, Kim Yu-won's past self muttered, Not yet. Sun Wukong scoffed. TCH, get lost. This is my spot. But the response was as expected. Nah, not happening. And the sun shines better here. Sun Wukong smirked, raising his hand to the side before abruptly striking Kim Yu-won with a bolt of lightning. With a scowl, Kim Yu-won grabbed his shoulder, his expression filled with irritation. I told you to get lost. Kim Yu-won swung at him, but Sun Wukong dodged effortlessly. The dark-haired man's gaze flickered upward, his frustration growing. For a brief moment, silence hung between them. Then, the battle erupted. Their movements were too fast to follow. Only flashes of impact lit up the forest. Kim Yu-won's fist sliced through the air, missing its mark, causing a burst of energy in its wake. Before he could react, Sun Wukong was already in front of him, fist raised. A deafening crack echoed through the forest. A moment later, Kim Yuan was flat on the ground, blood trickling from his nose. He groaned. You're just a spoiled brat. Sun Wukong crossed his arms, unimpressed. And you? You call this fighting? His voice was sharp. How do you expect to become a ranker with those sloppy moves? Kim Yuan wiped his nose, grumbling. Sun Wukong smacked his hands together, casting a glance at the fallen fighter. Kim Yuan, despite his injuries, was laughing. Sun Wukong's frown deepened. Why the hell are you laughing? Did you lose your mind? He narrowed his eyes, watching Kim Yuan's expression shift. This was interesting. The next day, the battlefield had changed, but the fight remained the same. They clashed again, their blows shaking the snow-covered ground. Water cascaded from a nearby waterfall, trickling between the cracks of frozen stones. Fist met fist. Kim Yuan's focus sharpened. Sun Wukong's gaze remained steady. Another punch. Another counter. A relentless exchange. Kim Yuan clenched his teeth. 9 victories, 9 defeats. This time, he had to win. His fist surged forward, mere inches from Sun Wukong's face. For a split second, Sun Wukong's golden eyes widened. This bastard. But he was fast. Too fast. With gritted teeth, he countered just before impact, sending Kim Yuan flying backward. Mick approached with a smug grin. That's 9 losses out of 10 matches. He raised a finger. Guess who finally won? Kim Yuan's face was swollen from the beating. His one good eye still locked on his son Wukong. The sage frowned, then smiled. Not bad. They shook hands, gripping firmly. Back in the present, they stood in silence, gazing at the fragments of the past. Sun Wukong exhaled. You look like you were having fun. Kim Yuan smirked. At first, it was just annoying. His tone softened slightly. Maybe because I live a life without anyone beside me. Sun Wukong's ears twitched. His gaze darkened. Then why did you go with me? Why open your heart to me? Kim Yuan met his gaze. How do you defeat someone who can't die? His voice was calm, yet filled with meaning. I had no choice but to follow you. The vision shifted. They were locked in battle, gripping each other by the hair. Kim Yuan continued. Back then, I broke through my own limits, tore down my own walls. More fragments of the past fell away, revealing a hidden truth. He had heard whispers, rumors of gods. His mind flashed to the eyes of chaos, drifting through the void. Gods exist beyond the tower. And in the vision, he charged toward the tower, knowing what awaited him. A colossal astral being loomed before him. Before him loomed a colossal astral being. Kim Yuan lowered his gaze slightly. Sun Wukong exhaled. In the end, gods are still gods. His voice carried an edge of finality. They earned that title, whether they deserved it or not. The white-haired man furrowed his brows, sensing something deeper. Is that why you fought me? Kim Yuan shook his head. Not just you. He lifted his chin slightly. I fought all of them. His voice darkened, and they lost. Every single one of them. Miserably. Fragments of battles flashed before his eyes. War-torn fields, bodies strewn across shattered landscapes. The sphere lay broken on the ground. Kronos' voice echoed in his mind. We have to decide who goes back. Sun Wukong's expression shifted, his gaze serious. The one who grows the fastest. Blood dripped from Kim Yuan's tattered form. The one who kills the most enemies. The memories burned in his mind. Kim Yuan looked up. I was the one who had to go. Flames crackled around them, dancing in the air like restless spirits. Kim Yuan clenched his jaw, covering his face with his glove as he closed his eyes. Sun Wukong let out a long breath. So, you really are from the future. A notification flashed. Cinder Eye's mastery has increased significantly. The white-haired man placed a hand on his hip, tilting his head downward. Then I guess I should start fixing things here, too. His voice lowered. Lancelot was the cause of a lot of problems in the future. Britain needs to be cleaned up. The two stood at the edge of a mountain, towering spruce trees stretching toward the sky. Sun Wukong glanced over. How's the progress? Kim Yuan let out a dry chuckle. So slow, I'm not even sure it exists. He sighed. Just the first step in closing this damn poisonous hole. Sun Wukong smirked. What are the odds of you beating me? Kim Yuan shrugged. Who knows? Then he paused before guessing. Maybe a 1/10%? The sage blinked. That's it. Kim Yuan gave a half smile. As long as there's a chance, that's all that matters. Running his fingers through his hair, he closed his eyes. Were those monsters really that strong? He sighed. Man, I hate this kind of hassle. If only I had that body right now. The hero stopped mid-sentence. Your body's stuck on the 40th floor, isn't it? Sun Wukong's golden eyes widened in pure shock. His arms flew up in alarm. How the hell do you know that? Kim Yuan remained stone-faced. You weren't listening, were you? The white-haired man clenched his jaw. You said you're from the future, but still. His ears twitched as he anxiously rubbed the side of his head. He muttered under his breath, still processing. I can't believe this. Then his gaze snapped back to Kim Yuan. Wait, You mean you helped me because you knew what my situation was? Kim Yuan smiled slightly. Of course. Sun Wukong let out an exasperated sigh. Then you should help me, too. Kim Yuan's smirk widened. I already did. But Sun Wukong frowned. You helped me before. That was for my main body. That's not enough. A sudden shift in the air. Behind the white-haired man, a gate materialized. Sun Wukong's expression soured. Now, if you had only asked once, that would have been different. Before Kim Yuan could respond, figures on horseback burst through the portal. Women clad in armor, their presence commanding. Sun Wukong's ears twitched. His face tightened in alarm. Valkyries! Their eyes locked onto the portal behind them. Sun Wukong narrowed his gaze. What the hell happened to Asgard? His voice turned cold. They must be here to assess the situation. Kim Yuan exhaled sharply. Because the Round Table is a guardian guild, and Lancelot is still in contact with Olympus. The air crackled with tension as the Valkyries approached. His companion questioned whether they had arrived with the Valkyries solely for this reason. In response, the dark-haired one dismissed the idea, explaining that if the head of the Round Table had simply drawn a boundary on Olympus, they wouldn't have taken action. The Great War, Ragnarok, was destined to begin at the Round Table, and it was this conflict that ultimately brought Asgard to ruin. The hero stood in silence, his gaze sharp as he pieced it together. The Olympians had orchestrated everything, waiting for the cover of night to set Asgard's downfall in motion. But with Lancelot gone, he could finally breathe, though not fully relax. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a concerned sage. The sage hesitated before speaking, pressing for clarity. Are you saying the Valkyries came because the war has already begun? Where are you going? His curiosity deepened. Are you planning to meet them? The dark-haired one stopped, but didn't turn. Even if I met with Asgard now, there's nothing I could do. The white-haired one stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Asgard has its own sense of duty. They won't rush into war unprepared, knowing the cost of failure. But tell me, when will it begin? The hero lifted his hand, opening his palm. Before the war starts, Olympus will collapse. The cracks have already begun to show. Silence settled between them. The yellow-eyed one studied him closely, a shiver running through him. What was going on in the hero's mind? The sheer weight of it sent chills down his spine. The hero's thoughts drifted to his former comrades. Those golden, cinder eyes had once seen him enter the tower, gathering information from powerful rankers, each step aligning with his plan. Yet no matter how much he spoke of coming from the future, could he really control every move across endless possibilities? The vast collapse he envisioned stretched beyond his grasp. And in the grand scheme of things, he was no different from the masterpiece forged by countless high rankers who had poured everything into it. Extending his hand to the side, he accepted the administrator's invitation to a private meeting. We'll reach the 40th floor soon, he said, his voice steady. No need to worry. Behind him, the sage spoke again. With the administrator's help, you'll ascend in no time. A notification appeared. The administrator was considering the request. Moments passed. Then, another message. The administrator was deep in thought. The invitation screen flickered, blurring for an instant, before the final notification appeared. The administrator had agreed to the meeting. Standing atop the wall, the hero gazed down. Before him stretched towering mountains, jagged peaks crackling with lightning. This was the border of Britain. This was the edge of the world. And so began the next chapter. Tell Mr. Kim Yuan. This time, the tale would reveal the truth of Ragnarok. The scene shifted to the malevolent Lancelot. Long ago, in the hero's future, the leader of the Round Table had ordered an assault on a demon tribe. The image formed, a false king wielding a massive hammer, launching a brutal attack. In turn, the demons rose against him, unleashing their wrath. The protagonist continued his story, recounting how the evil giants and demons had launched an attack on the Round Table. The battle raged on, and the logo of Zeus appeared, crackling with lightning. He explained that the Olympians who had sided with Lancelot couldn't just stand by and watch as the Round Table was crushed. Odin, striking the blonde warrior on the head, was a turning point. But the Asgardians, known for their peace-loving nature, couldn't afford to wait for their enemies to make the first move. War was inevitable. The conflict spread to the tower, where warriors clashed relentlessly. Kim Yuan observed the chaos, commenting, "This is how everyone fights here, they're everywhere." The protagonist's mind flashed to another scene, him strangling a monstrous, evil octopus. The war had fueled the tower's power, making it stronger than ever. But in the end, there was no point in fighting each other. Kill them instead, he commanded. He leaned toward the long-eared warrior clutching his head and asked, "Do you get it now?" The warrior groaned, rubbing his temples. "Ugh, I think I understand, but my head's killing me." Meanwhile, Kim Yuan stood before the administrator, who assessed him with a critical eye. "The difficulty is high, but the rewards will be great. You'll need to sacrifice the points you've accumulated if you want to stand trial. The hero smirked. I've racked up quite a fortune dealing with Zeus's endless demands. I'm going crazy with all these trials. The administrator raised an eyebrow. If you walk away now, that blonde fool will start throwing lightning. The white-haired warrior held up 2 fingers. The administrator's priorities come first, then the order of the tower, then the progress of the trial. That's how this world works. The protagonist glanced at him just as a notification popped up. He read it carefully. If that's the case, then let's put these roles to the test. A new message appeared. Trial fee, 30,000 points. More notifications followed. To proceed, he had to navigate through the dense forest, carving a path forward. If he cleared it quickly, he'd receive an additional reward. He exhaled sharply, glancing up. A year-long trial. They really wanted him to suffer. Then, another alert. The trial will begin after the descent. He clenched his fists. I've heard enough. Time to open the world. From above, Sun Wukong lounged on a cloud, lazily peering down. Need a hand? The white-haired one stuck out his tongue. Not happening. You'll be fine on your own. They locked eyes for a brief moment. The hero narrowed his gaze. If you really wanted to help, you'd just get disqualified. Then all your efforts will be wasted. The sage frowned, clearly conflicted. TCH, this is bad. Do you really have to wait a whole year? The hero's expression darkened. Like hell I do. With a powerful stomp, he kicked off the ground. I'll finish in a month. He leaped into the air, ready to face whatever awaited him. I'll call when it's done. Until then, goodbye. As the trial officially began, a countdown flashed. 87:59:23:59 hours remaining. Deep in an unexplored forest on the 25th floor, the next challenge awaited. The knights moved cautiously through the dense forest, their footsteps barely making a sound. One of them whispered, Kim Yuan, weren't you just in the capital? The blonde knight beside him nodded. It should have taken me 3 days to get here. His gaze shifted. But how'd he get here so fast? A large group of knights, led by the hero, continued their march. The murmurs continued. They say he just finished a trial with the administrator. He confirmed his identity with a player's kit. His comrade furrowed his brows. Is that even possible? Beside the dark-haired hero, a man in gleaming silver armor spoke up. If someone this skilled joins us, it would be an honor. But his voice trailed off. Isn't this all a little too easy? The group trudged forward, the tension in the air thick. Even for an annual expedition, the knights would typically inspect the forest for 3 years at most. A single reorganization alone could take a full year. Yet here was this man, claiming he'd finish everything in half a month. The protagonist stepped ahead, his voice steady. It'll get done, one way or another. His confidence left the others speechless. At the back of the group, a warlock watched him closely. He's leading from the front. A player with this much potential should be more cautious. His grip tightened around his staff. Let's hope nothing disastrous happens. Suddenly, the hero raised his hand, and a surge of lightning crackled around it. A bright flash erupted. The knights instinctively shielded themselves. What was that? The protagonist studied his palm, frowning. One of the knights hesitated before asking, Why did you just? Kim Yuan exhaled. He felt slightly drained, but still had plenty of energy. Did my stats increase again? Turning to the knight, he asked, Is this your first time among the discoverers? The knight nodded stiffly. Kim Yuan's voice turned sharp. Even the slightest hesitation can put your comrades' lives at risk. The armored man swallowed hard. His hands trembled. A leader should never look afraid, Kim Yuan warned. Just then, the air around them shifted. Lightning crackled, but this time, it spread further. A wave of notifications flooded Kim Yuan's vision. Divine Thunderstone is interacting with Kaini. Divine Darkness Stone is resonating with Divine Thunderstone. He pulled his lightning-infused hand back. Divine Thunderstone activated. Due to low proficiency, activation time, 30 seconds. A countdown appeared. Kim Yuan clenched his fist. Dark lightning gathered in his palm. As the timer ticked down, the energy condensed, swirling violently. Then, with a swift motion, he threw it forward. The black lightning tore through the forest, obliterating dozens of monsters in a single strike. The knights staggered back, raising their arms to shield themselves from the aftermath. Someone gasped, This is madness. Another muttered in disbelief. When he said he'd finish in half a month, he wasn't just bragging. The warlock stood frozen, eyes wide in horror. What is he? The hero barely glanced back. Keep moving, he ordered. By the 4th day of their expedition, the landscape had changed. Mountains of monster corpses littered the ground. The battlefield reeked of burnt flesh and scorched earth. One knight turned to his commander, watching as another comrade sprinted ahead. He's moving too fast, he shouted. At this rate, we won't be able to keep up. Kim Yuan responded calmly. Today's march ends when the sun sets. It won't be easy, but we just need to hold on a little longer. The warlock, however, wasn't focused on the journey ahead. His mind was elsewhere, gripped by unease. His eyes fixed on a man leading them, and a shiver ran down his spine. There's no monster in this forest worse than him. He had heard whispers before, rumors of a high-level ranker with abilities like this one. And now, seeing it firsthand, he could only think of one comparison: Zeus. A bolt of lightning flashed in the distance, illuminating the sky for a brief moment. The warlock clenched his fists. His strength isn't quite on the level of a high ranker yet, but his skills? He's not far off. As the group pushed forward through the dense forest, he continued his thoughts. Even if he is a level 25 player, this speed is impossible. In a place this vast, even 15 days wouldn't be enough to clear it all. A droplet of something thick and purple splashed onto the commander's cheek. He barely had time to process it before a massive serpent lunged at him from the shadows. His heart stopped. Too late. But in the same instant, a figure in red shot forward, slamming a fist into the snake's skull. The impact was brutal, crushing the creature's head into the dirt. The knight rushed to his commander's side. "Sir, are you all right?" The masked man who had saved them pulled back his hood, revealing his face. The commander, still shaken, managed to mutter a breathless, "Thank you. Who are you?" The red-haired warrior smirked. "Are you with the Pioneer Squad?" Then, without waiting for an answer, he straightened and declared, "I am the Heavenly Fist, one of the 4 heavenly leaders of the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon." The knight's blood ran cold. The divine cult of the Heavenly Demon. His mind raced. The Heavenly Fist Lord, one of the 4 great leaders of the cult. And if he's here, looking for the young cult leader, that could only mean one thing. The red-haired warrior narrowed his eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The knight hesitated, then asked, "Why are you searching for your young leader here?" The warrior crossed his arms. "Because I heard he was here." Before they could question him further, a group of knights approached, their leader stepping forward. "We're the only ones in this area," he said carefully. "You shouldn't even be here without permission from the Pioneer Squad." "What?" That hit him. "Wait, we can't talk about that." Before he could say more, a deep voice cut through the tension. "Huh, I thought you might get tangled up with some weird folks, so I came back for you." A towering man raised a hand in greeting, striding toward the hero with a grin. Kim Yuan turned to him, his expression unreadable. "You came alone?" The red-haired man chuckled. "Oh, not at all. We came just as you ordered." The warlock, watching the exchange with growing concern, swallowed hard. Is the protagonist the leader of a divine cult? But before he could make sense of it, something in the distance caught his eye. His head snapped toward the movement. A group of warriors in traditional Eastern robes sprinted toward them, their expressions sharp with determination. The warlock's breath hitched. Am I seeing things? Because if he wasn't, things were about to get a lot more complicated. Completed in 15 days, Kim Yuan commanded. His subordinates immediately folded their hands and bowed their heads. In perfect unison, they declared, "We swear allegiance to the great leader of the cult." But Kim Yuan's expression darkened. "Enough," he ordered, halting them. Seeing the sheer number of warriors before him, he clenched his fists. "I have to complete this trial alone." From the start, outside help, beyond the Pioneer detachment, was never an option. A message flickered across the glowing sphere in his hand. "The Heavenly Demon has requested assistance in the Discovery Zone on the 25th floor. Maximum support required." He narrowed his eyes. A leader's power isn't just about strength. It's about using every available resource to its fullest. Surrounded by his cult members, Kim Yuan spoke with firm authority. "From this moment forward, your task is to assist the Discoverers. Explore this forest at top speed." The warriors exchanged eager smiles. "By your command." The forest stirred in response. Birds took flight, their cries piercing the sky. Warriors from the east surged into motion, sprinting through the dense terrain. The red-haired warrior lashed out with his fist, landing a devastating blow on a monstrous beast. Its skull shattered instantly. The green-eyed man beside him observed silently, his gaze sharp. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan continued his own assault. Towering creatures fell one after another, struck down by his life-infused lightning. As night approached, the expedition set up camp. Tents were pitched, fires crackled, and for the first time in days, they rested. Sitting by the fire, Kim Yuan held up his sphere, a message glowing across its surface. "Merlin, where have you disappeared to? Are you working there?" Another message followed. "Merlin, what's the deal with the Discoverers? And why in the world is the divine cult involved?" Kim Yuan exhaled. "It's exactly as it looks," he muttered to himself. "If I want to clear this forest faster, I'll need the cult's manpower." Another message appeared. "Merlin, acting as the king's representative? Huh? Then, can you request reinforcements?" The response came quickly, this time from the elder. "Elder, the country's current state is unstable. We can't afford to send additional troops." Kim Yuan sighed. "So it's up to us then." Across the battlefield, a warrior wielding a spear impaled another beast. A voice rang out from the distance. Heavenly Spearman, this area is almost cleared. Good, the spearman called back. Make way. Kim Yuan extended his gloved hand. His subordinates, watching him, spoke in unison. It's time to finish this. A sudden explosion of lightning tore through the forest. The ground trembled, the sky flashed, and then silence. Day 14 of exploration. A notification appeared. You have passed the World Discovery Test. Additional rewards will be distributed over time. Progress to the 26th floor is now unlocked. Sunlight filtered through the dense green canopy as another message appeared. Earned 50,000 points. Moments later, a second notification flashed. Earned 150,000 points. Kim Yuan turned to the red-haired warrior and extended his hand. They clasped forearms, sealing the exchange. A final notification appeared. 50,000 points transferred to Lord Fist. Then another. 50,000 points transferred to Lord Chong. The long-haired man glanced down at his hand, his lips curling into a smirk. That's a hefty sum, he mused. I'll gladly take it. Kim Yuan exhaled. At least that part's handled, but there's still more to do. A leader who refuses to repay his subordinates is more despised than any tyrant. Kim Yuan knew this well. Without the divine cult of the heavenly demon, achieving these results would have been impossible. But now, his focus shifted elsewhere. It was time to return to Camelot. His presence was being demanded. A familiar face flickered into the glowing sphere, the blacksmith. His expression was impatient, his voice sharp. I finished your request a long time ago, he snapped. Why aren't you here yet? This time, I won't forgive you. Kim Yuan sighed. No time to delay. Nearby, the large warrior inspected his palm before turning to the vice leader of the cult. Consider this a reward for your efforts, he said. Then, with a knowing smile, he added, but I prefer a different kind of reward. His fingers curled into a fist. His brows knitted together with anticipation. Despite my rank, let me challenge you to a fight. The second lord approached, but before he could intervene, Kim Yuan lifted a hand, blocking his path. I accept, he said simply. The long-haired warrior raised an eyebrow. What's with these sudden maneuvers? The challenger, now grinning, rolled his shoulders. Let's get started. The surrounding warriors quickly cleared the area, nodded in appreciation. I owe you for this, he said. Not a big deal, Kim Yuan replied. Make sure no one else gets caught up in it. The green-eyed man stood up just as a notification appeared. Battle initiated by mutual agreement. Penalties temporarily lifted. They faced each other. The Fist Lord, the last among the 4 heavenly lords to attain his title. One of the highest-ranking warriors in the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Kim Yuan clenched both fists, his lips curving into a smirk. I won't be using the heavenly demon's skills. It wasn't just out of fairness. Their abilities overlapped too much for him to go all out. But after all this time, blue lightning crackled around his form. Let's see how much I've grown. They charged at each other. The ground trembled beneath their steps. The Fist Lord smirked mid-dash. You sure you're not putting too much into this? Their fists collided. Boom. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, shaking the battlefield. Both warriors slid back into low fighting stances. The Eastern fighter raised an eyebrow. No divine flame? Kim Yuan exhaled. I've been training something else. The green-eyed man tensed. You'll regret that soon enough. He lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows. Kim Yuan parried effortlessly. Then crack. A sharp clap of thunder exploded between them, sending arcs of lightning through the air. The red-haired warrior grit his teeth, his expression tightening. I dodged. No, he hadn't dodged. He had blocked. His fist trembled slightly. So much time has passed. Of course, he's grown stronger. A deep green aura flared around Kim Yuan's body. Notification. Giant's power is flowing through your body. He exhaled with a knowing grin. Notification. Stamina has been redirected to strength at an increased ratio. The challenger's eyes sharpened. Fine, he muttered. If I can't use my full strength. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, his fists soaring straight for Kim Yuan's guard. Kim Yuan responded in kind. Lightning flashed. The battle had truly begun. Kim Yuan's punches came fast and relentless. Peng Bakelim raised his arms in defense, but the sheer force behind each blow sent jolts of pain through his body. I could feel my bones cracking. The assault continued, each strike heavier than the last. How's he this strong? Peng Bakelim gritted his teeth. Losing to a player who's only climbed 10 floors. That would be unthinkable. Kim Yuan's fist rocketed toward him, aimed straight at his face. Peng Bakelim's mind raced. I've never missed a day of training. Not once. And yet, Lord Fist, still reeling from the exchange, stared at the hero in shock. His expression was unreadable, but within, a storm raged. This is exactly why I wanted to fight him properly. No interruptions. No limitations. I needed to see how much stronger he's become. Kim Yuan met his gaze and stepped forward. Another devastating blow landed. Blood splattered from Peng Baeklim's mouth. The red-haired warrior staggered. His eyes, now glowing with a fierce blue light, burned with renewed determination. No, it can't end here. With a fierce roar, Peng Baeklim stomped the ground. A violent shockwave erupted, cracking the earth beneath him. Mana surged outward. Then his aura ignited. Blue fire coiled around his fists as he unleashed his most powerful skill, 100 Lightning Fist. Boom! Kim Yuan was blasted backward, the force hurling him through the air. Peng Baeklim, panting heavily, glared ahead. A voice called out to him. Cheon Mujin, standing with a serious expression, surrounded himself in swirling purple flames. His gaze sharpened. Peng Baeklim, what are you looking at? Peng Baeklim turned toward him. Cheon Mujin flames flare brighter. Can you see it now? With a furious cry, Cheon Mujin swung forward, his attack searing through the battlefield. Peng Baeklim's eyes widened in fear. His mind reeled. What did I just witness? His body trembled. This overwhelming, unbearable power. Before he could process it further, a hand grasped his wrist from behind. Peng Baeklim turned. Kim Yuan stood there, his grip firm, his expression calm. The flames that raged around Peng Baeklim flickered. The flame recognizes him. Kim Yuan's voice was steady. Tell me, Peng Baeklim, what did you see? Lord Fist's breathing was ragged. His mind screamed the answer before his lips could even move. I saw the heavenly demon. His knees buckled. I saw my lord. With that realization, Peng Baeklim collapsed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. On his knees, he clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. His forehead pressed against the dirt. I've lost, he declared, voice unwavering. Thank you for granting my request so willingly. Kim Yuan exhaled, then smirked. That was fun. A grand white building with golden accents loomed ahead. Inside, Merlin leaned back, folding one arm as he spoke. So, you disappeared to the border for who knows how long, and now you just suddenly return? His voice carried a hint of amusement. You must have a mountain of things to handle in the coming days. Nearby, Kim Yuan sat slouched in a chair, his eyes closed, exhaustion written all over him. The old man beside him raised an eyebrow. Let me guess. The great sage brought you back. Kim Yuan let out a deep sigh. I thought I was going to die on the way back. Memories of the journey flashed in his mind, his heart pounding, silent prayers for survival. Merlin chuckled. It seems you owe quite the debt to the cult of the heavenly demon. Kim Yuan tensed slightly. Or should I say, Merlin added, his tone sharper, before Myram. Kim Yuan's fingers curled slightly, his expression unreadable. Merlin exhaled. To think the heavenly demon cult would ally with Myram. Now you stand on equal footing with the Guild of Giants. He shook his head. I can't believe it, but you were right. The old man frowned, his demeanor shifting. Kim Yuan turned to him. And what about the round table? At that, the old man's face darkened. His voice dropped into a mutter. Don't even start. Tension rippled through Asgard. Whispers spread like wildfire. Some members murmured about leaving the guild. His expression unreadable. The gray-haired man beside him scoffed. I don't even know who's planning to leave. But it's all because of that guy, Lancelot. Another man crossed his arms. No, it's because of the Olympians. They've thrown everything into chaos. But soon, things will settle. A faint blue light shimmered in his palm. He tightened his grip, and I'll make sure of it. Merlin watched, his gaze sharp. Then do it. Before the hero, the water began to swirl, twisting into a spiraling current. Is this part of the conditions? Kim Yuan asked, narrowing his eyes. The second man nodded. Take it and rise. Kim Yuan furrowed his brows. The remnants of Triangle must be preserved at all costs, the man continued. I don't know what exactly needs saving, but once you hear the key details, you'll understand. Visions of fallen warriors flashed through Kim Yuan's mind. The sea stone. If he had it, if he crafted it into an item. Armor, not weapons. A black cloak hovered in midair, swirling with magic. M watched the hero closely. Easy made a choice he won't regret this time. The old man studied Kim Yuan as he moved, testing the cloak's flexibility. I figured you'd prefer something more comfortable than heavy armor, the old man mused. Kim Yuan nodded, adjusting the fabric over his shoulders. It's perfect. Placing a hand on his chest, he noted how light the cloak felt, draping over most of his body. If key condensed adamantium, would that count as an expansion of volume? A notification flashed. Triangle, armor crafted from pure sea stone. Infused with adamantium, drawing power from the ocean. Functions. O controls the sea. O enhances water mana concentration. O boosts water resistance by 50%. O reduces mana consumption by 30%. O activates sea defense. O S-class passive. The power of the sea shields against harmful forces. Kim Yuan unsheathed a blade, gripping it firmly. The old man's eyes widened. Then, in one swift motion, Kim Yuan swung the sword, straight at his own arm. The blade made contact. A burst of blue water surged around his wrist, absorbing the impact. The man in green staggered back, shouting, "Are you out of your mind?" Kim Yuan simply smiled, raising his arm. "Just testing the armor's defense and skill effects." The old man gawked at him. "You just try to cut off your own hand." Kim Yuan shrugged. "And? I'm fine." Lowering his gaze, he studied his arm. The surface looked normal, but beneath the skin, adamantium pulsed with energy. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to cut through it. Blue mana swirled around him. "Paper thin or not," he muttered, flexing his fingers, "this protection won't let me be cut so easily." Mana filled the chamber, crackling like a storm. Kim Yuan's expression darkened. This could get dangerous. He turned to the old man. "Step back." His eyes locked forward. "Is this blue mana?" A flicker of purple light pulsed at the edges of his vision. Something else was stirring. A shadowy silhouette emerged just beyond Kim Yuan's line of sight. At the same moment, an egg from his inventory materialized before him. His eyes narrowed. "Who's behind me?" A flurry of notifications flashed. "Unknown egg is happy for you. Unknown egg bares its teeth." A single, glowing green. I stared at him. Kim Yuan turned toward the presence, his gaze locking onto a strange purple creature. His thoughts raced. Is this the same creature whose eyes I saw in Kaini? His voice came out steady. "What are you?" The figure shimmered, translucent and distorted. Mick's voice cut through the tension. "He has no name. He is neither monster nor man." He paused. "Now answer, what are you?" The unknown creature remained silent, its form shifting unnaturally. Kim Yuan's brow furrowed. It's hesitating, then it finally spoke. "I am second." A sudden shockwave sent the surrounding water blasting outward. Merlin stepped forward, his eyes flashing with intensity. "What is that thing?" His fingers twitched with restrained energy. "It's radiating unstable mana. Should I destroy it?" Kim Yuan's grip tightened. "I don't know, but I want to." He lowered his gaze, tension gripping his chest. "I've seen that face before, but I can't remember where. It's like someone erased it from my mind." A flicker of realization hit him. Is it waiting for the divine thunderstone of Zeus? His eyes darted to the egg. The interface displayed a status update. Hatching progress, 95.94%. Kim Yuan's thoughts churned. "I need answers. How did it harness the power of an external god? And why is it an object now?" The hatching speed continued to rise at an alarming rate. Kim Yuan adjusted his cloak, preparing to leave. The old man studied him. "You're heading out?" Kim Yuan nodded. "I have to go." Merlin sighed. "How urgent is it? You haven't even rested yet." The older man gave him a knowing look. "Next time, stop by when you have a moment. Maybe by then, we'll even have a statue in your honor." Kim Yuan smirked. "I'll hold you to that." With that, he turned and left. As he stepped into the city, a notification popped up. World Discovery Reward. Compensation period has ended. A choice appeared before him. Skill upgrade. Stat boost. He selected stats without hesitation. Strength +1. Endurance +1. A sudden explosion rocked the air. Trial of the 26th floor begins. Then, trial cleared, 26th floor. Black, red, blue, and yellow mana spiral together. 20,000 points earned. Trial cleared, 27th floor. Trial cleared, 29th floor. Kim Yuan skidded across the ground, gripping his blade. The notifications didn't stop. Trial of the 30th floor, initiated. Trial cleared, 30th floor. Trial cleared, 35th floor. Above him, the sky shifted, colors morphing with the changing time of day. Through towering mountain paths, he pressed forward. Trial cleared, 39th floor. Trial cleared, 40th floor. 6 months passed. Somewhere, a fisherman cast his net into the sky, pulling in strange, floating fish. Kim Yuan sat in the middle of a quiet forest, a small fire crackling as he cooked his meal. 41st floor, testing grounds. A number flickered above his head. 50. Behind him, the armored figures of unknown warriors loomed. A hushed voice broke the silence. "He's here." Bandage spoke up first. "I activated the muffling skill. Won't hear a thing now." He turned to the second man. "So don't run off." The second man glanced at him. "I've got 50 summoning stones on me. That's a lot for one person, but nothing compared to their stockpile." A glowing interface flickered before them, displaying the description of a blue fragment. To earn points, defeat the summoned creature. Score increases based on victory rank. Summoning stones are scattered across the territory. The more stones used, the stronger the summoned creature. High-rank defeats yield higher scores. All around the dark-haired man, groups of challengers were scattered. "Didn't I see that guy in the 25th floor rankings?" One of them whispered. "He's nothing special." Another scoffed. There are rumors you can cheat your way up the tower, just like those hidden brats from noble families. Either way, someone muttered, gripping their weapon, take positions. Just in case. The tension thickened. The men tightened their grips on their weapons. All right, one of them started. On my mark, one. But Kim Yuan didn't even move. He sat by the fire, seemingly unconcerned. The countdown continued. Nick, standing nearby, held something glowing blue in his palm. He unclenched his fist, revealing two blue fragments, one larger than the other. The larger stone pulsed with magic. Then chaos erupted. Figures sprinted out of the forest, charging toward Kim Yuan. Attack! Someone roared. 3 figures lunged, their auras flaring in different colors. The man with the bandage stared ahead in shock. Something's wrong. The dark-haired man finally moved, gathering deep purple energy in his hand. Above his head, his score changed. 817. The nearest attacker faltered mid-stride. His voice wavered. Wait, 817. What the hell? A shockwave of purple energy exploded outward. The attackers screamed as the force blasted them back. The magic dispersed. Kim Yuan exhaled, glancing up. 1020. TCH. That's too bad. His gaze shifted to the remaining group. I figured you'd last longer, considering how many summoning stones you had. He inspected the stones in his palm. He had divided them into 2 piles, 983 and 37. If I split them like this, the number shifts. It was a perfect way to lure in targets. By using the summoning stones as bait, he had easily gathered over 1,000 points. Kim Yuan clenched his hands. Blue energy oozed between his fingers. A test like this is perfect. If groups like this keep coming, I won't even need to hunt for stones. They'll walk right up to me. His fingers tightened, the blue glow intensifying. Time to start the real test, he murmured. The scattered stones in his hand fused together, bursting into red flames. A notification flashed. Summoning initiated. How many stones would you like to use? Kim Yuan's answer was instant. All of them. The system processed his request. 1,020 summoning stones used. The ground cracked apart. Flames surged into the sky. A new notification appeared. Summon, Demon King, Diablo. Kim Yuan's eyes narrowed. Wait, the Demon King? On the 41st floor. Before him, a figure emerged from the inferno. Wreathed in black flames, the entity stepped forward. Kim Yuan exhaled, his fingers twitching at his side. So this is a test, and the tower's managers were watching. The demon tribe had joined forces, increasing the chances of something significant happening. However, he had expected a high-ranking powerhouse from the top 20 to appear, perhaps even the lord of the Demon Guild. Staring into the blazing flames, he realized this was no ordinary opponent. The balance of the trial itself had crumbled. Kim Yuan's mind raced. Who had thrown everything into chaos? Just then, a voice echoed. Diablo stirred from his slumber, his disembodied presence turning toward the source of the disturbance. Amused, he remarked that he had been sleeping soundly, until someone foolishly chose to wake him. His gaze locked onto the dark-haired figure before him. 1,000 stones just to summon me? You must be insane. His voice carried a hint of curiosity as he asked. Tell me, did you summon me knowing exactly who I am? The hero met his gaze without flinching. So you're Diablo. Diablo chuckled. And yet, you still took the risk? Gripping his weapon tightly, the player smirked. Isn't it obvious? He raised his blade, eyes flashing with determination. I'm here to kill you and take the points. Diablo let out a deep, guttural laugh. You know who I am, and yet you dare to act so arrogantly? His form grew larger, his presence more menacing. A system notification flashed. You have entered the vicious temple of Diablo. Almost instantly, another alert appeared. Your senses are paralyzed, resisting the effect of domination. Diablo's voice rumbled, promising, I will turn every last piece of you into smoldering ash. Kim Yuan drew his blade, sensing a negative effect weighing down on him. He didn't like it, not one bit. Without hesitation, he lunged, thinking, I'll burn down this whole temple first. A powerful attack rained down from the heavens, a massive surge of purple energy that slammed into the battlefield. Another notification. The divine flames are resisting the wicked temple. Resistance successful. The ground beneath Diablo shattered, engulfing him in rubble. Kim Yuan steadied himself, eyes locked ahead. Did it work? A sudden flash of red. A massive claw shot out, grabbing for his head. Before he could react, the impact sent him crashing into the ground. The monstrous figure loomed over him, its jagged mouth stretching into a grin. This is starting to get interesting. Kim Yuan pushed himself up, his grip on his sword tightening. He launched himself forward, prepared to strike once more. Diablo sneered. You're still standing? The demon struck again, its limbs tearing through the battlefield. Kim Yuan dodged, then drove his blade straight into Diablo's face. With a single motion, Diablo swatted him away, sending him flying. Kim Yuan crashed into a pile of debris, but rose almost instantly, only to be met with another powerful strike from the demon's tail. The force sent him airborne. He twisted midair, retaliating with another attack. A wave of purple flames erupted from his blade, tearing through the space between them. Diablo's mouth opened wide, an inferno brewing within. I don't like your flames. Without warning, a searing blaze shot toward Kim Yuan. The dark-haired warrior landed hard, creating a shockwave around him. His gaze sharpened, studying the demon. So, even divine flames won't work against him? He exhaled, gripping his weapon tighter. Then let's see what it really takes to bring you down, Diablo. The horned demon loomed before him, its massive form crackling with residual energy. Kim Yuan observed the scorch marks left behind. Seemed like the lightning infused with Kain's power had managed to leave a trace. Diablo's rage ignited once more, flames roaring within his open maw. Without hesitation, he unleashed another devastating fire beam toward Kim Yuan. But when the flames cleared, there was no one in sight. The demon's eyes widened in shock. Where did that rat go? Where is he hiding? High above, Kim Yuan had already repositioned himself midair. His body crackled with lightning, his thoughts razor-sharp. At least now I know what works and what doesn't. He raised his blade, lightning surging through it. This would be a battle of pure speed and power. Notification. Heavenly Step activated. In an instant, he accelerated, his speed doubling for 5 seconds, granting him the ability to float. The moment Diablo spotted him, he roared, launching another fiery blast straight at him. A blinding flash erupted as fire and lightning collided in the sky. Diablo squinted through the explosion, his voice laced with disbelief. Did he survive? Another notification flashed. The power of giants fills your body. Kim Yuan clenched his jaw, feeling the overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Diablo's eyes darkened as he realized something was wrong. With a swift, fluid motion, Kim Yuan's blade slashed downward. A sharp cry of agony tore through the battlefield. The demon's massive, clawed hand tumbled through the air, severed from its owner. Diablo reeled back, his bared fangs twisting in fury. This can't be happening, he roared. Fiery energy surged around his head, his rage manifesting in waves. But Kim Yuan stood firm, his entire body now glowing with a green aura. Notification. Giant's power successfully distributed throughout your body. A massive explosion followed, sending debris flying in every direction. Kim Yuan stood at the center of it all, his hand extended, golden flames flickering at his fingertips. Diablo's jaw tightened. This is unexpected. His gaze bore into Kim Yuan, evaluating him. You're a player, aren't you? You're passing the trial, but I don't like this anymore. His next words came as a shock. Join the Demon King's Guild. The moment you become a ranker, I'll make you the next Demon King. Kim Yuan's grip on his sword tightened. He scoffed. I'm human. Why would I join a guild full of demons? Diablo smirked. Human? You're more than that. I can sense the demonic energy within you. It's proof you're destined to rule. Kim Yuan's scarlet eyes flickered. So he noticed. The Demon King's Guild. No one in history had ever received such an offer. For a split second, he considered it. Then, standing firm, he raised his blade once more. No, he said, his voice unwavering. I'm human. I don't belong to any guild. Diablo's expression darkened. Green lightning crackled around him. His eyes widened in realization. You're Kim Yuan? A massive explosion tore through the battlefield, shaking the ground and sending green sparks in every direction. System notification. You have destroyed. The battle was far from over. System notification. You have defeated the Demon King, Diablo. 1,000,000 summoning points were added to his total. Another message followed. The challenge will automatically end once the maximum score is reached. Notification. You have passed the 41st floor test. Kim Yuan glanced at his rewards. 1,000 points and an item, Diablo's horn. A red, jagged demonic horn appeared in the information box. Description. Blessed by the Demon King of fire and destruction. With this item, you can earn the favor of any demon of your choosing. More system messages popped up. Demonic bloodline has increased in level. Demonic energy gauge filled 40%. Demonic energy increased by 20%. A glowing green system window appeared, asking if he wanted to proceed to the next floor. The yes button lit up. Kim Yuan pressed it. A gray full moon loomed over a dark sky as the system announced. You have arrived on the 42nd floor. He stepped forward, taking in the eerie surroundings. On a vast stone staircase lined with towering columns, a man stood motionless. The stranger exhaled sharply. I hate this place. The air stinks. It's irritating. Another voice responded, amused. You're right. I have no idea how my uncle manages to live in a dump like this. Kim Yuan remained silent, his gaze sharp. The blond man turned, eyeing him. Too humid for you? Holding a torch, the man extended his hand with a smirk. Welcome to hell. Ahead, a raven stared with unsettling intent. Half of its body missing, skeletal remains exposed beneath tattered feathers. More crows circled the sky, their eerie calls echoing in the distance. Kim Yuan followed the blonde, his mind focused. Did he just say hell, and not floor 42? The man chuckled. Relax, I just call it that. I'm actually in a good mood. Kim Yuan kept walking. Because you're happy, so? Welcome to hell. The blonde, slightly flustered, awkwardly confirmed. Well, yeah, it's just that floor 42 is literally called hell. Kim Yuan's thoughts drifted as he stared ahead. Even in my past life, I had no interest in this floor. Not because of its resources, but because the air here is suffocating. They moved across a vast, tiled space. The blonde, Hargan, spoke again. I heard about what you pulled on the 33rd floor. That was insane. Not many have crossed paths with the Olympians. Kim Yuan glanced at him. So word has already spread? Hargan shrugged. Probably because you're on the higher floors now. The more you climb, the more attention you get. Rankers up here are always looking for rising stars. Kim Yuan mulled over the thought. So even Hargan's rank is higher than Zeus was back when I was a player. Looks like more people are pushing forward than I thought. The sky above darkened, the silhouettes of jagged towers cutting through the gloom. Flames flickered from Hargan's torch, illuminating the shifting black smoke between towering stone columns. They stopped before an entrance, an ominous cavern hidden between the stone formations. Kim Yuan studied it before asking, This is the place? Hargan nodded. Yeah, no doubt about it. This place is sacred to the Olympians. I've been here a couple of times. The entrance led into darkness, stone steps descending deep into the abyss. Hargan gestured toward the opening. This is the real entrance. The core of this world starts down there. Without hesitation, they began their descent. Kim Yuan's eyes remained fixed ahead. This cave runs deeper than I expected. Just how far does it go? For 10 minutes, they had been descending. The narrow path stretched deeper into the abyss, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows against the cave walls. Kim Yuan followed closely behind Hargan, the air growing heavier with each step. Suddenly, Hargan's hands sparked with golden lightning. With a quick motion, he unleashed a crackling bolt into the darkness ahead. A blinding flash illuminated the cavern, revealing shifting black shapes lurking in the distance. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. There are a lot of them. A strange sensation prickled at the back of his neck. Someone was watching. Then, from the depths, they emerged. Black dogs with eerie purple markings slinked forward, their glowing eyes fixed on the intruders. Kim Yuan clenched his fist, a green energy surging through his hand. No idea if I can handle them, but I'll try. System notification. Giant's power has spread throughout your body. The beasts lunged, snarling. Kim Yuan met them head-on, driving his fist into the nearest one. The impact sent the massive creature flying, its dark form crashing against the cave wall. He straightened, eyes cold. Come on, stop wasting my time. The three-headed beasts barked in fury, their menacing silhouettes filling the cavern. But Kim Yuan was relentless. He tore through them, his fists landing with devastating force. White flashes trailed his attacks, illuminating the battlefield. One of the Cerberus lunged. Kim Yuan grabbed its powerful jaws mid-snap and clamped them shut with sheer strength. The beast growled, its glowing eyes flickering with uncertainty. System notification. Cerberus is questioning your identity. System notification. Cerberus fears the power of the giants. Holding the struggling beast, Kim Yuan exhaled. Behind the trembling dogs, he could almost see it. An image of a warrior clad in animal skins, standing over a battlefield of defeated Cerberus. Hercules, Kim Yuan murmured, piecing it together. The legend of Hercules, who fought Cerberus for days without rest, was etched into their very instincts. These creatures carried the memories of that battle, and now they recoiled from him because they sensed the same overwhelming strength. A new system alert flashed. Cinder eyes are attempting to read your nature. Error. Kim Yuan released a massive dog and watched as it stumbled backward. That should be enough. A pulse of purple energy lit up the space in front of them. Kim Yuan smirked. Finally, the trembling Cerberus scattered as a shadowy figure emerged from the glow. Kim Yuan's gaze sharpened. The second-ranked entity in all of Olympus. The one Zeus had feared and imprisoned. The only god truly essential for saving Kronos. Hargan exhaled, closing his eyes in respect. Ruler of darkness. The scholar of Olympus. Kim Yuan's thoughts confirmed it. Hades. A man in a dark suit stepped forward, his neatly trimmed beard framing his stoic face. By his side, A cloaked figure stood motionless, its features hidden beneath the hood. The next scene shifted to a long, dimly lit table. Hades sat across from them, an unreadable expression on his face. Beside him, the hooded figure remained silent. On the table, a container of dark liquid sat between them. Kim Yuan picked it up, inspecting the thick, swirling contents. Black. Hades raised his cup, a faint smirk forming. It's good for your health. Hades raised his cup to his lips. It also restores mana and stabilizes both body and soul. Kim Yuan remained silent, watching him. Lifting the cup, he took a sip. System notification. You have consumed Hell's Grass Tea. Mana regeneration increased for 1 hour. A sudden clarity washed over him. Kim Yuan blinked, his thoughts sharpening. Hell's Grass Tea, that's a rare item. He glanced at Hades, realization sinking in. He actually gave me something valuable. Hades said nothing, his gaze steady. Then, after a moment, he spoke. I still can't believe you managed to stop Zeus' lightning. He turned to Hargan, who sat calmly at the table. From now on, you should work with me. Hargan didn't hesitate. Of course. The blonde met his gaze. You could trust me. I'll stand with you until the end. Kim Yuan remained quiet, his expression unreadable. Hades leaned back slightly, eyes sharp. You responded without hesitation. There was something calculating in his voice. Seated at the head of the table, he studied Kim Yuan carefully. I have a feeling that you were hiding something while fighting Cerberus. I wonder why. A glimmer flickered in his eyes. You should know I don't trust those who keep secrets from me. His voice deepened. How can I not doubt someone who refuses to show their true self? Kim Yuan met his gaze, thoughts racing. As expected, he's not easy to deal with. Before he could reply, Hades continued. For 7 years, there's only been one person worthy to stand by my side, Hephaestus. His words carried weight. When I asked about him, he told me you were someone I could trust, that I wouldn't regret my decision. Hades took another sip of his tea. His voice was unwavering. Kim Yuan felt a twinge of frustration. So, in the end, it's all about connections? Then why send Cerberus after me? Hades exhaled slowly, setting his cup down. The leader of the heavenly demon sect, his voice dropped slightly. What do you think? Cheon Mujin has finally made his move. Kim Yuan froze. Hades' glowing blue eyes locked onto him. You don't know. Kim Yuan's fingers brushed the edge of his cup. I can only act within my own strength. His voice was calm, measured. In our position, even a single word from the heavenly demon can shift everything. That makes it difficult to give a straightforward answer. He looked up. But if anyone other than Mujin tries to act, then no. It's impossible. Hades narrowed his eyes. Impossible? His tone suggested he wasn't convinced. Kim Yuan shook his head. I don't mean that he won't act. Just that the heavenly demon sect doesn't have to interfere. He lifted his cup. Because in the end, this fight will end once we deal with the king. His reflection shimmered in the dark liquid. That's right, the battle will end. But not the war. Memories flickered in his mind. The towering structure of the sect. The weight of past conflicts. If the heavenly demon sect joins forces with Hades, a war with Zeus will be inevitable. In his mind, he envisioned the people at this very table, now in the form of Zeus himself. The best outcome, the one with the least casualties. That can only happen if this remains a battle, not a war. A vision flashed. An image of a warrior plunging his sword into his opponent, the echoes of battle ringing in his ears. But if this escalates, Ragnarok will follow. Hades held his cup between his fingers, his expression unreadable. Hades frowned, his gaze darkening. You think everything will end just by dealing with a king? His voice carried both skepticism and curiosity. He studied Kim Yuan carefully before asking. Are you aware of the power you're up against? Do you really think you're not asking for too much? Kim Yuan lowered his eyes, his voice steady. That's just how it will play out. Hades' expression hardened. You stopped Zeus' lightning once, and now you think you can handle this. Kim Yuan looked up, meeting his gaze. Not me. A pause. Hades leaned forward slightly. Then what do you mean? Kim Yuan's voice remained calm, as he explained. Poseidon's absence has already thrown the balance among the 3 gods into disarray. Hades' brows furrowed. I know that. His tone was laced with irritation. Zeus was well aware that Poseidon and I had joined forces to trap him in an underground prison. It's been 6 months since then. Kim Yuan nodded. That's true. But on Olympus, it wasn't Zeus who truly broke the balance, was it? His crimson eyes burned with certainty as he spoke the next name. Hercules did. The room fell into silence. Kim Yuan's voice remained unwavering. So why don't we bring him here? Hargan shot up from his seat, eyes wide. Are you serious? Hades, still seated, considered his words. What's the probability? Kim Yuan's response was immediate. 70%. Hargan blinked. That high. Kim Yuan clasped his hands together. Tell me this. If Hercules joins us, wouldn't our chances of victory increase? Hades remained silent, watching him intently. His sharp eyes reflected Kim Yuan's unwavering determination. He's the only one who has caused this many shifts in Olympus. He freed Hephaestus. He fought against the administrator of the Olympian court. Memories of Kim Yuan's past actions surfaced in Hades' mind. The man could still picture it clearly. The one who wielded the sea stone, the one who halted Zeus' lightning. His words were bold, even reckless. But there was no hesitation, no doubt. Hades exhaled slowly, a small, knowing smile forming. Only someone who has faced unimaginable trials and emerged victorious could be this confident. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. It's not entirely impossible. Kim Yuan nodded in satisfaction and stood up from the table. Hargan looked at him in shock. Wait, where are you going? Kim Yuan glanced back. The 40th floor. There's something I need to take care of before we bring Hercules here. Hargan opened his mouth to ask again, but Hades suddenly rose, leaning on the table as he addressed Kim Yuan directly. The way you fought Cerberus, it wasn't as overwhelming as you might think. His tone was firm but measured. Even if your opponent had been an Olympian, you're not invincible. Kim Yuan remained silent, listening. Hades studied him carefully. It's not just about skill. It's about the impact you leave behind, the history you create. He turned slightly, recalling Zeus' previous plans. The Horse Riders, the demon tribe, his failed attempt to use the giants to crush Asgard. If you hadn't interfered, Zeus would have already waged war using the giants and the demon tribe against Asgard, Hades continued. Even he isn't reckless enough to take on Asgard in a direct clash. But because of you, he'll tread more carefully now. Hades turned away, which means now is the time to speak with Odin. Hargan turned to him, taken aback. You're going to him now? Hades nodded before issuing another order. Meet the Apollo siblings. Hargan hesitated. Right now. Hades sighed. It's already late. Best to wait until dawn. He glanced at Kim Yuan. You should leave tomorrow as well. Hargan exchanged glances with Kim Yuan before repeating the word slowly. At dawn. Then, with a puzzled expression, he turned to his friend. Where exactly does the sun rise in hell? Kim Yuan smirked slightly. It was a joke. Wax dripped down the side of a burning candle, the faint flicker of its flame casting soft shadows against the stone walls. Kim Yuan scanned his surroundings, taking in the unexpected sight. A place to rest in hell. Beyond the open door, a deep red glow pulsed within the rocky depths. The eerie crimson light seeped through the cracks, illuminating the small room he stood in. He exhaled. So this really is hell. Raising his gloved hand to his chest, he focused. A faint charge of lightning flickered around his fingers, pulsing with energy. Kaine's skill on the 42nd floor. The name was the same. His gaze shifted to his glove, where a glowing yellow symbol, shaped like a demonic eye, seemed to stare back at him. Is something watching me? His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden system notification. System alert. You are being summoned to hell. Bright yellow-black lightning erupted from his glove. What? Before he could react, his body plummeted. Darkness engulfed him. Black liquid swallowed his form as if he'd been dropped into an endless abyss. He instinctively reached out, his palms stretching upward as if to grasp something. Anything to steady himself. But there was nothing. At first, it felt like sinking into deep water. His body drifted weightlessly, the world around him completely still. He inhaled sharply. Water? But I can breathe? The glow from his glove intensified, flickering in the vast emptiness around him. System notification. You have entered hell for the first time. The king of the dead is now in his own domain. His mind raced. A river or a sea. Tiny bubbles floated upward from his fingertips, swirling in the unseen current. Then realization struck. No, this isn't water. This is mana. Everywhere. Stretching infinitely in all directions. A boundless, endless sea of raw power. And Kaini. It was the tunnel that led directly into this limitless energy. The glow of his eyes reflected off the swirling fragments of darkness that pulsed like living embers within the abyss. System notification. The dead recognize you. His breath caught. They worship me? Darkness surrounded him, broken only by glimmering yellow sparks. Then light. Above him, the deep void gave way to a sky filled with white clouds. The sun hung high, bathing a massive city in golden light. Thick mist curled around towering spires, giving the entire place an ethereal, dreamlike quality. Kim Yuan touched his chest, grounding himself. The 40th floor. Nearby, a figure stood among the clouds. Arthur, clad in a dark cloak. His gaze was fixed ahead, unreadable. Kim Yuan drifted closer, thoughts swirling. Where did the dead go? But no, he hadn't fallen to the 40th floor. He had plunged into his own consciousness. Floating beside Arthur, he spoke. Do you remember anything? Arthur turned, his expression calm. After my death, I was drawn into something Susanoo, I think. I ended up at the border between the living and the dead. He exhaled. That's probably why I don't remember much after dying. Kim Yuan frowned. Not exactly helpful. Arthur offered a small, apologetic nod. Then, something clicked in Kim Yuan's mind. Wait, if you do remember something, does that mean you saw the sea? Arthur finished the thought. He paused, then nodded slowly. Yes, but only for a moment. I can't be sure. Kim Yuan clenched his fist, his black-gloved hand tightening. As I thought, the dead are beneath the sea. This is turning out even better than I expected. His gaze shifted back to the city in the clouds. A towering structure rose above the mist, stretching toward the heavens. Arthur's voice broke the silence. Do you see that? Kim Yuan's eyes followed his line of sight. You've been there. Arthur stood beside him, his cloak rippling slightly. A long time ago, after its founding. Arthur lowered his gaze, his expression resolute. I'm ready now, he said, his voice steady. Then, with unwavering loyalty, he addressed Kim Yuan. Give me an order, my king. Bright flashes erupted in the air as weapons clashed violently. The sound of steel striking steel echoed off the long white staircase, now stained with blood. Arthur, clad in his dark cloak, gripped his spear tightly. He barely had time to react before a swift strike came at him. His armor absorbed the impact, the force reverberating through his body. Nearby, on a grand platform outside a magnificent white structure, a crowd stood frozen in shock. Warriors draped in pristine white cloaks, their blue scarves fluttering, trembled as they processed the scene before them. One of them murmured, Olympus must be swimming in wealth to build something like this for a god who only recently became a senior ranker. Another voice chimed in, wary. Or maybe it's because he's the heir of Hera and Zeus. There aren't many like him. The guards tightened their grips on their spears, stepping forward aggressively. How dare you enter this place? One of them barked. State your name and rank immediately. Kim Yuan remained calm, his voice unwavering. Your master despises insults, he said. Tell him I'm here. Arthur, standing behind him with his sword drawn, remained silent but alert. The tension thickened as Kim Yuan took a step forward. His next words sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. I am Kim Yuan. I've come to challenge the god of war, Ares. High above, on a balcony overlooking the hall, a white-haired man leaned casually against the railing. His glowing eyes gleamed with curiosity as he observed the commotion below. What's all this noise? Ares asked, his voice carrying an edge of amusement. The guard stiffened at the sound of his voice. You don't hear it? Ares continued, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield below. Blood is being spilled, blades are clashing. Just then, a cloaked warrior collapsed onto the ornate carpet, defeated by a single stroke of a sword. A sudden cry rang out from the entrance to the grand hall. Kim Yuan has arrived. Ares remained motionless, his gaze locked onto the chaos unfolding below. One of the warriors turned to Kim Yuan, eyes burning with fury. How dare you challenge our master? His voice barely finished, echoing through the hall before he was struck down, his body crumpling instantly. Arthur stood firm, his glowing yellow eyes locked onto the battlefield. In his grasp, Excalibur shimmered with a brilliant blue aura, tiny droplets of water swirling around the blade like a living current. The onlookers gasped. Ice Mana? Is that Excalibur? Wait, does that mean Arthur is with them? A murmur spread through the gathered warriors. Is this a summons from the Round Table? Their hesitation was brief, but telling. Ares, watching the scene unfold, smirked slightly. Yellow lightning crackled at his fingertips. Watch closely, he murmured to his guards. Arthur is no longer bound to the Round Table. He's undead now. Kim Yuan stood in the center of the chaos, unbothered by the whispers. He knew exactly what he was doing. One of the warriors growled. This fool. He's doing it on purpose. Standing on a luxurious red carpet, Kim Yuan tilted his head slightly. A leader should stand apart from the rest. Arthur stood beside him, sword still raised. Kim Yuan flashed a smirk. The sooner you understand that, the better. Ares chuckled, stepping forward on the balcony. His voice was laced with amusement. So it's you, Kim Yuan, he mused. Unlike those weaklings outside, I can handle this myself. The warriors flanking the staircase turned toward him in disbelief. How dare an ordinary player speak so brazenly? One of them snapped. Kim Yuan met his glare with an amused expression. You think I came here just to fight? Ares' smirk widened. The winner takes everything from the loser. That's the rule. He descended the curved staircase, his steps slow and deliberate. But I don't have anything you need. Kim Yuan stepped forward, his boots pressing into the red carpet. You don't seem very bright. As he spoke, his body became enveloped in a brilliant blue glow. Ares' glowing eyes narrowed as he studied Kim Yuan. Do you even know what you have? Kim Yuan didn't flinch. He could see the realization settling into Ares' expression. He recognized it. The god of war's frown deepened. That's the mana of the sea stone. A warrior stepped forward from behind him, his stance firm. Master, allow us to handle this. But Ares simply raised a hand, his gaze never leaving Kim Yuan. No one interferes without my permission. His voice carried a sharp edge. The warrior immediately backed down, understanding the unspoken warning. Ares' most hated thing was interference. With slow, deliberate steps, Ares descended the grand staircase. Weapons materialized in his grasp as he moved. If the sea stone is at stake, he summoned a gleaming blade into one hand. Then you must be confident in your victory. Kim Yuan met his gaze evenly. I am. A second weapon, a golden sword, appeared in Ares' other hand. His armor gleamed under the flickering light as he tightened his grip on his weapons. In war, resources must always be seized. His voice was cool, controlled. So I'll kill you and take the sea stone for myself. Without looking back, Kim Yuan spoke to Arthur. Make sure no one interferes. Arthur nodded, stepping into position. Understood. A powerful force rippled between the two warriors as they faced off on the blood-streaked carpet. Ares crossed his weapons, intercepting the brilliant beams of energy from Kim Yuan's first strike. Sparks erupted from the clash, the sheer force of impact cracking the marble floor beneath them. Their weapons clashed again, sending shockwaves throughout the hall. Stone debris flew through the air as both fighters were blasted backward. Dust rose in thick clouds around Ares. He remained steady, eyes flashing with intrigue. You fight alongside an undead. Are you a necromancer? System notification. A fine has been imposed. Kim Yuan smirked. That's an interesting assumption. He exhaled, his gaze unwavering. Guess I got lucky with Arthur. Ares grinned, his golden eyes glinting. Then why not summon more? You're a necromancer, aren't you? Kim Yuan's response was immediate. Forget it. I have a better idea. Ares tilted his head. You're saying using him would be cheating? Arthur chuckled from the sidelines. Sounds like an excuse to me. You might be overestimating yourself. Ares wasted no more time. With a sharp movement, he lunged, sword slashing through the air. You're too arrogant. A brilliant arc of golden energy trailed behind his strike. Their blades met again, the sheer force sending another tremor through the battlefield. Both warriors were knocked back momentarily before they regained their footing. Kim Yuan's red eyes sharpened as a new notification appeared before him. System notification. Cinder Gaze is analyzing the opponent's attack trajectory. System notification. Enhanced reflexes activated. Ares' golden lightning surged as he launched another devastating blow. The blade cut through the air in a blur, its sheer speed creating a bright explosion upon impact. Kim Yuan evaded, narrowly dodging as a golden spear embedded itself into the ground beside him. Ares pointed his lightning-infused sword directly at Kim Yuan. A massive explosion erupted, sending a shockwave throughout the hall. Dust and debris billowed outward. For a moment, silence. Then, a faint green glow flickered within the thick dust cloud. Ares' eyes sharpened. As the dust settled, Kim Yuan stood firm, yellow-green flashes of energy crackling around him. System notification. The power of giants is coursing through your body. System notification. Stamina bar has been temporarily replaced with mana. Without hesitation, Kim Yuan surged forward, his blade clashing against Ares' weapon with staggering force. The impact sent sparks flying. Ares gritted his teeth, holding his ground against the crushing weight of each strike. The air between them crackled with golden lightning as their weapons clashed again and again. Ares' thoughts raced. This is gigantification. His strikes, heavy. His lightning, unnaturally bright. Despite the battle's intensity, Kim Yuan's grin never wavered. You're starting to feel it, aren't you? Kim Yuan smirked. You're jealous, aren't you, Ares? His voice was casual, taunting, or rather, jealous of Hargan's strength. Ares' expression darkened. His grip on his weapon tightened as he parried the next attack. How dare you say that? He snarled, his golden armor gleaming with power. Shut up. Lightning crackled violently as the two were thrown apart, their energy colliding midair in a dazzling explosion. Ares' spear pulsed with power, the golden blade now surrounded by thick red smoke. Without hesitation, he lunged again, his strike aiming straight for Kim Yuan's chest. But Kim Yuan was faster. He dodged cleanly, his sharp gaze locking onto Ares. What's wrong? Did I touch a nerve? His tone was mocking. Next time, try looking up. Ares' eyes flickered with confusion. What? Before he could react, the system notification flashed. System alert. Lightning strike skill activated. A surge of yellow lightning erupted around Ares, crackling wildly as everything around him trembled. The entire battlefield crumbled under the force of the attack, stone and debris exploding into the air. A massive blast followed, lightning tearing through the air, turning the battlefield into chaos. Dust and smoke engulfed the room. Ares narrowed his eyes, peering into the swirling darkness. That should have done it. Then a voice cut through the haze. Apologies. Ares' expression shifted into shock. That lightning belongs to your father, not Hargan. Ares barely had time to process the words before a blade came dangerously close to slicing through him. He twisted his body at the last second, evading the strike by mere inches. The blonde god grinned wickedly, his golden eyes flashing. You really think you can take down Zeus' descendant with borrowed power? Sparks flew as their weapons clashed again. Red haze and scattered debris filled the room, the sheer force of their battle warping the surroundings. Warriors in the distance struggled to stay on their feet, shielding themselves with their weapons. One of them shouted, panicked, "We're going to get caught in the crossfire." Another cried out, "It's too late. Their mana is too strong." Even the strongest warriors trembled under the overwhelming energy radiating from the battlefield. Is this really a battle against a player? One thought, barely able to hold his stance. It feels like fighting a high ranker. The floor beneath him cracked under the relentless blows. Then boom, a brilliant explosion ignited at the center of the battlefield, sending shockwaves across the room. A massive orb of pink energy expanded, swallowing the surrounding area in a terrifying display of power. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, watching Ares with cold calculation. So this is the real Ares. He doesn't care about his subordinates at all. All he saw was war, battle, bloodshed. He calls himself the god of war and courage, Kim Yuan mused. But he's no different from a mindless berserker. Ares grinned, eyes glinting with bloodlust. White sparks crackled from his pupils as he studied Kim Yuan closely. Sea stone, gigantification, cinder gaze, and even a fraction of Zeus lightning. If he could kill Kim Yuan and claim even one of these powers, then maybe, just maybe, I could surpass my father. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. Their blades met again, the sheer impact sending another wave of destruction through the battlefield. Kim Yuan clenched his teeth, tension coiling in his muscles. Then suddenly, a voice rang in his head. "How long are you planning to just stand there?" Kim Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. "If you're going to do it, then let me handle it." Kim Yuan's breath caught. "Arthur?" From within the rising dust and flashing energy, a figure emerged. Arthur. His golden eyes burned with barely restrained fury. His aura was sharp, like a knight whose code had been violated. Kim Yuan exhaled. Of course, he respects the code of knighthood more than anyone else. How disgusting must Ares seem to him? Arthur's sword pulsed with a fierce purple glow, energy crackling around the blade. Kim Yuan watched, his thoughts firm. I thought I'd already regained my emotions, but this fight has to end. Ares lunged, his weapon poised for the kill. But as his strike landed, a blinding flash of violet light surrounded him. The god of war froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. What is this? For a fleeting moment, Ares thought he saw his father. But no, standing before him, exuding unwavering confidence, was Kim Yuan. Dark smoke curled around him, his crimson eyes glowing through the haze. You said lightning is the power of Zeus? Kim Yuan's voice was steady, unwavering. A thin veil of black mist swirled at his feet. Slowly, he raised his gloved hand. An eerie orange eye glowed on the fabric. What about mine? Ares barely had time to process the words before Kim Yuan launched forward. His fist struck with explosive force, a blinding flash of red-violet energy igniting the battlefield. Lightning, black and yellow, crackled violently in the air. And in the heart of the storm, eyes with vertical pupils flickered in the swirling darkness. System notification. Hell worships the king of the dead. Ares' chest tightened as he took in the scene. Kim Yuan stood in the center of the devastation, his blade in hand, the eye on his glove burning brighter. Limitless. That was the only way to describe the mana surging around him. Kim Yuan moved with deliberate precision, streams of dark energy flowing around him like living shadows. Ares gritted his teeth. He knows the true nature of that item's power, and he's using it at its full potential. Without hesitation, Ares thrust his weapon forward, blocking the powerful magical strike. Sparks erupted on impact, but something fell off. There's a gap. Ares realized it now. There was a massive difference between what he knew and what he didn't. The blonde warrior smirked, his blue eyes flashing. He understands this fight can't be dragged out. He'll try to end it with one move, Ares muttered under his breath. He tightened his grip on his spear and surged forward. Your skills are incredible for a mere player, he called out. But that alone won't be enough to kill me. Their blades clashed, the raw force shaking the battlefield. But for Ares, this was more than just a fight for the throne of war. It was about pride. A smirk crept across his face, his emerald eyes gleaming. He would finish this. With a powerful push from the ground, he lunged forward, his next strike meant to decide the battle. Across from him, Kim Yuan remained eerily still, watching him intently with those crimson eyes. Then, just for a split second, his lips curled into a knowing grin. Ares swung, but before his attack could land, an electric jolt shot through his body. He stopped, his body locked up, muscles seizing. His eyes widened in shock. I can't move? A sudden flash of silver cut through the air. Ares' breath hitched as something flew past him. His hand, blood sprayed into the air as his severed limb tumbled to the side. Not far from him, Kim Yuan stood, his blade held in a casual yet deadly stance. His voice was calm, almost mocking. You're not very good at fighting, are you? Ares' vision blurred, his body swaying as his mind struggled to process what had happened. Blood dripped from his wound, pooling at his feet. What is this? Above him, Kim Yuan raised his sword, and the air around him crackled with raw energy. Ares' thoughts raced. Am I losing on purpose? Kim Yuan's smirk deepened. He thrust his weapon forward. In that instant, the die reacted, the fragment of Zeus lightning responding to his power. And then, a brilliant explosion ripped through the building. The sheer force obliterated the ceiling, black and yellow energy bursting outward like an untamed storm. Outside, Rancor stood frozen beneath the gaping hole in the structure, sunlight filtering down through the swirling dust. One Knight's face darkened, horror gripping his features. Master! The cry of his men echoed through the wreckage as they rushed forward, desperation in their steps. But was already too late. With a powerful shout, a sword bathed in blue light materialized before them. Arthur's eyes gleamed as he leveled his weapon at the Rancors, who coldly ordered him to step aside. He exhaled, apologizing, but made it clear he couldn't comply. The warriors smirked. One of them unsheathed his sword, cursing under his breath before lunging forward. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan reached out, his fingers brushing against the light green stone embedded in the chest of the god of war. The moment he took possession of it, golden energy erupted, flooding the room, while tendrils of dark mana coiled in the air. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The king of the dead had begun summoning the soul of Ares. Kim Yuan clenched the stone tightly, his gaze fixed on his closed palm. A golden chain shimmered between his fingers. He silently acknowledged the immense power contained within. Power capable of reducing Rancors to nothing but dust. If he could master it, he could wield it anywhere, anytime. As he loosened his grip, the stone trembled in his hand. Arthur, still holding the warriors at bay, stood firm as they called for their master. Then a shift. A thick, dark fog seeped into the surroundings, swirling violently as the wind howled. Kim Yuan turned away, already anticipating what was coming. His eyes lifted toward the sky, where a golden glow shone through the opening in the building. A staircase, radiant and grand, descended from the heavens, and a group of figures began their slow, deliberate descent. Then a voice rang out. Is it true? Rancor Olympus Athena had arrived, a round shield gripped tightly in her hand. Her gaze sharpened as she looked down, her expression unreadable. Did you kill Ares? As the Rancors rushed to her side, she continued descending the golden steps, her demand unwavering. Teeth clenched, a blonde knight stepped forward. It's true, he confirmed grimly. Athena's piercing gaze shifted to Kim Yuan, the dark-haired figure in a black coat. She studied him for a moment, then nodded slightly. I see. Kim Yuan's brows furrowed, a crimson glow flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, behind Athena, a massive serpent manifested, its presence overwhelming. A surge of purple light crackled around it. A new system notification flashed. The Gorgon had heard Olympus call. Then, petrification set in. The system registered it immediately. Holy fire and cinder eyes detected. Petrification resistance. Successful. Kim Yuan locked eyes with the formidable goddess, who stood shrouded in shadow, her shield gleaming ominously in the dim light. His mind raced. The Aegis. The Gorgon shield. The strongest defense in Olympus. The original could turn anything, anyone, into stone. Arthur stepped forward, sword ready, shielding his master. What do we do? He asked, his voice steady but cautious. This is dangerous. Kim Yuan didn't flinch. We wait. It's not our turn yet. His gaze flickered upward to the hole in the ceiling. His cinder eyes trembled as a new system alert flashed. The great sage's 12th eye is watching. Then, without warning, a spear tore through the air and slammed into the ground between Athena and Kim Yuan. The impact sent cracks splintering across the floor. A silhouette balanced effortlessly atop the spear, his presence commanding. He exhaled, almost amused. The main character always arrives at the toughest moments. Kim Yuan turned slightly, his expression unreadable. Took you long enough. As he turned away, a hand lifted to his head. His cinder eyes pulsed violently. The Rancors stood frozen, their expressions shifting from shock to awe. The great heavenly emperor and sage had arrived. The blonde woman frowned, her thin eyebrows drawing together as she observed the intruder. Her gaze flickered toward the great emperor. So, he was on Kim Yuan's side. Hanging upside down on his spear, Sun Wukong met Kim Yuan's sharp glare with an indifferent smirk. "Don't mistake me for an ally," he said coolly. The brunette, unbothered, simply shrugged. "Makes no difference." The tension in the massive hall thickened as both sides stood at a standoff. Then, Sun Wukong sighed. "You talk too much," he muttered to Kim Yuan. Athena's gaze remained locked on the great sage. "Are you truly willing to start a war with Olympus?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with warning. Without hesitation, she lifted her free hand, issuing a cold command. "Eliminate the enemy of Olympus." A smirk played on the blonde's lips as he tightened his grip around the red spear. "Well, in that case, get lost," he scoffed. The rankers surged forward at Athena's command, charging straight into battle. Sun Wukong wasted no time. He hurled his weapon at them. The goddess swiftly raised her shield, deflecting the attack with ease. Behind its protective gleam, her eyes flashed with cold determination. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a mocking grin. "So, that's the legendary Aegis, huh?" he muttered, tapping his chin in exaggerated thought. "How much adamantium did that cost?" Then, he turned to Kim Yuan, his wicked smile widening as he twirled his staff. "This is getting interesting," he admitted. "I'll handle her. You take care of the rest." Kim Yuan's lips curled slightly. The blonde glanced at him. "Think you can manage?" Kim Yuan scoffed. "Why even ask?" Arthur, watching the exchange, furrowed his brows. "Your Majesty, we should leave once this is over." The man cast him a sideways glance before nodding. "Understood." Sun Wukong chuckled. "I already like you," he said, flashing a sharp grin before gripping his spear. Without another word, he lunged forward, rushing toward the enemies. "What shall we play?" he roared, laughing. A system notification appeared. Gorgon's blessing activated. Blessing of war engulfs the shield. The eyes on Athena's shield glowed an eerie green. Sun Wukong wasted no time. He swung his staff with force, striking against the divine shield. Sparks erupted from the impact. Behind its protective barrier, Athena's glowing eyes narrowed. "I can't let him break through," she thought, tightening her grip. Pushing off the ground, she leaped into the air. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with interest as the goddess landed gracefully on the very tip of his staff and sprinted toward him with speed. A slow grin spread across his face. "Gotcha!" With a sharp twist, he shortened his staff. Athena, suddenly left without footing, tensed, but at the last second, she managed to leap again, her form cutting through the air. Sun Wukong tilted his head up, watching her dark silhouette against the ceiling. Enough games. With a flick of his wrist, he extended his weapon once more. The spear shot forward, piercing through the air and striking the goddess midair, launching her high into the sky. Grinning, Sun Wukong shifted his grip. "Cloud jump," he murmured. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kim Yuan and Arthur clashed with the rankers, their movements sharp and relentless. Off to the side, Kim Yuan bit his lip, his brows furrowing in thought. Ares a comrade, not a brother? The rumors, were they true? His cinder eyes trembled as another system notification flickered. Perception field enhancement activated. His gaze darted across the battlefield, locking onto Arthur as his blonde assistant fought off a relentless wave of enemies. The battle had only just begun. Kim Yuan could feel it. His body was nearing its limit. He had already pushed himself too far. If this dragged on any longer, he wouldn't last. Just ahead, Arthur fought relentlessly, his sword a blur as he carved through their enemies, clearing a path for them. Scarlet blood flashed as he moved, triggering a system notification. The blessing of the sea activated. A surge of energy surrounded him, amplifying his strikes. Arthur turned, his breath ragged. "Our main goal is to escape," he said firmly. "Shouldn't we focus on that instead of cutting them down?" Kim Yuan, still moving through the chaotic battlefield, responded without hesitation. "We could, but we don't have the luxury of time. We need to get out fast." Still, he made a mental note. These rankers would eventually become strong enough to challenge the outer god. But for now, leaving them alive was the better option. Not far away, another wave of enemies blocked their path. Arthur glanced over his shoulder, catching sight of his master. Did he really just say that? He exhaled sharply. "Understood," he muttered. But the rankers weren't about to let them go. "You think we'll just let you escape?" someone shouted. Angry sneers and grins spread across the warriors' faces as another voice echoed. "Have you forgotten the rules of a duel?" "Silence," one of them barked. "He's an enemy of Ares." Kim Yuan didn't even blink. He raised his sword, and a purple aura exploded around him. A system notification appeared. Holy flame created using demonic energy. His expression darkened. Doesn't matter if you don't know, he said flatly. His dark brows furrowed as he let out a tired breath, then smirked. I'm exhausted, so do me a favor, don't get in my way. Another notification. Cinder Eyes and Heavenly Spirit now controlling the holy flame. The blazing purple energy surged, swallowing parts of the battlefield. Walls cracked and shattered under its force, and panic screams rang out as warriors scrambled to escape its wrath. Kim Yuan took a step back, then another. Let's go. Without hesitation, he and Arthur rushed up the white stairs, leaving the battlefield behind. As they ascended, Kim Yuan's mind raced. The holy flame, powerful enough to consume everyone except the strongest rankers. His gaze flickered to the sky, a golden shimmer against the endless blue. Sun Wukong was still holding the line. They wouldn't capture Athena today, and that was fine. He had seen the results. That was enough. As he and Arthur sprinted across the vast blue square, Kim Yuan clenched his fists. His suffering at the hands of Olympus, it would end today. He cast a final glance back, a dark grin spreading across his face. This was only the beginning. Above, Athena's turquoise eyes glowed as she landed gently on a luminous cloud. Sun Wukong hovered beside her, arms crossed. She exhaled. What's happening? The great sage looked down at the battlefield, his expression unreadable. Athena's gaze followed his. Kim Yuan escaped, she muttered. There's no point in fighting anymore. Through the hole in the roof, purple energy still crackled in the air. Sun Wukong chuckled, shaking his head. Incredible. Perched on a small cloud, he casually lifted his staff and rested it against his shoulder, watching Athena from afar. As she ascended the stairs, she turned to him. Have you met Kim Yuan before? Sun Wukong's lips curled into a mischievous grin. I don't like straying from the plan, he said vaguely. Athena lowered her gaze, lips pressed together. What kind of answer was that? Had he acted because he already knew she was coming? Sun Wukong stuck his tongue out at her. Athena's gaze lingered on Sun Wukong, suspicion flickering in her eyes. What was that supposed to mean? She muttered. Sun Wukong's grin widened. Wouldn't you like to know? His light eyebrows furrowed slightly, but his golden eyes sparkled with amusement. He had no intention of answering. Instead, he chuckled, stretching lazily. This was fun, he admitted. Then, with a casual motion, he sat on his cloud, which instantly shot forward at high speed. As he soared away, he waved over his shoulder. See you soon, goddess. Athena remained frozen in the sky, watching as the bright streak in the distance faded. His words echoed in her mind. What was he planning? 38th floor, forest path. A vast clearing stretched out beneath the golden sunlight. The soft chime of countless bluebells filled the air as a gentle breeze rustled the towering green canopy. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. With a controlled descent, Kim Yuan landed on the winding forest path. A yellow chart hovered beside him, flickering into existence. Rolling up the sleeves of his turtleneck, he exhaled. It's way too hot here. Must be because of the volcanoes. He started walking, his steps silent against the earth. The contrast was almost eerie. This place was too peaceful for something as destructive as a nuclear bomb to be hidden within. His brows knit together as he came to an abrupt stop. Something was off. Lowering his gaze, his sharp eyes scanned the ground. Footprints. Large. Human. Fresh. His fingers tightened around his weapon as he pushed aside a low-hanging branch, slipping through the dense foliage. Tracks kept appearing, one after another. How far ahead was he? Then, a sudden rustling. Kim Yuan's body tensed. His eyes darted toward a tree trunk where a dark silhouette flickered between the leaves, shrouded in an emerald aura. His lips barely moved. Found you. Without warning, a massive fist slammed against the tree. Leaves scattered through the air as the sheer force of the blow sent tremors through the ground. Kim Yuan's gaze locked on a man, broad-shouldered, dark-haired, fists wrapped in pulsating green energy. Another strike. Crack. A tree trunk snapped and shot into the air like a broken spear. Kim Yuan watched in silence. The man barely turned his head, acknowledging him with a sharp glance. You lost or something? Kim Yuan, standing a few steps away, clenched his fists. What exactly are you doing out here? The man exhaled, flexing his fingers. Cutting down trees. Kim Yuan arched a brow. So, you're a woodcutter now? A brief pause. Then, a simple reply. Yeah. Kim Yuan studied him carefully. Then that means you live nearby. The man turned away again, back to his task. That's right. For the first time, Kim Yuan noticed the abrasions on his hands. Raw, bruised, calloused. The guy's brows furrowed slightly. He was exhausted. He needed rest. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Mind if I stay for a few days? He had seen him before. It had been a long time. But the aura around him, it was still the same. Without looking back, Hercules strode forward, heading toward his hut. A single bead of sweat ran down his sharp, serious face. Kim Yuan followed, his eyes locked onto the warrior's broad back. Hercules. He was easy to persuade. Even if Kim Yuan didn't explain everything, he would understand. He already knew what needed to be done. Kim Yuan pressed his lips together. I need him. If I'm going to destroy Olympus, he has to be on my side. And since Hercules was a good person, one who didn't know how to refuse, he would agree. Silence stretched between them as they walked. Then, almost in a whisper, Kim Yuan muttered, I'm so tired. I could pass out at any moment. Hercules didn't say a word, but he heard him, and that was enough. Hercules crouched in front of several felled tree trunks, gripping one of the massive logs with ease. I need to finish up here, he said. If you wait, I'll take you where you need to go. Kim Yuan gave a slight nod. Thanks. I won't forget this. Standing behind him, Kim Yuan exhaled, hands resting on his waist. He had pushed his luck. If Hercules had been anything like Wukong, things might have gone very differently. He got lucky this time. His dark eyes studied the man before him. The sheer strength in his movements, the ease with which he lifted the heavy logs. What kind of person was he, really? Lifting another massive tree trunk, Hercules worked without pause. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. How did he earn the title Giant Killer? After some time, the two arrived at a small wooden hut, nestled deep within the forest. Kim Yuan's gaze swept over it. It hadn't changed. Everything looked just as he remembered. Nearby, Hercules dropped the heavy logs with a dull thud. He straightened, wiping his hands. The door's open. Go inside if you want. Kim Yuan turned toward him. Why so much wood? He arched a brow. You planning to burn all this? In this heat? Hercules simply shook his head. Some people need it. Players don't get cold, but not everyone's like that. Kim Yuan watched as Hercules began stacking the logs with practiced precision. You sending me somewhere? He asked. Hercules didn't look up. Not exactly. He cast another glance at his guest, then added, Once I'm done, I'll cook something. Kim Yuan waved a hand dismissively. No need. I can handle it. He started toward the hut. Since you're letting me stay, I'll take care of myself. Hercules didn't argue, but as Kim Yuan reached the door, the man's deep voice rumbled behind him. You're exhausted. Don't overdo it. By the time the sunset painted the sky in warm hues, a small fire crackled in the clearing. The two sat on wooden stumps, bowls of steaming soup in their hands. The forest glowed in fading light, casting long shadows across the ground. Hercules took a bite, nodding in approval. Not bad. He glanced at Kim Yuan. How often do you cook? Kim Yuan shrugged. Sometimes. A small smile crossed his lips as he lowered his gaze, cradling the bowl in his hands. Hercules chuckled. You did well. Almost like you've lived here for years. Kim Yuan let out a quiet hum. That can't be true. For a while, they ate in comfortable silence. Then, finally, Hercules looked up. What's your name? Kim Yuan paused, then smiled slightly. It finally happened. Sitting near a small fire, eating with an old comrade. It felt like a moment from another life. Kim Yuan. Hercules considered it. Never heard it before. His expression was unreadable. You a ranker? Kim Yuan shook his head. Still a player. Hercules glanced at his bowl before taking another slow bite. I'm pretty well known, Kim Yuan mused. Haven't heard of me? Hercules exhaled. Been living out here alone for a while now. Kim Yuan studied him. You should get out more. Can't be interesting, living like this, completely cut off from the world. Hercules set his bowl down. You don't seem particularly connected to the world yourself. Kim Yuan laughed, stirring his soup absent-mindedly. You're not wrong. As he twirled his spoon through the broth, he added, This is our first time meeting, but I feel like we've known each other a while. The fire crackled between them. Hercules didn't reply immediately. Instead, he gazed into the flames. Then, quietly, he said, You're not much of a talker. Kim Yuan smirked. Funny. I was thinking the same about you. Hercules gazed into the firelight, its glow flickering across his face. People like us tend to get along, he said. A moment later, Kim Yuan's quiet agreement followed. Then, with a slight smile, the man finally spoke again. I just realized I never introduced myself. The firelight turned his face a deep shade of orange as he gave his name. Kim Yuan's brows lifted slightly. That name, he'd heard it before. Are you a ranker? He asked. The next morning, a clear blue sky stretched over the forest. Logs were stacked in neat piles outside the cabin, the scent of fresh wood lingering in the air. Hercules worked without pause, pushing the massive trunks into place while Kim Yuan helped secure them with thick bandages. Later, they made their way to a river hidden deep within the forest. Hercules knelt by the water, splashing the cool liquid over his face. Kim Yuan stood nearby, watching over a clearing filled with bluebells. Time passed in peaceful silence. By sunset, the sky burned with unexpected hues. The sizzle of fresh fish filled the air as they roasted on long skewers over the fire. Kim Yuan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before glancing to the side. Hercules was still carrying logs. Looking up, Kim Yuan took in the dark night sky, littered with countless bright stars. Suddenly, a heavy log dropped to the ground with a loud thud. That should be enough, Hercules muttered. Kim Yuan leaned an elbow on one of the trunks as the man sat nearby, finishing the last of the bindings. These logs, Hercules noted, adjusting the bandages, are heavier than iron on this floor. That's why they make such good materials. Kim Yuan's gaze lingered on him. Just by looking at Hercules, it was obvious. He was the strongest in the tower. How does he carry such immense weight every day? He wasn't using tools. He wasn't using the strength of giants. It was just him. Hercules hoisted another stack of logs onto his shoulder and started walking. But then he paused and glanced back. "Why are you still here?" he asked, his deep voice even. "Didn't you say you were just here to rest?" Kim Yuan exhaled slowly. "I thought living here wouldn't be so bad." The golden light of the sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting long shadows across the grass. And besides, Kim Yuan added, there's still time before the tower's next trial. Hercules nodded. Heavy footsteps echoed as he strode through the clearing. "Then you'll have to leave," he stated simply. With the massive logs still balanced on his shoulder, he shot a glance over his shoulder. Before nightfall, Kim Yuan remained by the tree trunk, his sharp gaze watching Hercules carefully. Something changed in his expression. A shift, subtle, but unmistakable. It was the look of someone preparing for battle. "Why today?" Kim Yuan asked, his voice calm but curious. Hercules' response was brief. "It's too dangerous here." A few paces away, Kim Yuan tilted his head slightly. "I trust my own strength." Hercules, however, was firm. "That's not the point." He turned away, sweat trailing down his face. His posture was rigid, controlled. Kim Yuan frowned slightly, dark brows furrowing. His former comrade looked lonely. Was he afraid Kim Yuan would get hurt? Or did he not want anyone to see him fight? Kim Yuan let out a slow breath. His expression relaxed as he spoke. "Before I go, I have one last question." Hercules, still gripping the logs, turned to face him. Kim Yuan met his gaze. "You're nothing like the rumors say." His voice was even, steady. "So tell me, why do you hate giants so much?" For the first time, Hercules' turquoise eyes burned with something fierce. "I don't know what you've heard about me," he said, voice low. His gaze locked onto Kim Yuan's. "But you should stop asking." Kim Yuan's gaze softened slightly. He could see it now. Hercules had once gotten along with Seer and even the giants. So why did he hate them now? Just as he was about to ask again, a sudden green light flared before him. Kim Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. A vibrant green aura surged around Hercules, its sheer presence pressing down like an invisible weight. A system notification flickered into view. Blessing of the Sea activated. Kim Yuan barely had time to register the shift before a powerful force wrapped around his own body. His chest tightened, his muscles strained. It felt like his entire body was about to burst. Even getting stabbed earlier would have been less painful than this. Hercules exhaled sharply. "You asked some stupid things." With a heavy thud, he dropped the stack of logs to the ground. The golden light of the setting sun cast long shadows over his face as he lowered his head. "We're not close enough for this conversation," he muttered. Then, without another word, he turned abruptly and strode away. Behind him, one of the massive tree trunks toppled over, crashing to the ground. Kim Yuan stood frozen, his dark brows furrowing. He expected this. There was no way they'd have some deep, heartfelt conversation, not when they'd only spent a few days together in this life. Still, it irritated him. His expression darkened. Would Hercules regret it if he ever learned the truth? The woodcutter reached for a saber-toothed beast's skin, pulling it over his head as he moved forward. Small embers scattered onto the ground behind him, flickering like dying stars. Kim Yuan clenched his fists. He had wanted to hear those words. Just once. He wanted to hear the stories of his friend, his idol. He wanted to hear the tales of the greatest hero, Hercules. But those words would never come. Hercules' turquoise eyes burned with a silent resolve as he walked away. Then, a system notification appeared. Day 16. Communication between giants and humans activated. A deep rumbling shook the earth beneath them. Black smoke seeped from the ground, swirling upward. Then, massive, clawed hands tore through the surface, emerging from the darkness below. Another notification flashed. Realm ownership changing. Penalty increased for unidentified races in this zone. From the cracks in the earth, monstrous figures crawled into existence. Black humanoid creatures with small horns. Their mouths dripped with molten lava, hissing as it made contact with the ground. A new system message confirmed it. This floor now belonged to a tribe of giants. They were here, leaving Kim Yuan behind. Hercules walked straight toward the monsters, a stack of logs still balanced on his shoulder. If you don't want to be in the middle of this, he said without looking back, stay where you are. The creatures let out a shrill, guttural cry. Their jagged mouths stretched open, calling his name. Then they charged dozens at a time. With a single, fluid motion, Hercules swung a massive tree trunk, its surface glowing a brilliant green. Crack! He slammed it into the ground, sending a blinding light surging through the monster's bodies. The woodcutters stood firm, gripping the log tightly. But even as he fought, his body tensed. Electric shocks crackled against his skin. Another notification. Penalty issued for unidentified race. Hercules gritted his teeth. He was being punished. His unspecified race was now a liability. But he didn't stop. With a savage snarl, he shifted his stance and drove his fist into a monster's face, sending it crashing into the dirt. Then another, and another. Each blow sent columns of brilliant green energy streaking into the sky. Yet, no matter how many he crushed, more monsters kept crawling from the depths. Kim Yuan watched in silence. This was Hercules, the man strong enough to shatter giants. And right now, he was fighting an entire army alone. The system continued issuing penalties against Hercules, yet he refused to stop. His teeth clenched, his muscles strained under the repeated shocks, but his eyes burned with a furious turquoise flame. Kim Yuan's mind drifted back to the past. He remembered standing face to face with Hercules, the man's voice steady as he spoke. Before you swing your fist or your sword, you need a clear target. Otherwise, you're just committing murder. At the time, Kim Yuan had looked at him in disbelief. A warrior like him preaching restraint? And yet, here he was. Now, watching him unleash devastation on the battlefield, Kim Yuan's lips pressed into a thin line. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard to believe. If you don't have a goal, it's just murder. And of all people, Hercules was the one who lived by this belief. His mind painted a vision, a world bathed in golden sunlight. Humans and giants once stood together, bound by promises made at the end of the war. A sacred oath splitting the land between them, ensuring peace. One half for humanity, one half for the giants. No invasions, no betrayals. Yet now, those promises were nothing but ashes. A violent green flash exploded across the battlefield. Kim Yuan's sharp gaze locked onto Hercules, raging like an unstoppable force. He was tearing through everything, reducing enemies to nothing but rubble and dust. Was he trying to restart the war that had already ended? His powerful hands gripped a massive tree trunk, ripping it from the ground with a single motion before slamming it down with earth-shattering force. Then, without turning around, Hercules spoke. "This area will be safe," he said. "If you want to survive, go somewhere quieter. Or better yet, stay home." Kim Yuan tilted his head up slightly, watching him. Some rancors had already disappeared due to the system's fines. And in that moment, Kim Yuan realized something. Hercules was just as cruel as he was. Rather than stepping away, Kim Yuan moved closer. Hercules hesitated, his brow furrowing. "Why are you following me?" His voice was edged with confusion. "Do you know my path?" Kim Yuan met his gaze. "I don't know your intentions." He exhaled. "But I know my goal. To kill the last remaining giant." A sharp silence followed. Hercules turned fully toward him. His expression darkened. "That's no ordinary giant," he warned. "He's one of the 3 leaders of the Gigantes." Kim Yuan turned away, thinking the journey to find him wouldn't be easy. Hercules continued, his voice low but firm. "I never promised I'd stay your target when it came to battle." But Kim Yuan barely reacted. "I know where he is." At those words, the air between them grew heavy. The glow of red-hot fire illuminated the sky. They stood near the edge of an erupting volcano, where lava churned and ash rained down like burning snow. The heat was stifling. The ground itself trembled. Kim Yuan turned back to him. "Can you take me to him?" Hercules' fist tightened, trembling slightly. "What did you just say?" In a blur, he grabbed Kim Yuan by the shoulder, his grip like iron. Fury blazed in his turquoise eyes. "How do you know that?" he demanded. Kim Yuan barely flinched. Calmly, he raised a hand, placing it over Hercules in a silent warning. "Let go." Hercules' jaw tightened. Then, after a tense moment, he released his grip. He stood before Kim Yuan, his massive frame rigid with tension. Then, exhaling sharply, he muttered, "Sorry." His voice was quieter now, but still firm. "Do you really know how to find him?" Kim Yuan lowered his gaze for a moment. Then Hercules added, almost as if testing him, "Do you understand what lava does to you?" A flicker of memory surfaced, a past attempt, a failure. Kim Yuan's lips barely moved. "I've already tried. It didn't work." Kim Yuan's response was immediate. "No," he said. "It's much deeper." Below them, rivers of molten lava churned violently, the heat distorting the air itself. The inferno stretched endlessly, a sea of fire consuming everything in its path. Hercules exhaled. "Step back for a while." Then, without hesitation, he pulled his lion skin from his back and draped it over Kim Yuan's head. The moment the thick pelt settled around his shoulders, a rush of energy flooded Kim Yuan's body. A system notification flickered. Blessing of the Lion King activated. Damage resistance increased. But Kim Yuan barely had time to process it. Hercules' muscles tensed like coiled steel. His stance shifted. Then, boom, a devastating strike slammed into the ground, shaking the very earth beneath them. Lava splattered wildly, cascading down like a crimson waterfall. Kim Yuan, still wearing the lion's skin, watched in silent awe. Even with resistance, the heat was unbearable. Again, Hercules swung with monstrous force. Crack! A gaping hole split the battlefield wide open, revealing the next level below. Molten fire rushed downward, pouring into the abyss like a flood. For a brief moment, silence followed. Then, Hercules turned to Kim Yuan. Do we need to go deeper? Kim Yuan held up 3 fingers. We have to do this 3 more times. Hercules grunted. Fine. Then, with a roar, he struck again. The ground shattered apart, new fissures splitting in all directions. Lava surged and erupted, glowing embers scattering into the air. Another earth-shaking punch. Another level collapsed. As the flames receded, Hercules peered downward, his gaze locked onto what lay beneath. And for the first time, he hesitated. What the hell? Kim Yuan frowned at his reaction and stepped forward. Before them, through the cracked earth and plumes of rising steam, was something completely unexpected. A hidden world beneath the lava. A vast, untouched land covered in lush green forests. Clouds drifted lazily across the sky, underground. We're really underground? Hercules muttered in disbelief. Kim Yuan pulled the lion's skin from his shoulders, its golden eyes still glowing faintly. The 2 men stood in silence, surrounded by fields of blooming flowers. Hercules, after a long moment, slung the lion pelt back over himself. His sharp gaze landed on Kim Yuan. How do you know about this place? Kim Yuan didn't answer immediately. He simply turned away, his eyes drifting toward the horizon. Hercules watched him carefully. Who told you? Still, Kim Yuan refused to give a clear answer. Someone, he said flatly. Hercules narrowed his eyes. And where is this someone? You wouldn't know him, Kim Yuan replied. And you wouldn't be able to meet him. Hercules observed him in silence. Kim Yuan, on the other hand, kept his expression neutral. There was no way he could reveal the truth. He had learned of this place from the future. But there was no way Hercules, a warrior bound to the present, could even comprehend such a thing. Finally, Hercules dropped the subject. Kim Yuan turned to him. Enough questions. If you really want answers, he said, follow me. Without waiting for a response, he stepped forward, heading deeper into the emerald forest. And for the first time in a long while, he felt something close to comfort. A strange sense of familiarity. Because, for once, he wasn't alone. He had met someone he could actually call a friend. But even that thought came with doubt. What if this was a trap? What if Hercules was actually a spy for the giants? What if this entire thing was a deception? Kim Yuan's fingers twitched slightly. If Hercules betrayed him, he would wipe out everything. With those thoughts swirling in his mind, he continued walking. The 2 men drifted apart slightly as they moved. Then, from behind, Hercules' deep voice broke the silence. Do I seem suspicious to you? Kim Yuan didn't answer. He simply lifted a hand and pointed at a tree ahead. Then calmly he spoke. Hercules paused, considering the man's words. There was no sign of a path anywhere, yet he chose to follow the instruction. Clenching his fist tightly, he swung with full force. The ground trembled violently, splitting apart as if an earthquake had struck. As Hercules lowered his fist, realization dawned on him. His eyes widened, glowing an intense blue. He recognized this energy. He had found him. Rising from the ground before him stood a massive figure, the giant himself. The young man tensed, memories flashing in his mind. Hercules had slain giants before, their deaths brutal and unrelenting. The second Gigantomachy had fallen, leading to countless sacrifices, even those powerful enough to challenge the external gods. This was a fate the young man had sworn to prevent. He turned to Hercules, his voice steady. Satisfied? How much revenge do you seek? Hercules narrowed his eyes, taken aback. What do you know? The 2 men faced each other, their presence filling the space with tension. The older warrior studied the dark-haired young man, but before he could ask more, the giant finally spoke. I'd like to know who has come here, the giant rumbled. But the moment he recognized Hercules, his red eyes widened with rage. The giant killer. He knew exactly why Hercules had descended to this place. His gaze burned with fury as he spat out his words. You. Because of you, our lands are drenched in the blood of my kin. So many have fallen by your hand. Hercules' green eyes gleamed as his rival's voice thundered with hatred. I'll rip your head from your shoulders and offer it to Zeus, the giant growled. The gods will pay for breaking their word. Before either could move, the young man between them radiated a blinding purple light, demanding their attention. Flames arched around him, illuminating the scene. He studied both warriors, his voice calm but firm. You fight blindly, relying only on your strength, he said. Yet, despite being of different races, you are no different. Tightened his grip on a glowing pendant. His expression darkened. Do any of you even understand the reason behind this massacre? The giant shifted his gaze to the young man, his eyes narrowing. Who are you? Then his focus returned to Hercules. You have slain countless giants. That alone is reason enough for me to kill you. The young man didn't flinch. Instead, he met his gaze and asked a simple question. And what about you? In his hands, the pendant shimmered. He held it up, his voice unwavering. Do you want revenge on a giant who killed your mother? Hercules froze. His gaze locked onto the pendant as he reached for it. Where did you get this? I stole it. The young man replied without hesitation. Hercules' brow furrowed. Why did Ares have this? The young man's response was simple. See for yourself. The pendant pulsed, recognizing its bearer. Suddenly, memories flooded Hercules' mind. He saw an infant clutching his mother's hand as she whispered apologies. Apologies for bringing him into a world that would only ever need his strength. Tears streamed down her face as she cradled him, her voice desperate. Let go of the snake, she screamed, struggling against his grip. Another memory surfaced. Aline, distressed, scolding him for his reckless use of strength. She pleaded with him not to use his fists so thoughtlessly. Then he saw himself as a child, gripping a club with pride. His mother watched him, smiling softly. You wield it well, she praised. They ran toward each other, laughter filling the air as they embraced. For a moment, it was just them, eyes closed, lost in their happiness. But that happiness had not lasted. One day, his mother, seated before Zeus, the woman's expression hardened as he spoke. The boy has become a rancor, he stated. Her eyes flashed with anger. He's too young for war. Zeus leaned back unfazed. There's still time before the war begins. Until then, he can grow stronger, raise his rank. She clenched her fists. Are you turning my son into a soldier? Zeus scoffed. He's my son. No, she snapped. He's my son. I don't care how much of your blood runs through his veins. Zeus reached out, tilting her chin up with a smirk. Show some mercy. His voice was calm, but his eyes held something colder. You never even wanted this child. That much is clear. Her glare didn't waver. Zeus chuckled. But you care for him. You protect him. That alone proves you love him. Alcmene, standing nearby, scowled in disgust. You're insane. You don't see a child. You see a weapon. Zeus didn't deny it. Instead, he grinned. Exactly. A weapon beyond compare. The woman trembled with rage. How can you say that about your own son? Zeus stepped even closer, his voice lowering to something almost amused. I can have as many children as I want. There are plenty of women willing to bear them. His eyes darkened. And if I destroyed this tower completely, I'd just make 2 or 3 more of him. Sometime later, chaos erupted. Players were falling, their bodies crumpling one by one. A lone silhouette stood in the doorway, watching the carnage unfold. Elsewhere, a girl was held captive by 2 players. She scoffed at the bloodshed. The death of a guild leader? A rancor? It means nothing. Her gaze shifted to Ares, filled with contempt. Meanwhile, the rancor himself sneered, questioning Zeus' methods. Cowardly as ever, he muttered. Then, stepping forward, he locked eyes with the woman. Will you finally be obedient now? The air grew heavier. War was coming. A man sighed, almost pitying the child caught in the middle. What's his number? He asked. How many of Zeus' swords has he used and discarded? Standing before the woman, he made his stance clear. It doesn't matter. The only thing that does is fulfilling his will. Ares' voice cut through the tension. Alcmene, the giants showed no mercy. They struck. They killed. Hercules fought back with his fists, his voice breaking. Stop. Blood soaked the ground. His mother's blood. His hands trembled. His breath hitched. In the distance, 2 female silhouettes stood, one speaking softly. His mother's voice reached him. I may not have much time left. The woman gripped her friend's shoulders, her desperation raw. Why? She pleaded. Why bring a child into this world, knowing that after I'm gone, he'll be consumed by rage? Her friend's expression was unreadable. Take him and go. Pretend you know nothing. Above them, a staircase loomed, a woman's voice echoing from above. Alcmene's words were unwavering. Even if the world sees him as a weapon, I won't turn a blind eye. Tears streamed down Alcmene's face as she cradled the child in her arms. No matter what happened, she would not let go. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at the baby in her arms. He smiled through his own tears, unaware of the fate that awaited them. I love you, she whispered. I always have. Every moment with him had been precious. watching him grow, seeing how different he was from the others. He carried alchemy blood, and in her final moments, her last thoughts were of him. Lying on the ground, wounds piercing her body, she exhaled her final words. Thank you for being born. And then, everything faded to black. Hercules clutched the pendant. A single drop of her blood forged into an amulet. It pulsed with deep emotions, the weight of someone's strongest desires. A relic of protection, imbued with 3 skills, waiting to be awakened. The giant, having glimpsed those memories, let out a heavy sigh. I have seen it too. The young man studied him carefully. The giant seemed lost in thought, hesitating. You understand now, don't you? The brunette said. The giant exhaled slowly. You risked your life coming here, just to fix the misunderstanding between Hercules and the giants. The young man nodded. A realization dawned on the giant. He finally grasped the pendant's true nature, meaning they had no choice but to acknowledge its significance. I've heard of you, the giant murmured, staring at him. Kim Yuan, isn't it? The brunette tilted his head. You don't sleep, do you? I can't, the giant admitted. I doze off sometimes, but I always wake to listen to what's happening in the world. His gaze fell on a gaping wound across his body. Hercules, why hasn't anyone stopped him all this time? He gestured to the scar. Zeus' lightning strike. Wounds like these take a long time to heal. The young man tensed. The giants, were they preparing for war again? He recalled the tower, the lifeless bodies that had once littered its entrance. The second gigantomachy had been even more massive than the first. Countless guilds had joined the fight, yet the giants had been completely wiped out. And at the heart of it all, Zeus. The giant turned toward him. Whose side are you on? The young man didn't answer. The giant smirked. Clever move. Nearby, a man knelt on the ground, silent. The giant's voice rumbled. If you were in my position, you'd have the power to change everything. His words were heavy. You could destroy an entire floor if you chose to. The brunette closed his eyes, listening. You don't realize it yet, do you? The giant continued. You may be small now, but history is being written through you. The young man smirked arrogantly. Pretty cool, huh? The giant let out a deep chuckle as he stood. You really haven't learned humility, have you? If you had, I might have offered you a high position. The young man covered his ears. Not interested. I'm already famous enough. They turned toward the pendant. We wait, the giant said. A fiery whirlwind erupted, magic rushing toward them. Hercules stood in the center, silent. His mother's pendant shimmered in his grip. Clenching it tightly, he took a deep breath. Then, without hesitation, slammed his fist into his own face. He staggered, but didn't fall. Then, he struck himself again, harder this time. And as the world seemed to hold its breath, Hercules stood tall. Fist clenched. Decision made. Hercules exhaled sharply. This was enough. He sat down in front of the young man, his gaze heavy. Where is Ares? The answer came without hesitation. I killed him. Hercules shifted his foot, letting out a bitter chuckle. So my revenge ends here. Lowering his head, he bowed before the giant, his voice sincere. I was blind. I killed your kin without thinking. I see that now, and I am sorry. The giant's red eyes bore into him, listening. Hercules spoke without hesitation. If you asked for my life, I would give it. Silence stretched between them. Not yet, the giant finally said. Hercules rose to his feet, his face bruised from his self-inflicted blows. When asked if he intended to kill Zeus, his answer was immediate. Yes. First, I'll end my father. Then, I'll return and answer for my sins. His gaze dropped, guilt weighing on him. The giant studied him, then slowly bent forward. Like your mother, you were a victim of Zeus. He frowned, his expression unreadable. I will not punish you myself. Instead, his voice darkened. If you truly wish to atone, then there's only one path forward. Hercules lifted his head. Destroy Olympus. With that, the giant descended into the earth once more. The ground trembled violently, the air filled with deep, rumbling noise. Hercules clutched the pendant tightly. Understand, he murmured. For my mother's honor, I will do it. The pendant gleamed brightly against his chest. The others looked at him, then turned to the young man. If it weren't for you, this battle would have lasted much longer. The young man shrugged. I only did what I could. Then let me repay you, Hercules said. The young man raised an eyebrow. You planning to fight against Olympus? Hercules smirked. I'll give you something great, consider it a gift. Suddenly, light erupted between them. The air shimmered as a figure began to materialize. Hercules narrowed his eyes. The shape was familiar, too familiar. His chest tightened as he turned to the young man. What are you doing? His voice was low, cautious. Who is that? The figure took form. Ares. He was kneeling, his expression unreadable. The young man tilted his head. Well, the dead man himself. Ares slowly lifted his gaze, looking less than pleased with the remark. Standing, He turned toward the one who had killed him, his eyes filled with disdain. Hercules was stunned. The dead worshipped him? The brunette stepped forward unbothered. With a swift motion, he peeled something away from Ares, his skin. Then, from within, he pulled out his sword. Ares staggered, falling to his knees. How sad, the young man mused. A soul weaker than the body. But his voice turned sharp. Then again, sometimes the soul surpasses it. Without hesitation, he plunged his blade into Ares' shoulder. You were strong in life. A rancor. Ordinary people would break from this pain. The blade sank deeper. But you're different, aren't you? Hercules clenched his fists, his hands trembling with barely contained fury. Admit it, he growled. You were wrong. Ares refused to answer. That was it. With a burst of motion, Hercules swung, his fists slamming into Ares' face. The young man flinched. He hadn't expected that. His eyes darted between them, a nervous energy creeping into his posture. But Hercules wasn't done. His aura flared, a searing green light of raw power. His eyes burned with rage. This only makes me feel better. His fist crashed into Ares again, and again, and again. Mercilessly, he struck, over and over. The young man watched in silence, realizing one thing. Ares was stubborn. He could have ended this easily, but he didn't. Ares gasped for breath, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. Hercules didn't stop. He gripped Ares by the collar and swung again, his fist crashing into him with unrelenting force. The blows left him unrecognizable. Blood smeared across his face as he screamed, his words turning into desperate pleas for mercy. But Hercules' eyes burned with fury. Not enough. The king of the dead's influence strengthened, controlling the fallen god of war like a puppet. The prophecy's weight bore down on the battlefield. The young man watched, uneasy. How long could he maintain this summoning? He had never held someone from the underworld for this long. A warning flashed before his eyes. Ares' soul was at risk. His mana was nearly depleted. Sweat dripped down his face. It was time to stop. Ares lay sprawled on the ground, barely conscious. The fight was over. The young man exhaled and glanced at Hercules. Well, if you ever want to beat him again, just say the word. I can call him back. Hercules didn't even look at him. There are others who deserve my fists more. The young man smirked. In that case, how about I help? I know a lot. Hercules finally turned to him. Prove it. Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a player's kit. For starters, let's figure out who wanted your mother dead. Who is an enemy and who is an ally? Hercules' expression darkened as he examined the results. Names appeared before him. Hades, Hargan, Kim Yuan, and his mother. His fists clenched. Before anything else, the young man continued, we need to deal with Zeus. He's the biggest obstacle. Hercules remained silent for a moment. Then, throwing his lion's pelt over his shoulders, he turned away. The young man watched him leave. I get what you're planning, he called after him. But don't expect me to wait for you to carry it out. Hercules stopped, but didn't turn around. Kill whoever you want, but not my father. His eyes burned with determination as he faced forward again. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, leaving behind a whirlwind of dust and shattered ground. The young man tilted his head up, watching him disappear. Ares, still weak, muttered under his breath. You forget, he's a necromancer. The dead man turned to glare at the young man, but before he could say anything, the young man's expression darkened. Lose the look, he said flatly. I'm still being nice. Ares gritted his teeth, about to object, but the moment the young man moved, he immediately dropped to his knees. The young man smirked. That's better. Ares hesitated before speaking again. You could use me as an empty shell, like any other undead. His voice was bitter, yet resigned. The young man crouched beside him. Are you offering to swear loyalty to me? Ares' expression twisted. Of course not. I am an enemy of the Olympians. The young man's gaze sharpened. Then understand this. Hercules will never raise his sword against his parents. He leaned in slightly, which means I'll have to use you in this war. Ares' jaw clenched as he realized what that meant. You won't feel a thing, the young man continued. I'll use your power as I see fit. And when I'm done, his voice dropped. I'll destroy you. Ares stared back at him. Neither of them looked away. The dead man glared at his opponent, but the young man remained unfazed. I don't care who it is, the brunette said coldly. If they're an Olympian, even Zeus, I'll kill them. The two men sat facing each other, the tension thick between them. Then the young man set his terms. If you agree to help me, I swear I won't send you in a battle against the Olympians. His voice was calm, but firm. I'll even bind my word to the system itself. Ares stiffened. The weight of those words left him momentarily stunned. The young man lowered his gaze and thought. Souls like his rancors as strong as Ares. They were incredibly rare, too valuable to waste. The dead man dropped his head, slightly silent. I could force you, the young man admitted. But that's not what I want. I want you to act on your own free will. Ares' expression darkened. His jaw clenched, but he gave a sharp nod. Fine, let's get this over with. He knew the risks. Without a contract, he could be betrayed at any moment. The brunette extended his hand, his voice turning almost casual. How many lies have you told in your life? Ares didn't answer. The question wasn't meant to be answered. Their hands clasped. The contract was sealed by oath. At that moment, the dead man's soul was bound. He could no longer engage in battle. If he did, his soul would be freed. The deal was done. With it, the young man gained Ares' loyalty. And once again, the prophecy grew stronger. High above, the skies were peaceful over the grand temple of Eros on the 77th floor. Players went about their business, unaware of what was coming. Is the goddess here? Someone asked. No, came the reply. She hasn't been here for a long time. Hector, clad in his helmet, stood nearby, his arms crossed. The situation is unstable, he muttered, watching everything carefully. Mantheus, another ranker, closed his eyes and thought. I still can't believe it. Zeus and Poseidon, separated? One of the three great gods falling just like that. His voice held both disbelief and irritation. The temple remained calm, yet whispers filled the air. I heard Zeus knew all along that Poseidon and Hades would unite, one ranker said. I heard the same, another confirmed. Then the ground trembled. Something massive crashed into the temple, sending debris flying. A chunk of the structure shattered into splinters. Panic spread instantly. Dust filled the air. Rankers scrambled, struggling to make sense of what had just happened. Through the thick haze, a towering figure emerged. Hercules. His expression burned with rage. Without hesitation, he grabbed a fallen ranker by the hair, yanking him up. Where's the goddess? His voice was sharp, demanding. The others froze in place. Who is this? Some rankers whispered. Where's he from? Does he not fear coming here alone? Then recognition hit them. Their eyes widened. It's him, the war hero. Hercules strode forward, his baton clenched tightly in his hand. The rankers exchanged uneasy glances. What is the hero of Gigantomachy doing here in the temple? Hercules shot them a glare. I won't ask again. Where is Hera? Silence. Then, one of them finally spoke up. She's not here. Hercules narrowed his eyes. Then tell me where she is. When no answer came, he tightened his grip on his baton and swung it down with crushing force. The ground beneath them shattered. The impact knocked the players off their feet, sending shockwaves through the temple. The rankers' expressions twisted in anger. Hector scowled. This is beyond reckless, he spat. You think Olympus will fear an old man who disappeared for 1,000 years? Mantheus, however, raised a hand. We don't have to fight. Too late. They charged. Hercules himself. Our opponent is Hercules. One of the rankers swung at him. But nothing. His strike had no effect. Hector's breath caught in his throat. Had he missed? Then, before anyone could react, Hercules moved. He swung his baton. The force was monstrous. The impact sent Hector flying. The others stood frozen in shock as blood splattered across the floor. Their bodies trembled. Hercules didn't even glance at them. If you want to stop me, his voice was calm, almost mocking. Then bring more people. The rankers hesitated, but their intent was clear. They wanted to fight. Hercules' gaze swept over them, burning with fury. He knew exactly what they were thinking. They had already accepted their deaths. His pendant gleamed, catching the dim light. Then his voice cut through the air. Call every ranker you have. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan was sound asleep, oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Hargan, however, was not. His messages flooded in relentlessly, his frustration growing with each one. Hercules attacked the Hera temple. He wrote, calling him a lunatic. How the hell did this even happen? Kim Yuan stirred slightly, but he didn't bother replying. Hargan kept going. How did you even convince him? And why are you ignoring me? Still no answer. Annoyed, the blonde glared at his communication sphere, fingers flying across the screen. Are you seriously sleeping through all of this? Then, finally ping. A new message. But it wasn't a reply. It was an update. The preparations were complete. Kim Yuan's eyes snapped open. Immediately, he sat up in bed, his mind shifting gears. He reached for the communication sphere and read the message again. This is it. Stretching slightly, he smirked. Hargan, still fuming, sent another message. How the hell did you pull all of this off? And then another. Where are you? Let's meet. Kim Yuan finally responded. 42nd floor. I have something that will change everything. Above the dense forest, the sky glowed an unnatural red. This was the 42nd floor, a place that could only be described as hell. Hargan stood in front of Kim Yuan, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. At first, he said nothing. Then, after a long silence, he finally spoke. What did you do? Kim Yuan smirked. You should join the battle against Zeus. Hargan took a step closer, narrowing his eyes. What? Kim Yuan tilted his head slightly. Why not? You're not having second thoughts, are you? No, Hargan admitted. But you do realize my father is the king of Olympus, the ruler of the heavens. Kim Yuan remained silent, watching him. Hargan continued, his tone measured. Right now, I'm ninth in strength. I may be faster than any player, but in terms of raw power, I can't compete with him. He hesitated slightly. So tell me, what's the point? I wouldn't even be able to help you. His arms crossed over his chest. You, on the other hand, you do have the strength to take him down. Kim Yuan's smirk deepened. There are two reasons you can help. Hargan raised an eyebrow. Which one do I get to hear first? The one that will shock you. Hargan scoffed. Everything you say is shocking. Just get to it. Then Kim Yuan dropped the bombshell. Zeus loves only one child. Silence. Hargan's eyes widened. What? Kim Yuan didn't blink. You heard me. They stood there, the weight of those words hanging between them. Then, finally, Hargan let out a low chuckle. He ran a hand through his hair, his grin widening. You're serious? Dead serious. For a moment, Hargan seemed to consider it, but then he scoffed. That's ridiculous. Is it? Kim Yuan's gaze sharpened. Titles, rankings, they mean nothing to Zeus. There's only one child he truly treasures. Lightning crackled in the distance. Kim Yuan took a step closer, his voice dropping. And that child is you. Hargan stood frozen. For the first time, he had nothing to say. Hargan scoffed, shaking his head. When you say it like that, it sounds even more ridiculous. But the weight of the words pressed down on him. His magic flared instinctively, radiating heat. Why the hell would I want to be my father's favorite? His voice was sharp, laced with frustration. Memories surfaced. His mother, her gentle voice, the warmth of her presence. He had once been grateful to his father for giving him life, but he had lived only because of his mother. Her voice echoed in his mind. If he really loved you, he would have stayed. The young man watched him, his expression unreadable. You know what your father has done, he said quietly. The same goes for your brother. Hargan clenched his fists. Olympus isn't a place of reason or justice, the young man continued. Only power and results matter there. Zeus doesn't limit himself. Not to anything. Not to anyone. Hargan's fists trembled as he gritted his teeth. You really think he loves me? The brunette exhaled. If you don't believe me, I have nothing else to say. Silence. Then Hargan sank to the ground, gripping his head. His breath was uneven. He knew the truth. Every word was real, as if Kim Yuan had seen the future itself. He let out a slow, bitter laugh, covering his face with one hand. Just give me a minute. First, he asked for hours, then minutes. The young man watched from a distance, his eyes unreadable. It was cruel to tell him the truth, but necessary. Would he still make the same choice, knowing it? Hargan remained still, lost in thought. The weight of it all pressed down on him. Then, a message flashed across Kim Yuan's screen. We have a problem. His eyes widened. Another message followed. Orders have been sent to attack the heavenly demon divine cult. Hargan stirred as the message was shown to him. The sender? Apollo. The sky above burned with streaks of fire. A divine chariot, harnessed to two celestial horses, soared across the clouds. Kim Yuan turned in an instant, glancing toward the blonde at the back of the chariot. Hargan, he called out. Are you ready? The man sat hunched over, staring at nothing. His voice was distant. No. They flew on. Hargan clenched his fists. How do we stop this war? His voice was strained. I can't just sit by and watch hundreds, maybe thousands die for nothing. Kim Yuan smirked. Good. Hargan frowned, glancing at him. Did you already contact the heavenly demon divine cult? Kim Yuan nodded. On the way to the 10th floor. A pause. Be careful, Hargan muttered. Mugan is already there, Kim Yuan assured him. They have strong rankers. They'll be fine. But despite his words, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Why do I feel like something's off? His grip on the reins tightened. He eyed the celestial horse leading the chariot, his thoughts racing. Zeus wouldn't use Apollo with Hades, but what about Athena? Hermes? Dionysus? Would other guilds get involved? No, he told himself. There shouldn't be any guilds that would interfere with the Olympians' affairs. Right? As he sat at the front, reins in hand, realization hit him like a thunderbolt. Hargan, watching from behind, finally spoke. You're amusing yourself too much. Kim Yuan let out a dry chuckle. This can't be happening. Then his voice dropped, turning serious. Would Zeus really take advantage of our failure? The chariot sped forward, flames trailing in its wake. And neither of them liked the answer to that question. Then, after a moment, he spoke. There are 10 rankers, strong ones, locked away in Olympus prison for years. His voice was calm, but the weight of his words was anything but. Fewer than 10 people even know their names. Hargan's brow furrowed. How the hell do you know this? But what bothered him more was the next question. Why would Zeus ever release them? Kim Yuan's grip on the reins tightened. Because he doesn't value them anymore. Hargan scoffed. What? Kim Yuan continued. Soon, there will be another gigantomachy. Hercules has changed. The four supreme gods have split. Even Hephaestus, the one who forges their weapons, isn't with them anymore. He glanced at Hargan. If war breaks out, it'll take decades to recover. That part wasn't surprising. What was surprising was that Zeus would be reckless enough to release such dangerous individuals, even if it meant putting himself at risk. Hargan frowned, staring at the back of Kim Yuan's head. This is his trump card, isn't it? But even then, he just couldn't picture his father putting himself in real danger. Kim Yuan exhaled, staring at the horizon. I hope I'm overthinking it. Then, he yanked the reins. Either way, we need to move fast. Outpost of Olympus. Air base of the divine, sky demon cult. The iron airship trembled under the sheer force of what was happening. Athena stood still, unaffected by the shaking around her. She had a mission. The first step? Send Kim Yuan to attack the divine sky demon cult. Kneeling before Zeus, she made her request. I need at least 4 rankers. Kim Yuan has Cheon Mujin and Sun Wukong. Zeus didn't turn to face her. His voice was cold. Take Odysseus. Take Hermes. I'll have another ready tomorrow. His expression darkened. It's time to let him and her in as well. Athena frowned slightly. She knew what that meant. Yet, she had no choice but to follow orders. As she left, someone muttered beside her. Your father only calls us when there's a problem. She turned, her sharp gaze meeting the speaker's. I know how annoying it is, she said, her voice steady. But don't just follow orders. Fight properly. The response came immediately. I don't like fighting. Hermes, the blue-haired Olympian with red eyes, crossed his arms, sighing. But I suppose this is a good opportunity to wrap things up quickly. Get rid of all this bloodshed. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. The ship shuddered violently. A deafening crack split the air as something massive struck them. What the? The next second, the ship crashed. It slammed into a cliff, stopping just before reaching its destination. The bow crumpled on impact. And from that shattered hull, the Garden of the Divine, Heavenly Demon cult came into full view. Athena spun around, furious. Hermes, why didn't you move the ship into a safe zone? Hermes raised his hands in defense. What do you want from me? That wasn't on purpose. I couldn't stop it. Athena's expression darkened. This shouldn't even happen, not unless. Her gaze snapped forward. That's when she saw him, high above, standing on the cliffs, watching them with cold eyes. Heavenly Demon Cheon Mujin. I thought he was still training in the mountains. Athena's fingers twitched. He's even stronger than before. Then, something else caught her attention. The garden itself. Red magic pulsed from within, coiling like a storm. The silence that had suffocated half the martial kingdom was gone. Today, the rank of the heavenly demon might change. Cheon Mujin stood with his blade in hand. His gaze was sharp, unyielding. He smirked slightly. I hope our guests aren't disappointed with the welcome. Then, his voice rang across the battlefield. All warriors of the divine demon cult, listen to me. The rankers and players stood at attention, waiting for his command. His eyes burned with purpose. We fight. A deafening roar followed, and the battle began. The battlefield erupted into chaos. A sudden burst of blue light illuminated the sky as a staff pulsed with raw magic. Rankers turned to see its source, their expressions twisting in displeasure. Then, without hesitation, she attacked. Magic crackled through the air as she cut through her enemies with ease. Athena stood behind Hermes, her shield raised. Deal with the rankers, she ordered, her voice steady. I'll handle the fools who dare to use the word divine so carelessly. Then, she raised her voice, her command slicing through the battlefield. Advance! The Olympus army surged forward. Under Athena's orders, they charged, weapons drawn, their mission clear, destroy the divine demon cult. And so, the bloodbath began. Steel clashed against steel, swords carving through flesh. Blood splattered across the battlefield as warriors fell one after another. Hermes moved swiftly, his staff crackling with energy as he battled the rankers. One of them sneered at him. The Olympians have lost their minds. Another warrior scoffed. It's because of him, the one who abandoned the heavenly mountain and chose the cult instead. Hermes' glare sharpened. Nearby, a player scolded his comrade. Watch your mouth. You dare insult our little master. Hermes didn't waste time with words. He pointed his staff again, unleashing another devastating attack. For players fought desperately against a single ranker, struggling to hold their ground. Amidst the carnage, a brunette stood next to an older warrior. His voice was sharp. Enough. This isn't the time for petty squabbles. He looked around, taking in the utter chaos. This guild is a mess. Then a whisper came from the shadows. Someone peered through a crack in the stonework, their voice laced with suspicion. How does she know what he must do? Inside a sarcophagus, someone stirred. A voice commanded them. Don't move until she speaks. The figure inside hesitated. If I obey, will I be released? The girl standing before him was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. Yes. Recognition dawned on him. Athena. But before anything more could be said, Athena turned sharply. A presence. Her eyes locked onto the approaching figure. Cheon Mu-jin. Someone nearby stiffened. Did you release him? Cheon Mu-jin's expression was unreadable. Athena didn't hesitate. My father promised. I'm staying here until I'm called upon. Then, she flew away, leaving the others to question what had just happened. Inside the sarcophagus, the figure stirred again. A single name slipped past their lips. Zeus. Magic crackled around the sarcophagus. Zeus, they repeated. Again, louder. The magic surged violently, shattering the stone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chariot cut through the sky. Kim Yuan remained calm as he controlled the reins. But beside him, an egg lay nestled in the seat. It twitched. Then it spoke. I was wrong. It whimpered. A long pause. Forgive me. Kim Yuan glanced at it, but said nothing. The egg shuddered, then let out a scream. Crack! A jagged line split across its shell. Then, fangs emerged from within. On the battlefield, the fighting continued. A slender hand, delicate yet steady, reached out, gently touching the corpse of a fallen warrior. One of the dead soldiers lay between the wreckage of the ship and the shattered sarcophagus. The air was thick with the scent of blood. The battles weren't over. Not yet. A soft, shimmering purple light began to spread. And then, a memory resurfaced. A girl. A beautifully crafted box. A gift. A man had given it to her long ago, his words heavy with warning. Never open this box. Under any circumstances. Tears welled in her eyes. Because she remembered. She remembered who had given it to her. The enemy. The one who had killed her parents. Her hands trembled. Then, she opened the box. A radiant, beautiful purple light burst forth, flooding everything around her. The battlefield froze as warriors instinctively recoiled, dodging incoming attacks as their eyes were drawn to the source of the light. And then, from within it, she appeared. A breathtaking red-haired girl stepped forward, the glow fading around her. The warriors whispered among themselves. She's from Olympus. Who is she? What is her rank? The players tensed, watching her carefully. She met their gazes, her striking purple eyes unreadable. Her name was Pandora, and she had just entered the battlefield. Pandora took a step forward, her voice calm, yet chilling. She told them to stay back. After all, wasn't a support supposed to remain behind? But the players hesitated, momentarily distracted. They were captivated by her beauty, confused because they couldn't recall ever seeing someone like her among Olympus ranks. Their hesitation cost them. She smirked. What's wrong? Scared. One of the players flinched, his confidence wavering. His eyes turned a deep shade of violet, his mind clouded by her magic. Pandora's voice was almost hypnotic as she declared their impending doom. Within minutes, they would suffer a gruesome fate. The divine cult would never allow the Olympians to live. No, they would be torn apart, erased completely. The man swallowed hard, but he was already too far gone, caught in the web of her spell. She whispered that death here was different. Olympus did not allow corpses to remain. Their bodies would dissolve, vanish as if they had never existed. Their deaths would be cruel. There would be no return. Fear twisted in their eyes. Her words sank in, feeding the terror already growing inside them. Then came the breaking point. One by one, the soldiers snapped. Desperate to escape the fate she had painted, they turned their swords upon themselves. The battlefield filled with the sounds of blades, piercing flesh, screams of agony, and the final gasps of men who had lost all hope. Pandora watched as they fell, her eyes glowing eerily, an unnatural green fire flickering within them. High above, Athena's gaze locked onto the red-haired girl. Shock flashed across her face. Who did you bring here? Someone demanded. Standing opposite her rival, Athena hesitated. I don't know, she admitted, though she had been wondering the same thing. Her breath caught as she realized what had just happened. Pandora had lost control. She had stepped onto the battlefield herself. From the sky, Athena had been watching, weighing her options. If she joined the fight, they might stand a chance against the cult. But at what cost? The battle was too delicate. Even if they managed to win, they could lose their allies in the process. At best, she, her enemy, and Hermes might be the only survivors. She bit her lip, torn between action and reason. But before she could decide, something blazed across the sky. A fiery chariot streaked through the air, its arrival shattering the tension. The brunette stepped onto the battlefield, her presence commanding attention. At the same time, something stirred, a presence more primal, more unsettling. The egg. A figure's eyes widened in shock. His grip on the object tightened as it pulsed in response to Pandora. What's happening? He muttered. It had reacted before, but never like this. His gaze snapped to the girl seated in the carriage. Where do you think you're going at that pace? He called out, his voice sharp, almost taunting. The blonde stepped down, ignoring his words. Stay here. he shouted after her. Nothing good awaits you there. The blond man winced, pressing his hands to his ears, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation. Something about this situation felt wrong. The brunette followed, throwing a glance at him. Go to the Divine Mountain, she ordered, her tone firm. Help the cult leader, but don't get too close to her. He hesitated, but another voice broke through. Hargan's. She's right. It's dangerous. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan lost his footing, tumbling down the hill. He hit the ground, jaw clenched. A wave of dread settled over him, unlike anything he had felt before. His own emotions seemed to be turning against him, amplifying into something unbearable. For the first time, he truly felt despair. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. We're not winning this. He didn't know why he said it, but the words felt absolute. We're all going to die for nothing. But even as he spoke, something inside him refused to break. He tightened his grip on his sword. If the odds of survival were close to zero, then so be it. He wasn't going to surrender without a fight. And then, the egg pulsed again, a silent omen. It had been waiting, watching, a seed of reckless chaos, awakening at last. The battle had already begun, the chaos unfolding before them. The unknown egg trembled, but nothing happened. Frustrated, he shouted at it. What's wrong? Do you need me to feed you, or something? But there was no response. The blonde, determined to act, gathered his power, preparing to strike with a weak stone attack. The girl instinctively shielded her face with her hands. Why are you stopping me? He demanded. Her answer was simple, yet unsettling. Because your very existence brings pain. His grip tightened. Lightning crackled at his fingertips as he infused his weapon with raw energy. The air hummed with power before, boom. A devastating lightning strike shattered the ground, sending tremors through the battlefield. But as the dust settled, his heart sank. She hadn't even flinched. He clenched his jaw. That wasn't enough. He had to keep moving, keep attacking. Before he could launch another assault, the ground beneath him crumbled. His wavered, and in an instant, he plummeted into a pit, his weapon still clenched in his hand. Lying at the bottom, he groaned, slightly injured but still determined. Above him, Pandora lowered her hands from her face, looking down at him with mild annoyance. She was strong, too strong, but giving up wasn't an option. Ignoring the pain, he leaped back into action, attacking from all angles. Again and again, he swung his sword, but every strike missed its mark. She dodged effortlessly, her movements fluid, her expression unreadable. Then, just before his next strike, Pandora whispered an incantation. The ground beneath him split open. Cracks spread like veins through the battlefield, and flames erupted around her. He barely had time to shield his eyes before the debris flew in all directions. Panting, he pressed a hand to his wounds. Close combat isn't working. It's draining her, but not enough. His gaze flicked toward the egg. Why won't you help me? If you're conscious, do something. He turned back to Pandora, realizing something unsettling. She outranked Athena. His mind raced. If brute force wouldn't work, he needed another approach. His sword shifted to his other hand. Think. Adapt. Meanwhile, Pandora's fire surged, the heat distorting the air around her. Her voice rang out through the chaos. Why do you want to kill me? What have I done to deserve this? She placed a hand over her face. The flames grew wilder, the earth splitting further, destruction unraveling all around them. I never wanted this, she whispered. He lifted his sword once more, but hesitated. There has to be another way. In the distance, the battle raged on. Soldiers clashed, their cries echoing through the battlefield. He could see it now. Pandora's strength wasn't just magic. It was fueled by her emotions. The more despair surrounded her, the stronger she became. If he wanted a chance at victory, he had to strip away that power. His mind snapped to a plan, something that could absorb her negative energy. Meanwhile, Athena clashed with Cheon Mujin, her shield deflecting his relentless attacks. He struck again, her shield barely holding against his raw force. Their battle moved from one battlefield to another, neither willing to give an inch. The two locked eyes, their glares burning with fury. The old warrior lifted his weapon, preparing for another brutal swing. Their fight was far from over, and neither was his. The clash of steel echoed through the battlefield as the man swung his sword once more. Athena raised her shield just in time, bracing against the force of his attack. His blade left a deep mark, cracks spreading across its surface. Gritting her teeth, she remained behind the shield, her mind racing. The brunette wouldn't last much longer. Pandora was too much for him to handle alone. But their real problem wasn't just her. It was the sky demon. Athena's gaze flickered downward. She needed time, just enough stamina to restore Pandora's strength. But before she could act, her opponent's voice broke through her thoughts. You keep looking away, the old man said, his tone almost amused. He took a step forward, pressing his advantage. Tell me, do you see anything in me? Maybe something that reminds you of your deputy lord. Her expression darkened. Not funny. Fury surged within her as she snapped. You and that so-called master of yours will die here. Today marks the end of the heavenly demon divine cult. Even in death, he would regret getting involved with that man. Cheon Mu-jin only chuckled. You think so? The heavenly demon divine cult has been suppressed for too long. Even an organization like ours can turn a blind eye to some things, but not to him. His eyes glowed with a flicker of violet flame. Kim Yuan, he continued, is stronger than most rankers. That's how he became deputy lord. He paused before adding, but that's not all. The old man's expression hardened. Kim Yuan was different. His strength wasn't just about raw power. It was his will, his unyielding determination. No matter the obstacle, he found a way to break through. And once he did, he wouldn't stop. The purple flames burned even brighter. You'll never understand the one who will end you all. Athena lunged forward, her attacks relentless, her flames growing stronger with every strike. Meanwhile, Pandora turned her attention to the young man, watching as he flinched and pulled back. He was struggling. The heat was unbearable. He clenched his jaw, gripping his sword tightly. He had figured it out. The divine flame fed on fear. The more emotions she poured into it, the stronger it grew. And as long as those emotions remained unchecked, the fire would rage on. Pandora struck again, her attack sending him flying back. Blood spilled from his lips as he staggered, barely keeping himself upright. His fingers moved instinctively to his inventory, his last hope. And then it screamed. The egg. He stared at it, heart pounding. It was reacting, absorbing the flames. A smirk played on his lips. Finally, are you ready to hatch? The moment those words left his mouth, the egg trembled violently. The fire surrounding Pandora was being drawn in, consumed. Her eyes widened in shock. The egg grew teeth. It wasn't just absorbing the flames. It was devouring her magic. The hatching percentage skyrocketed, ticking closer and closer to completion. The young man's expression darkened as he realized just how much it had fed. If it hatched now, would it bring forth an external god? The number hit 100%. A deep crack split the shell. Everyone watched as the egg trembled, its surface breaking apart. Then, two eyes appeared from within. The shell shattered completely, and something emerged. It shot through the air, rushing toward the brunette. He barely had time to react before the creature, whatever it was, looked at him. And then, everything went white. As soon as the egg made contact with him, everything shifted. The energy pulsing from it changed color, rippling through the air like a living force. Then the egg hatched. Kim Yuan's breath caught as he stared at what had emerged. A small copy of himself. The egg hatches the moment Yuan finalizes the contract. As soon as it reaches level 1, a small, glowing creature floats toward him. Its tiny body radiates a deep purple aura, shimmering in Yuan's eyes. But before he can't process what's happening, the little thing latches onto him, chirping excitedly as Papa. Yuan stumbles back, caught off guard by the sudden attachment. At the same time, he senses something strange, as this creature is linked to a void, one that flickers and then vanishes. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices Pandora lying unconscious nearby. Just as he starts wondering if the battle is truly over, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. What card did you use? Hermes demands, appearing beside her fallen sister. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How did you take her down? Yuan watches her with a sharp gaze as an unsettling energy lingers in her stare. Is she here to fight or just for answers? He lifts an eyebrow and asks if she really wants to go another round. Hermes lets out a slow breath and shakes her head. She admits that she wanted to fight at first, but after seeing Pandora like this, she doubts her sister even realized her true intent. Yuan questions why she held back. Hermes folds her arms and explains that she had orders, but after witnessing Pandora's condition, she has no reason to continue. She would rather step away. With a smirk, she points out that he has been holding onto her shoe the entire time. Yuan ignores the jab, but before the tension settles, the ground shudders violently. Peng Baeklund crashes onto the scene, and the sheer force of his arrival sends a shockwave through the battlefield. More fighters emerge, their presence shifting the balance. Hermes quickly gauges the situation, her confidence fading. With Pandora already down and her own energy drained, she exhales in surrender. Once again, the ground crackled again with a burst, and Yuan can't help but feel annoyed by these classic heroic entrances. This time, it's Athena. Fury burns in her eyes as she storms toward him. You made Hercules leave the Olympus Guild, she accuses. Yuan scoffs. That's on Zeus, not me. Your guild dug its own grave. Athena doesn't bite and shouts that Yuan is responsible for this mess. He narrows his eyes and activates his cinder eyes. As he studies her, the realization hits. She's completely clueless about the real relationship between Zeus and Hercules. Yuan shifts his gaze to Hermes, silently asking if she'll step in. However, Hermes just looks bored. Interesting. Athena might be more useful than she knows. If she learns the truth about Zeus, she could be the key to taking him down. Yu-1 straightens and gives a simple command. Take them. His cult members and the gods move instantly, restraining both Athena and Hermes. Athena struggles, looking to Hermes for backup, but her sister tosses her weapons aside. Yu-1 turns to his crew. Round up the survivors. Gather them in one place. Pandora stirs weakly, muttering for help, but nothing defies Yu-1's will. Meanwhile, in a grand castle, Apollo and Artemis confront Zeus. Artemis folds her arms and asks why Yu-1 is the only one he calls a friend. Apollo steps forward and questions why he summoned them so suddenly. Zeus leans back with a smirk and tells them to relax for the next 3,000 years. The two gods exchange stunned glances as Artemis repeats the number in disbelief. Zeus shrugs, until Olympus gets its act together. You need time to raise new ranks and rebuild real strength. Artemis's eyes narrow. She finally pieces it together. You plan to capture us. She and Apollo move at the same time, aiming for the sun chariot, the only escape route their father can't chase down. But before they even get far, thunder tears through the sky. Thunderbolts slam into the chariot mid-flight, obliterating it in an instant. The two siblings barely have time to react before shackles wrap around them. Zeus stands over them, arms crossed. We're supposed to meet someone in private. I expect you to be there. His voice hardens. And before you think of running again, maybe ask yourselves, whose side are you really on? In the divine cult basement, Hargan is fuming at Pandora for ignoring him. But since she outranks him, he can't do anything to kick her out. Frustrated, he just dumps the problem on Yu-1. Now stuck alone because of the hatchling, Yu-1 tells Arthur to keep an eye on the barracks. But when Pandora steps in to follow the order, he loses it and tells her he wasn't talking to her. She stops and tilts her head as she says she heard his voice, even the faintest whisper. Yu-1 frowns since there is something odd about her that he still can't figure out. Before he can think about it, a system notification appears in front of him. Name the outer hatchling. The little creature stares at him with wide eyes. Yu-1 pauses and remembers a game character that looked just like this one. He decides on Kim Dampong. A new notification appears. The hatchling has been named. It seems to love its name. Suddenly, Yu-1 feels a shift in power. The contract finalizes, linking their abilities. His stats redistribute, a surge of magic coursing through him, his power boosted by 3 points. Pandora isn't a fan of the name and finds the little creature creepy. Yu-1 realizes it's probably because the creature has been messed with by outer forces for way too long, and that is why it had a strange glow in its eyes. Suddenly, he finds himself back in the same empty space where the hatching took place. Confused, he asks Dampong, "Did you do this?" From the darkness, razor-sharp teeth lunge at him. Yu-1 exhales sharply. Seriously? Are you trying to scare your dad? The fangs close in, and Yu-1 feels like he's being swallowed by a beast. The pressure is immense as the monstrous teeth press down on him. In that moment, a system notification flashes before his eyes, revealing his newly acquired predator skill. Its grade remains unknown, but its proficiency is already at an astounding 98%. The description hints at a terrifying ability, one that allows him to summon giants capable of completely devouring their enemies. As Yu-1 pieces everything together, he recalls the earlier notification stating he would receive a portion of the hatchling's skills and abilities. If that's true, then the massive teeth surrounding him must be a manifestation of this new power. A wild thought crosses his mind. Outers are like walking calamities, bringing destruction wherever they go. If eating Dampong could make him stronger, wouldn't that mean he could tap into that same overwhelming power? The idea is insane, yet the sensation he feels in this moment is eerily similar to consuming a meal. Dampong even has stats and levels, something more fitting for a player than a divine beast. If Yu-1 harnesses this power correctly, he could completely overturn any strategy his enemies throw at him. For the first time in a while, Yu-1 feels like the odds are shifting in his favor. The chance of victory, once a mere 1%, has now surged to 10%. It may still seem small, but compared to before, it feels like a real shot at winning the war. And the key to this newfound confidence, that little monster at his side. Dampong isn't just a pet. He's a game changer, a force that could turn the tide in their favor. With him, victory isn't just a possibility. It's within reach. That night, Hargan is curled up with Dampong, holding him like a stuffed animal. Yu-1 sighs, reminding him that it's just a hatchling. But Hargan refuses to listen. This thing isn't just a hatchling. It's a divine beast, he insists. Yu-1 isn't sure what his teammate is thinking, but warns him to keep his distance. When Hargan asks if the little creature is dangerous, Yu-1 tells him it could easily kill him. He's not sure of Dampong's full power yet, but if they knew, they wouldn't even dare go near it. Later, as the night deepens, Yu-1 and Hargan sit together, talking about his mother. Yuan wants to understand the hidden cards at play as Zeus begins to move. He points out that Hargan has yet to fully grasp his father's power, and learning about his mother might be the key to unlocking it. Hargan hesitates before speaking. She was a beautiful, calm woman. She loved only one man her whole life. He recalls a pool that reveals a person's true self, explaining how Zeus, despite searching for love, always saw two unchanging expressions reflected back at him. Hera's smile, despite her disdain for him, caught him off guard and deepened their connection. Yuan comes to a realization. Hargan's mother is the only woman who truly loves Zeus. When Hargan brings up Nemesis and Themis, Yuan shakes his head. They sided with Hades. Hargan looks stunned. No way. My mother would never betray my father. Yuan studies him for a moment. Then he asks, how are you any different from her? Hargan doesn't hesitate. She was blinded by love. Yuan raises an eyebrow. Then why do you speak so openly about her? Hargan sighs. Because she doesn't want you to end up like her. It's a painful truth, but one that makes it easier for him to talk about her, especially with Yuan. As they work toward restoring order in Olympus, he knows he has to face these truths head-on. Danpeng, seemingly oblivious to the heavy conversation, happily climbs onto Hargan's head, nuzzling into his hair. The moment of calm doesn't last long. A sudden system message appears before Yuan. Hades is on the move. The timing is perfect. With Zeus preparing to act, now is their chance to strike Olympus. Hargan tenses. Is this it? The final battle? Yuan meets his gaze without hesitation. This is the decisive one, and I came ready for it. Meanwhile, Yuan gives Hercules a direct order. Smash the tower's ceiling. Hargan's eyes widened. What? What? Yuan doesn't answer immediately. He recalls meeting someone with the same goal as Zeus during the tutorial. It wasn't the right time to explain, but the significance of the tower's ceiling was crucial. Elsewhere, Hercules rips through the 32nd floor, known as the World of Peace. His blade cuts through the enemy, taking a couple of strikes before finally putting them down. He has just eliminated Poseidon's third son, Orion, and can't believe Olympus is using their own nephew as a weapon. Hercules remembers Yuan's plan to take down the second temple and then the third. No one fights a losing battle, so by the time he reaches the fifth temple, Olympus will likely throw everything at him, hoping to wear him out before Zeus finishes the job. He has to stay sharp. There's no room for hesitation. He won't hold back. As he slices through some Olympus-like fruits, a thought lingers. Yuan plays his cards like he's above even Zeus. Suddenly, a deafening crack of thunder splits the sky, shaking the battlefield. Purple energy rains down, and Hercules barely has time to raise his weapon, blocking the impact with sheer strength. Smoke rises around him, obscuring his vision. Through the haze, a familiar figure steps forward. Dionysus, another son of Zeus, standing with a raised finger, power crackling at his fingertips. The ground trembles as Dionysus strikes, each attack landing with devastating force. This isn't just a fight, it's a lesson straight from their father. But Hercules doesn't flinch. Instead, he grins. Fighting high rankers in front of Zeus? Now that's exciting. The battle for Olympus has officially begun. Out of nowhere, Zeus appears, and with just a flick of his wrist, electrifies the entire floor in a brilliant display of power. The sheer force sends tremors through the battlefield, crackling arcs of energy illuminating the shattered ground. Normally, Zeus stays at the temple, only making an appearance for major events like the Gigantomachy. But this moment is different. Seeing Hercules still standing amid the destruction stirs something in him like pride, perhaps, though he would never admit it outright. Hercules holds his ground, enduring the overwhelming force without relying on any specific skill or mobility. His unwavering stance catches Zeus's attention. He's curious. How long can this kid withstand the full force of the thunderbolt? Has his strongest son finally started to bridge the gap between them? To Zeus, Hercules is still just a tiny speck in the grand scheme of things, but perhaps he is becoming something more. Then, Hades arrives, his presence as cold and heavy as the underworld itself. He warns Zeus about the entire war situation, but Zeus merely laughs it off. War? That word seems far too dramatic. To him, this is nothing more than a petty family squabble, a battle between brothers that had already been decided long ago. After all, Hades had never once beaten him, not in all the centuries they had clashed. To drive his point home, Zeus casually hurls a thunderbolt straight at Hades, the sheer power enough to obliterate anything in its path. Yet with effortless grace, Hades sidesteps the attack, his smirk growing wider. There's no anger in his expression, only amusement. Get ready for a surprise, he says cryptically. Just as he speaks, a swirling blue portal tears open beside him. Suddenly, a raging storm kicks up, its winds howling through the battlefield. Out of the vortex, a spear shoots directly at Zeus. Without warning, Poseidon crashes onto the scene, his presence a force of nature in itself. Pure rage burns in his eyes, fueled by a desire for vengeance against Zeus for attempting to imprison him. Without hesitation, he launches a ferocious attack, his divine power clashing head-on with Zeus's overwhelming might. The battlefield erupts into chaos as the two gods engage in an earth-shaking battle. Each strike sends shockwaves rippling through the air, splitting the sky with thunder and crashing waves. Meanwhile, Hades watches from the sidelines, his expression unreadable. Everything is unfolding exactly as Yuan had planned. Poseidon had only just been freed from his Asgardian prison, and the timing was no coincidence. They had discovered Asgard's intention to strike a deal, and the plan had been simple. Convince Asgard that they needed Poseidon to take down Zeus, presenting Zeus as an even greater threat to them. Given how much of a hassle Zeus was for Asgard as well, they couldn't refuse. And just as expected, once Poseidon was released, the civil war within Olympus ignited, plunging the faction into disarray. Hades had anticipated Odin's caution. There was no way he'd risk all three gods teaming up against Asgard, so he wouldn't interfere. Meanwhile, Yuan knew that if they could secure Hercules' allegiance, Asgard would have no choice but to stay out of the conflict entirely. As long as Zeus and Hercules were the ones fighting, Odin would remain on the sidelines, watching rather than interfering. And just as they had anticipated, every piece of the plan had fallen into place perfectly. The battlefield trembles violently as Poseidon and Zeus exchange devastating blows, each strike unleashing destruction across the landscape. Towering waves rise, summoned by Poseidon's fury, crashing down with the force to shatter mountains. His goal is clear: to drown Zeus beneath the unrelenting weight of the sea. But before the water can even touch him, a sharp, electrified jolt stops Poseidon in his tracks. Sparks crackle across his skin as he realizes Zeus is already ahead of him. The air thickens with the scent of ozone as thunder surges in every direction, a blinding current of raw power. A thunderbolt, brighter than the sun, launches straight at Poseidon. He barely manages to dodge, but before he can fully regain his footing, Zeus is already upon him. Faster than thought, Zeus closes the distance in an instant, his fist charged with pure electricity. With thunder speed, he drives his fist directly into Poseidon's face. The impact is cataclysmic. Poseidon's body is sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the battlefield miles away, leaving a deep crater in his wake. The dust settles, but the battle is far from over. Zeus hovered over him, a smug grin creeping onto his face. "That's all you got?" Poseidon wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered. "Cocky little bastard." Before Zeus could respond, a fist came from behind, slamming into his jaw. Hades had arrived, standing tall with a smirk. "How's that for teamwork?" Zeus barely batted an eye. Instead, his anger soared. He laughed, telling them they could never reach him. And with that, he expanded the range of his thunderbolts, making it impossible for Hades to get close. Hades is shocked that his power gap compared to Zeus had been widened. Zeus jolts them for not training properly, as he had even warmed up, saying so he used a precise thunderbolt at both of them, so they got forced to jump far away from Zeus' reach. Realizing they were no match for his power, Poseidon feels get toyed by Zeus. He showed who the boss was, smashing everything around him. Poseidon asked Zeus what he had been up to, just hanging out in his temple. Zeus smirked and said it only seemed like that to them, but honestly, they were all just sitting around comfortable in their roles. He then brought up whether they had ever thought about reaching beyond the top of the tower. No matter what, he was determined to rise above, because that was the only way he could truly be the king of the tower. Hades pointed out that Zeus was already king of Olympus and wondered if that wasn't good enough. Zeus scoffed. Living without trying to rise higher is the same as being dead, especially in this tower. He looked at them with disdain. "You've been satisfied with scraps." Hades crossed his arms. "So that's why you're starting another gigantomachy? Just another excuse to feed your ambition." Poseidon laughed off the idea of a higher floor, calling it ridiculous. But Zeus was adamant. Whether they believed it or not, he was sure there was more out there beyond what they could see. While they were arguing, Yuan showed up in front of the thunder god, standing right in front of him. Zeus sensed someone's presence and looked at them and straight up asked what Yuan knew about this level. In this tense battle of nerves, Yuan took a moment to cuddle Danpeng before stepping forward. Worn out and battered, Hades and Poseidon exchanged glances, finally arriving at the battlefield. Without hesitation, Yuan shot back at Zeus, confidently stating that he understood this level better than Zeus himself. Zeus scoffed. "A half-hearted reply," he said. "Tell me, what do you truly know about the top of the tower?" As they spoke, Poseidon seized the moment, summoning a colossal sea-binding storm. But before he could fully unleash its power, a barrage of thunderbolts struck him down, forcing him back with sheer force. Now, Yuan could feel it, the suffocating, overwhelming pressure of Zeus's thunder crackling through the air. Despite the crushing intensity, Yuan only grinned. "I've set up everything on this floor just for you, Zeus," he said, his tone steady. "What I know isn't much different from what you do, but there's one key difference. I figured it out myself rather than having it handed to me." For the first time, realization dawned on Zeus. This player, who wasn't even ranked, had somehow twisted fate itself, overturning Olympus and using the very gods against their own guild. It wasn't just raw talent. Yuan had climbed higher than Zeus himself. Zeus's expression darkened. He had gravely underestimated this mortal. "I see it now," he admitted. "I brushed you off for far too long." His aura surged. "But I won't make that mistake again. From this moment on, you are my enemy." Without warning, Zeus lifted off the ground, his powers swelling to its peak. Thunder surged around him as he prepared to deliver a devastating strike. Then, out of nowhere, Pandora appeared. In an instant, she blocked Zeus's path, halting his attack. Her eyes burned with a deep resentment as she glared at him. "Because of that box you gave me, I had to bear the weight of all the world's troubles. You have no idea the suffering it caused me." Zeus's lips curled into an impressed smirk. "Yuan, you've gathered quite the allies." But Yuan merely shrugged. To him, Pandora's presence was nothing more than a consequence of his actions, a part of his karma. Even Hades and Poseidon stood baffled, unable to understand why she had chosen to fight alongside Yuan. Not that it mattered to Zeus. Nothing did anymore. Not Hades, not Poseidon, not even the battlefield itself. In his mind, only one piece remained on the board. Yuan. Just like in chess, victory was decided the moment the king fell. And to Zeus, Yuan was the only piece that truly mattered now. Thunder exploded behind him as he lunged straight at Yuan, his entire focus locked onto his target. But before he could reach him, Pandora intercepted once more, blocking his path with unwavering resolve. She stood her ground as Zeus's strikes crashed against her, shaking the battlefield. Despite the relentless assault, she refused to fall, until, with one final devastating blow, Zeus's fist slammed into her, sending her hurtling into the ground. Poseidon charged forward, fully prepared for battle. The sea and thunder gods had clashed countless times before, but this time, their auras surged with even greater intensity. Zeus unleashed a devastating surge of power, while Poseidon's flawless defense held firm. Both stood strong, their presence shaking the fractured battlefield. Then, Hades entered the fray, his oppressive aura darkening the scene. He struck at Zeus repeatedly, forcing the fight into an even deadlier exchange. Meanwhile, Sanj realized that summoning his abilities might turn the tide. He called upon the powers of the abyss, the ocean, and the black god stones. Their combined force crashed against Zeus's thunder, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Yet, despite the overwhelming pressure, Zeus remained unmoved, completely unfazed. This wasn't just a battle between gods. It was a clash of ambition and fate. Pandora, despite being hurt, was determined to keep fighting Zeus, and Yuan knew he had to step up to boost their chances of winning. His first move was to set up the environment to help Hades and Poseidon get stronger. Hades was a bit confused at first, but noticed that Yuan's use of the divine dark crystals was seriously cranking up his power. Surprised, Hades joked about Yuan borrowing this ability from him. When Yuan said no, Hades teased about whether he was trying to make him a sinner like Poseidon. Yuan quickly assured him that wasn't the plan. Hades asked if they could take down Zeus with the power they had. Yuan straight up said no way. Their chances went from 0 to a measly 10%, which still wasn't good enough. Zeus's thunderbolts were crashing down hard, tearing up the ground and making it tough to keep their balance. To fight back, Yuan used his sensory field, unleashing demonic energy to boost the battlefield and his allies. Gold sparks of thunder reacted to him, creating a huge aura around him. But even that wasn't enough to phase Zeus. Yuan quickly figured out that his plan wasn't working. The real issue was Zeus's unbreakable armor. The thunderbolt wasn't just a weapon. It was built into his spear, shield, and armor. Yuan had told Hargan before that he'd never stand a chance against Zeus unless he could break through that armor. Then, out of nowhere, something struck Zeus's armor with a deafening impact. Boom! It was Hercules. While Zeus had been focused on dodging Yuan's relentless attacks, Hercules had seized the moment. Now, standing tall and unyielding, he was ready to challenge his father head-on. High above, Hargan watched as these titans clashed. The battlefield trembled under their power. He knew exactly what Yuan wanted from him, to grab the fragment of the thunderbolt that Zeus possessed. His grip tightened. Can I really pull this off? Doubt crept in, but Yuan's words echoed in his mind. You're the only one who can do this. And he was right. If anyone could take a piece of Zeus's power, it was Hargan. With a deep breath, he prepared to make his move. Suddenly, Hercules slams into the battle and strikes Zeus. He tells him that he got a bit late, but now they are finally face to face. However, being the toughest, Zeus slams Hercules down, but Hercules is made of tough stuff. He powers up and boosts his endurance by complete gigantification. He gets able to shake off all of Zeus' hits and come back swinging. Even though Zeus has some serious skills, Yuan starts to wonder if Hercules can keep going after losing so much energy from earlier fights. Right now, it's all about who can last longer. Hercules is fighting off fatigue, while Zeus is just using his mana. But even without his thunder powers, Zeus has practically endless mana, which means the odds don't look great. Their chances have grown to 30%, and now it's time for our hero to jump in. He calls for Hargan and waits for his response. Hargan, knowing what must be done, clenches his fists. He has to give up a piece of Zeus' Thunderbolt. Since he inherited half of Zeus' power, he knows he's the only one who can handle it without being completely obliterated. The fragment of thunder crackles violently, almost as if it's desperate to return to its original form, longing to reunite with its other half and become whole again. As Zeus watches from above, Hargan channels his power, charging up the fragment with Thunderbolt energy. The moment he does, the battlefield explodes into chaos. Everyone launches a full-scale assault on Zeus at once. Then, Zeus comes crashing down onto the battlefield in a storm of flames and thunder, making an entrance that shakes the very ground beneath them. High above, Hargan unleashes wave after wave of Thunderbolt energy, relentlessly attacking Zeus. But Zeus isn't just taking hits, he's sending them right back. Hargan grits his teeth, holding his own as a living thunder rod. But he knows he can't endure much more of this high-level assault. This is their moment. While the battle rages on, Pandora attempts to strike from behind, but she miscalculates. Zeus's eyes snap to her in an instant. Before she can retreat, he grabs her by the leg and slams her into the ground with bone-shattering force. His fury is undeniable. Sparks crackle around him as he seethes with regret. "I should have never shared my power with you, Hargan," he growls. Poseidon charges in next, but Zeus moves like a phantom, evading every strike with almost no effort. No matter what they do, nothing seems to even scratch him. Then, at last, when they all attack at the exact same moment, Poseidon's weapon finally finds its mark, piercing through Zeus's armor. For a split second, Zeus looks stunned, but the moment vanishes as quickly as it appears. Rage erupts from him in an instant. His body crackles with a massive, thunderous explosion of energy, his mana surging like a violent storm. The battlefield trembles under the overwhelming force, and even the strongest among them struggle to stay upright. Poseidon doesn't hesitate and charges again, but Zeus dodges just as effortlessly as before. Even with everything they're throwing at him, it's like trying to wound an unshakable titan. But when they strike in perfect unison again, Poseidon's weapon finally breaks through. Zeus flinches, his first real reaction, and then he transforms. His entire being radiates a monstrous fury, his powers swelling beyond comprehension. A blinding thunderstorm erupts from his body, shaking the very heavens. The force of his mana alone makes it nearly impossible for anyone to stay on their feet. As Zeus directs a brutal assault on his son, something unexpected flashes through his mind. Memories of Hargan as a child, playing with him and his wife. That hesitation was all Yuan needed. In a split second, he seized the opportunity, reaching out and ripping the eye of Zeus from its socket. Blood poured from Zeus's eyes as he froze, stunned beyond words. Poseidon turned, bewildered. Why did you take his eye? At the same time, something clicked in Hercules' mind. He had always found it strange. His father never hid his thunderbolts. He always displayed them proudly. And then, the realization struck. The divine sky crystal thunderbolt had been hidden in Zeus's eye the entire time. Now that the weapon was in their hands, Yuan smirked. Our chances just shot up to 70%. They were close now. With Zeus left with only one working eye, victory was finally within reach. With Zeus now injured, Hercules kept hammering away at him, delivering strike after strike, but the old god still managed to block most of his hits. However, something seemed off. Zeus looked like he had shrunk slightly. It wasn't a drastic change, but it was enough to be noticeable. Still, despite his body taking damage and his form appearing weakened, Zeus wasn't backing down. Even after all the relentless attacks, he held his ground, his eyes burning with fury and determination. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he soared into the sky, gathering energy in his palm. The air crackled as he summoned another thunderbolt, his aura flaring with godly might. With a deafening roar, he hurled it at Hercules. The impact was catastrophic. The battlefield shook violently as a massive explosion erupted, sending a shockwave that knocked back anyone too close. Meanwhile, Hades stood at a distance, observing the battle closely. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if they had truly managed to steal the thunderbolt. Something didn't add up. Even with the thunderbolt missing, Zeus's power still felt just as overwhelming as before. Was it really gone, or was something else at play? Yuan also noticed something strange. Zeus's eye was missing its divine power and behaving oddly. It was not responding to him as it should have. At first he thought it was resisting his control, but then he realized Zeus was not powerful just because he had a divine artifact. His strength ran deeper than that. Suddenly, the thunderbolt itself stopped working. It was as if the sea's resistance had finally kicked in, disrupting its energy. Confused, Yuan quickly checked the notifications. That's when he realized he couldn't fully use the thunderbolt with just a few fragments. He had underestimated how much of Zeus's mana was required to maintain its power. But rather than being discouraged, this revelation gave him an idea. Wasting no time, he called out to Pandora. "Launch me up," he ordered, knowing that using sky steps alone would take too long. Pandora gave him a firm nod, gripping his arm tightly. "Brace yourself," she said. Then, with an incredible display of strength, she hurled him high into the air. As soon as he was airborne, Yuan activated his cinder eye, and his vision sharpened as he analyzed the battlefield with precision. Using sky steps, which let him move freely in the air for 5 seconds, he accelerated at an exponential speed. In the blink of an eye, he reached Hargan's chariot. Hargan glanced at him, his eyes filled with anticipation. "So, is it done?" Yuan shook his head. "Not yet, but it will be soon." The moment Yuan arrived, the thunderbolt reacted to the shards he carried. Crackling energy surged through the air as the fragments resonated with their original core. Now, finally, the weapon was responding the way it should. Gathering the pieces together, Yuan could feel the immense force clashing within the thunderbolt. Zeus's mana was still resisting, but now it was working against itself, causing internal destruction. He clenched his fists, realizing that using the thunderbolt core was a completely different challenge, one that required absolute mastery. Even so, just holding the thunderbolt core in his hands was a huge achievement. Olympus, a place that once seemed untouchable, was now within reach of destruction. With a deep breath, he focused all his energy and forged his first true thunderbolt. The weapon hummed with recognition, acknowledging its new wielder. It had its own will, and for the first time, Yuan felt like it had accepted him. However, he knew his limits. With his current stats, he could only unleash a single attack. He had to make it count. Locking onto his target, Yuan aimed directly at Zeus. Without hesitation, he jumped down from the chariot, channeling all of the thunderbolt's power. A massive storm cloud loomed above, darkening the battlefield. Zeus could only watch helplessly as Yuan released the attack. The thunderclap that followed was deafening, shaking the entire area. The ground beneath them turned to ash as an immense bolt of lightning struck down with unparalleled force. For a long moment, silence followed. Everyone stood in shock, unable to process the sheer scale of destruction they had just witnessed. This wasn't just brute strength. It was the power of top-tier divine artifacts, wielded with precision. As the dust settled, all eyes turned toward the center of impact. Zeus was still standing. Despite everything, he remained on his feet. Hercules let out a breath, shaking his head. Unbelievable. He's still standing. Just then, Pandora rushed forward. For a brief moment, as she looked at the aftermath, she was reminded of something eerily familiar. That box, the one she'd been burdened with. The way it had changed everything, just like the chaos unfolding before her now. Meanwhile, Poseidon was growing restless. Seeing Zeus refuse to fall, even after all of them had fought with everything they had, made his patience wear thin. He had no interest in dragging this out any longer. He just wanted to end it. Without hesitation, he lunged at Zeus. But mid-air, something made him hesitate. Zeus's mana had changed. It was turning green. Was this still the same Zeus? Yuan landed on the battlefield, his gaze locked onto Zeus. He, too, was shocked to see him still standing. But before Poseidon could strike again, Yuan stepped in front of him, raising a hand. "Step back," he ordered. "Zeus is mine." Poseidon clenched his jaw. "Like hell he is." Before the conflict could escalate, Yuan called out a name. Danpeng. In an instant, massive, predator-like teeth materialized, looming over Zeus, catching him completely off guard. At the same time, Yuan pushed Poseidon aside. Poseidon, seething with frustration, prepared to launch another mana strike. But before he could, Yuan grabbed his wrist, stopping him in his tracks. Zeus was still in shock as he stared at Yuan. "That power, did you get it from above?" Yuan smirked. "No, it came from outside." And with that, the real hunt for Zeus began. Meanwhile, little Danpeng's aura was shifting as he started to level up and grow even stronger. A huge monster was soaking up all of Zeus's mana, and Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that the girl had really messed things up. Zeus might have been pretty tough in the past, but now he was like the ultimate predator. It didn't take long for all his mana to get drained away. The air around them felt heavier, thick with lingering power. Even the ground trembled slightly as the last traces of Zeus's energy vanished. Meanwhile, Dampung's divine power shot up like crazy, and his magic power jumped by 5. Then, a notification popped up. He scored a massive 300,000 points for beating the despair that feeds on dreams. As everyone stared at the drained Zeus, they weren't quite sure what to do next. The silence was deafening, but Yuan realized his part in this battle was done. Now it was up to his team to finish things off. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the sky, which felt way higher than before. Clouds drifted lazily, almost mocking the chaos below. Then, Hercules grabbed his weapon, ready to wrap things up. Still holding on to his pride, Zeus insisted he didn't regret a single thing he'd done, not even for a second. He claimed they should be grateful for being born as purebloods with the power and lineage of an emperor. His voice, though weakened, still carried the arrogance of a ruler. Hercules was having none of it. He was furious and yelled at Zeus, claiming he had no right to call himself a father. He then struck with all his might. The old man tried to fight back, but his armor broke, and he couldn't keep his balance. It was clear he'd lost. His once mighty stance crumbled, and with it, the last remnants of his authority. In an instant, the once powerful top guild that controlled Melina fell apart. All those years of hard work disappeared as the god most invested in this fight showed up with Valkyries and Thor. The air crackled with tension as divine beings gathered, bearing witness to the fall of one of the greatest figures in history. Poseidon demanded the sea god stones, but Yuan wasn't about to hand them over. His eyes remained locked on the god, unwavering. Meanwhile, Zeus lost all his power and ended up in a deep prison, not Asgard. His legacy, once unshakable, was now reduced to whispers of what had been. Yuan asked Hercules if he regretted not taking his father out, and Hercules said he felt a bit of regret, but just wanted to leave it at that. Zeus had already lost everything: his power, dreams, and future. Just living without seeking revenge felt like enough for him. Yuan respected that choice, understanding that true punishment wasn't always about death. The ending was a mix of emotions, filled with sadness as the grand castle they built crumbled away, and the few people left had to find their own ways to get through it. The echoes of battles past still lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of everything they had lost. Hargan held on to the belief that Olympus would bounce back. A fresh start was just around the corner. He clenched his fists, determined to rebuild what had fallen. At the same time, Hephaestus was thinking about Yuan's idea to craft something amazing using all his skills. The old craftsman figured that by blending the divine dark crystal, sea crystal, and sky crystal, he could really create something special. His mind raced with possibilities, hands itching to bring the vision to life. The excitement in their hearts never goes away, always driving them to the next chapter. Their hopes and reassurances give them the strength to carry on, making it feel like everything is happening in the blink of an eye. Yuan is totally caught up in Valhalla's excitement as he thinks back to when Odin's son handed him what looks like an admission ticket. Odin said he'd welcome Yuan as an honored guest if he made it through this war, and that just gets him pumped. The thought of stepping into Valhalla sent a rush of energy through him. But first, he has someone to rescue. Little Dampung knows they've got one more place to hit up before that. In a busy city, a crew of bullies is on Yuan's tail, but he's too slick with his sharp turns to let them catch him. He weaves through the crowd like a shadow, never missing a step. Just when they think they've got him trapped, a huge explosion goes off, leaving everyone in shock. Yuan tells them he's just there to ask a question. The 3 sacred treasures are hidden somewhere in the city, and all he wants is to know where they are. His voice, though calm, carries a weight that makes them hesitate. The hunt isn't over yet. Since the gang stayed quiet, Yuan had to intervene and knock some sense into them with a few well-placed punches. These weren't just random thugs. They had a strategy, moving in sync to block off exits and push Yuan's crew into a corner. They tried to overpower him by sheer numbers, forcing Yuan to use more energy than expected. But in the end, strategy alone wasn't enough to bridge the gap in strength. Yuan's fists blurred as he took them down one by one. A punch to the ribs sent one sprawling, while a swift kick knocked another into a crate, shattering it on impact. The last one, standing, hesitated for a moment before lunging at him with a dagger. Yuan sidestepped effortlessly, grabbing the attacker's wrist and twisting it until the weapon clattered to the ground. With a final, decisive blow, the fight was over. After losing badly, the group finally spoke up, but only to admit they had no idea about the 3 sacred treasures. Their leader, still coughing from Yuan's punch, stared at him in disbelief. "You're not even a ranker. How are you this strong?" Yuan took that as a compliment. "Guess I'm just built different." Without wasting another second, he dismissed them with a flick of his hand, sending them running. He then bought a house for just 12 points, an absurdly low price considering its location. Of course, the reason for that was obvious. The place was practically in ruins, and the entire neighborhood was a breeding ground for crime. Little Dan Peng sat on the steps, kicking his feet as he observed the chaotic streets. This world really fell apart, he muttered. The so-called freedom had turned into lawlessness. Public order had crumbled, and even the local pastor was scamming desperate people for points. But for Yu-Won, this made it the perfect place to set a trap. As he stood at the window, he recalled his rigorous self-defense training from his past life. He knew word had already spread that he was searching for the 3 sacred treasures. Amaterasu held the Yasakani no Magatama, and Yu-Won himself had secured the second treasure meant for Sasu. The moment they realized the truth, things were bound to get messy. Dan Peng opened his mouth to speak, but Yu-Won silenced him with a raised hand. "Patience," he said, referencing the marshmallow test. "If you wait, you'll get something even better in return." Dan Peng grumbled, but nodded, understanding Yu-Won had a plan in mind. Later that day, Yu-Won faced off against an R-rank fighter in a sparring match. The fighter's sharp blade gleamed under the dim lights as he lunged forward with rapid, precise strikes. Each attack sliced through the air and would take Yu-Won down, but not a single one landed. Yu-Won dodged effortlessly, his movements calculated and precise. Then, with a single charged punch, he sent the fighter crashing into the wall. The sheer impact left a deep dent in the bricks. Silence filled the room as onlookers stared in disbelief. A ranker taken down in one hit? Yu-Won dusted off his knuckles and turned to the crowd. "Grab your drinks and leave," he said casually. "And don't look back." The atmosphere remained tense as people quickly filtered out, murmuring amongst themselves. But Yu-Won wasn't alone for long. He felt another presence lingering nearby. Without turning around, he spoke. "Too chaotic to talk here." The figure stepped forward, unconcerned. "Then let's not waste time." Yu-Won expected this. The man was none other than Amaterasu, ranked 52, the holder of Yasakani, no Magatama, and the middle child of the 3 precious children. Amaterasu's gaze was sharp as he got straight to the point, asking where the Yada no Kagami was. Yu-Won met his eyes without hesitation and admitted that he did not know, explaining that he was looking for it. Amaterasu frowned and questioned how he even knew about its existence. Yu-Won smirked and said it was a gift from the test reward on the 43rd floor. The information came directly from the administrator, and he added that Amaterasu should know better than anyone how valuable it was. Amaterasu's expression darkened. He suspected Yu-Won had either defeated Ares or had backing from the heavenly demonic cult. His solar blaze ability should have granted him overwhelming defense, but it had failed to counter Yu-Won's strength. Sensing tension in the air, Dan Peng summoned his predator, a flickering aura forming around him. But before he could act, Yu-Won raised a hand, stopping him. This wasn't a fight they needed to win, at least not yet. Yu-Won narrowed his eyes, accusing Amaterasu of holding back. Tilting his head slightly, Amaterasu admitted it might be true, but warned that if he found the mirror first, there would be no mercy. A sudden notification signaled that Yu-Won's burnt status had increased to level 2. Stepping closer, Amaterasu asserted that the 3 sacred treasures rightfully belonged to them and demanded Yu-Won hand over any information he had, offering to let him live in return. Yu-Won merely chuckled and refused. Amaterasu's gaze hardened as he made his stance clear. If necessary, he would extract the information by force, even if it meant wiping out the heavenly demonic cult. Yu-Won refused a hand over Yada no Kagami and asked Amaterasu for an alternative. Amaterasu suggested killing 100 people, knowing Yu-Won would decline. Instead, he offered to serve as Yu-Won's blade until he found a mirror. Recognizing the advantage of having such a powerful ally, Yu-Won countered, saying to save rather than kill. Amaterasu agreed, but limited it to 10 people, and they sealed the deal with a handshake. Yu-Won never trusted Amaterasu, and when Susanoo questioned his handshake, Yu-Won revealed he used the 3 sacred treasures to win her over, leading to ongoing conflicts. Susanoo suspects Yu-Won is planning another major move similar to the takedown of Olympus. Yu-Won acknowledged the necessity of bait for success. Susanoo then mentioned Yada no Kagami from the 44th floor, which Yu-Won confirmed is the key to resolving everything. Susanoo realizes the Yada no Kagami is on the 44th floor, meaning Yu-Won has been using it without possessing it. Yu-Won explains this was a strategy to lure out Amaterasu, but Susanoo disapproves of only fighting when victory is guaranteed, believing true battles test life and death. Yu-Won counters that Susanoo fought this way and still died, prompting Susanoo to call that his greatest embarrassment. He explains that Amaterasu tricked him into battling Yamada no Orochi and then abandoned him, forcing him to steal the Kusanagi alone. Amaterasu feels frustrated because he cannot beat Susanoo, even after getting the Yasakani no Magatama. He does not accept his current ranking and believes that he will gain more power, status, and authority once he collects all 3 sacred treasures. He is sure he is close to reaching this goal. The scene then shifts to Yu-Won, who realizes someone is following him while he walks through a dense forest. His pursuers, under orders from the 3 precious children, say they're just copying his actions and tell him not to worry. Yu-Won quickly understands that Amaterasu is near but has sent 300 people to chase him. Yu-Won tells them to stop wasting their time on him. For the first time, he agrees with Susanoo, who believes Amaterasu is dishonorable. The thugs question if Yu-Won plans to oppose the 3 precious children, but he clarifies that he is not their lackey and only cooperates with them. He warns them not to try anything foolish, then releases a surge of mana that forces them to choose between leaving or dying. After some hesitation, they all end up on the ground. Suddenly, Yu-Won receives a message from Amaterasu, who reminds him of their deal and accuses him of picking a fight with his people. However, Yu-Won does not care because these thugs rob and kill others, and he will not let them interfere with his business. Without another word, he hangs up. Susanoo was surprised that Yu-Won received a message from the ranker. He enjoyed hearing about Amaterasu's frustration. It was the first time he found Yu-Won impressive. Amaterasu acted like a king, sending his subordinates to do the hard work. Yu-Won wondered how strong Amaterasu would become once he collected all 3 sacred treasures. He had to prevent that, even if it was just to protect the future. Suddenly, Yu-Won's 2 summons started fighting, and Dampung appeared. He needed to warn Dampung not to eat them. Susanoo asked if Yu-Won was looking for Yada no Kagami, and if he knew where it was. Yu-Won said they needed to find the cave where Yada no Kagami would be. Susanoo asked how Yu-Won knew that, and Yu-Won replied he had his ways. He then pulled out a sword and began cutting through the forest, ignoring Susanoo's complaint that swords are for cutting living things. Yu-Won pointed out that the trees were alive, too. They easily reached the entrance of the cave, but things got complicated inside. Susanoo's sword reacted to the Yada no Kagami and shook. He explained that the 3 sacred treasures were once one, and their true power is only strong when they are together. Amaterasu knows this, which is why he is so determined to find them. Yu-Won asked Susanoo if he had ever met Amaterasu after getting Kusanagi. Susanoo said he hadn't and that he would have done anything to keep Kusanagi from Amaterasu. He would rather die than let Amaterasu have it. Yu-Won realized this was why Susanoo hid Kusanagi so well. Susanoo confirmed he would never let Amaterasu have both Yada no Kagami and Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Yu-Won said he wouldn't let that happen either. Susanoo admitted he never thought he would support Yu-Won, but Yu-Won told him to do it right if he was going to help. When it was time to draw Amaterasu in, Yu-Won asked Susanoo to help just this once. After that, he wouldn't need Susanoo's help anymore. Susanoo fell silent. Yu-Won was thinking about how to fully control an undead. He realized that even though he had both Susanoo's body and soul, he still needed to get him to act independently. Susanoo agreed to help out this one time, and Yu-Won felt like he had a strong ally now. He concentrated his mana and blasted a hole in the cave to get outside. Now, they just had to figure their way through the mountain ranges maze. While searching for Yada no Kagami, Yu-Won zipped through the vast, towering mountains, his sharp gaze scanning every possible hiding spot for the legendary mirror. He darted from one rocky peak to another, swiftly moving through dense forests and open plains, checking every crevice, cavern, and forgotten ruin that crossed his mind. Hours turned into days, and yet, no matter how far he went or how thoroughly he searched, he found nothing. Eventually, his relentless search brought him to a deep, shadowy cave. It looked ancient, its jagged walls standing as a testament to time. As he stepped inside, a strange realization dawned on him. He hadn't encountered a single person or monster for days. The 44th floor was infamous for its dangerous beasts, creatures so troublesome that dealing with them was more of a headache than it was worth. But this emptiness, it felt just as unsettling, if not worse. It wasn't normal. Something was off. As he muttered to himself about the eerie silence, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. This wasn't a minor shake or a passing disturbance. It was a deep, rumbling quake that made the entire cave feel alive. The intensity of the tremor was undeniable. It was too strong, too precise to be a mere coincidence. That could only mean one thing. Yada no Kagami had to be somewhere close by. Just then, Dampung started acting strangely, shifting and twitching in a way that instantly put Yu-Won on high alert. Trusting his instincts, he activated his cinder eyes, allowing his vision to pierce through the surrounding darkness. At the same time, he expanded his sensory field, reaching out with his senses to detect anything unusual. Sure enough, something wasn't right. The ground itself seemed to be shifting, subtly warping in ways that shouldn't be possible. That was all the confirmation he needed. Summoning his demonic energy, he pushed it outward, letting it flow into the environment around him. A notification flashed before his eyes, confirming what he had already suspected. He had found Yada no Kagami. But as he looked around, confusion settled in. There was no visible mirror, no shining artifact waiting to be claimed. Instead, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. What if the mirror wasn't an object? What if it was something far bigger than he had imagined? The realization hit him like a hammer. The entire place, the entire cave itself, was the mirror. He struggled to comprehend the sheer scale of what he had just uncovered. Yada no Kagami wasn't some small, handheld relic. It was a vast, ancient force. Before he could fully process the implications, the space around him shifted again. The mirror dungeon had activated, and with it came the mirror trial. Without warning, a figure materialized before him, emerging from the very essence of the mirror. At first glance, it appeared to be just another person. But as Yuan's eyes focused, he felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't looking at just anyone. He was looking at himself. No, this wasn't his present self. The man standing before him radiated power, his entire presence exuding an overwhelming aura. He looked like a warrior who had conquered countless battles, someone who had reached the absolute peak of strength. His stance, his energy, and everything about him screamed dominance. If Yuan had to describe him, he'd say he was a fusion of Buddha's wisdom, Hercules' raw strength, and Odin's commanding presence, all sculpted into a bronze-gilded warrior. This was no ordinary opponent. From the sidelines, Susanoo spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension. He explained that Yada no Kagami didn't just reflect appearances, it revealed a person's true self. And if this was the version of himself that Yuan was seeing, then that meant one thing. He still couldn't accept who he was now. That truth stung more than he expected. Even after everything, even after reaching this new world, he still felt incomplete. Was this some kind of doppelganger? Determined to find out, he expanded his sensory field further, analyzing the nature of his opponent. The clone smirked at him, its gaze sharp and knowing. Then, it asked a question, its voice eerily similar to his own. Did Yuan really think this was just a simple doppelganger? Without hesitation, Yuan admitted that it wasn't. This presence, this overwhelming force, it was far too real. The clone's smirk deepened, a dangerous glint flashing in its eyes. If Yuan wasn't going to answer properly, then he would cut him down where he stood. Yuan knew he had to act fast. If he wanted to throw the clone off balance, he had to do something unexpected. Without missing a beat, he confidently declared himself as Sun Ogong. The reaction was instant. The clone flinched. For a moment, its confidence wavered, its expression shifting ever so slightly. Narrowing its eyes, the clone asked if Yuan was truly that monkey's copy. But then its gaze landed on Yuan's cinder eyes, and the doubt vanished. No matter how it looked at him, Yuan wasn't a fake. With no more words, the battle began. In an instant, Yuan ignited his supreme arcane sword and summoned his holy fire. His body surged with power as he lunged forward, striking first. The clone didn't retreat. It met his attack head-on. Their swords clashed in a blinding explosion of energy, sparks flying as metal scraped against metal. The force of their blows shook the very ground beneath them, each strike sending shockwaves through the air. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched. But then, Yuan managed to land a hit. A small scratch, a minor victory. Yet, before he could even take satisfaction in it, the wound vanished. The clone possessed supreme regeneration. Any damage he dealt would be erased in seconds. Narrowing its eyes, the clone studied him carefully. Yuan's shifting forms had caught its attention. It started to suspect something. Was Yuan a necromancer? Was he shifting between undead Arthur and Ares? Yuan didn't waste time thinking about it. Instead, he turned to Susanoo. Was he going to help or not? But Susanoo had his own priorities. He seemed more interested in going after Amaterasu. Instead of answering, he threw the question back at Yuan. Did he really plan to die here? Was he willing to take the 3 sacred treasures down with him? Yuan could tell Susanoo wasn't thrilled about their soul link. He could hear the irritation in his voice. But that didn't matter right now. If he wanted his help, he needed to offer something in return. So he asked what would it take? Susanoo's answer was simple. If Yuan became stronger than him, then he would acknowledge him as his master. Just like in the past, when Susanoo had been ranked 57th. That was no small challenge. Yuan knew his rank would only go up from here. But even so, he hadn't expected this trial to be so difficult. And before he could process it any further, the clone moved. Fast. Too fast. Yuan barely managed to block as a crushing strike came his way, the sheer force behind it rattling his very bones. This fight was far from over. The fight erupted into a chaotic clash of blades and energy. Undead Ares swung his sword with everything he had, cutting through the air with a force that sent gusts rippling across the battlefield. His clone met him head-on, and their weapons smashed together in an explosion of metal, sending a shower of sparks flying in every direction. Their swords kept colliding, each strike landing faster and harder. Ares charged in with relentless determination, but his clone fought back with such overwhelming power that it sent him skidding backward, his boots carving deep grooves into the dirt. Ares quickly regained his footing, spinning on his heel with practiced precision. He lunged forward again, his blade cutting through the air in a deadly arc, aimed straight for the clone's neck. But just as the strike was about to connect, the clone raised a hand, freezing the blade in midair with an invisible force of mana. Yuan, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. The clone refused to accept that he was merely a copy, a mere imitation of the real deal. Noticing that Yuan had no intention of revealing the truth, he decided he would have to rip the answer from him, one way or another. Yuan, already feeling irritated by the situation, thought the clone was getting a little too full of himself. Instead of wasting time in a pointless argument, he opened his inventory and quickly assessed the damage. Considering the amount of magic power he had already expended and the wear and tear on both himself and Northrend, he concluded that the clone, despite its strength, was not an exact match for the original. No matter how perfectly it had been created using one of the 3 heavenly treasures, duplicating a high ranker from the top 10 with absolute perfection was simply impossible. The clone, however, saw Yuan's hesitation and mistook it for surrender. A smug smirk formed on his lips, but Yuan quickly put him in his place, stating bluntly that he was simply switching to the ghost sword. That last weapon was mostly for clearing minor obstacles anyway. The clone rolled his eyes, convinced that the ghost sword was an underwhelming choice and that Yuan was making a huge mistake by relying on it. In his mind, he firmly believed he had better options than anything Yuan could bring to the battlefield. Yuan knew the odds weren't entirely in his favor. This battle wouldn't just be about brute force, it was going to be about patience, precision, and perfect timing. He had a solid idea of how his future self would fight. It was like fighting against his own reflection. They both saw each other as arrogant, but Yuan could sense the subtle differences. Even with his high magic stats, he was being steadily pushed back, forced into a defensive stance more often than he liked. He clenched his jaw and powered up, infusing gentrification into his arms and body, reinforcing every muscle to ensure each strike packed double the strength. The clone, instantly noticing the change, shifted strategies and relied on sheer speed to avoid taking any direct blows. His movements became sharper, faster, weaving through the attacks with an almost unnatural grace. Yuan quickly realized that even though he could anticipate the attack patterns, his agility wasn't quite enough to keep up. He activated Divine Flame Protection, igniting a powerful aura around him, and then triggered Cinder Eyes, sharpening his vision to an extreme level. Suddenly, the clone's movements, once a blur, became perfectly visible. Without hesitation, he activated Skywalk, boosting his speed to 100 and unsheathed his best magic sword. Their weapons clashed once more, but the result was the same. Every single attack was blocked, no matter how much power he poured into his strikes. The longer the fight dragged on, the more certain Yuan became. This clone wasn't just reading his moves, it was mirroring them, responding to his attacks in a way that felt disturbingly familiar. Their battle had turned into a never-ending loop, a cycle of attacks and counters with no clear end in sight. Then, in the heat of battle, the clone managed to slice Yuan's face. A shallow but precise cut. Yuan barely flinched, but in that moment he started to wonder if this. Yuan was really pushing himself, trying to figure out why the fight was slipping away from him. His breathing grew heavier, his muscles tensed, and sweat trickled down his forehead. If this guy was anything like him, he had a brace for what was coming next. Without wasting a second, he channeled his mana, gathering an immense amount of energy into his fist, and slammed it right into the clone's ribs with enough force to make the ground tremble. A huge blast followed, sending the clone flying backward, dust and debris swirling in the air. But somehow, despite the sheer impact, the clone landed on its feet, sliding back only slightly before steadying itself. Even with all the pressure building between them, they kept hurling relentless attacks at each other. Each clash of their swords sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Then, in a split-second maneuver, Yuan made a quick move, vanishing from sight before appearing behind the clone. He slashed cleanly through his opponent's body, his blade cutting deep. This time, it was different, crazy even. The clone's healing couldn't keep up. The wound sizzled with residual mana, preventing it from regenerating properly. The clone looked dazed, its expression shifting from disbelief to grim realization, trying to wrap its head around what had just happened. That's when Yuan spotted the sword floating in the air, hovering effortlessly. It was a martial technique that allowed him to control a sword using magic, making it move however he wanted, striking from any angle at will. He usually saved that technique for serious situations, since it drained his mana at an alarming rate. The fact that the clone even knew about it took him by surprise. It meant this fight had been even closer than he thought. Realizing he had lost, the clone finally accepted the truth. He was fake. His grip tightened on his weapon, his expression unreadable. Yuan stepped forward, trying to stop him, but before he could say anything, the clone stabbed himself without hesitation, choosing to end things on his own terms. He figured that no matter what Yuan was up to, he had to come out on top for good. A notification popped up, glowing faintly in the dimly lit battlefield, letting him know he passed Yada's test. But as Yuan caught his reflection in the air, his old, wrinkled hands showed just how much it had cost him. That sword technique seriously cut into his lifespan. It was a brutal skill that didn't hold back on anyone, not even its user. There was no way to turn back now. If he wanted to live without any regrets, he had to be smarter about it. The exhaustion hit him like a ton of bricks, making him realize this whole thing was way harder than he initially thought it would be. Then, like fate itself answering his struggle, Yada's mirror descended before him, shimmering as he finally stumbled upon what he had been searching for all this time. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Amaterasu had been eyeing Kim Yu-won for days now, tracking his every move with a growing sense of unease. His fingers drummed against his throne as he brooded over the possibilities. He was worried that Yuan might have either kicked the bucket or worse, gotten his hands on a mirror. If Yuan had the power of a high ranker, then it would definitely be within the realm of possibility that he had managed to clear the trial. But Amaterasu wasn't about to let himself get double-crossed. No, he knew the game too well. He was sure he could make Yuan do what he needed him to do. His eyes narrowed as he issued his next command, his voice laced with authority. He told his men to keep an unrelenting watch on the testing grounds, ensuring that Yuan's every movement was tracked. No way could Yuan reach the next floor, not if he had anything to say about it. The 44th floor had to stay off limits for him. After reclaiming control of his body, our hero sits down and drinks some water. Beside him is Pandora, a stunning woman who remains silent, watching him closely. Hercules soon arrives. Our boy notices Pandora's expression and asks what's with that look. Hercules explains that she's been like that since our hero disappeared, leaving her in his care. But he adds that she seems to be getting better now. Our boy says it's good to hear. Hercules then tells him he should visit once in a while, even if it's just for Pandora. He says it doesn't matter if it's our hero or that small creature always tagging along. Pandora needs him. Our boy only gives a quiet hum in response. Curious, Hercules asks what brings him back, since he thought our hero was on the 44th floor. Our boy replies that he came down because of a small fight. When asked about the fight, our hero lets out a sigh and says it was something like that. He adds that he'll be staying for a while and hopes Hercules will take care of him. Hercules gives him a strange look, prompting our hero to ask what that expression means again. Hercules teases that our hero is rich enough, so adding one more mouth shouldn't be a problem. Pandora quietly calls Hercules a miser. Hercules replies that's not what he meant, then comments that the two of them are similar in some way. With a flick of his hand, our hero summons a sword and a mirror. Hercules looks at them with surprise and asks what they are. Our boy explains that these are the 3 sacred triggers and that he somehow ended up with them. Hercules seems doubtful, saying that no one just ends up with such items. Then it hits him. He recalls that our hero is being chased by the 3 precious children. He mentions Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Our boy responds that he doesn't know about Tsukuyami, but confirms that Amaterasu had a pretty high rank. Hercules offers his help. Our boy knows that his brother has long hated fighting, yet here he is, stepping forward. That alone is enough for our hero to trust him. Still, he turns down the offer, saying he doesn't want to drag Hercules into this mess. Hercules warns him that it'll be difficult alone. Our boy replies that he still has options. Hercules admits that while the fight seems like one with a predictable outcome, something about our hero makes him believe he might win. Our boy is a little surprised by the confidence. He explains that he needs more time to prepare. There's something he entrusted to someone, and he's waiting for it to be completed. When Hercules asks about it, our hero confirms again that it's something important, which is why he'll be staying around for a while. He asks Hercules for help with one thing in the meantime. The scene shifts to a jungle. Pandora munches on a bag of chips while the 2 brothers face off. Our boy says that his gigantification is still immature and that he needs to learn from someone with experience. Hercules says he isn't good at teaching, but our hero insists that he'll figure it out on his own. Hercules realizes that our hero isn't asking for help, but for a sparring partner. He asks if our hero really wants to fight him with fists. Our boy nods, saying it's something like that, and only asks not to be killed. Hercules looks at his hand, repeats the phrase to himself, and then tightens his fist. In a swift motion, he throws a punch. The air splits from the force. Our boy is flung backward, blood bursting from his face. He collapses in pain, the impact tearing apart the ground beneath him. Looking down at him, Hercules says that not killing him might be the difficult part. Sitting in the crater, our hero lifts his head and lets out a loud laugh. Now, The two brothers are ready to clash for real. As the fight begins, the air grows heavy with pressure. Yuan quickly realizes that every punch exchange could be fatal. Spotting an opening, he lands a clean strike across Hercules' jaw. But as he looks up, he sees that Hercules doesn't even flinch. Hercules mutters that those eyes are just as irritating as he expected. Then, in one swift move, he grabs Yuan's arm and drives a powerful punch into his gut. Yuan stumbles back, blood dripping from his mouth. But instead of backing down, he surges forward and throws another punch. At the same moment, Hercules also launches his fist. Their blows collide with a thunderous crack. A notification flashes, Gigantification screams in pain. The shockwave tears through the entire forest, and Yuan's arm bears the full brunt of it. His arm is mangled and wrecked. He drops to his knees, yelling out in pain, asking just how high Hercules' strength stat is and why he's so unbelievably strong. Still, through the agony, he grits his teeth and says it's not over yet. Hercules watches him, surprised. He notes that Yuan is somehow still speaking despite being unconscious. Then Pandora walks over with a first aid kit, calling him an idiot. Without saying much more, she kneels beside him and starts to gently treat his wounds. Later, as Yuan recovered slightly, he jumped right back into training. Despite his injured arm, he didn't stop. His gigantification proficiency had improved. He was throwing even more punches than before, and it was clear his gigantification had evolved to the next level. The more he pushed himself, the more the power manifested. Eventually, they took a break and sat down to eat. Hercules mentioned that gigantification relies heavily on muscle control. Yuan, confused, asked how that worked. In response, Hercules flexed his muscles with exaggerated form and said to just channel strength like this. Yuan stood there speechless. Then, a sparrow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Pandora offered him some food, and a sparrow immediately ran over to eat, even as the brothers kept sparring. Unexpectedly, a sparrow got caught up in the fight. While dodging blows, Yuan noticed a notification. His body was now imbued with the power of a giant. His right arm had materialized the giant's strength, swelling with muscle. Hercules observed this and remarked that Yuan had focused gigantification in one area. He admitted it was a smart move, but warned that the strain on the arm would be immense. Yuan confidently replied that this time would be different. He charged at Hercules, his steps cracking the ground beneath him with every stride. But as night fell, the outcome hadn't changed. Yuan was still getting beaten down. While tending to his wounds, Pandora called him stupid again. Yuan, groaning, asked if she meant to say simply stupid. Meanwhile, Hercules thought to himself that she was definitely saying it backwards on purpose. When Nura told our hero he didn't need to exert himself for the next 3 days, he blinked and asked what she meant. She simply told him to stay asleep. As they stepped outside, Hercules started to reflect. He felt he might have gone too far in his fight with his brother. His hand was badly wounded. Nura noticed and asked about it, but he brushed it off and said he was fine and that it would heal on its own. She repeated her concern, but he insisted again that he was fine. Still, as he looked down at his hand, he thought to himself that he didn't even bleed this much when he fought the giants. He wondered if he was creating a monster. When Nura asked what kind of monster he meant, Hercules replied that she had one. Even though he wasn't good at teaching gigantification, the boy was learning through his body and getting better. A regular player would have barely reached the 10th floor with the time he had spent in the tower. But Nura was climbing fast and learning everything by throwing himself into it. As they reached the door again, Adora noticed Hercules seemed a little afraid. When they talked about Kim Yuan, Hercules said he was focused on something much bigger. Olympus and the 3 precious children were just small bumps in his path. But he never said what he was preparing for or who he was fighting. He wasn't chasing power just to be strong. Hercules had seen many players driven by strength alone, but Ju-1 had a goal. One so intense, it wouldn't let him rest for even a day. Hercules just couldn't figure out what he was chasing. Then suddenly, the hero opened the door and said he wondered what it was. Gunera reminded him she had told him 3 days. Ju-1 sighed and said it should be fine if he moved around a bit. Only his arms were injured. She said it would still be better if he rested. As he looked at the foresight ball, he said he wasn't going out to fight. But this came earlier than he expected. Then a notification appeared on the ball. It said Hephaestus. It's done. The hero realized he needed to return to the first goal for a while. The scene shifts to a building where a door handle is broken. A voice asks what is wrong with everyone. We see the broken handle in Hercules' hand. Pandora stands silent, as always. Dunpung shows up as well. Now, a powerful energy radiates from them. There stands the god of destruction, an exceptional player known as Kim Yuan, the lady of ruin called Pandora, and the small but fierce Dunpung. Watching them, Hephaestus speaks. He asks what kind of unit this is and whether they are the tower destroyer. He questions if that hand was meant for forging. Yuan replies that they knocked, but got no answer. He says Hephaestus went too far this time. The old man said he accepted it, but the two people brought along were only making him more exhausted. The hero asked if he had not slept at all. The old man replied that it was too fun for him to feel sleepy, and later he was driven to finish it as fast as possible. Then he told the hero to follow him, saying it was in the back. As the hero followed, he thought to himself that he would finally uncover the true identity of the item no one had ever seen before in the tower. An item born from the fusion of 3 powerful stones. They walked up a set of stairs and stepped into a portal humming with blue mana. The old man approached a sealed jar while wearing a special glove. He said he always named his creations himself and reminded the hero of the edge of nightfall. But this item was different. It named itself the moment he finished drafting it. He reached out to grab it and said, and the jar immediately released a strong wave of repelling energy that knocked him back. He explained that the item had an ego. It had rejected him from the moment it was completed, as if it already had a master. He continued, saying he had heard about the hero controlling the lightning bolt during his battle with Zeus. He listed the lightning bolt, the divine sea crystal, and the divine dark crystal as items the hero had used. This new item was the result of combining those 3 stones. He said the hero was its true master. The hero stepped forward and held out his hand, asking what the item's name was. The old man replied, its name is Heart of Uranus. As the hero touched it, his surroundings suddenly changed. He found himself in a place full of radiant light. Everything around him faded, and he could not see a thing. A voice said, "You have arrived." He looked up and saw a giant, eyes staring straight into his soul. He stood firm and asked if the one before him was Zeus. A blond man appeared with a smile and wondered aloud if his grandson had already grown that much. He added that it seemed the boy had taken after his appearance quite well. Then it was revealed that the blond man's father had been a tyrant. He devoured his own kin to build his strength. He consumed Pontus, the hero's uncle, and even devoured the giants who had been trapped in Tartarus. He said he had to fight just to survive. Odin of Asgard, Vishnu of Veda, and countless ancient rankers were gathered. All of it was for one purpose, to kill his father. The scene shifted to a flashback. Someone asked if they had won in the end, but half the rankers who had joined the battle had lost their lives. A cloaked figure spoke, saying that Zeus was nothing compared to that brooding beast. His father was the cruelest and strongest figure in all history. He had truly been the sky of Olympus. Hearing this, the boy responded by asking if he was Uranus. The man confirmed it with a calm tone and said that it must be the first time the boy had seen him. But he also admitted it felt like they had met many times before. There was no way for the boy to have known, since he had only ever seen his form. Still, with the resemblance between the boy and his grandson, this appearance should feel familiar. He told him to make himself comfortable. Suddenly the space shifted, and the setting rearranged itself, taking the hero by surprise. Uranus noticed and asked why it startled him. He said it wasn't anything special, just a simple gesture from an old man stuck in a small back room. The hero observed quietly. This person didn't seem hostile at all. He was calmly sipping tea. Then Uranus mentioned his name again and asked if he knew Kronos. Upon hearing that name, Uranus paused. He wondered if the side effects of using clock movement had erased Kronos' existence from the world. A memory returned. A weary man told him to go back to the old timeline and start over. He said he likely wouldn't exist in the world he returned to and warned not to look for him. It was the only way to change the world lines. The other asked if that meant he would disappear. The man said he didn't even know what he would become. Now, recalling it all, Uranus wondered if a father could ever forget the son who killed him. Uranus looked at the hero and said he had worked hard collecting all the pieces. He admitted he never expected anyone could gather them all like this. That confirmed what the hero had suspected. Even Uranus, his own father by blood, had forgotten him. The hero glanced at the transparent glove holding a stone and said he heard it was his heart. Uranus replied that it was something like that. It had once supplied his blood while embedded in his chest. The hero asked him to explain properly instead of being vague. Uranus said it was everything to him. With a flick of his wrist, the stone flew into his hand. He said he had devoured his brothers for this and chased after more and more. Greed, he said, was an endless beast. Just a little more, then a little more again. And before he realized it, he had become a monster. The hero asked what he was trying to say. Uranus warned him to be careful. Anyone could become a monster, no matter who they were. He then told him to try equipping it if he was that curious. The hero did. Black mist began to pour from his hand. A notification appeared. He had obtained the heart of Uranus and the ambition of Uranus. The power felt familiar, but not the same. It was unstable and rough, not something shaped by foolish chaos. Then the atmosphere shifted. The entire space felt wrong, like a child raised poorly and only growing in size. The hero muttered that this was the monster he was talking about. Suddenly, something bumped into his shoulder. It was Dampang. A new notification popped up. The predator had revealed itself. Then a massive creature appeared, filled with protruding teeth and overwhelming divine pressure. Watching it, the others asked if the hero had received the blessing of that thing. They said he had something very unusual. The hero responded with sarcasm. He said he had worried for nothing. Was that small thing supposed to protect him? Then he asked if it really looked small to them. Another notification appeared. Dampang had leveled up. More followed. Dampang's activity increased by 8. His growth rate rose by 9. His arcane power increased by 2. Finally, a notification confirmed it. The ambition of Aurenas had been defeated. The hero asked what it looked like to them now. Suddenly, Aurenas stood up. The hero was surprised and called out his name. Aurenas stepped forward and said they would meet again. He reached out and touched the hero's face. But in reality, it was Pandora trying to wake him. The old man was also calling out to him, asking if he was all right. The hero casually replied that he was fine. He looked at his hand. It was still glowing. A final notification appeared. The heart of Aurenas had been completed by an ancient high ranker who had devoured countless others. Now the hero could wield the power sealed inside it. Our boy noticed the description was short. Items like this were usually either completely useless or so powerful the system struggled to explain them. Odin was like that. So this had to be something on the same level. Since it stored power, it had to be some kind of energy source. He figured there was only one way to find out how much power it held. He looked at Hercules, who stood silent. Then it all kicked off again. The fight resumed. Hercules hit his own chest and said he should worry about his arm instead. He could handle anything thrown at him, no matter how strong, so the others would stay safe. Our hero replied that it was true. Hercules was not the type to get damaged by every little thing. He tightened his fist and thought about how he had been calling this training. But in truth, it had just been one-sided beating. Even after holding on for an entire month, through sheer will he had not managed to land any serious damage. But this might be different. Blue mana started to rise from his head. He was using the heart of Aurenas. Ocean's blessings wrapped around him in dark energy. It called forth Tartarus. He noticed the name had changed. It was no longer called Hell. This was the same dark ocean that had swallowed him on the 42nd floor. His body entered a berserk state. He slammed his legs down, and the ground gave way. Under the effect of status, condition, corrosion, the pain felt overwhelming. But instead of stopping, he found it exciting. The corrosion moved into stage 2. He pushed further. His eyes lit up with a bright glow. He knew the time had come. He rushed toward Hercules and punched him straight in the chest. The ground cracked beneath them. A dark aura burst from the hit, followed by a loud boom. The force shook the entire area. The old man quickly shielded Pandora. He realized this was the power of Oranos. He had thought it one of his greatest creations, but this power went beyond his expectations. What shocked him more was that Hercules had managed to endure it. These are no normal warriors. They were monsters. Hercules coughed and said he had taken the attack seriously. It had done real damage to his chest. He looked straight at our hero and asked what the hell he had just done. Our boy stood still, covered in black energy, silent, still ready to fight. Later, Hercules sat wrapped in bandages, his chest almost completely covered. He smiled faintly, noting how Pandora could never seem to hold herself back when someone was injured. He asked if she knew much about healing. Pandora simply nodded and assured him she did, then gently urged him to rest. Grateful, Hercules turned to Arbo and asked how he was holding up. Yuan, who stood nearby, didn't sugarcoat it. His hand was completely bandaged, and he admitted that things weren't going well. It was clear to Arbo that the dark element mana mixed into the wound was affecting the healing process. He observed that the injury wasn't recovering properly, and it seemed Hercules was facing the same issue. Hercules acknowledged that power, depending on how it was used, could act like a poison to the wielder. Yuan remained calm and accepted the pain as part of the process. Hercules questioned that mindset, wondering aloud if it was worth it when the power was actively harming the user. But Arbo stood firm. He believed it was a risk he had to take. Playing it safe was no longer an option. What mattered was mastering control over the power and choosing the right moment to use it. The conviction in his voice left Hercules without words. He looked down at Dunpung cuddled close beside him, and a thought crossed his mind. He always seemed to get caught up in strange and unpredictable situations. This creature was too unique to be considered a typical divine beast. The item it carried held power far beyond what Hercules had ever encountered. And yet, Dunpung was managing it all with ease. Taking a breath and steadying himself, Hercules stood up and decided it was time to move forward. A chariot rolled up beside them. As it came to a halt, our hero glanced at Hercules and asked if they were heading straight up. Hercules nodded and told him to just drop them off at the 38th floor. Suddenly, a flashback played in his mind, the old man shouting angrily at them. He had told them that if they survived, they should get out and take everyone else with them. Our hero had run off, shouting that he'd see him later. Even now, he found it odd how the old man always managed to push them away without a proper goodbye. Back in the present, Hercules turned to him and asked if he was planning to climb the tower again. After all, he had trained long enough with gigantification and even received the item he had been waiting for. Our hero paused, then admitted that he probably should. Just then, Pandora appeared beside him and grabbed his arm, asking softly if he was leaving. He hesitated and said that he guessed so. That reminded him of what Hercules had told him, to meet Pandora before leaving, even if just for a moment. She needed him. He thought to himself that he should at least let her know he wasn't leaving her forever. So he told her he'd still visit the 38th floor from time to time, though he wasn't sure how often. Pandora looked at him for a moment, then simply said she understood. With that, they climbed onto the chariot and continued on their journey. While riding, our hero turned to Hercules and asked about the Apollon siblings. He had heard they went missing before the battle with Zeus. Hercules explained that their uncle had freed them from the underground prison beneath the Zeus temple. Since he was to become the new guild master of Olympus, he had the authority to do so without any resistance. He added that he wasn't sure about Artemis's condition, but Apollo was in critical condition. Our boy felt pretty down hearing how badly Apollo got hurt. Hercules told him they both fought with everything they had. He said it was surprising to see one actually worried about someone, since he always seemed distant. But he reminded him that Apollo and the other guy weren't the ones he needed to worry about. They entered the tower long before he did and reached the top. They were strong enough to handle something like this. Hercules told him not to carry every burden alone. As the chariot moved, our hero thought about how, even though Hercules knows he's different, Hercules still says things just to ease his heart. He is exactly the same as he will be in the future. While pulling the reins, he thought about that steady warmth and kindness that never changes. Even if it was just for a moment, it felt like being with Hercules from the future. All he could do was quietly thank his brother for those words. The scene shifts to the 44th floor, a chaotic battlefield drenched in blood and completely torn apart. Among the wreckage, voices rise from the scattered survivors. People mutter that all this destruction is because of one guy. Still, the reward is tempting. If they could just catch him, they wouldn't have to worry about money until they became rankers. Suddenly, a man tries to defend himself, shouting that he isn't the one they're after. But before he can even finish, a weapon strikes him down mid-sentence. His killers casually tell their group to loot the body. One of them comments on his own impatience, calling himself too productive to sit still. Time is money, after all. He'd rather use a free day to earn on the side like this. With a smug tone, he asks what law even exists here to stop him from killing. After all, their group has the backing of the 3 precious children. Next, one of the 3 precious children appears. He speaks of the kinds of people who gather under their banner. Criminals with no place to go, players who were rejected from guilds, climbers who gave up after failing to form proper teams. Desperate and driven by desire, these outcasts now operate under the shadow of the 3 precious children. He claims that these poor, starving souls are willing to do anything, because the more unified their power, the stronger the organization becomes. And once you set foot on the 44th floor, there's no running away. Just then, a system message flashes across the screen. Kim Yuan has appeared, along with Yada and Kagami. Watching from a window, Yuan smirks to himself. They were following him perfectly. He had made his presence known intentionally, to gather every enemy in one place and deal with them all at once. He'd already spent the last few days running in circles for this very moment. It felt like he was herding sheep, drawing in thousands. No, tens of thousands now. Looking out at the city below, Yuan is shocked at the sheer number of criminals who've gathered. Now it made sense why Odin had been so concerned. This many criminals banded together was a real threat. But strangely, there was no sign of the real culprit, Amaterasu. Perhaps that was for the best. Without Amaterasu here, he wouldn't have to waste extra strength. Casually, Yuan munches on some beef jerky. But then his eyes narrow. A sudden crash shatters the ceiling as someone crashes through, landing inside the building. It's not Amaterasu. The intruder sneers and demands to know what Yuan is thinking. He accuses him of flipping the 44th floor upside down and asks if he has a death wish. Yuan calmly reaches for his sword, preparing for a fight. But the stranger taunts him again, calling him slow to respond. This wasn't just anyone. It was one of the 3 precious children, Tsukuyami. Yuan is caught off guard. He hadn't expected her to show up. She utters some names, Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Our hero realizes that this girl is not interested in the Yada no Kagami, but the sword. He stood silent, ready to fight. Yuan's thoughts turned to Susanoo, the warrior who usually only craved battle and bloodshed. But now, something was different. Susanoo's soul was trembling, reacting deeply to the presence before them. Yuan wondered what was going on with him. Was he actually happy to see an old friend after thousands of years? Susanoo stood silent. Yuan glanced toward the girl and narrowed his eyes. There was something in her gaze, something unusual. Then a thought struck him. Could it be, do you like her? Susanoo quickly denied it. Yuan pressed the question again, but Susanoo repeated his answer, firmly, no. Still, Yuan wasn't convinced. He asked, who exactly are you trying to fool? Just then, the girl made a move. In a blink, she closed the distance and launched an attack at Yuan. He reacted swiftly, raising his weapon and defending himself. While clashing with her, Yuan analyzed the situation. It didn't seem like Susanoo's feelings were one-sided. If this girl had feelings for him too, then she could become a powerful ally, maybe even a decisive piece in bringing down Amaterasu. After all, Amaterasu had once used Yamada no Orochi to kill Susanoo. Now, the tension in the air was heavy with mana, buzzing with intensity as the two clashed, power vibrating through every strike and movement. In the middle of the fight, Yuan raised his voice and called out, Tsukuyami. He demanded an answer. Which of your two friends will you side with? In the middle of the battle, the girl asks if Amaterasu really killed Susanoo. The hero replies that while he didn't kill him directly, he was definitely involved. She presses further, wanting to know what he means. The storyteller steps in, explaining how Yamada no Orochi was the monster Susanoo had to fight, and that it was Amaterasu who pushed him into that battle. Though they claimed to face the beast together, Amaterasu never showed up, leaving Susanoo to fight alone. The girl scoffs, saying Susanoo might be a battle-crazed maniac, but he isn't foolish enough to not realize when he's dying. She then demands to know how the hero is so sure. He calmly says he heard it from Susanoo himself. When she asks if he means that literally, he confirms it and tells her to ask him herself if she doesn't believe it. At that moment, his sword begins pulsing with mana, and his form starts shifting, dissolving into a swirl of purple mist. The girl stood frozen, stunned, while his voice began to tremble. Then, Susanoo appeared before them. With a calm tone, he asked why they looked so surprised. Someone muttered that it was because a deadly man had just come back to life. But Susanoo quickly clarified, he wasn't truly alive again. One of the girls scoffed, saying he looked ridiculous like that, then added that it had been a long time. Susanoo simply agreed. At that moment, another hero appeared beside him. The girl was visibly shaken by the sight. A quiet voice in her head noted that they had probably discovered her presence. Susanoo, glancing at her, said they didn't have much time to talk, but at least enough for one question. The girl, her expression turning heavy, nodded and asked the one thing that had been weighing on her. Given the situation, was Amit Rasul really involved in your death, Susanoo? Susanoo answered that Amit wasn't completely uninvolved. She pressed further, wondering if what the hero said earlier was actually true, and if Susanoo had been forced to say this. Meanwhile, the hero silently noted how the girl clearly didn't trust him. But he understood. After all, Amit was likely the only friend she had left. She said that the three of them had been friends for thousands of years, so why had it come to this? Amit Rasul used to insist that she must have sensed it too, the change in him after he obtained the Yasakani no Magatama. Susanoo explained that Amaterasu did show up cause just like he said he would, but as time went on, something started to feel off. He kept feeding Susanoo excuses, saying he'd be late, and in the end, he never actually came through. He may have looked like Amaterasu, but he wasn't the same person Susanoo once knew. At first, Susanoo thought it was just a gut feeling, until it became a certainty. When she asked how he knew, Susanoo replied that the guy only showed up when Susanoo was on the verge of death. But by then, Susanoo was already brutally injured. He hadn't come to help. He was only there for the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Susanoo said he had fought with everything he had to claim the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, so of course he wasn't going to leave it out in the open. He had hidden it somewhere no one could easily find it, just to make sure it wouldn't be stolen. Chances are, that imposter had no idea where it was. Then Susanoo looked at her and said it was up to her. She could believe him or trust the other guy. But one thing was certain, he hadn't lied to her. The girl stood there, stunned. She hadn't expected this truth. Just then, voices echoed through the trees. One of the attackers shouted that their target had vanished nearby and ordered the others to keep searching. Susanoo turned to her. It was time to leave. She nodded, saying they would meet again, and they had to. Both of them agreed without hesitation. Their bodies started glowing softly, breaking into trails of mana that shimmered through the air and slowly faded, blending with the wind. The hero stood alone now, watching the last traces of their presence vanish. A calm washed over him. Looked like he had gained a powerful ally, and someone he could actually trust. Having her on his side could change everything. But just as that thought settled in, the sound of Yuan Fig being shouted from nearby cut through his focus. That voice, shouting the name like it carried weight, still echoed in his ears. Suddenly the sound grew louder. From behind the trees and shattered ruins, armed men appeared with swords raised and axes ready, their eyes full of purpose. They pointed at him and shouted his name loud and clear. Kim Yuan. That was the moment he realized he had been seen. He sighed under his breath, glancing at the growing number of enemies surrounding him. Why did it feel like there were more of them every time? Well, time to start running again. They were on some strange, desolate planet, shrouded in thick red mist. As our boy sprinted across the barren land, deep in the dark green forests nearby, a cloaked figure watched him closely. Amaterasu muttered to himself. Confused, this guy kept running in circles. What was he even after? He had searched every corner of this place and still hadn't found a single trace of Asgard. Was the signal from Valhalla just a false lead? Still, the number of players gathering here was no joke. They weren't elites, sure, but they could easily go toe-to-toe with any of the big guilds. The cloaked man raised his fingers and triggered something. At that moment, a strange green-skinned being appeared before him, holding a fleshy-looking lobe in its hands. Hidden from sight, the cloaked man activated a powerful ability called Sky of Yasakani no Magatama. His stats instantly surged by 15%, and his pain resistance hit 100%. But for our boy, things turned sideways real fast. His own stats and pain resistance began dropping rapidly. To make it worse, he was hit with a debilitating confusion trait, warping his perception. Meanwhile, the Amaterasu, now fully in berserk mode, started shouting at the Yasakani no Magatama, declaring that one of the 3 sacred treasures had arrived, and that the 3 precious children were all present. His cries echoed through the land. Our boy scanned the battlefield, eyes tense but calm, trying to resist the influence of the sacred artifact. He gritted his teeth and began activating his own abilities, once, twice, 3 times in a row. And somehow, against all odds, he broke through the enemy's ability. Without wasting a second, he swung his sword with ruthless precision, tearing through the enemies surrounding him like they were nothing. The blade, sharp enough to slice through bone like butter, moved with frightening speed. It didn't just cut, it consumed. His sword began absorbing blood mana with every strike, slowly boosting his stats by another 10%. But he wasn't done yet. Fueled by rage, mana, and pure instinct, he kept going, slicing, dashing, killing. Within minutes, the area was silent. Nearly 100 enemies lay scattered around him, lifeless. And our boy stood in the middle of it all, sword dripping, eyes still burning. Our hero thinks to himself. His constitution hasn't dropped too much yet, but what bothers him more is the fact that he's starting to enjoy the slaughter. He's not Susanoo after all. A system notification flashes, letting him know that he's now consuming a portion of his constitution. But instead of worrying about that, his mind shifts to something else. Amaterasu. Why hasn't that guy made a move yet? He should have recognized the Kusanagi no Tsurugi by now. And yet, he's still hiding somewhere just watching. Our boy cuts down a few more enemies and mutters that he'll just have to drag Amaterasu out himself. Then he pulls out a premium tier sword from his inventory. Not Kusanagi, but a lookalike. Without hesitation, he hurls it into the ground in the middle of the battlefield. The sword slams into the dirt with a violent thud, shaking the ground. The enemies stop in confusion, watching as the weapon begins to sink, slowly getting absorbed into the earth. They start shouting, demanding to know what he's doing. One of them yells his name, Kim Yuan. Suddenly, the ground quakes. A loud, thunderous boom erupts as the entire area begins to collapse. The enemies scream again, Kim Yuan, where did you send the Kusanagi? Our hero smirks, thinking to himself. He expected Amaterasu to get pissed, but he didn't expect him to be this mad. And just like that, Amaterasu finally appeared. As he stepped out of hiding, 2 back-to-back system notifications popped up for our hero. Penalty activated. High Ranker's direct intervention. Amaterasu's presence was so intense that even the few surviving allies of our hero could barely stand. One of them, voice shaking, whispered, Lord, we're on your side. Our hero, seeing the rage burning in Amaterasu's eyes, stayed calm and said casually that the sword hadn't vanished. It had simply returned to where it belonged. That only pushed Amaterasu further toward the edge. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, demanding the return of both the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and Yada no Kagami. He warned that if the hero surrendered them now, he'd pretend none of this ever happened. But our boy didn't even flinch. He raised an eyebrow and replied flatly, pretend it never happened? After sending an entire force to kill him? After using innocent people as pawns? Did Amaterasu really think he'd believe anything he said? Then, with zero hesitation, our hero raised his middle finger in response. A simple, sharp gesture that was enough to send Amaterasu into a blinding fury. Without wasting a second, Amaterasu conjured a deadly mana circle, its heat alone distorting the air around it. A massive surge of power was cooked up in an instant and hurled at the hero's position, unleashing a catastrophic explosion that tore the entire area apart in a flash of destruction. But the moment the smoke cleared, a thin streak of light zipped right over Amaterasu's head. So fast, he barely noticed it. His instincts screamed at him. Something was wrong. Was that the Yata no Kagami? Before he could react, he looked up, and there he was. Our hero stood midair, right above the battlefield, holding the sacred mirror in his hand. The mirror pulsed with energy, reflecting the mana blast directly back at Amaterasu. And in that flash, the mirror teleported the hero away to a preset coordinate. With a single move, the entire tide of the battle shifted. The reflected blast didn't just scatter, it went haywire, unleashing a surge of chaos across Amaterasu's side. Explosions ignited around him, and his own people were caught in the energy backlash. Amaterasu tried to strike again, but every attack was now being reflected. The Yata no Kagami was sending his mana attacks right back at him with increased intensity. Then, as if things weren't wild enough, our hero summoned a bolt of lightning from the skies. It cracked down like divine judgment, adding fuel to the chaos. The ground shook, enemies were vaporized, and the entire battlefield lit up in pure destruction. Amaterasu, now livid, crushed more of his own people in a desperate move to regain control. He blocked the lightning strike with one arm, veins glowing with raw mana, his body trembling with rage. His eyes, now burning with golden fury, locked onto our hero. "You dare?" he shouted, voice booming like thunder. Then, he raised both arms to the sky. A swirling firestorm began to form around him, twice as lethal, even more unstable, and deadly enough to incinerate everything in its path. And the real fight was only just beginning. Amaterasu roared with fury, his voice shaking the battlefield. How dare someone like him try to challenge a god? But our hero didn't flinch. Without missing a beat, he activated Ocean's Blessing, a powerful shield of flowing water that wrapped around his body. The divine aura of the sea clashed with the chaotic firestorm, and with the help of the Yata no Kagami, our boy stood firm, resisting the destructive power aimed at him. He looked straight at Amaterasu and said calmly, almost mockingly, "You summoned something worse than Surtur. What now? Are you planning to burn alive all those people you gathered like disposable pawns?" Because this was a higher-level floor, the penalty damage from Amaterasu's reckless attack was low enough for our boy to shrug it off. Then the camera cuts to Amaterasu, and he's not the same. He had fully entered beast mode, his body ablaze with primal fire. His skin cracked like magma, flames pulsing from every inch of him. This wasn't just anger. It was a total transformation into something monstrous. He growled, eyes blazing, "Hand me the Kusanagi." But my boy, standing with the mirror still glowing in one hand, smirked and replied, "Then take it. If you want it that badly, come get it yourself. And try not to humiliate yourself like last time by using another one of your so-called friends as bait." That jab hit deep. Amaterasu's expression twisted in rage, and he prepared to unleash another devastating move. But then from the shadows, a massive serpent slithered in at terrifying speed. It coiled around Amaterasu before he could react and strike. The blow sent Amaterasu flying, slamming him into the ground with a thunderous crash. A shockwave exploded from the impact, and thick smoke blanketed the field. And then, the smoke parted. From the center of it rose a colossal figure. Yamata no Orochi awakened from its long slumber. Its body coiled and shifted, its monstrous form sprouting 3 twisted heads, each exhaling steam and venom. Our hero stared in awe, heart racing. This had to be Odin's strategy. It all made sense now. They couldn't let the criminals of the 44th floor gather and grow stronger. Yamata no Orochi was meant to be the ultimate reset, a weapon of mass destruction to wipe them all out. But then something felt off. The serpent was responding to him. Our hero's eyes narrowed. Why is it listening to me? I was only supposed to unleash it, not command it. And just like that, the balance of power tilted again. The massive serpent turned its gaze toward my boy and asked if he was the master of Kusanagi no Tsurugi. That question threw Kim off guard. He hadn't expected the creature to speak, let alone question him directly. The serpent then declared that it was Kusanagi and Kusanagi was it, that they were one and the same. Still stunned, Kim asked if Orochi was meant to help the wielder of the sword. But the serpent denied it, saying that our hero wasn't the one it was helping. Before Kim could process that, Dunpung suddenly popped up from seemingly nowhere, as usual, rambling and bouncing around. Despite the chaotic chatter, Kim got a gut feeling. It might be wise to let this little guy take the lead. A strange, glowing pattern emerged in Dunpung's eyes, something ancient pulsing through them. Then it suggested that Kusanagi should take on Amaterasu's demonic form. The serpent glanced at the raging fire god in the distance and asked if that was the enemy. With a low rumble, it agreed to take him on, saying that Kim had left that one for it. However, it warned that this would be its only task for now, as it was still incomplete, missing a heart and a head. Our dude remained silent, remembering the old stories. Orochi once had 8 heads. Now only 3 remained. On the other side of the battlefield, Amaterasu struggled to rise. He had been overpowered, his form flickering, his fire mana unstable and weak in his trembling hands. He looked toward Kim, his voice strained with fury and disbelief, asking if this was the reason Kim had desired the power of Kusanagi. Just as Amaterasu was about to unleash another devastating fire strike, a surge of blue energy crackled through the air. Out of nowhere, Susanoo came crashing down like a lightning bolt, slamming straight into Amaterasu with brutal force. Amaterasu managed to block the hit, but the force of the impact corroded his form. His armor rusted and cracks spread across his body. Susanoo landed hard with eyes burning in fury and a twisted sense of satisfaction. This was the moment he had waited for. A fight to the death with Amaterasu. And now the chance had finally come. He slowly raised his blade. The atmosphere shifted. The air turned heavy. This was no longer a simple clash. It was deeply personal. Susanoo stepped forward. His voice was steady and low. He wanted to know why. Why had Amaterasu betrayed them? Why had he destroyed everything they once stood for? Amaterasu narrowed his eyes and repeated the question. His voice came out cold and hollow, like the answer didn't matter anymore. Susanoo didn't believe it. He called him a coward. Someone who could have been far stronger if he hadn't let fear control him. Then a memory returned. A single moment frozen in time. He remembered standing before a great danger, turning to Amaterasu and telling him to stay back with Tsukuyami. That he would go ahead. That he would open the path. But now, face to face with his former comrade, Amaterasu's response was cold and sharp. He said he no longer needed Susanoo. No emotion. No hesitation. Then, without a word more, Amaterasu reached up and tore off the mask covering his face, shattering the illusion. His true form emerged, burning brighter and deadlier than ever. The final showdown had begun. Chapter 138. With just a flick of his hand, Amaterasu summoned a storm of fire. Fiery strikes rained down across the battlefield, and a chain of explosions tore through the ground. Susanoo planted his feet firmly as the shockwaves hit. He muttered under his breath, thanking Ivy for giving him the clarity he needed. Now he could fight without holding back. The real battle began. Teaming up with the beast, Susanoo launched an aggressive assault. The tide had started to turn against Amaterasu. Amaterasu retaliated by igniting the area around him in flames. The moment Susanoo got close, he triggered an explosion. Susanoo barely evaded it and countered with a powerful strike that caused another blast to ripple through the ground. Amaterasu stared at him through the smoke. His voice was calm, almost mocking. He said Susanoo's habit of charging head first hadn't changed since his mortal days. He claimed he was tired of Susanoo's predictable moves. What might have worked in the past was useless now. Without warning, Amaterasu slammed his flaming fist toward Susanoo. The warrior raised his blade to block, but the raw energy pushed him back. Amaterasu kept taunting him, saying that while Susanoo was still stuck at the moment of his death, he had kept evolving, growing stronger every day. With that, Amaterasu detonated a fiery blast that engulfed the entire battlefield in flames. But Susanoo used the chaos to his advantage. Hidden behind the smoke, he disappeared from sight. Moments later, he reappeared behind Amaterasu and slashed across his face, leaving a deep wound. Furious, Amaterasu unleashed a fire shield around him, casting flames in all directions as a defensive spell. He screamed that Susanoo was a coward for sneaking around. But Susanoo didn't react. He wasn't here to argue. He was here to win. And it worked. Amaterasu suddenly felt something was wrong. Before he could respond, lightning crashed down on him from above. The bolt was so powerful it shattered the ground and ripped the air apart. But as the smoke cleared, Amaterasu stood tall. His body glowed, his flames absorbing the lightning. He hadn't taken any damage. He noticed something strange. There was a dark attribute mixed into the lightning. That kind of fusion wasn't normal. Muttering curses under his breath, he glared upward and blamed Kim. Manipulating 2 different elements at once? That wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Still, the real threat wasn't Kim. It was Susanoo. A high ranker like him couldn't be held in undead form for too long. Kim was already pushing his limits. While Kim kept launching lightning bolts at Amaterasu, the guy kept dancing across the battlefield, absorbing every strike, dodging attacks, and still managing to hold his ground against Susanoo. Amaterasu had figured it out. Kim was a ticking time bomb. Sooner or later, he'd collapse. There was no point in wasting energy on him. His true opponent was Susanoo, the one still fighting him head-on. But Susanoo gave him a warning. He said, if you only focus on me, you'll regret it. That other guy, he's smarter than me. That last barrage wasn't just an attack. It was bait, a setup. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed down from above. It was different this time. Laced with an eerie green mana, it struck Amaterasu dead on. At first, his flames moved to absorb it like always. But something went wrong. The absorption failed. The energy broke through and hit him with real force. Watching from afar, the hero narrowed his eyes. So you're actually trying to tank hits, even at this level? Maybe because you control darkness too? The damage isn't as high as I wanted. He realized he had a decision to make. Should he pull back for now, or should he go all in while this rare chance was open? Maintaining Susanoo was eating up tons of mana. But he was sure Amaterasu was burning through plenty of it too, especially with that fire giant spell still active. He thought if Orochi went wild under Donpong's command, then the longer this dragged out, the better his odds. Still, something pushed him forward. His fingers tensed, and lightning sparked wildly around him. Then he activated it, a skill called Heart of Duran's Quakes. He didn't want to use it. Not yet, but he knew he had to open Tartarus. And oddly enough, deep down he felt like he could. He didn't know where the certainty came from. Maybe instinct. Because suddenly, the lightning around him thickened, merging with black mana. A weapon began to form in his hand. A message appeared. You have created the lightning bolt, Gungnir. While Susanoo was still clashing with Amaterasu, the fire god caught sight of the weapon and froze. His teeth clenched. How could that guy still have so much mana left? The next instant, Gungnir tore through the sky and was about to strike Amaterasu with overwhelming force. Amaterasu watched the spear as it flew through the air and instantly sensed its danger. He knew he had to avoid it. Just as he began casting a spell to defend himself, Susanoo stepped in and grabbed his hand midway. The interruption caused the spell to fail. The spear cut clean through the flames that Amaterasu had summoned. Amaterasu tried to call out to Susanoo, but Susanoo responded calmly. He said he was already dead. Even if the lightning bolt struck him again, someone would bring him back to life. Susanoo explained that if he was going down, he would make sure Amaterasu went with him. A massive lightning bolt hit the ground. The impact was so intense that a thick cloud of smoke exploded outward. As the smoke started to fade, a hand reached through the haze. It was Amaterasu retrieving the spear. His body began to heal quickly. The wounds across his chest and arms started closing, and his strength returned as he tried to stand. Susanoo looked at him and spoke with a steady voice. He said Amaterasu had been afraid of the snake and had only used the Asakani to control the giant. He also noted that Amaterasu had been too slow to react when it mattered most. Amaterasu cursed Susanoo. He was clearly weakened. Then Tsukuyami appeared on the battlefield. She dropped from above and smashed Amaterasu into the ground. The force of the impact cracked the earth beneath him. While lying hurt and stunned, Amaterasu tried to explain that Kim had tricked them. He said Kim had targeted them all from the beginning. Tsukuyami stood firm and told him that it was not about them anymore. It was only about him. Amaterasu looked shocked and defeated. She walked up and asked how he could kill Susanoo. She questioned how someone could kill their own friend. She asked if everything he did was really necessary just to find an answer. She wondered if he believed she would accept some great reason for his betrayal. Amaterasu answered that it was not betrayal because he never had any friends. He said one was a woman he once remembered and the other had been his rival in love. Right then, Susanoo reappeared. He drove his sword straight into Amaterasu's chest. He told him not to worry because there was no good place waiting for him. But dying was not the worst thing in the world. He said goodbye and finished him. Amaterasu felt lifeless. Susanoo raised his blade and severed his head. Blood sprayed through the air, covering the stones around them. The battle had reached a turning point. The only threat left was the giant monster. It shimmered with divine energy, and its eyes glowed as it stared at the heroes. The beast roared and charged forward. The hero jumped high into the air. He shouted toward Dunpong and reminded him about the marshmallow experiment. Dunpong appeared with glowing eyes ready to act. The hero told him if he wanted to eat, so soon he had to help remove the divine energy surrounding the monster. Suddenly, a strange purple light wrapped around the hero. He felt its power and realized he had not activated holy fire. Then a notification appeared in front of him. He had absorbed divinity and recovered part of his mana. He understood the truth. Holy fire was never just a skill. It was a separate force. It had its own ego. It only followed those it respected. Maybe holy fire had been the true master all along. That made the hero laugh. He knew this fight would not take long now. He gave a nod to Dunpong and prepared to charge. Dunpong was already celebrating in the air. From a distance, a hidden observer watched everything. He noticed the swirling energy and spoke softly. There was not much left now. He wondered what the spinning light truly meant. A system message suddenly appeared. The 11th eye and the 6th eye of the great sage Heaven's Equal were now watching. The observer turned to the figure beside him. Their scheme was complete. Chapter 140. The scene opens with Susanoo and Tsukuyami standing close, her hand resting gently against his cheek. She mutters that their master has gotten unbelievably weak. Susanoo just sighs, saying that controlling someone like him would drain anyone's mana dry. Our boy is still frozen, trying to wrap his head around what he just witnessed. That thing, that monstrous creature. He's never seen anything breathing that should look like that. Endless eyes staring through Orochi, rows of teeth grinding through flesh, and organs like it was starved for centuries. It devoured everything without hesitation. And the fact that even Susanoo is backing them, that's what really breaks his brain. Something like that shouldn't exist. So where did it even come from? Whatever the truth is, one thing's clear. Those things are going to climb the tower without breaking a sweat. A system window pops up, Maple levels up, plus 7 divine power, plus 10.11% growth rate, plus 4 mana. Our boy can't deny it. Susanoo and Maple carry a lot of weight, but Tsukuyami isn't someone he can afford to overlook either. He remembers his words. I'm going to kill that goddamn chic bastard. Yeah, he meant it. Then another system message appears. Yamada no Orochi defeated. His level ticks up, and strength, agility, stamina all rise by 1. Mana stays the same. Figures. Our boy's eyes widen. Perfect timing. It's time to call out the guy who's been spying on him from the shadows. Cinder's eyes flare in the system, resonating as our boy closes his own. A clone steps out in front of him, confused, squinting. Are you Kim? Our boy blinks. He didn't recognize him immediately, which means this isn't the same clone he met before. He asks which number he is. The clone looks irritated and snaps, saying he's from the 3rd squad. Then he adds that the 12th clone is busy gathering all the others, because our boy told him to. And, of course, the guy starts hyping himself up, calling himself the great sage Heaven's Equal. Sure, buddy. Our boy gives him the rundown, and the clone explains that all the clones, except 3, are already gathered. He asks if that's okay. Our boy repeats it to confirm, and the clone keeps going, saying the gods of the 5 Elements Mountain are vicious. They're definitely going to run into the heavenly realm guarding the original body. Even with every clone assembled, it won't be easy. So he wants to know, what's the plan? Our boy's eyes widen again. Yeah, the 12th clone is definitely smarter than this guy. The clone explodes at him for even thinking that. He warns they're running out of time, anyway. Looks like the heavenly realm is starting to notice something. Our boy waves him off. Of course he has a plan. No need to panic. He tells him they'll discuss it later, and orders him to focus on rounding up the stragglers. The more firepower, the better. As he starts walking away, he adds one final note. If they can rescue the original body, then they won't need to go to war with the heavenly realm at all. The clone asks how, and our boy just repeats himself. We'll talk later. He tells him climbing the tower won't take long anyway, so the clone just needs to avoid getting caught before he reaches the 50th floor. The clone's eyes widen. Why is this guy so calm when everything around them is turning into a disaster? Then he thinks, right, he's from the future. Maybe he's already numb to this kind of madness. The scene shifts. A barren land wrapped in eerie, purple energy. Quiet, empty, unsettling. Inside a cave, someone announces that the next test will be conducted individually. Outside, the wasteland stretches with scattered dead trees and weird tower-like structures jutting out of the earth. Then we cut straight to the 44th floor, the Victory Tower Trial Hall. Normally, this place is packed wall to wall, buzzing with competitors. But after what happened recently, it's almost deserted. People complain loudly that if the participant count dropped this low, then the entire difficulty curve needs to be adjusted. Nothing feels normal anymore. Someone comments it must be nice going in solo, especially for Kim Yuan. That's when a man steps forward, raising his hand. He tells everyone to remember. The 44th floor belongs to Polaris. He orders them to get ready, and Polaris 10 urges the group to fight their way through. A system message appears. Victory Trial. 44th floor begins now. Objective. Break through the sound wall. Monsters pack the field so tightly the ground itself trembles. Our boy just stares. Where the hell is he supposed to start with this mess? Looking down, he admits inwardly. Yeah, this chaos? It's kind of his fault. He tightens his fist. He hates meddling. But today he'll make an exception. Everyone leaps down into a deep, well-shaped pit swirling with golden mana. Polaris quietly watches from above, taking in the destruction. His workplace, ruined, torn apart. Giant dragon-like beasts with massive teeth spit fire across the landscape. Everything is floating in flames and rubble. Several men stand at different vantage points, observing what remains of the 44th floor trial grounds. Our boy steps forward, golden energy unfurling from his hand. He says the hall is so wrecked, they can't even host the next test. His suggestion? Mark everyone as passed. A clone breathes deeply beside him, already exhausted by the insanity. Cut to the 45th floor. Our boy punches someone straight in the face the moment he arrives. Cut to the 46th floor. Two clones stand watching quietly. Cut to the 47th floor. Flames explode everywhere. The battlefield is chaos. A beast swings an axe with wild enthusiasm, claiming this is the kind of work he lives for. More clones appear. Every transition brings even more of them. Jump again, 48th floor. Energy erupts. Fire spreads. Trees ignite until the whole forest becomes a blazing underworld. People scream as flames crawl across the ground. More clones show up, multiplying like madness. Then another shot. Diamond-like energy pours out of a jug held by a clone. Then our boy appears, also holding a jug, overflowing with power. All the clones sit together around a table, each one with their own magic pot, preparing for whatever comes next. He raises his jug, annoyed, and tells them all to shut up, drink the damn water he gave them, and go home already. He wonders why their numbers keep increasing every time he blinks. He grumbles that they pop up every single time he clears a floor. A clone explains it's because they don't have a player kit, so if they want to talk to him, they have to physically hunt him down. Our boy sighs and asks what they're even so curious about. One clone raises his hand. They're curious about him. Everything about him. Another clone scolds them to speak one at a time. Our boy says he's only heard a rough summary from Clone 12. He still doesn't know the full story himself, except the part about him coming from the future. He wonders if they seriously plan to take turns talking like this. He waves them off, saying he'll explain later. The next trial is about to start. They need to scatter. One clone asks, later as in when. Another suggests they come one by one. Another suggests visiting him in numerical order, starting from the first clone who met Kim Yu-won. Our boy clicks his tongue. They're acting like annoying little punks. Suddenly a clone jumps up and yells at everyone to stop grouping together. If the heavenly realm senses them, everything goes to hell. Another clone comments he sounds like he's screaming at himself. The shouting clone snaps back, asking if they want to get caught. He insists he's different from the rest. Our boy says, "You're number 12. The clone proudly confirms it. He announces he's brought the news our boy has been waiting for. Our boy asks what it is. Clone 12 grins. All of them are finally gathered. Our boy's eyes widen again. The scene cuts to Clone 12, red energy swirling around his arm as he clenches his fist. Power wraps around his hands and legs like restraining chains. Then the scene jumps to the 5 Elements Mountain. Clone 12 stands before it and mutters, "There they are." He calls the gods insane and admits he never expected to set foot here again. Why did he even come back? As his eyes widen, he asks when Kim is arriving. Chapter 141. The next scene opens with a masked man standing calmly in front of our boy. He looks him up and down and chuckles, saying he honestly didn't expect him to make it through. But he's impressed, really impressed. Our boy thinks to himself that dealing with people who rely only on speed isn't even a challenge to him anymore. The masked man looks around, noting that this is the 50th floor, the point where the celestial realm begins. He asks what exactly our boy is planning to do once he steps past this point. Our boy pauses, confused, and asks what he's talking about. The masked man says he saw a whole bunch of clones gathering, and from the looks of it, they're connected to him. Our boy silently clicks his tongue, so the guy already knows. He's pretending to be clueless again, acting innocent just to drag out more information. He tells the masked man to keep his mouth shut and stay out of worldly matters. Exactly what a proper messenger is supposed to do. The masked man lets out a small laugh. "So you're basically telling me to keep up appearances, huh? But listen to that tone. Don't go against the natural order. Administrators like us don't exactly enjoy watching the world fall apart." Our boy fires back without hesitation. The natural order doesn't mean turning a blind eye to the parts already rotting from the inside. The man's smile fades. "Rotting parts? What are you talking about?" Our boy admits there are probably plenty, but he doesn't have the authority to list them one by one. He asks the man to understand. If trouble breaks out because of something justified, he'll accept the punishment, as long as the punishment is actually fair. The masked man smirks. There isn't much punishment for someone who isn't even a ranker yet, but the one above us, he's insanely stubborn. If any conflict starts from personal interests, you'd better stay careful. Layers of energy begin spreading from his body, glowing and stacking on top of each other. He adds, almost casually, even among administrators, opinions are divided. But personally, I'm on your side. Our boy watches the rising light, those words, "on my side," echoing in his head. The scene blurs as the energy thickens, swallowing everything until the world fades out. Then, a voice cuts sharply through the haze. "Player Kim." Our boy's eyes widen. Suddenly, the scene shifts into a bright blue land packed with people calling out, "Player Kim. Welcome, Player Kim. How does it feel reaching the 50th floor? Did you break another record like always? What happened to the floors where your records disappeared?" Standing before them, our boy sighs inwardly. As expected, chaos the moment I show up again. He starts answering calmly, saying his results will probably fall short of their imaginations. Reaching the 50th floor doesn't feel special, and it wasn't even his main objective, just one stop along the way. One of the reporters quietly wipes a tear. He's emotional because, for once, Kim actually answered him. Usually, Kim pretends he doesn't exist. Another reporter calls out asking about player Hargan, calling him a rival. Our boy replies that it was ridiculous. Someone else asks about the enemies he supposedly made among the lumps and what exactly went down there. He deadpants. Next question. The crowd bursts again until a girl shouts louder than all of them. Is there any ranker or guard you want to meet? Anyone you want to send a message to? He thinks the question is pointless. He always says he's not interested. But this time, he actually answers. There's a guard I want to meet. The Celestial Realms Guard. And the ranker I want to meet is the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Cameras flash. People gasp. The whole place freezes for a heartbeat. Then the scene shifts again, to a glittering city under a sky drenched in golden energy, radiating like the gates of another world. It's the 50th floor city center. Lights everywhere, streets overflowing with people, a whole different world buzzing at full speed. Someone lifts up a strawberry lollipop, and it's our boy, finally able to breathe again. Finally got rid of them. Being chased by reporters calling him Mr. Kim every 2 minutes was torture. Their tracking skills might as well count as a hidden S-rank passive. He looks into the distant horizon, wondering if the Five Elements mountain lies somewhere past all of that. His gaze drifts over the towering buildings, and he thinks about the restricted zone, where the Demon King is sealed, or the Monkey King, or the Great Sage, or the victorious Fighting Buddha. That guy collects titles like achievements. Honestly, Demon King doesn't fit him at all. Our boy thinks about how he's been keeping his head down to avoid attention, but after 3 days of living quietly, he's starting to lose his mind. No friends, no chaos, no trouble, just silence. What do we even use to do together? He imagines the noise, the arguments, the brawls, the aura clashing everywhere. Yeah, maybe things were too loud, but at least it wasn't boring. He notices a group of people walking into a building, so he follows them in. Inside, memories hit him. The guy who loved the dumplings here more than life itself. But the place is weirdly empty. This used to be one of the most crowded restaurants on the entire floor. The kitchen still looks active though, so why is no one here? He's staring at the staircase when someone fills a glass of water nearby. This place is seriously good, the man says. Best dumplings around. They even know how to cook dishes from other worlds. Our boy narrows his eyes. Were you waiting for me? The man raises a brow. Of course. Why else would I be sitting here, sulking alone? I've been waiting for player Kim. It turns out to be Erlang Shun, Celestial Realm General, the guy who fought the Great Sage more times than anyone else in history. No hesitation, he jumps straight into the interrogation. What's your relationship with the Monkey King? Before our boy can answer, the scene cuts again. A quiet place. A clone stands there with his arms crossed. You gathered them pretty fast. If the main body were as smart as you, things would be smoother for everyone. Another clone asks, what's the main body even like? Narration kicks in. After the 12th command was issued, every remaining clone returned. Honestly, a miracle. Our boy asks the clone if he really doesn't know the main body. The clone shrugs. Nope. I got imprisoned right after I was created. Only saw him for a second. I know nothing. He explains clones only inherit fragments of the main body's memories. The rest is instinctive loyalty, and their natural hostility toward the celestial realm. That alone proves how incomplete their memories are. They don't even fully know what they are. Our boy quietly studies him. So clones, are they just skills? Or are they basically another version of me? The clone pauses. Why do you want to know? Our boy smirks. Because honestly, you clones are probably just as stubborn as I am. The clone snorts. You're one to talk. Then he adds with a small grin. There's a reason even the most chaotic beings can unite. He places a hand on his chest and speaks with quiet certainty. Even if the bodies are many, the mind is one. He meets our boy's eyes directly. Our boy lowers his voice. I get it. But inside, he wonders what it must feel like, living without knowing who you truly are, without knowing the foundation you came from. He asks how much the clone actually knows about the main body. The clone's eyes widen. I'll tell you everything I know. Chapter 142. The scene opens with Erlang Shun speaking first. He says he's been waiting for player Kim, then casually brings up the question he's been dying to ask. What kind of relationship do you have with that monkey? He adds that he heard Kim wanted to meet the guy. Reporters really do spread information at light speed. Our boy steps forward and answers coolly. Relationship? It's barely even that. He hasn't done anything for years. Erlang hands him a cup and leans in. Then why do you want to meet him? Our boy explains that there isn't a single person in the entire tower who doesn't know the Great Sage Heaven's Equal. The Monkey King didn't become a legend by accident. None of his actions were pointless. They all had purpose. Erlang nods thoughtfully, then asks, so you want to meet him out of respect? Our boy thinks, yeah, no. Respect isn't a word at all. He realizes Erlang misunderstood earlier. He probably thought Kim had some deep personal connection with the Monkey King, which makes zero sense. Kim hasn't even been in the tower long. The assumption was wild from the start. Before he can correct him, Erlang switches topics. Then, he says, can we talk about them? Our boy freezes for a second. Them? Erlang clarifies. Kim mentioned the guild and seemed unusually interested in the heavenly realm. To Erlang, It sounds like Kim is sending a very deliberate message. He adds that he heard people call Kim the strongest player, so he decided to look into Kim's location. He wanted to see Kim's strength with his own eyes. His curiosity kept growing. How did Kim compare to the players from the era of the great sage Heaven's Equal? Our boy says he's heard many stories from that era, especially the legendary incident where a fight broke out with the test instructor known as the Chimera Creator. He asks Erlang how he even knows about that. Erlang explains calmly that after that fight, the Chimera Creator was punished by the administrator and reassigned as the final boss of the tutorial. Our boy takes another drink and casually tells him, "I defeated it." Erlang freezes. "You defeated the Chimera Creator?" He even covers his mouth like he just heard gossip that's too juicy to exist. Our boy raises his hand to gesture something, but Erlang suddenly grabs it, eyes shining. "Player Kim," he says, "would you like to come with me to the heavenly realm?" This startles our boy so badly he just freezes, staring at Erlang like he misheard. Erlang bursts out laughing. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not into boys," he says, waving the thought away. "I just genuinely like strong people." Our boy clears his throat, still stunned. He says he hasn't even applied to the guild yet, and will visit another time. He gets up, thanks Erlang for the food, and leaves the restaurant with the same expression someone has after narrowly dodging a divine misunderstanding. Erlang only smirks. "I'll be waiting next time." 3 days later, a man sprints across the training grounds while Erlang is practicing his sword techniques. Erlang stops mid-swing the moment he hears shouting, "Great General Erlang." The poor guy reaches him completely out of breath. Erlang yells at him for screaming like that in a training zone, then immediately demands to know what's happening. The man looks around, overwhelmed. Even without fighting, the pressure here feels like a battlefield. He wonders how Erlang survives this daily. Finally, he reports the news. "A guest has arrived. The one you've been searching for." Erlang's eyes widen instantly. "He actually came? Where is he?" He leaps off the building in a single movement, ready to dash out, but the man awkwardly adds, "He, isn't here anymore." Erlang freezes mid-step. "What do you mean not here?" The man explains that the guest, Kim, has already wandered off into the heavenly realm. Narration shifts. Our boy is strolling through one of the heavenly realm's prides, the path of the immortal peach garden. Peach trees line the entire walkway, but these lower branches are just decoration, so they won't disrupt anyone's arcane energy. The real peaches, the valuable ones, hang on the massive, towering trees above. Our boy looks around and thinks there's nothing special about these immortal peaches. Sun Wukong used to leave them half-eaten anyway. Still, he figures it's worth checking out the place, since he'll probably end up here again soon. Chapter 143. The scene opens with the man walking beside our boy, asking where they should head next, and if our boy has a specific place in mind. Our boy shrugs. He isn't sure. The man beams like he just won a lottery. "Anywhere's fine, as long as it's within my reach." Then he mentally spirals into a full fantasy. Recruit Kim, get promoted, jump 2 ranks, impress the upper realm, become rich, buy land, buy mansion, live like royalty. A whole glow-up arc flashes behind his eyes. But before he finishes daydreaming, a carriage blasts toward them at full speed. Dust sprays everywhere. Someone jumps out mid-roll and sprints toward them shouting, "Kim is here. It's Great General Erlang." He stops in front of them and immediately tells everyone to drop the formalities. He thanks the man for assisting our boy, then turns to Kim. Our boy greets him calmly. Erlang, still breathless from sprinting across half the realm, demands, "What's going on? I thought you weren't interested in the heavenly realm." Our boy fires back immediately. How could anyone not be interested? This is the heavenly realm. Erlang nods like he expected that answer. So the problem wasn't disinterest. You just needed time to think. Our boy admits that's exactly it. Erlang studies him for a second, then smirks. "I knew it. You're definitely the type who needs time before deciding anything." Before our boy can respond, Erlang grabs his hand and starts dragging him along. "Come on, I'll give you the full introduction to the heavenly realm." The scene shifts. They rise into a breathtaking sky, entering the heart of the heavenly realm. They walk across massive stairways with water flowing beside them like glowing sky pools. Erlang stands proudly, showing the place off like it's his personal achievement. Our boy glances at him. This lunatic. Someone nearby mutters that Erlang gets even more extreme when it comes to fighting, and that it's honestly gross. He's not a musclehead like a certain someone, but his strength is still absurd. A voice shoots back instantly, offended. "Did you just call me a muscle monster?" A clone perched on a stone chimes in, pointing at Erlang. Once he locks onto a target, he never lets go. "Hey, you know how many years this guy chased me? Sick bastard." He continues complaining. Erlang is a perfectionist with obsessive persistence. He won't quit until every last detail is done perfectly. Someone jokes that hearing all these insults from someone as arrogant as the clone probably means he secretly respects Erlang. The clone snaps, "Shut up. Stop asking questions." But after a moment, even he admits, he's loyal, works like a beast, not someone who breaks easily. Then he adds, completely casually, "Anyway, it's up to you whether you want to kill him later." Move on to the next task. Back with Erlang, our boy thinks about how painfully straightforward the general is, and how that makes everything so much harder. Erlang points ahead. Let's check that place next. So what do you think of the Heavenly Realm? Our boy answers without hesitation. It's kinda bad. Erlang agrees. Yeah, it sucks, but there's still more to see. So they keep walking. Night falls. Under a dark clouded sky, our boy wonders if he should keep observing Erlang a little longer. With his current strength, there's no way he can take down someone of Erlang's rank. He needs more information, more openings, another shift. Erlang suddenly asks if he wants dinner. Our boy rejects it instantly. Nope. Erlang then pivots, asking if they should drink later. This time our boy says sure. In his mind, he acknowledges the real benefit of sticking with Erlang. Thanks to the general, he got to explore the Heavenly Lantern freely, with no guards blocking his path. Even a palace didn't stop him. He knows the Marble Mountains are wrapped in a spell, and the one who understands that spell better than anyone is the King of Great Might, the great sage who pacifies heaven. And that's who he'll need to face next. The scene changes. Someone calls out from ahead, "Hey, put on a little show." Two men approach, confused. "A show? What do you mean?" The man waves a hand impatiently. "Do something cute. Or funny. I don't care." They stare at each other awkwardly. That man turns out to be the warden, the top ranker Gene Hurick. He snaps at them, calling them idiots who can't follow even the simplest orders. Then he tells them to get lost and go clean something instead. He mutters to himself the whole way out, complaining these fools don't even know who he is, and wondering how long he has to babysit such useless people. As he walks, he suddenly hears a sound. He stops, frowning. Only administrators are allowed in here. So, our boy steps out of the shadow, face half hidden. Gene Hurick. Chapter 144. As he walks in, our boy asks calmly, "You've been the warden here this whole time?" Gene stares at him like he recognizes the presence, but can't place it. Confused, irritated, he demands to know what faction our boy belongs to, and how he dares to talk like that. But before he can finish, he lunges to attack, and our boy cuts him down instantly. A spray of blood bursts from Jin's back as he collapses, twitching, then goes still. Our boy stands over him, thinking about the future, how countless rankers would die because of Jin's rampage. Killing him here, where fate originally intended his downfall, feels right, almost satisfying. But there's no time to enjoy it. The Great Strength King is imprisoned on the very bottom floor. If anyone notices too soon, the rescue will fall apart. He orders Arthur Sisanu to block the entrance. No one gets in or out. Inside the palace, a cluster of wardens whisper nervously, wondering if they should report something to Gene. Then they realize Gene is way too high-ranking for them to approach anyway. Someone mutters that even death sounds better than working under their current boss. They all rush down the stairs, but our boy is already behind them. He kills them one by one as they run, clean and quiet. When they finally sense someone chasing them, they panic and scream, "Who the hell is after us?" They leap off the stairs in desperation, falling through the levels like scattered birds. Our boy doesn't even slow down. He flies after them. Only one more floor left. When he lands, someone spots him and screams for help. The panic spreads instantly. Wardens scramble everywhere, shouting for reinforcements. One curses at his malfunctioning player kit. It won't activate. "Damn it. We have to get outside." Their frantic yelling echoes through the prison halls. Our boy notes something important. Every warden here is a ranker. This won't end in a few floors. This is going to be a full descent into hell, and he'll have to kill his way straight to the bottom. He knew using too much mana would alert the outside sooner, but at this point, it didn't matter. They were going to find him anyway. Might as well speed things up. A golden flash burst from the system window in front of him. Heart of Uranus, generating lightning. A colossal lightning strike roared upward from deep below, shaking the entire structure. The scene cut to the underground 7th floor. Prisoners sprinted for their lives. Bars collapsed like paper as golden energy tore through every floor above them. Screams echoed. Prisoners are escaping. What the hell is happening up there? Do we go up? Stay here? Before they could decide, boom! A violent explosion of energy erupted behind them. Some whispered about how suspicious this place had always been. A prison that appeared out of nowhere, packed with only the worst criminals. Every warden being a ranker, completely unnatural. Golden energy spiraled out of our boy's hand as he continued descending. This prison, he thought it had to be built because of Big Brother. Floor after floor, gold lightning swirled around him while the system repeated. Heart of Uranus, generating lightning. He wondered how deep this place even went. It felt like he'd already gone down 20 floors. Who would have guessed heaven hid a prison this deep? If Wukong hadn't told him, he never would have known it existed. The roaring energy echoed endlessly. He paused, lifting his hand. Everything was trembling. Walls, bars, the ground, even the air. "So damn noisy," he muttered. He landed atop a prisoner cage. Someone inside called out, "Who's there?" That's when he realized. Underground 40th floor. He dropped down in front of the cell. "Who I am can wait. We need to hurry and get you out." He held out a peach. I heard where you're from, son of God. The prisoner jolted. Wukong. What about Wukong? A massive figure materialized inside the cell, energy rising like a threat. You're suspicious. Get lost if you're here to spout nonsense. Wukong doesn't know I'm here. He's dead. If he were alive, heaven would have already been overturned. Our boy narrowed his eyes. Is that what heaven told you? That Wukong is dead. The prisoner answered quietly. Yes. And then it hit him. Heaven didn't just imprison him. They crushed him by convincing him Wukong was gone forever. Our boy spoke clearly. Ogon is alive. He's immortal. Even he doesn't fully understand it. But it's probably because he devoured all the mana-infused peaches of heaven. The prisoner froze in shock. The peaches, their magic, is why he survived. The bull demon suddenly noticed the peach in our boy's hand. His eyes widened. You seriously brought one of those down here? Our boy lifted the peach slightly. You'll need the power if you want to escape. The son of Gong Seal had been placed at the Five Elements Mountain, the place of his birth. Our boy explained that he'd heard this prisoner was the best spell expert in the tower, so he needed his help to break Wukong free. The moment the bull demon grabbed the peach, energy detonated inside him. His eyes burned gold, teeth clenched as power surged through his body. Our boy raised his sword. Hold still for a moment. A massive rush of energy erupted from the blade. Slash. The cell split cleanly in half. Every chain shattered like brittle twigs. The bull demon stepped out, stunned. That sword, that's not normal. It's just gear, our boy answered casually. That shocked him even more, but there was no time for questions. We move. Now. A system window appeared. Fiery eyes, reading path. The fiery eyes of the great sage, equal to heaven, are watching you. A blast of force erupted as they launched forward. The bull demon suddenly shouted, recognizing the weapon in our boy's hand. That's Rui Jingu Bang. What are you doing here, brother? Without hesitation, he smashed the ground open with a devastating punch. Above them, chaos erupted. The bull demon king has escaped. A monkey clone smuggled him out. No way. If a beast like that entered heaven, we'd know instantly. Even Sun Ogong couldn't get inside with just one clone. He must have had help from the inside. Another voice cut in. Surviving wardens said the intruder was Kim. Manas and Singh are double-checking, but the match is almost 90%. But he's not even a ranker. How could he wipe out everyone? Erling heard the name Kim and froze. He remembered wanting to test Kim's strength. And this whole prison massacre, was how Kim chose to reveal it. Erling exhaled. I'll vouch for his power. Someone asked, if he's that strong, why didn't he swear loyalty to heaven? Did he side with the Demon King? Erling answered quietly. I don't know what Kim is after, but if he freed the Bull Demon King, then his next target is obvious, Sun Ogong. Chapter 145. The scene opens with the Bull Demon King explaining the situation as they flee. Breaking the spellbind that held me. It was the right first step, but just the three of us won't be enough to break through the Five Elements Mountain. Its defenses are far stronger than before. He looks at the massive, distant mountain range looming over the horizon. At the very least, General Irang or Prince Natha should be stationed there. The implication hangs heavy. They're running straight toward a fortress guarded by divine monsters. Our boy stands beside the Bull Demon King and answers firmly. It won't just be the three of us. I already sent word that you're free. They'll start gathering soon. Right then, Ogong appears. He strolls over casually, grinning. All clones in the tower gathered. Big bro, long time no see. The Bull Demon stares at him, surprised. You've made a sharper friend than I expected. Your personalities don't match at all. And yet, you two call each other brothers. Our boy jokes. He never learned caution or composure from me. The Bull Demon thinks, calling me big bro? I'm over 10,000 years old. Still, he nods. If all the clones are assembled, then maybe this plan is actually possible. And you, he looks at our boy. You broke into a prison alone. Even if you're technically the weakest here, something is different about you. You're carrying traces that no one else has. Then suddenly, the Bull Demon leans in, putting his face right in front of our boy's mouth. What is this smell? Our boy freezes. What smell? Not that kind of smell. A presence. A face you can't see with ordinary eyes. His eyes widen as he whispers names. Sun Ogong, Heracles, Zeus, Odin, Mimir, and Sharon. Our boy's heart stops for a second. He immediately demands. What did you just say? The Bull Demon watches his reaction and nods grimly. So you do remember Sharon. He thinks to himself. How? How can this boy remember Sharon? Sharon should have been erased completely by the clockwork backlash. The longer I stayed imprisoned, the stranger I felt, like I'd forgotten someone important. Was it shock? Was it a heavenly bastard messing with my head? None of the explanations fit. But when I saw this boy, his race clinging to him, Karen's name hit me like a storm. He continues aloud. I don't fully understand it, but it makes sense now. We all forgot Sharon. Because of causality, Karen's power could overturn entire worlds. So something even greater must have erased him. Something stronger than his power, his word, his tower, his world. He points at our boy. And it's because of your race that I understand any of this. So tell me, what is your connection to Sharon? Our boy stands still, mind racing. Even as the tower's strongest suppressor, the bull demon shouldn't be able to pinpoint something that's specific about Karen's disappearance. But our boy can't say anything. He can't even hint at it. He can't talk about the clockwork. If the clockwork gets exposed, if Ogong's past is revealed through the fiery eyes, if Chaos learns about any of this, everything collapses, every plan ruined, every future lost. He clenches his teeth. He can't tell them the truth. He can't let anyone know. So he just shrugs it off with a quiet, "It's complicated," because how is he supposed to explain a debt so massive it can't be repaid in 100 lifetimes? The bull demon lets out a low rumble, saying it's a shame, but everyone locked inside this tower is carrying one or two disasters they'd rather never talk about anyway. Then his eyes narrow, and he throws out another question. What's your connection to Uranus? That one hits too close. Our boy knows opening his mouth now will only drag him into deeper suspicion. Too much has changed since the bull demon was sealed. The world suddenly shifts. The rocky ground disappears, replaced by a barren wasteland buzzing with ancient pressure. They're standing alone under a colorless sky. The bull demon mentions Uranus' heart, saying that's why he can sense its lingering traces on him. Then, straight to the point, he asks, "Do you know Uranus?" Our boy answers honestly, yes. He met Uranus around the same time he met Odin and Sharon. Uranus, a beast strong enough to flip the tower upside down. Back then, it took a whole swarm of high rankers just to stop him. The bull demon snorts. "Since it's my item, I won't tell you to throw it away, but treat it carefully." Our boy nods and tells him to get some rest. But the bull demon slams a hand in the ground, furious. "I've been resting for thousands of years. My body's stiff. Moving is the only way I'll recover faster." He glares at our boy, eyes blazing. "What? Scared? Want to spar?" And the world warps again. The sky cracks open into glowing zinc-colored waves. The land beneath their feet hums like a living engine. A barrier closes around them with a metallic buzz. Our boy looks around, stunned. Where are we? The bull demon slaps his palm on the ground again, boom. A screen. So the heaven busters won't see us. He rolls his shoulders like a waking beast. Think of it as a training hall. He shifts into a full battle stance. One massive fist rises. Energy ripples outward in concentric rings, swallowing the entire world. Not a single inch escapes that crushing force. Our boy's heart drops. This feels like Heracles is alive and kicking inside the tower. A screen flashes in front of him, sensory zone activated. Fire eyes begin dissecting the bull demon's movements frame by frame. He plants his feet, already regretting all of his life choices. Big bro in his prime is no joke. And once he gets riled up, he's an even bigger disaster than our boy ever was. "Did I do something to offend you?" he asks carefully. The bull demon doesn't answer with words. His energy detonates. Smoke bursts off his body. "You're good at dodging," he growls, "but dodging alone will never win a fight." And then, he vanishes. No warning. No stance. Just pure speed ripping the world apart. Our boy doesn't even have time to breathe. Calling this a warm-up, and then expecting him to somehow win? Absolutely unfair. A shockwave erupts behind him. Boom. He raises his arms to block, thinking this old man is trying to kill him before the training even starts. Dark pink energy collides with blue, swallowing the entire field in a violent storm. The fight has already begun. He freezes for a moment, staring at the bull demon as that spiraling energy rips across the field. Then his eyes widen. No way. That old monster. He actually swallowed the holy flame. The world snaps again. Massive blows collide in midair, shockwaves shredding stone, dust exploding upward as the battlefield buckles under the force. Every strike is a quake, every clash a storm. Chapter 146. Inside the barrier, the bull demon finishes devouring the last spark of holy fire. Our boy is dumbfounded. He ate it. He really ate the holy flame. Before he can process it, a violent burst detonates. The entire zone cracks open like it's about to collapse. A screen flashes, Giant's power spreading through all limbs. Concentration. Left arm. Both forces begin to collide like two worlds grinding together. The bull demon charges. As his massive shadow falls over him, he yanks his fist back to crush him. Our boy drops his stance by a hair's breadth, just enough to dodge that mountain-breaking punch. He raises his sword, Tartarus summoned. Black and gold energy erupts from the blade, roaring like a living beast. His strike lands. The bull demon howls, staggering. But the next moment, a massive hand grabs him by the hair and drags him like prey. The bull demon tries to smash his skull into the ground. Our boy roars, eyes burning red. Right before impact, he twists free and stabilizes midair, back on his feet. There's no breathing room. The bull demon barrels at him, immediately, crouched low, teeth grinding, a murder aura spilling off his shoulders. Its entire face is turned pitch black, red eyes blazing like embers in hell. Even with that attack charging toward him, our boy charges forward too. He dives low, trying to lift the bull demon by its arm and leg in one motion. With Tartarus raised high, he drags the giant upward, just enough. Slash. The blade bites into the shoulder. A thunderous blast erupts, gold and black energy exploding outward in a violent ring. Our boy slams his palm against the bull demon's chest. The bull demon growls, "I won't fall in disgrace." Then, with a grim smile, "Your will, truly impressive." But before the tension can break, a soft voice echoes through the distorted air. "Baya, Baya." Danpeng appears beside them, floating in calmly, as if the battlefield isn't exploding around him. The bull demon's gaze snaps toward the voice. "So it's you, the creature hiding inside this boy." Danpeng keeps repeating, "Baya, Baya." The bull demon reaches up and yanks out one of his own teeth, gripping it like a weapon. His gaze darkens. "Is he your master? Or your prey?" He growls that the aura coming off the kid feels like something that should be erased from the world. Black energy floods his colossal body, swallowing him whole. He leans in, golden eyes shining like two suns collapsing. The kid stares right back, refusing to flinch. The world breaks, again. Suddenly, our boy is lying on the ground. Everything is still. Danpeng hovers over his face, poking, calling softly, "Baya, Baya." Our boy jerks awake, confused, breathless. When Danpeng circles him in tiny loops, chirping softly, while the bull demon sits casually on the ground a short distance away, like none of the chaos from earlier ever happened. The bull demon chuckles and says the spar must have been rough. He didn't expect our boy to faint so easily. He tells him not to force himself, to just keep lying there for now. Our boy internally clicks his tongue, calling that a spar feels too generous. It was a one-sided beating from start to finish. Still, he actually landed a real hit. On a bull demon. Does that even count as an accomplishment? The bull demon sighs, saying it's not something to brag about, then apologizes. It couldn't be helped. Because of that little one. Danpeng freezes. His round eyes suddenly fill with betrayal. Is he seriously blaming me? If he hadn't interfered, he would have come out on his own anyway, he thinks. The bull demon reaches out one massive hand toward Danpeng, narrowing his eyes. Says the kid looks like a dumpling, but with teeth sharp enough to take off an arm. Our boy notices faint white marks on the bull demon's skin, and his heart drops. Wait, don't tell me the predator really appeared. The bull demon explains he needed to confirm whether the creature should be carved out or spared. This time, it protected our boy, so he let it go. But who knows how many times that luck will hold. Then he looks him dead in the eyes. Can you handle what's coming? My gut says this power is far more dangerous than Uranus. Our boy answers without hesitation. High risk, high return. That's what he lives for. The bull demon laughs. He thought our boy and Ogong were opposites, but that fearless stupidity of theirs is exactly the same. Birds of feather. Our boy thinks, yeah, sounds about right. The bull demon waves him off, telling him to rest, and come up with a training method that strengthens the glaring weaknesses he showed today. Our boy is still thinking when a man wrapped in a white scarf appears out of nowhere. You awake? He asks. The fire in our boy's eyes flares on instinct. The man comments that he saw him get knocked out after only 2 hits. Our boy thinks, perfect. This is actually the best moment to test something. The world melts. Chapter 147. Everything shifts to a wasteland swallowed by fire. Ash covers the earth. The air burns hot enough to blister skin. Yet both of them walk forward like they belong here. One voice notes that our boy is holding up better in this heat than expected. But if this already feels difficult, then he'll never survive the real destination. Son Ogong stands beside him, staring across the burning horizon. We're here, he says. The Manhwa furnace. A forsaken land now, but once upon a time, it was the execution ground for sinners so wicked, even the heavens refused to tolerate them. Ogong tells him he dragged him all the way here for one reason. Training in this furnace gives results so absurdly fast it borders on cheating. And since our boy is the weakest among them, well, at least he has plenty of room to grow. He says it casually, like stating the weather. Then adds that our boy should be grateful he even got pardoned. He gestures toward the blazing inferno, explaining that the original him survived inside this furnace for over 100 years. A century of fire hotter than magma, flames fueled by the mana of the entire world. That torture is what forged the myth known as the Golden Fire Eye. If our boy can evolve his half-baked fire eye into that, people won't even believe how fast he grew. Then Ogong asks, almost teasing, can you actually pull it off? Our boy steps forward without hesitation. Why even ask? He'll just try. He inhales, steels himself, and steps into the Bagua furnace. Instantly, everything becomes fire. The world turns into a sea of blazing red. Heat rips at his skin like claws. He mutters under his breath, wondering how in the world anyone survived this hell. He grabbed a steel bar inside, and jerks back immediately. It's so scorching it feels like touching a sun fragment. But he grits his teeth, forces his hand back, and grips it again. This time he holds on. The flames roar above him like some ancient beast laughing at his suffering. A system screen flickers to life. Fire Eye attempts to resist the Bagua furnace failed. Another line appears. 4 elemental robe attempts resistance failed. He keeps walking. A third line. Sacred Flame attempts resistance, partial success. His red eyes glow through the smoke as he thinks bitterly that he used to believe he had decent fire resistance. But right now, his whole body feels like someone threw him into a giant oven. He reaches the center of the furnace and sits down, even though every inhale burns his lungs. He clenches his fists. Focus. He reminds himself. He isn't the son of an immortal. One mistake, and he dies for real. A brilliant screen lights up the firestorm. Trial of escape initiated. Resist the flames of the Manhwa furnace for 24 hours. He stares at the timer. 24 hours? That's insane. For someone who can actually die, that's practically a death sentence. The screen repeats itself again, like mocking him. Resist for 24 hours. His eyelids tremble as he closes his eyes. Just enduring this much is already stretching him to the brink. And this is only the beginning. But he reminds himself why he came. He needs the golden fire eye. Without it, he has no future on the next floor. No path forward. He asks about the next stage of the fire eye, and Ogong answers that the basic fire eye should already be unlocked. But the golden fire eye? That's in a completely different realm. Not even they knew how it felt. They only remember what happened when they mastered it long, long ago. Ogong explains that once he mastered the golden fire eye, he began seeing his opponent's movements before they even happened. Every attack, every shift, every intention, visible. He could sense lies instantly, strip truths bare without effort. That's when he understood. The golden fire eye is the doorway to something even greater. The eye of the foresight. He tells our boy he must obtain it. When he eventually returns to the past with knowledge from the present, that power will let him prepare for threats no one else can anticipate. Our boy wonders aloud. Wouldn't it be faster to just meet Mimir? Mimir can see the future, after all. But Ogong immediately shoots it down. Mimir's visions are limited. He can't see everything, and he can only show a restricted number of possible futures. Right now, they have a chance at something people only whisper about in legends. Missing this opportunity would be unforgivable. Time crawls forward. Our boy thinks it's only been a few hours, but the trial already feels inhumane. Ogong keeps shouting that he'll die at this rate. Then Mimir says he'll die at this rate. Then Ogong again, until our boy snaps and tells them both to shut it. Ogong just laughs, claiming he only looks like he's suffering. Our boy shoots back that Ogong's original body survived this. But Ogong reminds him, the original was immortal. He tells him to stop being stubborn and come out now. But our boy refuses. Who decided this was impossible? Giving up is the one thing he'll never do. His comrades sent him to the past because they believed in his talent. They trusted him with the future, so they should trust him now too. Inside the furnace, he forces his mind deeper into the flames. He realizes something. The fire here isn't like the holy flame. It isn't alive, doesn't think, doesn't possess a will. It's just raw, world-harvested fire, made to burn sinners to ash. Masterless flames, which means they're perfect for bending under the fire eye. A system screen flashes. Fire eye beginning control over flames. Another line. Fire eye controlling temperature. His burn status drops to stage 3. He sits calmly in the inferno, as if he belongs there. Another notification. Burn status. Stage 2. He opens his eyes, blazing bright red. From now on, these flames belong to him. Chapter 148. A new screen erupts in front of him. Trial passed. Fire still rages everywhere, but he has already overcome it. Then another message appears. Second trial of the Manhwa furnace unlocked. The timer beside it reads, 23 hours, 25 minutes remaining. The scene cuts. Our boy extends his hand. His palm is shredded with cuts, the burns still glowing like molten cracks. A new screen materializes. Third trial of the Manhwa furnace starting. A fresh timer begins ticking down. 10 hours, 49 minutes. The flames inside the furnace surge even more violently, turning the entire space into a wrathful inferno. The timer keeps dropping. 9 hours, 1 minute. Our boy sits in the very center of hell, heat swallowing him whole. Time bleeds away. The counter hits 1 hour and 4 minutes, and even his hair begins to burn. Then, finally, another system screen appears. Third trial of the Manhwa furnace. Passed. The scene lifts toward the sky, sunlight burning bright. Sun Ogong turns around, and our boy steps out from the furnace, standing on top of it like a survivor dragged out of a war zone. He says even taking one small step away from the Manhwa furnace feels unbelievably cool. A new screen pops up immediately. Fourth trial initiated. Somewhere else, Sun Ogong watches him from afar, thinking the kid is holding up shockingly well, but still nowhere near enough. Surviving several more days would be nothing short of a miracle. The moment he slips, even slightly, he'll scatter into ash. And right when he thinks that, boom, a gigantic explosion of fire erupts. Ogong screams. What just blew up? He takes off running, yelling that he just said something like this would happen, and now it looks like it's his fault for jinxing it. Inside, our boy clings to the steel frame. Ogong shouts that it's burning hot, and keeps yelling his name at full volume. Gripping his staff, he panics. He can't let the kid die. Not for the original body's sake. Not for the tower's future. He has to suppress the flames. Now, he attacks the raging fire with his magical staff. Waves of power slam into the furnace. Slowly, the wild flames compress into thick, suffocating black smoke. Then our boy stumbles out, completely coated in smoke, like someone who just crawled through a volcano. He takes a long, shaky breath. Ogong stares at him in disbelief. You seriously look like you turned into ashes. Our boy snaps back that if Ogong swings that staff at him again, he'll actually die. Ogong shrugs. You already look half dead. Our boy yells at him. Didn't I tell you I have some talent? At that moment, a system flash explodes in front of him. Golden eyes resonating. The scene jumps. The bull demon sits calmly, his eyes glowing with golden energy. His horns have grown longer, sharper. He mutters to himself that they've strengthened quite a bit. Son Ogong's voice suddenly echoes as he arrives, ordering him to get down here already. The bull demon stands and says it's been about a month. Then asks directly, did you obtain it? A system screen appears, listing the full rewards. Golden fire, I acquired. Magic power +3. Bagua flame power obtained. Fire resistance greatly increased. The bull demon nods and says he got his own reward earlier, but stayed behind to raise his proficiency before coming back. Ogong looks at our boy and says he has no idea if the kid is trying to last 100 days like the original body did. But considering he hardly sleeps, he now looks completely half dead. The bull demon eyes our boy with a grin, saying the kid has trained so much he actually makes him want to spar for real. Then he admits something quietly. His true self had been the same way. If that version was a lunatic who pushed himself beyond reason, then this one must be too. In his thoughts, he marvels that Kim actually pulled it off. He asked him to strengthen their forces, not bring back an entire army. How can someone be such a monster in the best possible way? He asks how our boy's body is holding up. In the old days, he would have already jumped into action without resting. But with something enormous coming their way, he needs more time to recover. A few more days. He tells our boy to train with the other guy. Until then, especially since he just finished surviving the Bagua furnace. Son Ogong agrees. Once he's healed up, they'll head straight to Five Elements Mountain. Our boy lies down, staring at the ceiling, thinking that whatever waits there is probably exhausting and strangely familiar. A few days pass. The scene jumps to Five Elements Mountain. Two people stand on a ridge, staring down at a massive crowd of enemies gathering like a tide of steel. One man mutters that he has never seen this many generals gathered in one place. The other replies that the generals aren't even the real problem. More than 5 high-ranking officers are mixed in. At this point, the whole mountain looks like a fortress. The first man notes that Kim and the Bull Demon Knight haven't shown themselves for weeks. Are they actually planning to attack? He wonders. The scene shifts to the fiery entrance of a cave deep in Five Elements Mountain. Someone extends a hand in the hot air, wondering why it's taking so long. Maybe the others are waiting for the Bull Demon King to regain his strength. There's no trace of mana anywhere. Nothing. The silence is so unnatural it is terrifying. Only a being worthy of being called the greatest sorcerer in the tower could hide themselves this perfectly. It's Irang, General of Heaven. He thinks the man has vanished into thin air, and yet, something doesn't feel right. What's Kim thinking? Why risk so much just to meet that monkey? He's not stupid enough to challenge heaven for something small, so there must be something bigger, something massive, something worth risking everything for. Maybe the story won't end with simply saving the monkey. The scene shifts deeper into the dark cave. Irang straightens. They're here. A surge of black and purple energy explodes outward, flooding the entire mountain in a suffocating fog. Roars rumble across the cliffs. Several bulls appear, glaring with murderous intent. It's the Bull Demon King's sorcery, someone shouts. Don't fall for it. Break the spell. If that fails, destroy by force. Clear the fog before the fight. The Bull Demon charges in like a thunderbolt. His arrival detonates the battlefield. And then, the mountain erupts into chaos. Blades, roars, spells. Everything explodes as the clash begins, the war igniting in an instant. Someone screams that the Bull Demon King has appeared, warning everyone who isn't absolutely loyal to heaven to step aside unless they want to die on the spot. Irang remains where he stands, eyes cold, glaring into the fog. He came alone. The Bull Demon King steps out, footsteps shaking the mountain. It's been a while, kid, he rumbles, golden eyes igniting. I'm here to take my brother back. Chapter 149. The scene snaps open. The Bull Demon slams his foot into the earth, planting himself on the eastern side of Five Elements Mountain. The Bull Demon King's cap sits on his head, and a tidal wave of enemies surrounds him from every direction. Irang stares at him, surprised that he really came alone, without Kim. Irang greets him, saying it has indeed been a long time, practically as long as Heaven's era. The Bull Demon's golden eyes glow brighter. Long time no see, kid. Irang's gaze drops to his hands. Your hands look empty, he says mockingly. The Bull Demon snorts. You took my iron homing staff. Keep it safe. I'll be back for it soon. Irang lifts his sword, expression heavy. He has spent 1,000 years trying to persuade the bull demon to stay with heaven. It's honestly frustrating to see things end like this. If the bull demon needed him that badly, Irang says he would have repeated the same thing hundreds of times. Bring the Jade Emperor's head, and he would have granted him the rank of general without hesitation. Irang narrows his eyes and asks one final question. Is Kim at the center of all this trouble? The bull demon clicks his tongue in annoyance. Why are you asking so many questions? He bends slightly, his killing intent spiking. If you keep blocking my path, I'll snap your neck first. Irang stays firm, planting his sword. Enough talk. Come, he says. I'll make you sit right where you stand. The scene shifts. Purple energy washes over the mountains like poison mist. Golden light erupts from every direction. Steel shrieks, roars echo, and formations collide. Hold the line. Don't break formation. Golden and white energy clash, so fiercely the air cracks. As the view zooms in, our boy and Sun Ogong appear on the northern side of Five Elements Mountain, among the Yuan and Sun Wukong clone forces. Someone mutters that the fighters are holding out. Our boy nods. Irang must have stepped in. He probably ordered everyone to hold their formations, so nothing gets flanked. He cracks his neck. We'll have to break straight through the front. Works for me. That's exactly my style. The clones surge forward. The battlefield erupts again, louder, sharper, more violent. Blades flash. Fists collide. Magic cracks the sky. The war truly begins. Someone screams that Sun Wukong is coming, telling everyone to block him. But how do you block a natural disaster? Sun Wukong rushes in like a golden comet, aura exploding, eyes blazing. He smiles, wide, feral. Nice, because you're all dead. Every last one. Bodies fly. Formation breaks. Panic erupts instantly. The scene cuts. Sun Wukong is already brawling with a massive man, the Northern Heaven General. The giant grinds his teeth and snarls that even the great sage is nothing special. He raises a massive hammer overhead. I'll crush you, then use you as a stepping stone for promotion. But before the strike even drops, a blur crashes in. Our boy. His twin swords slice straight into the Northern Heaven General's guard. The general's eyes go blank as he collapses to the ground immediately, defeated in one hit. Northern Heaven General, someone shrieks. Our boy's eyes flicker red, glowing brighter, sharper. He steps forward and orders everyone to move aside. He reminds them they're being forced into battle, but their real objective isn't defeating heaven. It's holding the line at Five Elements Mountain. A scene transition hits. Strategy meeting. The bull demon frowns, confused. Why the hell are we talking about holding out? Why not just wipe out those heaven bastards? Our boy explains calmly. Their odds in direct combat are terrible. Heaven has no clue that every Sun Wukong clone is gathered here. At most, Heaven thinks only the bull demon, our boy, and maybe 3 clones might appear at Five Elements Mountain. That misunderstanding is their strongest weapon. He continues. Wherever the bull demon appears, a ranked general will definitely come. So the bull demon ties down Heaven's elite. Meanwhile, our boy and the clones handle the rest. They will stage a fake pincer attack to stall for time. One clone, only one, holds the key to locating the original. Chapter 150. Bull Demon raises a finger and lays out the rules. There are only 2 ways to undo the sealing spell. First method, destroy the enormous spell spread over the Marble Mountains. Impossible. Only the Bull Demon himself can do it. Not an option. Second method, find the spell's core and cast a counterspell. The core is usually tiny, an amulet, a bead, a charm. Weak. Even small shocks can make it tremble. Destroying that is far more realistic. Our boy stresses that time is their enemy. Eventually, Erlang's forces will realize there's more than one clone. When reinforcements from the heavenly realm arrive, everything collapses. Stopping the spell is more important than the fight. The scene shifts. Sun Ogong stands holding a massive chart, his eyes glowing red and gold. He asks if something so powerful is really hidden here, and confirms that even loosening the spell counts as a victory. They all agree. First priority, find the core. The scene cuts back to the battlefield. Absolute mayhem. Silver armor flashes like hunting beasts, weaving through chaos. Soldiers tear across the field, blades clashing nonstop, sparks scattering everywhere. Sun Ogong dives through the air, kicking up gusts of wind as he grumbles that this is way too easy. If this many troops had swarmed his brother earlier, he says he would have died of boredom. Our boy, flying right beside him, snaps that he'd better not get carried away. They're looking for the core, not trying to rack up personal kill counts. Getting too hyped here would ruin the mission. One wrong move, and the whole operation collapses. He warns Ogong not to act alone. Lay your guard down for 1 second, and you die. Sun Ogong just tightens his grip around his sword, laughing that our boy nags too much for someone who isn't his mother. Then, with a flick, his blade enlarges into a massive giant sword. The air screams as it swings, forcing both enemies and allies to dive out of the way as the blade tears toward the fortress wall. They prepare for another strike, but both freeze. Someone is standing there, a figure they didn't sense. Hidden, silent, watching. Sun Ogong demands to know who the hell he is. Our boy asks the same. The man steps forward, face half shrouded in shadow. He bows slightly and says it is an honor to meet the great sage, heaven's equal, even in this incomplete form. He welcomes them, claiming he's been waiting for quite some time. Sun Ogong squints. Who is this old man? He looks insanely tough. Our boy answers quietly. This is the high ranker the bull demon warned them about. The father of Prince Neza, former god of combat, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Pagoda heavenly king's eyes shift to our boy. He says he's never seen him before. Asks who he is, and if the boy knows anything about him. Our boy shrugs. I don't think I need to know. Pagoda king raises an eyebrow at the disrespect. But our boy just continues. Since they're about to fight to the death anyway, courtesy doesn't matter. His eyes shift, gold igniting in both irises. Pagoda king murmurs that the boy's perception is impressive. Is it because of those eyes? He quickly realizes the truth. This kid isn't just fast. He's sharp and strong. In pure talent alone, he might even match someone like Poseidon. Sun Ogong warns him. This old man is going to be a nightmare opponent. Our boy nods. They knew from the very beginning this wouldn't be easy. A screen appears. Giant strength is seeping into the host's entire body. Concentration. Right arm. Complete gigantification activated. His right arm bulks up instantly, becoming enormous, layered over the power of his golden cinder eyes. The ground cracks under the pressure. Pagoda King's expression hardens. A strange, dangerous opponent has stepped forward, and he knows it. The very next instant, our boy and the Pagoda Heavenly King slam into the ground, exploding the earth beneath them. The fight ignites. Golden and purple energy rip through the air with every collision. Pagoda King attacks like a storm, relentless and terrifying. A system screen flickers. Penalty warning. Pagoda King scoffs, asking if someone with abilities like these is still considered a ranker. He calls him Kim, then lunges in again. Our boy leaps back just in time, but Pagoda King rolls forward smoothly and swings again without losing a breath. He dodges, but Pagoda King slams his pagoda staff into the ground. A blast erupts. Golden energy floods outward, scorching everything in a wide radius. Pagoda King glares at him. Are you planning to dodge forever? Our boy shoots upward. So fast the sky seems to bend around him. Golden light erupts from his body as he raises his sword. Did it really look like I was just dodging? His aura surges. Then you're wrong. A massive wave of golden power detonates from his swing, blasting downward like a falling sun. Pagoda King spins his pagoda staff at impossible speed, turning it into a blazing ring of motion. He blocks the burning power again and again, sparks flying off the mountainside. Our boy refuses to slow down. Strike after strike crashes down. He thrusts his hand forward. A screen appears. Heart of Uranus has swallowed lightning. The sky cracks, boom. Golden lightning explodes across the battlefield, shaking the ground. Pagoda King narrows his eyes. This is Zeus's power. He asks if our boy has any thought of joining the heavenly realm. If he does, the Pagoda King himself will ask the Jade Emperor to lessen his crimes. Our boy answers coldly. He's refused that same offer dozens of times. Pagoda King says no one would reject heaven's invitation unless they were insane, or unless they were the successor of the great sage heaven's equal. Successor. Our boy repeats casually. Believe whatever you want. Pagoda King continues. He's only saying this because the boy's talent is too precious to waste dying here. He doesn't know what secrets the kid hides, but turning back now would be wise. Heavenly enforcement squads are almost here. Once they arrive, the kid dies instantly. And yet, his growth is terrifying. In such a short time, he's improved beyond belief. Then, Bull Demon appears, aura crashing down like thunder. We're winning this fight. Pagoda King warns that heaven's forces will arrive any second. Not even the Bull Demon can escape easily. Bull Demon cracks his neck. If you still have the strength to talk, then you still have the strength to get captured. Pagoda King clenches his jaw. He finally understands the pressure weighing on him. The battlefield has split into two fronts, and Kim's side won't last once a true high ranker arrives. He says Kim will die so horribly that imagining it is painful. And then he asks, do they even understand what kind of monster they're up against? The god of combat. Crown Prince Neza. Chapter 151. The battlefield erupts into chaos. Energy ripping through the air, debris flying, the ground tearing apart like it's living its worst day in history. Our boy is in the middle of all of it, fighting nonstop, swinging his sword again and again. Every clash sends sparks, spraying like fireworks, exploding in a storm. Pagoda Heavenly King keeps pushing him back, attacking without pause. He mocks him between strikes, calling him a slippery mudfish, and complaining that it's annoying to waste time on a mere player. His magic staff slams into the ground. Boom! Another violent burst of energy exploding outward. Pagoda King picks up his staff again and unleashes another barrage of blows. Our boy stands his ground, blocking each one, steel crashing against divine metal, shockwaves cutting across the battlefield. Then Pagoda King leaps into the sky. Energy gathers around him, massive, deadly. He fires a huge blast downward. Our boy immediately retreats, narrowly dodging it as the ground explodes beneath him. He regains his footing, breath sharp, mind racing. A head-on fight like this? Impossible. But he refuses to admit he's been cornered this badly. At least he can track a high ranker's movements now. And honestly, without the golden fire eye, this whole mission would have turned into a catastrophe. The battlefield turns into a haze of destruction. Our boy and son Ogong attack from opposite sides. Pagoda King swings back with overwhelming force. Swords crash. Energy detonates. The ground cracks and chunks of stone fly everywhere. Smoke rolls through the field until vision becomes a blur. And inside the smoke, Pagoda King stands perfectly still. He says if they had at least repented for going against heaven, they might have lived. A complete waste, he calls it. Our boy and son Ogong tense as he adds. This battlefield is no longer something I will handle. Our boy's heart drops. What does that mean? A massive explosion detonates in the distance. The smoke splits apart. The entire battlefield shudders. A deep voice echoes through the haze. So it's you, Kim. Why do you have the same eyes as the monkey? The smoke clears, and a towering figure steps out. The war god, not a prince. One of the most terrifying beings in heaven. Our boy's eyes widen. And not a prince. Son Ogong doesn't hesitate. Grow. Countless Son Ogong clones burst into existence, charging at not a prince in every direction. A swarm of golden figures fills the battlefield. But the moment they reach him, a massive blast detonates. The earth shakes. Every clone freezes. Nada Prince calmly forms an embroidered ball in his hand. Sugu, one of his 6 divine weapons. He stands firm, golden eyes blazing. The original is at least a monkey, he says coldly. But you clones are nothing more than insects. As Nada Prince studies our boy, a thought flashes through his mind. This kid is definitely my child. But he's completely insane. He recognizes the truth instantly. Heaven's finest weapon. A fighter who moves like a Shura itself. No hesitation, no mercy. A walking war god. Our boy doesn't back down either. He meets Nada Prince's glare head-on, eyes burning, stance unshaken. Nada Prince starts running toward him, voice booming. Before he descended, he watched everything from above. The Bull Demon King showing up makes sense. But why would heaven send this much force for a battlefield with a handful of fodder troops and a single player? He spreads the embroidered ball's power, Sugu's aura rippling violently across the ground. He says it's interesting how Kim is at the center of all this chaos, and how he doesn't even flinch in front of him. He adds that Kim doesn't accept death the way ordinary people do. Staring him down, Nada Prince asks, "Are you truly that special?" Energy surges out from Sugu, crawling across the battlefield like a living storm. When our boy sees the embroidered ball descending from the sky, he mutters, "That's a mistake you should be saying." Before Nada Prince can respond, boom! Someone slams their foot into the ground, announcing their arrival with explosive force. The earth tears open, stones shoot upward, flames roar outward in a violent wave. A massive ring of fire forms, spinning like a flaming halo, controlled by an enraged Son Ogong. His golden eyes burn with fury as he grits his teeth. As long as they find the core, as long as they weaken the sealing spell, even a little, they win. If the real body joins in, breaking out will be trivial. His arm transforms into a massive form, gigantic and blazing. He grabs the raging fire and flings it outward like a living weapon. The explosion intensifies. The ground trembles. A voice screams that 5 Elements Mountain is collapsing and everyone must dodge falling rocks. Across the battlefield, Pagoda King snaps his head up. He sees the bull demon marching toward him, eyes glowing, aura exploding, ready to tear through anyone in his way. Meanwhile, our boy keeps clashing, unstoppable. His blade cuts through energy and bodies alike. His eyes flare, golden resonance shaking violently. He thinks the newcomer arrived far too fast, that the golden fire eye keeps reacting, because the great sage heaven's equal is acknowledging him.